Chapter 1, 10 Sets of Shops? Hello, my name is Li Jie. I'm 26 years old, a graduate of Alice Business School with a master's degree in financial management. Currently, I work as the creative director of advertising at a listed cosmetics company, with an annual post-tax income of 500,000 yuan. By the way, I was introduced by Auntie Lu. Could you tell me more about your family background? In the coffee shop. A girl with a perfect figure but an unremarkable face spoke indifferently. As she spoke, she kept her eyes fixed on the young man across from her. The young man's name was Wang Hui, the same age as Li Jie, but his circumstances were far from ideal. Under Li Jie's intense gaze, Wang Hui grew visibly uneasy. He swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and said, "My name is Wang Hui. I'm the same age as you, graduated from a third-rate university, and currently work as an online writer. My annual income, well, in good years, it's probably less than 100,000. Upon hearing this, Li Jie frowned and said, "Then I'm sorry, but if that's the case, there's no need for us to continue this conversation." As she spoke, she picked up her bag hanging on the chair and prepared to leave. She wasn't particularly someone who despised the poor and favored the rich, but Wang Hui's circumstances were simply too difficult for her to accept. Not requiring the man's income to far exceed her own, but at least they should be well matched, right? Although Wang Hui is quite handsome, in this day and age, what's the use of being handsome? Can it put food on the table? Seeing Li Jie stand up to leave, Wang Hui didn't try to stop her. He had some self-awareness and knew that such a woman was simply not suited for him. Since everything has been laid bare, there's no need to waste each other's time anymore. However, just at that moment, Wang Hui's phone suddenly rang. He raised his hand to answer, and a mechanical voice came through the phone. "Congratulations, host. You have been bound to the landlord system. Starting today, you will fully own 10 commercial properties under your name. After 6 months, the system will reclaim ownership of these properties. The property certificates will be delivered to you shortly." The call ended as soon as the words were spoken. Wang Hui frowned and glanced at his phone. What the hell? Was someone playing a prank on him? Glancing at the caller ID, it turned out to be a string of garbled code. Is there a gentleman named Wang Hui here? A cafe waiter suddenly stood in the hall and asked aloud. He seemed to be holding something in his hand. Wang Hui was taken aback for a moment, then raised his hand and said, "Hello, my name is Wang Hui. May I ask what you need from me? It's like this. Someone from Linfeng Commercial Street just came by and asked me to hand over these 10 property deeds and this set of keys to you," the server said as she walked over briskly, speaking neither too hurriedly nor too slowly. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did the other customers in the cafe turn to look, but even Li Jie, who was about to leave, glanced over. Wang Hui's heart skipped a beat violently. He then took a deep breath and accepted the property deeds and the set of keys. Was everything said on the phone true? Noticing that everyone seemed to be staring at him, he quickly smiled and said to Li Jie, "Sorry, I bought 10 commercial properties a few days ago, and the deeds just arrived." Li Jie's mouth twitched as she forced a smile and sat back down, saying, "Didn't you say your annual income was less than 100,000? Wang Hui sighed and replied helplessly, "Yes, my annual income really is less than 100,000, but I couldn't resist the compensation from the demolition. So, I used the money to buy 10 shops in Linfeng Commercial Street. As the old saying goes, one shop can support 3 generations. How could he possibly say he had obtained a system?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room was stunned. Beichun City was just a tiny place, though not exactly a first-tier city, it was at least a second-tier city. Linfeng Commercial Street was the most bustling area in Beichun City. Today, with soaring housing prices, the shops in Linfeng Commercial Street cost at least 70,000 to 80,000 yuan per square meter. This seemingly ordinary young man actually bought 10 shops in Linfeng Commercial Street in one go? My goodness! Could this young man be some rich second-generation heir from Beichun City? At the same time, Li Jie's eyes also lit up. She leaned forward slightly and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? How annoying. By the way, I also have 2 younger brothers. As for the bride price..." Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Hui interrupted her. "Sorry, I'm not interested in your brother or the bride price. I have things to do, goodbye." With that, under Li Jie's stunned gaze, he slapped 2 red bills on the table. Then turned and left. Joking aside, with Dad having a cheat system now, what kind of girl couldn't he get? The most important thing now is to go check out my shops. Although it's only for 6 months, meaning half a year of usage rights. But in the prime location of Linfeng Commercial Street, where every inch of land is precious, the rent for 10 shops is no small amount. A glance at the property deed shows each shop has a floor area of 658 square meters. The rented market price yields 50,000 yuan per month per unit after taxes. Calculated this way, 10 shops could earn 3 million yuan in half a year. Shop rentals are typically leased for half a year or a year at minimum. In other words, as soon as Wang Hui finds tenants, he could instantly become a millionaire. Chapter 2, The Millionaire. After careful consideration, Wang Hui hopped onto his electric bike and headed straight for Linfeng Commercial Street. The coffee shop wasn't far from Linfeng Commercial Street, and the electric bike ride took just over 10 minutes to get there. Since it was just past 3 p.m., there weren't many people on the commercial street. With the property deeds in hand, Wang Hui quickly located his 10 shops. These 10 shops were scattered, situated at both ends of the commercial street. 4 of them were connected on the left side, while the other 6 were grouped together on the right. Wang Hui wasn't in a hurry to enter the shops. Instead, he went to a printing store at the end of the commercial street. He printed 10 rental advertisements in one go. Prime property for rent, area 658 SQM, monthly rent 50,000, non-negotiable, contact 180-0809, Wang Hui. After glancing at the rental ads with satisfaction, Wang Hui walked straight to his shop and posted the advertisements one by one. Given the popularity of Linfeng Commercial Street, it's likely someone will contact him soon. During this time, he also used the key to open the door and toured one of the units. The ceiling, flooring, and putty have all been applied, making it semi-finished. Actually, for typical storefront rentals, such unfinished spaces tend to be even more in demand. After all, those who rent storefronts to run businesses almost always choose to renovate the space themselves. If the interior decor of the store is too flashy, tenants might actually find it a bit troublesome. Of course, in a prime location like Linfeng Commercial Street, there's no shortage of tenants who don't mind the extra hassle. After posting the rental advertisement, Wang Hui clapped his hands and was about to leave. He was stopped by someone. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man in a suit. "Hello, are these shops yours?" Wang Hui scratched the back of his head and nodded. "Yes, what's the matter?" The middle-aged man immediately put on a professional smile and extended his right hand. "Hello, my name is Li Rong. I'm in the clothing business. I've also been looking for shops in Linfeng Commercial Street recently, so would it be convenient to discuss?" Wang Hui raised an eyebrow and shook Li Rong's hand. "Sure, how many shops are you planning to rent?" Li Rong smiled and said, "Here's the thing. I've looked into it, and you, the landlord, have 6 shops for rent on the right side of Linfeng Commercial Street. I'd like to rent all 6 to sell clothes. I've done the math. The rent for each shop is 50,000 per month, so 6 would be 300,000. I can fully accept this price." Hearing that business was coming his way, Wang Hui naturally didn't hesitate. He nodded and said, "The minimum lease term is 6 months. Subleasing is allowed during the period, but any associated costs will be solely your responsibility." Li Rong had no objections to this. After all, the price Wang Hui advertised wasn't expensive. On the contrary, it was quite reasonable. Most importantly, all 6 of Wang Hui's shops were adjacent to each other. Li Rong had been searching for nearly a month in Linfeng Commercial Street but hadn't found any vacant shops with suitable floor space. And so, Wang Hui and Li Rong went together to the property office of Linfeng Commercial Street and obtained a lease contract. After some discussion, Li Rong finally agreed to cover the taxes and property fees. Li Rong had everything ready. All that was missing was the shop. How could he not be anxious? Ding, 1.8 million yuan has been credited to Zifu Bao. Li Rong was indeed quite carefree. As soon as the contract was signed, he immediately transferred half a year's rent to Wang Hui. It seemed as if he was afraid Wang Hui might change his mind. Wang Hui handed the keys to Li Rong with a calm expression, but inside, he was ecstatic. Not just him, any ordinary person in his place would probably wake up laughing in their sleep. How long has it been? Not even a full hour in total. And he's already made a whopping 1.8 million yuan. Watching Li Rong drive away in his luxury car, Wang Hui glanced at his electric bike and said gloomily, "After all, I'm a millionaire now, might as well buy a car." In the city, electric bikes are convenient, sure, but their range and appearance leave much to be desired. Especially for a grown man, driving around on a dainty little electric bike had earned Wang Hui more than a few disdainful looks. He thought to himself, since he'd already hit the jackpot, wouldn't it be a waste not to treat himself to a decent car? And so, Wang Hui found himself at a 4S dealership again. "Hello sir, are you here to buy a car?" As soon as he entered, a hot-looking salesgirl came up to greet him. "Yeah, any new models recently?" Wang Hui nodded and asked. As a professional 4S store salesperson, she could almost determine the customer's spending range just by glancing at their attire. "Yes, sir. That SUV over there is the latest model this year, just released last month, priced around 100,000 yuan. It offers particularly high value for money." 100,000? No way. Wang Hui rejected it without even thinking. How about I recommend another model priced around 80,000 yuan? The salesgirl thought Wang Hui found 100,000 too expensive, so she quickly suggested, "Young man, this car is pretty good, why not buy this one?" At that moment, a man in a black suit walked over and said calmly, Chapter 3, Porsche 911. Manager. Upon seeing the suited man, the salesgirl nodded in acknowledgement. Then he introduced to Wang Hui, "This is Manager Zhang from our 4S dealership." As a manager at the 4S dealership, Manager Zhang had a keen eye for people. He had seen plenty of young men like Wang Hui who loved to show off, which was why he couldn't help but step forward to offer advice. Wang Hui paid no attention to the 4S dealership manager's casual attitude. He said softly, "Manager Zhang, right? Don't worry, money is no issue for me. By the way, don't you have any better cars in your store?" At this moment, Manager Zhang, upon hearing Wang Hui's words, suddenly realized that he had misjudged the situation. He quickly smiled and said, "My apologies, sir. That was my mistake. How about this? I'll take you to see some luxury cars right away. What price range are you roughly looking for?" Wang Hui said indifferently, "Over $1 million. Anything lower lacks class." The salesgirl's eyes lit up as she said, "Sir, let me take you to see it right away." Soon, under the guidance of Manager Zhang and the salesgirl, Wang Hui walked straight through the outer budget section and into the inner area of the 4S store. The innermost section was mostly filled with luxury cars starting at $1,000,000 yuan, such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Porsche. Compared to the outer budget section, there were far fewer customers inside. "Sir, which car brand do you prefer?" Manager Zhang instructed the saleswoman to pour a cup of tea, then turned his gaze to Wang Hui. "Do you have a Porsche 911? Can I take it for a test drive?" Wang Hui has a particular fondness for sports cars. Originally, he wanted to look directly at Lamborghinis and Ferraris. But 1.8 million is definitely not enough, so he might as well start with a car around 1.5 million for daily use. Like the Porsche 911, although it's not a supercar, its appearance is still quite satisfactory to Wang Hui among the models he's considered. Well, sir, test driving is possible, but we need to confirm whether you have the means to pay. Is this enough? Wang Hui directly took out his phone, opened the Alipay page, and waved it in front of Manager Zhang. Of course, absolutely no problem. Manager Zhang's eyes immediately lit up, instantly recognizing Wang Hui as a major client, and his attitude did a complete 180-degree turnaround. After about 10 minutes of test driving, Wang Hui finally settled on this Porsche 911 priced at 1.56 million yuan. He promptly signed the car purchase contract. Under the fervent gazes of the beautiful saleswomen at the 4S store, he directly transferred the full payment to the dealership. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Wang Hui's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, is this Wang Hui? This is Hu Long. There's a university class reunion tonight at the VIP room 666 of the Imperial Hotel. Are you free to come?" Wang Hui raised an eyebrow. "Alright, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, he turned to Manager Zhang at the 4S dealership and asked, "When can I pick up the car?" Manager Zhang was taken aback. "In such a hurry?" Generally, 4S dealerships rarely have cars in stock. It takes at least a few days for a new car to arrive. Seeing Manager Zhang remain silent, Wang Hui directly took out several thousand yuan in cash from his pocket and slapped it on the table in front of Manager Zhang and the sales team. "Can you drive my car to the Dihao around 7 o'clock and then bring the keys to VIP room 666? Any problem with that?" He had withdrawn the money on his way to the 4S dealership. After all, even though mobile payments are ubiquitous these days, it's still quite inconvenient not to carry some cash. Only then did Manager Zhang snap out of his daze. He quickly gathered up the money on the table and said with a beaming smile, "No problem, no problem. We'll definitely deliver it for you." And so, under the enthusiastic farewell of Manager Zhang and a group of beautiful saleswomen, Wang Hui rode off on his electric scooter without looking back. As Wang Hui was leaving, several bold saleswomen even threw him a few flirtatious glances. Some even went so far as to slip their business cards into Wang Hui's pocket. Watching Wang Hui ride away on his electric scooter, the saleswoman who first greeted him marveled, "Manager Zhang, Mr. Wang is truly humble, so wealthy yet still riding an electric scooter." Manager Zhang shrugged and said, "You're just inexperienced and easily surprised. I've heard that in some coastal cities, billionaires go out in vests and flip-flops." The beautiful saleswoman gasped, "Could this Mr. Wang also be a billionaire? Nonsense. Someone casually spending 1 or 2 million like this, do you think a mere multimillionaire would be so decisive?" Manager Zhang retorted impatiently. After all, Wang Hui had taken less than half an hour from browsing to buying the car. 1.5 million. That's not just $150. Add a few $100,000 more, and you could buy an apartment right in the city center. Manager Zhang paused, sighed, and said, "Never judge a book by its cover. You guys keep an eye on the shop. I'm going to help Mr. Wang fetch his car." By the time Wang Hui arrived at the Imperial Hotel, it was already almost dark. Glancing at the Tianwang watch on his wrist, it was 6 o'clock. The electric scooter's battery was down to about 1 bar left. Wang Hui straightened his collar and walked straight into the Emperor Hotel. As the hostess approached, he cleared his throat and said, "Private room 666, we have a reservation." Soon, the hostess led Wang Hui to VIP room 666. The Imperial Hotel is one of the top high-end hotels in Beichin City. Chapter 4, I don't believe you own 10 shops. A meal here typically costs no less than 4 figures. The private room 666 for Wang Hui's class reunion not only had a minimum spending requirement of 5 figures but also charged an additional 50 service fee. In other words, a casual meal would cost at least 15,000 to start. For average families, it was a rare occasion to dine here, usually only during holidays. Most would still opt to sit in the main hall. Room 666 already had quite a few of Wang Hui's old classmates gathered inside. There were both men and women present, most dressed rather elegantly. After all, it was a rare class reunion, and many classmates had taken great care with their appearance before coming. In contrast, Wang Hui stood out awkwardly in his cheap tracksuit amidst the well-dressed crowd. "Wang Hui, you're finally here." Seeing Wang Hui walk in, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up and greeted him. This was Hulong, the one who had called Wang Hui to inform him about the class reunion, and also one of Wang Hui's few close friends from university. Hearing that Wang Hui had arrived, several classmates who were chatting turned their gazes toward him. Among them, a man with shifty eyes but dressed in head-to-toe designer brand sneered, "You finally showed up. Not much skill, but quite the attitude, huh?" This man was Xiao Junyan, a millionaire heir, but his relationship with Wang Hui had never been great. "Xiao Junyan, what's your problem?" Wang Hui raised an eyebrow and said coldly. Sensing the tension, Hulong quickly pulled Wang Hui to his seat and laughed loudly. "Hui, it's been years. Still writing novels?" Before Wang Hui could respond, Xiao Junyan sneered. What else can he do besides writing novels that no one reads? Wang Hui couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge him, instead cheerfully greeting his classmates around him. Seeing Wang Hui chatting and laughing with their classmates, Xiao Junyan's expression darkened, feeling as if his punch had landed on cotton. The meal proceeded rather uneventfully. After all, everyone is around 25 or 26 years old, and many haven't seen each other for years. So when it came to eating and drinking, there was a certain degree of restraint. "By the way, Wheezy, are you still writing novels?" Hulong asked with a flushed face after a few glasses of red wine. "If you don't want to write anymore, why not come work at my company? We can make a fortune together, just like old times." After graduation, Wang Hui chose to write novels, while his good friend Hulong opted to start his own business. After several years of development, although Hulong's company is not large in scale, it has earned several million to date. Hulong's words, to some extent, also carried a hint of admonition for Wang Hui. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, the idea of making enough money from writing online novels to buy houses and cars is simply preposterous. Thanks, but I'm not writing novels anymore. I've bought a few shops and am living off the rent in retirement," Wang Hui replied with a smile, speaking truthfully. This statement, however, immediately drew a derisive chuckle from Xiao Junyan, who had been eavesdropping nearby. "Bought a few shops," he scoffed. "Ha, Wang Hui, it's been years since we last met. Your skills haven't improved, but your ability to boast has certainly gotten better. Come on, tell us, where are these shops you bought?" Due to Xiao Junyan deliberately raising his voice, all 30-something classmates in the private room turned to look. Wang Hui said he bought several shops and is living off the rent? No way. Are you kidding me? Judging by Wang Hui's attire, the most expensive item he wore was a Tianwang watch on his wrist worth less than 2,000 yuan. How could he possibly be a landlord? Not only did the other classmates not believe it, but even Hulong, who had a particularly good relationship with Wang Hui, sighed. Hulong felt quite helpless in his heart. He simply wanted to help Wang Hui out, but who would have thought that Wang Hui would start boasting? Facing the skeptical gazes of everyone, Wang Hui shrugged and said, "Everyone, why would I bother lying to you? My shop is on Linfeng Commercial Street. Do you really want to go and see for yourselves?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Junyan laughed so hard he nearly choked. "Wang Hui, stop bragging. Do you even know how much a square meter costs in Linfeng Commercial Street? That's the funniest joke I've heard all year." With that, he stood up, a mocking expression on his face, and said, "Let's go. Everyone's pretty much finished eating anyway. I'm quite curious to see Wang Hui's shop." Hulong wanted to help Wang Hui out of this awkward situation, but he couldn't stop the other classmates, who all seemed very interested, from getting up. All he could do was nudge Wang Hui with his shoulder. As if to say, "What do we do now?" Wang Hui gave Hulong a reassuring look and then said, "Alright, I'll take you all to have a look." The group had Hulong eagerly foot the bill, then walked to the parking lot at the entrance of the Imperial Hotel. Xiao Junyan proudly flicked the car keys in his hand and said, "I just bought a new Lexus last month. Who wants to ride with me?" Many of the classmates didn't have their own cars and had arrived by taxi. Hearing Xiao Junyan's offer, several female classmates immediately gathered around him. "Junyan, give me a ride." "Me too, take me along." "And me." Chapter 5, The Girl with Smoky Eye Makeup. Looking at Xiao Junyan's triumphant expression, Wang Hui rolled his eyes and then turned his gaze toward Hulong, who was fishing out his car keys. "You just had a drink ride with me. You bought a car?" Hulong asked skeptically. "Car? More like a damn hammer." Xiao Junyan walked over at that moment, sneering, "Take a good look at him. Does he look like someone who can afford a car?" Wang Hui rubbed his forehead and said calmly, "Xiao Junyan, wasn't it just that I ended up dating your college crush back in university? It's been so many years, why are you still acting like a rabid dog?" If Wang Hui hadn't brought it up, it might have been fine, but the moment he spoke, Xiao Junyan's anger flared up instantly. Before he could finish speaking, a streak of red light was seen speeding toward them from the distance. With a sharp drift, it came to a stop right in front of the group. It was a red Porsche 911. Immediately after, a man in a suit with slicked back hair stepped out of the car. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the man glanced at everyone, then his eyes lit up. He respectfully approached Wang Hui, handed over the car keys with both hands, and said, "Mr. Wang, my apologies for the traffic delay. Here are the car keys, all the paperwork is inside the vehicle." This person is none other than Manager Zhang from the 4S store. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. The smile on Qiu Junyan's face gradually froze. Hulong's face was filled with disbelief. The other students were all stunned. Wang Hui didn't pay attention to the changes in his classmates' expressions. Instead, he smiled and took the car keys, then pulled out a stack of red bills from his pocket, saying, "You can head back first, thanks for your hard work." Manager Zhang happily accepted the red bills, replying, "Yes, Mr. Wang. If there's anything else, just give me a call." After Manager Zhang left, it took a while for the group of classmates to snap out of their daze. Swallowing hard, Hulong turned to Wang Hui and asked, "Hui, is this car yours?" Wang Hui nodded and said, "Yeah, just bought it. What do you think? Not bad, right?" The other classmates were completely stunned. A Porsche 911? Not bad was an understatement. Haven't tasted pork, but surely seen pigs run. A car like this must cost $1 million or $2 million, right? Then it occurred to me when Wang Hui mentioned owning a shop in Linfeng Commercial Street during dinner, could it actually be true? Just as Qiu Junyan's face turned pale, Wang Hui had already pulled Hulong into the passenger seat. With a roar from the engine, Wang Hui had already sped away with Hulong in the car. "Hui, you're really something, making it big." Sitting in the passenger seat, Hulong pinched his own face hard, and only after confirming he wasn't dreaming did he pout and say, "Hui, Qiu Junyan and the others probably won't be going to Linfeng Commercial Street anymore, right?" Actually, asking this was pretty much pointless. It's quite obvious after suffering such a humiliating blow, how could Qiu Junyan dare to show his face at Linfeng Commercial Street again? Wouldn't that be like offering his face for Wang Hui to slap? Wang Hui shrugged, unconcerned. He couldn't be bothered to hold a grudge against Qiu Junyan either. After all, they weren't even on the same level. It simply wasn't worth it. Glancing at the rearview mirror, he noticed Hulong hesitating as if wanting to say something. Wang Hui spoke up, "What's the matter? Got something to say?" Hulong nodded, then shook his head, and finally sighed, "Well, you see, my sister Hui had just graduated from college this year. Our family wants to open a pet shop for her, but we can't find a good location." At the mention of Hulong's sister, a graceful figure flashed through Wang Hui's mind. Back when they were in college, Hui often went to their school to visit Hulong. Later on, for a while, she even became Wang Hui's little follower. Wang Hui naturally knew Hui's feelings, but out of respect for his brotherhood with Hulong, he couldn't bring himself to make a move on his friend's sister. It wasn't until later when Huya went abroad as an exchange student that he never saw her again. "Want to rent a shop? That's not a problem. Here's what we'll do, I'll take you home first, and tomorrow you can bring Yaha along to take a look together." Upon hearing this, Hulong's eyes lit up as he said, "Great. Then I'll bring Yaha to Linfeng Commercial Street to meet you tomorrow." The night was deep, and there weren't many vehicles on the road. After driving Hulong home, Wang Hui arrived at the barbecue shop entrance downstairs of his own apartment. The food at the big restaurant tastes good, but it doesn't fill you up. Parking the Porsche 911 by the roadside, Wang Hui strode towards the barbecue joint. "Yo, Hui, nice ride." A slightly chubby guy in a tank top, grilling skewers, greeted Wang Hui. Since the barbecue stand was right at the entrance, the chubby guy naturally noticed Wang Hui stepping out of a Porsche 911. Wang Hui smiled at the chubby guy and said, "Cut the nonsense. Give me 2 small skewers, 1 beef, 1 lamb, and a plate of stir-fried rice noodles." As he spoke, he casually walked into the shop and grabbed a bottle of beer. No sooner had he sat down than a girl with heavy smoky makeup stumbled against the Porsche 911 and began retching violently. Wang Hui frowned and walked over, pulling the girl towards him. "Little girl, what's the matter with you?" Chapter 6, Jiang Tingting. The girl was already completely drunk by now. How could she possibly understand what he was saying? "Drink. If you don't drink, you're a coward." He stammered out a few words, then actually buried his head in Wang Hui's arms. Instantly, the foul stench of vomit assaulted his nostrils, nearly making Wang Hui unable to keep his eyes open. He tried to push the girl away, only to find her clinging to him like an octopus. There weren't many people eating late-night snacks, but at this moment, almost all eyes turned their way. Wang Hui's lips twitched as he pulled a red bill from his pocket and slapped it on the table. After nodding to the portly boss, he hoisted the girl over his shoulder and headed home. "Little girl, getting drunk in the middle of the night and hugging strangers, have you never felt society's harsh lessons?" Glancing at the lolling head on his shoulder, Wang Hui rolled his eyes. Wang Hui's house is an old property his parents bought many years ago. To this day, he still lives with his parents. Both Mr. and Mrs. Wang are in their 50s and have kindly appearances. When they saw Wang Hui bringing a girl home, they exchanged glances with each other. Mother Wang coughed lightly and asked, "Xiao Hui, who is this girl?" Wang Hui tossed the girl with smoky eye makeup onto the sofa and replied nonchalantly, "Don't know her. Picked her up on the way back." Upon hearing this, Father Wang grew displeased. "You little rascal. I've seen plenty of news about people picking up drunk girls from bars. You better not be doing such despicable things." Mother Wang quickly chimed in, "That's right. Our family has always been honest and upright. Aunt Lu told me your blind date didn't go well again, but don't take it to heart. My son is outstanding, it's them who aren't good enough for you." Wang Hui smiled helplessly, wondering if his mom thought he had given up on himself. He paused and said, "I really found this girl on the road. She just threw herself at me. I couldn't just leave her by the roadside, could I?" Scratching his head, Wang Hui said softly, "How about this? I'll go out and find a random hotel to leave her in." Seeing Wang Hui step forward to pull the girl up, his mother quickly stopped him. She sighed and said, forget it. Look at this girl, reeking of alcohol. Leaving her alone in a hotel is so unsafe. I'll help her take a bath and change her clothes. Tonight, she can just make do on the sofa." Wang Hui had no objections to his mother's decision. Although he was still single, he wasn't the type to take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Besides, he had absolutely no interest in this kind of punk girl with heavy smoky makeup. Before his mother could take the girl to the bathroom, Wang Hui quickly rushed in to freshen up. Returning to his room, he collapsed onto the bed without hesitation. Today's events felt like a dream to him. Subconsciously, he reached out to touch the Porsche 911 car keys on his bedside table. Wang Hui breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It seems it's really not a dream. This feeling of getting something for nothing is truly amazing." In a daze, Wang Hui fell into a deep sleep. Faintly, it seemed as if he had a dream. Someone climbed onto his bed and entangled him. Early the next morning, the Wang family was still asleep. Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out. "Ah!" Startled, Wang Hui rubbed his head and sat up. Right across from him sat a delicate-looking girl wrapped in a blanket. The girl was staring at him with resentment, as if he had done something unforgivable. "Who are you?" Wang Hui twitched his lips and was the first to speak. The girl tightened the blanket around her and said, "I was about to ask you the same thing. Who are you? How did I end up here?" Just then, Wang Hui's father and mother walked into his room together. They all looked stunned. Wang Hui seemed to have thought of something and said helplessly, "Could she be the one with the smoky makeup from last night?" Before Wang Hui could finish, his mother nodded and asked, "How did she end up in your room?" Wang Hui helplessly patted his head and said, "How should I know?" Then, he explained what had happened last night to the girl. The girl checked her body and, finding nothing unusual, said, "Thank you for last night." Wang Hui waved his hand and replied, "You're welcome. If you want to thank someone, thank my mom. I originally planned to take you to a hotel." After speaking, he carefully sized up the girl. Without her smoky makeup, she had a youthful face, what's commonly called a baby face. Her eyes were large, her nose bridge high, and there was still some baby fat on her cheeks. Her skin was very fair. "My name is Jiang Tingting. You're Wang Hui, right?" Wang Hui paused for a moment before nodding. "Yes, hello Jiang Tingting. Could you do me a favor?" The girl said, pursing her lips. "What is it?" Wang Hui was completely baffled. "I want to change my clothes. Could you step outside for a moment?" Only then did Wang Hui realize what she meant, and he quickly stood up and walked out. Last night, after helping Jiang Tingting take a bath, Mom Wang dressed her in her own elderly-style clothes. As a result, the outfit was very loose and inconvenient for movement. Chapter 7, Mom, Stop Fooling Around. Last night, I attended a party and drank too much. Jiang Tingting, now changed into fresh clothes, said shyly. Let's have breakfast first, then I'll take you home." Wang Hui pointed to the breakfast prepared by his parents on the dining table. Jiang Tingting didn't decline either and sat down directly. Father Wang and Mother Wang looked at Jiang Tingting with utmost kindness. Wang Hui's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oh no! Just as expected. Mother Wang took a sip of millet porridge and then spoke up. "Tingting, I hope you don't mind me calling you that." Jiang Tingting shook her head. "Tingting, are you from around here? What do your parents do? And do you have a boyfriend?" The sudden barrage of 3 questions from Mother Wang instantly left Jiang Tingting dumbfounded. Jiang Tingting finally managed to collect herself and said awkwardly, "I'm local, both my parents run companies, and I'm currently not dating anyone." Wang Hui covered his face in exasperation. This was so embarrassing. Every time he had female friends over, they would inevitably face his parents' 3 soul-crushing questions. And this Jiang Tingting? He'd literally just picked her up off the street, for heaven's sake. In the subsequent conversation, under Aunt Wang's roundabout questioning tactics, Jiang Tingting nearly revealed her entire family history going back 18 generations. Wang Hui twitched at the corner of his mouth, pretending to be an outsider, and even saw his dad giving his mom a thumbs up. "Tingting, since you don't have a boyfriend, what do you think of our shall we?" Aunt Wang remained as kind and amiable as ever, just like the sweet old lady next door. Jiang Tingting's cheeks flushed instantly red. "Auntie, Wang Hui and I just met today." As she spoke, she even took a serious look at Wang Hui sitting across from her. He's quite handsome, and his behavior yesterday was very gentlemanly. Bah, Jiang Tingting, what are you thinking about? Her face turned even redder. Wang Hui noticed Jiang Tingting's expression and showed a look of pity. Is this kid missing a screw? Before Wang's mother could speak, Wang Hui said, Mom, stop fooling around. Mother Wang was immediately displeased and pouted, saying, What do you mean by making a fuss? As elders, isn't it perfectly normal for us to care about our younger generation's relationship issues? Faced with his mother's reasoning, Wang Hui found himself at a loss for words. He coughed and changed the subject, saying, Tingting, are you done eating? Let me take you home. Hearing Wang Hui come to her rescue, Jiang Tingting quickly nodded and stood up, saying, Thank you, uncle and auntie, for your hospitality. I should be heading back now. In this regard, Wang's father and mother did not stop them. After all, a young girl staying out all night would naturally cause some concern for her family. As parents, they could empathize the most. After bidding farewell to Wang's parents, the two of them went downstairs one after the other. Maybe I should just take a taxi back, Jiang Tingting suddenly said. Wang Hui pressed the car key and said, It's fine, I can give you a ride since it's on my way. I still need to go to Linfeng Commercial Street. Hearing the car's unlocking alarm, Jiang Tingting instinctively looked over. A deep red Porsche 911. However, there was no trace of surprise in Jiang Tingting's eyes. She was just slightly puzzled. Because Wang Hui's home was in the old city district, and judging by the clothing of Wang's parents and Wang Hui himself, they didn't seem like a wealthy family. Jiang Tingting didn't delve into it further. After all, the two had just officially met today, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to ask too many questions. After getting into the passenger seat, Jiang Tingting couldn't help but ask in the end, Wang Hui, what do you do for a living? Wang Hui glanced at her, then shifted his gaze back to the windshield. I used to write novels, but now I've bought some commercial properties and specialize in renting out shops. Jiang Tingting raised an eyebrow, recalling that Wang Hui had mentioned going to Linfeng Commercial Street earlier. Could it be that the shops Wang Hui bought are on Linfeng Commercial Street? Shaking his head, he dismissed this possibility from his mind. It wasn't that he doubted whether Wang Hui could afford to buy property in Linfeng Commercial Street. The important thing was that purchasing a shop in Linfeng Commercial Street wasn't just about having money. As an insider, Jiang Tingting knew very well that Linfeng Commercial Street belonged to the Beichin Huaguan Group. The group is one of the top 500 enterprises in China, and the commercial real estate sector is particularly important within Beichin Huaguan Group. For commercial areas in the most bustling downtown locations like Linfeng Commercial Street, they would never casually sell off the shops. For such large enterprise groups, shops in these prime locations are truly golden geese that lay golden eggs. Soon, Wang Hui drove Jiang Tingting to the Sunshine Spring residential community. After saying goodbye, Wang Hui drove straight to Linfeng Commercial Street. It was still early, not yet 10 o'clock. The 6 storefronts rented by Li Rong had already begun renovation. Wang Hui just glanced at them briefly before taking out his phone to call Hulong. Hey, Hulong, it's Wang Hui. I'm already at Linfeng Commercial Street. Dude, why are you up so early? On the other end of the line, Hulong sounded like he hadn't fully woken up yet. Wang Hui rolled his eyes and said, Alright then, let's meet at noon and grab lunch together. Chapter 8, A Chance Encounter with Huya. After casually chatting with Hulong for a few sentences, Wang Hui hung up the phone. He thought to himself that it was still early and couldn't be bothered to go back, so he randomly found a Starbucks cafe, planning to kill time by playing on his phone there. In China, Starbucks coffee is known as the gathering place for pretentious people. Many young men and women enjoy taking photos at Starbucks and posting them on their social media feeds. Although it's still early in the morning, the coffee shop is already packed with people. Because at Starbucks, you can sit inside indefinitely even without making a purchase. Just like some fast food burger and fries joints. It's just that in many people's eyes, Xingbaku is considered a bit more upscale. Wang Hui casually ordered a cup of coffee, found a relatively quiet corner, and then took out his phone to scroll through his social media feed. The feed was filled with pictures of people showing off their travels and selfies, nothing particularly interesting to look at. But it was better than nothing to pass the time. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the cafe counter. Wang Hui looked up. A middle-aged man was talking to the staff of Xingbaku. Faintly, it was possible to hear that the middle-aged man seemed very dissatisfied with the server's attitude and had started arguing with them. At this moment, a girl wearing a denim outfit and a cap suddenly sat down beside Wang Hui. The middle-aged man was dissatisfied with the waiter pointing at the small cup of coffee and calling it a medium, so the two of them started arguing. The girl smiled and said to Wang Hui. Wang Hui was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle as well. At Xingbaku, the coffee sold comes in 3 sizes. They don't have a small size, only medium, large, and extra large. This is actually a marketing tactic, since small sounds like it wouldn't be much in terms of quantity. Plus, the price difference between sizes isn't significant, so if they offered a small size, they might struggle to sell even a few cups a day. After laughing, the smile on Wang Hui's face suddenly froze. Because the girl's voice sounded so familiar. Hee hee, brother Hui, you recognize me? The girl casually took off her baseball cap and playfully stuck out her tongue at Wang Hui. Only after seeing the girl's face did Wang Hui suddenly realize. This woman is none other than Hulong's younger sister, Huya. Your brother hasn't arrived yet, why did you come first? Wang Hui asked casually. Pouting her lips, Huya said, Brother Hui, we haven't seen each other for so many years, and the first thing you ask about is my brother. Don't you care about me at all? Wang Hui gave an awkward smile, instantly feeling like his head had doubled in size. He had always been most afraid of Huya. This girl was just too clingy. Brother Hui, I heard from my big brother that you struck it rich? Seeing Wang Hui remain silent, Huya suddenly asked. Wang Hui shrugged non-committally and said, What, are you thinking of redistributing wealth from the rich? Huya giggled and replied, Absolutely. You're treating for lunch and dinner today. After that, Wang Hui and Huya discussed some matters about the shop. You just graduated and you're opening a shop. Are you really prepared for this? Of course. Who do you think I am? I'm Huya, a genius, a top student, got it? Huya straightened her expression and continued, Brother Hui, do you have a girlfriend? I asked my brother yesterday, but he wouldn't tell me. If you don't have one, would you mind getting one? And if you do have one, would you mind having one more? Wang Hui rubbed his temples. Why did she have to bring up such an awkward topic? Fortunately, his phone suddenly rang at this moment. Wang Hui quickly picked up the phone from the table and gestured to Huya, saying, It's your brother. Huya pouted with an unhappy expression, seemingly cursing her older brother. Hulong called mainly to inquire about Wang Hui's location. When he learned that his younger sister was right next to Wang Hui, Hulong teased over the phone, So, Hui, has Xiaoya been driving you crazy? Wang Hui sighed and didn't answer him, just told him to come over quickly. Not long after, Hulong met up with Wang Hui and Huya. Hui Zi, where's your shop? As soon as they met, Hulong got straight to the point and asked. Wang Hui pointed towards the central area of Linfeng Commercial Street and said, Over there. Upon hearing this, Hulong couldn't help but size up Wang Hui again. Not bad, Hui Zi. That's the most central and bustling spot in Linfeng Commercial Street. You actually managed to get it? Damn impressive. Wang Hui smiled and said, I'd love to keep a low profile, but my abilities just won't allow it. Hearing this, the siblings couldn't help but burst into laughter. As the three of them walked toward the shop, Wang Hui also took the opportunity to explain the area and rent in detail. Free is out of the question. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. Even if Wang Hui were willing to do it for free, Hulong wouldn't agree. If Hulong agreed to it being free, their friendship would pretty much be over. This was something everyone understood without saying. Although it wasn't free, Wang Hui still gave the siblings a significant discount. Like Mr. Li Rong from yesterday, the price offered to him was 50,000 per room per month, totaling 300,000 for 6 months. Chapter 9, Kong Cheng of Rongxing Group. Naturally, the price offered to Hulong couldn't be the same as that. So after a symbolic negotiation, they settled on a 6-month rent of 250,000. As it was almost noon, and at Huya's strong insistence, Wang Hui prepared to take the siblings to Shitting Pavilion for a private-style buffet. Shitting Pavilion is considered a time-honored private-style restaurant in Beichin City, and what makes it most talked about isn't how good the food tastes, but rather how high-end the restaurant is. Compared to Western-style restaurants like Dihao, Shitting leans more towards a traditional Chinese aesthetic. Most of the dishes inside are also traditional Chinese private kitchen cuisine. The elders of Beichin City once said, if the wealthy haven't been to Shitting, they can't truly be considered wealthy. Thus, even among the younger generation today, dining at Shitting is considered a badge of honor. However, the prices at Shidinggu are indeed quite expensive. Since it's buffet style, the charges are per person. There are 3 set meal options, with the highest priced at 2,888 per person, followed by 1,888 and 888. Regardless of the tier, these are considered high-end prices in Beichin City. Wang Hui didn't hesitate either and directly ordered the 2,888 yuan set meal for each person. Shortly after, they were led by waitresses dressed in hanfu into a private room. No sooner had they sat down than the door was pushed open. A young man with a sinister-looking face barged in. The young man haughtily tossed a few red bills onto the table, puffing up with pride as he declared, I'm Kong Chang, Vice President of the Business Department at Rongxing Garments. Kindly vacate this private room, our chairman needs it to entertain guests. Wang Hui and the Hulong brothers frowned upon hearing this. As if suddenly recalling something, Wang Hui curled his lip and asked, would your chairman happen to be named Li Rong? Kong Chang sounded surprised. You know our boss? He came to dine at Dinga restaurant precisely because the owner, Li Rong, was hosting a business partner. Wang Hui said coldly, not very familiar. Take your money and get lost. The words were anything but tactful, causing Kong Cheng's expression to darken instantly. Kong Cheng glared fiercely at Wang Hui and said, offering you money to give up the private room is giving you face. Don't push your luck when given respect. The main reason he dared to snatch the private room was largely because Wang Hui and his group didn't appear to be particularly wealthy. After all, although Shitting Pavilion is expensive, even its cheapest 888 yuan set menu isn't entirely unaffordable for the average person. As a result, it's common for curious working-class folks to visit occasionally for a taste of something new. Seeing Wang Hui was about to lose his temper, Hu Long, however, held Wang Hui back from the side, whispering, "Don't act rashly, the people from Rongxing Group are not to be trifled with." Why are they said to be not to be trifled with? Wang Hui didn't know, but Hu Long was well aware. Before founding Rongxing Group, Li Rong was involved in shady dealings. For someone with such a dubious background to successfully whitewash his reputation and establish a company clearly indicates Li Rong has powerful backing. Although Hu Long's family had some money and his father had some connections. But compared to this Li Rong, there was a world of difference. Of course, Li Rong had influence, but it was still far from matching the Beichen Huaguan Group. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally gone to Linfeng Commercial Street to search for a shop. Just then, another figure walked in. After glancing inside the room, the man's gaze lingered on Wang Hui for a few seconds before turning displeased toward Kong Chang. "What's going on?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Kong Chang's arrogant expression vanished instantly. He stammered, I was discussing with them, asking them to give up the private room." Before he could even finish speaking, the newcomer slapped Kong Chang across the face. The blow left Kong Chang completely stunned. "You damn idiot! That Mr. Wang is the landlord of our Linfeng Commercial Street. Did you leave your brain at home or what?" The man said angrily, raising his hand to deliver another slap. Clearly, these two slaps were meant for Wang Hui to see, and the message was unmistakable. Wang Hui, however, looked at the man with a smile and said, "Li Rong, President Li, your company's vice president is really something. The moment he walked in, he threw money at me, told me to give up the private room, and even said it was my good fortune." Upon hearing this, Li Rong slapped Kong Chang across the face again, cursing, "Are you stupid? Mr. Wang owns 10 damn shops on Linfeng Commercial Street, and you think you can humiliate him with money?" Kong Chang, who had been quite defiant earlier, didn't make a sound after being hit. But when he heard that Wang Hui owned 10 shops on Linfeng Commercial Street, his expression changed instantly. Could someone who bought 10 shops on Linfeng Commercial Street be an ordinary person? Common sense says no. So Kong Chang instinctively assumed Wang Hui was some privileged second-generation figure. And it wasn't just Kong Chang. Li Rong also regarded Wang Hui as a powerful figure with strong backing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately slapped Kong Chang in front of Wang Hui. "Mr. Wang, I was wrong. If I had known you were our landlord, I wouldn't have dared to offend you even if you gave me the courage of 100 leopards." Under Li Rong's sharp gaze, Kong Chang quickly cowered, almost kneeling before Wang Hui. Chapter 10, The Strong Woman. As soon as Kong Chang finished speaking, Li Rong also laughed and said, "Mr. Wang, please forgive him. How about this, consider it as doing me, Li Rong, a favor. If you ever need anything in the future, just give me a call, and I'll help you settle it." Things had already been said to this extent. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. Wang Hui didn't bother to haggle over every ounce with Kong Chang. After all, it's wise to leave room for maneuver. You never know when you might meet again. Plus, he might still need Li Rong's favor in the future. Don't let it happen again. Upon hearing Wang Hui's words, Kong Chang's face immediately showed a look of gratitude. Li Rong also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Wang, you're just in time here. You still have 4 shops left, right? The guest I'm hosting today happens to be looking to rent shops as well. How about I put in a word and you rent all the shops to my guest?" Wang Hui pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "For won't do only 3. My brother's sister needs one for her own store." Upon hearing this, Hu Long immediately cast a grateful glance at Wang Hui. Meanwhile, Huya beside them blushed deeply. I knew brother Hui had me in his heart." "Is that so? Coincidentally, my guest has arrived and is in the hall. How about I call them over, and Mr. Wang can discuss directly with my guest?" Li Rong pondered for a moment before speaking. He then proceeded to introduce to Wang Hui, "This guest of mine is Xing Yueru, the chairman of Moonlight Cosmetics." Wang Hui remained expressionless, as he had little knowledge of business executives. However, Hu Long, who was sitting nearby, gasped in astonishment. Exclaimed in surprise, "President Li, Xing Yueru?" Wang Hui glanced at him, "You know her?" Hu Long scratched his head and said, "Well, I know of her, but at best, it's more like I know her while she doesn't know me. Xing Yueru is a business prodigy in Beichen City. She comes from an ordinary family. In her senior year of high school, she used the money she saved from part-time jobs to start a small cosmetics company. After entering university, through her hard work and innate business talent, she managed to grow Moonlight Cosmetics Group into the leading cosmetics company in Beichen City. According to financial news reports from Beichen City, Xing Yueru's net worth has long surpassed 1 billion, and what's even more astonishing is that Xing Yueru is still only a senior in college." Li Rong chimed in from the side, "Indeed, Xing Yueru is a true business genius. Even I feel somewhat inadequate in comparison." Just as they were speaking, Kong Chang led someone in from outside. Without a doubt, the person who appeared before Wang Hui and the others was none other than Xing Yueru. She has a tall figure with long, wavy black hair. Her eyes are large, her makeup is striking, and her presence is incredibly strong. From entering to sitting down, she merely nodded at Li Rong. She showed no intention whatsoever of greeting Wang Hui and the others. It's precisely this kind of icy beauty aura that makes people easily overlook her actual appearance. President Xing, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Wang Hui, who currently owns 4 shops in Linfeng Commercial Street. However, Mr. Wang intends to keep one for renting to his friend, so, to avoid an awkward silence, Li Rong proactively introduced Wang Hui to Xing Yueru. Upon hearing this, Xing Yueru glanced at Wang Hui, a flicker of surprise flashing through her eyes. Then he said coldly, Mr. Wang Hui, I need to rent your 4 shops. Name your price. Wang Hui sized him up defiantly in return. Sorry, there are only 3 left. Take it or leave it. Although he wasn't entirely sure just how in demand the shops on Linfeng Commercial Street were, he could somewhat tell from the tone of Li Rong, Hulong, and others. Shops on Linfeng Commercial Street are incredibly hard to come by. Only then did Wang Hui remember that his phone had call screening enabled. He picked up the phone and instinctively glanced at it. Just as expected. There were at least 20 blocked calls from intermediaries. With confidence in his heart, Wang Hui naturally didn't feel the slightest bit of panic. He took a sip of tea and said, So, President Xing, there are still 3 units left. Are you renting them or not? If you're not, I can rent them out to someone else right now. Xing Yueru replied expressionlessly, I'll rent them. I want to sign the contract now. Wang Hui shrugged. He always carried the contracts with him, so signing now was no problem. But the icy beauty before him with such a cold attitude really made him quite unhappy. Not only was she acting all high and mighty, but she also wore an expression as if everyone owed her a fortune. So damn annoying. As for the rent, I can use Alipay. Xing Yueru's words were left unfinished. Wang Hui interrupted, the rent is 80,000 a month. 3 units for half a year would be 1,440,000. 144 foot sounds too ominous, so I'll charge you 1,380,000 instead. 138 is a homophone for euro. However, Xing Yueru didn't catch Wang Hui's trick. After pondering for a moment, she said, Didn't you rent to General Manager Li for 50,000 a month? Wang Hui raised an eyebrow and said, The price has gone up. Got a problem with that? If you don't want to rent it, go find someone else, okay? Chapter 11, 20 School District Apartments. Xing Yueru's expression froze for a moment before she took a deep breath and said, I'll take it for 80,000. Shall we sign the contract now? Wang Hui clicked his tongue twice, thinking to himself that this woman was truly wealthy. He then promptly took out a rental contract from his pocket. After signing the contract, Wang Hui's phone chimed with a notification. Ding, payment received via Zafubo, 1,380,000 yuan. After paying the rent, Xing Yueru turned and left the private room without looking back. Watching the departing graceful figure, Li Rong gave a couple of awkward laughs before leaving with Kong Chang. Inside the private room at this moment, siblings Hulong and Huya didn't dare to breathe loudly as they stared at Wang Hui. Huizi, you're just too amazing, aren't you? After a long pause, Hulong couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Huya chimed in as well, Yeah, brother Hui, it's only been 13 minutes and you've already made over 1 million. That's incredible. Listening to the siblings' flattery, Wang Hui took out a rental contract from his pocket and said, Let's sign this while we're at it, it's the last one. They had already agreed on the price, so the contract was signed right away. Hulong didn't hesitate either. As soon as he got the contract, he transferred 250,000 yuan to Wang Hui on the spot. At that moment, Wang Hui's phone rang again. The caller ID showed a string of garbled numbers. It made Wang Hui's heart tighten. He signaled to the Hulong siblings and then walked out of the private room, pressing the answer button. Congratulations, host, for successfully renting out all 10 shops. The system rewards you with ownership of 5 of them, while the other 5 will be unbound from you in 6 months. The system paused for less than 2 seconds before speaking again. The system has allocated ownership of 20 elementary school properties at Beichin City Normal University Affiliated Elementary School. Please rent them out as soon as possible, host. As soon as the words were spoken, the phone line went dead with a busy tone. Wang Hui stared blankly at the darkened phone screen, momentarily speechless. So after renting out all the shops provided by the system, he could actually gain ownership of 5 of them. And they gave me another 20 school district properties? And they're affiliated with the Normal University Elementary School? Beichin Normal University Elementary School is a top-tier primary school in Beichin City. This is a golden school where even the temporary enrollment fees cost hundreds of thousands. According to Wang Hui's rough understanding, the lowest price per square meter for properties near this school starts at over 30,000. The rent is even more shocking. Thinking of this, Wang Hui quickly took out his phone, opened a local rental app, and checked the listings. When he saw the rental prices, Wang Hui's scalp tightened, and he gasped in shock. A 3-bedroom apartment of 100 square meters actually costs 10,000 a month in rent. Did some calculations 20 units would bring in 200,000 a month and 1.2 million in half a year. Although the amount isn't as high as commercial properties, these school district apartments are snapped up almost instantly as soon as they're listed. How is this any different from handing out money? After lunch, Wang Hui parted ways with Hulong and Huya. Originally, Huya had planned to mooch another dinner off Wang Hui. But Wang Hui didn't hesitate, directly stating he had important matters to attend to, effectively turning Huya down. Just as the three were getting up to leave Shitting Pavilion, the waiter from Shitting Pavilion walked up to the three of them. Mr. Wang, hello. The property management of Beiyuan Huafu just asked me to deliver these 20 property deeds and keys to you. Please check and confirm. This scene left Hulong and Huya completely stunned. Wang Hui had just rented out 10 commercial properties. Does he still have 20 houses? Hulong was shocked. His good friend had hidden this too deeply. After parting ways with Hulong and Huya, Wang Hui drove straight to Beiyuan Huafu. Beiyuan Huafu is a relatively old residential community. However, precisely because it's located in a school district, property prices here have consistently far exceeded those of surrounding developments. Wang Hui glanced at the stack of property deeds piled on the passenger seat. My 20 school district properties are as follows. Building 6, Units 601, 602, 603. Building 7, Units 601, 602, 603. Building 8, Units 501, 502, 503, 601, 602, 603. Building 9, 601, 602, 603. Building 10, 601, 602, 603, 701, 702. All buildings in Beiyuan Huafu have 8 floors, with 3 units per floor and 2 elevators. Wang Huisan first took the keys to check inside the apartment. They're all actually fully furnished. All the appliances and furniture are included. It's basically the move-and-ready type you see in real estate ads. After that, Wang Hui went straight to the print shop downstairs and printed a stack of flyers. At first, he considered hiring an agent. But when he learned that agents charge at least 12 months' rent per property as commission, he gave up on the idea. One property would be manageable, but the problem was he owned 20. The sheer amount of commission would be painful to bear. Rather than relying on agents, he decided to handle it himself. Besides, he was well aware of the rental market in Beiyuan Huafu. It was highly competitive, so there was absolutely no need to hand money over to an agent. Chapter 12, Case Solved. At the same time, Li Jia was lying on the sofa at home, furiously making a phone call. Hello, is this Aunt Lu? What kind of person did you introduce to me yesterday? Aunt Lu was the matchmaker who introduced Wang Hui and Li Jia for a blind date. On the other end of the phone, Aunt Lu paused for a moment before replying. What, didn't he catch your eye? I thought Wang Hui was quite a decent young man, handsome and presentable. Li Jia felt even more upset upon hearing Aunt Lu's words. Aunt Lu, how could you not tell me about his situation beforehand? The memory of yesterday's encounter at the cafe filled Li Jia with overwhelming frustration. It's just that Wang Hui's mother is my neighbor, and she asked me directly. I really couldn't say no, Aunt Lu explained helplessly. I know you're not interested in him, but Wang Hui is actually a decent young man. You could at least try to be friends and see how things go. I look down on him? Aunt Lu, don't be ridiculous, it's him who looks down on me. Li Jia said irritably. Ha? Aunt Lu was stunned. She knew Li Jia's qualifications well, a master's graduate from a prestigious university. Though not exceptionally beautiful, she was more than a match for Wang Hui. He owns 10 storefronts on Linfeng Commercial Street. Li Jia explained. But just from Aunt Lu's tone, Li Jia could tell that something seemed off. 10 shops on Linfeng Commercial Street? Where did you hear that? I saw someone handing him the property deed and keys with my own eyes. Aunt Lu quickly comforted Li Jia with a few words, then said, that can't be right. I'm their upstairs-downstairs neighbor, I know exactly what their family situation is like. Ha? Girl, do you think he might be working as a real estate agent now, so? I get it. Li Jia suddenly realized, gritting her teeth and saying, he must be a real estate agent. Yesterday he was just trying to show off in front of me. Maybe he was just joking with you, and you took it seriously, Aunt Lu said with a smile. Li Jia gritted her teeth and said nothing more. A master's graduate from a prestigious university had actually been fooled by someone from such a third-rate institution. This was an insult to her intelligence. But with things having come to this, there was nothing left for her to say. But if I ever run into that braggart Wang Hui again, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. After hanging up on Aunt Lu, her phone rang again. This time, it was her mother calling. Xiaojie, have you started looking into the school district housing yet? Li Jia has a younger sister who is 6 years old this year and is about to start elementary school. Her parents really want to arrange for her sister to attend the best affiliated elementary school in Beichin City. However, besides requiring a sponsorship fee, the affiliated school also has a district enrollment policy, so Li Jie's mother wants to rent a house near the school. But the school district housing around the affiliated school is in high demand, so Li Jie has searched for a long time without success. School is about to start, so her mother keeps calling every other day to urge her. Most of the desirable school district apartments with good layouts were already rented by eager parents right at the beginning of summer vacation. By this time, even the less ideal apartments are hard to come by. Mom, I'm looking for one now. At the beginning of summer vacation, you thought the prices were too high and told me to wait, and now you keep pushing me. Li Jie was utterly speechless. At the very beginning, she had actually picked out 2 or 3 options, but after quoting the prices to her parents, her mother disagreed again. Now, with the situation becoming urgent, her mother suddenly told her to quickly find a place, saying the price wasn't an issue. How can a graduate student from a prestigious university not handle such a trivial matter? Alright, hurry up and find a place. I'm taking your sister shopping for clothes. With that, Li Jie's mother hung up the phone. Hey, Mom. Li Jie looked at the darkened phone screen with a helpless expression. What does this have to do with being a graduate student from a prestigious university? Auntie Wang, are you home? Auntie Lu went straight downstairs and knocked on Wang Hui's door. The door opened, and Mother Wang looked at Aunt Lu with a puzzled expression, saying, What's the matter? Why the rush? Ah, Mother Wang, your Xiaowei usually seems quite honest. How come he boasts as if it were true? Aunt Lu said. What? Yesterday you asked me to set up Xiaohui on a blind date, didn't you? In front of the girl, Xiaowei claimed your family owns 10 shops on Linfeng Commercial Street, completely startling the poor girl. She just called me to complain. 10 shops on Linfeng Commercial Street? Ha, that brat really dares to say anything. Hey, Auntie Wang, your family doesn't actually own 10 shops on Linfeng Commercial Street, do you? What nonsense! We've been neighbors for so many years, you know exactly what my family's situation is. If I really had 10 shops on Linfeng Commercial Street, I'd give you one. Auntie Wang said with a laugh. Achoo! Wang Hui, who was still house hunting in Beiyuan residential area, sneezed. He shook his head and continued walking toward the next property. Chapter 13, Encountering Li Jie again. At this moment, Li Jie also arrived at Beiyuan residential area. Beiyuan residential area is the closest to Beichen affiliated elementary school, no more than a 5-minute walk. If renting a place, securing one here would definitely be ideal. However, precisely because of its prime location, the apartments here get rented out the fastest. Li Jie was just trying her luck and didn't hold much hope in her heart. At the bulletin board by the residential complex's main entrance, many of the rental ads had already yellowed with age. The remaining ads that looked relatively new were all called by Li Jie one by one. But the responses she got were mostly that the apartments had already been rented out. Little girl, are you looking to rent an apartment? Asked an elderly man wearing a black security guard uniform. Li Jie quickly nodded. Yes, I've been searching for a long time, but haven't found a single one. The security guard chuckled and said, It's not easy to rent a place in Beiyuan these days. If you're looking for a house, I'd suggest checking out Hufang Community. They might still have some available. But Hufang Community is too far away, Li Jie replied. She had naturally been to Hufang Community before. It was also an older neighborhood with some history. Although Hufang Community also allowed enrollment at Beichen Elementary School, it would take over half an hour by bike to get there, and walking would take at least 50 minutes to an hour. It's a bit of a distance, but if you go any later, the houses there might be gone already, said the elderly security guard. Alright, thank you, Li Jie replied somewhat hesitantly. If I really can't find a place, I guess I'll have to try the Hufang neighborhood after all. The location may be a bit far, but at least it's better than nothing. At this moment, a brand new rental advertisement was slapped onto the bulletin board. Li Jie looked up and saw the person posting the ad. It was actually him. How could it be you? Wang Hui also noticed Li Jie, sizing her up before saying, What's it to you? Provoked by Wang Hui's retort, Li Jie was instantly furious. She raised an eyebrow and demanded, What are you doing here? Wang Hui rolled his eyes. Are you blind? Renting a place, obviously. Your own house? Duh. Ha. Li Jie rolled her eyes. Keep pretending, go ahead and act all you want. Yesterday you were bragging about owning 10 shops in Linfeng Commercial Street, and now you're claiming to have property in Beiyuan residential area. What a show-off. Want to rent? Since you know Aunt Lu, I'll give you a 2% discount. Li Jie scoffed and said, Stop pretending. I've asked Aunt Lu, you can't even produce one shop in Linfeng Commercial Street, let alone a school district apartment in Beiyuan. Honestly, you're just a damn agent showing off other people's properties to me. What should we do if this really happens? Ha, if you really have it, just tell me what to do, and get out of the way. I need to hurry up and find a place to live. I don't have time to argue with you. Li Jie finished speaking and turned around and left gracefully. Wang Hui smiled and didn't think much of it. He thought to himself, It's my house. Do you believe it has anything to do with me? However, a few hours later, Li Jia had almost called every available number in the area in her desperate attempt to rent an apartment in Baiyuan community. The responses she received were mostly that the apartments were already rented out, and she should try looking in other neighborhoods. After some more searching, Li Jia returned to the bulletin board in Baiyuan community. Just as Li Jia was considering whether to rent an apartment in Hufan community, suddenly, a flyer caught her eye. It was an advertisement posted by Wang Hui. The content is similar, also advertising rental properties. This person is likely a real estate agent. If you contact them directly, you should be able to get the property listings. Shaking her head, Li Jia snorted coldly. There were so many real estate agents out there, why was she even thinking about finding him? Thinking this, Li Jia got up and started walking toward the exit of the residential complex. There were several real estate agencies just outside the complex, and she had asked them before, but they all said they had no available properties. Maybe if she asked again now, she might get a pleasant surprise. At the main gate of Baiyuan residential community. Mr. Landlord, you are truly a kind person. A middle-aged couple, holding a young boy who looked to be around 5 or 6 years old, repeatedly thanked Wang Hui. The man was named Wang Jianya, sharing the same surname as Wang Hui. The woman is named Zhang Mei. The little boy is named Wang Haiyang. He is 6 years old, just 1 month short of the age when he should start elementary school. No need to be so formal, we're all family. Wang Hui smiled and said. Wang Jianya and Zhang Mei, along with their children, were there to look for a house. And they had been looking for quite some time. It was by chance that I saw Wang Hui's advertisement. So I decided to give Wang Hui a call, just to see what would happen. Neither of them were locals, so finding a school for their child became their biggest challenge. In their search for a school district home, they have practically scoured the entire area. Fortunately, they came across Wang Hui. All the paperwork has been taken care of. You can just take the children over there. Wang Hui said. Thank you. The couple smiled brightly and thanked him again. Chapter 14, No Rental. At the same time, he called the children over to thank Wang Hui. However, the child seemed a bit shy and hid behind his parents. Mr. Landlord, shall we go back and pack our belongings now? We'll move in within the next couple of days. Wang Jianya said. Okay, you've seen it just now. There's furniture and appliances. Wang Hui nodded. After watching the family leave, a smile appeared on Wang Hui's lips. First order completed. The rent is 10,000 per month, with a minimum lease of 6 months, totaling 60,000. The deposit is 40,000. Just for one house, you get 100,000 yuan in your hands. But that's not the main point. The key point is that after all the houses are rented out, according to the system's nature, half of them will permanently become your own assets. However, the price Wang Hui quoted wasn't too expensive. After all, his house is fully renovated and comes with all appliances and furniture. If it weren't for Wang Hui not caring much, someone would be willing to rent it for 15,000. Wang Hui turned around and prepared to continue posting ads. But his gaze happened to meet Li Jia's. Is something wrong? Li Jia hesitated for a moment and said, I know you're a real estate agent. Do you have any properties available? Earlier, she had been standing at a distance eavesdropping and hadn't heard a word of the conversation between that family and Wang Hui. So she subconsciously assumed that Wang Hui still had properties available. I'm not going to bother with you. Wang Hui glanced at her and continued walking toward the North Garden community. Hey, can you rent me an apartment? I'll pay you an extra 10% in rent. Li Jia said through gritted teeth. No way. Wang Hui didn't even look back as he kept walking. We're all adults. Can you stop being so ridiculous? You're a real estate agent, and I'm a client. Don't you fear I might file a complaint against you? Li Jia hurriedly caught up and said irritably. You must be an idiot. This is my house. Who are you going to complain to? Wang Hui now wondered if this woman was mentally unstable. Or maybe you've read too many books and it's gone to your head? Just then, Li Jia suddenly stepped in front of Wang Hui. Taking a deep breath, she said, just tell me, what exactly do you want in order to rent the house to me? She didn't bother to argue about who the house belonged to anymore. After all, her main goal today was to rent the house. Wang Hui stopped in his tracks and smiled, saying, Alright, you have to beg me. Li Jia's lips twitched. Can you stop being so boring? No, I can't. Whether you beg or not, I'm leaving. Li Jia clenched her fists, looked around, and said, Alright, I was wrong before. I'm apologizing to you here. Will that work? No, beg me. Li Jia almost raised her fist to hit someone. She just couldn't understand how this man could be so despicable. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Hui had access to housing, she wouldn't have given him the time of day. What do you want from me? It took a full minute for Li Jia to calm herself down. Beg me. Wang Hui shrugged. Alright, I'll beg you. Is that okay? What do you mean, count on me? Aren't you the one begging me? Wang Hui said. Li Jia was so angry that her whole body trembled. Even in the middle of summer, her hands and feet felt ice cold. For a moment, she felt as though hell was empty and demons roamed the earth. What kind of society is this? She took a deep breath. Please. The sound was so loud that it startled passers-by in the vicinity. A few elderly women chatting under a large tree were nearly knocked over by the sudden noise. What are you shouting about? Look what you've done to those old ladies. If something happens, you'll be responsible. Wang Hui said angrily. Li Jie ignored him and clenched her teeth, shouting, Can I rent the house now? Stop whining. Wang Hui scratched his ear, but I don't have any properties available either. What? Are you kidding me? Li Jie was about to explode with anger. So after wasting half a day, this guy doesn't have any properties available? Just then, Wang Hui's phone rang. Hello? What? You want to rent a house? Alright, I'm at the main gate of the community. I'll be right over. Li Jie, who was just about to leave, widened her eyes in surprise. Didn't you say you didn't have any available rooms? Well, I guess making too much money lately has affected my memory. I suddenly remembered I still have one. Wang Hui said. Damn it. Li Jie couldn't take it anymore and swung her bag at Wang Hui. What are you doing? Don't you have any manners? How dare you hit someone? Wang Hui dodged in all directions and finally slipped away into the residential area. Watching Wang Hui's disappearing figure, Li Jie shifted her feet nervously and hailed a taxi to go home. Once she arrived home, she hurriedly called Aunt Lu. Li Jie, Aunt Lu, this Wang Hui is so terrible. Aunt Lu, what's going on? After that, Li Jie told Aunt Lu everything that had just happened exactly as it had occurred. Aunt Lu, what? That's impossible. He's just writing novels online. Where would he get a school district property listing? Chapter 15, Huya's best friend. Li Jie, I don't know. Anyway, I saw him rent out a unit today. Could it be that he did it just to show off in front of me and hired actors on purpose? He shouldn't be that bored, right? Plus, I saw him renting the place secretly. Aunt Lu, alright, I'll go ask his mom right now. After hanging up the phone, Aunt Lu immediately went downstairs to Wang Hui's house. Old Lu, what's the matter? Dinner isn't ready yet, and you're already taking me dancing? Wang's mother opened the door and smiled at Aunt Lu. She thought Aunt Lu had come to invite her to go square dancing together. No, Li Jie called me today and said that your son Xiao Hui is working as a real estate agent and has rented out a school district apartment. I came to confirm with you. Aunt Lu hurriedly explained. What? Real estate agent? No way. That kid has been writing novels all along. He doesn't have time to be a real estate agent. Not a real estate agent? Then the school district house is also yours? No way, our family can't afford a school district house. I think it's probably being rented out for a friend. I remember he had a pretty close roommate in college named Hulong. Maybe it's being rented out for that Hulong. After hearing Mrs. Wang's words, Aunt Lu finally understood. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, Why don't you go ask your son Xiao Hui? Don't let him get into trouble outside without you two knowing about it. Alright, I'll call him right now. Wang's mother said helplessly. After saying that, she actually took out her phone and called Wang Hui. Wang's mother pressed the speaker button and said, Xiao Hui, where are you now? Wang Hui, I'm at Beiyuan Community. What's wrong? Wang's mother, tell your mother the truth. Did you go work as a real estate agent? Wang Hui, what? No, I didn't. Wang's mother, then where did you get the school district housing? Wang Hui, of course I bought it with money. Wang's mother, stop wasting time. The money you earn from writing novels isn't enough to cover your own expenses. Where would you get the money to buy a school district house? Wang Hui, writing novels is like buying lottery tickets. If it becomes popular, you make money. Wait until I come back and show you the property deed, then you'll see. Wang Hui spoke as if it were true, and Wang's mother's eyes lit up instantly. Did you really buy it? Wang Hui, it's real, even more real than real gold. What's wrong? Are you unhappy that your son made money? Wang's mother hurriedly laughed, happy. Son, work hard and earn more money to get married. The mother and son's conversation was overheard by Aunt Lu, who couldn't help but feel envious. After Wang's mother hung up the phone, she finally spoke up, alright, Xiao Hui has made something of himself. As parents, how could they not be happy when someone praised their child? Wang's mother quickly laughed and said, this little rascal is so inconsiderate. He didn't even tell me about something as important as buying a house. Though her words were scolding her son, the pride on her face was evident. Over at Beiyuan residential area, Wang Hui has already rented out 10 apartments one after another. Wow, renting out school district properties is like picking up money. It's not even been 2 hours, and half the properties have already been rented out. If we put in a little more effort, we could clear it out by tomorrow at the latest. He stretched lazily, and his phone suddenly rang again. It was Huya calling. Huya, brother Hui, what are you doing? Wang Hui, working, what else could I be doing? Huya, here's the thing. During lunch, you mentioned you have a school district property, right? I told my best friend about it, and she said she's also looking to rent a place and wants to come take a look. Wang Hui, does your best friend have relatives who are going to elementary school? Huya, no, she's renting it for herself. Wang Hui heard this and thought to himself, isn't she crazy? Why would he rent a school district house to live in? You should know that the rent for a school district apartment is at least several times more expensive than a regular apartment. There was no response on the other end of the phone. Huya hurriedly said, Huigu, don't worry about it. My best friend isn't short on money. If you still have a house, I'll bring her over to see it right now. After hanging up the phone, Huya turned to a sweet-looking girl beside her and said, let's go. We agreed. The sweet-looking girl rolled her eyes and said, I don't believe your brother Hui has that many school district houses. I think he's probably just trying to fool you and your brother. Huya sighed helplessly and said, is it worth it? What does he gain by scaring me and my brother? Besides, we've already seen the property deed and the keys. The sweet-looking girl gave a sly smile and said, teasing to make him chase you, do you understand? Huya rolled her eyes. She couldn't possibly tell her best friend that it was actually her who was chasing after her older brother, Huigu, could she? The two hailed a taxi and quickly arrived at Baiyuan residential area. From a distance, Huya spotted Wang Hui. Huigu. Wang Hui looked up and just happened to see Huya pulling a girl toward him. Is this Huya's best friend? Chapter 16, Luo Meng. The girl was wearing a loose-fitting Lolita outfit, not very tall, but very cute. Hello, I'm Huya's best friend. My name is Luo Meng. Wang Hui nodded and said, hello, I'm Wang Hui. Glancing at the sky, Wang Hui said, I happen to owe Xiaoya a dinner. Let me treat you both to dinner. Huya, upon hearing this, naturally wore a delighted expression. Luo Meng, however, furrowed his brows and said, I'd like to take a look at the house first. Huya hurriedly tugged at Luo Meng's sleeve. But Luo Meng remained unmoved. Wang Hui rubbed his nose and said, alright, I'll take you to see it now. After saying that, he walked ahead to lead the way. Oh, it's the same after eating. Huya pouted and complained. Luo Meng snorted and said, after dinner, he'll probably make excuses and tell us to come tomorrow. In a clothing store in the center of Beichen City, Li Jie grew increasingly angry as she thought about it. She had never encountered a man as rude as Wang Hui before. How could he do that? Hey, who provoked you to get so angry? At that moment, a woman dressed in a slit-front cheongsam with a mature, sophisticated demeanor walked over to Li Jie and teased her playfully. This woman was named Luo Fian, Li Jie's best friend, and also the owner of this Lu Jian clothing store. Although her style is more mature and sophisticated, her actual age is actually close to Li Jie's. Oh, I went on a blind date yesterday and met this super rude guy. He really annoyed me. Li Jie pouted and complained to her best friend. Luo Fian smiled. How unrefined. Say it so I can hear it. Immediately, Li Jie told her best friend about everything that had happened over the past 2 days. Luo Fian listened and exclaimed excitedly, who would have thought that we, the top students, would be played by a lowly man? Oh my gosh, are you even my best friend? You're not even comforting me. Alright, fine. Tomorrow, take me to meet this jerk so I can help you get revenge. Alright, I knew you were the best, Yen Yen. In Baiyuan community, Wang Hui, Huya, and Luo Meng finished transferring the last 10 school district houses. How about it? Which one do you like? Wang Hui asked. Luo Meng pondered for a moment and asked doubtfully, are all these houses yours? Wang Hui nodded. If you don't like them, let's go eat first. I'm not in a hurry. However, Luo Meng asked again, how do you prove that the house is yours? Huya, who was standing nearby, heard this and quickly pulled her best friend aside, signaling her to stay quiet. However, Luo Meng remained unyielding and said, as a tenant, I have the right to know who the landlord is, don't I? Wang Hui smiled. He had seen plenty of clueless college students like Luo Meng before. Therefore, he didn't take her harsh attitude to heart. If you've decided to rent the apartment, do we need to sign a lease agreement? Wang Hui's unexpected counter-question caught Luo Meng off guard, but she nodded in agreement. Renting a house naturally requires signing a lease agreement, there's no doubt about that. Wang Hui rolled his eyes and said, the purchase contract includes the landlord's name, ID number, and property information, right? Since the landlord's name, ID number, and property information are all included, what else needs to be proven? Or are you questioning the authenticity of the property information? Wang Hui's 3 consecutive questions left Luo Meng speechless. Huya also covered her forehead, as she had already anticipated this when Luo Meng first began speaking. But when she tried to remind the girl, she was completely ignored. Seeing Luo Meng remain silent, Wang Hui sighed and said, alright, are you renting the house or not? If not, let's just go eat. Luo Meng stubbornly raised her head, I'll rent it. How many more units do you have left? I'll take them all. Huya stumbled and nearly fell. Sister, have you lost your mind? Why rent so many school district houses? Luo Meng's answer even surprised Wang Hui. He looked her up and down again, cleared his throat, and said, 10 sets? Are you sure? Luo Meng nodded firmly and said, "You set the rent at 10,000 yuan per month, with a minimum 6-month lease. However, I've done some research, and the rent for similarly furnished apartments in Beiyuan community is now 12,000 yuan per month. That means if I rent all 10 of your units, I could sublet them for 15,000 yuan each. Given the reputation of Beichin affiliated primary school, if I list these 10 units at 15,000 yuan each, I can rent them all out in less than a week. In other words, if we calculate the vacancy period as 1 week, I would lose no more than 3,500 yuan per day. However, once rented out, I would earn 5 months and 3 weeks of income. Assuming each unit generates 5,000 yuan per month, I could earn 50,000 yuan per month with 10 units, and over 5 months, I would make at least 250,000 yuan. Huya, standing nearby, was completely speechless. However, Wang Hui showed no expression whatsoever. He had calculated this algorithm himself and knew that by delaying for a few days, he could earn an additional 250,000 yuan. But for a man with a system like him, what was 25,000? As long as all the houses are rented out, he could immediately secure 10 school district properties. Chapter 17, The Era of Office Buildings. And you can also unlock new missions. How could he not know what is important and what is not? No problem. Do you want to sign the contract now? Wang Hui said softly. This time, it was Luo Meng who was taken aback. She had clearly laid out the numbers for him, and he actually agreed? Wang Hui shrugged his shoulders. From Luo Meng's expression, he immediately guessed what she was thinking. 20,000 isn't much to me. If I don't rent out the house, I'll have to run around every day, which is even more of a waste of time. Luo Meng couldn't help but ask, then why don't you hire an agent to help you? Wang Hui smiled faintly and said, my mother always told me that one should not be lazy and rely on others. If I handed everything over to an agent, wouldn't I just be wasting my days away? Of course, Wang Hui was just saying that. The real reason was that he was just too idle. He's not writing novels anymore, so he has to find something to do, right? Renting out the house through an agent, how can that compare to doing it yourself? However, Luo Meng and Huya were completely taken aback by Wang Hui's explanation. Huya's eyes sparkled with admiration. Hui Ge, you're really trying so hard. After Wang Hui and Luo Meng finished signing the contract, Wang Hui instinctively took out his phone. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully rented out 20 school district properties. 10 of these properties will be awarded as a reward and permanently added to your assets, while the remaining 10 will be reclaimed after 6 months. Ding! The system has granted ownership of floors 60 to 100 of the Times office building. Please rent them out as soon as possible. Beep. 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 After hanging up the phone, Wang Hui slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. This time it was an office building. And it's a modern office building. Perhaps outsiders are unaware, but Wang Hui, a native of the area, knows exactly what the Times office building signifies. This is a new office building that was only completed in the past 2 years. Located in the Binjiang business district of Chenzhang district, it overlooks the city center across the river. With a building height of 606 meters, it has become the tallest office building in Beichin and the southern region. It is also a landmark building in Beichin City. Moreover, the office building is connected to a financial district spanning nearly 3 million square meters, with a reported total investment exceeding 30 billion yuan. The office building stands 100 stories tall, with each floor measuring 6 meters in height. There are 6 underground parking levels. Like many municipal-level enterprises in Beichin, their headquarters are all located there. It also includes ultra-luxury hotels, high-end shopping malls, and top-tier office buildings and apartments, among other facilities. It was precisely at the moment this building was completed that Beichin City designated this area as the city's central business district CBD. What does it mean to own a 40-story office building in such a prime location? It's hard to imagine. Because the value of such a place can no longer be easily measured in monetary terms. If this office building were to be put on the market, I wonder how many business tycoons from Beichin City, let alone other cities and provinces, would flock to it. Once all 40 floors of the office building are leased, I'll secure 20 of them. At this thought, Wang Hui sucked in a sharp breath. If the previous 5 shops and 10 school district apartments were a substantial asset, then the 20-story office building is enough to multiply his assets several times over. Hui Ge, what's wrong with you? Huya saw Wang Hui freeze after hanging up the phone, so she walked up and shook his arm. Wang Hui snapped out of his daze and said, it's nothing. Let's go eat. It's almost 8 o'clock. Early in the morning. Wang Hui drove his Porsche 911 straight to the Times office building. He was planning to complete the handover procedures first so that he could then rent it out. He had just arrived at the lobby of the Times office building. Wang Hui ran into someone he knew. Hey, isn't that Mr. Qiu Junyan, the general manager? Wang Hui's eyes lit up, and he greeted him proactively. Qiu Junyan was wearing a well-fitted suit at the time, holding a cup of Xingbaku coffee in his hand. Upon seeing Wang Hui, he couldn't help but feel a sense of caution. Wang Hui, why are you here? Wang Hui grinned and said, of course I'm here on business. Did you think I came to visit you? From that class reunion, he learned that Cho Junyan was now working at a well-known real estate company in the city. This real estate company is also a joint venture between Cho Junyan's father and several of his uncles. However, what Wang Hui didn't expect was that Cho Junyan's family company had managed to set up operations in the Times office building. At first, he had assumed that Cho Junyan was just an ordinary rich second-generation heir. Cho Junyan's lips twitched slightly before he said, "Don't tell me you also have an office building in Times Square?" He shook his head. No way. It was mainly because of what happened at the commercial street 2 days ago. It really knocked him down. It even made him subconsciously feel that Wang Hui is actually quite cunning. Thinking of this, Cho Junyan lowered his head and took a sip of Xingbaku to calm his nerves. It must be that way. However, Wang Hui scratched his head and admitted honestly, "Yeah, how did you know that the 40-story office building is mine?" Put. Cho Junyan spat out the word Xingbaku in one breath. He twitched his face and said, "You're bragging first thing in the morning? Aren't you afraid of a bolt from the blue?" Chapter 18, The Cho Family Father and Son. Wang Hui took a crumpled napkin from his pocket and stuffed it into Cho Junyan's hand. Then, with a sympathetic expression, he said, "Junyan, look at your name. It's so meaningful. Junyan means young and handsome. Think about it, didn't you doubt me 2 days ago when I said I had 10 shops in the Linfoam commercial street? Now you're questioning whether I have an office building? Take your time, don't rush." Wang Hui's words left Cho Junyan speechless. That's right, just 2 days ago, he had questioned him about not having a shop, and now this guy was immediately proving him wrong. Now I'm questioning him again about not having an office building. And shuddered violently. Cho Junyan quickly threw the mysterious napkin he was holding onto the ground. He still looked utterly disbelieving. "Having a shop is one thing, but you say you have an office building in the Times Square area? I don't believe you. 40 floors? Do you even know how much that costs?" Although there aren't many sales records for Times office buildings, based on current market prices, each floor would cost at least 3 to 400 million. And the higher the floor, the more expensive it gets. A 40-story building would probably cost over 100 billion to purchase. How could Wang Hui possibly afford that? After firming up his resolve, Cho Junyan couldn't help but say, "If you really have a 40-story office building, I'll bark like a dog for you on the spot." Wang Hui picked up the napkin from the ground and tossed it into the nearby trash can, saying, "You rich people have no manners. Why are you littering?" Then, he curved his lips into a smile and continued, "Xiao Qiu, don't speak so bluntly. Didn't your father teach you to always leave yourself an out?" The words had barely left his mouth. A magnetic voice echoed, "I taught you, but whether to leave a backdoor depends on the person." Wang Hui looked up and saw that the speaker was a middle-aged man in a suit. The man bore a striking resemblance to Cho Junyan, but his receding hairline was striking, suggesting he was likely going bald in middle age. That's right, this man was indeed Cho Junyan's father, Cho Yan. As for Cho Yan, he is quite a character. In the 1970s and 1980s, he boldly ventured into business, weathered many ups and downs, and eventually built a fairly sizable real estate company with his older brother and younger brother. As everyone knows, running a real estate company is not something just anyone can do. Besides connections, you also need the right skills. The means, of course, speak for themselves. Therefore, there is still a hint of the aura of a ruthless leader in Cho Yan. "Young man, you're Junyan's university classmate, aren't you?" "I'm Junyan's father, Cho Yan." Cho Yan, relying on his seniority, spoke first. Wang Hui smiled and nodded, "Mr. Cho, we met at the university parent-teacher meeting. Their third-rate university wasn't like a normal university, they often held parent-teacher meetings, so Wang Hui remembered Cho Yan. After all, in the entire class, only Cho Yan showed up at the parent-teacher meeting in a Mercedes-Benz. "Ha, you mentioned earlier that you have a 40-story office building in Times Square?" Cho Yan suddenly spoke up, "I wonder which 40 floors you're referring to. From the 70th floor to the 100th floor are all mine." Wang Hui answered honestly. Cho Yan sneered and said, "Young man, do you know what I had to sacrifice to establish the company in Times Square and secure an office space of less than 100 square meters?" Before Wang Hui could respond, he continued, "Young man, stop bragging. Stay grounded and work hard, that's the way to go." Wang Hui rolled his eyes. "So you don't even believe me when I'm telling the truth?" At that moment, Cho Junyan snorted coldly and said, "Dad, Wang Hui is just a nouveau riche. You can't trust a word he says." However, Cho Yuan, standing beside him, couldn't help but twitch his lips, nearly unable to resist slapping his son in public. "What does dead nouveau riche mean? Your father was also a nouveau riche, you ungrateful son?" But in the end, he managed to hold back. After all, as time passed, more and more people who worked in the office building began to pass by. Wang Hui shrugged his shoulders. These two father and son really have issues. Whether they believe it or not, what does it have to do with me? Thinking of this, he smiled again and said, "All right, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I need to go inside to handle the property handover procedures." watching Wang Hui walk into the office building without looking back. Both father and son looked puzzled. Could everything he said be true? They exchanged glances. The father and son nodded in perfect harmony. Anyway, it's still early, let's follow them and see what's going on. Probably just full from eating too much. Wang Hui walked into the Times office building. This was his first time there. The first floor lobby of the office building had a ceiling height of nearly 10 meters. Hanging at the center is a crystal chandelier crafted using Swarovski's signature cutting technique. It looks incredibly luxurious. Wang Hui went straight to the front desk. It was already 8 o'clock. At the front desk sat two attractive property managers dressed in professional suits and short skirts. Hello, sir. May I assist you with anything? One of the short-haired property management staff members spoke with a professional smile. I need to go to the 80th floor to handle some paperwork. Wang Hui said indifferently. Chapter 19, Zhou Hua. According to the system's prompt, floors 60 to 100 belong to an international logistics company. Their chairman's office is located on the 80th floor. The property management staff smiled and said, "Sure, I'll get you a temporary pass right away." In such large office buildings, basic visitor registration is required for all entrants. Wang Hui nodded and then cooperated with the property management staff to register his name and phone number. Xiao Yan and Xiao Junyan exchanged glances, intending to take the elevator up with Wang Hui to see what was going on. They worked in this office building, so they naturally had access cards and didn't need to apply for temporary passes. Wang Hui took the access pass handed to him by the property management staff and walked into the office building with a confident stride. The Times office building had 100 floors, so it was equipped with 10 passenger elevators and 2 freight elevators. Each passenger elevator corresponds to a separate integer floor range. Wang Hui went directly to the elevator entrance designated for the 80th floor and waited. Ding! The elevator has arrived. Wang Hui glanced at the Chiu family father and son, then stepped into the elevator. The two men from the Chiu family hurriedly followed him inside. The elevator was fast, and in no time they reached the 80th floor. The front desk attendant glanced at Wang Hui and the Chiu family behind him, then walked over with a smile. "Hello, may I help you?" Wang Hui said, "Go tell your chairman that Wang Hui is here." The receptionist paused for a moment before heading inside. The Chiu family father and son were filled with confusion. A sense of foreboding began to rise in each of their hearts. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a horse-like face suddenly ran over, shouting, "Mr. Chiu, young Mr. Chiu." Xiao Yan and Xiao Junyan paused for a moment, then Xiao Yan smiled and said, "It's old Zhou. What are you doing working here?" Old Zhou's full name was Zhou Hua, and he had previously worked with Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan didn't think much of Zhou Hua, so their relationship wasn't very close. After we left that previous collaboration, I joined this logistics company, and now I'm the HR manager here. Zhou Hua mentioned his current career and status, and couldn't help but lift his head proudly, looking very satisfied with himself. Although Xiao Yan was the boss, Zhou Hua was still working for someone else. However, the scale of the logistics company is simply beyond what Xiao Yan can match. By the way, Mr. Chiu, how did you end up at my company? Aren't you in the real estate business? Zhou Hua kept his eyes fixed on Xiao Yan, barely glancing at Xiao Junyan. As for Wang Hui, he was completely ignored. However, as soon as Zhou Hua finished speaking, Xiao Junyan quickly interjected, "Manager Zhou, are you changing bosses?" Zhou Hua paused for a moment, shook his head, and said, "No, where did you hear that?" At that moment, Xiao Yan pointed at Wang Hui standing nearby and said, "This young man claims that all the floors of the modern office building you currently own 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100 belong to him." Zhou Hua heard this, first glanced up and down at Wang Hui, then sneered, "Mr. Chiu, young Mr. Chiu, you're joking, aren't you? Do you know who the boss of our logistics company is? Do you even know who the boss of our logistics company is? Our boss is Yang Xuxing, Mr. Yang. Think about it, how could he possibly sell the office building?" Upon hearing this, the Chiu family father and son both sucked in a cold breath. Yang Xuxing? He's one of the 3 wealthiest individuals in Beichin City, with assets nearing 100 billion. He is also one of the vice presidents of the Southern Business Association. A prominent figure like him, who is certainly not short of money, why would he sell an office building? Immediately, Zhou Hua smiled and said, "You guys have probably been deceived by this young man." At the same time, the sharp-witted Zhou Hua had clearly guessed that the Chiu family father and son seemed to be at odds with this young man. Why not take this opportunity to do them a favor? Then, Zhou Hua's eyes darted around, and he furrowed his brows. He said to Wang Hui, "Young man, there's a limit to joking around. If you don't have anything important to do, please leave our company." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Chiu family father and son both revealed expressions of curiosity. Xiao Junyan pretended to walk out and said, "Wang Hui, look at this. This is what happens when you brag recklessly. You've been proven wrong, haven't you?" Xiao Yan also sneered from the side, "Young people don't know their place. They don't keep their feet on the ground and just daydream all day long." Zhou Hua saw that Wang Hui remained unfazed, and his brows furrowed even more tightly. If you don't leave now, I'll call security. However, Wang Hui merely glanced at Zhou Hua and said, "You're Zhou Hua, right? Speaking to me like this, aren't you afraid your boss will fire you?" At this, Zhou Hua was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Young man, do you even know what you're saying? Chapter 20, Going Out Without Your Brain? Of course I know." Wang Hui said with a smirk, "I've bought all the office buildings of this logistics company. Logically speaking, your boss shouldn't dare to offend me over a mere employee like you. So there's a high chance you'll be fired by your boss." "Ha, what a joke. You actually bought the office building of our logistics company?" Zhou Hua's face betrayed a mocking expression, and he sneered, "What qualifies you to say that? Aren't you afraid of talking big? Whether I have the right or not, whether I'm bragging or not, it's not up to you to decide." Wang Hui didn't bother to argue with this minor figure. "Wait a moment," he paused, then said, "Your boss is on his way. You'll find out soon enough." After a pause, he said, "Your boss is on his way. You'll find out soon enough. I'll see how long you can keep this up." Zhou Hua was now getting angry and spoke coldly. He had originally thought that this young man was just playing a prank and could be easily dismissed. But who knew this young man would actually stand up to me? Anyway, he didn't believe that the office building of his own company had been bought by this young man. After all, this isn't just a matter of a few million or even a few $100 million, it's a deal worth billions. He doesn't believe this young man can come up with hundreds of billions. Before long, the front desk attendant led a middle-aged man with a square face and a sturdy build, striding confidently toward them. "Which one of you is Mr. Wang Hui?" The middle-aged man is Yang Xuxing, the owner of this logistics company. "Mr. Yang, you're here?" Zhou Hua hurriedly greeted Yang Xuxing, but his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Oh no, from the way Mr. Yang spoke, it seemed like he knew this young man. Of course, up until now, he hadn't made the connection to Wang Hui buying the office building of the logistics company. After all, it was simply too far-fetched to be true. The Chiu family father and son also felt uneasy and hurriedly said in unison, "Hello, Mr. Yang." This was a big shot in the business world. However, the question that immediately arises is, does Yang Xuxing really know Wang Hui? "I am Wang Hui. Hello, Mr. Yang." Wang Hui stepped forward and nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Xuxing hurriedly smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Mr. Wang, hello. I'm Yang Xuxing. I'm truly sorry to have kept you waiting." As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell completely silent. Zhou Hua and the Chiu family father and son were all speechless with disbelief. That's Yang Xuxing. Why is he acting so subservient in front of Wang Hui? This scene was completely shattering their worldview. Wang Hui glanced at the three of them with interest, then turned to shake hands with Yang Xuxing, smiling slightly and saying, "No problem, we didn't have to wait long. It seems like Mr. Yang has already received the money? Since it's a system-produced item, it must have been fully resolved and handled properly before they sent me over." "That's right. I've already contacted the lawyer, and they'll be here shortly. Once we sign the transfer agreement, the 60th, 70th, 80th, 90th, and 100th floors of the Times office building will officially belong to Mr. Wang." "That's correct. I've already contacted the lawyer, and they'll be here shortly. Once we sign the transfer agreement, the 60th, 70th, 80th, 90th, and 100th floors of the Times office building will officially belong to Mr. Wang." Yang Xuxing paused for a moment before continuing, "I must also thank Mr. Wang for his assistance in helping me secure the 100 billion in cash so quickly." Yes, Yang Xuxing had already established himself as one of the top players in the logistics business in the southern region. However, no businessman ever feels that they have earned enough. So he invested in other projects. However, it wasn't until last week that he realized the new project was not as straightforward as he had anticipated. Just as it was nearing completion, it suddenly required hundreds of billions of dollars in funding to keep operations running. Even he couldn't raise that much money in such a short time. Fortunately, the appearance of Wang Hui gave him some breathing room. It can be said that Wang Hui did him a huge favor, making him his benefactor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so respectful toward Wang Hui. What? Upon hearing Yang Xuxing's words, it wasn't just Zhou Hua and the Chiu family father and son. Even the entire logistics company fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the employees looked at each other, each with a bewildered expression on their face. Our office building has been sold like this? I can sense that the company atmosphere has changed somewhat. Yang Xuxing gave Wang Hui an apologetic smile and then said loudly, "Everyone, don't worry. I've already found a new office building. We'll be able to move there in the next couple of days. Although it's not as famous as the Times office building, the office environment and facilities will definitely be no worse than the Times." After hearing the boss's explanation, the employees finally breathed a sigh of relief. "We were almost convinced we were going to lose our jobs." At that moment, Wang Hui turned to Yang Xuxing and said, "Mr. Yang, just now, Mr. Zhou Hua from your company was about to kick me out." Instantly, Zhou Hua's face turned dark. He struggled internally for a moment, then walked up to Yang Xuxing, bowed his head, and forced a smile. "Boss, Mr. Yang, I didn't know he..." It seemed like he was still trying to make an effort. However, Yang Shuxing replied with a sour expression, "Go to the finance department and settle your wages now." You dare to offend Mr. Wang? Did you leave your brain at home? Chapter 21, Jiang Tingting's Request. Zhou Hua turned ashen-faced and speechless. He knew he was finished, completely and utterly finished. Although finding a new job wasn't difficult, he had offended a powerful figure in the business world who could easily pull out 100 billion. It would be a long and arduous journey. He could almost envision the consequences. Zhou Hua even imagined what might happen to him if something unexpected were to occur, causing him to vanish from this world forever. At that moment, he just wanted to slap himself hard across the face. Who told him to be so mouthy? Then, he shot a venomous glance at the Chiu family father and son. That's right, it was all their fault. If it weren't for these two, how would I have offended Mr. Wang and been fired? Thinking of this, Zhou Hua didn't care about anything else. He took 2 steps and walked up to Wang Hui. With a thud, he knelt down. Mr. Wang, I was blind. I apologize to you. Please forgive me. Wang Hui, seeing this, burst into laughter and said, "Get out of here. Don't let me see you again." Zhou Hua quickly got up, tearfully grateful, and fled the scene. As for the 2 members of the Chiu family, both were staring blankly, completely frozen in place. It turned out that Wang Hui hadn't been lying. He really did buy the 40th floor of the Times office building. Wang Hui glanced at the father and son and said, "What's the matter? Aren't you leaving yet?" The Chiu family father and son shivered violently, then fled the scene one after the other. Shortly thereafter, the lawyer arrived as well. After signing the contract, Wang Hui politely declined Yang Shuxing's invitation to have a meal together. He went downstairs, got into his car, and headed home. Because Wang's mother had called him while he was signing, asking him to come home for lunch. Wang Hui's home. Wang's father sat on the sofa reading the newspaper. Wang's mother was wearing an apron and cooking. Beside Wang's mother stood a young girl. This girl was none other than Jiang Tingting. "Ha, Tingting, you'll get to taste Auntie's cooking soon. Xiao Hui will be back shortly. Why don't you go sit on the sofa for a while?" Wang Mama said with a smile. This was the first time a girl had come to visit Wang Hui, and she was overjoyed. Jiang Tingting shook her head and said, "It's okay, Auntie, let me give you a hand." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Wang's smile grew even brighter. This girl is so sensible. Not long after, Wang Hui returned. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Wang's mother and Jiang Tingting busy at work. "Hey, how did you get here?" Wang Hui's voice had barely faded away. Wang's mother turned around in displeasure and said, "Shall we? How can you talk like that? Can't Tingting come over just because she has nothing to do?" After saying that, she tapped Jiang Tingting on the shoulder and said, "Shall we is here. Go chat with him. Dinner will be ready soon." Jiang Tingting's face turned red. She knew exactly what Wang's mother meant. Nevertheless, she hesitantly walked over to Wang Hui and said, "Wang Hui, I have something I'd like to discuss with you." Wang Hui hummed in acknowledgement before plopping down onto the sofa. Jiang Tingting saw this and pouted, "It's a private matter." As she spoke, she stepped forward and tugged at Wang Hui. She meant for Wang Hui to go to the room with her to talk alone. "Shall we? Go on, you two go upstairs and talk," Wang's father said. At Wang Dad's gesture, Wang Hui reluctantly stood up and walked toward the room. Jiang Tingting hesitated for a moment before following him inside. She heard the bedroom door close. Wang's mother came out of the kitchen, and Wang's father put down the newspaper he was reading. The two exchanged a smile, and everything was understood without words. In the bedroom, Wang Hui sat on the bed, bored out of his mind, and said, "All right, what do you need me for?" He knew that Jiang Tingting must have something important to discuss with him, otherwise, why would she go out of her way to visit him and even follow him into the bedroom? Although his first impression of Jiang Tingting wasn't very good. After all, the image of a young woman with smoky makeup and drunk on the street isn't exactly appealing. But Wang Hui could tell that Jiang Tingting wasn't the kind of person who would act recklessly. The possibility of being drunk was that there was something on her mind. However, Wang Hui didn't ask. They weren't related, so he didn't feel it was his place to meddle in other people's business. Now that Jiang Tingting had come looking for him, there was a high likelihood that it was related to her drinking. Sure enough. Jiang Tingting hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, "I'd like to ask you for a favor. If you're willing to help me, I'll compensate you." Wang Hui looked at her with interest. "What kind of favor? Tell me first." Jiang Tingting nodded and said, "I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend and come home with me to meet my parents." Wang Hui paused for a moment before asking, "Why me? You mean, you don't have any other male friends?" Jiang Tingting said with a bitter smile, "I don't have any other male friends. If you're willing to acknowledge me as your friend, I'll be your first male friend." Wang Hui stared at Jiang Tingting in disbelief. What the hell? Chapter 22, a drinking scam? Although Jiang Tingting didn't look very good with her smoky makeup, she was still quite pretty after taking it off. At least among the girls Wang Hui has seen, she scores an 8.5 out of 10. But now she's actually telling him she doesn't have any male friends? How is that possible? Jiang Tingting clearly saw Wang Hui's confusion. She paused for a moment and explained, my family was very strict when I was growing up. Except for relatives, they never allowed me to interact with members of the opposite sex, so all my friends are women. Wang Hui rolled his eyes. What era are we in? There are still families like that? Really? I'm not lying. Jiang Tingting hurriedly said, my family is just very complicated. I can't explain it all in a few words. As long as you agree to pretend to be my boyfriend and come home with me to meet my family, I'm willing to pay you. You name the price. Wang Hui stroked his chin and asked again, is just meeting your family enough? Jiang Tingting hurriedly nodded, yes, just meet my family and maybe have dinner together. Wang Hui raised the corner of his mouth. Alright, I'll agree to it. But we'll discuss the compensation later. I'm not short on money right now. When I need your help in the future, you can't refuse. Jiang Tingting heard this and her face lit up with gratitude. Wang Hui, thank you. Wang Hui stood up, patted her on the shoulder, and said, no need to thank me. Didn't you just say we're friends? Feeling the lingering warmth of his sturdy hand, Jiang Tingting paused for a moment, then looked up at Wang Hui's strikingly handsome profile, and her face instantly flushed with a blush. She swallowed hard, feeling her mouth go dry. Wang Hui noticed Jiang Tingting's awkwardness but merely smiled indifferently before leaving the room. Once Wang Hui had left, Jiang Tingting snapped back to her senses and hurriedly followed him out. Wang Dad, sitting on the sofa, saw his son come out and quickly gave him a knowing wink. When Wang Hui walked over to him, he whispered, I think Jiang Tingting is a pretty good girl. You should really give her a chance. Wang Hui rolled his eyes and didn't bother to respond to his father. He simply sat down on the sofa and started scrolling through his phone. He opened his WeChat moments and saw that Huya was renovating her shop. Luo Meng is arranging to rent a house. Some former classmates are also sharing photos of their lunches and so on. Just then, a stranger requested to add me as a friend. Wang Hui paused for a moment, glanced at the unfamiliar cartoon avatar and the username Swallow, then clicked accept. He also sent a message, who are you? Meanwhile, at a high-end beauty salon, Luo Fian waved her phone. Xiao Jia, he added me. Li Jia, who was getting a spa treatment nearby, didn't even bother to look up and said, have you figured out how to deal with him yet? Luo Fian flipped her bangs aside. Of course. Otherwise, why would I add him? Li Jia heard this and quickly sat up, curiously asking, tell me more? Luo Fian giggled and said, of course, to make him submit to my charms and then cruelly abandon him. Li Jia rolled her eyes and said, can you be any more childish? Luo Fian explained, the move may be childish, but it's the only one we have. It's incredibly effective against men. She had it all planned out. First, she would make Wang Hui fall deeply in love with her, then she would spend all of his money, and finally, she would kick him out. It would be a seamless plan. Alright, it's all yours. I'm going to catch some sleep. Since Luo Fian was willing to take on everything, she naturally wouldn't object. Let's follow Luo Fian and get to work. Wang Hui, sitting on the sofa, stared at his phone screen with a playful expression. The stranger introduced himself as Yanzi and said he had accidentally added her. Because her phone number was only one digit different from her first love's number. This statement left Wang Hui feeling a chill run down his spine. It's 2022, and you still see this kind of joke? Thinking about it, Wang Hui couldn't help but wonder, could this person be an online scammer? So-called online scammers are mostly middle-aged men using female chat accounts to deceive desperate male netizens. Wang Hui glanced at Jiang Tingting, who was sitting beside him, looking like a well-behaved young woman. I shouldn't be that desperate yet, should I? Before long, the netizen who claimed to be Yanzi actually invited Wang Hui out to play, setting the location at a bar in the CBD. Just then, Jiang Tingting, who was sitting nearby, noticed it and blurted out, I've seen this online before. They're usually bar promoters. Wang Hui nodded in agreement, I think so too. I immediately wanted to delete this message. But before I could, Jiang Tingting spoke up, don't delete it yet. If you're free this afternoon, I'll go with you to tease her. Wang Hui shrugged. He had nothing planned for the afternoon. After all, the office building hadn't moved yet, so he wasn't in a hurry to find tenants. He quickly replied with an OK gesture in the chat window. Wang's mother also came out of the kitchen at that moment, calling everyone to dinner. Chapter 23, Buying Clothes. At lunchtime, Wang Hui was so full he could barely move. Because Wang Dad and Wang Mom couldn't stop talking about how they thought their son Wang Hui was doing. It's not just him, even Jiang Tingting feels a bit embarrassed. Compared to Wang Hui, Jiang Tingting thought to herself, anyway, I'm about to have Wang Hui pretend to be my boyfriend, so why not practice a little beforehand? Later, she even put herself in Wang Hui's girlfriend's shoes and started chatting with Wang Dad and Wang Mom. As a result, Wang Dad and Wang Mom's impression of Jiang Tingting improved significantly. Under the firm persuasion of Mr. and Mrs. Wang, Jiang Tingting took a nap in Wang Hui's bedroom. As for Wang Hui, he naturally slept on the sofa. By the time they all got up, it was already around 3 in the afternoon. Jiang Tingting freshened up in the bathroom and said, let's go. Wang Hui paused, where are we going? Jiang Tingting walked to the door, put on her shoes, and said, "Of course I'm going to buy you some clothes. Aren't you going to my place? I'll buy you a few outfits first." "Today?" Wang Hui asked doubtfully. "Of course not." Jiang Tingting paused for a moment before continuing. "We'll buy it today and then take it to the dry cleaners." Wang Hui had no response to this and simply followed her out the door. When it came to shopping, Wang Hui wasn't very good at it. Generally speaking, he rarely goes shopping. As a struggling online writer, he basically stays at home all day. If he can buy something online, he will never go out to buy it. The two of them got into Wang Hui's Porsche 911, following Jiang Tingting's instructions. They soon arrived at Hangmo Plaza, the most famous landmark in the CBD district. This area is home to nearly 90% of the high-end clothing stores in Beichin City. Well-known brands such as Donkey, Gucci, Givenchy, and Sianair are all available here. Jiang Tingting, with ease and familiarity, led Wang Hui to a tailor shop named Brioni and began helping him select clothes. Brioni is an international brand that primarily sells handmade suits. These days, anything associated with the term handmade is generally not cheap. "This is my first time at a men's clothing store," Jiang Tingting whispered in Wang Hui's ear. Wang Hui wasn't the only one who had never been to such a store before. He rarely had the opportunity to wear a suit in his daily life. The only suit he owns was purchased right after he graduated from university. At the time, I bought it to give the interviewer a sense of formality during job interviews. It cost Wang Hui a good 1,000 or two. And now? Ever since Wang Hui started writing online novels at home, they've been sitting in the wardrobe for years. Brioni has many styles, and Jiang Tingting immediately fell in love with the suit jacket. She handed it directly to Wang Hui and asked him to try it on. The entire suit feels very comfortable when worn, likely due to it being a handmade suit, with no sense of heaviness and minimal pressure on the shoulders. The lapel edge lies close to the front chest, and the hand-stitched lapel creates a natural curved line, giving it a sophisticated appearance. As soon as you put it on, you can tell it's a high-quality suit. Since this is a ready-made suit and not custom-made, it is not perfectly tailored to fit. However, the length is roughly even with the crotch, which is a length that Wang Hui can accept. He glanced at the price tag. Goodness, just one jacket, and it costs 70,000. Spending a few million or even tens of millions on a car or a watch, I bet Wang Hui wouldn't even bat an eyelid. But spending 70,000 on a suit jacket? Wang Hui is a bit reluctant about that. Wang Hui wasn't being stingy, he just didn't think it was necessary. It's simply a matter of differing values. However, Jiang Tingting stepped forward and said, "It's okay, I'll buy it for you. After all, you're doing this to help me." Wang Hui shrugged his shoulders, looking unconvinced. Since a wealthy woman was footing the bill, he naturally didn't care. Before long, Jiang Tingting had already picked out a whole outfit for Wang Hui, spending nearly 2 million yuan on it. Jiang Tingting's decisive swipe of the card left Wang Hui slightly taken aback. He could tell that Jiang Tingting was definitely from a wealthy family, but he never expected her to be so careless with money. When the store clerks saw Jiang Tingting paying the bill, they couldn't help but glance at Wang Hui. At a top-tier custom-made suit shop like this, they don't just sell men's clothing, they also sell women's clothing. Handsome men and beautiful women, as well as couples, come in droves to shop for clothes. However, it is indeed rare to see a girlfriend paying for her boyfriend, with the boyfriend remaining unfazed. Combined with Wang Hui Junyi's handsome appearance, the store staff couldn't help but think in a certain direction. However, Wang Hui paid no heed to the shop assistant's unusual glances. He could clearly see the disdainful glances they were giving him, as if he were some kind of pretty boy. But he didn't care. If he's a pretty boy, so be it. These days, there are plenty of people who want to be fair-skinned. Who doesn't dream of being sponsored by a rich woman? And Jiang Tingting is so beautiful, taking her out would be a real status symbol. After the store staff had packed the clothes, Jiang Tingting took the bag and said to Wang Hui, "Take it to the dry cleaner now. You can wear it tomorrow." Wang Hui paused for a moment and asked, "What? Are we going to your place tomorrow?" Chapter 24, What Good is Being Handsome? Jiang Tingting blushed and nodded. "Earlier, when you were changing clothes, my family sent me a message saying we should have dinner together tomorrow." After a pause, she asked, "Are you free tomorrow evening?" Wang Hui rubbed his nose and said, "All right, then tomorrow night." "Should I just come over directly? You can drive over to pick me up tomorrow? I'll contact you then," Jiang Tingting said thoughtfully. Wang Hui hummed in response and then walked toward the parking lot with Jiang Tingting. Since they had finished shopping for clothes, there wasn't much else to see. After dropping Jiang Tingting off at the Sunshine Spring community, Wang Hui took the clothes directly to a high-end dry cleaning store. After all, clothes worth a couple of 100,000 yuan, if a regular dry cleaner damaged them, they probably wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. Before leaving, Jiang Tingting didn't forget to ask Wang Hui to pick her up before dinner. It seems she's still holding a grudge about the bar promoter Wang Hui added on his chat app. Wang Hui sighed, "Women are just so boring." He then stepped on the gas and sped off. Roar! A red Porsche 911 executed a sharp turn and came to a stop across from a dry cleaning shop named Liang Yifang. This store isn't very well known nationwide. However, it is highly regarded in Beichun City. Many business owners send their designer clothes to this store for dry cleaning. Wang Hui grabbed the clothes from the passenger seat, crossed the street, and walked into the dry cleaning shop. "Hey, Wang Hui." At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang out behind Wang Hui. Wang Hui turned his head and saw a beautiful woman wearing a white long dress, with an appearance that was about an 8 out of 10. "Who are you?" "I'm Ding Lele, your high school classmate." "Do you remember me?" the girl said, blinking her eyes. Ding Lele? To be honest, Wang Hui was completely unfamiliar with this name and had no recollection of it whatsoever. Ding Lele pouted and said, "You forgot me so quickly? I even chased after you in high school." Wang Hui attended Beichun No. 1 High School, where he stood out for his good looks and excellent writing skills. He became the object of affection for many girls. If you're pursuing a girl who's around an 8, you should remember that, right? He took a close look at Ding Lele. Suddenly, Wang Hui exclaimed, "You're Ding Lele." He remembered that back in high school, there was a girl weighing over 200 pounds who was madly pursuing him, even going so far as to act like a fanatic fan of some celebrity. Later, Wang Hui firmly rejected her, and later heard that the girl had transferred schools. Suddenly, the memory of that 200-plus pound figure began to overlap with the image of the 8 out of 10 beauty standing before him. That woman weighing over 200 pounds was none other than Ding Lele standing before him. "Ha, you finally remembered me." Ding Lele looked a bit happy. Wang Hui swallowed hard, nodded, and forced a smile. "Long time no see." "Yeah, we haven't seen each other since I transferred schools." Ding Lele's eyes still held a hint of resentment. Wang Hui felt a chill run down his spine as he pointed to the dry cleaning shop across the street and said, "I have something else to attend to." Ding Lele pouted her lips, asked for Wang Hui's phone number, and then reluctantly left. Wang Hui watched her receding figure and finally exhaled deeply. As the saying goes, a woman changes a lot as she grows up, but Ding Lele has changed far more than just 18 times. Shaking his head, Wang Hui put Ding Lele's matter out of his mind and headed toward the dry cleaning store. At a cafe 300 meters away from the dry cleaning shop, Ding Lele waved at a girl sitting at a booth and walked over. The girl was named Huang Shan, Ding Lele's best friend, and she was just as attractive as Ding Lele, both scoring around an 8 on a scale of 10. Seeing Ding Lele looking so distracted, Huang Shan couldn't help but ask, "Lele, what's wrong?" Ding Lele paused for a moment and replied hoarsely, "I just ran into my idol." "Idol?" Huang Shan raised an eyebrow. "Guyu?" Guyu is a very famous male actor, and Ding Lele is his fan. Ding Lele shook his head and said, "Do you remember what I told you about my high school days?" Huang Shan thought for a moment and said, "I remember. You said you weighed over 200 pounds in high school." Ding Lele, feeling annoyed, pinched Huang Shan's face and said, "That's not what I meant." Huang Shan dodged Ding Lele's hands and teased, "Oh, I remember now. You said you used to chase after a handsome guy in high school. You look like you just ran into that handsome guy earlier, didn't you?" Ding Lele blushed and nodded. "Yes, after all these years, he's still so handsome." Huang Shan rolled her eyes at her. "In this day and age, what good is being handsome? You're still going to get eaten by the pawns. Money is the real power." Chapter 25, Buying a School District House to Raise a Dog. Chapter 25, Using a School District House to Raise Dogs. Ding Lele hesitated for a moment and said, "The thing is, my crush seems really rich." "What do you mean?" Huang Shan tilted her head and asked. Ding Lele said while counting on her fingers, "The male god's car is a Porsche 911. Maybe it's just rented." Huang Shan said. The male god was holding a bag of suits with the Brioni logo on it. Ding Lele continued. Sigh. Huang Shan sucked in a sharp breath. She had naturally heard of Brioni. A single outfit from that brand easily cost over $10,000. People who can afford clothes from this brand can easily afford a Porsche 911. Lucky me, I managed to get the phone number of my idol. Ding Lele suddenly said, her mood brightening. Huang Shan hesitated for a moment but couldn't help but speak her mind. She and Ding Lele were both ordinary company employees, earning only around 4,000 yuan a month. Ding Lele's male idol must be quite wealthy. If Ding Lele were to take the initiative to approach him now, would she end up with a cold shoulder instead of the warmth she seeks? What if the guy just accepts Ding Lele with the intention of playing around? Huang Shan sighed and said, in my opinion, why don't you ask your crush out for a meal over the next couple of days, and we can all go together? That way, we can also observe what kind of person Ding Lele's crush is. If he really is a jerk, she can at least warn Ding Lele in advance. Ding Lele hummed in agreement, then took out her phone and started scrolling through Weibo. Wang Hui dropped off his clothes at the dry cleaners and then drove to the Lin Feng commercial street. It was Huya who called him over. Huya's store was currently under renovation, so she had to be there to supervise. Hui Gu, come over here. Huya, who was discussing something with the construction worker, broke into a smile as soon as she saw Wang Hui. Wang Hui said helplessly, weren't you the one who called me over? Huya pouted, I'm all alone here and bored. Where's your best friend? Wang Hui asked instinctively. Huya's eyes flashed, and she immediately said, "Don't even think about Romang." Wang Hui hurriedly waved his hands. No, I was just asking why your best friend didn't come with you." Although Luo Meng had rented 10 school district apartments from him, someone like her who wasn't in a hurry could just post online. There was no need for her to stay in Beiyuan community all the time. "Don't even mention it. Luo Meng has a suitor who's been bothering us since yesterday." Huya sighed and said. It turned out that Luo Meng had a close friend who had grown up with him since childhood. However, this close friend had developed feelings for Luo Meng, while Luo Meng only saw him as a brother. That's really cruel. Wang Hui expressed some sympathy for his brother. He then turned to Huya and asked, "Have you completed all the paperwork for your pet store?" This was clearly just small talk with nothing to say. There's no way around it. Wang Hui believed that there was a generation gap between him and Huya, so it was difficult for them to find common ground. However, since she's already here, it would be awkward not to say anything. Huya nodded. The individual business license and tax registration certificate were all ready. Now everything was in place, just waiting for the right opportunity. Wang Hui stroked his chin and said, "Once your store is open, I'll come buy a dog from you to keep as a pet." Huya heard this and burst into laughter. "If you get a dog, your uncle and aunt won't allow it, will they?" She remembered when Wang Hui was still in college, he secretly brought a dog into his room to keep, nearly getting caught by Wang Dad and Wang Mom, who would have given him a good scolding. The main reason was that the smell of the dog wasn't something everyone could tolerate. Wang Hui smiled and said, "No problem, I have plenty of houses. I'll just use one of them to keep the dogs." Huya. "Bro, those are all school district properties. Are you going to use them just to raise dogs? How many parents would be furious if they found out?" Wang Hui, however, hadn't even considered moving. After all, his parents had grown accustomed to their current home, and moving suddenly could easily make them feel uncomfortable. However, moving to a new house has always been within Wang Hui's consideration, as the current house is too old and has stairs. Once his parents get older, climbing stairs will become increasingly inconvenient. "Alright, I'll help you find an easy to care for one then." Huya pouted. Wang Hui smiled and ruffled Huya's hair. "Thanks, Yaya." Huya happily shook her head, her face radiating an indescribable happiness. This scene, however, was just caught by Li Jia, who was out shopping with her best friend Luofian. Li Jia tugged at Luofian's sleeve and said, "Look, it's Wang Hui." Luofian heard the name and didn't react for a moment. "It's the one you added on your chat app." Li Jia hurriedly reminded her. Luofian finally realized what she meant and said, "Forget about him. Didn't I tell you I had dinner plans with him at News Bar? We'll talk about it later tonight." News Bar is located in the southern district of Beichun City. It is an old established bar and the liveliest spot for nightlife. Many young people enjoy hanging out there after 9 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 26, Staging an Accident? It wasn't just because the nightlife there was the wildest. The most important reason was that the chances of encountering rich and handsome men and beautiful women there were exceptionally high. Li Jia nodded and said, "Alright, let's keep exploring." Wang Hui and Huya chatted casually, exchanging a few words here and there. They didn't even notice Li Jia and her best friend. "Huiga, please take me for afternoon tea." Huya suddenly grabbed Wang Hui's arm and started acting spoiled. Wang Hui surrendered and said, "Alright, you decide what to eat, and I'll go buy it." After Huya listed a string of foods, Wang Hui went off to buy afternoon tea as if he had been granted a pardon. Before long, several hours had passed. Wang Hui's phone also rang at that moment. It was Jiang Tingting calling. "Let's go now." After pressing the call button, Jiang Tingting's lazy voice came through the phone. The so-called leaving naturally meant calling Wang Hui to go out for dinner, and then heading to the bar to find that bar hostess named Yanzi. "Hui Ge, are you really leaving? Aren't you taking me out for dinner?" Huya, chewing on a lollipop, muttered discontentedly. Wang Hui playfully scraped Huya's delicate nose and said, "I'll treat you another time. I have something to do today, so I'll have to go first." With that, he climbed into the driver's seat of the Porsche 911, leaving Huya with a pouting expression. He sped off at full speed. Before long, he arrived at the main gate of Sunshine Spring Community. The car hadn't even come to a complete stop. Suddenly, an old man wearing a patched coat shakily walked over and suddenly knelt down beside the wheel of the Porsche 911. While clinging to the wheel, he wailed, "Oh no, I hit someone. I hit someone. Help!" This sudden scene left Wang Hui speechless. Oh no, had he just been targeted by a scam artist? In broad daylight, this is way too brazen. The old man who was trying to stage an accident shouted a few times, instantly drawing a crowd of onlookers. Wang Hui also got out of the car, watching the elderly man with a look of amusement on his face. "Ouch, my leg is broken. You have to compensate me." I have to say, this old man must be a professional. In just a few minutes, tears and snot were flowing together. It was truly heartbreaking to watch, and even those who heard about it shed tears. If it weren't for Wang Hui witnessing it with his own eyes, one might have mistakenly believed that they had accidentally knocked over the elderly gentleman themselves. It seemed as though he had been deceived by the old man's appearance. Even many passers-by stepped forward to speak up for the old man. "Young man, you hit someone. Don't just stand there, call an ambulance." These days, young people have no sense of responsibility at all. They're so cold-hearted. Driving such a nice car, you must be some rich kid, right? Hearing passers-by speaking up for him, the old man grew even more emboldened. "Ouch, it hurts so much, my leg." At that moment, a stunning figure pushed her way through the crowd. It was Jiang Tingting. Jiang Tingting looked at the old man on the ground and the crowd around him with a puzzled expression. Then she tiptoed over to Wang Hui and whispered, "What's going on?" Before Wang Hui could respond, a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses spoke up from the crowd. "Are you his girlfriend? Your boyfriend hit someone with his car, and you're acting like nothing happened? That's too much." Perhaps because Jiang Tingting was quite attractive and Wang Hui was driving a Porsche. Many of their peers began to voice their disapproval. "Why the hell can you drive a Porsche and date a goddess?" In the heat of the moment, Jiang Tingting's brows furrowed. Wang Hui, however, gave her a half-smile and pulled her behind him, saying, "I'll handle it." Jiang Tingting's cheeks flushed red, and she nodded obediently, looking like a dutiful girlfriend. This scene caused many of the rowdy onlookers to grow envious. If looks could kill, Wang Hui would have died 1,000 times over. At that moment, Wang Hui took out his phone. He opened the Zafubo app and looked at the elderly man, saying, "How much do you want me to compensate you?" The old man thought Wang Hui was about to give in and compromise, so he hurriedly said, "Not much, 8,000 will do." The old man won't ask for more. Medical checkups, nutritional supplements, and other miscellaneous expenses, 8,000 in total. How about that? Wang Hui nodded and then opened the balance page, saying, "Old man, count it yourself." "How much money do I have here?" The old man asked in confusion. "Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s? Goodness, that's several million. Looks like a fat sheep." Then, under the old man's astonished gaze, Wang Hui directly got into the driver's seat and stepped on the gas pedal. "Old man, don't move. I'll just run you over and then transfer you 1,000,000 yuan. This statement, accompanied by the roar of the engine, scared the old man so much that he jumped to his feet. "What are you doing, young man?" The old man, furious, walked over to the car window and tapped on it twice. Wang Hui smiled, turned off the engine, and got out of the car. "Old man, are you okay?" The old man's face froze, and even the crowd around them fell silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Tingting sat down in the driver's seat, covering her mouth and giggling. Wang Hui chuckled, then sat back in the driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and sped off into the distance, leaving behind a group of people staring at each other in astonishment. Chapter 27, Drinking Contest. In a Western-style restaurant, Jiang Tingting was overjoyed and said, "You almost scared that old man to death just now." Wang Hui furrowed his brows as he cut a piece of steak, then smiled but didn't say anything. Jiang Tingting propped her head up and said, "If that old man hadn't stood up just now, would you really have walked right into him?" Wang Hui shrugged indifferently. "Maybe. He might lose money, but he really doesn't need it." Meanwhile, Jiang Tingting's gaze toward Wang Hui grew increasingly curious. She had eaten lunch at Wang Hui's house and had learned a thing or two about their family circumstances from his parents. Just an ordinary family. From Wang Hui's parents, it was also learned that after graduating, Wang Hui had been staying at home writing novels. Can someone who writes novels really make that much money? Without meaning to, Jiang Tingting seemed to develop a keen interest in Wang Hui. After dinner, she glanced at the darkening sky. Jiang Tingting directly took Wang Hui's phone and sent a message to Yanzi. The message simply told Yanzi to wait at the Muse bar. Meanwhile, Luo Fian and Li Jia, dressed in extremely sexy outfits, had already arrived at the Muse bar. Li Jia was still okay, not particularly attractive, but Luo Fian's arrival caused many young men to involuntarily glance her way. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one who admires her. Under the earnest gazes of others, Luo Fian not only didn't mind but actually grew more confident. After all, the more attention she received, the more it proved how beautiful she was. "Yanzi, once Wang Hui comes over, he'll probably be instantly smitten with you, right?" Li Jia, however, had a modicum of self-awareness, so the words she spoke carried a hint of bitterness. Luo Fian naturally picked up on the tone in Li Jia's voice, so she pulled Li Jia's hand and said, "Best friend, I'll definitely avenge you." Li Jia's expression turned serious, and she nodded in agreement. "Alright, let's go inside." By the time Wang Hui and Jiang Tingting arrived at the Muse bar, it was already 7:30 p.m. The Muse bar was very popular. The reason is that Muse bar is a bar that never closes. During the day, it operates as a quiet bar, and at night, it transforms into a lively bar. So there are customers all day long. Wang Hui and Jiang Tingting were both dressed casually, without any attempt to dress up. However, given their good looks, they still managed to attract quite a bit of attention. Within just 2 minutes of entering the door, the number of girls and boys who came over to strike up a conversation exceeded 10. Open the chat app. I contacted Yanzi. Then I went to the booth that Yanzi had mentioned. There she was, Luo Fian, dressed in a sexy outfit, sitting alone on the sofa drinking wine. Her face was flushed red, as if she had had too much to drink. Wang Hui raised his eyebrows and led Jiang Tingting toward Luo Fian. Upon seeing Wang Hui and Jiang Tingting, Luo Fian paused for a moment. Why did he bring someone else along? Before Luo Fian could speak, Wang Hui smiled and said, "This is my girlfriend, Jiang Tingting." "Hello, Yanzi." Luo Fian's lips twitched, and she was momentarily speechless. What the hell? Why isn't this going according to plan? Have you ever seen a female online friend bring her girlfriend along? It felt like 1,000 wild beasts were charging through my mind. But Luo Fian still managed to force a stiff smile onto her face, saying, "Hello." But then she thought to herself, since her purpose was to help Li Jie take revenge and get back at Wang Hui, why not seduce Wang Hui right in front of his girlfriend and cause a fight between them? Thinking of this, Luo Fian was certain in her heart. She hurriedly stood up, picked up a cup, poured some wine, and said, "You're late. Do you need to punish yourself with 3 cups?" As he handed the glass, he even deliberately scratched Wang Hui's wrist with his little finger in front of Jiang Tingting. Jiang Tingting noticed this, furrowed her brows slightly, and felt inexplicably annoyed. She instinctively hooked her arm around Wang Hui's and said, "Sorry, my husband drove here, so I can't drink." As she spoke, she snatched the glass from Wang Hui's hand and said, "I'll drink it for my husband." Ton. He downed a glass of liquor in just a few sips. Wang Hui felt the pressure on his arm and cleared his throat uncomfortably, saying, "Don't drink so fast, be careful not to get drunk." However, Luo Fian seemed to have taken a particular dislike to Jiang Tingting. She even left Wang Hui behind and started drinking with her. Yanzi, right? You can hold your liquor pretty well. Dare you try a deep-sea bomb? Jiang Tingting was the first to accept the challenge. Luo Fian glanced at her phone. It was a text message from Li Jie. She said she had to leave early due to prior commitments. Then, her eyes flashed with determination as she said, "Let's compare then. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The young people around them all looked curiously at the 2 beautiful women competing in the drinking contest, their expressions filled with suspicion. It was only 8 o'clock. Were these 2 women out of their minds? What are they crazy about? Look at the 2 beautiful women. Isn't there a handsome guy next to them? I think they're probably trying to steal him away. These 2 women are so beautiful. If I were that handsome guy, I wouldn't know which one to choose. Pfft, what's there to choose? Kids make choices, adults take it all. Chapter 28, Wang Hui isn't that kind of person. In the booth, Wang Hui covered his head as he watched Luo Fian and Jiang Tingting. If both of them are drunk, what am I supposed to do? Sure enough, after drinking for less than half an hour, both of them were already flushed and babbling incoherently. Come on, drink up. When it comes to drinking, I've never been afraid of anyone. Jiang Tingting leaned against Wang Hui and stammered. Luo Fian barged in as well, refusing to back down. Drink then. Who's afraid of who? Let's fight until dawn. Whoever backs down is a coward. Wang Hui, caught in the middle of the 2 women's storm, sighed and grabbed one of them by the arm, saying, "Enough of this. Let's go back." Although he had only just met Luo Fian, since she wasn't a bar hostess, he wouldn't leave her alone at the bar. After much effort and trouble, Wang Hui exerted tremendous effort to carry the 2 drunken women to the hotel. "Get a room." Wang Hui took out his phone and said to the front desk clerk. The front desk clerk looked at the 2 women who were acting drunk, then looked at Wang Hui and asked, "Sir, would you like a double room or a king-size bedroom?" Wang Hui glanced at the 2 women and said, "Just give us a king-size bedroom." Under the surprised gaze of the front desk clerk, Wang Hui took the room key card and led the 2 women straight to the hotel elevator. Wow, these 2 look so skinny, how can they be so heavy when carried? Wang Hui threw the 2 women onto the bed and panted as he complained. Meanwhile, Jiang Tingting and Luo Fian were clinging to him like octopuses. They both clung onto Wang Hui. "Come on, come drink. Don't go, come drink." Wang Hui touched his nose, but to his surprise, Jiang Tingting and Luo Fian below him took advantage of the situation and directly pulled him onto the bed. "You." Wang Hui hadn't finished speaking when he was abruptly interrupted by Luo Fian. "Ugh, don't go. We must settle this today." It seems like Luo Fian has mistaken Wang Hui for Jiang Tingting. At that moment, Jiang Tingting also climbed up and pressed her head against Wang Hui's chin, saying, "Who's leaving?" "Don't worry, I won't leave until you're drunk today." Thus, under the pressure of Luo Fian and Jiang Tingting, Wang Hui was completely immobilized. Moreover, Luo Fian was dressed provocatively, and she was right there in front of him. It was truly torturous for Wang Hui. He could smell the alcohol on the 2 women's breath and glanced at the flush on their faces. "Oh my god, is this a test to see if I'm a real man?" Wang Hui roared in a low voice. He wasn't a righteous man, but he didn't want to take advantage of someone in a vulnerable position either. Finally managing to extricate himself from the seductive atmosphere, Wang Hui hurriedly fled the room as if escaping. Phew, that was close. Wang Hui stood at the hotel entrance, trying to calm himself down. He was almost unable to control himself. But leaving the 2 of them inside like this, might something happen? Both women were drunk. Wang Hui had once seen a news report. It said that when drunk people lie down to sleep, vomit can directly enter the respiratory tract. This can cause the intoxicated person to suffocate and die. Thinking of this, Wang Hui sighed and turned around, heading back into the hotel. He asked the hotel staff to open the door to his room. Upon entering, the two women were entangled once again. Wang Hui thanked the waiter and, under the surprised gaze of the staff, sighed and walked into the room. The next morning, a scream pierced the morning's tranquility. Wang Hui opened his eyes and saw Luo Fian and Jiang Tingting, both completely naked, hiding in the corners of the room. Ah, don't look this way. Luo Fian curled up in the corner and cried out in alarm. Wang Hui quickly turned his head, but then heard Jiang Tingting shout loudly, "Don't look this way either." Instantly, Wang Hui was at a loss. "Aunties, where am I supposed to look?" "Look at the ceiling," the two girls said in unison, surprisingly in perfect harmony. "Where are my clothes?" Luo Fian suddenly asked. "Right, where are my clothes?" Jiang Tingting also asked. Wang Hui covered his forehead and said, "You two got drunk last night. I took you to the hotel, but then you both said you were hot in the middle of the night and started fighting. You threw all your clothes out the window." Wang Hui was also helpless about this. These two women had no idea what they were doing in the middle of the night, taking off their clothes and throwing them out the window. Jiang Tingting and Luo Fian exchanged glances and laughed coldly in unison. "Ha, do you think we believe you?" Wang Hui rolled his eyes and said, "Believe it or not, if I hadn't been afraid you'd die last night, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Now you're acting like dogs biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good deed when you see one. Fine, do whatever you want. I don't care about you anymore." With that, he stood up and prepared to leave. "Don't go." Jiang Tingting suddenly called out to Wang Hui at that moment. A flash of apology crossed her eyes as she said, "Wang Hui, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you." Jiang Tingting had come to terms with it. The first time she met Wang Hui, she was also completely drunk. But Wang Hui didn't touch her, which means he wasn't that kind of person. Chapter 29, Dimensions. And now that I've wronged Wang Hui so badly, I'm afraid he'll lose all his good feelings toward me. Jiang Tingting didn't know why she suddenly had this thought. She wasn't afraid of anything else, just that Wang Hui would suddenly start disliking her. "Hey, why are you apologizing to him? I clearly saw him take off our clothes," Luo Fian said discontentedly. "What are you talking about, two people taking off their clothes in the middle of the night? Only children would believe that." Immediately, Luo Fian sneered, "You've probably used this trick to deceive a lot of young girls, haven't you?" Before Wang Hui could respond, Jiang Tingting couldn't hold back any longer. "How dare you speak to him like that? Wang Hui was kind enough to bring us to the hotel, and this is how you thank him? What savior? Have you ever seen a savior who brings someone to a hotel and then strips them naked?" Luo Fian said disdainfully. "What do you mean, saved us? You're the one who was drunk and caused all this trouble. You should be thanking him for saving your life." Jiang Tingting raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Are you saying that Wang Hui leaving you drunk at the bar last night was the right thing to do? You. What are you talking about? You can't say anything because you're in the wrong. You just don't know a good thing when you see it." What about me? Why aren't you apologizing?" "I'm sorry." Under Jiang Tingting's firm and righteous voice, a mist of tears welled up in Luo Fian's eyes. In the end, she couldn't help but sob as she apologized to Wang Hui. Wang Hui, however, found Jiang Tingting's behavior somewhat surprising. Because, aside from her first appearance with her smoky makeup and tomboyish style, she has mostly maintained the image of a next-door girl with a fresh, innocent vibe. Therefore, the scene that just unfolded truly gave him a sense of novelty. "Alright, stop arguing. I won't hold this against you." Wang Hui waved his hand dismissively, adopting an expression that suggested he wasn't going to make a big deal out of it. Luo Fian heard this and was immediately filled with anger. "What do you mean you're not going to hold it against me? How did it end up feeling like you're the one at a disadvantage? Now everyone has to see this, right?" Seeing Wang Hui get up to leave, Jiang Tingting hurried forward, no longer bothering to cover herself. "Wang Hui, where are you going? Where are you going?" Wang Hui rolled his eyes and said, "Of course I'm going to help you buy clothes. Are you planning to stay in the hotel all day?" Jiang Tingting suddenly remembered that she was supposed to take Wang Hui home for dinner today. She quickly let go of Wang Hui's wrist, her face flushing red as she said, "Alright, then. Hurry back." After Wang Hui had left, Jiang Tingting finally said with a sour expression, "Look at you. Everyone else went to help us buy clothes, and you're accusing them of something they didn't do." Luo Fian gave a delicate snort, turned her head away, and said nothing more. Wang Hui left the hotel without wasting any time, retrieved his car, and drove to a nearby shopping mall. "Good morning, sir." As soon as I walked into the lingerie store, a young, pretty saleswoman came over to greet me. She glanced at Wang Hui and said, "Are you here to buy lingerie for your girlfriend?" Wang Hui coughed and said, "Just grab any 2 sets and wrap them up for me." The female sales assistant paused for a moment, then said, "Sir, please tell me your girlfriend's size, and I'll help you choose." "Size? This is where Wang Hui's knowledge gap comes into play. He looked around, then gestured with both hands to indicate the approximate size. The female sales assistant drew 3 black lines on her forehead. Sir, don't you know your girlfriend's size? Fortunately, she was professional and guessed right away. Sir, the size you mentioned is 34B. Wang Hui nodded. Actually, he hadn't looked closely either. This size was Jiang Tingting's, so they'd just make do with it for now. Then he compared it with his hand again. It was still this big. It was a full circle larger than Jiang Tingting's. It was Luo Fian. The female sales clerk was completely stunned, not because of the size, but because she was surprised that Wang Hui was buying underwear for 2 women. He's kind of handsome, but his clothes are pretty ordinary. Please help me select one as soon as possible. Wang Hui's voice snapped the female sales assistant back to her senses. The saleswoman hurriedly said, Yes, sir, please wait a moment. After handing 2 sets of underwear to Wang Hui, the female sales clerk couldn't help but sneak glances at him from time to time. However, after paying, Wang Hui hurriedly entered the women's clothing store next door. Shirts, skirts, shoes. By the time he returned to the hotel, it had taken less than 20 minutes. That fast? Jiang Tingting was currently sitting on the bed watching TV, wrapped in a bath towel. Meanwhile, Luo Fian was also wrapped in a bath towel, lying on the bed playing with her phone. Upon seeing Wang Hui return, Luo Fian put down her phone and turned her head away. She had been texting Li Jia, naturally complaining about Wang Hui's shameless behavior. Of course, she didn't tell Li Jia about her own clean hands. Otherwise, Li Jia, with her big mouth, would definitely spread it all over her social media. Just some random stuff I bought. You guys can make do with them. Wang Hui tossed the bags he was holding onto the bed and headed toward the bathroom. He hadn't washed up yet, so he might as well brush his teeth and wash his face. Jiang Tingting didn't mind and started rummaging through the shopping bag on the bed. Luo Fian, on the other hand, was completely surprised. This bag of clothes was all designer brands. Chapter 30, Villa 688 on the hillside. Li Jia said Wang Hui was a nouveau riche, so why is he being so generous? As if suddenly remembering something, Luo Fian hurriedly stood up and said, Wait a moment, the bathroom. However, Wang Hui poked his head out, still holding the toothbrush in his mouth, looking puzzled. Jiang Tingting paused for a moment before continuing, The toothbrush has already been used by the 2 of us. Wang Hui rolled his eyes and muttered, I don't even mind using it, why are you 2 being so picky? He then returned to the bathroom. The 2 women, wrapped in bath towels, looked at each other in disbelief. Once the 2 women had changed their clothes, Luo Fian walked away without even glancing back. In response, Wang Hui shrugged his shoulders and then led Jiang Tingting back to the mall. According to Jiang Tingting, Wang Hui's sense of style was too masculine and didn't align with contemporary female aesthetics. They emerged from a store named Meet the Clothing Workshop. Wang Hui had to admit that he was a bit speechless. Jiang Tingting, dressed in a different outfit, was simply stunning. It was clear that she had touched up her makeup in the fitting room. The subtle pink makeup complemented her innocent cheeks, making her look absolutely breathtaking. She was wearing a white evening gown, not the kind of exaggerated, eye-catching wedding dress. Instead, it was a form-fitting dress. Not only does it highlight her figure perfectly, but it also adds a touch of elegance and sophistication to her appearance. Feeling Wang Hui's somewhat dazed gaze, Jiang Tingting couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, raising her delicate eyebrows in a playful manner. She blinked and asked, How about it? Do you like it? Wang Hui quickly recovered. After all, it was the 21st century, and he wasn't some pig who had never seen a beautiful woman before. As for appearance alone, he knew at least 10 women who could rival Jiang Tingting in beauty. However, when it comes to demeanor, there are few who can match Jiang Tingting. Wang Hui hummed in agreement and said, It's okay, I guess. Alright? Jiang Tingting clearly wasn't satisfied with Wang Hui's response. She wrinkled her delicate nose and said, Wang Hui, I just realized how insensitive you are. Her eyes twinkled with mischief as she said triumphantly, I know what you're doing. You're just too shy to admit it. You were clearly mesmerized by me earlier, but you won't own up to it. I'm just stating the facts. After all, the first time you appeared in front of me, your image was already deeply ingrained in my mind. Now you're dressed so properly, it's such a stark contrast, so I was a bit surprised. I'm just stating the facts. After all, the first image of you that appeared before me is already deeply ingrained in my mind. Now you're dressed so elegantly, it's such a stark contrast, so I was a bit surprised. Wang Hui replied calmly. Jiang Tingting clenched her teeth and glared at Wang Hui, saying, We're going to meet my parents, aren't you going to dress more appropriately? Upon hearing this, Wang Hui shrugged again and asked, Shall we leave now? He didn't feel like getting into a prolonged argument with Jiang Tingting over such a trivial matter. After all, according to his agreement with Yang Xuxing should be able to move the company out today, and he was in a hurry to make an advertisement for renting office space. Jiang Tingting whispered, Go pick up the dry clean clothes first, then change into them. We'll buy some more things and head over there. So, Wang Hui drove straight to the supermarket with Jiang Tingting, and then went to the Liang Yifang dry cleaning store. after successfully retrieving the clothes and changing into them. It was Jiang Tingting's turn to be speechless. As the old saying goes, people rely on clothes, and horses rely on saddles. Wang Hui, who was already handsome, looked even more upright and his demeanor changed completely after putting on a designer suit. At that moment, Jiang Tingting was so stunned she couldn't help but rub her eyes repeatedly. She swore that the moment she saw Wang Hui, her heart began to race uncontrollably. In his white shirt and black suit, Wang Hui looked like a natural-born fashion model. He wears his suit and tie with such effortless elegance that it exudes a sense of sophistication. After putting on formal attire, his demeanor was completely transformed. He seemed like a completely different person, exuding a powerful aura from head to toe. Wang Hui was handsome, but Jiang Tingting had never thought he was handsome enough to make women stop in their tracks. But at that moment, Wang Hui was like a magnet, truly captivating. Jiang Tingting, who had always felt an inexplicable attraction toward Wang Hui, found herself staring at him with a look of utter fascination. "How about it, isn't my brother pretty handsome?" Wang Hui glanced at Jiang Tingting and teased her playfully. Jiang Tingting snapped back to reality, quickly looked away, and blushed, saying, It's okay. After saying that, she walked up and hooked her arm around Wang Hui's arm and said, "Let's go to my place later." "You better behave yourself." Wang Hui scratched his head, a bit confused. "What does behave better mean? I have no experience at all." As I got back into the car, Wang Hui was just starting the engine. Jiang Tingting reminded him, "I don't live with my parents. They live in a villa halfway up the mountain." Wang Hui paused for a moment. "Half-mountain villa?" He nodded in agreement, followed by the roar of the engine. The Porsche 911 transformed into a red arc and sped away. Halfway up the mountain, in the Villa district. Villa number 688 entrance. Wang Hui held a gift in one hand and linked his arm through Jiang Tingting's as he slowly came to a stop. Ding dong. Jiang Tingting thoughtfully pressed the doorbell. Soon, an elderly woman in a white suit opened the door and peeked out. Chapter 31, The Jiang Family. When she saw Jiang Tingting, the old auntie's face lit up. "Little miss, you're back?" After speaking, she glanced at Wang Hui and said, "This must be the young master, right? What a handsome couple." Jiang Tingting was just about to introduce Wang Hui. A deep voice came from inside the door, "Aunt Zhang, it's not even close yet. What nonsense are you talking about?" The elderly woman called Aunt Zhang gave a sheepish smile and ushered Wang Hui and Jiang Tingting inside. The house was very large, with the living room alone spanning several hundred square feet. A middle-aged man dressed casually was sitting on the sofa, warily observing Wang Hui as he entered the room. "My name is Jiang Huan, I'm Tingting's father. You're Wang Hui, right?" The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice, exuding an imposing presence that immediately marked him as a high-ranking executive. However, Wang Hui wasn't someone to be underestimated. As the saying goes, money is a man's courage. When he was broke, he might have been a bit timid, but things have changed drastically since then. He's a billionaire landlord. "Nice to meet you, uncle. I'm Wang Hui, Jiang Tingting's boyfriend." Wang Hui stepped forward and shook hands with Jiang Huan. This gesture was clearly unexpected by Jiang Huan. He quickly withdrew his hand, cleared his throat, and said, "Don't just stand there. Sit down and let's chat." At that moment, Jiang Tingting's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled back into place. What she feared most was that her father and Wang Hui would get into a fight. The tense standoff just now nearly scared her to death. "Ha, Wang Hui, how did you meet our Tingting?" As soon as Wang Hui sat down, Jiang Huan asked him. Meanwhile, Jiang Tingting gave Wang Hui a subtle glance, signaling him to follow the plan they had discussed earlier. On their way over, they had discussed a series of questions that Jiang's father might ask and the corresponding responses. Among these, how they met Jiang Tingting was something they had already planned out in detail from the very beginning. So, Wang Hui casually said, "We met while eating." To be honest, this wasn't exactly a lie to Jiang Huan, as Wang Hui had genuinely intended to eat at that time. Jiang Huan nodded and continued, "Wang Hui, what do you do for a living?" "I collect rent and write novels in my spare time," Wang Hui replied. He didn't follow Jiang Tingting's instructions at all but instead told the truth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huan furrowed his brows. Collect rent? Writing a novel? Given his experience, so-called rent-collecting novel writing meant he had no real career. The former is living off his parents' legacy, while the latter is wasting his youth and squandering his time. At this thought, Jiang Huan's expression darkened. He spoke earnestly, "Wang Hui, although this is your first time here, I still feel it is my duty as an elder to advise you. Collecting rent and writing novels is a dead-end job. What else can you do besides just getting by and waiting to die? Why don't you come work at my company? Now that you and Tingting are together, I feel it's my duty to help you out, so Tingting won't have to suffer with you in the future." Wang Hui scratched his nose. Had Jiang Tingting's father misunderstood something? Just as he was about to speak up to explain, a woman's voice came from the side room, "Dinner's ready." Jiang Huan heard this and quickly stood up. He patted Wang Hui on the shoulder and said, "All right, we'll talk about this later. Let's go eat first." He then headed toward the side hall. At that moment, Jiang Tingting tugged at Wang Hui's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "Why didn't you follow our plan?" She had also noticed something was amiss. Wang Hui patted her hand and said, "It's nothing. Collecting rent and writing novels aren't shameful jobs." This gesture made Jiang Tingting blush. "Alright, I'll definitely ask you again at dinner." Wang Hui, however, seemed unconcerned. He was prepared for anything. Worrying so much was pointless. Wang Hui, however, seemed completely unfazed. "We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Worrying so much is pointless." Jiang Tingting thought about it and agreed, so she followed Wang Hui toward the restaurant. At that moment, at the long table in the restaurant, one dish after another is laid out. There were even many dishes that Wang Hui had only seen on TV. The main seat was occupied by Jiang Huan. On either side of Jiang Huan's left and right hand sat two women. The one on the left was slightly older, looking to be in her 30s. The one on the right is around the same age as Jiang Tingting and bears a slight resemblance to her. "Wang Hui, the one on the left is my mother, and the one on the right is my sister," Jiang Tingting whispered to Wang Hui. Wang Hui paused for a moment, then looked at Jiang Tingting's mother and laughed aloud. "Are you Tingting's mother? You look so young. Someone might mistake you for her sister." Wang Hui started off with compliments, causing Jiang Tingting's mother to smile broadly. Which woman doesn't like to hear others compliment her on her youth? Especially when the young man in front of her might one day become her son-in-law. When it came to choosing a son-in-law, she wasn't like Jiang Tingting's father, who was so cautious. She believed that as long as her daughter was happy, that was enough. Chapter 32, A Targeted Attack from Jiang Ziran. Earlier, she had caught a glimpse of her daughter and her future son-in-law whispering to each other, and she had already begun to approve of him. "Ha, you're so good with words, are you a stand-up comedian?" Meanwhile, Jiang Tingting's older sister sat beside her, mocking her with cold sarcasm. There was no doubt that she was on the same side as Jiang Huan. As for Jiang Tingting, the younger sister who was pampered by her family, she naturally doted on her as well. When the two sisters were young, Jiang Huan and Jiang's mother were always busy with work and had no time to spend with them. So she had to take on both the role of an older sister and a mother, raising Jiang Tingting. She even treats Jiang Tingting like her own precious child. But then, out of the blue yesterday, Jiang Tingting announced that she had a boyfriend and was planning to bring him home for dinner. How could she possibly tolerate that? Jiang Huan's attitude was largely due to her having fanned the flames and added fuel to the fire. Wang Hui has been immersed in the online literature industry for many years, though he has now switched careers to become a landlord. However, he immediately recognized this woman's sister complex tendencies. Yes, she's a sister complex. Not only are there guys who are little sister obsessed, but there are also girls who are. A woman like Sister Jiang Tingting is a sister obsessed person who is beyond redemption. The reason Jiang Tingting claims she's never been around men her whole life is probably because of her sister. Wang Hui glanced at Jiang Tingting's older sister. She was dressed head to toe in designer brands, but her attire leaned toward a neutral style. There are no extra accessories on her body, not even nail polish. Not only is she a sister-obsessed guy, but she's also a tomboy. Although Jiang Tingting's older sister is just as beautiful as Jiang Tingting, the tomboyish trait isn't what Wang Hui finds appealing. As a child, I did enjoy crosstalk, but unfortunately never had the opportunity to learn it. How about you, sister? Have you studied it? Wang Hui said casually, emphasizing the word sister heavily. Seeing Jiang Tingting's sister's expression freeze, Wang Hui spoke again. "I don't even know your sister's name yet." Jiang Huan spoke up at this point. "My eldest daughter's name is Jiang Ziran." After saying that, he gave Wang Hui a warning glance. The meaning was clear: don't even think about my eldest daughter. Before Wang Hui could speak, Jiang Huan cleared his throat and said, "Let's eat. If we don't eat soon, the food will get cold." Fortunately, it seemed that the Jiang family had an unspoken rule against speaking during meals. This temporarily spared Wang Hui. As soon as they finished eating, Aunt Jiang had the servants come over to clear the table. Everyone gathered again in the living room. On the sofa, Jiang Huan lit a cigar for himself and then offered one to Wang Hui. Wang Hui waved his hand and said, "Sorry, uncle, I don't smoke." Jiang Huan raised an eyebrow, then nodded in satisfaction. He then asked, "How have you been considering the matter I mentioned earlier?" Seeing Wang Hui pause for a moment, Jiang Huan followed up, "Aren't you the one who said your current job is renting houses and writing online novels?" Uncle Shu speaks frankly, but neither of those jobs has any future. Come work at my company, and I'll give you a monthly salary of 10 million yuan. That way, you'll also be able to take care of Tingting. In Jiang Huan's view, this young man spoke appropriately. Didn't he smoke, and didn't he drink excessively? He was at least somewhat suitable for his youngest daughter. However, the so-called rent collection and writing online novels were things that left him rather dissatisfied. How many rooms could this young man possibly rent out? What kind of novel could he possibly write? Jiang Tingting's standard of living has been quite good since she was old enough to understand things. Can she really endure hardships with this young man in the future? Jiang Huan deeply doubts this. What? Before Wang Hui could speak, Jiang Ziren shouted from the side, "You actually want to hire him to work at our company? And offer him a monthly salary of 10 million yuan? Dad, do you know what he's capable of? How can you just blurt that out like that? If he ends up in the company and can't do anything, the board will be talking behind our backs." The Jiang family's company is enormous, with a market value nearing 100 billion. It's also a publicly listed company. Therefore, it must have a board of directors. Although Jiang Huan is the chairman, suddenly hiring someone who knows nothing about the company is bound to draw criticism from the board members. Interrupting Jiang Ziren, Jiang Huan furrowed his brows and said, "What are you talking about? I'm just trying to ensure your younger sister's future happiness, aren't I?" If you truly care about your younger sister's happiness, you should make her break up with him," Jiang Ziren said. Since she had already spoken so bluntly, she naturally saw no point in beating around the bush. Although it's the 21st century now, the principle of marrying within one's social class still holds true. Dad, think about it. You have only 2 daughters, me and Tingting. Do you really want Tingting to end up with someone like Wang Hui, who only knows how to collect rent and write novels? Shut up. I've already made my decision. Don't say another word. Jiang Huan shouted angrily. In front of Wang Hui, an outsider, being humiliated by his eldest daughter left him feeling extremely annoyed. "Dad, sister, please stop arguing," Jiang Tingting said timidly from the side. Chapter 33, Frivolous. Meanwhile, Mrs. Jiang snorted coldly from the side and said, "Both of you, shut up. Don't you even listen to what little Wang wants? How dare you make decisions for him without his consent? Do you think he'd refuse? It's like throwing money at him." Jiang Ziren sneered. Wang Hui, however, paid no heed to her sarcasm. He smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, I appreciate your kindness, but I currently have a job and am not considering changing careers." "You mean collecting rent and writing novels?" Jiang Ziren rolled her eyes and said, "What kind of work is that? The money you make each month probably isn't even as much as a random business manager at our company." 1 million? Dad, do you know that the annual salary of our provincial level executive is only 15 million? Jiang Huan naturally knew that offering Wang Hui a monthly salary of 10 million was highly inappropriate. But even if it was inappropriate, he had to consider Jiang Tingting's future livelihood. Given Jiang Tingting's extravagant lifestyle, she spends millions every month just on clothes and handbags. She doesn't even bother with custom-made or limited edition items she doesn't think they're good enough. Jiang Huan bought a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment for Jiang Tingting, and 3 of the rooms were converted into walk-in closets for her. If he doesn't give Wang Hui 10 million yuan a month, how will he be able to support his own daughter in the future? At this moment, Wang Hui, however, said casually, "Is it that hard to make 10 million a month?" Jiang Huan and Jiang Ziren were both taken aback. Jiang Ziren couldn't help but laugh out loud. Earning 10 million yuan in a month is that difficult? Could you please remove the question mark at the end of your last sentence? Let me do the math for you. Even if you write novels and collect rent every month, you can earn 100,000 yuan, which is 1.2 million yuan a year. To make 10 million, you'd have to write novels and collect rent without eating or drinking for over 8 years. Do you know how much Tingting spends in a month? Can you afford to support her? Jiang Ziren had never liked Wang Hui, and now that he asked her that, she was even more furious. Meanwhile, Jiang's mother interjected, "Young Wang, I know you young people are sensitive." Although Ziren's words were harsh, the truth is this: although Tingting is a well-behaved child, we have always treated her exceptionally well since she was little, so. Jiang's mother didn't say it too bluntly. After all, she still had a pretty good impression of Wang Hui. "Auntie, I understand what you mean, but earning 10 million a month isn't a big deal for me," Wang Hui said. "At this point, you're still being stubborn. What I hate most is people who can't do anything but pretend." Jiang Ziren sneered. Wang Hui furrowed his brows. This Jiang Ziren really was getting too bold. He had always let her off because she was Jiang Tingting's sister. So she wasn't done yet? If you can make 10 million a month, I'll call you dad. Jiang Ziren, seeing that Wang Hui didn't respond, mocked him even more brazenly. Meanwhile, Jiang Huan sat quietly by the side, saying nothing. Although he was also annoyed that his eldest daughter was saying such things in front of him, he was certain that Wang Hui would never earn 10 million a month. So he just let it be. Uncle Jiang is here. Even if you were to ask me, I wouldn't agree, Wang Hui said with a playful smile. Jiang Ziren snorted, "You talk as if you can really make 10 million in a month. If you could really make that much money, even if my dad were here, I'd show it to you." Nonsense. Jiang Huan finally couldn't sit still anymore. He slapped the table and stopped his eldest daughter's idle chatter. He then turned to Wang Hui with curiosity. "You say you can earn 10 million a month now? Just from renting out properties and writing novels?" Wang Hui shook his head, then nodded and said, "I don't write novels anymore. I can earn this much just from rent." Wang Hui shook his head first, then nodded and said, "I'm not writing novels anymore. I'm making that much just from rent." Before Jiang Ziren could speak, he began counting on his fingers. I currently own 10 commercial properties on Lingfeng Commercial Street, 20 school-zone apartments in Beiyuan Residential Complex next to Beichen-affiliated primary school, and a 40-story office building in Times Tower. Just calculating the rent alone, the earlier ones are small change. That 40-story office building should easily bring in at least 10 million yuan in monthly rent, right? Actually, based on the rental rates for office buildings in the area, the price per square meter is around 50. With 40 floors totaling 260,000 square meters, if fully leased, Wang Hui would receive 13 million yuan every month. That's impossible. You're talking about commercial spaces and school district properties, but a 40-story modern office building? You must still be dreaming. Jiang Ziren was the first to jump up and refute. That's right, Xiao Wang, the waters are deep at Times office building. At the time, old Jiang also wanted to buy a few floors, but he didn't succeed, Wang's mother said. I think this guy is just a liar who talks nonsense. Jiang Ziren saw that her mother was on her side, so she naturally didn't miss this opportunity to scold Wang Hui. Jiang Huan chimed in from the side, Little Wang, I thought you were pretty level-headed, but it turns out you're so frivolous. Chapter 34, I'm not interested in money. That's the Times office building. Just this one office building alone has a web of powerful connections behind it. Yang Xuxing was naturally part of that network of influence back then, but he encountered some difficulties and ended up selling the office building. As the buyer, Wang Hui naturally became a member of the power network in Yang Xuxing's eyes. In response to the doubts, Wang Hui smiled and said, Uncle Jiang, since you can just casually offer me a monthly salary of 10 million, I'm sure you shouldn't have any trouble investigating something. Why don't you just make a call right now and ask who owns floors 70 to 100 of the Times office building? Jiang Huan said doubtfully, as far as I know, the Times office building has always been under Yang Xuxing's control, right? As a member of the wealthy circle, there were basically no strangers, and even if they weren't close, they could at least call each other by name. Yang Xuxing and Jiang Huan, however, were of the type who were not close but had each other's contact information. Wang Hui nodded and said, I bought it from Yang Xuxing. You might as well call him directly and ask him. Jiang Huan saw Wang Hui looking so serious and hesitated before picking up his phone and opening his contacts list. He found Yang Xuxing's number, dialed it directly, and then activated the speakerphone. Beep beep, hello, is this Mr. Jiang? In the Times office building, Yang Xuxing, who was directing employees to move things, picked up his phone and looked at the call from Jiang Huan, a puzzled expression on his face. He and Jiang Huan had exchanged phone numbers at a banquet, but they had no prior connection in their daily lives. Why would he suddenly call him? Hello, Mr. Yang, this is Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan glanced at Wang Hui, who showed no change in expression, then got straight to the point. Mr. Yang, are you still at the Times office building? On the other end of the line, Yang Xuxing paused for a moment before replying, now? Yes, I'm here. What's the matter? Before Yang Xuxing could respond, Jiang Ziren glared fiercely at Wang Hui, thinking to herself, keep pretending. Keep it up. Meanwhile, Jiang's mother wore a look of disappointment. She had actually held high hopes for this young man. However, at that moment, Yang Xuxing on the other end of the phone continued, but I'm currently moving. I've sold the office building. He had assumed that Jiang Huan was calling to buy the office building from him. Sold? Jiang Huan was taken aback for a moment before asking, sold to whom? Yang Xuxing smiled and said, I sold it to a young man. You know what? This young man must be from some wealthy family. He handed over 100 billion in one go. Isn't that generous? People like them, with such big businesses, wouldn't dare to say they could just pull out 100 billion in one go. So Yang Xuxing took the initiative to bring it up, which can be considered a talking point. Taking over 100 billion in one go? As expected, Jiang Huan was also startled. He then looked at Wang Hui with a serious expression. Could it be that his youngest daughter's boyfriend really came from some prominent family? Swallowing hard, Jiang Huan continued, what's the young man's name? On this point, Yang Xuxing didn't hold back, answering directly, his surname is Wang. His name is Wang Hui. The moment the surname Wang was mentioned, the hearts of the four members of the Jiang family visibly skipped a beat. When they heard the name Wang Hui again, Jiang Ziren's face turned ashen. It was really him? Jiang Huan pretended to be calm and chatted with Yang Xuxing for a few moments before hanging up the phone. He then turned to Wang Hui, his mouth dry, and said, so everything you said was true. As he spoke these words, he couldn't help but feel his face grow hot with embarrassment. When he thought back to his eldest daughter's earlier mocking words directed at Wang Hui, it felt like he was slapping himself in the face. It wasn't that someone else was climbing above her, but that her own daughter was climbing above Wang Hui. The phrase match made in heaven now felt like a heavy blow, striking Jiang Huan and Jiang Ziren, father and daughter, right in the face. Wang Hui merely waved his hand dismissively and said, it's nothing. Just a little bit of wealth. These words left Jiang Huan speechless. This is considered a small fortune? Could this young man really be from some prestigious family? At this thought, Jiang Huan shuddered violently. Thankfully, he hadn't forced Jiang Tingting to break up with Wang Hui earlier. Otherwise, with the backing he has, I'm afraid my entire group won't be able to withstand the pressure. The fact that he could come up with 100 billion in one go was enough to make Jung Hwan realize that this man was not someone he could afford to provoke. Actually, money is just a string of numbers in my eyes now. Wang Hui sighed and said, to be honest, what I hate most is making money. The Jiang family members all grimaced. Jiang Tingting even pinched Wang Hui discreetly. Pretending to be innocent. Actually, she hadn't expected Wang Hui to be so wealthy. She had been to Wang Hui's house before, and it wasn't from a wealthy family at all. Therefore, unlike her father and sister, she didn't fear the influence behind Wang Hui. Chapter 35, a customer has arrived. However, at that moment, Jiang Ziran shouted with tears in her eyes, Dad. This startled Jiang Huan to the core. He looked at his eldest daughter speechlessly, thinking to himself, why bring that up now? Wang Hui didn't even bother to mention it, and you're taking it so seriously. Now we're even. Jiang Ziran wiped her reddened eyes and puffed out her cheeks as she spoke. Wang Hui scratched his head and said, you really did shout, didn't you? Of course not. I'm not the kind of person who breaks her word. Jiang Ziran snorted, then glanced at her sister who was giggling, and added, Wang Hui, be nice to my sister. If I find out she's been wronged, even if you're from a prominent family, I'll. Jiang Ziran hesitated for a moment but couldn't come up with anything else to say. Wang Hui couldn't help but laugh. Coughing once, Wang Hui composed himself, took Jiang Tingting's hand, and said, don't worry, uncle and auntie, I'll take good care of Jiang Tingting. Jiang Huan and Jiang's mother exchanged a smile and said in unison, that's good. Mrs. Jiang smiled and said, actually, since you didn't show up, we had already arranged a blind date for Tingting. Now that you're here, we'll leave Tingting in your care. Upon hearing Mrs. Jiang's words, Wang Hui gave Jiang Tingting an odd look. He finally understood why Jiang Tingting had asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend. So she was setting him up on a blind date. No wonder. Feeling Wang Hui's gaze, Jiang Tingting smiled apologetically and whispered in his ear, don't be angry. I had no choice. By the way, aren't your parents also very worried about you? Since you helped me, I could pretend to be your girlfriend and visit your parents often. After saying that, Jiang Tingting's eyes flickered. Oh no. I almost blurted out what I was thinking. Wang Hui simply smiled in response, remaining non-committal. That afternoon, they chatted idly at the Jiang residence for quite some time. After Wang Hui's persistent refusal, he finally declined the invitation from Jiang Huan and Jiang's mother to have dinner together. I don't know why, but eating in front of them just feels so awkward. So, under Jiang Tingting's watchful gaze, Wang Hui got into the car directly. With a burst of acceleration, he sped off toward home. By the time he arrived home, it was already past 7 o'clock. After eating at home, Wang Hui finally took out his phone to check it. Earlier, when he was at the Jiang family's house, he hadn't checked his phone much. First, he didn't want to be rude, and second, there wasn't anything important to do today. When he took out his phone, he found over 100 unread messages on his messaging app. There were messages from Huya, Luo Meng, Yang Xuxing, and Luo Fian. Huya's messages are very simple. She keeps asking if Wang Hui is there, sending over a dozen messages in a row. There were text messages, voice messages, and even emojis. Luo Meng asked Wang Hui if he had any other school district properties available, but Wang Hui simply ignored him. Yang Xuxing's message was brief, informing Wang Hui that he had already moved out and that Wang Hui could start renting it out to others tomorrow. Meanwhile, Luo Fian's messages were filled with various emojis flooding the screen. Without exception, all of those memes were meant to provoke others. Wang Hui glanced at it, smiled, and didn't bother to reply. Instead, he started filling out rental listings online. It must be said that the reputation of Times Office Building is still quite prominent in Beichin City. The rental listing was posted less than 10 minutes ago. The phone started ringing nonstop, and I didn't recognize any of the numbers. However, most of them were from real estate agents. Speaking of these agents, they have become quite cunning. Knowing that many people have set up anti-harassment phone settings, they have all started using private numbers to call Wang Hui. Fortunately, I have scheduled meetings with a few people to view office buildings tomorrow, and I confirmed multiple times over the phone that it is indeed the Times office building. After arranging the time with the clients interested in the office buildings, Wang Hui yawned, set his phone to silent mode, and collapsed onto the bed. He was simply too exhausted. Last night, he had to take care of Jiang Tingting and Luo Fian, who were drunk, and it kept him up half the night. I ask you, a young man in the prime of his life, faced with the temptation of two drunk beauties, could he still remain composed and unmoved? How much effort did it take him? During the day, he had to go to Jiang Tingting's house and endure the interrogation from the Jiang family. Today was absolutely exhausting. I slept until past 9 in the morning. Wang Hui opened his eyes and stared blankly at the white ceiling. After regaining his composure, he finally got out of bed. At this time, Wang's mother would usually be out buying groceries. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang has gone to work. It's worth mentioning that Wang Dad is not yet 50 years old and works as an editor at a newspaper. However, with the rise of the internet, the newspaper industry is in decline. Therefore, Mr. Wang spends much more time at home than at work. Wang's mother, on the other hand, is a typical housewife, responsible for taking care of Wang's father and Wang Hui's daily needs. After finishing the porridge and salted duck eggs on the table, Wang Hui changed into a different set of clothes and went straight downstairs to drive. He drove toward the Times office building. Chapter 36, Musician Wei Si. A woman's voice answered the phone of someone who had made an appointment to view an office building. From the sound of her voice, she didn't seem too young, but not too old either, probably around 27 or 28. However, the more Wang Hui listened to the voice, the more familiar it sounded to him. He just couldn't place where he had heard it before. By the time he arrived at the underground parking lot of the Times office building, his phone rang. "Hello, have you arrived yet?" A woman's voice came through the phone. It was the woman who had arranged to meet Wang Hui at the office building. "I just arrived at the underground parking lot. I'll be right up." After we agreed on the location, Wang Hui met her quickly. The woman wore a wide-brimmed hat that completely concealed her face, and her attire was simple, perhaps even ordinary. She was the kind of person who could easily blend into a crowd and go unnoticed. "My name is Wei Si, I work in music, and I'm looking to rent an office space to set up a studio." Wei Si, out of politeness, took off his baseball cap, smiled, and extended his hand. Wang Hui recognized her after seeing her face. This recognition simply meant that Wang Hui knew Wei Si, because Wei Si is a renowned musician. No wonder I felt so familiar with Wei Si's voice when I heard it. However, due to the change in their status, Wang Hui wasn't particularly surprised. He cleared his throat and said, "The 60th to 100th floors of the Times office building are all mine. You can choose any floor you like." Wei Si was also someone who wasn't short on money. Without even going up to look, he said directly, "The 78th floor, please." 78 is my lucky number. Let's discuss the price now. Wang Hui didn't expect the other party to be so decisive, so he quoted, "The total area of the 78-story office building is 6,500 square meters, with a rental rate of 50 yuan per square meter. That's a monthly rent of 325,000 yuan. Property management fees and parking fees are at your expense, and taxes are also your responsibility. By the way, the minimum lease term is 6 months. What do you think?" Wei Si pondered for a moment. Even just the rent for half a year would amount to nearly 2 million. Compared to other office buildings, it was indeed significantly more expensive. However, the key point is that Times office building is a landmark building in Beichin City, with high recognition and an excellent environment. This is what she values most. "Alright, I'll transfer the money to you directly. Can we sign the contract now?" Wang Hui nodded and raised the folder in his hand, saying, "I've already prepared everything. By the way, are you really not going to go up and take a look?" Wei Si shook his head and said, "The Times office building is famous throughout Beichin City and even the entire province. There's nothing worth seeing there." After that, the two of them found a cafe and began signing the contract. Ding dong! The 2 million yuan has been transferred to the account. Glancing at the message that popped up on his phone, Wang Hui smiled and said, "Let's work together smoothly." Then he watched Wei Si get into a Mercedes-Benz limousine. There were still 39 floors to go, a long and arduous journey ahead. Seeing that it was still early, Wang Hui wasn't in a hurry to go back. After leaving the coffee shop, he walked a few steps and entered the Times shopping mall. The first floor of the shopping mall was mostly luxury brands. Wang Hui glanced at the $1,000,000 suit he was wearing and always felt it was a bit too restrictive. So he walked straight into one of the restaurants. Since he was wearing a custom-made suit with no logos, the staff at the restaurant didn't greet him with much enthusiasm. Wang Hui glanced around the store and said, "Help me pick out a more casual outfit. You guys can put something together for me, and then get me a pair of low-key leather shoes." The beautiful saleswoman asked politely, "Sir, do you have any preferences regarding color? Just keep it simple. I don't want it to be too flashy or have your brand name standing out right away." The beautiful saleswoman nodded. It was the first time she had heard a customer make such a request. Because 90% of the customers who came to their store to buy clothes and shoes were just trying to show off. Her eyes lit up immediately. She looked up and down at Wang Hui. "Looks like he's a rich guy." Because under her professional gaze, she immediately recognized that Wang Hui's suit was custom-made. Although there was no logo, she could tell at a glance that the suit was quite expensive. After helping Wang Hui pick out a white printed t-shirt and casual shoes, the female sales associate said to Wang Hui, "Sir, would you like us to pair this with a matching pair of pants? Dress pants with casual shoes just don't quite go together." Wang Hui nodded and said, "Let's give it a try first." The beautiful saleswoman quickly found the pants and brought them over. Wang Hui took them and walked into the fitting room, changing quickly. "Oh my, sir, this casual outfit suits you perfectly." The beautiful saleswoman appraised Wang Hui with a woman's discerning eye. After all, Wang Hui's attire was a bit formal. Wang Hui looked at himself in the mirror and felt quite satisfied, nodding slightly. In the changing room, he glanced at the price and saw that the entire outfit cost only around 10,000 yuan. But when worn, it was far more comfortable than those suits costing over $1 million. Chapter 37, The Stock Exchange. Alright, let's settle the bill. Wang Hui spun around in front of the mirror. He felt even more that he was better suited to casual wear. Although the sales staff at this store are used to the exorbitant prices of their clothes, someone as generous as Wang Hui is a rare sight. Especially when Wang Hui casually pulled out his phone to scan the QR code, he did so with such nonchalance and ease. This only served to highlight how little he cared about the tens of thousands of dollars at stake. The beautiful saleswoman couldn't help but marvel to herself, this is what a truly wealthy person is like. Clearly, he has no intention of taking it off. While others buy luxury items to show off, this handsome guy seems to be buying necessities as casually as if they were everyday items. The meaning behind this is completely different. After paying, Wang Hui also paid, and the beautiful saleswoman kindly asked, "Sir, are you planning to wear this shirt?" Wang Hui nodded, and the saleswoman immediately said, "Then let me help you remove the tags." Wang Hui finally realized that the tags hadn't been cut off yet. Otherwise, if he went out wearing clothes with tags still attached, he would definitely be laughed at. Not cutting off the tags is a tacky way to dress, as if you're afraid people won't know your clothes or designer brands. Wang Hui smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble." The beautiful saleswoman immediately smiled brightly and said, "It's no trouble at all." Then she kindly squatted down and carefully cut off all the tags from Wang Hui's pants and shoes. Then she skillfully tiptoed up, wanting to help Wang Hui cut off the label on his collar as well. However, the label on the collar was a bit more difficult to cut off. Wang Hui is about 1.8 meters tall, but the beautiful saleswoman isn't very tall. Even in high heels, she still looked a bit awkward. She couldn't help but get a little closer. This led to the beautiful saleswoman actually pressing herself against Wang Hui's back. She didn't seem to mind, but Wang Hui suddenly felt as though something was pressing down on him. In an instant, Wang Hui realized what was happening. Perhaps the tag on the collar was difficult to cut, so the beautiful saleswoman fumbled around for a while before finally cutting it off. The saleswoman seemed oblivious, but Wang Hui clearly sensed a hint of flirtation when she bowed toward him at the end. "Welcome back." The beautiful saleswoman politely saw Wang Hui off. Wang Hui politely nodded and turned to leave. The beautiful saleswoman felt puzzled, and it wasn't until later that she finally realized what was going on. In an instant, the saleswoman blushed and silently berated herself, "Oh no, he didn't give me his phone number after all." All her efforts had been in vain. What a pity. There are also 2 clients looking to rent office space who have appointments with Wang Hui this afternoon. So, with nothing else to do, Wang Hui decided to head to the stock exchange to check the stock prices. He didn't really know much about it, but he had a few hours to kill before his next client was coming to look at office buildings. He had to rush back later, so he might as well find something to do to kill time. When he arrived at the nearest stock exchange in the modern era, someone immediately came to greet him. After all, this is considered a service industry. Wang Hui didn't think much of it and followed the person along. Wang Hui didn't think much of it and followed the man along the way. The man, however, had been talking non-stop since he appeared, introducing everything to Wang Hui. It was as if he were introducing his own business to Wang Hui. He led Wang Hui straight through the trading hall and into the small meeting room at the back. Wang Hui was still a little surprised. After all, he had only come to take a look. Was it really necessary to bring him all the way to the meeting room? Even if Wang Hui wanted to buy some stocks, wouldn't he just open an account at the counter in the trading hall? After sitting down, the man asked Wang Hui what he would like to drink. Wang Hui casually replied, "Just plain water will do." However, the person simply instructed the young woman in the meeting room to fetch a bottle of Evian mineral water. The man eagerly handed the mineral water to Wang Hui and even opened it for him. Wang Hui took the bottle of mineral water but didn't drink it. He just stared at the man, wondering what he was up to. The man smiled with narrowed eyes. "Sir, are you interested in investing in stocks or mutual funds? We happen to have several stock-type mutual funds with good returns. They were just launched over a month ago and have already risen by several percentage points. According to our estimates, the annual return rate for these new funds could reach as high as 20%. Wang Hui rolled his eyes. He had just come by to take a look. Let's talk about stocks. Since the other party was providing such attentive service, Wang Hui decided to listen. The man immediately gave him a thumbs up and said, "Sir, you're clearly someone who's used to taking high risks for high rewards. I wonder where you're currently working." Wang Hui furrowed his brows and said, "A formal job? I don't have one." The man was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Sir, you're really joking. What does your family do?" "Oh, maybe I was being too forward. I'm sorry. Since you're interested in learning about stock investing, I'll take you to the VIP room to have a look." This is so awkward. Is anyone actually reading my novel? If you are, could you please leave a comment with a 1? I feel like my follower count is fake, and it's making me cry. Chapter 38, isn't that a coincidence? Our VIP lounge here has a very nice environment, with decorations done to the standards of a star-rated hotel, and there are also private rooms available. We guarantee you'll feel right at home. Our computers are all state-of-the-art and connected to a VIP network, ensuring that your orders are processed and completed at the fastest possible speed. The stock market is constantly changing, and a difference of just 1 second can significantly impact your returns. Wang Hui thought to himself, this guy talks more than I do. He's been chattering on and on without stopping. Finally, Wang Hui couldn't help but interrupt. I was just stopping by to take a look. The man remained unfazed, still smiling like a flower. Yes, please take a good look. I'll arrange for you to visit the VIP room. Wang Hui shook his head and said, no need. I have a computer at home. I'll just take a look outside. Upon hearing this, the man raised his eyebrows and said, sir, that's not how it works. The VIP room does have its advantages. After all, only people of your status and standing are allowed in. The entry fee for our VIP room is 10 million, and members can share information with each other, so the news is more reliable and up to date. Just the VIP high response time alone can help clients avoid unnecessary losses. Additionally, we can provide some leverage funding for clients in the VIP room, allowing you to achieve the maximum profit with the least possible investment. Wang Hui was exasperated, thinking to himself, I just came here to take a look. He was actually mistaken for a wealthy second-generation heir with a large sum of money ready to enter the market. Seeing the man's eager expression, Wang Hui couldn't bring himself to speak bluntly. But Wang Hui felt even more reluctant to deceive him, so he cleared his throat twice. He whispered, I just came by to take a look. You seem to have misunderstood. The man froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Sir, you're really quite humorous. With your status? Before he could finish, Wang Hui interrupted, I'm serious, I'm not lying. Sir, are you really not testing our service attitude? The man asked with a puzzled look. Wang Hui shook his head. I just came by to take a look. Although I've considered trying stocks, I haven't made a decision yet. Seeing that Wang Hui didn't seem to be joking, the man took another look at him. He thought to himself, are you kidding me? You just got out of a Porsche 911, and you're wearing all designer clothes. Usually, someone with that kind of flair showing up at the stock exchange is just a rich kid getting ready to enter the market, right? Sir? The man suddenly felt at a loss for words. After all, he was the senior account manager for this stock exchange. He had just finished smoking in the fire escape and was on his way back. Then I saw Wang Hui, dressed in designer clothes, getting out of the driver's seat of a Porsche 911. I thought to myself, this must be a big client, which is why they were so eager to pull Wang Hui into the meeting room for a detailed discussion. It's almost the end of the year. If he could develop a high net worth client, he could leverage his capital by 2 or 3 times, and his annual target would be easily achieved. But now this well-dressed young gentleman claims he's just here to take a look? Wang Hui shrugged and said, I'm just here to take a look. You go ahead with your work. The man was about to curse under his breath. But he still maintained a professional smile on his face. After all, Wang Hui was dressed in luxury goods and had arrived in a Porsche 911. Even if he was just there to take a casual look around, that didn't mean Wang Hui wouldn't become a big customer in the future. So the man said, no problem, sir. Have you ever invested in stocks before? If you'd like to take a look first, I can personally take you to open an account. If you ever decide to invest in the future, feel free to consider me. As he spoke, he pulled out a pale gold business card and handed it over with both hands, saying, this is my business card. Wang Hui slowly took the business card and looked at it. It read Huang Jian, with the title of Senior Account Manager. Manager Huang, I'll just go to the front lobby and take a look around. No need to be so formal. Huang Jian immediately said, that's not possible. Every customer who comes here is our most valued guest. How could we let you go check on your own? Wang Hui rubbed his head and said, well, let me put it this way, even if I were to trade stocks, it would only be for fun, not something I'd invest much in. Besides, I don't have that kind of money to spare for this. Although he currently has several million in savings, once you get hooked on stock trading, a few million wouldn't be enough. Sir, you're really joking. I just happened to see you get out of a Porsche 911. Someone who can afford a car like that could easily come up with 10 million. That's a rental. Wang Hui lied without batting an eyelid. He just wanted to get rid of this account manager as soon as possible. Huang Jian, however, still thought Wang Hui was joking with him, so he said, sir, please don't joke around. There are only a few Porsche 911s in the entire city of Beijing. Wang Hui smiled and said, I just happened to come across one. Isn't that a coincidence? Chapter 39, The Proud and Spoiled Luo Meng. Huang Jian widened his eyes and said, then what about your outfit? Wang Hui noticed that Huang Jian's gaze was completely fixed on his new clothes, so he quickly changed the subject and asked, did you notice? Of course. It's the autumn bestseller from Fan Xijia. A set must cost over 100,000, right? Wang Hui thought to himself, he really knows his stuff. He cleared his throat and said, it's a high-quality replica. You know, the whole set? 500. Huang Jian's face immediately fell. His expression was extremely unpleasant, and he kept muttering to himself, thinking, could it really be that I'm blind today? Wang Hui seemed to suddenly remember something and added, Mr. Huang, you go ahead and get back to work. I'll just take a quick look. I need to drive this car to the flower shop and then to someone else's wedding. Huang Jian's mind was buzzing, and his heart was in turmoil. He even cursed himself from head to toe in his mind, and his attitude toward Wang Hui changed instantly. However, it was still fortunate that someone who had made it to the position of client manager wasn't the kind of person who would change their face so quickly. Though their attitude has changed, it's only become slightly more distant. It was my misunderstanding. I apologize. Please wait here for a moment while I have the staff open an account for you. Have some water and you'll be all set in a moment. Wang Hui had come over just to open an account, so I might as well let him go ahead. So he took out his ID card and bank card and said, ID card and bank card are enough, right? Yes, I'll arrange someone to help you with the paperwork right away. I've got some things to take care of, so I won't keep you any longer. As he was about to leave, Huang Jian turned back and pointed to the Iyun mineral water beside him. The water's already boiled, so have a drink. It's on the house. In the end, he couldn't resist mocking Wang Hui with a sarcastic remark. Wang Hui didn't care either, as long as this account manager stopped bothering him, anything was fine. A short while later, a young woman in a work uniform approached, politely handed Wang Hui the completed account opening card and a contract. Mr. Wang, this is your account opening contract. Please take a look. If everything is in order, just sign it. These are all standard contracts, every account opening customer receives the same ones. It seems that the young lady is also unclear about what just happened. It's just opening an account. Is it really necessary to come all the way to the conference room? They even had the account manager, Huang Jian, personally receive me and instructed him to handle it quickly and bring it over. The young woman thought to herself, this must be some wealthy young master. Wang Hui looked at the contract carefully before signing his name on it. Then the young woman handed him a card with both hands and said, this is your account opening card. Please keep it safe. Let me explain the simple process for trading stocks at home. First, you need to download an app. The young woman chattered on for about 10 minutes, and Wang Hui knew why she was being so polite. However, since things had already come to this, he didn't bother to explain. At least he had finally figured out the basics of stock trading. After all, Wang Hui didn't plan on investing a large sum of money in the stock market. Walking out of the stock exchange, glancing at the time on his phone. It was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. Just then, the phone rang. It was the second client who had made an appointment to view the office space. Wang Hui drove directly there. At that moment, a man in his 40s appeared. Unlike Wei Si, who was carefree, he looked at it for a long time before signing the contract and paying the money. Just as Wang Hui was sending off this client, Hu Ya called. Hui Gu, where are you? Want to have lunch together? Wang Hui paused for a moment before honestly replying, I'm over at the Times building. Hu Yaxin exclaimed with delight, what a coincidence. I'm here too. She then gave the restaurant's location and instructed Wang Hui to make sure to find her. By the time Wang Hui found the restaurant named 8090, over 10 minutes had already passed. There was nothing he could do, the restaurants in the area were simply too large. Such an ordinary restaurant is particularly hard to find. Wang Hui had just entered the restaurant. Inside, Huya's voice rang out, Hui Go, over here. Wang Hui looked up and saw Huya sitting in a corner with Luo Meng. It looked like they had already ordered their meals. Wang Hui smiled, walked over, and sat down across from him. This meal was on Meng Meng. As soon as she saw Wang Hui, Huya's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Luo Meng's face flushed, and she said, it's just to thank you for the school district house that made me money. Don't read too much into it. Wang Hui scratched his nose and looked her up and down. Double ponytails, Lolita style, hee, what a proud and spoiled girl. Then, the three of them started chatting casually, one sentence here and there. Speaking of which, do you still have any school district housing available? Luo Meng suddenly asked out of the blue. Wang Hui rolled his eyes and thought to himself, you're so greedy. However, he muttered under his breath, that's it, but there's still the office building. Chapter 40, The Haunted House. Luo Meng paused for a moment and asked, office building? Which office building? Wang Hui pointed to the ceiling and said nothing. Times office building? Luo Meng paused for a moment before exclaiming in surprise. What, you want to take over again? Wang Hui smiled at Luo Meng. He knew that since Luo Meng had tasted success with the school district property last time, he had been pestering him for property listings every few days, all in hopes of making another quick profit. Luo Meng shook his head vigorously and said, no, I don't have that much money. Although her family had some money, it wasn't enough for her to take on a high-end office building like this on her own. Just consider that the rent for a single floor here exceeds the total price of all the previous school district properties combined. Plus, office buildings aren't like school district housing, you can't just rent them out on a whim. Huya, standing nearby, interrupted Wang Hui and Luo Meng's conversation. Hui Gu, do you have plans this afternoon? Let's go to the haunted house later. I heard there's a haunted house that just opened next to Times Square. It's super realistic. While saying this, he looked at Wang Hui with anticipation. Wang Hui rolled his eyes. He wasn't a child, he wasn't interested in haunted houses at all. So he shook his head and said, I have clients coming to view the office space this afternoon. I'm not going. Huigo, please, just come with us. We're two girls and we're scared to go alone. After being refused by Wang Hui, Huyali immediately adopted a pitiful expression and pulled on Wang Hui's arm, pleading. Wang Hui was speechless. You're the one who's scared, yet you want to go to the haunted house? Are you kidding me? However, after Huya's persistent pleading, Wang Hui finally took out his phone and called the next few clients to make arrangements. I guess I've learned my lesson. I've made arrangements with the clients, and we should be done by 2 o'clock. Let's go after 2. Huya heard this, and the worried expression on her face vanished instantly. She made a yeah gesture with her hands. If she hadn't been in the restaurant, she would have rushed over to Wang Hui in a heartbeat. In fact, deep down, Huya always felt a sense of unease. She had always liked Wang Hui, but now he had transformed into a landlord. And judging by his car and his style, there probably aren't many girls who wouldn't like him. After all, Wang Hui is young, handsome, and wealthy. Isn't that exactly the kind of man women aspire to? To solidify her position, she began finding various ways to invite Wang Hui out to play. The purpose, of course, was obvious. After dinner, Wang Hui told Huya and Luo Meng to go ahead and browse around the mall. He then went to Times Square to meet with a client. The next 2 clients arrived almost at the same time. One was involved in game development, and the other was in the financial sector. After reviewing the property once, both were unsurprised and decided to rent a floor each. After all, Times office building had a good reputation, and the price Wang Hui quoted wasn't particularly high, so they didn't even bother to haggle much. Once they signed the contract and paid the money, Wang Hui went straight to the mall and quickly found Huya and Luo Meng browsing clothes in a women's clothing store. Although Huya and Luo Meng were close friends, their fashion styles were completely different. Therefore, one is into fashionable women's clothing, while the other prefers a cute style. Wang Hui sighed. Women shopping for clothes is indeed a hassle. He's been here for over 10 minutes, but Huya is still trying on the same style of clothes over and over again. Then, out of boredom, he pulled out his phone. He opened the chat app. Wang Hui, are you still alive? If you're not dead, say something. The first message to pop up was from Luo Fian. Wang Hui's forehead was crossed by 3 black lines, and he replied, thanks to you, I'm still alive. Soon, Luo Fian replied instantly, you pervert. Wang Hui. It's been 2 days since the incident, and this woman is still being so unreasonable? He pressed his forehead and replied, you're crazy. This only made things worse. Luo Fian exploded like a lit gas canister, you're the crazy one. Your whole family is crazy. Wang Hui's lips twitched. Have you ever seen a red exclamation mark? Before Luo Fian could react, he had already added her to his blacklist. He didn't have time to argue with this mentally unstable woman. It was in a luxurious residential area in Beichun City. Luo Fian, wearing a sheer silk nightgown, gritted her teeth and said, that damn Wang Hui, he actually blocked me. Li Jia, dressed similarly, said helplessly, I told you not to bother with him, but you wouldn't listen. I've told you so many times. That nouveau riche is utterly shameless. Luo Fian's eyes flashed with a dangerous gleam as she said, this isn't over. I'll make sure that Wang Hui pays for this. By the time Huya and Luo Meng had finished shopping, over an hour had already passed. For Wang Hui, that hour and a half felt like an eternity. He stiffly stood up and said, have you bought it? Huya nodded and said, we're done shopping. We can go to the haunted house now. Wang Hui hesitated and said helplessly, I don't want to go. Can we go home and rest instead? No, you can't. Huya and Luo Meng said in unison. Wang Hui. Chapter 41, Luo Meng's counterattack. The haunted house was not far from the Times office building, it was only a 10-minute walk at most. Since it wasn't the weekend, there weren't many people visiting the haunted house. There were only a dozen or so people scattered around, most of whom were couples. Many of the couples noticed Wang Hui walking with the 2 beautiful women and couldn't help but stop and stare. Look at you. I asked you to take me out, but you kept putting it off. They brought their girlfriend and sister along, and you didn't even say a word. A girl whispered in her boyfriend's ear, complaining. How do you know it's the girlfriend and the sister? Her boyfriend asked in confusion. The girl tapped her boyfriend on the forehead, you should look closer. The girl in the Lolita outfit looks like a minor, and the other girl is being so affectionate with that handsome guy. Listening to the other's comments, Wang Hui didn't think much of it, but Huya beside him couldn't help but smile broadly. Especially the word girlfriend, which made her want to rush over and give the girl a big hug. The girl really had good taste. As for Luo Meng at the end, she looked utterly displeased. She never expected her fashion sense to be criticized as underage. What's more, the person who said it was younger than her, which was something she absolutely couldn't accept. After all, aside from being a bit shorter, she was anything but small in other aspects. Luo Meng grew increasingly indignant. She crossed her arms, puffed out her chest, and glared at the other person with a fierce look. The girl didn't notice this, but the boy standing beside her was immediately impressed. Especially since Luo Mang was already emotionally charged, and his body swayed slightly due to inertia. The visual impact was so intense that the boy felt a sudden rush of heat in his nose, and blood began to flow. Seeing the boy bleeding from his nose, Luo Mang was also startled, but then burst into laughter. "Hey, are you okay? Why are you bleeding from your nose?" Seeing her boyfriend's change, the girl immediately took out a tissue and asked with concern. Luo Mang was already cute and pretty, and this smile left the guy completely speechless. "No, it's nothing. I might just be a bit irritable lately." Seeing that the boy didn't take the tissue and just stared straight ahead, the girl became puzzled. "You're such a pervert, Li Shuhua. Your mind is so dirty. You can even see a minor's nose bleed? Does that mean I'm not as attractive as her? Then we should break up." When the girl followed the boy's gaze, her face turned red with embarrassment. She slapped the guy across the face and walked out without looking back. She never expected her boyfriend to be so captivated by an underage girl. After being together for so long, he had never shown such an expression before. This made her feel deeply ashamed. No, listen to me," the boy shouted as he chased after her. But as he was leaving, he couldn't help but glance back at Luo Mang. He felt a pang of helplessness. Minors these days were really too powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. "Hee, see if you dare to underestimate me now." Seeing the girl's face turn green with anger, Luo Mang couldn't help but flash a victorious smile. Mang, you're really something. Teach me next time, okay?" Seeing Luo Meng's performance, Huya also said enviously. Although she was quite attractive and had a good figure, her bust couldn't compare to Luo Meng's. After all, such a rare combination of a youthful face and voluptuous figure is not commonly seen. She wanted to follow Luo Meng's example and show off in front of Wang Hui, but she lacked the resources, so she had to give up. So she decided to follow Luo Meng's lead, adopting her quirky and mischievous style, to see if there were any other ways to achieve her goal. Yeah, I noticed you're up to something. Are you planning to do something naughty?" Seeing Huya staring at her, Luo Meng's eyes flashed with a hint of mischief as she teased with a smile. "Alright, you want to tease me? You're asking for it." Luo Meng saw right through her, and Huya's face turned red. She immediately threw a punch at the other person's chest. "No, please spare me. I won't dare again. If you come back, I'll fight you to the death." In just a few seconds, Luo Meng was struck several times and quickly begged for mercy. However, she realized that Huya had no intention of letting her off, so she also began to counterattack. Luo Meng's counterattack instantly made the scene become delightful. The guests who were about to enter the venue also stopped one by one and began to linger and watch. The two were already attractive, and now they were putting on a live boxing show, leaving all the men in the crowd unable to stay calm. If it weren't for their female companions, who were tightly gripping their arms and dragging them away, they would have forgotten that they had come here to see the haunted house. Watching the constantly swaying figures, even Wang Hui, with his strong self-control, couldn't help but swallow several times. This scene was witnessed by the two of them. Hu Yaxin felt a bit shy. However, seeing that Wang Hui finally showed a hint of response toward her, she couldn't help but feel thrilled inside. She knew her chance had come. Chapter 42, You filthy scoundrel, let go of me. Luo Meng wasn't as carefree as Huya. Though she appeared mischievous on the surface, she was a model of obedience, always dressed conservatively. Being stared at like this by a man in front of others made her feel a surge of embarrassment. "Alright, let's go. I'll go buy the tickets." Wang Hui shook his head helplessly, walked to the ticket counter, took out his phone to scan the QR code, and bought 3 tickets. The 3 of them then entered the haunted house. The entire haunted house was designed based on the movie Silent Hill. However, the shoddy production quality is so poor that even Wang Hui couldn't be bothered to criticize it. Take a look at the makeup on the female ghosts' faces. It's not scary at all, is it? If he hadn't promised the 2 of them he'd come, he would have turned around and left right now. "Ah, Hui Ge, you scared me to death. Don't walk so fast. Wait for me." Seeing Wang Hui walk away without looking back, Huya was so angry that her lips puckered up. She was also a bit depressed. Earlier, she had seen some reviews of the haunted house online and had been genuinely scared. Plus, some guys had left comments on purpose, saying that anyone looking to pick up girls shouldn't miss this opportunity. Bring a girl along, and you're sure to scare her into throwing herself into your arms. It was this comment that caught Huya's attention. With this haunted house trip planned, she wasn't counting on Wang Hui to make the first move. Instead, she planned to use the haunted house's spooky atmosphere to take the initiative and throw herself at him. However, upon entering, she found there was not a hint of terror. Wang Hui felt as though she couldn't bear to stay another second and hurried toward the exit without pausing. As the exit grew closer, he realized that if he didn't take advantage of the situation here to do something romantic, once he left the haunted house, everything would return to normal. After all, just now outside the haunted house, Wang Hui's gaze toward her had clearly changed. She had to seize this opportunity. What's there to be afraid of? This haunted house probably wouldn't even scare a child to tears. Wang Hui couldn't tell what Huya was thinking, but he stopped in his tracks and turned to face her. Wang Hui's voice was loud enough that the staff members dressed as female ghosts present also heard it and looked displeased. The majority of their income came from the haunted house's earnings. With negative reviews piling up and fewer customers visiting the haunted house, their livelihoods were hanging by a thread. Unfortunately, with limited funds, they had to hire an amateur makeup team, which led to this situation. To salvage the situation, these individuals have exhausted all their ideas, trying to figure out how to scare these guests. Just then, one of the female ghosts noticed Wang Hui turning around. A flash of inspiration struck her, and she quickly walked over and stood directly behind Wang Hui. When Wang Hui turned around again, the pale-faced female ghost was almost face-to-face with him, then extended her long tongue. "Oh my god, you scared the life out of me." This sudden scene caught Wang Hui completely off guard, sending him reeling backward in fear. Seeing that Wang Hui was scared, the female ghost felt a sense of satisfaction and retreated back. Behind him, Huya immediately perked up, also pretending to be afraid, and rushed toward Wang Hui to hug him. Wang Hui was already retreating, and when Huya suddenly hugged him, he lost his balance and fell backward. At that moment, Luo Mang was standing behind him. Seeing Wang Hui fall, he quickly reached out to catch him. However, Wang Hui was tall and sturdy. How could Luo Mang, a petite young girl, possibly catch him? The next moment, Wang Hui fell to the ground, but it wasn't as painful as he had imagined. Instead, he felt a soft, comfortable sensation. Wang Hui didn't think much of it and tried to get up, but when he pushed himself up with his hands, he once again touched the thing that made him feel so comfortable. Wang Hui didn't think twice, gripping it tightly with both hands. A woman's shrill scream followed immediately. "Ah, you pervert, let go of me." Wang Hui finally turned around and realized that Luo Mang was actually underneath him. "Cough, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I just didn't see you." Wang Hui's expression changed, and he quickly stood up and apologized to Luo Mang. This really wasn't Wang Hui's fault. He had just been hugged by Huya and had fallen backward. Plus, the haunted house was already dimly lit, so he didn't notice Luo Mang behind him at all. When Wang Hui got up, Luo Mang was also pulled up by Huya. Luo Mang was about to get angry, but then she remembered that she hadn't caught the other person earlier. Wang Hui hadn't turned back either, knowing that the other person hadn't done it on purpose. Never mind. Luo Mang blushed and forgave the other person. But inside, her heart was racing like a frightened deer, and she avoided looking at Wang Hui. This was the first time in her life that a man had groped her. Fortunately, he was handsome, otherwise, she would have been traumatized. Huya, standing nearby, saw Luo Mang being treated so favorably and felt a mix of emotions she couldn't put into words. She had planned to take advantage of the situation and make a move. Now, she hadn't made her move, and instead, her best friend Luo Mang had taken all the advantage. Huya only dared to think this to herself. If she had dared to say it out loud, she was sure Luo Mang would have torn her to shreds on the spot. Chapter 43, Luo Mang's Transformation. It was clearly her who was taken advantage of by Wang Hui, but in Huya's eyes, it had somehow become her who had taken advantage of Wang Hui. Of course, one couldn't blame Huya for thinking that way. In her heart, Wang Hui was her Prince Charming. Her purpose in coming here was to get him to kiss her. Huya so wished that it had been her, not Luo Mang, standing behind Wang Hui just now. If that had been the case, she certainly wouldn't have interrupted Wang Hui. She would even have taken his hand voluntarily and asked him to stay a little longer. Due to the awkward moment that had just occurred, the three of them didn't speak and headed straight toward the exit. By the time they finished their outing, the sun had already set in the west. After leaving the haunted house, Wang Hui led Huya and Luo Mang to a Sichuan restaurant named Spicy Girl. Hearing the name, one might think it's a Sichuan restaurant with excellent flavor. However, upon entering, one is left somewhat disappointed. Not only does the interior decor appear outdated and run down, but there are also very few diners. As a result, the three of them lost all interest. They found a random spot and ordered a few dishes. The food was just average, and it only took about 10 minutes for the three of us to finish our meal. Then, at Luo Mang's suggestion, the three of them went to a large arcade and played for over an hour. They spent hundreds of dollars on game tokens. Huya, on the other hand, was dancing enthusiastically, attracting the attention of many young men. Meanwhile, Luo Mang was staring intently at a claw machine, desperately trying to grab one. Unfortunately, his skills were too poor, and he ultimately failed to succeed. Wang Hui inserted the last two game tokens, while Luo Mang watched intently from the side. But just as Luo Mang was about to fail again, Wang Hui took advantage of the server's inattention and gave the claw machine a good shake. He violently shook the Pikachu doll into the slot of the claw machine. This scene left Luo Mang speechless. In her eyes, Wang Hui had always appeared as a composed adult in front of her. She never imagined that Wang Hui would do such a thing in public. Even when Wang Hui took the doll out and stuffed it into her arms, she didn't react. When she felt the doll's soft, fluffy exterior, Luo Mang let out a loud scream, startling Wang Hui, who quickly covered her mouth. "Do you want others to discover us?" Luo Meng looked around quickly and then shut up. The two of them quickly made their way to the area where Huya was dancing. Luo Meng's face still bore a look of lingering fear, but the gaze he cast at Wang Hui now held a hint of something else. Recalling Wang Hui's gesture of covering his mouth earlier, as well as the scene in the haunted house, she felt her face flush and her heart race, as if she were experiencing her first love. "Thank you," Luo Meng whispered softly beside Wang Hui, "but isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Wang Hui rolled his eyes and said, "If it weren't for the fact that you couldn't catch it no matter how hard you tried, I would have almost cried. Why would I resort to such a desperate measure? But this doll isn't worth much anyway. We bought a bunch of game coins, so we're not really taking advantage of him." "Alright, but to be honest, it was pretty thrilling." Luo Meng's face was flushed red. It was her first time doing something like this. Before she knew it, Luo Meng had wrapped her arm around Wang Hui and whispered in his ear, "Next time, can you take me along too?" Wang Hui's expression grew slightly awkward, thinking to himself, "I'm not into little girls. Although this loli is a legal loli, I'm just not into that kind of thing." However, looking into Luo Meng's starry eyes, he agreed. He even made a date with Luo Meng. Then Luo Meng glanced at Huya, who was dancing, and whispered something in Wang Hui's ear. Wang Hui shook his head at first, but eventually gave in under Luo Meng's tearful gaze. Luo Meng saw that Wang Hui agreed, and her eyes curved like the moon. Before Huya could finish her dance, Luo Meng hurried over to her side and said, "Yeah, you go ahead and play first. I'll go out with your brother Hui to get some fresh air." Huya was in the middle of dancing enthusiastically and didn't think much of it, especially since she was the one who had suggested going to the game arcade in the first place. Wang Hui and Luo Meng didn't seem to enjoy playing here. So, Luo Meng directly dragged Wang Hui to the Times office building. They took the elevator straight to the top floor. In fact, there is still one floor above the 100th floor, but that floor houses the building's machinery room and is usually guarded by staff. Under normal circumstances, even the building's owner cannot easily access the top floor. After all, it's too dangerous up there, and if anything were to happen, the property management would be held responsible. After getting out of the elevator, Luo Meng took Wang Hui's hand. But it always seemed a bit sneaky. There's nothing she can do about it. The things she has to do are just a bit sneaky. She and Wang Hui waited for a while and finally slipped into the fire escape after the door to the surveillance room on the top floor closed. Then they made their way upstairs. It wasn't exactly a leisurely walk, but there were no obstacles, and they eventually reached the top platform of the Times office building. Standing at the edge of the platform, Wang Hui hurriedly pulled Luo Meng back a few steps. After a moment of standoff, Luo Meng finally stopped trying to lean against the edge of the platform. He was now 3 or 4 meters away from the edge. Luo Meng suddenly let out a loud scream. Chapter 44, Reunion with Wei Si. Wang Hui's lips twitched. "Miss, calling him that will only make the security guards come after you." Sure enough, the security guard arrived. 2 burly security guards brought the two down. Upon learning that Wang Hui was an owner of units on floors 70 to 100, the security guards' initially unfriendly expressions immediately softened. However, they still gave Wang Hui and Luo Meng a stern lecture in the end. "Mr. Wang, I know that young people nowadays are obsessed with the romantic scenes from movies where couples confess their feelings on rooftops. But this is 100 stories high. If you accidentally fall, that's no joke. Actually, such incidents have occurred more than once." What surprised the security guards was that even someone as wealthy as Wang Hui would enjoy such a risky activity. Wang Hui didn't offer any further explanation. "There's yellow mud in your pants. Even if it's not, it's still." By the time the two of them came downstairs, Huya had also finished playing. The 3 of them reunited and went to a dessert shop to eat a bunch of desserts. After watching a movie, Huya insisted on going to the bar to have fun. Wang Hui, on the other hand, recalled the scene from 2 days ago at the bar where Luo Fian and Jiang Tingting had both gotten drunk. He shook his head quickly and refused, saying, "Forget it, let's go another time. It's so late, I need to go home and sleep." He certainly didn't want to take care of 2 drunk girls anymore. Huya had no choice but to take a taxi back since it wasn't on her way. On the other hand, Luo Meng was on the exact route that Wang Hui needed to take to get home, so she was able to catch a ride with him. "Sir, can we go to a bar and have some fun? I've never been to one before." From the passenger seat, Luo Meng suddenly said, "Big uncle?" Wang Hui stiffly turned his head and asked in confusion, Meng, don't tell me you've never been to a bar before?" Luo Meng nodded with a dim expression. "My family doesn't allow me to go to such places." Wang Hui's body trembled. He had thought Jiang Tingting was the most conservative girl he knew, but he never expected Luo Meng to be even more conservative than her. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Hui whispered, "Then let's just go for an hour and then head home?" Upon hearing Wang Hui's agreement, Luo Meng nodded happily. Wang Hui drove the car toward the street lined with casual bars, skipping the high bar altogether. After all, the high bar was a mix of all kinds of people, and Wang Hui didn't want to corrupt a conservative girl like Luo Meng. Soon, the two arrived at a bar called Coco. Wang Hui parked the car and led Luo Meng inside. Soon, a waiter came over and showed Wang Hui and Luo Meng to their seats. Although it was a casual bar, Luo Meng felt as though she were a country bumpkin in the big city, behaving nervously and uneasily. Luo Meng immediately took out her phone and posted a photo on her social media. It was his first time at a bar, so how should he act naturally? Waiting online, it's pretty urgent. Wang Hui glanced at Luo Meng and ordered 2 drinks. Just as he took a sip, he spotted a familiar figure. To say familiar isn't quite right, because this person was none other than Wei Si, whom Wang Hui had just met today. The other person also noticed Wang Hui and waved at him from the bar counter. Seeing that Wang Hui had no intention of coming over, she took her glass and walked over on her own. Unlike her daytime attire, Wei Si was wearing a plain-colored long dress tonight. However, whether it was her every movement or her slightest smile, she exuded the charm of a mature woman. "Mr. Landlord, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Wei Si smiled and clinked her glass against Wang Hui's drink. "Drinking at the bar? Let me order you a drink." Wang Hui didn't react much, but Luo Meng, who was sitting beside him, showed an unusual hostility. "Who are you? Do you know our uncle?" Luo Meng acted like a protective kitten, clawing and growling. Wei Si chuckled, then looked at Luo Meng seriously and said, "Little girl, you're really interesting. But are you even an adult yet? At your age, you shouldn't be trying to flirt with handsome older men." Although Luo Meng had always been strong-willed, she was no match for Wei Si. She was completely overwhelmed by Wei Si's imposing presence and momentarily didn't know what to do. "Who wants to date him? Don't talk nonsense." Luo Meng pouted and explained. But Wei Si's smile grew even wider. "Don't be nervous. I just met the landlord today. We're just saying hello. Look how anxious you are." Before Luo Meng could respond, Wei Si gave Wang Hui a smirk. Mr. Landlord, you seem like such a proper gentleman, but who knew you were a lelicon?" She finally directed her criticism at Wang Hui, who had remained silent the entire time. Wang Hui knew Wei Si was joking, so he replied casually, "Why drag me into this? I just wanted to sit back and watch the two of you beautiful women argue. I didn't expect you to be so unable to control yourself and drag me into the fray." Wei Si smiled again, her body trembling with laughter. Her beauty was so striking that she resembled a peacock spreading its tail feathers, instantly capturing the attention of every man in the bar. Chapter 45, Forced Kiss. Wei Si's appearance wasn't exactly breathtaking, but her intellectual and refined demeanor was highly appealing to the opposite sex. It must be said that a woman of Wei Si's age and figure is the dream of most men. Every man glared at Wang Hui, muttering something under their breath. Wang Hui didn't need to listen to know what they wanted to say. It was nothing more than one sentence: "Let go of that woman, let me have her." "Mr. Landlord, you're really interesting." Listening to Wei Si's clearly teasing tone and looking at her sparkling eyes, Luo Meng couldn't help but burst into anger. She was like a little lioness. She stood up and growled softly, "Stop showing off here and get out of here." Wei Si, of course, wasn't provoked by Luo Meng's words. To put it bluntly, Luo Meng's skills weren't even worth her time. She merely smiled and continued to address Wang Hui. "Not planning to have a drink with me? Having a beverage at the bar is too lame, isn't it?" Wang Hui casually picked up his drink, took a sip, and said, "No drinking and driving. I have to drive later, so let's do it another time." Wei Si didn't press him, smiled and nodded, then extended her slender fingers and tapped the air, saying, "Then we'll stick to our word. Don't go back on your promise, okay?" Wang Hui rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "You're just renting my office space. We don't see each other every day. Next time. We'll talk about it when we meet again." Seeing Wei Si turn and leave, Luo Meng felt like a defeated rooster, slumping dejectedly in his chair. She had been completely ignored by Wei Si. That was the main reason she felt wronged. No matter how she had vented her anger at Wei Si earlier, no matter how loudly she had shouted, Wei Si simply ignored her completely, as if she weren't even there. That's the most painful part. Seeing Luo Meng's state, Wang Hui just shrugged and smiled. These two were clearly not on the same level, and he had no idea why this young woman felt so defeated. Looking at Luo Meng's dim eyes, Wang Hui sighed and said, "You don't need to compare yourself to her. When you reach her age, you might be even more charming than her." "You think she's charming too?" Luo Meng seemed to have picked up on a different point than Wang Hui had intended. Wang Hui scratched the back of his head and replied non-committally, "Whether I think so or not, just look at the way the men around us are staring. After all, I can't speak for the majority. And this world, after all, is always a place where one mountain is higher than another. If you spend your days constantly comparing yourself to others, how can you possibly live your own life?" Luo Meng thought carefully about Wang Hui's words and nodded. "You have a point. It's like if everyone tried to outdo the two Ma's in terms of wealth, life would be completely meaningless." Wang Hui smiled and said, "Exactly. So let's drink to that, beautiful lady." Luo Meng blushed and picked up her glass, clinking it with Wang Hui's. "Ugh." After a moment, Luo Meng asked again, "Did she just call you landlord? You mean Wei Si? She rented an office floor from me this morning to open a music studio." Wang Hui replied softly. "Wei Si? The musician Wei Si? Luo Meng widened his eyes. How come she doesn't look quite like the one on TV? Wang Hui scratched Luo Meng's nose and said, "There's beauty filters on TV, but not in real life." Luo Meng hummed in agreement but didn't respond further. Actually, what she wanted to say was that Wei Si seemed even more handsome in person than he did on TV. As they were driving Luo Meng home, Wang Hui glanced at the passenger seat and noticed that Luo Meng had already fallen asleep. He gradually slowed down and pulled the car over to the side of the road. He shook Luo Meng. "Wake up, you're home." Luo Meng wiped his eyes and yawned, then realized that Wang Hui was staring at him. She quickly sat up straight, her face flushing red. "Uncle, thank you for taking me out today." Luo Meng suddenly gave Wang Hui a quick peck on the cheek, then opened the car door and ran off toward the residential area as if escaping. Wang Hui touched his cheek and smiled helplessly. Had he just been forcefully kissed by the young girl? Just as he was about to start the car, a crisp honk sounded from behind. Glancing at the rearview mirror, it was an Audi R8. Sitting in the driver's seat was none other than Wei Si. Wei Si drove the Audi R8 up alongside Wang Hui's Porsche 911. He then rolled down the window and said, "Hey, Mr. Landlord, we bump into each other again by chance. Let's go have a drink. This is what you mentioned earlier." Wang Hui felt his head spinning. Was this woman playing word games with him? "Miss Wei, your joke is a bit outdated." But it was already past 10 o'clock and he was curious to see what Wei Si was planning to do. Where to go for a drink? Wei Si flicked her long hair and smiled, saying, "At a time like this, shouldn't you just say you have a good bottle of wine at home and invite me over to drink it?" Chapter 46. Are you doing this on purpose? Well, I've said it. Are you going? Wang Hui looked at Wei Si with a half smile. Wei Si suddenly burst into laughter. "No way." Wang Hui. Thus, at Wang Hui's suggestion, the two of them arrived at an alley in the working-class district of Beichen City. This alley was the food street of the working-class district, where one rarely saw wealthy people due to its unsanitary conditions. However, Wang Hui has been eating here since he was a child and has never found it unsanitary, so he brought Wei Si here. Of course, the most important thing is that even though it's a street stall, the taste is just as good as any fancy restaurant. After all, many of the most delicious dishes come from humble beginnings. I thought Wei Si would frown and look disgusted when he saw the street stall. But to Wang Hui's surprise, Wei Si's expression didn't even flicker. "Do you think I can't handle this environment?" Wei Si walked beside Wang Hui, his arms crossed over his chest, shivering. Wang Hui glanced at her. He did have such thoughts, but she seemed to be just a little cold and not particularly bothered by the environment. "Do you think I'm some rich girl? I used to eat this kind of street food all the time, you know." Wei Si rolled her eyes and said. Wang Hui smiled, sat down at a barbecue stall, and said, "Owner, 2 skewers each of beef, lamb, and pork, plus a grilled fish and a dozen oysters." He then left Wei Si behind and walked over to the refrigerator, picking up a beer. After Wang Hui sat down, Wei Sitao took out a cigarette, lit it, and said slowly, "Do you think I'm strange? Why am I staring at you? If I said I'm in an extremely bad mood today and just want to get drunk with someone who doesn't know me, would you believe me?" Though he always found this woman peculiar, Wang Hui watched her shivering in the cold wind. In the end, he couldn't bear to watch her suffer, so he took off the suit jacket he had brought from the car and handed it to Wei Si. "Put it on. Don't catch a cold." Wei Si didn't hesitate, took the jacket, put it on, and patted it, saying, "Thanks, it's much warmer now." Wang Hui, faced with this unexpected scene, cleared his throat awkwardly and quickly shifted his gaze away, saying, "Please don't do that again." Wei Si paused for a moment. When he saw his hand still resting on the full curve in front of him, he didn't feel the slightest bit shy. Instead, he burst into laughter. This laugh drew the attention of many customers eating barbecue, who turned their gaze toward him. Especially after seeing Wei Si, the stunningly beautiful woman with impeccable poise, everyone found it impossible to look away. Although there weren't many people at the barbecue stall, the owner was always there. He was currently standing at the entrance, holding skewers and grilling them over the stove. His head was tilted to the side, his eyes fixed on Wei Si's direction, not blinking once. Wang Hui coughed again and shouted to the boss, "If you don't stir it a little, it'll burn." The boss finally snapped out of it, frantically flipping the skewers, and dared not look this way again. "How about some beer?" Wang Hui asked while opening 2 bottles of beer and handing one to Wei Si. Actually, it was pointless to ask. At a place like this, besides beer, they only sold that low-quality white liquor from Jiangdahai. Speaking of Jiangdahai, it was a popular online sensation when it first came out. Whenever there was a viral video about food, Jiangdahua would inevitably make an appearance. However, after trying it once, Wang Hui never touched it again. This is just alcohol mixed with water. What kind of nonsense is this so-called viral hit? It's all a scam. Wei Si watched as Wang Hui casually wiped the bottle opening with his hand and took a sip directly from the bottle. She hesitated for a moment before following Wang Hui's lead, pretending to be bold as she took a sip as well. Actually, in entertainment venues, drinking straight from the bottle is perfectly normal. But those are small bottles, unlike the ones at snack stalls, which are 500 milliliter bottles. Holding one in his hand, Wei-si couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Soon, the grilled fish and skewers were served one after another. Without waiting for Wang Hui to invite him, Wei-si had already picked up a skewer. Though it was still a bit too hot to eat comfortably, he couldn't help but enjoy it thoroughly. The charm of beer and barbecue, you have to try it to believe it. That bottle of beer was soon emptied by Wei-si. That was satisfying. Give me another bottle. Wei-si set down the empty bottle and said to Wang Hui. Wang Hui nodded and picked up another bottle of beer, handing it to Wei-si. Wei-si took a big gulp. Seeing that Wang Hui was staring at him but not drinking, he suddenly realized that it was a bit unladylike for a girl to drink while holding a bottle. Although she was straightforward by nature, she couldn't help but blush a little at that moment. Mr. Wang, are you doing this on purpose? Wei-si suddenly realized something and asked with wide eyes. Wang Hui froze for a moment, then replied in confusion, What? What do you mean? Wei-si didn't continue, but his gaze drifted involuntarily toward the wine bottle. Chapter 47, Are you taking me home? It turned out that what she was drinking now was exactly what Wang Hui hadn't finished earlier. Wang Hui looked at it for a while before finally realizing, it's not as dirty as you think. I just realized I grabbed the wrong one. He then looked toward the boss and said, Boss, bring over 2 disposable cups. Wei-si, however, said silently, Never mind, I've been drinking for half an hour. Let's just leave it like this. And so it was. The two of them drank and grilled skewers. Neither of them said a word. When they finished a bottle of beer, Wang Hui saw that Wei-si's eyes were still clear, and he didn't seem drunk at all. As a grown man, he felt a bit dizzy himself. Beer isn't something that gets you drunk easily. It's mainly because it stays in your stomach, and after a while, the alcohol starts to kick in. Seeing Wang Hui get up to pay the bill, Wei-si was a bit taken aback and said, Wait, that's it? What do you want me to do? Wang Hui raised an eyebrow. What else did you expect? It's getting late, and the owner needs to close up shop. Wei-si frowned and said, No way, I haven't had enough yet. Wang Hui laughed, Now I'm starting to believe you're really in a bad mood. What do you want me to do? Should I call you a ride, or are you going to take a taxi back yourself? Wei-si was very dissatisfied and said, How can you be like this? How can you drink so much and then just stop? It's not even that late yet. Wang Hui glanced at his phone and said, Auntie, I have things to do tomorrow. If we finish drinking today, what will we do tomorrow? He was completely defeated by this woman, who clung to him like a leech. I don't care, let's go to the bar. Wei-si stood up, grabbed Wang Hui, and started walking toward the car. After taking a few steps, Wei-si turned back and said, Don't give me that no drinking and driving nonsense. No matter what, this drinking session isn't over yet. Wang Hui was speechless and scratched his head. Have you ever considered this? We just met today, and I'm your landlord. We're not close enough to drink until we're drunk. How about this? Give me your jacket, and you can go drink wherever you want. I need to go home. Wei-si, however, seemed not to hear him at all, turning his head away and walking toward the car. Wang Hui sighed helplessly and reluctantly followed behind. As time ticked by second, the wind seems to be getting stronger. Since Wang Hui had given his jacket to Wei-si, he also felt a bit cold. He regretted giving his jacket to Wei-si. Otherwise, given Wei-si's attire, he probably wouldn't have been able to stay for more than a few minutes before having to leave. Well, that's just great. He tried to be a gentleman, but ended up getting himself into trouble. Wei-si opened the door of his Audi R8 and pointed to the passenger seat, saying, Landlord, get in. The jacket is for you. I'm heading back. Wang Hui clenched his teeth, turned around, and drove off, not giving Wei-si a chance to react. Even though the jacket was quite expensive, he didn't want to continue following Wei-si to go drinking at that moment. Wei-si's eyes widened. At that moment, she had seen the most ungentlemanly man in her life. To put it bluntly, she had never been rejected by a man in her entire life. Even if she came from humble beginnings, with her looks and figure, there are few men in this world who could resist her. Today has truly opened my eyes. This isn't just anyone, otherwise, how could they refuse me? Wei-si licked her lips. The lipstick had already faded from eating barbecue. At that moment, her lips were filled with the flavor of cumin. She crouched down and slipped into the driver's seat, even though she knew she shouldn't drive after drinking. But the alcohol content of this beer wasn't enough to get her drunk. Anyway, she wasn't planning on speeding, she just wanted to keep following Wang Hui. Soon, Wang Hui hailed a taxi and got in. Behind him, Wei-si let out a soft laugh and followed the taxi at a leisurely pace. Where to? The driver asked after Wang Hui got in. Did you see that car behind us? Just lose her for me. Wang Hui glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that Wei-si was still following behind. He immediately said to the driver. As soon as Wang Hui finished speaking, the driver was about to agree, but when he saw that the car behind them was a shiny Audi R8 sports car, he couldn't help but give Wang Hui a wry smile. Boss, please don't tease me. That's a sports car worth millions. How can I possibly outrun it in my old Jetta? After the driver said that, Wang Hui was speechless and could only let the driver head toward Luo Meng's house. Because his car had been parked there earlier, and he had come out to eat late-night snacks in Wei Si's car. As soon as Wang Hui got into the car, Wei Si stepped on the gas and stopped the car right in front of Wang Hui. Then, he slowly rolled down the window and tossed Wang Hui's jacket out. Your clothes? I don't want them. They smell like a stinky man. Wang Hui took the jacket, slipped it on, and continued walking forward. Hey, you're not really planning to take me to your place, are you? Wei Si shouted from inside the car. Chapter 48, Unmoved by Temptation. Wang Hui didn't bother to respond and continued walking. Using such a method to bring me to your home, you're quite clever. This approach is indeed unique, Wei Si said with a smile. Wang Hui had no choice but to turn around and say helplessly, alright, what do you want in exchange for letting me go? Don't even mention coming to my house. I don't have any alcohol, just plain water. This is really frustrating. Why didn't you say so earlier? I have some in my car. Wei Si couldn't help but laugh. Wang Hui couldn't help but speak earnestly. We just met today, and you're a public figure. Could you be a little more reserved? There are so many handsome guys in the entertainment industry. Please spare me, okay? Wei Si gave him a flirtatious glance and said, but I think you're even more handsome than the handsome guys in the entertainment industry. Wang Hui rolled his eyes and said, stop it, let's just be normal, okay? Am I not pretty enough? Wei Si batted her eyelashes and flipped her hair. This gesture, combined with Wei Si's beauty, was extremely devastating. However, Wang Hui acted as if he hadn't noticed, casually remarking, this isn't about being pretty or not. Oh, I get it, you're a lolicon. Seeing Wang Hui's unmoved expression, Wei Si suddenly realized. Pfft, you're the one who's into lolis. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal, okay? Pfft, you're the lolicon. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal, okay? Wang Hui walked over to his car, opened the door of the Porsche 911, and plopped himself into the driver's seat. Hey, you really don't want to come with me? Wei Si's voice was a bit choked up. Wang Hui kept reminding himself not to trust her, that it was all an act. Didn't an old gentleman once say? The prettier the woman, the more likely she is to deceive. I told you, I'm in a bad mood today. Don't say you don't know me well. If you really knew me, I wouldn't have come to you. I just wanted someone to talk to. What's wrong with you accompanying me? I came to you because I trust you're not the kind of person who takes advantage of others, that's why I came to you. Wang Hui still ignored her and sat in the driver's seat to sober up. Meanwhile, Wei Si continued to chatter on beside him. Wang Hui rubbed his head. It seemed the alcohol wasn't wearing off anytime soon. Wang Hui got out of the car and walked toward the nearby hotel, not bothering to acknowledge Wei Si. Are you planning to stay at the hotel tonight? Wei Si saw Wang Hui heading toward the hotel and quickly pulled the car over to the side of the road. Then he hurriedly got out of the car. He opened the trunk, grabbed 2 bottles of imported liquor, and followed Wang Hui. Hearing the hurried footsteps, Wang Hui didn't turn around. But inside, he couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Was this woman crazy? Did she actually intend to follow him to the hotel? Does she really not fear that once we arrive at the hotel, I might suddenly transform into a moonlit werewolf? Of course, Wang Hui was just thinking about it. Such a despicable thing, he couldn't bring himself to do it. As soon as he stepped into the hotel, Wang Hui clearly saw the sleepy security guard's eyes suddenly perk up. The security guard seemed to glance at him, his expression seeming to convey some sort of emotion. Wang Hui ignored him, walked straight to the front desk, booked a room, and then got into the elevator. Wei Si saw this and gave a charming smile before following Wang Hui inside. In the elevator, Wei Si said nothing and forcefully shoved 2 bottles of imported liquor into Wang Hui's arms. Wang Hui was speechless, but he had no choice but to take them. Just as he was about to vent his frustration, Wei Si's next move startled him. To his astonishment, Wei Si actually took off her high heels right in front of him in the elevator. Of course, simply taking off her shoes wasn't enough to scare Wang Hui. What truly startled him was that Wei Si directly hooked her high heels with her fingers, raised her eyebrows at him, and made a pouting face. Such a seductive gesture, when performed by a woman of Wei Si's beauty and poise, left Wang Hui feeling completely overwhelmed. Wang Hui silently repeated to himself, "Do not look where you should not," while keeping his eyes fixed on his nose and his mind focused inward, as if in deep meditation. This time was different from the incident with Jiang Tingting and Luo Fian. Back then, both of the ants were drunk and causing a scene. But this time, Wei Si was fully awake and clearly trying to seduce him. Wang Hui, though he considered himself a man of integrity, was still a man after all. A beauty like Wei Si to say he has no interest in her would be a lie. Especially since she has been teasing him like this all along, he doesn't know how much longer he can resist. Wang Hui clearly remembered a joke he had seen online about an incident that occurred at a temple. It mentioned that the temple was quite sacred, so there were many pilgrims every day, with women making up the majority. These female devotees are beautiful and dressed provocatively, leaving the young monks feeling very uncomfortable after seeing them. The old abbot, upon hearing this, became furious. He told them that form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Women are but fleeting clouds. They must purify their six senses and remain unmoved by desire. Chapter 49. Don't believe me? Come and smell for yourself. The old abbot then accompanied the monks to the temple hall to greet the pilgrims, instructing them to sit cross-legged and placing a wooden fish in their laps, but not giving them the small wooden sticks. He then said that whoever's wooden fish made a sound would have to go to the Buddha hall to face the wall and reflect on their actions as a form of punishment. Soon, someone came to burn incense, looking at the woman in the revealing outfit. The young monks in their arms struck their wooden fish one after another, but the wooden fish of the abbot remained silent. The young monks couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. The abbot truly was an enlightened monk compared to him. Everyone else felt ashamed of themselves. However, after the pilgrims had all departed, they discovered a shocking scene. The host was indeed extraordinary. His wooden fish drum wasn't silent, it had been completely shattered. Of course, this is just a joke. Such a thing would never happen in a genuine Buddhist temple. Soon the elevator doors opened, and Wang Hui stepped out first, swiped his room key card to open the door, and was about to close it. He desperately wanted to get rid of this woman who was making him want to commit a crime. As Wang Hui was about to close the door, Wei Si, in a panic, didn't think twice and reached out her foot. The next moment, Wei Si's agonized scream echoed, "Ouch! That hurts so much." Hearing Wei Si's screams, Wang Hui was also startled. "Are you crazy? Do you want to become disabled?" Seeing Wei Si's leg injured from being slammed by the door he had locked himself in, Wang Hui was furious. He had no idea what Wei Si was trying to do, but he was willing to go to such lengths just to hassle him. After all, just now, Wang Hui had closed the door with such force and speed to get rid of her, so he knew Wei Si wasn't faking it. The area around her ankle was clearly swollen, which made Wang Hui feel a bit guilty. Wang Hui's change did not go unnoticed by Wei Si. Though the pain in her foot caused her delicate brows to furrow, a warm feeling she couldn't quite place welled up inside her. Wei Si didn't know why she felt this way. Why did she care so much about this man she had only known for less than a day? You're the one saying that. If you hadn't stopped me from going in, would I have done this? Alright, stop talking nonsense. Help me inside. It hurts so much. Seeing Wang Hui standing at the door in a daze, Wei Si impatiently urged him. Wang Hui sighed helplessly. The karma he had created was something he would have to repay himself. Just as Wang Hui was about to reach out to help him up, Wei Si rudely grabbed his neck with one hand. Wang Hui furrowed his brows. Being so intimately grabbed by a stranger made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He had intended to push her away, but upon seeing the pain on her face, Wang Hui abandoned the idea. Especially since Wang Hui was much taller than Wei Si, he could only bend slightly and lead the other person inside. Wei Si, is that enough? Is that how you behave? You're just blatantly seeking revenge, aren't you? But just a few steps later, Wang Hui stopped, his face suddenly darkening. He turned back and asked Wei Si angrily. Revenge? What did I do? You're the one who hurt my leg, so why are you being so aggressive? After being told this by Wang Hui, Wei Si was completely confused. Especially when he saw that just a moment ago, he had been concerned about him, but now he was being so mean. Wei Si felt a pang of sadness. Especially since just a moment ago he had been concerned about her, and now he was being so harsh, Wei Si felt a pang of disappointment. Seeing that Wei Si refused to admit it, Wang Hui grew even more annoyed and was about to scold him further when he noticed tears welling up in Wei Si's eyes. He could only sigh and change his tone. I said, can't you move your shoes away? They're right next to my nose. Do you think that's appropriate? Wang Hui pointed to the high heels that were almost touching his head. These were the shoes Wei Si had taken off earlier. They were hanging on her fingers and hadn't caused any trouble yet. But unfortunately, the hand that was hooked on the high-heeled shoe was the same one that had hooked onto Wang Hui's head. Then, as Wang Hui took a step, the high heel swayed in front of his face, nearly brushing against it a few times. Although the allure of a beautiful woman's high heels can be extremely tempting to many men, Wang Hui wasn't into that sort of thing. He's afraid that just one whiff would make him vomit up the skewers he just ate tonight. Upon hearing Wang Hui's words, Wei Si also hurriedly looked over. Though she had been teary-eyed moments ago, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hey, you have the nerve to laugh? Quickly take your stinky shoes off me. Seeing Wei Sixiao's smile curve into a crescent moon, Wang Hui said with a look of disgust. Women hate being called smelly, especially by the men they care about. Seeing Wang Hui's disdainful expression, Wei Si also felt a bit annoyed and decided to play a prank on him. Wei Si picked up the high heels, held them up to his nose, took a sniff, then acted as if nothing had happened and deliberately placed them in front of Wang Hui's nose. Such a clueless man. It doesn't smell at all. Don't believe me? Go ahead and smell it yourself. Chapter 50, just give it a try. Oh my god, are you trying to gross me out? If you keep this up, I'm leaving. Seeing the high heels being thrust toward him, Wang Hui froze for a moment before shouting angrily with a grim expression. He was truly afraid of this woman. She didn't act like a public figure at all. Not only did she lack any feminine reserve, but she was also incredibly bold. Haha, okay, enough joking around. Help me inside quickly. My feet really hurt. Seeing that Wang Hui was really angry, Wei Si laughed out loud and put her high heels back on. Wang Hui tapped his forehead lightly, wondering if he had done something bad in a past life to deserve such a witch tormenting him. Soon, Wang Hui helped Wei Si to the bedside and said, "Alright, you rest here. I'll head back first." Wang Hui didn't want to stay a moment longer. He feared he might lose his mind if he stayed any longer. I said, "Landlord, are you even a man? You hurt me and just left like that? How can you live with yourself? Oh my goodness." Seeing that Wang Hui was about to leave, Wei Si panicked and jumped up, grabbing him and shouting. As soon as he jumped up, a piercing pain shot through his feet, causing Wei Si to cry out in pain. She had already paid the price of injury to find someone to talk to tonight, and had even made it to the hotel room. How could she let the other person off so easily? I said, "Miss Wei, what more do you want? I've already given you the place. How about this? I'll call you a doctor to come and treat you. Is that okay?" Seeing the other person's aggrieved expression, Wang Hui could only help her back to the bed and pick up the phone to find a doctor. "No, my leg isn't broken. Why call a doctor?" Seeing that Wang Hui was about to call, Wei Si snatched the phone away. "This won't work, that won't work, what exactly do you want me to do?" After being subjected to a series of unreasonable demands, Wang Hui glared at Wei Si with a hostile expression. "It's simple, just help me rub it, won't you?" A sly gleam flashed in Wei Si's eyes, then he pushed his hands backward and extended his injured leg toward Wang Hui. "Go!" Seeing Wei Si's long legs, clad in sheer stockings, suddenly extend toward him, Wang Hui couldn't help but swallow hard. It wasn't that he lacked self-control, it was just that he had been teased too many times that night. Especially now, the scene was as beautiful as it could possibly be. Wei Si was already tall and slender, and her long legs were even more graceful and straight. Add to that the extremely seductive stockings she was wearing, and to say that no man would react would be self-deception. Especially Wei Si, whether intentionally or not. She extended her small foot, with her fingertips deliberately curling slightly. This only made her even more irresistible to the eyes. "Pervert, have you had enough?" Seeing Wang Hui staring at her feet, Wei Si blushed and pouted. This isn't really appropriate. I'm a grown man, massaging a woman's feet. Don't you worry about what people will say? It could affect your public image." After being spoken to by Wei Si, Wang Hui felt a bit awkward, but he didn't move. Instead, he said awkwardly, "I'm not a saint, and I'm facing a woman of such beauty and elegance. I'm just a man, and I can't resist the temptation." Wang Hui didn't consider himself a righteous gentleman, especially when faced with a woman of Wei Si's beauty and poise. Moreover, they were currently in a hotel, and with such a slender leg hanging before him, he truly feared he might lose control. So Wang Hui wanted to scare the other person and find an excuse to leave this trouble-prone place. "Come on, I'm not afraid of a woman." "What are you afraid of? Don't tell me you've never even touched a woman before?" Wei Si rolled her eyes. Although she hadn't interacted much with Wang Hui, she was usually good at judging people. Otherwise, as a woman, how could she possibly follow a man she had only just met to a hotel? Of course, the more important reason was that she knew Wang Hui owned a 40-story office building. A tycoon with assets worth billions wouldn't stoop to such underhanded tactics. If Wang Hui were really that kind of person, he wouldn't need her to take the initiative. He would have already made his move on her by now. In summary, Wei Si absolutely trusts Wang Hui's character, and she only approached him today to vent her feelings. She had no other intentions. Miss Wei, do you know you're pushing my limits? Whether you've touched him or not, why don't you just try and find out?" Being looked down upon by such a beauty, Wang Hui couldn't help but laugh. He leaned forward and stood right in front of Wei Si, then gave her a mischievous smile. Go ahead and try. Who's afraid of who?" Seeing Wang Hui suddenly rush over, Wei Si was genuinely startled, but he still forced himself to remain calm and gestured with his fingers in response. Wei Si's poor acting skills didn't escape Wang Hui's sharp eyes. Although he did have the thought of trying, he ultimately abandoned the idea. Chapter 51, Nightmare. Wang Hui was interested in women, but he wasn't the type to fall for every woman he met. He certainly wouldn't go out of his way to approach someone who flirts with him. If that were the case, given the number of female confidants around him, he would probably already have 3 wives and 4 concubines by now. Therefore, he didn't take Wei Si's teasing seriously. Plus, the fear in the other person's eyes made him realize that they were just trying to show off. Even setting all that aside, in Wang Hui's eyes, Wei Si wasn't even a friend, just a tenant. After Wei Si finished speaking, he saw that Wang Hui hadn't made a move, feeling both excited and nervous. In truth, her true personality wasn't as strong or outgoing as she appeared on the surface. On the contrary, she is quite timid and even a bit girly. But who is she? She is an artist. If her personality is too weak, she wouldn't have lasted long in the entertainment industry, which is such a complicated place. She would have been devoured until there's nothing left of her. That's why Wei Sizhao has built himself up to be so strong, using this personality to deceive others. However, the more he does this, the lonelier Wei Si becomes. His friends gradually distanced themselves from him because of his personality, and he can hardly find anyone to speak honestly with. It was precisely because of this that Wei Si chose Wang Hui as the person she could confide in. Because even if Wang Hui were to reveal the secret, no one would believe her, allowing Wei Si to speak freely. Don't be fooled by Wei Si's flirtatious behavior toward Wang Hui earlier. In reality, she's still just a novice. Even in the entertainment industry, she has always remained pure and self-respecting, wanting to save the most precious things in life for her Mr. Right. But now, as she looked at the handsome Wang Hui in his intense gaze, Wei Si felt a bit uneasy. She didn't know what she would do if Wang Hui really came over and said he wanted to try. Should she kick him away or close her eyes and accept everything? Although Wang Hui is handsome and wealthy, as an artist, she doesn't lack money and would never sell herself for it. At this moment, she began to regret her actions, regretting that she had gone too far, letting her pride get the better of her and putting herself in a dangerous situation. Shu, be gentle. Just as Wei Si was lost in her thoughts, the pain in her feet snapped her back to reality. She then noticed that Wang Hui had retreated back to the bedside, gently holding her small foot in both hands and massaging it for her. Though the movements were gentle, the previous injury was indeed quite severe, causing her to wince in pain. Bear with it. If I don't apply some pressure, how can I help you promote blood circulation and dispel the bruising? Wang Hui continued massaging while explaining. Thank you. Wei Si nodded and thanked Wang Hui. Wei Si wasn't thanking Wang Hui for massaging her feet, she was thanking him for not rushing over and using force against her earlier. This upright and honorable conduct earned Wei Si's approval. Women are truly mysterious creatures. Once they believe someone is good to them, they are committed. Even if a man had previously done things to upset her or treated her badly, she would automatically overlook those actions and only remember the best aspects of him. Wang Hui remained silent. After all, he was the one who had caused the injury, and acting this way was only natural. Alright, that should be enough. Apply a warm towel later and rest overnight, and you should be fine. I'll be going now. After another 10 minutes or so, Wang Hui stopped what he was doing and said to Wei Si. Today had been more exhausting for Wang Hui than an entire month in the past. First, he went to Times to sign a contract, and then he was completely occupied by Huya and Luo Meng for most of the day. One moment we were at the haunted house, the next we were eating, then watching a movie, and finally ended up at the arcade for half the day. After finally getting rid of one, I was lured to the bar by Luo Meng. If I hadn't gone, nothing would have happened, but once I went, it was the start of a nightmare. I was immediately targeted by this terrifying Wei Si. Wang Hui kept this thought to himself. If he dared to say it out loud, he'd probably get beaten up on the spot. After all, whether it was Huya, Luo Meng, or the Wei Si standing before him, each of them was a stunningly beautiful woman. Pick any one of them, and the number of people chasing after them would probably stretch for several blocks. But when it comes to Wang Hui, it turns into a nightmare. This really is a case of comparison is the thief of joy. Wang Hui gave a quick greeting and thought about leaving. He didn't know if he could keep his composure if he stayed any longer. Massaging feet was just too torturous. After all, Wei Si was already wearing stockings that were enough to drive any man wild. On top of that, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the hem of her plain-colored long dress had lifted up at one corner. Wang Hui was already kneeling down to massage her feet, so with just a quick glance, he could see what he shouldn't have seen. Of course, this wasn't the most distressing part for Wang Hui. What truly troubled him was that Wei Si's foot injury was so severe that no matter how gently Wang Hui touched it, the pain would cause her to cry out in agony. That wasn't the worst part, her cries were like heavenly music, making Wang Hui's heart race wildly. Chapter 52, The Fatal 3-Hit Combo 7th Update. Think about it, meat strips, skirt hems, and the sound. Each of these elements alone may not mean much, but when combined, it's definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1. Its power is like a catalyst in chemistry, working synergistically to amplify its effectiveness countless times over. Especially for someone like Wang Hui, a passionate young man, such a deadly 3-hit combo nearly cost him his life right there. If he hadn't occasionally pinched his own arm to stay awake, he might have already turned into a moonlit werewolf. Seeing Wang Hui about to leave, Wei Si was once again dumbfounded. He had thought that since the two of them had shared physical intimacy healing his foot injury, they were at least friends now. Seeing Wang Hui about to leave, Wei Si was once again dumbfounded. He had thought that since they had shared physical intimacy treating his foot injury, they were at least friends now. Since they were friends, he should stay by her side during her toughest time and drink until they were both drunk. Wait, don't go yet. Wait, don't go yet. Wei Si, disregarding his injured foot, immediately stood up and tried to pull Wang Hui back. His foot hadn't fully healed yet, and Wang Hui hadn't expected the other person to grab him. As a result, when Wang Hui walked away, he caused Wei Si to lose his balance, and the entire person fell toward him. Wang Hui was caught off guard and was immediately tackled to the floor by Wei Si. The distance between the two of them was extremely close, no more than 8 centimeters. Wang Hui looked at Wei Si, who was just inches away, and the faint scent of shower gel wafting over, causing him to swallow again involuntarily. Ugh, does this count as being wall-kissed? Wang Hui asked with a wry smile. It was her first time being tackled by a woman, and she couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. You're so funny. By the way, can you stay? Don't misunderstand, I just want you to stay and have a drink with me and chat for a while. Wei Si was amused by Wang Hui's words and asked eagerly. What do you think? I'm like this now. How can I leave? Wang Hui lay on the floor helplessly and said. He dared not move, for the slightest movement would cause them to come into contact, and he truly feared he would lose control. Alright, get up. Shall I go get the red wine? After being told that by Wang Hui, Wei Si felt a bit awkward and quickly stood up, walking toward the cabinet by the door where the imported wine was kept. What are you looking for? As Wei Si stood up, Wang Hui followed suit. Seeing him searching around the room, he asked curiously. The corkscrew. This hotel is supposed to be a star-rated one, yet they don't even have a wine glass. Wei Si pointed to the bottle of imported wine in his hand, furrowing his brows and saying, Where's the corkscrew? This hotel is supposed to be a star-rated hotel, yet it doesn't even have a wine glass. Wang Hui raised an eyebrow and said, This is just a 3-star hotel. Where would they have a corkscrew or wine glasses? The imported wine in Wei Si's hand required special tools to open. And how many star-rated hotel rooms would even have a highball glass? No way, what kind of hotel did you find? It has no charm at all. Wang Hui ignored Wei Si's complaint. Not having a corkscrew didn't faze Wei Si. She found a towel in the bathroom, folded it into several layers, and she placed it under the wine bottle, handed it to Wang Hui, and smashed it against the wall. The sealed glass lid would shatter. Wang Hui was reluctant, but he did as he was told. He just hoped to finish quickly and leave this place. Following Wei Si's instructions, Wang Hui quickly smashed the cap off the bottle of imported liquor. Wei Si picked up the bottle and wiped the mouth with a towel. He took a big gulp. Come on, have a drink with me. Wei Si handed the bottle he had been drinking from to Wang Hui, seemingly unconcerned about sharing a bottle with him. Wang Hui took the bottle but didn't drink from it. Instead, he set it aside and said, You said earlier that you wanted to talk to me. Is there something bothering you? Tell me so I can cheer you up. Wei Si paid no attention to Wang Hui's teasing and tilted his head carelessly. He leaned against Wang Hui's shoulder. Wang Hui moved aside. Wei Si then did something that left Wang Hui speechless. She turned around and leaned her back against Wang Hui. She even turned back to remind him not to move. Chapter 53, Hangover. Of course, even if Wei Si knew about this, he would still do the same. After all, peeking is one thing, but undressing in front of others is another matter entirely. Besides, she's still a woman, so she'll naturally have some modesty and shyness. As for her previous confrontations with Wang Hui and the way she behaved, that was entirely due to Wang Hui's disregard, which left her feeling a bit resentful. After all, Wei Si is a stunning beauty and a musician, with countless fans. Wherever she goes, she usually becomes the center of attention, so she always dresses up to avoid causing a commotion. Unfortunately, this Wei Si, in front of Wang Hui, becomes just another anonymous bystander, completely ignored. This is why she has been persistently pursuing Wang Hui, hoping to make him remember her. People are like that, the less they are valued, the more they want to prove themselves. After a long pause, he glanced sideways at Wang Hui. Is it nice? Wang Hui nodded honestly. It looks good, but you should really go to the restroom. You know, your actions like this make it hard for me to control myself. Wei Si rubbed his head in frustration and said, Oh, I forgot. It's okay if you just look. As long as you can't see inside my skirt, it's fine. But to be honest, I never thought I could go to the restroom. Wang Hui had no words to respond. He knew full well that Wei Si was doing it on purpose. What made Wang Hui even more frustrated was that the other party had no reason to do so. She had already examined her foot injury during previous treatments. Could looking at it really be more comfortable than touching it? I have no idea what the other person was thinking. So when it came to Wei Si's thoughts, Wang Hui was completely baffled. It was just too hard to figure out. Actually, Wang Hui was wrong in what he said. It wasn't just Wei Si who was hard to figure out. Rather, all women in the world are more or less the same. There's a song that goes like this: Don't try to guess a girl's thoughts, don't guess. I'll guess your sister's mind. Just thinking about this lyric, Wang Hui felt 3 more black lines appear on his forehead. Wei Si saw Wang Hui's embarrassed expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. She picked up the wine bottle again, took a big gulp, and then handed it back to Wang Hui. Her eyes remained fixed on Wang Hui the entire time. Wang Hui, feeling helpless, couldn't wipe it off either, so he leaned in and took a small sip. Why are you acting so reluctant? I didn't even mind you, so are you really going to turn your nose up at me? Seeing that Wang Hui didn't respond, Wei Si snatched the wine bottle and took another sip. I'm used to doing this at home. As soon as I get home, I just want to strip down to nothing. Though it's a bit inconvenient in a hotel, the stockings on my legs are really uncomfortable. Don't mind it. Wang Hui shrugged his shoulders, appearing indifferent on the surface, but inwardly he was seething with indignation. He had already said it was uncomfortable to wear, so why was he still wearing it? Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Could it be that he was wearing it just to impress men? You wanted to chat with me, right? Go ahead, what do you want to say? Wang Hui tapped his forehead. He felt that under Wei Si's influence, he had become a bit neurotic. To prevent his condition from worsening, he got straight to the point once again. Wei Si shook his head and smiled. Never mind, let's not talk about such unpleasant things today. Let's keep drinking. He took another big sip and handed the glass back to Wang Hui. She truly regarded Wang Hui as a friend, so she kept her unhappiness to herself because she didn't want her friend to worry about her. Alright, I'll accompany you. Seeing the other person hesitating to speak, Wang Hui didn't press the matter further. From Wei Si's eyes, he could tell that she regarded him as a friend and didn't want to cause him any trouble. Wang Hui nodded, took the drink, and this time didn't take small sips like before. Instead, he drank a big gulp, just like Wei Si. Good, that's refreshing. I'll have some too. Seeing Wang Hui become more generous, Wei Si also cheered loudly. He then snatched the wine bottle again and began drinking wildly. Anyway, that night, Wang Hui had no idea how much alcohol he had drunk with this crazy woman. Because by the time he woke up, he had no recollection of it at all. He even thought he had blacked out from drinking. It might have been Wang Hui's hallucination. In any case, Wang Hui's impression of it was already quite vague. He woke up groggily. Wang Hui didn't feel a headache. After all, the imported wine Wei Si had brought was undoubtedly expensive and of the highest quality. So the result of the hangover was just a slight headache. When Wang Hui opened his eyes, he immediately sensed something was amiss. He felt a tightness in his chest. His vision cleared from blurry to clear. Only then did I realize. There was still someone lying on my chest. In this position, Wang Hui could only see a head of black, disheveled hair. Just like a female ghost in a movie. However, judging by the length of her hair, Wang Hui could still tell it was Wei Si's. Chapter 54, You Feed Me. He tried hard to remember how he had ended up in bed last night. Why was Wei Si suddenly appearing on his chest? But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. Every time he reached a crucial point, it was as if he had hit a roadblock or he simply skipped over it. Wang Hui's eyelid twitched. Damn it, did something ridiculous happen last night? Given how drunk he was last night, he couldn't even guarantee that he hadn't done something himself. After all, Wei Si had been flirting with him all the way there. Upon arriving at the hotel, she unexpectedly injured her foot, leading to a sensual massage. Then came the inevitable three-part attack, culminating in her stripping off her stockings right in front of me. If it weren't for the fact that I wasn't very familiar with Wei Si yet and didn't want to be misunderstood as a pervert, I probably would have acted on it already. Of course, that was when he was in his right mind. Wang Hui could find ways to control himself. But after getting drunk? As the old saying goes, drunk people do foolish things. Whether he actually did anything or not, Wang Hui was now truly unsure. He glanced up and saw that things were still under control. His clothes were a bit messy, but he was still wearing them. Wei Si might have been pretending to be asleep, at least that's what Wang Hui thought. No matter how alluring this woman was last night, it seemed as though she didn't care at all about having a heated argument with Wang Hui. But in reality, Wang Hui was certain that if he had actually done anything to her, she would definitely slap herself a few times and then scream for help, calling him a pervert. Because Wang Hui knew that Wei Si, despite appearing open-minded, was actually quite conservative. He's not the kind of person who takes things lightly. Pushing aside all distractions, Wang Hui took a deep breath. Peeking out from the bathroom, "Are you up yet?" Wei Si's voice became incredibly lazy, with a unique allure. "I'm not done sleeping yet. I'll lie here a bit longer. Go buy me some breakfast." Wang Hui's lips twitched. "You want me to buy you breakfast? You really think you're a servant? You're really pushing your luck, aren't you?" After all, the two of them had slept together last night, though nothing had happened. As a man, Wang Hui couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Therefore, he obediently went downstairs to buy 2 breakfasts and returned to the room. Seeing that Wei Si was still lying in bed, Wang Hui prepared to wake him up for breakfast. However, he was immediately drawn to something in front of him, causing him to gasp in shock. It was a plain-colored long dress, currently draped over the headboard. It wasn't someone else's dress, it was the one Wei Si had worn the night before. Moreover, Wei Si only brought 2 bottles of imported wine with her and didn't take any extra clothes. At the time, due to the cold, the coat she was wearing was actually borrowed from Wang Hui. So, Wei Si, who was under the blanket, was... The scene was too beautiful for Wang Hui to even imagine. Coughing twice, Wang Hui waved the white plastic bag in his hand, having bought 2 portions of rice noodles and soy milk. "Get up and eat. Help me bring them over." Wei Si glanced at Wang Hui and continued curling up in the blanket, playing with his phone. Wang Hui's lips twitched again. It seemed he had spoiled her too much. He placed the breakfast on the bedside table and said, "Get it yourself." Wei Si gave him a flirtatious glance and said, "Can't you tell I'm not able to move right now? Haven't you had your fill yet? Feed me." Chapter 55. Where did you go last night? Feed you? Wang Hui stared at Wei Si in shock. What on earth is going on in that crazy woman's mind? Is this really okay? You're not wearing anything, lying in bed letting me feed you breakfast? Should I feed you with my beak? What's the matter? You took advantage of me last night and now you don't have the guts to do anything? Wei Si saw that Wang Hui didn't move and sneered. Wang Hui looked at the face just inches away from his own and said seriously, first, nothing happened between us last night. Second, you forced me to drink. I told you at least 10 times that I wouldn't drink, but you insisted that I do. Third, how come I remember that you were the one who hugged me first? Fourth, based on this morning's position, I was lying down, and you were on top of me, which means I got into bed first, and then you climbed on top of me. Looking at Wang Hui's serious expression, Wei Si smiled, a smile that held a hint of deeper meaning. You mean I took advantage of you? Should I take responsibility for that? Wang Hui raised his eyebrows and said, no need. I'll forgive you this time. You really dare to say that? You wish. Wei Si pouted. He had a look on his face like a leech. Wang Hui was utterly helpless and finally picked up the rice noodles, took a forkful, and shoved it over without even looking. Hey, where are you shoving it? Wei Si's voice turned harsh. Wang Hui turned around and noticed that Wei Si had somehow managed to move his body upward. Half of her shoulder was exposed outside the blanket. Wang Hui had originally aimed for her shoulder but now found himself stuck there. Why are you trying to climb up there? Wang Hui raised his hand and brought the rice noodles to Wei Si's mouth. After being spoken to like that by Wang Hui, Wei Si was so angry she couldn't contain herself. It was clearly Wang Hui who had hurt her, yet now not only was he not apologizing, he was actually blaming her instead. Just as she was about to retort, she noticed Wang Hui handing her some rice noodles. After drinking all night, her stomach was growling with hunger. The aroma wafting toward her made her forget about confronting Wang Hui. As soon as Wei Si opened her mouth, she slurped it down in one go, devouring the rice noodles. He smacked his lips and said, "That's delicious. Keep going." Wang Hui had no choice but to keep feeding him. Soon, the entire box of rice noodles was finished. Then he pointed to the bag of soy milk. Does he want me to feed him that too? You wish. Wei Si rolled his eyes and then laughed, saying, Do you have any idea how many people would want to kill you if what happened last night got out? You know, she's a famous musician with a huge fan base of crazy fans. Wang Hui shrugged, imagining the scene, but so what? Although the other party had many fans, Wang Hui believed that they would definitely keep this secret. Because, compared to Wang Hui, who is an outsider to the industry, Wei Si himself is the one who should be more concerned. If fans were to find out that their favorite star was seen staying overnight in a hotel with a man, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to her career. Of course, on the other hand, these fans would definitely track down Wang Hui, the culprit, and then dox him and cause trouble for him. As for killing him, that's unlikely. After all, we live in a society governed by the rule of law. Besides, without concrete evidence to prove what he did, his fans wouldn't be so worked up. Even if the other party were to cause trouble, given Wang Hui's current assets, spending money to resolve the issue wouldn't be a problem. So what? Seeing that Wang Hui wasn't intimidated, Wei Si rolled his eyes again. Then you'll never have the chance to sit by the bed and watch me like this again. I wasn't looking at you. Wang Hui was about to say, who cares about looking at you, but then he remembered the erotic scenes he had seen yesterday and found himself explaining himself. After saying that, Wang Hui fell silent, realizing he had completely lost his rhythm because of Wei Si. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Hui finished speaking, a sly gleam flashed in Wei Si's eyes. Alright, you didn't notice Wei Si yawning. He immediately dismissed him, saying, Alright, you didn't sleep well last night. You may go now. Remember to lock the door. Wang Hui didn't say anything. He stood up without hesitation and left. He had been restless the whole time. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he would eventually descend from being no better than an animal to an actual beast. But as soon as he stepped out the door, Wang Hui suddenly remembered, this room was mine, wasn't it? Why should I be the one to leave? A silver bell-like laugh echoed through the room. Wang Hui shook his head and reluctantly went downstairs. It was only a little past 9 in the morning, and there wasn't much to do at that hour. I made appointments with a few people yesterday to look at office buildings, but they're all in the afternoon. Just then, Wang Hui's phone suddenly rang. It was Wang's mother calling. Shall we? Where did you go last night? Why didn't you come home? You didn't answer your phone either? As soon as Wang's mother spoke, she went straight to the point. Chapter 56, My Cousin Wang Qingling. Wang Hui heard this and immediately looked bitter. He had drunk too much last night and didn't even wake up when the phone rang. Wang Hui's expression grew serious, and he quickly said, I used the advance payment to buy a school district house, and I've been busy looking for a place to rent these past few days. This was a white lie. He dared not tell his mother that he had spent the night with a woman outside. If his mother found out the truth, the phone call would probably go on for ages. Wang's mother would definitely pry into every detail, asking about every single aspect of the situation, especially the woman's personal information. She wouldn't miss a single detail. Wang's mother hummed in agreement and continued, shall we, since you don't have much to do anyway, and winter is approaching, why don't you go to Beichin University to deliver a blanket to your cousin? Wang Hui's grandfather had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Wang Hui's father was the eldest, so Wang Hui has 2 uncles and 1 aunt. Each of these 2 uncles and the aunt has their own children. However, Wang Hui's second uncle's son, his cousin Wang Qingling, happened to be admitted to Beichin University. The key point is that Beichin University is not far from Wang Hui's home, so whenever Wang Qingling has any matters to attend to at school, Wang Hui's second uncle would ask him to assist and take care of his cousin. However, since Wang Qingling is a responsible person who doesn't cause trouble, Wang Hui rarely visits him except to bring him blankets and clothes during seasonal changes. However, Wang Hui's cousin is a good person in every way, except for one thing that really annoys Wang Hui. He's just too full of himself. The frequency and extent of Wang Qingling's pretentious behavior have reached an utterly infuriating level. Of course, this is also thanks to Wang Qingling's father, who is a major pig farmer in the countryside. After all, being a pig farmer isn't exactly a prestigious business. However, this year happened to coincide with a significant increase in pork prices, which allowed his family to make a substantial profit. Otherwise, Wang Qingling would have had much less material to show off with. Soon, Wang Hui returned home. He took the blanket he was going to send to Wang Qingling. Since it was a university, Wang Hui didn't choose to drive his Porsche 911 directly into the campus. He was just there to deliver some bedding and didn't want to cause any commotion. A person who likes to show off is naturally a prominent figure at school. Wang Hui had only taken a few steps when he saw his cousin Wang Qingling being surrounded by a group of people. As they walked, they were spitting everywhere, seemingly engaged in a heated conversation. As I got closer, I could finally make out what they were saying. Oh, I called my dad the past 2 days, and he transferred some money to me. I'll go pick up an Alienware laptop later. Wang Qingling said excitedly. Wow, an alien? That must cost tens of thousands, right? A sharp-faced student beside Wang Qingling shouted, Brother Ling is so awesome. Even a regular laptop costs tens of thousands. Hearing the sycophant's flattery, Wang Qingling boasted arrogantly, a couple of thousand? What's that? I was actually planning to buy a 6-core Titan. 6 Titan units? The sharp-faced student exclaimed, Brother Ling, 6 Titan units are amazing. Buy them. At this, the sycophant jumped in surprise and looked at Wang Qingling with envy. The 6 Titans are not actually computer models, they are the names of graphics cards. The 6-way Titan represents 6 Tian graphics cards, with each card costing over 9,000 yuan. Therefore, just the 6 graphics cards alone cost over 50,000, which is understandable given the high-end specifications of these graphics cards. The CPU, memory, motherboard, and power supply must also be top of the line, otherwise, the system simply won't be able to handle the load. When you calculate the total cost for the entire system, the price is likely to exceed 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. For the average PC enthusiast, the concept of a 6-way Titan setup is simply outrageous. Wang Qingling rolled his eyes. He knew he had to buy it, but he'd have to wait a while. It was all his uncle's fault. My dad had already agreed to buy it for me, but my uncle insisted that students don't need such a good computer. He even said that my cousin only used a few thousand yuan for his university computer, so my dad refused to buy it for me. I don't know why my dad listens to my uncle so much. He knows what my cousin is like, he's just wasting his life writing novels online. I'll never end up like him. Suddenly, a figure came into view. It was Wang Hui, who had come to deliver blankets for Chen Qingling. Wang Qingling immediately changed the subject and said, Elder cousin, what brings you here? Wang Hui smiled and raised the bag in his hand, saying, Your uncle sent me to bring you a blanket. Wang Hui smiled insincerely and waved the bag in his hand, saying, My second uncle sent me to bring you a blanket. Seeing Wang Hui's expression, Wang Qingling thought to himself that his earlier words must have been overheard, but he remained unfazed. He smiled and said, Oh, thank you, cousin. By the way, shall we have lunch together today? No need, Wang Hui said coldly, glancing at him. Wang Hui glanced at him and said, No need. With that, he turned and prepared to leave. At that moment, the sharp-nosed, monkey-faced classmate spoke in a sarcastic tone, Brother Ling, is this the cousin you mentioned who writes novels online? Chen Qingling nodded, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Chapter 57, Let Go of My Goddess. Seeing Chen Qingling's expression, the student knew that he looked down on Wang Hui. In an attempt to impress Chen Qingling, the classmate hurriedly called out to Wang Hui, You're his cousin, right? Coincidentally, I'm also reading the novel. Why don't you tell me about your masterpiece so I can take a look? Wang Hui paused, furrowed his brows, and said, I'm not writing novels anymore. Not writing novels? The sharp-faced man chuckled, Heh, so you're just living off your parents at home, aren't you? Wang Qingling heard this and quickly grabbed the sharp-nosed monkey. Although he didn't think much of his cousin, after sharp-mouthed Monkey Cheek said that, if the words reached his father's ears, it would be him who would be in trouble. You must understand that the older generation places great importance on deep emotional bonds and strict adherence to the hierarchy between elders and juniors. If they found out that Chen Xingling dared to mock Wang Hui, his father would definitely give him a good beating. Of course, what Chen Xingling fears most isn't being beaten by his father, but rather that his father won't send him money. If his living expenses were cut off, how could he keep up his cool act in front of his classmates? After all, even the most accomplished individuals require resources to maintain their image. Just as Chen Xingling was about to open his mouth to explain, a loud horn sounded. A silver-white Audi R8 sped toward them, performed a stylish drift in front of the crowd, and came to a stop. The door opened, and a tall, elegantly dressed woman stepped out. It was Wei Si. Wang Hui, I saw your car outside the university gate. What a coincidence. Wei Si got out of the car and immediately greeted Wang Hui. Wang Qingling and the other students looked over at the sound. Everyone let out a collective gasp. Wei Si? Oh my god, it really is Wei Si. She actually came to our school. And within Wang Qingling's heart, a storm of emotions was raging. Wei Si is a renowned musician, and few young people are unaware of her. Wang Qingling, of course, is also well aware of this. But the crucial question is, how did Wei Si come to know his own cousin? What are you doing here? Ignoring the gasps around him, Wang Hui glanced at Wei Si. It had only been a few hours, and he had already encountered Wei Si again. Could the other person have installed a GPS tracker on him? Facing Wang Hui's inquiring gaze, Wei Si rolled her eyes and said, "Please don't flatter yourself. I just happened to have a campus recruitment event at Beijing University, so I came over to take a look. I just happened to see your Porsche 911 outside, so I assumed you were also on campus. I saw you, so I stopped the car to say hello out of the goodness of my heart." The other students who gathered around didn't react much to what I said. Wang Qingling, however, was once again stunned. A Porsche 911? My useless cousin actually owns such a luxury car? Seeing Wang Hui staring at him with a mocking smile, Wei Si yawned and said, "By the way, do you still have any available floors in the Times office building? I have a friend who wants to rent one." Wang Hui nodded and said, "No problem. Not just one floor, even 10 floors would be fine. Just have your friend contact me directly." A brief exchange of words. Wang Qingling froze completely. Times office building? 10 floors are fine? Did I hear that correctly? However, at that moment, Wei Si stepped forward and took Wang Hui's arm, saying, "Let's have lunch together. It's fate that we met again." This scene. It immediately caused a stir among the students around them, who quickly pulled out their phones to take photos. Let go of my goddess. What the hell is going on here? Who is this guy? Countless angry glances turned toward Wang Hui. If looks could kill, Wang Hui would have died 1,000 times over in that moment. Wang Hui glanced at Wei Si, who was grinning maliciously, and naturally guessed that Wei Si was doing it on purpose. He decided to play along, wrapping his arms around Wei Si. "Fine, you're in charge." The already noisy students froze in place. And the smile on Wei Si's face froze. She had only intended to tease Wang Hui, but instead, she had been outwitted by him. Under the stunned stares of everyone present, the two got into Wei Si's Audi R8 and drove off. After the taillights disappeared from view, the students all let out cries of despair. "Ah, my first love. Oh, my Wei Si." Crying and wailing, "I've forgotten how to love." At that moment, the sharp-faced classmate suddenly darted over to Wang Qingling's side. He exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Ling, your cousin is actually involved with Wei Si? That's impressive. Tell me, what's the deal with your cousin?" At that moment, Wang Qingling was also completely baffled. "You're asking me? I have no idea." After graduating from university. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wang Hui said indifferently, "It looks like you're going to make the headlines." Wei Si rolled his eyes and said, "What's there to be afraid of? It's not like it's never happened before." It seemed like she didn't care at all. In response, Wang Hui didn't bother to say much either. Instead, he smiled and said, "You wouldn't really be taking me out to dinner, would you?" Chapter 58, Private Club. Chapter 58, Private Club. Before Wei Si could speak, Wang Hui followed up, "Dinner is fine, but can we avoid drinking alcohol?" Recalling last night's events, Wang Hui still felt uneasy, so he decided to ask in advance. Otherwise, once they arrived at the restaurant, given Wei Si's personality, he would definitely want to have another drink, and Wang Hui wouldn't be able to keep up. As soon as Wang Hui finished speaking, Wei Si mistakenly thought he was teasing him. After all, the sensual scene from earlier that morning had been lingering in Wei Si's mind. "Want more? I think you're addicted to it. Do you want to sleep with me again?" Thinking of that embarrassing scene, Wei Si rolled her eyes at him and asked with a meaningful look. Upon hearing Wei Si's words, Wang Hui nearly choked to death. What on earth was she talking about? He had clearly just wanted to stop drinking, but the other person had taken it as an attempt to take advantage of him. If you really want to talk about taking advantage, it was Wang Hui who was taken advantage of. Because he was the one being pushed around, the one being teased, and even the one who ended up getting forcefully kissed. Wang Hui shrugged and replied helplessly, I was just asking." Of course, it's better if you don't drink. Wang Hui shrugged and replied helplessly, I was just asking. Of course, it's better if you don't drink. After hearing Wang Hui's explanation, Wei Si didn't say much either. Then, Wei Si drove the car and took Wang Hui directly to a stylish restaurant in the eastern part of the city. Just by looking at the entrance, one could tell that this was not a place where just anyone could come in to eat. The two then got out of the car, and Wang Hui followed Wei Si inside. The two receptionists at the entrance were both beautiful women over 5 feet 7 inches tall. They were wearing figure-hugging cheongsam dresses with extremely high slits, paired with high-heeled black stockings, making them particularly eye-catching. As soon as they spotted Wei Si, the two receptionists immediately bowed and said, "Good evening, Miss Wei Si." Wei Si forced out a word through her nose, then led Wang Hui inside with a stride. The greeter hurried to clear the way for her. Soon, a woman in her 30s, dressed in a professional outfit with a refined appearance, walked over and smiled, saying, "Wei Si, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming today?" Wei Si paused for a moment. He had decided on the spot to bring a friend along for dinner. "Alright, I'll arrange a private room at Xingyue Pavilion for you." The woman glanced at Wang Hui secretly, seemingly trying to figure out his identity. After all, most of the people here were regulars, and she was at least sure she could recognize their names and identities. Customers like Wei Si have visited this place multiple times, and each time they come, they bring some friends along to eat. However, Wang Hui seemed unfamiliar to her, at least, she had never seen him before in her memory. "Alright, I'll go myself." Wei Si nodded, then glanced back at Wang Hui before walking straight ahead. The clubhouse was very spacious, with the entire first floor serving as a reception hall. So Wei Si took Wang Hui into the elevator before asking him, "Have you been here before?" Wang Hui shook his head honestly. "No, I haven't. This must be a members-only place, right?" Wang Hui wasn't a naive youngster. Although he had never been here before, he had noticed from the moment he entered that the scale and decor of this place were not comparable to ordinary hotels. Most importantly, there aren't many guests here. At least, after Wang Hui entered, there were only a few scattered people in the entire first-floor lobby. In such a bustling area, a restaurant this size couldn't possibly go unnoticed. Under these circumstances, there is only one possibility: the restaurant is a private club and does not operate publicly. They typically only allow members to enter, and generally require an annual membership fee to join. Therefore, dining at such a restaurant is also a symbol of status. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Hui finished speaking, Wei Si's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected Wang Hui to immediately discern the underlying meaning. She nodded proudly and said, "That's right, but the owner here has a very powerful background and has strict requirements for the identity of guests. Ordinary people can't get a membership here." Upon hearing Wei Si's words, Wang Hui dismissed it with a smile. The other party, having already guessed the nature of the membership system, still felt the need to explain it again. It was simply to inform Wang Hui that dining here was not accessible to anyone with money. It also required a special status. Otherwise, even someone like Wang Hui, a billionaire tycoon, would be turned away at the door if he showed up unannounced. The fact that they were able to come here was all thanks to Wei Si's help, which highlighted her capabilities far beyond Wang Hui's imagination. The second floor was elegantly decorated, and as soon as we stepped out of the elevator, we were enveloped in an old-world ambience. There is also a subtle fragrance in the air, reminiscent of agarwood. The surroundings were lush and green. Although they were all bonsai, they were so vibrant and fresh indoors, indicating that the management of this club had put in a lot of effort. The floor is transparent, made of interconnected sheets of tempered glass that stretch out endlessly. Beneath the glass, water flows gently, creating the illusion of walking on a small stream. The sides are paved with pebbles, making it feel more like you're in the countryside than inside a building. Chapter 59, Romane Conti. The private room at Xingyue Pavilion was called a private room, but it was really just a partitioned space. The waist-high partitions are sufficient to block the view of occasional passers-by, yet they are not overly enclosed. The partition is not large, and if it is completely filled, there would only be enough space for an octagonal table. However, there's only one two-person table, so it doesn't feel too crowded. Wei Si stood beside the chair, not sitting down, but instead giving Wang Hui a subtle nod. Wang Hui raised his eyebrows and, understanding the hint, stepped forward to pull out the chair for her. Wei Si let out a smug smile and sat down proudly. Wang Hui finally sat across from her. At that moment, a waitress dressed in a cheongsam entered to pour them tea, then asked respectfully, "May I ask what you would like to eat?" Wei Si waved his hand and said, "Bring us a few of your specialty dishes, and then a bottle of 1990 Romane Conti. The rest is up to you." "Alright, Ms. Wei, I've already placed the order according to your usual preferences." The waiter nodded and began to place the order. The server acknowledged the order and began processing it. Wei Si was a regular customer here, and the waitress knew her well, so she was familiar with her preferences. "Thank you, please go downstairs and prepare the red wine for me." Wei Si nodded in satisfaction and told the other person to go get the wine first. "What do you mean? Didn't you just say that we'd only eat and not drink today?" Seeing Wei Si order red wine again, Wang Hui frowned and said, After all, Wei Si had already made his intentions clear earlier in the car. Even when Wang Hui mentioned drinking earlier, Wei Si mocked him. Now, less than an hour later, Wei Si has gone back on his word. Isn't this just slapping himself in the face? When confronted by Wang Hui, Wei Si not only didn't feel embarrassed but instead playfully said to Wang Hui, "It's just a bottle of red wine. Don't worry." Wang Hui was at a loss for words. These days, the combination of alcohol and Wei Si had him on edge. If it weren't for his pride as a man, he would have considered fleeing the scene right then and there. Soon, the waiter brought over a bottle of red wine and poured it into a decanter to let it breathe. Wang Hui knew that the more expensive and older the red wine, the longer it needed to breathe. Only then will the wine's flavor fully develop. Red wines that are meant to be drunk immediately after opening are generally low-end, inexpensive red wines with a taste as bland as water. After a while, the dishes were served, consisting of 4 dishes and a soup. The dishes were exquisitely prepared, though the serving pace was a bit slow. However, paired with the well-aged Romanicanti, it was perfectly timed. Wang Hui glanced at the dishes, then picked up his wineglass and took a sip. To be honest, he wasn't very hungry at the moment. Maybe it's because of last night's hangover. Wei Si wasn't in a hurry. She held the cup with her fingers and gently swayed it on the table. The crimson wine swirled in the glass, leaving a rich trail along the sides. "Come on, let's drink up." Wei Si finally raised his wineglass. Wang Hui had no choice but to join him. "How about it? This red wine tastes pretty good, right?" Seeing Wang Hui's disgusted expression, Wei Si took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Wang Hui swirled his wineglass and said, "Need I say more? This is a world-renowned wine. Its quality is on par with Lafite." Although Wang Hui was trying Romanicanti for the first time, don't forget he used to write online novels. He has dabbled in high-end brands, fashion trends, fine wines, and luxury cars. Otherwise, how could he write with such sophistication in his novels? I didn't expect Mr. Wang to be an expert as well. As you mentioned, Romanicanti surpasses Lafite in both quality and taste, so those who truly understand wine will choose the former. Wei Si wasn't too surprised by Wang Hui's response. After all, the other party was a billionaire. It wasn't just red wine, he likely had interests in other fields as well. However, it was precisely because they had invited Wang Hui that Wei Si had specially opened this 1990 Romanicanti. As you know, this wine is already quite expensive, and in this club, it was sold at an astronomical price of 100,000 yuan per bottle. However, Wei Si didn't mind. She had an inexplicable fondness for Wang Hui, and it was definitely worth it. In the time that followed, the two of them sipped red wine and chatted casually. Compared to last night's romantic atmosphere, this meal was more formal, and nothing happened to make Wang Hui's heart race. But that was to be expected, after all. This was a public place, and they weren't in a private room just separated by a screen. If they really wanted to do something, they couldn't hide it at all. Of course, Wei Si was just venting last night. The real her isn't like that. It was just a misunderstanding on Wang Hui's part. With the final clink of glasses, their meal came to an end. The waiter brought the bill, totaling 120,000. The meal cost 20,000 yuan, and the service charge was 100,000 yuan. Wei Si paid the bill voluntarily, and Wang Hui didn't try to take it from her. She thought to herself that she would just treat him next time. Given his status, he certainly couldn't afford it. However, spending tens of thousands on a single meal did leave Wang Hui a bit speechless. Chapter 60, Qualification Obtained. After all, before he obtained the system, no matter how he ate a meal, it would only cost him at most 100 or 2. As they reached the entrance of the hall, the female manager from earlier approached again and whispered, "Miss Wei Si, were you satisfied with today's meal?" Wei Si nodded and said, "Your quality is assured. There's no need to ask me every time. Isn't that part of your job?" "This is just part of my routine. It's my job." The female manager smiled, but her gaze was fixed on Wang Hui, who was standing beside Wei Si. "You want to give him a card, right?" Wei Si glanced at the other person, fully aware of the female manager's intentions. The female manager nodded and finally pulled out a business card from her pocket. She handed it to Wang Hui with both hands, saying, "You two were having dinner earlier, so I didn't want to disturb you. Let me introduce myself. I'm the front desk manager here. This is my business card." Wang Hui took the business card and glanced at it. The business card bore the name of the female manager, Tu Lisha. The entire business card was very simple, with the name of the club at the top, Tu Lisha's name in the middle, and her position listed simply as front desk manager on the side. There are no flashy words, and at the bottom is a string of numbers, which is the phone number. "Hello, Mr. Tu. You're too kind." Tu Lisha smiled and said, "May I ask how you would like to be addressed, sir?" "My name is Wang Hui. How did you like today's dishes, Mr. Wang?" "It's okay, thank you for your hospitality." Tu Lisha was taken aback. She had only asked politely and hadn't expected Wang Hui to be so honest. To be honest, how many people who come here actually care about the taste? Most people just use this club as a place to talk business. Moreover, not just anyone is welcomed here. Because this is a membership-based facility, although membership cards are issued nationwide. In reality, it is primarily used by people from the surrounding areas of Bachin City, and each of them is a prominent figure from the upper echelons of society. It is precisely because of this restriction that, to this day, fewer than 1,000 membership cards have been issued. Therefore, anyone who comes here to eat never focuses on the food itself, they are here for the privilege of being a member. In total, the number of guests we've ever hosted here won't exceed 2,000, including members bringing friends, and the regulars are probably just a few hundred. Lisha has been working here for several years, and this is the first time she has heard someone directly say that the food is okay. This left her momentarily at a loss for words on how to respond to Wang Hui. Wei Si rolled her eyes and said to Wang Hui, "You're being way too picky. You should know that the chefs here are Michelin level. The owner here has some connections. Though few people here care about taste, he doesn't want to be looked down upon." To that end, the owner spared no expense, hiring several Michelin-starred chefs from different countries to serve as the head chefs here. The goal is to ensure that no matter where guests come from or what kind of cuisine they prefer, they will leave satisfied. Who would have thought that Michelin, the pinnacle of the culinary world, would become just not bad in Wang Hui's words? Wang Hui felt a bit awkward after hearing this. In truth, due to his hangover, he hadn't felt very hungry to begin with. So he just took a few bites of each dish and didn't find anything particularly special about them. However, upon hearing the words Michelin, he waved his hand and explained, "That's not what I meant." Wei Si ignored Wang Hui and said to Lisha, "Don't pay attention to him. He's crazy." Lisha smiled bitterly. She dared not say that Wang Hui was crazy, so she could only smile. She thought to herself, perhaps this young master just likes to joke around. "Mr. Wang, I recognize you now. If you ever want to come by again, feel free to give me a call beforehand. Even if you don't, it's no problem, I'll make sure to give you a warm welcome when you arrive. However, if you do call, I can make arrangements in advance, and everything will be taken care of. By the way, here's a card. In case I'm off work, some inconsiderate people might not recognize you, so please show them this card to avoid any misunderstanding." After saying that, Lisha handed a gold embossed card to Wang Hui with both hands. Wang Hui took it and saw that it was the exclusive membership card for this private club. After all, he was the manager of a high-end private club. His words were flawless. Even though it's plain language, every word is flattery. Even the reminder to bring the card to avoid being denied entry was thoughtfully included, ensuring that the other party felt well taken care of. Even the reminder to have Wang Hui bring the card to avoid being denied entry was meticulously detailed, giving the other party ample face. They only mentioned that if, by any chance, someone were to stop him, it would be because the person in charge here wasn't paying attention. "Thank you, Mr. Tu." Wang Hui knew exactly what was going on and carefully put the card away. After all, he couldn't be sure if he would actually bring someone over. Since this place was relatively private, it was quieter for eating and discussing matters. Of course, the most important thing is that although Wang Hui is now wealthy, he doesn't know many upper-class socialites. Chapter 61, The Indescribable French Style. He did indeed need to integrate into the upper-class social circle, and this private club was a fairly good platform for that. Otherwise, no matter how wealthy Wang Hui is, in the presence of true socialites, he would merely be regarded as a nouveau riche. Lisha hurriedly smiled and returned the greeting, then escorted Wang Hui and his companion all the way to the parking lot. She even went out of her way to open the car doors for them and saw them off politely. The journey was uneventful. After Wei Si dropped Wang Hui off at the school gate, he went straight into the school. She still had job fair matters to attend to. She just waited until Wang Hui got off the car before giving him a lingering look. To be honest, yesterday's absurd experience was also her first time. Anyway, she was finding it harder and harder to understand Wang Hui. She had always thought he was just a rich second-generation kid with a slightly better background than the average person. With her intelligence, she should have been able to figure him out after just a little interaction. However, after seeing Wang Hui again at the bar, she was stunned to discover that the charm she had always prided herself on seemed to have no effect on Wang Hui. Even if this guy has a thing for younger girls and has a girlfriend who fits that type, he shouldn't be completely unaffected by Wei Si's beauty. The encounter at the bar was truly accidental. After Wei Si was ignored, he deliberately started following her. He successfully managed to get Wang Hui to drink alone, and Wei Si truly pulled out all the stops. However, Wang Hui remained unmoved. This frustrated Wei Si greatly, as it was the first time in her life that her charm had failed. What happened next was even more absurd. In an attempt to have another drink with the other person, she nearly broke her leg. The final sensual scene nearly cost her life at the hotel. Although she eventually got her wish and continued drinking with Wang Hui. Wei Si had originally intended to take this opportunity to get the other man drunk and see if Wang Hui would spill the truth under the influence, trying to extract some information from him. To find out what was really going on with Wang Hui and why he was being so cold toward her. Little did I expect that by the end of the night, not only did I not get any answers, but I also ended up getting completely drunk. However, Wei Si recalled later that whether it was beer or spirits, Wang Hui had barely finished half a bottle in total, and though he appeared to take big sips each time, he actually only sipped a small amount. The rest mostly ended up in Wei Si's own stomach. At the bar, they drank red wine. At the barbecue stall, they drank beer, and later, they mixed the three types of alcohol together. In the end, Wei Si couldn't hold it anymore. Getting drunk wasn't a big deal, and falling asleep on Wang Hui's body wasn't a big deal either. Since both of them were drunk, they didn't do anything inappropriate. It was just the position that was a bit suggestive. But what angered Wei Si the most was that she clearly remembered trying to push Wang Hui off the bed after climbing onto it. She kept insisting that Wang Hui sleep on the floor. In the end, Wang Hui refused to budge, and Wei Si, in a fit of anger, the two of them ended up entangled. No one knows how it happened, but their genitals became entangled with each other. An accidental touch would have been forgivable, but the problem was that Wei Si didn't know what had triggered her at the time. He actually took the initiative to extend his hand and tease Wang Hui. Then, naturally, it was an indescribable French-style 15 minutes. This was all thanks to Wang Hui being genuinely intoxicated. Otherwise, Wei Si might have ended up engaging in a rather intimate conversation with Wang Hui. After all, when feelings run deep, the body follows, and under the influence of alcohol, a lone man and woman together are like dry kindling, and a flame tasting the forbidden fruit is only natural. Wang Hui, of course, had no idea. In his eyes, Wei Si, such an open-minded woman, had probably already had countless boyfriends. Moreover, the entertainment industry is a melting pot of all kinds of people, making it even more challenging to remain untainted by its corrupting influence. In reality, Wei Si isn't just a newcomer. Even her first kiss was taken by Wang Hui. What upset Wei Si the most was that when Wang Hui woke up, he acted as if he had no memory of what had happened, leaving her with no one to vent her frustration to, so she had no choice but to pretend she didn't know either. Wang Hui didn't notice Wei Si's gaze and got into his Porsche 911, driving toward the Times office building. He had clients to meet that afternoon. To rent office space business came first. The car had just pulled into the parking lot when the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but Wang Hui had marked it. It was the first client to schedule a viewing of the office building with him today. Both parties had agreed to meet downstairs at the Times office building beforehand. Wang Hui directly took the elevator from the underground parking lot to go up. This time, the clients were a middle-aged couple. "Hello, is this Mr. Wang? This is Luo Jun, and this is my wife, Shinrong." Upon seeing Wang Hui step out of the elevator, the two approached him, and the middle-aged man greeted him. "Yes, I'm Wang Hui." Wang Hui nodded. Luo Jun was dressed in a suit, with a square face and a very sturdy build. Shinrong wore a printed long dress, with delicate features, fair skin, and a well-maintained figure. She looked no older than her late 30s, resembling a woman in her early 30s. At first glance, Wang Hui didn't think much of it, but once he got a better look at Shinrong's appearance, she froze for a moment, her expression growing strange, unable to resist glancing at the other person a few more times. Chapter 62, Uncle, Praise Me. It wasn't that Wang Hui had a thing for older women, but the woman's appearance reminded him of someone. If you ignore the age difference, the two of them look at least 70–80% alike. Combined with Luo Jun's surname, Wang Hui immediately had a hunch about who she might be. When Luo Jun and his wife saw Wang Hui, they were equally startled. Over the phone, they couldn't tell Wang Hui's exact age, only that he must be quite young. But when they met him in person, they were surprised to find out he was so young. "Hello, can we go up and take a look now?" Luo Jun said with a smile. Wang Hui shook his head and nodded. "Of course you can. Please follow me." Then Wang Hui led the couple into the elevator and headed upstairs. "Mr. Wang, I noticed that the rental advertisement you posted is for floors 60 to 100? On the elevator, Luo Jun suddenly spoke up. Wang Hui paused for a moment before nodding and saying, "Yes, but several floors have already been rented out." Luo Jun nodded and remarked, "Mr. Wang, you really are a rising star. At such a young age, you already own a 40-story office building." Wang Hui merely smiled in response. Luo Jun, however, continued, "Mr. Wang, let's go straight to the 96th to 100th floors." Luo Jun's words caught Wang Hui's attention. It seemed that the other party intended to rent 5 floors directly. Wang Hui had no objections to this. He led Luo Jun and Shinrong and her husband directly to the 100th floor, intending to inspect each floor from top to bottom. "Mr. Luo, if you plan to set up your office in the Times Tower, you can use the 100th floor as the exclusive office space for the chairman and management team. The lower floors can be used for employee offices or to set up an employee cafeteria. The entire office building has smoke vents, so setting up a staff canteen or similar facility is completely feasible." Wang Hui spoke confidently. After all, they were able to choose such a high floor as office space. As the boss, Luo Jun must have considered the issue of employee meals. Although there are multiple elevators, going up and down just to eat a meal is still too time-consuming. Luo Jun nodded silently. After exchanging a few whispered words with his wife, Shinrong, he said in a solemn tone, "Mr. Wang, we've made our decision. Let's go with floors 96 to 100. Do you think we can sign the contract now?" Of course, I always carry the contract with me. Wang Hui nodded and took out the lease agreement. Fortunately, when Yang Xuxing moved out, he left a few desks on each floor. Wang Hui and Luo Jun quickly signed the contract. They watched as Luo Jun and Shen Rong drove away in a Mercedes-Benz S600. Wang Hui finally took out his phone and sent a message to Luo Meng with an odd expression on his face. Meng, is Luo Jun your father? Luo Meng, yes, how did you know? Almost an instant reply. Your dad and mom just rented 5 floors of the Times office building from me. After confirming it matched his guess, Wang Hui rubbed his throbbing head and continued his reply. Earlier, Wang Hui couldn't help but glance at Shenrong a few extra times because Shenrong bore an uncanny resemblance to Luo Meng. Plus, with the name Luo Jun, he immediately guessed that this couple must be Luo Meng's parents. Because Huya had previously mentioned to Wang Hui that Luo Meng wasn't short on money, and her father ran a company. Luo Meng, then why aren't you thanking me? Wang Hui? Luo Meng, I told my dad that Times Square has office buildings for rent. Uncle, praise me. Wang Hui. Luo Meng, whatever, hurry up and praise me. Wang Hui. Great, you're awesome, 666. Luo Meng sent an eye-rolling emoji, straight guy. Wang Hui. Luo Meng, uncle, I'll come find you at Times Square. Please treat me to dinner tonight. The phone had barely been put down when it vibrated again. Swallow is requesting to add you as a friend. Wang Hui's lips twitched, and he decisively clicked reject. As for this woman, Luo Fian, Wang Hui had already labeled her as unreasonable in his mind. Wang Hui then dialed another number, calling the second client he had scheduled for today. Over the next few hours, Wang Hui met with 3 clients who had come to view the property. Luckily, all 3 clients closed the deals without any issues. After all, given the reputation of Times office building, those who schedule viewings are generally determined to rent. After sending off the last client of the day, Wang Hui's phone also rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Luo Meng calling. Uncle, where are you? Wang Hui rubbed his forehead and said, The Times. Oh, I'll be right there. Wait for me downstairs at the Times building. Luo Meng said. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for Wang Hui to respond. Wang Hui, who was holding the phone, was left speechless. This girl, it's just a meal. Is it really that urgent? Soon, a blue taxi pulled up in front of the Times office building. Luo Meng jumped out of the back seat, clearly in a good mood. Chapter 63, The Brave Luo Meng. Luo Meng spotted Wang Hui waiting downstairs at once. She immediately smiled, ran up, and wrapped her arm around Wang Hui's arm, then shook it a few times. It was as intimate as a girlfriend and boyfriend teasing each other. And such a gesture naturally made Wang Hui's arm go weak. He recoiled a few steps as if he had been electrocuted. It wasn't the spoiled way she was acting that made Wang Hui uncomfortable, but rather that Luo Meng was pressing too close, causing her breasts to press directly against his arm. To make matters worse, Luo Meng shook him recklessly a few times, and with all that constant bumping, it's no wonder Wang Hui's arm went numb. Seeing Wang Hui trying to escape, Luo Meng didn't want to let him go and followed closely behind. Seeing that Wang Hui was trying to escape, Luo Meng refused to let him go, closely following his every step. Like a sticky insect, once he latched on, he wouldn't let go. You're holding too tight. Watching Luo Meng get closer and closer, Wang Hui couldn't help but remind him. Because there were still many pedestrians around, and everyone was watching. Being held by the arm by a legal age girl was a bit embarrassing for Wang Hui. Luo Meng just giggled, Uncle, why are you so stiff? You're acting like a gentleman. Look at you talking like that. Am I not a gentleman? As soon as Luo Meng said this, Wang Hui was so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched. You're the one who's not being gentlemanly. Luo Meng glanced sideways, raised the corner of his mouth, and said, Yes, very gentlemanly. He emphasized the word gentleman heavily. But as he spoke, he kept getting closer and closer. Wang Hui retreated. There was no other option. Continuing to argue with Luo Meng would only provoke him further. Although Luo Meng and Huya are the same age, they are already 22 years old. However, when Wang Hui looks at Luo Meng's appearance and style, he always feels a sense of guilt for no apparent reason. Wang Hui helplessly pulled Luo Meng to sit on a bench in the nearby square, intending to calm himself down. Hey, old man, are you angry? Seeing Wang Hui with a stern expression and not saying a word, Luo Meng nudged him. Wang Hui glanced at him but didn't say anything. He wasn't angry, just helpless. However, he knew Luo Meng's temperament. The more he paid attention to him, the more excited he would become. So Wang Hui decided to remain silent, hoping that Luo Meng would calm down on his own. But who would have thought that Luo Meng, seeing him not say a word, gave a sly smile and then suddenly plopped down onto Wang Hui's lap. That's too much. This time, Wang Hui couldn't sit still anymore, especially when he glanced around and saw that many passers-by had stopped, and everyone's gaze had shifted toward them. He hurriedly whispered. Luo Meng snorted and complained, How is that excessive? Isn't that normal for a boyfriend and girlfriend? Wang Hui didn't expect Luo Meng to be so bold. They had only known each other for a short time, and she already dared to flirt with him like that? What was even more shocking was that Luo Meng had actually claimed that their relationship was that of a boyfriend and girlfriend, leaving Wang Hui completely speechless. Because from start to finish, he had never expressed any intention of wanting to date the other person, even though she was cute and pretty. But he wasn't into that sort of thing. Boyfriend and girlfriend? Aren't you afraid I'll take you seriously? Seeing Luo Meng still acting so brazenly, Wang Hui said half threateningly. Luo Meng heard this, her big eyes sparkling. You're serious then? I don't mind. As she spoke, she deliberately swayed her body. Luo Meng was already sitting on Wang Hui, and this swaying made Wang Hui's expression even more unpleasant. Especially since the crowd around them was no longer just watching them, some people had already started pointing at them and whispering among themselves. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, Wang Hui could tell from their expressions that it wasn't anything good. Because Luo Meng gave off the impression of being a minor, sitting in such an inappropriate manner on Wang Hui at that moment, they would undoubtedly assume that Wang Hui was a bad uncle trying to deceive a young girl into doing something inappropriate. Fortunately, although Luo Meng was causing a commotion, she behaved relatively normally and did not show any signs of fear. Otherwise, Wang Hui is certain that someone would have rushed over, punching and kicking him to rescue the little girl. In fact, the bystanders' reactions weren't just noticed by Wang Hui. Luo Meng saw them too, but she acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to cling to Wang Hui. This left Wang Hui even more baffled. Was this really the same girl who had never even been to a bar before? This was clearly a wild little witch. At that moment, Wang Hui even began to wonder if Luo Meng had a split personality. How could someone's personality change so drastically in just a few days? In fact, it wasn't just Wang Hui who was surprised. Luo Meng herself found it strange. In the past, even if no one had seen her, just being alone with a guy would have made her feel disgusted. It wasn't that she disliked boys, it was just that Luo Meng had always been a well-behaved girl and had always kept a guarded distance from all boys. Plus, with her own advantages and her family's privileged background, there weren't many who truly caught her eye. Chapter 64, The First Time I Couldn't Sleep. However, since meeting Wang Hui and interacting with him a few times, Luo Meng's personality began to undergo a subtle transformation. Toward Wang Hui, this man, she didn't feel the same aversion she had toward other men in the past. Instead, he made her blush and her heart race. Especially that haunted house trip, the claw machine incident, the confession at the rooftop, and the final bar outing. That day, she and Wang Hui had several intentional and unintentional moments of closeness, and it was from that moment onward that Luo Meng's heart underwent a complete transformation. It was as if someone had opened a new window for her, making her life suddenly vibrant and exciting. And the one who opened that window was Wang Hui. At first, Luo Meng didn't think much of it, believing that being with Wang Hui wasn't unpleasant, and she even felt happy, likely influenced by her best friend Huya. Because almost every time she saw Wang Hui, it was with Huya. Plus, she knew that Huya had always liked Wang Hui and had been trying to pursue him. Therefore, she didn't think of it in terms of romantic feelings, and of course, she dared not think of it that way. Because Huya was her best friend, and she didn't want their friendship to be strained because of Wang Hui. That was something she couldn't accept. But who would have thought that after returning home last night, Wang Hui's figure kept popping up in her mind from time to time. Luo Meng repeatedly reminded herself that he was the person Huya liked, and she absolutely must not think about him. But the more she told herself that, the more she couldn't help but think about it. Finally, that night, Luo Meng experienced insomnia for the first time in her life because of Wang Hui. At that moment, Luo Meng cried, feeling guilty toward Huya and overwhelmed by a deep sense of guilt. Later on, Luo Meng took a sleeping pill and forced herself to go to sleep. She hoped that when she woke up the next day, she would regard everything as a nightmare and decide never to meet Wang Hui again. But who could have imagined that by the next day, her longing for Wang Hui had reached an unbearable extent? At that moment, Luo Meng realized that she must have fallen in love with Wang Hui, even though nothing had happened between them and they hadn't had much interaction. But to miss someone so deeply, to care so much about them, to feel like every moment without seeing them was torture, what else could it be but love? After realizing this, Luo Meng was like a different person. The guilt she had felt before vanished as quickly as smoke. In the end, Luo Meng even comforted herself, saying that Wang Hui wasn't just Huya's, and the two of them hadn't made their relationship public, they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend. Plus, she knew that Wang Hui mostly saw Huya as a younger sister. Thinking of this, Luo Meng felt even happier. She believed that her happiness was something she had to fight for herself. At the same time, she had great confidence in herself, because earlier at the bar, although Wei was more outstanding than her, Wang Hui didn't seem to care. On the contrary, when the other person mentioned that Wang Hui liked young girls, it made her feel smug, believing that her chances of success had increased significantly. So Luo Meng immediately went to find her father and asked him to rent an office space. He wasn't just trying to help Wang Hui, he also wanted to introduce his father to Wang Hui indirectly. Although Luo Meng only explained that the two were just ordinary friends. However, Luo Jun is no ordinary man. Having spent decades in the business world, he can easily discern whether someone is lying, let alone when that person is his own daughter. Luo Jun has always been strict with his daughter, and combined with her personality, she has almost no male friends. The sudden appearance of this male friend, coupled with his daughter's proactive and enthusiastic behavior, clearly indicates something is amiss. Plus, Luo Meng's act is really terrible. Every time she mentions Wang Hui, she always gets really excited. Luo Jun was about to lose his temper on the spot because Luo Meng had told him that this man owned a 40-story office building in the Times district. As a business tycoon, he was well aware of the value of Times office buildings. Someone who possesses such a vast fortune is certainly no ordinary person at the very least. Luo Jun acknowledges that he cannot compare to the other party. And such a person, even if Luo Jun hadn't seen them, he could guess that they weren't young. Because a fortune of over 100 billion is absolutely not something a young person could ever earn. That's why Luo Jun felt so angry, believing his daughter, who was still naive and inexperienced, had been deceived by a wealthy older man. However, Luo Jun knew his daughter had a strong sense of self-respect, so he hesitated to confront her directly, fearing she might not be able to handle the criticism. Therefore, he decided to call Wang Hui first and arrange a meeting. On the surface, it was about renting an office space, but in reality, it was to check out Wang Hui and get a sense of his true intentions. If the other party was indeed the same age as him, a middle-aged man, even if he didn't have as much assets as the other party, he would find a way to save face and spare Luo Meng. However, what he didn't expect was that the subsequent meeting left him and his wife speechless. To their surprise, Wang Hui wasn't a middle-aged man at all, but a young, handsome guy. Such a young and promising individual instantly brought a smile to Luo Jun and his wife's faces. They weren't just happy for themselves, but also for their daughter. They never imagined that their daughter had such excellent taste. They just picked one at random, and ended up with a catch. Chapter 65, that's too much. So he and his wife discussed it briefly and decided to rent the entire 5-story office building. Actually, they had never even considered moving the company, but for their daughter, they felt it was worth it. Of course, they also wanted to use this way to tell Wang Hui that they had accepted the fact that he had become their daughter's partner. Luo Jun and his wife's behavior showed no signs of hiding their feelings, and Wang Hui naturally noticed this. However, he did not confront them directly, as the other party had not admitted it outright, and Wang Hui feared he might have misunderstood. So as soon as Luo Jun and the others left, he immediately called Luo Meng to ask about her intentions. Upon seeing Wang Hui's call, Luo Meng jumped up excitedly. He knew his plan had succeeded. She had already made up her mind today. She would wait until they met and find the right opportunity to confess her feelings to him. Although this is typically something boys do, for a girl who is experiencing love for the first time, she doesn't care about any of that. Seeing that Luo Meng still showed no intention of getting up and leaving, Wang Hui couldn't hold back any longer. If you don't mind, I do. Then he stood up abruptly. This sudden movement caught Luo Meng off guard, and he lost his balance, nearly falling to the ground. Wang Hui was startled and hurriedly reached out to help her up. In her panic, Luo Meng clung to him as if he were a lifeline, wrapping her arms around his neck. Don't let Luo Meng's appearance fool you. She looks like a little girl and is barely over 5 feet tall. But with such a fierce pull, Wang Hui, who wasn't prepared, was actually pulled down by Luo Meng. Fortunately, there was a lawn behind Luo Meng. But the problem was that Wang Hui was being pulled too tightly by Luo Meng. As a result, Wang Hui ended up lying on top of Luo Meng, pinning her down on the grass. The two of them were face to face. They can both feel each other's breath. Fast and hot. The two of them were pressed tightly together, almost touching faces. Many people witnessed this sudden scene, and their expressions instantly became lively. These young people nowadays, are they in such a hurry? It's not even completely dark yet. That's too much. The world is going to the dogs, the world is going to the dogs. Luo Meng was far bolder than Wang Hui had imagined, and she had realized the current state of affairs long before him. However, she showed no signs of shyness. On the contrary, she even seemed a little excited. She had imagined such a scene before, but she never expected it to happen so soon. She knew that under normal circumstances, Wang Hui would definitely give him a deep kiss. At the thought of this, Luo Meng's face flushed involuntarily, and she grew even more excited. The next moment, she closed her eyes, puckered her lips, and waited for Wang Hui's kiss. Seeing Luo Meng blush and close her eyes, Wang Hui knew she must feel shy. After all, being pinned down like that by a man would make anyone feel shy. But then, when he saw Luo Meng's pouting lips, Wang Hui was completely dumbfounded. He never expected to have guessed wrong. Luo Meng's shyness was because she wanted a kiss. She was already a young girl, and this was in public. At that moment, some people outside even took out their phones to start taking photos. Wang Hui didn't want to see headlines tomorrow about a perverted guy molesting a minor in public. Such news was unacceptable. Feeling the other person's breathing grow more intense, Wang Hui hurriedly pushed himself up with both hands on the grass, trying to stand up. But the next second, Wang Hui couldn't get up smoothly. His upper body was only lifted slightly before being firmly pulled back down by Luo Meng's hands. It turned out that Luo Meng had noticed Wang Hui hadn't responded for a long time, so she opened her eyes. When she saw Wang Hui trying to escape, she became furious. In a fit of panic, she grabbed him even tighter. Wang Hui didn't expect Luo Meng's hands to be so strong. In his panic, Wang Hui's hand slipped, and without thinking, he pushed himself up again. Huh, something's wrong. Why is it so soft? Wang Hui looked down. His hands were actually. Wang Hui's head buzzed, and he quickly looked around. Fortunately, the green plants on the lawn were tall enough to hide his hand. The previous fall had been an accident, but Luo Meng saw it as a golden opportunity to get a little closer to Wang Hui. But now, this turn of events left Luo Meng speechless. She had thought it would just be a quick kiss or two, but how did it suddenly escalate to this point? At that moment, Luo Meng finally understood that Wang Hui wasn't uninterested in her, he was just interested in something else entirely. She had gotten angry earlier because Wang Hui refused to kiss her, which had dealt a blow to her self-confidence. However, upon seeing Wang Hui make a more intimate gesture than a kiss, Luo Meng smiled happily. Her confidence was fully restored, and she began to develop feelings of affection for this person who had troubled her for so many years. After all, sometimes being too big can be a burden for women, and Luo Meng is one of them. While others were growing taller during puberty, she didn't gain height but instead focused her development in one specific area. Of course, such a concern is something many women who long to be bigger would dream of having. Chapter 66, Should I go along with it? Wang Hui had already braced himself for being scolded by Luo Meng. But to his surprise, not only did the other person not scold him, but he was smiling as sweetly as if he had eaten honey. At that moment, Wang Hui couldn't smile either. Instead, he felt a sense of panic creeping in. After all, yesterday in the haunted house, he had also accidentally bumped into the other person. As a result, Luo Meng flew into a rage on the spot. If I hadn't immediately apologized, the other person wouldn't have let it go so easily. But now, he was wearing such an expression. Wang Hui was afraid that the other person had been provoked, which was why they had reacted this way. Seeing Luo Meng release his hands from his neck, Wang Hui finally mustered the courage to stand up. He sat in his seat, saying nothing. He didn't know what to say. Luo Meng remained lying on the ground with her eyes closed, her face still adorned with a dazed smile. What had just happened was simply too fast. She just saw a sudden flash of an image in her mind. It was the scene where the female lead was being held down by the male lead. Just thinking about the next step made Luo Meng's face turn red and hot, and her whole body began to tremble. It was both a sign of excitement and fear. What if the uncle likes this style? Should I go along with it? That might not be a good idea. But if you really like it, I can. While the young lady is blushing and daydreaming, Wang Hui had already calmed the surging energy in his body and stood up. Seeing Luo Meng with his eyes closed and his little brows tightly furrowed, still lying on the lawn, Wang Hui cleared his throat awkwardly and said, the ground is cold. Don't lie there. It was just an accident earlier. Luo Meng heard Wang Hui's voice but didn't realize it was coming from beside her. She opened her eyes cautiously. Seeing Wang Hui sit back down on the bench, she hurriedly sat up as well. The look in his eyes as he looked at Wang Hui was both joyful and disappointed. The joy stemmed from the fact that Wang Hui had not bullied her in public, demonstrating the manners of a gentleman. Disappointed, Wang Hui had already gone that far, yet he spared her in the end. Could it be that she wasn't attractive enough to capture Wang Hui's interest? It must be said that Luo Meng's imagination is truly terrifying. According to Luo Meng's idea, Wang Hui is in a no-win situation. He can't do it, and he can't not do it. Then why did you suddenly stand up? After holding it in for so long, Luo Meng couldn't help but ask. Wang Hui grew even more embarrassed. Seeing that the crowd around them had mostly dispersed, he finally spoke up. It's all your fault for suddenly sitting on me. I said it was an accident. I didn't mean to touch you. I didn't mean to. Are you saying you did it on purpose? Luo Meng saw Wang Hui's embarrassment, and this overly imaginative teenage girl instantly lost her shyness. On the contrary, she suddenly felt that teasing Wang Hui was absolutely a very interesting thing to do. So, she sat down directly on the lawn, resting her head on Wang Hui's leg. Wang Hui stiffened, gently pushed Luo Meng's head away, and said seriously, "Let's go eat." Upon hearing the word dinner, Luo Meng finally calmed down. Great. I want to eat seafood buffet. Alright, let's go. Seeing that the other person had been successfully lured in, Wang Hui finally exhaled in relief and hurriedly stood up to say. So, at Luo Meng's request, he took her small hand and pulled her up from the grass. Then they headed to the most famous seafood buffet in the Times Commercial Street. As a high-end seafood buffet restaurant located next to a landmark building. This seafood buffet restaurant, named resumen, is a genuine internet sensation. What's known as a trendy spot is a place where the food tastes similar to other places but is significantly more expensive. The food and drinks are virtually identical to those at ordinary seafood buffets, yet the prices are more than 10 times higher than those at ordinary seafood buffets. The per-person cost alone reaches $2,000 or $3,000. Before obtaining the system, Wang Hui would have definitely refused to eat at such a place. But now, he is someone who doesn't have to worry about money, so when Luo Meng said she wanted to eat there, he just went along with it. When it was time to pick up the food, Luo Meng kept serving Wang Hui portions of the raw ingredients. He also introduced the restaurant. To be honest, this kind of trendy restaurant is very appealing to young girls. So many of the customers dining inside end up taking out their phones to snap photos and check in while they eat. Actually, Luo Meng doesn't eat much, and Wang Hui isn't a big fan of seafood. That's why they only ate for a short while. The two of them were full. Shall I walk you home? As they reached the restaurant entrance, Wang Hui glanced at Luo Meng. Luo Meng was startled for a moment, then pouted and said, I don't want to go back so early. Luo Meng had already made up her mind she would wait until nightfall, find a secluded spot, and make a heartfelt confession to Wang Hui. If she went back now, all the plans she had spent the entire morning preparing would be ruined. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pleasant voice drifted over from the distance. Wang Hui, what are you doing here? Wang Hui looked up and saw it was Jiang Tingting. Beside Jiang Tingting were several other girls who looked pretty good, probably her close friends. At the same time, Luo Meng also looked over and asked in confusion, Uncle, who is she? Chapter 67, I'm really not a lolicon. To be honest, Jiang Tingting is still very pretty without the smoky eye makeup. That's why Luo Meng reacted that way. Because at this point, she had already begun to see herself as Wang Hui's girlfriend. Naturally, she harbored hostility toward other women who appeared. I'm Wang Hui's girlfriend. Jiang Tingting also walked over at that moment. Apparently having heard Luo Meng's question, she proudly answered. Is that your boyfriend? Jiang Tingting's friend with big curly hair glanced at Wang Hui and said without mercy, he's just ordinary. Nothing special. At that moment, Jiang Tingting's blonde best friend chimed in from her right side. Tingting, with so many guys chasing after you, you chose someone so ordinary? As soon as Jiang Tingting spoke, Luo Meng's face darkened. Just as she was about to retaliate, she heard something even more infuriating. Before Jiang Tingting could say anything, Luo Meng furrowed her brows and retorted, Old women, what are you talking about? The uncle is handsome, isn't he? Are you blind? Luo Meng's words were undoubtedly devastating to the women. No sooner had the words left her mouth. The girls on either side of Jiang Tingting immediately got excited. Oh my goodness, where did this rude girl come from? Can't she speak properly? You little brat, say that again if you dare, and I'll show you what I'm made of. Enough. Jiang Tingting frowned and interrupted her best friend's outburst. She then said coldly, Wang Hui is my boyfriend. He's met my parents and sister, and they all like him. Are you questioning my parents' judgment by listening to you? Upon hearing this, her two close friends on either side fell silent. Whether they had big curls or blonde hair, their fathers were high-ranking executives at Jianghuan Company, otherwise, they wouldn't have become Jiang Tingting's close friends. They can talk about Wang Hui all they want, but questioning Jianghuan's judgment is a whole different story. It seems like Jiang Tingting is really upset. The woman with the big curls and the blonde woman exchanged glances and quickly smiled, whispering in Jiang Tingting's ear with a sheepish grin. Tingting, please don't be angry. We were just joking around. Right, how could we possibly question Mr. Jiang's judgment? Oh, now that I look closely, your boyfriend is really handsome. He looks like a promising young man. Exactly. He's not just a fish in a pond, he's a dragon waiting to rise when the winds change. Oof. Listening to their hypocritical conversation, Luo Meng rolled her eyes and said, the one who calls himself the girlfriend of an uncle, you two friends are so eloquent. Did you used to be stand-up comedians? Big Waves and the blonde woman heard this, their faces twitching, about to retort, but they caught a glimpse of Jiang Tingting's expression. They quickly swallowed the words they had been about to speak. Wang Hui, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce me? Jiang Tingting asked while playfully wrapping her arm around Wang Hui's arm. However, at that moment, Wang Hui was extremely embarrassed. Why? Because Luo Meng also grabbed him in the instant Jiang Tingting moved. At the entrance of the seafood buffet restaurant, people were coming and going. Almost every man who passed by would cast an envious glance at Wang Hui. Oh my god. This guy is so cool. It's already 2022, and he can still have one on each arm. A young girl on the left and a pure-hearted girl on the right. Wow, what a life. Facing all the envious and jealous stares, Wang Hui would have gladly accepted it on any other day. But at that moment, he felt like he was caught in the middle, about to become cannon fodder. She. Wang Hui had barely uttered the word she. Luo Meng quickly interjected, Miss, you just said you're the uncle's girlfriend, right? Jiang Tingting raised her eyebrows slightly. Of course. We've already met each other's parents. She didn't even mention the fake boyfriend. Because since Wang Hui met her parents last time, he had gained their unanimous approval. So from that moment on, Jiang Tingting decided to turn the act into reality and make Wang Hui her real boyfriend. Luo Meng puckered her lips. So what? I'll tell you something unfortunate, I'm also the girlfriend of an older man. Jiang Tingting heard this and smiled as she looked up and down at Luo Meng. Little sister, are you even an adult yet? Luo Meng's face froze, suddenly recalling the scene from last night at the bar when she encountered Wei Si. She swallowed hard and added, of course I'm an adult. He just likes girls like me. He's a lolicon, didn't you know? Upon hearing Luo Meng's words, Wang Hui felt like crying. He almost wanted to scream out loud, "I'm really not a lolicon." Just as Jiang Tingting and Luo Mang were engaged in a jealous spat. Jiang Tingting's curly-haired best friend and her blonde best friend quietly walked over to a nearby spot and began whispering to each other. Speaking of this man named Wang Hui, what's his background? I don't know, but I'm also curious about why he was able to make Jiang Tingting so infatuated with him. He's even fighting with a stinky little sister over her. Chapter 68, The Antique Shop. To be honest, these two could be considered the social butterflies of Beichun City. They've seen countless handsome men. There are at least 10 women who know someone as handsome as Wang Hui. As for Jiang Tingting's suitors, there are even more she doesn't know but has seen before. So even now, they still couldn't figure out why Jiang Tingting was acting so humble. Although they desperately wanted to step forward and pull Jiang Tingting away, seeing her demeanor, they knew that trying to separate her at that moment was virtually impossible. In the end, the commotion between Jiang Tingting and Luo Mang lasted for over half an hour. Wang Hui stood by, feeling completely overwhelmed. Watching the two chatter away, Wang Hui said, "I'll go get you something to drink," then turned and headed toward the night market across the square. Actually, there were also places selling milk tea and other drinks in the square, such as Kuku and Shicha, all with their own shops there. However, at that moment, Wang Hui deliberately went to the night market to buy something. The reason wasn't because the drinks at the night market were better, but because he could enjoy some peace and quiet for a while longer. The night market across from the square had been around for a long time. The entire night market is divided into two areas. The western part is dedicated to selling antiques and handmade crafts, while the eastern part is where you'll find grilled snacks and milk tea drinks. Walking through the square and along the road, it is closest to the west end. Wang Hui saw many antique and curio vendors. Though called vendors, they actually each had their own shops, which were simple structures resembling Mongolian yurts. Each vendor had a string of beads hanging around their neck, with a longer string wrapped around their left hand several times, and another shorter, larger string. In their right hand, they often held a handful of beads, constantly moving them around. Therefore, he suddenly became a bit interested. After calculating the time, he realized that it was his mother's birthday next week. Why not take a look around and buy her a decent gift? So, he casually walked into a store. The people in the shop didn't seem very enthusiastic either. Unlike the salespeople in the mall, who rush over as soon as someone enters, eager to introduce every single item in the store. But in these antique shops, when Wang Hui walked in, the shopkeepers acted as if they hadn't even noticed him. They continued drinking tea, writing, or even playing on their phones, as if they couldn't care less whether he bought anything or not. After visiting several stores, Wang Hui noticed that the most expensive bead necklaces were priced at around several 10,000 yuan. However, Wang Hui wasn't very knowledgeable about the craft, so he continued browsing several shops without making a decision. He planned to pick out a few items he liked and bring Jiang Tingting over later to take a look. After all, Jiang Tingting, who had been raised in luxury and privilege, must know at least a little more than him. Later, Wang Hui entered a shop filled with fragrant aromas and was surprised to see that the cheapest bracelets on display were priced at several $1,000s. Some were even priced as high as several $100,000. There are even some crystal-encased bracelets priced at over 1,000,000 yuan per piece. This store is basically the most expensive one Wang Hui has come across. Wow, how can this bracelet be so expensive? Before Wang Hui could speak, a young man who looked like a student walked in behind him and spoke first. It seemed that this young man had also come to the store by chance while looking for a bracelet. The shop owner was sitting quietly behind a large wooden table, sipping his gongfu tea. Upon hearing the young man's exclamation, he showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he set down his teacup, stood up, and addressed the young man. "Young man, is this your first time in my shop?" The young man scratched his head, realizing that his earlier exclamation had disturbed the man, and smiled awkwardly. "Sorry for disturbing you. How did you know it was my first time here?" The boss was in his 30s, wearing a black tang suit with the front open, revealing a smoke gray Chinese-style shirt with button collars. On his feet were a pair of ingot-shaped shoes, giving him a distinctly old-fashioned look. "Not only do I know that this is your first time here, but I also know that the young man beside you is here for the first time as well. You must have come here just to wander around. You clearly know nothing about antiques." The young man who looked like a student paused for a moment. Wang Hui smiled and said, "Boss, can you tell the future?" The boss laughed and waved his hand. Wang Hui then noticed that he was also holding a string of beads, but they seemed unusually large, and the number of beads was different from what he had seen earlier. It was impossible to wrap it around his wrist a few times to wear it, nor could he wear it as a single loop on his wrist. You don't need to consult a fortune teller to know this. The boss walked to the back of the counter, took out a bracelet from inside, and gently placed it on the counter. "This is one of the cheapest items I have here. You two take a look." The young man who looked like a student picked it up, examined it, and then handed it to Wang Hui. Wang Hui took it and held the bracelet in his hand. He could only feel the fragrance wafting from it. It was slightly different from the scent of the shop itself, yet it seemed to come from the same source. When the young man, who looked like a student, held the bracelet close to his nose, he exclaimed, "This bracelet has a fragrance." Chapter 69, Destiny. The boss smiled faintly. Can you smell it? Wang Hui nodded and said, what kind of wood is this? It smells so good, similar to the scent in your shop, but not quite the same. The shop owner was slightly surprised and asked with interest, oh? Then tell me, what's the difference? The young man who looked like a student scratched his head and said, I don't smell any difference. Wang Hui smiled upon hearing this, then brought the bracelet to his nose and took a sniff. He noticed that the closer he got, the weaker the scent became, whereas when he was a distance away, it was refreshingly pleasant. It was hard to describe, he didn't think he had ever smelled anything like it before. The scent of this bracelet seemed more subtle, deeper, almost imperceptible, with a hint of milkiness. Wang Hui thought for a moment and added, the scent in your store, on the other hand, is much more vibrant, with a hint of spiciness. But after getting used to it, the spicy sensation turned into a sweetness, and even the saliva in my mouth now feels slightly sweet. Upon hearing Wang Hui's words, the young man who looked like a student wore an expression of disbelief. Is it really that amazing? Taking the bracelet from Wang Hui's hand, I followed his instructions and sniffed it from far to near. Then he exclaimed in surprise, it's real. The boss looked Wang Hui up and down, then laughed heartily. Young man, you're quite interesting. It's your first time handling agarwood, yet you can already speak so knowledgeably about it. That's no easy feat. Ha, it's fate that brought us together. If you don't mind my rambling, why not sit down for a cup of tea and listen to me talk about agarwood? Wang Hui didn't respond, just said thank you and sat down. The young man who looked like a student hesitated and said, the prices here are quite high. I'm not sure I can afford them. I'm not here to sell you anything. Do you know why I asked you to sit down? The shop owner took back the bracelet but didn't hurry to put it back on the counter. Instead, he held it in his hand and walked to the back of the large wooden table, gesturing for the young man who looked like a student to sit down. I told you earlier, you came here by chance. Usually, at this time of night, there aren't many people wandering around the antique section of this night market. Those who do come are mostly regular customers who frequently browse for items here. Last week, a friend gave me a box of fine tea. I brewed some and, on a whim, thought that good tea deserves a good fragrance, so I lit an incense from my private collection. Just as I lit it, you walked in. That's what I meant by fate. Hearing the boss say that, the young man who looked like a student became even more nervous. This is some kind of fate. If I really believe that, wouldn't you just be fooling me? After apologizing, he stumbled out of the shop. The shopkeeper and Wang Hui exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. The boss asked in confusion, why aren't you leaving? Wang Hui waved his hand and said, why should I leave? I'm just browsing. To be honest, I didn't even plan to buy anything when I came into your store. The shop owner's eyes lit up, and he smiled. It's the lack of intention that makes it a connection. If you came here with a purpose, it wouldn't be fate. Wang Hui watched as the boss brewed a pot of tea, poured 2 cups, used a bamboo tong to pick up 1 cup and place it in front of him, and made a gesture inviting him to drink. Taking a sip of tea, even though Wang Hui knew nothing about tea ceremony, he found the tea fragrant and sweet, leaving a pleasant aftertaste. How's the tea? The boss asked casually, his eyes sparkling with a smile as he looked at Wang Hui. Wang Hui put down his teacup, thought for a moment, but couldn't find the right words to describe the taste of the tea. Therefore, he imitated the tone of a character from a TV drama and said, good tea. That's all? Wang Hui shrugged. I don't drink tea, and I don't know anything about it. I actually wanted to find the right words to describe it just now, but I racked my brain and couldn't think of anything, so I can only say it's good tea. Haha, that's the highest level of tea appreciation, no flowery words, just the simple phrase good tea. There is actually a story behind those 2 words, but I won't presume to explain it here. If you're interested, you can look it up online, it's related to the tea sage. Wang Hui nodded and asked, the boss hasn't explained how you knew that I was there for the first time and knew nothing about antiques. The boss poured Wang Hui another cup before saying, actually, I said you were first-timers because I could tell you know nothing about antiques. Because if you weren't first-timers, you'd at least have a basic understanding of antique collectibles, and you wouldn't have looked so surprised at my prices. With even a little knowledge of antique collectibles, you and that young man would know what agarwood is. According to ancient tradition, the 4 best spices in ancient times were agarwood, ambergris, musk, and sandalwood. Even if you know little about cultural artifacts, I believe you have at least heard of musk and sandalwood, right? Wang Hui nodded and said, there's a rheumatic pain relief ointment that contains musk. As for sandalwood, the only thing I remember is the sandalwood fan from when I was a child. Chapter 70, The Ins and Outs of Antique Collectibles. The boss nodded and said, what you're talking about isn't real musk or sandalwood. The former is synthetic musk. If you were to use genuine musk for medicinal purposes, pain-relieving ointments would be too expensive for most people to afford. The latter is a craft item, it's just scented with sandalwood fragrance. If it were a genuine sandalwood fan, it would be quite valuable. Alright, I really don't know anything about this. I've only seen ambergris on TV, and I've heard of agarwood but never seen it. That's because agarwood is much rarer and more valuable than any other spice. You can tell from the prices in my store. The piece I showed you earlier can barely be called agarwood. It has very low oil content and was produced using artificial methods to stimulate oil secretion. The shop owner explained confidently, agarwood, strictly speaking, is not this piece of wood in my hand. This type of wood is called white wood, which has no natural fragrance and has an extremely porous texture. It is considered one of the least dense woods in nature. When plants grow in the wild, they inevitably face challenges such as insect bites, animal damage, lightning strikes, and flooding. These injuries cause the white wood to secrete an oil to repair itself. Over time, this process can take decades or even centuries, resulting in the agarwood I hold in my hands. Wang Hui seemed to understand and said, actually, agarwood is the oil contained within the wood. The more oil it contains, the more agarwood there is, and the more expensive it becomes. The shop owner smiled, took a sip of tea, and said, that's correct. Of course, during the formation of agarwood, there are many other factors involved. The price that young man just exclaimed was for the finest quality agarwood. Agarwood is generally classified into three types based on its formation process: water-sunk, earth-sunk, and ant-sunk. Water-sunk and earth-sunk agarwood are both referred to as inverted frame agarwood. The term inverted frame refers to the process where, after the whitewood dies, some parts are submerged in water and others are buried in soil. Over time, the parts without oils rot and decay, while the parts that have condensed oils remain intact. Those submerged in water are water-sunk agarwood, those buried in soil are naturally earth-sunk agarwood, and those caused by insect bites are collectively referred to as ant-sunk agarwood. Wang Hui felt his mind broadened. While this knowledge might be available online, it was never explained as clearly and simply as his boss had done. He reached out to take the agarwood from his boss's hand, examining it carefully. He occasionally held it up to his nose and took a gentle sniff, gaining a deeper understanding of the agarwood. According to the shop owner, this agarwood has exceptional benefits, capable of calming the mind and nurturing the body. If I were to buy a genuine agarwood bracelet for my mother, it might be worth considering. So he spoke up, "Sir, I'd like to buy a high-quality agarwood bracelet. How much would that be?" The shop owner burst into laughter, shaking his head. There are some that cost over 10 million, but most shops mark their prices way too high. It's hard to say exactly. If you're interested in buying one or two pieces to take home, remember this: there are only buyers who make mistakes, not sellers who do. No matter what the final price is, you won't be getting a good deal from them. At best, you'll just be squeezing their profit margin a little. Wang Hui listened carefully and noticed something else. He smiled and asked, "Does the shop here mark up the prices?" Wang Hui picked up on something else and asked with a smile, "So, does the boss here mark up the prices?" The boss smiled again and shook his head. "Are you asking me that because you want me to kick you out? Who asks someone if their prices are inflated? Luckily, you know me. If you asked someone else, they might have flipped out on the spot. My shop is unique in this night market. There's probably only one place here that doesn't haggle over prices." Wang Hui nodded, but he didn't entirely believe the boss's words. After all, he was a businessman too who runs a shop without making a profit. According to the boss's explanation, I'm actually hesitant to buy it right away. It's clearly a rip-off. The only question is how much they'll overcharge me. The boss shook his head again and said, "It's not quite like that. It mainly depends on your knowledge of antiques. Walk into any shop, pick out an item you like, and don't pay attention to the price tag. You need to have a basic idea of its value in your mind, then ask for the price and haggle. Once you reach the price you're comfortable with, that's when you should buy it." Antiques are largely without an accurate price. After all, there are no two completely identical items in the world, there are only similar ones. Therefore, cultural artifacts are, first and foremost, related to culture, and secondly, they are about having a playful mindset. The same object can hold different values for different people. What one person considers a cherished possession will command a higher price, while something another person does not appreciate will naturally fetch a lower price. The boss's point is that when I want to buy something, I should never show the shopkeeper that I really like it? Wang Hui understood immediately. The boss laughed, "You're a quick learner. That's basically it. However, the foundation lies in your understanding of these items. If you know nothing about them, you have no standard to measure their value. Those unscrupulous merchants wouldn't rip you off. Who else would they target?" Chapter 71, Ending with Ending. Wang Hui nodded and finally said, "Do you really never haggle here?" Wang Hui nodded and finally said, "You really never haggle here?" The boss smiled but said nothing. Wang Hui pondered for a moment. Since that was the case, he wouldn't take the risk of letting him buy items worth millions of dollars so easily. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Hui looked at the man in front of him, who had been chatting with him for a while and had even offered him a pot of tea. He felt that his smile and demeanor didn't seem like those of a shrewd businessman. Therefore, he stood up and began searching through the counter for a bracelet that was reasonably priced, one that, even if he were to be deceived, would not leave him feeling cheated. He found one priced at 80,000. Wang Hui thought for a moment and found a few more bracelets priced at 20,000 and 30,000 yuan each. There were a total of 5 bracelets. Besides the first one priced at 80,000, the remaining 4 could be given as gifts. Thinking of Jiang Tingting and Luo Mang still arguing fiercely at Times Square, Wang Hui made his decision. Spend some money and make them shut up. Boss, I want to buy these 5 strings. That's a total of 217,000, right? The boss was slightly surprised, furrowed his brow, and said, You want to buy all of them? Wang Hui nodded and hummed in agreement. The boss shook his head and said, You young man, didn't you hear a word I said just now? I told you that you know nothing about antiques. Even if you want to try to learn, you should start with the lowest end redwood or some lower end stones. Once you have gained more knowledge, you can then move on to more valuable items. If you want to buy the agarwood from my shop, come back when you truly understand what agarwood is. Alright, I'm closing up shop. Please go on your way. Wang Hui was speechless, never expecting that the boss would actually tell him to leave. Hey, do you have to be so stubborn? You're turning down business? Are you just fishing with a straight hook? There's no need for that. If someone wants to take the bait, I'm already ready to pay. What's the point of kicking me out now? Are you planning to play the long game and make me buy something worth millions from you? Wang Hui was puzzled, but the boss remained indifferent, as if he were sending off a guest. In the end, Wang Hui had no choice but to leave. Before leaving, he casually picked up a business card that the boss had left on the counter by the door. Just as he stepped out, he heard a loud clang behind him. I turned around and saw that the folding door of the Mongolian yurt shop had indeed been closed. Flipping through the business card in my hand, I looked up and saw the same name as the shop, Duanmu Wanwan. Below was a name, which must be the owner's name, Duanmu Jinji. At the very bottom is his phone number. He really has a unique style. Wang Hui thought to himself as he made his way toward the night market's food district. He still needed to buy some milk tea drinks. When he returned to Times Square carrying a bag of milk tea, Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng seemed to have called a truce. Meanwhile, Jiang Tingting's 2 close friends have also gone missing. They must have gone back already. Uncle, where did you go just now? Seeing Wang Hui walk over, Luo Meng hurriedly stepped forward and hooked her arm around his. Jiang Tingting, naturally not to be outdone, did the same with Wang Hui's other arm, saying, Honey, you're finally back. The word husband sent a chill down Wang Hui's spine. He twitched his lips and struggled to lift his hand holding the milk tea, saying, I'm buying drinks. Can you let go of me first? The 2 women reluctantly let go, but they both glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Wang Hui placed the bag containing the milk tea on the bench and said, You 2 finally stopped arguing? Luo Meng rubbed her little head against Wang Hui's chest and said, I'm not going to argue with this auntie. Jiang Tingting also rubbed her head against him and said, I'm not going to stoop to this little brat's level. Then, the 2 heads collided like bulls, bumping back and forth against Wang Hui's chest. Holding one head down with each hand, Wang Hui sighed helplessly, Alright, I give up. I'll treat you to a late night snack. Just stop causing trouble, okay? After Wang Hui's earnest pleas, the 2 finally gave him some face and stopped causing trouble. Since the Porsche 911 was a 2-seater and couldn't accommodate 3 people, they decided to walk toward the nearest night market street. After walking just a few steps, the screeching sound of brakes echoed in their ears. Wang Hui instinctively pulled the 2 women closer to the side of the road. But he noticed a black Land Rover parked beside them. Just as the 3 were puzzled, the window of the Land Rover slowly rolled down. Hey, isn't that Wang Hui? I heard from Qiu Junyan that you've made a fortune recently. What's this? You're so rich now that you can't even afford a car to get around? Through the car window, a face that seemed vaguely familiar yet definitely unfamiliar appeared before Wang Hui. Wang Hui furrowed his brows, frantically searching his memory for a connection to this face, as if he had seen it before, but he simply couldn't recall. Who are you? Wang Hui asked hesitantly. The man's eyes flickered slightly as he sneered, Hey there, you've made it big and don't recognize your old classmate anymore? Even though we weren't in the same class in university, we at least attended the graduation ceremony together, right? I'm Han Wei. Remember me? Wang Hui froze for a moment. He didn't remember the face, but the name was as familiar as thunder. He finally remembered. Back when he was in school, there was a human pile driver there, and his name was Han Wei. Chapter 72, Han Wei. It is said that this guy had slept with over 100 female classmates during his 4 years at university, and had a relationship with each of them. If he hadn't been caught, who knows how many more girls would have ended up with him. It's said that at his peak, he was dating 10 girls at the same time. I wonder where he found the energy for all that. After they were caught, it caused quite a stir at their school. But in the end, it all came to nothing. The school stated that they couldn't interfere in the students' romantic relationships, even if Han Wei did have some moral issues. However, they cannot discipline him for moral reasons, so they can only issue a warning. Originally, Han Wei and Wang Hui had no connection with each other. However, at the time, the girlfriend Wang Hui had been pursuing had also been the object of affection for Qiu Junyan and Han Wei. Just as the 2 were making a deal in their desperation, Wang Hui managed to get the upper hand. That's why Qiu Junyan hated Wang Hui so much. A few days ago, Xiao Junyan was humiliated by Wang Hui, so he dared not pick a fight. However, just because he dares not, does not mean Han Wei dares not. After all, Han Wei's family background is far more prestigious than Xiao Junyan's. However, Wang Hui was unaware that Han Wei was also involved at the time. Therefore, he was completely puzzled. He seemed like someone he had never dealt with before. Moreover, Han Wei spoke in a rather ambiguous manner, and Wang Hui couldn't figure out where he had offended him. Sorry, I'm getting old, my memory isn't what it used to be, and I didn't recognize you right away. Han Wei's tone was unpleasant, so Wang Hui naturally didn't give him a friendly look and replied indifferently. Memory loss? You really have no new ideas. At least we're classmates at the same school. We see each other every day, and you're pulling this on me? Wang Hui thought to himself, this guy must be crazy. Why are you speaking so sarcastically? Do I have a blood feud with you or did I steal your wife? However, Wang Hui had always been a gentle and easygoing person, so he didn't take it to heart. Sorry. Wang Hui waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to explain further, thinking to himself, just give him a quick response and get out of here. But Han Wei clearly didn't want Wang Hui to leave so easily. He raised his eyebrows, glanced at the two beautiful women beside Wang Hui, then his eyes lit up and he said, what's the plan? Where are you going? Want me to give you a ride? Wang Hui, I heard from Xiao Junyan that you've made a fortune lately. Why not treat us classmates to a meal? Forget it. Get in the car. I'll treat you. Let's go. Never mind. Get in the car. I'll treat you. Let us go. It seems like he set his sights on Jiang Tingting in Luo Meng. A lustful man like him couldn't help but drool when he saw Jiang Tingting in Luo Meng. Wang Hui grew increasingly convinced that Han Wei might be mentally unstable. Therefore, he directly refused, thank you for your kindness, but we have other matters to attend to at the moment. Han Wei chuckled and got out of the car without turning off the engine. He tapped on the roof and said to Wang Hui, what's the matter? Now that you've made it big, you don't think my car is good enough for you? If you don't want to go out for dinner, these two ladies can come with me if you don't mind. Just then, the impatient Luo Meng couldn't hold back any longer. Are you crazy? Get out of here, or I'll kill you. Han Wei heard this and burst into laughter. Oh, little girl, you're quite something. Kill me? Do you even know who I am? Luo Meng had been arguing with Jiang Tingting earlier and had been calling her a little brat the whole time. Now that she heard Han Wei call her little princess, how could she possibly tolerate it? Whether you're Han Wei or Yang Wei, get out of here immediately, or I'll call for help. Han Wei's face froze. Go ahead and call them. Let me tell you straight, I'm the son of Han Xiong, the boss of Beichen Tianmu Film and Television. Beichen Tianmu Film and Television primarily operates large cinemas, and the boss, Han Xiong, is also considered a fairly successful businessman in Beichen. The entire Beichen Tianmu Film and Television Group now has assets totaling several billion yuan. That's why Han Wei is so arrogant. Actually, if anyone is to blame, it's Xiao Junyan. He told Han Wei that Wang Hui had made a fortune, but he didn't say how he made it. Therefore, Han Wei assumed that Wang Hui had only made a few million yuan at most. However, for ordinary people, making a few million is just like striking it rich, isn't it? After revealing his identity, Han Wei looked down on Wang Hui and the two women and said, you all better know your place. I'm inviting you to dinner as a favor to you. Get in the car and stop wasting time. Tianmu Film and Television Group? Jiang Tingting, who was standing beside him, suddenly spoke up. Han Wei tilted his head back and said, that's right, it's Tianmu Film and Television Group. Jiang Tingting suddenly smiled. Is the Tianmu Film and Television Group that powerful? Han Wei's expression froze, just as he was about to retort. But then he saw Jiang Tingting suddenly grab Wang Hui's arm and say, my surname is Jiang. My father's name is Jiang Huan, and my sister's name is Jiang Ziren. Jiang Huan, Jiang Ziren. Han Wei chewed on the two names Jiang Tingting had just mentioned. His expression shifted from shock to sheer terror. Are you Jiang Tingting? Han Wei almost shouted out loud. Chapter 73, The Agreement. Wang Hui rubbed his chin. Is Jiang Tingting really that famous? Fortunately, Han Wei didn't know what he was thinking, otherwise he would have told him about Jiang Huan and Jiang Ziren's reputation in Beichen City. At that moment, Jiang Tingting spoke calmly, Wang Hui is my boyfriend. My father, mother, and older sister have all met him. These words left Han Wei speechless. Boyfriend? Or is it someone Jiang Huan and Jiang Ziren have met before? He couldn't help but want to slap himself a few times, thinking to himself, why did I go and provoke the Jiang family? Although the Han family wasn't weak either, in the face of Jiang Huan, a tycoon who controlled a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, they were no match for him, were they? He could even confidently assert that if Jiang Huan were to grow displeased and direct his influence toward the Beichen City business district to oppose the Han family, it would be interpreted as a declaration of enmity toward him, Jiang Huan. Within a day, their Han family's company would collapse completely. This is the power of money. Me. Han Wei felt like a fishbone stuck in his throat, wanting to back down but not knowing how to speak. He could only stand there motionless, daring not to make a single unnecessary movement. He was afraid of upsetting the young miss of the Zhang family in front of him. "Get out of here!" Luo Meng suddenly snorted coldly. Han Wei glanced at Jiang Tingting but saw no change in her expression. He hurriedly stumbled into the driver's seat. He actually stepped on the gas pedal and fled in a panic. Watching Han Wei's fleeing figure, Wang Wei asked in confusion, "Tingting, I never expected you and your dad to be so famous?" Jiang Tingting blushed upon hearing Wang Hui call her name and replied, "We're only famous within the Beichen business district. In big cities, there are still plenty of people who won't give us any face." Wang Hui nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After all, Beichen City was only a second or third tier city. Although the Qianyi Group appears to be a colossal entity in the eyes of ordinary people. However, in big cities, there are many powerful and influential individuals. I didn't think that much about it. Wang Hui continued to lead the two toward the late-night snack shop. Soon, the three of them arrived at a street stall, found a seat, and Wang Hui went to buy some food. "Hee hee, little brat, I just caught Wang Hui's attention again." As soon as Wang Hui left, Jiang Tingting raised her eyebrows at Luo Meng, looking like a victor. Thanks to Han Wei's unexpected appearance, she had been greatly assisted, even moving Wang Hui to take notice of her. Relying on your parents isn't a real achievement. Don't forget what we agreed earlier, we can only rely on ourselves, otherwise, it's cheating. Seeing Jiang Tingting's smug expression, Luo Meng was so angry she could bite her teeth off. Although the Luo family was somewhat well known in Beichen, they still paled in comparison to the massive Zhang family. However, making her admit defeat was clearly out of the question, as she had an advantage that Jiang Tingting lacked. Wang Hui was a lolicon. Additionally, her figure is highly appealing to Wang Hui, otherwise, he wouldn't have touched her twice in just 2 days. Although there was an element of accident involved, Luo Meng could tell from Wang Hui's eyes that he seemed to be enjoying it. Rest assured, I mean what I say. Even without my family's help, I wouldn't lose to a kid like you. Jiang Tingting didn't think much of what Luo Meng said. After all, she had spent the night at Wang Hui's house, and both families had met each other's parents. Although they were pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, both sets of parents had acknowledged their relationship. Just before Wang Hui left, the two women had a fierce battle that lasted 300 rounds, ultimately ending in a draw. In the midst of the argument, both women discovered each other's true identities and also realized that neither was Wang Hui's real girlfriend. In fact, even without being told, the two could have guessed that if she were really his girlfriend, Wang Hui would never have denied it. Realizing this, the two stopped arguing, because no matter how fiercely they argued, it wouldn't help them become Wang Hui's girlfriend. Later, Luo Meng proposed an agreement. They would each rely on their own abilities, compete fairly, and see who could ultimately win Wang Hui over with their charm and become her girlfriend. At that point, the other party would not be allowed to interfere. Before a winner is determined, if any other women continue to harass Wang Hui, the two must unite and stand together against them. There is one more condition: neither party is allowed to use family connections to suppress the other. As soon as the agreement was proposed, Jiang Tingting chose to ignore it. Who does she think she is? She's the daughter of the prestigious Jiang family from the North Star clan. What right does a mere Luo family have to compete with her? To put it bluntly, even if Luo Meng were to borrow someone else's strength to suppress her, it wouldn't work. Jiang Tingting's response was something Luo Meng had already anticipated. That's why she proposed this agreement. There must be more to it. Later, when Luo Meng told Jiang Tingting that there were more than just the two of them around Wang Hui, Jiang Tingting was utterly shocked. Chapter 74, Please spare me. Although she knew Wang Hui was outstanding, she never imagined he would be so sought after. If it were just a few ordinary women, Jiang Tingting wouldn't have cared either. Because her status and position speak for themselves, she believes that once these people learn of her identity, they will all back down. However, when Luo Meng mentioned Wei Xi's name, Jiang Tingting lost her composure. She knew exactly who Wei Xi was, a big star, with looks, figure, and charm that didn't fall short of hers in any way. More importantly, Wei Xi's influence isn't limited to Beichen, it extends across the entire Huaxia region. Therefore, the identity that Jiang Tingting once took pride in becomes worthless in Wei Xi's presence. Although Wei Xi's appearance made Jiang Tingting feel a sense of crisis, there was also a hint of secret joy in her heart. This was the man she loved, the kind of man even a big star would pursue, and it filled her with pride. When Luo Meng saw Jiang Tingting looking a bit flustered, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Because she was also afraid that Jiang Tingting, who was no match for her, would use her family's influence to go after her. In that case, for the sake of the family, Luo Meng might have no choice but to give up. That's why she thought of Wei Xi, the woman who had always outsmarted her. She believed that by relying on Wei Xi's status, she could make Jiang Tingting hesitate, because Wei Xi wasn't someone who could be pressured just by using her status alone. Later, Luo Meng told Jiang Tingting not to worry about Wei Xi. As long as she agreed to the agreement, Luo Meng could handle Wei Xi on her own, because her Lolita style would be perfect for suppressing the other woman. Jiang Tingting thought it over for a moment and ultimately decided to compromise. She understood the principle that every force has its counterforce. Though she wasn't afraid of Luo Mang, she wasn't necessarily a match for Wei Si. In fact, Jiang Tingting had even considered whether she should change her image, shifting from a pure and innocent style to a cute and innocent Lolita look. After all, Wang Hui had a thing for that, so to win his favor, she was willing to give it a try. But the thought only lingered for a moment before Jiang Tingting felt uneasy all over and quickly dismissed the idea. At the same time, the look she gave Luo Meng grew even more peculiar. A 22-year-old woman dressed in a Lolita outfit every day. I wonder how the other person can stand it. Actually, Jiang Tingting didn't know that Luo Meng proposed this agreement not just to use Wei Si as a shield, but to prevent Jiang Tingting from using her influence to overpower others. She was more interested in using Jiang Tingting to deal with someone else who, that was the person who truly gave her a headache. Although Luo Meng had convinced herself not to worry about Huya's feelings and to fight for her own happiness. But what if she really ended up with Wang Hui? How would Huya look at her then? She would definitely hate her for the rest of her life. If Jiang Tingting hadn't appeared, Luo Meng would have accepted it. For love, sacrificing friendship is something that can't be helped. But things are different now. She can use Jiang Tingting to deal with Huya and make her back down. Then she can step forward, using the excuse of avenging her best friend, to get close to Wang Hui and eventually push Jiang Tingting out of the picture, becoming Wang Hui's girlfriend. By then, even if Huya wanted to blame someone, she wouldn't be able to, because Luo Meng had acted with good intentions. In this way, Luo Meng would feel no guilt, and everything would seem so natural and inevitable. Thinking of this, Luo Meng couldn't help but admire herself for always coming up with such brilliant ideas at the most critical moments. Before long, Wang Hui returned with the items he had purchased. He had expected the two of them to argue as usual, but upon returning, he found them getting along peacefully. However, this peace lasted only briefly. The moment Wang Hui sat down, the two women sprang into action again. I said, "Ladies, if you keep holding on to me like this, how am I supposed to eat?" Wang Hui asked with a bitter expression, seeing that each of them was holding one of his arms. "Uncle, what would you like to eat? I'll feed you." Luo Meng giggled and picked up a piece of lamb, stuffing it into Wang Hui's mouth. Wang Hui had no choice but to swallow it in one bite. "Honey, eat less meat and more leeks. It's good for your health." Seeing Luo Meng take action, Jiang Tingting didn't want to be outdone. She also picked up a bunch of leeks and handed them over. Jiang Tingting's words left Wang Hui speechless. It wasn't until she pinched him that he looked at Jiang Tingting with a strange expression and then ate the scallions in front of him. Wang Hui's expression wasn't just because of Jiang Tingting's one word, husband. Because the other party had already called him that before, although he still felt a bit awkward, it wasn't enough to leave Wang Hui speechless. What truly left him speechless was that the other person, a young woman, actually asked him to feed her some chives and even said that eating chives was good for your health. Wang Hui's first reaction was that Jiang Tingting was hinting at something. As everyone knows, Chinese chives also have a scientific name called Zhuangniankou, and they are believed to have kidney tonifying properties. Late at night, Jiang Tingting was calling out to her husband while feeding him leeks. It's no wonder he couldn't help but think of something else. However, Wang Hui was still young and in good health. He bought grilled leeks simply because he liked them, not because of their supposed benefits. Seeing Wang Hui staring at Jiang Tingting, Luo Meng also felt a bit annoyed. She pinched Wang Hui's arm and then picked up another grilled skewer and handed it to him. This went back and forth, with the two girls not eating themselves, just passing the skewers back and forth and feeding them to Wang Hui one after another. The night market was already bustling with people, and Wang Hui's actions immediately caught the attention of others. Especially Wang Hui and his two companions, who were all good-looking young men and women, attracting even more people. Wow, this guy is so lucky. Being pampered by two beauties like this is like living like an emperor. One of the young men said enviously. You're right. If I could have such a beautiful woman by my side, my life would be complete. A couple who happened to be passing by stopped as well, glanced at Wang Hui and his two companions, then looked at the woman beside them, and sighed with emotion. The man's sigh instantly angered his girlfriend, who then launched a series of attacks on him, causing him to cover his head and flee. Bystanders couldn't help but express their envy, one after another, making Wang Hui, who had been feeling a bit uneasy, feel a surge of satisfaction deep down. Especially the occasional comfortable sensations on his arms made him even more excited. However, this excitement didn't last long, and Wang Hui could no longer enjoy it, almost to the point of tears. I'm full, I'm really full. Please let me go. Chapter 75, Are you trying to kill me? Thanks to Luo Meng and Jiang Tingting, they pulled out all the stops, grilling skewers one after another and frantically feeding them to Wang Hui. Of course, if that were all there was to it, Wang Hui wouldn't have said anything. What really got to him was that whenever Wang Hui lingered on anyone's face for more than a second, or failed to immediately eat the skewered meat offered to him, the other person would immediately respond with a deadly series of chokeholds. Looking at the mountain of skewers piled up in front of him, all of which had gone into his stomach, and feeling the burning pain on his arms, Wang Hui felt like crying. He couldn't help but wonder what he had done to deserve this, or what he had done to offend these two formidable women. Seeing Wang Hui on the verge of tears, the two women finally took pity on him and spared him. As soon as Wang Hui finished speaking, before the two beauties could respond, the crowd gathered nearby began to speak again. What a jerk! With such beautiful women at his disposal, he still begs for mercy. Does he want to make life impossible for everyone else? Exactly. I think he's just showing off. He's clearly enjoying it so much, yet he's pretending to be miserable. If he really can't eat anymore, let me take his place. With such a beautiful woman serving him, I'd be willing to eat until I burst. Most of the people speaking were men, and everyone's gaze toward Wang Hui was filled with envy and resentment. You think you're so lucky? Try getting pinched and see how you like it. I'll see if you're still so happy then. After hearing everyone's words, Wang Hui felt an urge to bang his head against the wall. Then, in front of everyone, he rolled up the sleeves of his shirt. This really isn't enjoyable. When everyone heard Wang Hui swear, they were about to retort, but upon seeing his arms covered in bruises, they all awkwardly coughed instead. At that moment, they finally realized that sometimes, enjoying good fortune comes at a price. Seeing the arms covered in wounds, Luo Mang and Zhang Tingting were also startled. At the time, they had only been focused on not losing to each other and hadn't considered the severity of their blows. Now, seeing how badly injured she was, they felt a pang of guilt. Honey, I didn't mean to. Let me rub it for you. Zhang Tingting grabbed Wang Hui's two arms and gently stroked the wound back and forth. It's okay, don't worry about it. Wang Hui had originally wanted to get angry, but seeing Zhang Tingting's heartbroken expression, he couldn't bring himself to do it. On the other side, Luo Mang was furious. The thing she had planned to do had been beaten to the punch by Zhang Tingting. At this moment, if she were helping Wang Hui massage him, the effect would definitely be much worse, and she would also be looked down upon by Zhang Tingting. Suddenly, Luo Mang had a brilliant idea. She thought of a better method. Uncle, does it still hurt? Should I blow on it for you? Luo Mang directly pulled Wang Hui's hands over, then looked at him with big, sparkling eyes and asked softly. Go! What did you say? Help me blow it? Luo Meng's words made Wang Hui swallow hard. He never imagined that Luo Mang would be so bold as to say such a shameful thing in front of so many people. Even Wang Hui, a grown man, was nearly choked by the words, while Zhang Tingting, standing beside him, blushed so deeply that her neck turned red. From that moment on, Zhang Tingting began to take Luo Mang seriously and dared not underestimate him anymore. Because the other person, in order to secure victory, had completely disregarded her dignity. Such ruthless tactics were something she knew she could never bring herself to do. These young girls nowadays are so bold. Even I, as a man, feel embarrassed just listening to this. That guy really deserved that pinch. If a beautiful woman were to pinch me, I'd let her do it however she wanted. As soon as Luo Mang spoke, the others present joined in the teasing, and Wang Hui couldn't help but laugh along. Hey, you guys, what are you talking about? I was just saying I'd help blow on the wound on your arm. And you, sir, you're making fun of me too. When Wang Hui asked that, Luo Mang hadn't even had time to react, but after hearing everyone else's comments, he immediately felt embarrassed. Especially when she saw Wang Hui still looking at her expectantly, she was so angry that she pinched him again in a fit of rage. Especially when she saw Wang Hui still looking at her with an expectant expression, she was so angry that she gave him another round of relentless pinches. Oh my goodness, I can't laugh anymore. I won't laugh anymore. Seeing several more bruises on his arm, Wang Hui quickly begged for mercy. Uncle, if you really like it, next time we'll find a place where no one's around, and I'll help you. Seeing Wang Hui begging for mercy, Luo Mang didn't move. She leaned in close to Wang Hui and whispered in his ear. After speaking, her face flushed red, and she quickly turned away, unable to look at Wang Hui again. Wang Hui was startled by her words. He hadn't expected that after being mocked by everyone, Luo Mang would dare to say such a thing. And this time, it was definitely not just empty talk, it was the real deal. Wang Hui isn't really a lolicon, but just thinking about that scene made him feel a bit eager to try it out. Honey, what did the little brat just say to you? Seeing Wang Hui's expression grow strange, Zhang Tingting, who was standing nearby, asked in confusion. He didn't say anything. Alright, it's getting late. Let's go back. Wang Hui laughed it off and changed the subject. He couldn't very well tell Zhang Tingting that Luo Mang was going to help him, or else the next second, the deadly series of pinches would probably appear again. The two women didn't refuse and immediately followed Wang Hui out of the night market. My car can only fit one person. Who's going to ride with me? Soon, the three of them arrived beside the Porsche 911. Wang Hui pointed to the passenger seat and asked. He dared not specify who should sit there, he didn't want to offend anyone. He had thought the two of them would play rock paper scissors or use some other method to decide who would get the passenger seat. However, the outcome was unexpected. The two beauties linked arms and spoke in unison. No need, uncle husband, you go ahead. We'll take a taxi back. The two women's actions left Wang Hui speechless. Were these really the same two women who had just been fighting over him? Well, okay, be careful on the road. However, Wang Hui didn't think much of it. Since the two women could handle things on their own, he was more than happy to oblige. He gave a quick wave and drove off. Humph. As soon as Wang Hui was gone, the two women snorted coldly, released each other's arms, and walked out without looking back. Wang Hui never would have guessed that it wasn't that the two women didn't want to fight for this spot, but rather that neither of them wanted the other to succeed. After all, it was already too late. Who knew if the other party would tempt Wang Hui with the idea of going to a hotel? So the best approach is for no one to go. The next day, Wang Hui was still sound asleep when he was awakened by the urgent ringing of the phone. He picked it up and saw that it was Hulong calling. Wang Hui, Hulong, is there something you need? Hulong, can I come find you if it's not important? By the way, are you free today? Chapter 76, A Spa Getaway. Wang Hui, today? Nothing much, just meeting a few clients to look at office buildings. If you have anything to do, just say so. This isn't urgent. Wang Hui still held Hulong in high regard. After all, when he was down on his luck, Hulong had never looked down on him and had always wanted to help him. Therefore, even if it meant delaying a business deal worth millions in an office building, Wang Hui was willing to put it on hold for him. Hulong, I don't have much to do either. A client opened a hot spring resort and invited me to visit. I was wondering if you'd like to join us? If you're busy, no worries. Wang Hui, sure, why not? I've been pretty tired from collecting rent lately. A hot spring would be a nice way to relax. Wang Hui's words nearly drove Hulong mad. As a company boss, he was exhausted every day but dared not complain. Wang Hui, a big shot who collects rent, actually complained about being tired? It's truly a case of comparing oneself to others and feeling miserable. Alright, I'll send you the address. Just come over when you're ready. After saying that, Hulong hung up the phone. Wang Hui also picked up the phone and contacted several clients he had made appointments with, asking them to reschedule for another day. After hanging up, Wang Hui began to tidy up and was just about to leave when the phone rang again. He picked it up and saw that it was Luo Meng calling. Upon seeing it was Luo Meng, Wang Hui couldn't help but recall the whispered words from last night, causing a mischievous smile to curve his lips. Uncle, where are you? As soon as the call connected, Luo Meng's voice came through. At home? Is something wrong? Uncle, take me out to play. Play again? Didn't you have enough fun yesterday? Wang Hui asked with a look of exasperation on his face. I don't care. Last night's date was ruined by that old lady, so you have to make it up to me today. I was just planning to go to the hot springs. Want to come along? Wang Hui was about to refuse, but then he thought he was going out anyway, so he might as well bring Luo Meng along. Hot springs? Sure. Uncle, wait for me. I'll be right over. Luo Meng's voice grew excited as she agreed and hung up the phone. On the other end, after hanging up, Luo Meng's face turned bright red with embarrassment. The uncle actually asked me to go to a hot spring with him? That's going to leave me completely exposed. Could it be that he can't wait and wants me to help him? It must be that. Should I agree? In just a minute, Luo Meng bit her lip lightly, her expression constantly changing. Finally, she took a deep breath, gave a determined look, and stepped out of the room. At that moment, Wang Hui had already come downstairs and was waiting by his Porsche 911. Soon, a taxi pulled up at the entrance of the residential complex, and Luo Meng got out. Today, Luo Meng was still wearing a Lolita-style skirt on the upper half of her body, paired with a pair of black round-toed leather shoes and a pair of white tights, making her undeniably adorable. Uncle, I'm here. As soon as Luo Meng spotted Wang Hui, she waved hello from a distance. Then she hopped and skipped her way toward Wang Hui. Seeing Luo Meng's outfit, Wang Hui couldn't help but feel a hint of regret. After all, he wasn't going to the hot springs alone. He had made plans with Hulong. If Hulong saw him like this, he was sure to tease him mercilessly. He did say his tastes had changed, that he now liked the lowly style. What's worse, Hulong is Huya's older brother, so he did definitely recognize his younger sister's best friend, Luo Meng. If Huya finds out that I only brought Luo Meng and didn't bring her along, there's no doubt she'll give me a hard time. But now that everyone is here, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. Get in the car. Wang Hui sighed, opened the door, and got into the driver's seat. Luo Meng also nodded excitedly and quickly sat down in the passenger seat. She knew that after today, if she helped Wang Hui, she would definitely make him happy, and the chance of becoming his girlfriend would be one step closer. In that case, it would be even harder for Jiang Tingting to catch up. Just as Wang Hui started the car and was about to leave the residential area, he was blocked by a powerful Hummer. Just as Wang Hui was puzzled, the door opened, and a graceful figure stepped out. Honey, where are you going? The person who had arrived was none other than Jiang Tingting. Just now, she drove over to look for Wang Hui and happened to see a 911 speeding out. Jiang Tingting recognized it immediately as Wang Hui's car and immediately stopped the other vehicle. What are you doing here? Do you need something? Wang Hui asked in confusion upon seeing Jiang Tingting. My parents told me to call you back for dinner. Let's go? Jiang Tingting nodded. After learning about Wang Hui's capabilities, Jiang Huan placed even greater importance on him and hoped to learn more about him. Sorry, I have plans to go to the hot springs today. Let's reschedule for another time. Hot springs? Who did you make plans with? Upon hearing that Wang Hui was going to the hot springs, Jiang Tingting asked while walking toward the passenger seat. Due to the Porsche 911's excellent concealment, although she couldn't see clearly who was inside, she could still vaguely make out that someone was sitting in the passenger seat. When Jiang Tingting clearly saw who was in the passenger seat, she exclaimed in surprise on the spot. Luo Meng, what are you doing here? She never expected to see Luo Meng in the passenger seat. Ha, what do you think? Didn't you hear what the old man said? Luo Meng sneered and didn't answer directly, instead asking a question in return. This remark undoubtedly angered Jiang Tingting. She hadn't expected Wang Hui to reject her just to take Luo Meng to the hot springs. If she hadn't met Luo Meng before, Jiang Tingting wouldn't have cared much, but now that they were competitors, how could she accept the idea of him spending time alone with her? And it's even going to be a hot spring trip, such an ambiguous activity. Husband, I want to go too. Jiang Tingting ignored Luo Meng and instead looked at Wang Hui, who was completely flustered. When Jiang Tingting appeared, Wang Hui knew something was wrong. Sure enough, after just a few minutes, Luo Meng jumped out, and the two women started arguing again. This was something that should have excited a man, but Wang Hui couldn't bring himself to enjoy it. Because even now, the bruises on his arms hadn't completely faded, clearly showing that the two had used all their strength, clutching each other with all their might. Wang Hui didn't respond immediately to Jiang Tingting's words but instead imagined the scene in his mind. The thought of the two beauties clashing in the hot spring sent a chill down his spine. He didn't know if he'd get caught in the crossfire and end up getting hurt even more. Why don't you two go ahead? I'll stay here. Wang Hui said cautiously to the two of them. No way, you have to go. The next moment, the two beauties seemed to merge into one, responding in unison. Chapter 77, is delivering a car that impressive? But I only have one car, it can't fit 3 people. Wang Hui pointed at the Porsche 911 and said with a look of helplessness. Look, isn't this already here? I came here specifically to deliver the car to you. You're a big man driving a 2-seater sports car every day that's not very imposing. This Hummer is more suitable for you. Jiang Tingting puckered her lips at the Hummer and then smiled as she said. Wang Hui was well aware of Jiang Tingting's extravagance. After all, the last time he visited her home, Jiang Tingting spent over 2 million yuan just on clothes for him, so a car worth several million yuan was naturally no big deal. Actually, even if Jiang Tingting hadn't offered, Wang Hui had already been planning to buy an SUV recently. Because while sports cars are stylish, they're really not very practical. I didn't buy one before because I didn't have enough money, but now I've rented out more than 10 floors of office space and have over 20 million in cash on hand. Giving away a car is so impressive? Uncle, I'll give you a villa in a couple of days, and it'll definitely be more expensive than his Hummer. Seeing Jiang Tingting give a car, Luo Meng wasn't about to be outdone and immediately offered to give a villa. Although the Luo family couldn't compare to the Jiang family, a villa was still something Luo Meng could afford. What are you guys up to? You're making me feel like I'm living off someone else. Are you trying to keep me as your kept man? Seeing the two of them giving away a car and a house, Wang Hui also laughed and teased them. We want to. Wang Hui had barely finished speaking when the two women answered in unison, then glared at each other. Cough, it's getting late. Let's go. Seeing the two of them exchanging glances filled with tension, Wang Hui quickly spoke up to divert their attention. The two women nodded, saying no more, and immediately headed toward the Hummer. Just as Wang Hui was about to sit in the back seat, Jiang Tingting stopped him, tossed him the keys, and gave him a meaningful look. Jiang Tingting wasn't about to be so foolish as to drive herself while letting Luo Meng and Wang Hui flirt in the back seat. So the best solution is for Wang Hui to drive, while she accompanies Luo Meng in the back seat. Wang Hui sighed helplessly, took the keys, got into the driver's seat, and started the car, heading toward their destination. Their destination was located several dozen miles east of Beichun City, at the foot of Mingyue Mountain. It must be said that the Hummer is impressive. Even on the bumpy mountain roads, there was hardly any jolting, making the ride as smooth as if they were driving on flat ground. If it were his Porsche 911, it might have been so bumpy that he would have thrown up his breakfast. Thanks to the Hummer's excellent stability, Wang Hui didn't slow down at all, maintaining high speeds throughout the journey. He reached Mingyue Mountain in just 1 hour. After driving for a few minutes, an old-fashioned sign reading Mingyue Mountain Villa came into view. As soon as Wang Hui entered Mingyue Mountain Villa, security guards in uniform immediately came out to guide him to park the car. We're here, let's get out. Wang Hui turned off the engine and prepared to open the door and get out. Wait, I need to touch up my makeup. Hui Tingting, however, took out her makeup kit and began checking it leisurely. Whether you put on makeup or not, you're still an auntie. Luo Meng said with a look of disgust on her face. You little brat, what do you know? Do you even know what makeup is? Hui Tingting shot back immediately. How would I not know? Her makeup skills are no worse than yours. If you don't believe me, ask the uncle. he loves her style the most. Being looked down upon by Guitingting, Luo Meng wasn't about to take that lying down. She immediately pulled out her makeup kit and started touching up her makeup. Haha, honey, is that really how it is? Do you think I look better, or does the little kid look better? Guitingting sneered and then asked Wang Hui in the driver's seat. They're all nice, I like them all. Can't you ladies give me a moment's peace? Wang Hui patted his aching head. Along the way, the two women had been relatively calm. Since he had been focused on driving and hadn't paid attention to them, they had managed to get along without any issues. But as soon as he parked the car and hadn't even gotten out yet, the two of them started arguing again. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. My friend seems to have arrived. I'll go over to meet him. At that moment, at the hotel entrance, Hulong was talking to a middle-aged man. When he saw Wang Hui in the driver's seat of the Hummer, he pointed toward the parking lot and said, the Mr. Chen Hulong was referring to was a middle-aged man with a large build, prominent ears, and a potbelly. His name was Chen Chi. However, don't let his ordinary appearance fool you. Chen Chi is a shrewd individual. He is the largest supplier to Hulong Company, and to maintain a stable partnership under intense industry competition, Chen Chi frequently visited Hulong, either bringing him expensive cigarettes or fine wine. He had just teamed up with someone else to set up a health spa, and even before it opened, he had already thought of Hulong. Mr. Who is too kind. Your friends are my friends. Let us work together. Let us work together. Seeing that Hulong had gone to greet him, Chen Chi immediately followed suit. Of course, the most important thing was Hulong's friend, who was driving a Hummer. That's a luxury car. Anyone who can afford such a vehicle must be either wealthy or influential. For someone like Chen Chi, a businessman, knowing more wealthy individuals would undoubtedly be a significant advantage for future business ventures. Hui Zi, you're here. Upon seeing Wang Hui get out of the car, Hulong walked up to greet him. Yeah, I brought two friends along. Wang Hui nodded and pointed to the two women who had gotten out of the car with him. No problem, they're just friends. The more, the merrier. Hulong smiled indifferently. Then Hulong glanced over and, upon seeing Jiang Tingting's striking beauty, his eyes lit up instantly. He never expected that Wang Hui's friend could be so beautiful. However, when he saw Luo Meng get out of the car afterward, Hulong's expression grew peculiar. Brother Long, what are you doing here? Before Hulong could speak, Luo Meng, who had just gotten out of the car, froze for a moment and immediately let out a startled cry. As she asked, her head darted around, as if searching for something. Luo Meng only knew that Wang Hui had arranged to go to a hot spring with friends, but she never expected the person he had invited was Hulong. As soon as she saw Hulong, she naturally thought of Huya and felt a little uneasy. This is a hot spring hotel owned by my friend, so of course I'm here. Hulong explained, then smiled meaningfully. Don't bother looking, Huya is at the store and can't come. You can't tell, can you? You're really something, haha. Chapter 78, Chen Chi. Longa, please don't tease me. Please don't tell Yaya about today's incident. I beg you. Having her scheme exposed by Hulong, Luo Meng was a bit scared and quickly started acting cute to beg for mercy. Alright, don't try that on me. I won't say a word. Luo Meng's little tantrum made Hulong's goosebumps stand on end. Even if Luo Meng didn't say anything, he wouldn't dare to mention it either. After all, this man wasn't just anyone, he was his own brother, Wang Hui. He felt a hint of sympathy for his sister, Huya, but he knew she was basically out of the picture. Compared to the women in front of him, Luo Meng and Jiang Tingting, Huya was clearly inferior in both status and appearance. After Hulong finished speaking, Wang Hui introduced Jiang Tingting to Hulong. Mr. Hu, won't you introduce me to your brother? On the other side, Chen Chi, after waiting for Hulong and the others to finish their greetings, also asked with a smile. Earlier, when he saw the Hummer, he knew the people inside were either wealthy or influential. Now, upon seeing Wang Hui and the others, he was even more astonished. Earlier, when he saw the Hummer, he knew the people inside were either wealthy or influential. Now, upon seeing Wang Hui and the others, he was even more astonished. Wang Hui was already handsome, and now with two beautiful women by his side, Chen Chi knew that the other party was no ordinary person. Mr. Chen, this is my classmate, Wang Hui. Hui, this is our company's supplier, Chen Chi. Hulong pointed at the two and introduced them one by one. Mr. Wang, nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future. This is my business card. Chen Chi pulled out his business card from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. Mr. Chen, you're too kind. Just call me Wang Hui. Wang Hui took the business card, glanced at it, and put it away. Across from him, Chen Chi was waiting for Wang Hui's business card, but after waiting for a while, it never came. Sorry, I forgot my business card. Seeing Chen Chi staring at him, Wang Hui immediately realized what had happened and awkwardly explained. Of course, this wasn't Wang Hui's fault. After all, he was just a rent collector, and he really didn't have a business card. If he were to actually produce one, it would probably just be a pre-printed advertisement. Ah, it's okay, it's okay. Chen Chi smiled, but inside he began to suspect that the other party must not think highly of him, so he didn't bother to hand over his business card. But then again, it made sense. Someone who could afford a Hummer wouldn't look down on someone like him who ran a small business. Still, Chen-Shi really wanted to get closer to Wang Hui. Mr. Wang, your Hummer is really impressive. It must cost several million, right? Probably, but I'm not sure exactly. It's not my car, it belongs to a friend of mine. Wang Hui nodded first, then pointed to Jiang Tingting beside him. At this remark, Chen-Shi's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain, but he smiled and said nothing more. Because of Wang Hui's remark, he couldn't help but recall the other person's stunned expression after receiving the business card. Chen-Shi, who thought himself clever, developed a new perspective on Wang Hui's identity. He had previously assumed that Wang Hui might be the wealthy heir of some prominent family. After all, someone who could afford a Hummer wasn't an ordinary person. As everyone knows, Hummer vehicles aren't just expensive, they also have a nickname, gas guzzler. Typically, a single press of the accelerator pedal can cost dozens of dollars in fuel. Add in maintenance and other miscellaneous costs, and it ends up being much more expensive than other vehicles. Therefore, most people would not choose a Hummer, despite its imposing appearance, as it is simply too expensive to maintain. Of course, for those who are truly wealthy, such expenses are negligible. However, thinking back to what Hulong said, the other party only introduced Wang Hui as his classmate and did not mention anything about being the CEO of a certain company. Plus, the car wasn't Wang Hui's, and he couldn't produce a business card. All of this indicates that Wang Hui isn't wealthy. Otherwise, a wealthy individual would never use someone else's car when traveling. After all, a golden nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. Finally, Wang Hui revealed that the car belonged to Jiang Tingting, and combined with her aloof demeanor. Because if Wang Hui were really a boss like Hulong, the women around him would never behave that way. After all, Wang Hui had already greeted Chen-Shi, but Jiang Tingting merely glanced at him, clearly not taking him seriously. Otherwise, even if she was unwilling, she would have to give Wang Hui some face. Therefore, in Chen-Shi's eyes, Wang Hui is nothing more than a weak, dependent man who leeches off others. Therefore, Chen-Shi didn't bother to say much more to Wang Hui. He didn't have the time or inclination to deal with someone who couldn't help him. Chen-Shi's gaze, though fleeting, was clearly noticed by Wang Hui. Wang Hui wasn't a pushover. He could sense something from the other person's reaction, but he didn't bother to explain. He had come here solely to give Hulong face. As for a minor supplier, he didn't think much of him. The same goes for Jiang Tingting, she thinks the same way. If it weren't for the fact that Hulong was Wang Hui's classmate, given Jiang Tingting's temperament, she wouldn't bother dealing with such a small company boss. And to make matters worse, Chen-Shi is also a supplier for Hulong's company. Such a minor figure is even more beneath her notice. As everyone knows, Jiang Huan once mentioned that Jiang Tingting's monthly expenses alone were nearly 10 million yuan. Just that much pocket money for 1 month would be enough to buy Chen-Shi's company. But Wang Hui didn't explain, which doesn't mean others won't talk. I said, Hui, it's just a Hummer. You have a 40-story office building in the Times Square area. Why don't you buy yourself a nice car to drive? As soon as Wang Hui finished speaking, Hulong smiled and teased him. You know, a 40-story office building is worth billions. Not only could you buy a Hummer, but you could even afford a private jet with that kind of money. What? Mr. Hu, are you talking about the Times office building in our city CBD? Hulong's words came as a thunderclap, leaving Chen-Shi frozen in place. He couldn't help but swallow hard before turning to Hulong and asking, what else could there be? Is there a second era in Beichin City? Seeing Chen-Shi's shocked expression, Hulong sneered. He had also noticed the disdainful look in the other person's eyes earlier. Wang Hui was his best friend. Even if the other party had nothing, he wasn't someone Chen-Shi could just ignore. Moreover, the current Wang Hui, with his 100 billion assets, is someone that the vast majority of people can only look up to. After being repeatedly affirmed, Chen-Shi couldn't help but want to slap himself a few times. How could he have been so blind as to underestimate such a powerful figure? At that moment, he felt an overwhelming admiration for Wang Hui. Indeed, true wealthy individuals were a different breed altogether. He was so low-key, not showing off at all. Where are they like them, who go everywhere wanting everyone to know they're rich? Chapter 79, All Women Are the Same. Hee, Mr. Wang, I wonder if your office building is fully rented out? Are there any vacant spaces left? Chen-Shi rubbed his hands together and smiled broadly as he asked Wang Hui. Seeing Chen-Shi, who had ignored him just moments ago, now bowing and scraping like a lapdog. Oh, really? What's that? Is Mr. Chen also interested in the Times? Wang Hui raised his eyebrows slightly and replied with a hint of amusement. Mr. Wang, to be honest, I've always been fascinated by the Times, but I've been struggling to find a place to live. Would you be able to rent a few rooms to me? Upon hearing that Wang Hui had available properties, Chen-Shi smiled even more broadly and adopted an even more humble demeanor. Despite being over 10 years older than Wang Hui, he referred to himself as his junior, clearly demonstrating how crucial the office buildings in the city were to the businessmen of Beichin City. How many rooms? Mr. Chen must be joking. My office isn't rented by the room. If you want to rent, it's at least an entire floor. After Chen Shi finished speaking, Wang Hui sneered mockingly. Although Wang Hui disliked Chen Shi, this statement was indeed truthful. Although Wang Hui disliked Chen Shi, his words were indeed sincere. It's important to note that the office building on the first floor of the Times building spans 6,500 square meters, with over 20 rooms of various sizes. The smallest is around 100 square meters, while the largest exceeds 500 square meters. However, if everyone were to rent individual rooms, that would be too much trouble for Wang Hui. Not only would he have to draw up dozens of separate contracts for each floor, but he would also have to deal with more clients. Although renting out individual rooms is easier, it is meaningless for Wang Hui, as the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. This is not an ordinary office building, so Wang Hui has no concerns about renting it out and therefore does not need to resort to such methods. After all, Times is the heart of the entire Beichin City CBD. In such a bustling commercial district, which businessman wouldn't want to establish a foothold here? Just as Chen Shi mentioned earlier, Times has always been in high demand, with units being snapped up quickly. Mr. Wang, I understand your situation, but I have limited funds. Could you possibly make an exception and allow me to rent half a floor? After being mocked by Wang Hui, Chen Shi dared not show the slightest sign of displeasure and continued to flatter him. Chen Shi cared so much about the company moving into the Times because once it did. At that point, leveraging the influence of the era, his company will be able to secure more business opportunities. After all, collaboration also depends on strength, and being part of the Times is itself a symbol of strength. After Chen Shi finished speaking, he kept giving Hulong meaningful glances, hoping the other party would say something on his behalf. However, Hulong pretended not to notice, smiling silently. He wasn't a pushover. Although the other party was his supplier, there were plenty of other suppliers in Beichin City. If it weren't for Chen Shi's ability to handle people, based on their company's pricing, Hulong would have already been replaced. Now that the other party had offended his best friend, he wasn't about to risk offending Wang Hui for their sake. I'm even considering switching suppliers. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, but I still have properties available, but they must be rented out for at least 6 months per floor. So you'll have to figure out the funding yourself. By the way, don't say I didn't warn you. There are already over a dozen clients waiting to view the properties, and they might be gone by the time you come to see them. Seeing Chen Shi's impatient expression, Wang Hui felt a sense of relief, but remained unfazed. Chen Shi deserved it. Why provoke anyone else when you could provoke Wang Hui, the big shot who collects rent? If it weren't for the previous unpleasantness, Wang Hui might have agreed, but now Chen Shi has only brought this upon himself. Seeing the expressions on Wang Hui and Hulong's faces, Chen Shi sighed, knowing it was all her own fault for not seeing things clearly. He wanted to say more, but when he saw Wang Hui's expression darken, he was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth. Chen Shi dared not provoke Wang Hui. If he were to lose his temper, not only would the cooperation with Hulong be in jeopardy, but if he were to make a call in his business circles in Beichin City, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then Chen Shi would truly be in serious trouble. Because someone who can afford a 40-story office building in this era, Chen Shi absolutely believes he has the capability. However, Chen Shi is no ordinary person either. His ability to rise from obscurity to his current position also speaks to his exceptional qualities. What sets him apart isn't his shrewdness, but his ability to bend and adapt, to set aside his pride for the sake of success. For example, if Wang Hui were to agree to lease the Times to him, even if it meant kneeling down and calling him dad, Chen Shi would not bat an eyelid. Because compared to money, face is nothing. However, since both Wang Hui and Hulong are currently in a bad mood, he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to do such a thing. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hu, have both of your friends arrived yet? The banquet is ready here, and we can start at any time. Chen Shi glanced at his watch and then asked Wang Hui and the others. He had already made up his mind. Once they were at the dinner table, he would toast them properly and apologize sincerely, hoping to earn Wang Hui's forgiveness. Even if Wang Hui refuses to rent the office building to him, he still wants to curry favor with him, hoping to make a friend. I only have 3 people. What about you? Do you have friends coming? Wang Hui asked. Hulong shook his head and said, no one else. Just my girlfriend. She's in the hotel room. I'll give her a call. Since everyone is here, I'll go arrange for the food to be served now. Chen Shi gave a quick greeting and headed toward the private room. As soon as Chen Shi left, Hulong took out his phone and dialed the number. Xiaoli, it's almost been an hour. Haven't you finished getting ready yet? We're about to start the banquet, and we're just waiting for you. As soon as the phone connected, Hulong started urging her. Coming. Don't rush me. A woman's annoyed shout came through the phone before it was hung up. The sound was so loud that even Wang Hui and the others could hear it clearly. Sorry for the trouble. My girlfriend is such a hassle, she has to put on makeup everywhere we go. Seeing everyone staring at him, Hulong explained awkwardly. Upon hearing this, the 2 women didn't think much of it, as it was perfectly normal. However, Wang Hui immediately stood up, looking as though he had experienced it firsthand. I understand. All women are the same. Wang Hui patted Hulong on the shoulder, then glanced discreetly at Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng. As soon as Wang Hui finished speaking, an excruciating pain shot through his arms, causing him to suck in a sharp breath. Chapter 80, Suffering in Silence. Looking back, there were indeed two women, one on each side, simultaneously using their deadly chokeholds to respond to what Wang Hui had said. Fortunately, the two women knew there were outsiders present and stopped just short of causing serious injury. Otherwise, Wang Hui would have likely lost both hands today. Hui Zi, you're really something. Two beauties at once, you're one lucky guy. Especially with Luo Meng there, haha, I'm truly impressed by you, brother. Seeing Wang Hui's pitiful state, Hulong couldn't help but laugh, then whispered teasingly to Wang Hui. Given Wang Hui's current strength, let alone two female companions, even if 10 of them showed up, Hulong wouldn't be surprised. What he didn't expect was that Wang Hui had actually managed to get his hands on Luo Meng. That's what truly impresses him. You have to understand that during their 4 years at university, Wang Hui, with his good looks, was considered the school heartthrob. There were countless girls who chased after him and those he had successfully pursued, but Hulong had never noticed that Wang Hui was into that sort of thing. Cough, Hulong, you've misunderstood. We're just ordinary friends. It's not what you're imagining. As soon as Hulong finished speaking, Wang Hui was choked by his own words and started coughing. He hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. He hadn't thought that far ahead and had brought Luo Meng along. Of course, he believed that since Hulong had come, Huya must be there too, so no one would think anything of it. However, Luo Meng's nervous expression in the parking lot earlier, along with the frantic series of calls just now, had left Wang Hui with a bad feeling. He decided to find an opportunity to explain everything to Hulong properly, to avoid any misunderstandings. But who would have thought that before I could even explain, the other person would just start teasing me? It left him feeling almost on the verge of collapse. His entire reputation had been ruined by Luo Meng, this little girl. Aren't ordinary friends extraordinary? I get it, brother, I get it. As soon as Wang Hui finished explaining, Hulong looked like he suddenly understood, then gave Luo Meng a meaningful glance and smiled. Wang Hui instantly felt 3 black lines appear on his forehead. He hadn't expected that the more he explained, the more misunderstood the other party became. Luo Meng and the others were already close by, and although Hulong and Wang Hui had kept their voices low, they could still hear everything clearly. Jiang Tingting was fine, showing no significant changes. But Luo Meng's eyes were smiling like crescent moons. That was exactly the effect she wanted, for everyone to see that her relationship with Wang Hui was no ordinary one. This would greatly help her in defeating Jiang Tingting. Especially tonight, Luo Meng is fully prepared to fulfill her promise and give Wang Hui the support she needs. By then, Luo Meng is confident that her relationship with Wang Hui will take a significant step forward. Soon after, Hulong led Wang Hui and the others into the private room. At that moment, under Chen Qi's arrangements, over a dozen dishes and fine wines were already neatly arranged on the table. Mr. Wang, please take your seat. Upon seeing Wang Hui enter, Chen Qi hurriedly escorted him to the seat of honor. In the business world, even eating has its own set of rules, especially when it comes to seating arrangements. Generally, each private room has a seat of honor, which is typically reserved for the person of the highest status. Alternatively, it may be reserved for the organizer. Other guests would then sit around the upper seats according to their status. Chen Qi was originally the main guest of honor today, so the seat of honor naturally belonged to Hulong. Chen Qi's primary guest of honor today was Hulong, so the seat of honor naturally belonged to him. However, things were different now. With the arrival of the influential figure Wang Hui, even if it meant upsetting Hulong, he had to make sure Wang Hui sat here. Seeing how sensible Chen Qi was, Wang Hui nodded, didn't make a fuss, and sat down directly. Then Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng sat down on either side of him. Hulong had no objections to this and chose a seat slightly further away, giving Wang Hui and the others more space to sit together. Although he was brothers with Wang Hui, he didn't want others to think he was inconsiderate. Since Jiang Tingting was sitting next to Wang Hui, if Hulong got too close, it would make others feel uncomfortable. After Wang Hui and the others had all taken their seats, Chen Qi gave a subtle signal to the waiter standing nearby, indicating for him to step back. Chen Qi intended to personally host Wang Hui throughout the entire meal to demonstrate his respect for him. After the waiter left, Chen Qi picked up a bottle of Feiqian Maodai on the table, opened it, and first poured a glass for Wang Hui, then poured one for Hulong. Then he picked up the coconut milk on the table and poured a glass for Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng each. After everything was done, Chen Qi finally poured himself a glass of white wine. Watching Chen Qi bustle around like a waiter, Hulong couldn't help but secretly marvel at her efficiency. He knew it was all because of Wang Hui's presence. If it had been him alone, even though the other party was giving him face, they wouldn't have been this enthusiastic. After all, this was his territory, and there were plenty of waitstaff around. Why would he need the CEO to be pouring tea and serving water? Mr. Wang, Mr. Hu, and the two beautiful ladies, thank you for honoring us with your presence at my humble establishment. I'll go ahead and serve you first, please feel free to help yourselves. Chen Qi picked up the wine glass on the table and downed it in one gulp. After hearing Chen Qi's words, Wang Hui was also greatly moved. It must be said that businesspeople are businesspeople, even the act of toasting is done with great attention to detail. Chen Shi drank his own glass but let others drink as they pleased. This way, regardless of whether the other person drinks or not, or drinks a lot or a little, Chen Shi won't feel embarrassed about being put on the spot. Wang Hui is also a straightforward person. Since the other party has given him so much face, he naturally wouldn't hold it against them. After all, his current status was different, so he naturally behaved with greater magnanimity. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Wang Hui raised his glass, took a sip, and returned the toast. It wasn't that Wang Hui didn't want to clink glasses, it was just that he couldn't hold his liquor, and he had come here more to relax in the hot springs. Seeing that Wang Hui had already taken a sip, Hulong and Jiang Tingting also picked up their glasses and took a sip. Only Luo Mang remained motionless, glaring at Chen Shi with a hostile expression. Seeing Luo Mang suddenly staring at her like that, Chen Shi was also startled. He had no idea what he had done to offend this young lady, and he was completely baffled. Chen Shi wanted to ask but dared not. After all, she was Wang Hui's woman, and he dared not act recklessly. He could only look at Wang Hui with pleading eyes, wondering what he had done wrong this time. Seeing Chen Shi's awkward expression, Wang Hui almost burst out laughing. You can imagine how hilarious it was to see a middle-aged man with a double chin and a potbelly looking so pitiful. Chapter 81, Wang Li, the self-important fool. Mang, what's wrong? Who upset you again? Wang Hui couldn't help but laugh, then patted the gloomy Luo Mang beside him and asked. Who else could it be? It's that old man. He's so old, yet he still calls himself a younger brother and makes everyone else feel old. When Wang Hui called her, Luo Mang finally withdrew her angry gaze and pouted, complaining. Upon hearing Luo Meng's words, everyone was stunned, especially Wang Hui, whose expression became extremely peculiar. He felt an urge to spit blood, wondering if Luo Mang had gone mad from dressing up as a Lolita every day. She seemed pretty normal most of the time, but she always did something unexpected at the most critical moments. Are you serious? You're getting upset over this? Wang Hui couldn't help but let out a curse. He didn't ask the other question, do you really think you're a kid? However, Wang Hui believed that given Luo Meng's current state of mind, he would definitely respond, of course I'm a child. Of course, if someone calls you old, wouldn't you get upset? When Wang Hui asked this, Luo Meng not only didn't feel shy but became even more confident. After finishing her question, she deliberately looked over at Jiang Tingting beside her, hoping for a response from her. Jiang Tingting's face flushed red, and she rolled her eyes at him. She certainly didn't want to do something so ridiculous. But inside, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She never thought that the rival of the esteemed Miss Jiang, the daughter of the Jiang family, could be so foolish. However, Jiang Tingting soon noticed something amiss. She caught a fleeting glimpse of cunning in Luo Meng's eyes. Jiang Tingting almost cursed out loud. She never expected Luo Meng to be doing this on purpose, using such an incident to make herself appear innocent and naive. Being cute and clumsy is not that different from being stupid. The only difference is that one is genuinely dumb, while the other is just pretending to be that way. This kind of cuteness comes off as idiocy to most people, but in the right situation, it can be absolutely devastating. Jiang Tingting could no longer remain calm, her mind racing with strategies. She had already known that today's hot spring trip wouldn't be peaceful, but she never expected her opponent to make their move so early. However, she wasn't just anyone. There was no way she would sit idly by and wait for her fate. Upon hearing Luo Meng repeat himself twice, Chen Shi on the other side nearly burst into tears. She was only in her early 40s, yet she had been called old man. And I was only trying to give the other party some face by humbling myself and calling myself a younger brother, but I never expected to offend a young lady who looked like she wasn't even an adult yet. Beautiful lady, please don't be angry. It's all my fault. Please don't take it to heart. I'll punish myself with a drink to apologize to you. Despite feeling miserable, Chen Shi immediately poured himself a full glass of white wine and downed it in one gulp in front of Luo Meng. This time, to avoid provoking the other person, he not only dared not refer to himself as a junior, but even changed the honorific you to the more informal you, all to prevent the other person from using that against him again. That's more like it. This time, I'll let you off the hook. Seeing Chen Shi apologize, Luo Meng finally smiled and let him off. As Jiang Tingting had mentioned earlier, her goal was simply to draw Wang Hui's attention, whether it was for good or for bad. Mr. Chen, please don't take it to heart. Luo Meng is just a mischievous girl. I'll apologize on her behalf. In the end, Wang Hui could tell from Luo Meng's smug smile that she was just putting on an act. After all, the people were brought by Wang Hui. To avoid awkwardness, Wang Hui picked up his wine glass and took another sip. No, Mr. Wang, you're too kind. Seeing Wang Hui apologize, Chen Shi couldn't sit still. He hurriedly stood up to express his refusal, then poured another cup and drank it alongside Wang Hui. In just a few minutes, Chen Shi had downed 3 full cups, yet he seemed as though nothing had happened, leaving Wang Hui deeply impressed. If it were him, he would have been drunk by now. Just as the farce involving Luo Meng came to an end, Chen Shi was about to invite everyone to dinner when the door to the private room was pushed open. A woman dressed elegantly and quite attractive walked in, none other than Hulong's girlfriend, Wang Li. Everyone, sorry I'm late. After entering, Wang Li first apologized, then looked directly at Wang Hui and smiled. "Hui go, it's been a while. Make sure to have a few drinks later. Long time no see." Wang Hui paused for a moment before nodding in response. As for Wang Li, Wang Hui had only met her a few times and didn't know her very well. All he knew was that Wang Li was a high-ranking executive at a large company, earning an annual salary of over $1 million. This woman is capable in every other aspect, but she has one major flaw: she's overly ambitious and materialistic. Back when Hulong Company was starting to succeed, he thought about Wang Hui, who was still writing novels and hadn't made much money, and wanted to help him out. They actively invited Wang Hui to join their company, planning for the two brothers to make a fortune together. Because during their school days, the two had always been particularly close, and during their time at school, Wang Hui had always looked out for Hulong. Therefore, after Hulong became wealthy, he did not forget his roots and wanted to repay his brother. However, when Wang Li found out about this, she became angry immediately, thinking that if Hulong truly wanted to help, he could have given some money instead of bringing Wang Hui to the company. In her mind, Wang Hui was a man with no future, and Hulong should focus on networking with the upper echelons of society. Only by doing so could the company grow and thrive. Upon hearing this, Hulong flew into a rage, slapped the other person across the face, and demanded an immediate breakup. For Hulong, a partner who couldn't understand him wasn't worth keeping. Wang Li was completely taken aback. She hadn't realized how important Wang Hui was to Hulong. She immediately apologized, hoping for forgiveness. Hulong's response was, "You insulted my brother. The one who truly needs to apologize is him, and the one who needs forgiveness is also him." In the end, to mend the relationship between the two, Wang Li found Wang Hui and explained the entire situation. She apologized to Wang Hui and pleaded for his forgiveness. Wang Hui was both angry and moved upon hearing this. He was angry because Wang Li had really gone too far. After all, even though he wasn't doing well, he never went out of his way to approach Hulong or anyone else for help. After all, he has his own hands and feet, and writing novels isn't something to be ashamed of. After all, there are plenty of people who earn over 100 million a year from their novels. But Wang Li was thinking about giving her money, which, for Wang Hui, wasn't help at all, it was pure humiliation. Chapter 82, Hulong Gets Duped. What moved Wang Hui was that Hulong was indeed a brother he could trust. No matter how the other person changed, their brotherly bond remained unchanged. In the end, Wang Hui forgave Wang Li out of respect for Hulong, knowing that she had also acted with Hulong's best interests in mind. After all, if one doesn't look out for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy them. After that incident, whenever Wang Hui and Hulong gathered, they never saw Wang Li again. It was always just Hulong alone. What Wang Hui didn't know was that it wasn't Hulong who didn't want to bring Wang Li along, it was Wang Li herself who refused outright the moment she heard Wang Hui was there. Although Wang Hui had forgiven her, Wang Li still harbored resentment deep down. To her, brotherly love meant nothing compared to having a lifelong partner. If it weren't for not wanting to leave Hulong, she'd rather die than apologize to someone of lower status than herself. Therefore, as long as Wang Hui was present, Wang Li would absolutely refuse to attend any such occasion. However, today's Wang Li seemed a bit too enthusiastic for Wang Hui's liking. After all, this dinner was organized by Chen Shi, and her boyfriend Hulong was also present. Upon entering, however, no one acknowledged him. Instead, they all turned their attention to him and greeted him directly. It felt like reuniting with an old friend after many years, which is why Wang Hui didn't react immediately. Not only was Wang Hui stunned, but Hulong across from him was also a bit speechless. Is this really his girlfriend? Early this morning, Hulong received a call from Chen Shi, who informed him that the mountain resort was about to open and invited him to come over early for a preview. Hulong immediately asked Wang Li if she wanted to come along. Wang Li directly refused, saying that there were still many things to do at the company, and that there would be plenty of opportunities for hot springs later. Hulong didn't want to go alone either, so he naturally thought of his good friend Wang Hui. Since Wang Hui had helped Huya rent a storefront on Lingfeng Commercial Street last time, Hulong owed him a favor. This was the perfect opportunity to invite Wang Hui to a banquet. Just as he hung up the phone, Wang Li rushed over and asked Hulong if he had made plans with Wang Hui. Hulong nodded immediately and said yes, since it wasn't anything to be ashamed of. However, Wang Li's words left Hulong completely taken aback. Just moments ago, Wang Li had said she needed to stay late to work, but now she was insisting that she wanted to go too, claiming she hadn't had a chance to relax in ages. Hulong was puzzled. After all these years, since that incident, Wang Li hadn't gone with him to see Wang Hui. Yet today, she had voluntarily requested to go, even knowing that Wang Hui was also going. Hulong dared not agree, fearing that Wang Li, that meddlesome woman, might say or do something inappropriate and offend Wang Hui. After all, Wang Hui was no longer the same person he used to be. Even Hulong had to look up to him now. Wang Li immediately denied it, saying she was just going to soak in the hot springs and also to prevent Hulong from causing trouble. Since Wang Li had heard that the hot springs offered special services, she decided on the spot to go along to keep an eye on things. Hulong was completely taken aback. Wang Li must have watched too many movies. He had gone to a legitimate establishment. Where would such special services come from? After receiving this answer, Hulong said nothing more and took Wang Li with him as they left. Along the way, he repeatedly urged Wang Li to speak as little as possible once they arrived, especially when she saw Wang Hui. Just a quick greeting would suffice to avoid saying the wrong thing. Hulong didn't want his kind invitation to Wang Hui to be ruined by Wang Li's unexpected actions, which could strain the relationship between the two brothers. However, Wang Hui and Hulong soon understood each other's intentions. Brother Wang, I was young and naive back then. Please don't hold it against me. Now that your business is so successful, don't forget about my old friend Hu. If there's ever an opportunity to make money, please look out for Hulong. When you have time, the brothers should get together more often. Next time you come by, I'll cook for you myself. After exchanging greetings, Wang Li didn't sit down but instead picked up Hulong's wine glass and started talking to Wang Hui. After exchanging greetings, Wang Li didn't sit down. She picked up Hulong's wine glass and started talking to Wang Hui. Then she raised the glass and drank it all in one gulp, her boldness matching Chen Shi's every step. There's no need to say that. Hulong and I have been brothers for so many years I wouldn't forget him even if I tried. After Wang Li finished speaking, Wang Hui smiled and raised his glass to take a small sip. On the surface, Wang Hui showed no reaction, but deep down, he felt a bit annoyed. Now he finally understood why Wang Li had become so enthusiastic. After all that, she just wanted him to look out for Hulong and help him make more money. Regarding Wang Li, Wang Hui gained a new understanding of this woman. This Wang Li is not only powerful but also has a thick skin. As I mentioned earlier, Wang Li looks down on Wang Hui and even told Hulong to stay away from him. It's all because Wang Hui writes novels, and she thinks he has no future, especially compared to Hulong, the boss of this company. He's no match for him in any way. Now things are different. Wang Li found out that Wang Hui is wealthy, so now she is doing everything she can for Hulong's future. She has told Wang Hui not to forget about Hulong and to spend more time together, even going so far as to cook for them herself. In fact, Wang Li didn't know that Wang Hui and Hulong were close. Even if she didn't say anything, Wang Hui would still look out for him. However, Wang Hui was aware that Hulong's current company was doing quite well, though it couldn't compare to the Luo family or the Jiang family in terms of scale and resources. But for someone of Hulong's age, his company is quite successful. Therefore, the stark contrast between Wang Li's past and present naturally made Wang Hui look down on her. Xiao Li, that's enough. Mind your own business. Do you really need to meddle in my relationship with Hui Zi? As soon as Wang Li finished speaking, Hulong's face darkened, and he shouted angrily at Wang Li. Hulong had calculated everything meticulously, but he never expected Wang Li to pull such a move. Although he was aware of Wang Li's influence, he never imagined she would resort to such a tactic, given the existing tensions between her and Wang Hui. Moreover, on the way there, Wang Li had assured him that she would not say a single extra word at the dinner table. It was just an ordinary meal. Now, in front of everyone, she had said such a thing, leaving him with nowhere to hide his embarrassment. Especially since the person in question is Wang Hui. Wang Li is basically throwing herself into the fire. Their relationship with Wang Hui doesn't even need to be mentioned. If there's a real problem, it can be resolved with a single word. Why would she need to air it out in front of outsiders? Now that he has said it like that, how will Wang Hui feel? He think that Hulong has been talking behind his back to Wang Li, saying that Wang Hui isn't being considerate enough? So is Wang Li using this opportunity to help Hulong get ahead? Even if Wang Hui doesn't misunderstand, there's Chen Shi standing right there. People will definitely think that Wang Hui doesn't know how to behave, that he's forgotten his brothers now that he's got money. His character isn't very good. So Wang Li's clever scheme ended up hurting more than just one person. Hulong, Xiao Li was just joking around. You're a grown man, why get so worked up over it? Seeing Hulong get angry, Wang Hui quickly stepped in to stop him. Chapter 83, Get the hell out of here. Wang Hui isn't some pushover. Given his relationship with Hulong, he knew the other guy wasn't stupid enough to do something like that. Therefore, from the moment Wang Li said those words, Wang Hui knew it must have been her own idea and had nothing to do with Hulong. He also guessed that, given Hulong's temperament, hearing such words would undoubtedly make him fly into a rage. Cough, the food is getting cold. Let's all start eating. Since Wang Li had come in, Chen Shi hadn't said a word. Now, seeing the awkward atmosphere, she felt even more uncomfortable. He cleared his throat and began to urge everyone to eat. Wang Hui's plea and Chen Shi's words gave Hulong an out. Right, now that Mr. Chen has mentioned it, I'm a bit hungry too. Everyone, let's eat. Hulong gave Wang Hui an apologetic glance before addressing the crowd. Wang Hui also shook his head immediately, signaling the other party not to overthink it. Seeing that Wang Hui didn't seem to mind, Hulong also sighed in relief. He didn't want their brotherly bond to be affected by Wang Li's words. Just as everyone thought Wang Li wouldn't say anything else after being stopped by Hulong, Wang Li spoke again, and this time, she nearly caused Hulong to lose his temper. What are you eating? You still have the nerve to eat? Today, Hui Gu is here. Don't hide anything. Just say it. See if Brother Hui can use his connections to help us out. Otherwise, if we lose this order, the cash flow will stop, and the company might really be finished. Wang Li, shut up. Are you crazy? I called Hui Zi to come relax at the hot springs, and you're just making things up. Before Wang Li could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Hu Long, who then glared at her with a hostile expression. Hu Long was truly enraged this time. If there hadn't been others present, he would have slapped her across the face without hesitation. Although Wang Li's words had annoyed him, at least she had only asked Wang Hui to keep an eye on him, without asking for any concrete favors. Now, not only has Wang Li not backed down, but she has become even more brazen, openly revealing the company's crisis in front of everyone. And she even named Wang Hui specifically, asking him to lend a hand. How could Hu Long possibly accept this? After all, Hu Long had only intended to express his gratitude to Wang Hui and had invited him out to relax. Now that Wang Li had said that, the whole tone had changed. It was no longer about enjoying the hot springs, but about asking for favors. If I had known that Wang Li, that foolish woman, would keep making such mistakes over and over again, I would have never brought her along, no matter what. Now, just as the tense atmosphere had started to ease, it's become awkward again. Chen Qi, standing nearby, was also startled. It was the first time she had seen Hu Long get so angry. He wanted to try to calm him down but didn't know how. After all, this was a matter between the couple. Meanwhile, Chen Qi was mulling over what Wang Li had said. If things were really as she claimed and Hu Long's company was facing a crisis, then he would have to start preparing his own backup plan. Because if the company were to go bankrupt, his payment would be lost. Hu Long, are we still brothers? Why didn't you tell me about your company's problems? After hearing the two of them, Wang Hui couldn't sit still either, and his face immediately darkened. This time, he wasn't angry at Wang Li, but at Hu Long. Previously, he had always believed that Hu Long's company was running smoothly, as during their last meeting, Hu Long had told him that the company was making at least several million in profit each year. But just a few days later, the company was already in crisis. Such an important matter, and they kept it from him, which made him a bit upset. Although Wang Hui isn't a big shot right now, he could still be of assistance in Hu Long company's crisis. Because Hu Long company is not very large, its value is only a few $1,000,000. The disruption of the capital chain is unlikely to be significant. For Wang Hui, who has leased out over 10 units in the Times office building, this assistance will still be helpful. Hui, you don't need to do that. Don't listen to Xiao Li's nonsense. It's just a minor issue at my company, I can handle it myself. Sorry for causing trouble. Let's continue with our meal. Seeing that Wang Hui was angry, Hu Long also smiled and explained himself, then apologized to everyone else. Hu Long, don't be so arrogant. If it were just a minor matter, would I bring it up in such a public setting? Hui Ge, if Hu Long won't say it, I will. As soon as Hu Long finished speaking, Wang Li wasn't having it. She had already gone this far, how could she just give up now? She had come along today specifically because she had heard that Wang Hui was also there, which is why she insisted on coming. If it had been before, upon hearing that Wang Hui was there, Wang Li would have definitely refused immediately. But things are different now. Wang Li knows that Wang Hui has changed, he's become wealthy, and not just a little wealthy. However, this wasn't something Hu Long told him, it was his younger sister, Huya. Since Huya had rented the storefront, as her sister-in-law, she naturally went to check on the store. During a casual conversation later, she accidentally found out that the store actually belonged to Wang Hui. And it wasn't just one, there were a total of 10 of them. Wang Li was completely shocked. 10 shops on Lingfeng Commercial Street were worth at least several million yuan. She never imagined that Wang Hui could earn so much money from writing a novel. What Huya said next left her so shocked she couldn't even speak. Huya told her that Wang Hui not only owned 10 stores but also 20 school district properties, and of course, none of that was considered significant. What surprised her the most was that the other party actually owned 40 office buildings in the Times complex. As a senior executive at a large company, she was well acquainted with the Times complex, and each floor was worth several hundred million yuan. 40 floors would definitely exceed 10 billion yuan. She had no idea what Wang Hui had gone through to suddenly become a billionaire. Upon hearing the news, Wang Li immediately returned to find Hu Long. She wanted Hu Long to approach Wang Hui and persuade him to invest in his company, preferably as a joint venture. In this way, his company would no longer be a small company worth a few million, but could become a large company with over 100 million in capital. Hu Long furrowed his brows in surprise, not expecting Huya to have shared this information with Wang Li. He had chosen not to say anything because he knew Wang Li's opportunistic nature would lead her to insist on ingratiating herself with the other party. Hu Long didn't even hesitate before refusing the offer. He actually felt the same way as Wang Hui, he was willing to help someone in need. However, when the other person was doing better than him, he absolutely refused to cause any trouble for them. Seeing that Hu Long was unwilling, Wang Li didn't say much either, but she kept the matter in mind. Stop talking nonsense. Get out of here. Seeing that Wang Li was about to say something else, Hu Long slapped her across the face and pointed outside the private room. Chapter 84, a staggering 300 million yuan in breach of contract damages. Ugh, you bastard Hu Long, you dare hit me? I've given up all my savings for your company, and now I'm even begging others for you, sacrificing my dignity." That slap sent Wang Li into tears. It wasn't because it hurt, but because it was so painful. Although she is ambitious, she has never abandoned Hulong. Everything she has done is for the good of this family. Enough, Hulong. If you still consider me a brother, then just say it. Don't keep it hidden anymore. Seeing that Hulong was about to act, Wang Hui immediately stopped him. He knew that Hulong didn't want to cause him trouble, but now that Wang Li had spoken so bluntly, the company was facing a matter of life and death. Why should he still be so considerate? Ah. Huizi, it's not that I don't want to say it, but even if I did, you might not be able to help me this time. Hulong sighed and said with a bitter expression. Alone, Huigu is now very powerful and influential. He must know many more people than you do. How can you know if he can help if you don't ask? Seeing that Hulong had stopped mid-sentence, Wang Li couldn't help but urge him again. Xiao Li is right. Even if I can't solve it, I still have friends who might be able to help you. Xiao Li is right. Even if I can't solve it, I have friends who might be able to help you. Wang Hui's expression also grew serious, as he could tell from the other person's expression that this was definitely not something that could be resolved with a little money. Otherwise, knowing Wang Hui's net worth, Hulong would never have shown such an expression. Seeing that Wang Hui had spoken so bluntly, Hulong took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Alright, I'll tell you then. Here's what happened. 2 months ago, a large company approached me wanting to place an order for a batch of parts worth 30 million yuan. As you know, my company's market value is roughly the same. If we secure this order, the profit it would bring to my company would be beyond imagination. At the time of signing, the other party attached an agreement specifying a deadline of 3 months for completion. If the deadline is missed, a penalty of 10 times the principal amount, which is 300 million, must be paid. I was initially startled by the penalty clause, but upon further consideration, given our current suppliers and production capabilities, completing the order within 3 months was absolutely feasible. This was essentially a risk-free, guaranteed profit opportunity. So I signed the agreement without hesitation. But little did I know that just a few days ago, one of my suppliers' factories caught fire, destroying not only the production equipment but also all the parts and semi-finished products they had provided to us, every last one of them. If this had happened a month ago, I wouldn't have panicked, as there would have been enough time to find alternative suppliers. But unfortunately, with less than a month left until the order is due, even if I tried to find someone else, it would be absolutely impossible. I went to the company and explained the situation, hoping they could be more flexible with the timeline. I even offered to take the order at no profit, but they didn't respond. They simply said, deliver the goods or pay the compensation. If not, we'll take you to court. That's the situation. After saying the last sentence, Hulong's face turned ashen. Wang Li, standing beside him, hugged him tightly and burst into tears once again. Because now, Hulong was left with only 2 options. One is to seek understanding from the other company and request more time to complete the order. The second option is to pay 300 million yuan in compensation, and the matter will be resolved. Hulong came to Mingyue Mountain Villa today not because he really wanted to soak in the hot springs, he also wanted to find Chen Shi. After all, she knows quite a few people, and perhaps she has some connections that could help him get in touch with that company and smooth things over. Because 300 million is an amount he absolutely cannot afford, not even by selling the company. Of course, he knew Wang Hui was wealthy, but if it were just a few million or tens of millions, perhaps Hulong would have mustered the courage to approach Wang Hui. But a staggering 300 million? How could he possibly bring himself to ask? Even if it were his own brother, hearing such a figure, he probably wouldn't be willing to contribute that much money to help, let alone the fact that the two of them weren't even related by blood. Therefore, Hulong had already made the worst-case scenario, sell off everything in the company and compensate as much as possible. The rest could only be left to the court's decision, which would inevitably result in several years of imprisonment. After all, the contracts signed are legally binding, and given the other company's strong position, they will certainly sue him. Hulong regretted it deeply. He had thought it was a windfall, but little did he know he would encounter such a disaster, turning everything into a catastrophe. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have dared to accept the order, even if it had been worth 30 million yuan, let alone 300 million yuan. After hearing Hulong's words, Wang Hui's brows also furrowed. He had originally thought that even if the other party was facing a crisis, it would only be a matter of a few million to resolve. After all, Hulong's company was only that size. But who could have imagined that the first figure mentioned was 300 million? This was enough to give even Wang Hui a headache. Although he did indeed have a 40-story office building, it was all given to him by the system, and the usage rights were only for 6 months. Currently, he only has usage rights, meaning he can only rent them out and cannot directly buy or sell them, otherwise, the system will forcibly reclaim them. However, based on the system's previous reward structure, as long as Wang Hui rents out all 40 floors of the office building, the system will grant him ownership of 20 floors in a single reward. However, while it sounds easy, it is actually quite challenging to accomplish. Even in the modern office buildings of Beijing, where space is in high demand, it is by no means something that can be rented out in just a few days. After all, the rent for such properties is already high, and renting an entire floor at once would mean the rental costs alone would exceed the annual revenue of most companies. Take Hulong's company, for example. Although it's worth tens of millions, its annual income is only a few million, and that's under the best circumstances. Some worst-performing companies might only make around $100,000 a year. The rent for a floor in the Times building is 2 million yuan for half a year, and a staggering 4 million yuan for a year. Therefore, companies with annual revenues below 10 million yuan would never risk renting here. Additionally, some companies have been in the same location for a long time, and even if Times Square is a prime location, they would not relocate lightly. Therefore, those who actually rent office space from Wanghui are mostly people planning to start new companies or open branch offices. As a result, the number of people naturally decreases further. Chapter 85. She comes from a billionaire family. Additionally, the advertisements Wang Hui placed were all done without intermediaries. They were either registered online or posted in the lobby, resulting in significantly poorer effectiveness. Therefore, it is clearly impossible for Wang Hui to come up with 300 million yuan in the short term. However, he also felt a pang of conscience at the thought of letting Hulong go to prison without doing anything about it. After all, they had been brothers for so many years, and there was also his younger sister, Huya. If she finds out that her brother is going to prison, she'll definitely go find Wang Hui and beg him for help. Wang Hui isn't afraid of anything else, but he's terrified of someone crying, causing a scene, and threatening to hang themselves. Hulong, don't get so worked up. Tell me the name of the company you signed the agreement with, and I'll see if I can get my friends to help you out and see if they can give you some leeway. Wang Hui thought for a moment and asked. Although he couldn't come up with 300 million, Wang Hui still knew a few influential figures in Beijing. For example, Yang Xuxing, the CEO of the logistics company that originally controlled the 40-story office building. Or Luo Meng's father, Luo Jun. And Jiang Tingting's father, Jiang Huan. Of the three, only Luo Jun might be a bit lacking, but the other two are all influential figures in Beijing City. It is believed that any company operating in Beijing City would, to some extent, show them some respect. When the time comes, these bigwigs can put in a good word for them and have Hulong compensate the other party with some money. Who knows, maybe the other party will just drop the matter. Because demanding 300 million is clearly impossible. The other party is well aware of Hulong's company's situation. Even if the court rules against him, the most they can do is file for bankruptcy, and then Hulong will end up in prison. This would not benefit them much either. It would be better to do a favor for a few bigwigs and cultivate some good karma. That's why Wang Hui truly has the confidence to act this way. Otherwise, with just the few million he has now, he wouldn't stand a chance. Although Beijing is just a third-tier city with a population of 23 million, there are certainly no shortage of billionaires there. After hearing himself mention a 3 billion yuan breach of contract penalty, Wang Hui still acted as if he wanted to help, leaving Hulong deeply moved. True brothers are true brothers. They weren't intimidated by such an astronomical figure. However, the bitterness on Hulong's face didn't fade, because he knew he was facing a colossal entity. At least in Beijing City, few dared to provoke him. The company I signed the agreement with is called Zimu Business, a subsidiary of Huanyu International. It is one of the top-tier companies in Beijing, and ordinary people would find it very difficult to get them to give face. Hui Zi, I appreciate your kindness, but I will handle this matter myself. Hulong didn't want to say anything, but he knew that keeping it to himself would only hurt Wang Hui's brotherly bond. So in the end, although Hulong spoke up, he still hoped that Wang Hui could stay out of it. Even if Wang Hui had a fortune of 100 billion, he didn't want him to get involved. Because the company he was referring to was a company with a market value of hundreds of billions, and such a company wouldn't necessarily take you seriously even if you owned a 40-story office building. As soon as Hulong finished speaking, Wang Hui also fell into deep thought. He felt like he had heard of these two groups before, yet he couldn't quite place them. Before obtaining the system, Wang Hui had been a shut-in, spending his days at home coding. He paid little attention to who was the wealthiest individual or which company was the most influential in Beijing City. Because he knew that such things wouldn't bring him much benefit, so instead of wasting time on them, he'd rather write a few more words and earn some money that's more practical. Looking over at Chen Qi beside him, he was so shocked he couldn't speak. Earlier, when Wang Li mentioned that Hulong Company was facing a crisis, he had already decided to approach the other party to terminate the contract. However, upon further consideration of Wang Hui's status and the strength of his connections, he believed that if the other party was willing, they could resolve the current crisis. But now, after hearing Hulong mention the words Huanyu International, Chen Qi no longer held any hope. As a businessman, he naturally understood, just like Hulong, what the four words Huanyu International represented in Beijing. This was undoubtedly a dominant force. Once they made a decision, they would never change it lightly. Unless your strength is so formidable that even the global corporation would fear you, but such a company might exist, it would never risk its reputation for a mere Hulong. Seeing Wang Hui fall into deep thought, Hulong also felt a pang of guilt. In fact, he had already known the outcome, which was why he hadn't even considered speaking up. Now everyone is looking worried, and he feels bad about it. However, whether it was Hulong or Wang Hui, they had overlooked two people at that moment. That was Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng. Upon hearing Hulong's words, Jiang Tingting, who had remained largely unchanged until then, suddenly perked up, a faint smile curving her lips. On the other side, Luo Meng was startled, then turned to look at Jiang Tingting. She seemed to remember something and immediately asked Hulong. Brother Long, the companies you mentioned earlier, Zimu Business and Huanyu International, are their bosses all surnamed Jiang? Yes, although I haven't met them personally, I know their CEOs' names. The CEO of Zimu Business is Jiang Ziren, who is the daughter of Jiang Wan, the CEO of Huanyu International. So, offending Zimu Business is essentially the same as offending Huanyu International. Hulong didn't know why Luo Meng was asking this, but he patiently explained it anyway. What did you say? Jiang Huan, Jiang Ziren? Before Hulong could finish speaking, Wang Hui interrupted before Luo Meng could respond. At the same time, the furrowed brows that had been tightly knotted earlier relaxed, and his entire demeanor became excited. Yes, it's them. Do you know them, Hui Zi? Seeing Wang Hui's expression, Hulong's heartbeat also accelerated uncontrollably. He could tell that Wang Hui must know the other party, which meant his company might be saved. Wang Li was also looking at Wang Hui with anticipation, waiting for the answer she hoped for. Haha, it's not just that we know each other, have you forgotten who she is? Wang Hui laughed loudly, pointing at Jiang Tingting and speaking in a mysterious tone. Miss Jiang? Could she be from the Jiang family? Hulong followed the finger and looked over. When he saw Jiang Tingting's confident smile, he recalled Wang Hui's previous introduction, and his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but ask. That's right. The two you mentioned are my father and my sister. Before Wang Hui could speak, Jiang Tingting said proudly. As soon as she finished speaking, Hulong, Wang Li, and Chen Qi were also startled that they sucked in a sharp breath. They had always assumed that she was merely Wang Hui's girlfriend, never imagining that her true identity was the heiress of a billionaire family. Chapter 86, A Face Worth 3 Billion. At the same time, Wang Hui became even more enigmatic in the eyes of the three. They had thought that the 40-story office building was already a testament to Wang Hui's capabilities. But I never imagined that Wang Hui would even manage to marry the daughter of a billionaire family. This was no easy feat. It was certainly no easier than securing a 40-story office building, given the Jiang family's status in Beichin. There are plenty of wealthy young men chasing after Jiang Tingting, and each of them comes from a prestigious family. Not to mention those with assets in the hundreds of billions. Even the Su family, which is on par with the Jiang family, has someone pursuing her. However, Jiang Tingting hasn't set her sights on any of them. She's only got eyes for Wang Hui. Of course, Wang Hui was unaware of this, and even if he had known, he might have simply laughed it off. Because with the system at his disposal, he would eventually amass far more than $1 trillion. Given enough time, becoming the world's richest person would not be beyond his reach. Miss Jiang, regarding my company's situation, could you please speak to your sister on my behalf and ask her to be flexible with the deadline, or perhaps reduce the penalty fee appropriately, so that I have enough time to raise the money? Hulong asked Ms. Jiang Tingting nervously. Although he knew Jiang Tingting's identity, he didn't get too carried away, hoping that she wouldn't pursue the matter further, even though she was Wang Hui's friend. Because this wasn't just a small amount of money, it was a whopping $300 million. Therefore, Hulong only hopes that the other party will consider his relationship with Wang Hui and give him some time to complete the order first. As for the liquidated damages, he can only pay them back gradually. However, Hulong believed that as long as his company remained in operation, he would eventually be able to settle all the debts. After speaking to Jiang Tingting, Hulong turned to Wang Hui, apparently intending for him to say a few kind words. Wang Hui nodded, but before he could speak, Jiang Tingting interrupted him. No problem. For my husband's sake, you don't have to pay the penalty fee. Just try to complete the order as soon as possible. I'll talk to my sister about it. Although I haven't called yet, given how much Jiang Tingting is favored in the Jiang family, Jiang Ziren would never refuse such a small favor. Sigh. Sigh. As soon as Jiang Tingting spoke, everyone present gasped in shock once again. They weren't surprised that Jiang Tingting had agreed to Hulong's request. However, they never expected the other party to be so generous, saying that the breach of contract fee didn't need to be paid. After all, that wasn't just 3 million, but a full 300 million. Moreover, the other party said it was to save face for the husband, and it was clear that the husband referred to Wang Hui. This Wang Hui is truly formidable. A single gesture of respect is worth 300 million. Such a person is probably rare even in Beichin City. Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, Jiang Tingting couldn't help but feel thrilled inside. She had only agreed to the request out of politeness, but upon reflecting on how important Wang Hui was to her, she decided to waive the fee outright. Although 300 million was a large sum, it was still insignificant to the Jiang family. At least in Jiang Tingting's eyes, Wang Hui is far beyond what money can measure. Of course, she was also doing this to impress Luo Mang, who was standing nearby, as Luo Mang had already caught Wang Hui's attention on more than one occasion. Now she was doing this to make the other person know that her help for Wang Hui was definitely greater than theirs. And only she is more suitable to be Wang Hui's girlfriend. Gulp, is that true? Miss Jiang, you mean we don't have to pay the breach of contract fee? Although Jiang Tingting had already given her answer, Hulong couldn't help but ask again, afraid that he had heard things incorrectly. I, Jiang Tingting, have always been a woman of my word. Are you really asking me to pay the money? Seeing Hulong's nervous expression, Jiang Tingting said with a mocking smile. No, no. After being asked repeatedly, Hulong shook his head immediately. Thank you, Miss Jiang. This time, it's all thanks to you and Uizi. You're a lucky guy to have found such a beautiful and loving person to be your lifelong partner. He then hurriedly thanked Jiang Tingting. At that moment, Hulong felt as though he had escaped death. He was also deeply grateful to Wang Hui. He owed his life to having such a brother, otherwise, he would have been sent to prison for sure. Upon hearing Hulong and his wife's words, Jiang Tingting grew even more excited. She glanced at Luo Mang, who had a grim expression, with a challenging look. Although Luo Mang had successfully caught Wang Hui's attention earlier, the effect was nowhere near as impactful as it was now. Because Jiang Tingting simply said one sentence and helped the other party avoid a loss of 300 million, something Luo Mang could never achieve. Seeing Jiang Tingting's smug expression, Luo Mang was so angry she could have bitten her teeth off. When she heard Hulong mention the company's name, she felt it sounded familiar. Earlier, during an argument at the night market, Jiang Tingting had revealed her identity. Unfortunately, despite her decent family background, Luo Mang hadn't recognized her. However, he didn't pay much attention to business matters, so he only knew that Jiang Tingting's family was wealthy but wasn't aware of how influential they were. So when Hulong finally revealed the truth, she realized just how vast the other family's influence truly was. A single sentence could spare 300 million. Such boldness was something Luo Mang could never match. Although her family is wealthy, she could certainly come up with 3 billion. However, asking her to lend 300 million to Hulong is absolutely out of the question, because Luo Jun would never agree. Even if the other party is the older brother of her close friend Huya, it wouldn't change the outcome. Therefore, Hulong is well aware of his own limitations, otherwise, he would have already asked Huya to help him through Luo Mang. Moreover, this time, Luo Mang couldn't even get angry and accuse Jiang Tingting of cheating, because this situation was different from the one with Han Wei. Jiang Tingting didn't even ask for help, it was the other party who came looking for her. After glancing at Luo Mang, Jiang Tingting finally fixed her gaze on Wang Hui. She had done all this to gain Wang Hui's attention, to help Wang Hui, and to prove her worth. Now that the task is completed, Jiang Tingting is also waiting for Wang Hui's praise. Seeing Jiang Tingting look at him, Wang Hui's excited mood gradually calmed down. The scene that had just unfolded had not only shocked Hulong and the others, Wang Hui was also taken aback by the other party's decision. After all, his relationship with Jiang Tingting could only be described as that of ordinary friends, and even their boyfriend status was just a pretense. Therefore, from the very beginning, upon learning that the company was owned by the Jiang family, Wang Hui knew that there was a turning point in the matter. He also found Hulong's request to be very reasonable. After all, even if Hulong were merely his brother, if Wang Hui himself owed 300 million, he wouldn't dare to just let it go. Therefore, the money must be repaid. As long as he is given more time or allowed to repay less, Wang Hui believes that this would already be giving him enough face. But he never expected Jiang Tingting to be so generous, treating it like a child's game and giving him a favor worth 3 billion yuan. Chapter 87, The Best Gift. When Jiang Tingting made this decision, Wang Hui nearly exploded with excitement. Because if any man were treated like that by a woman, he'd probably react the same way. Therefore, when Jiang Tingting called him husband in front of everyone, he didn't even bother to object. Otherwise, given his personality, he would have at least tried to explain himself. Because up until now, Wang Hui hadn't decided whether he wanted to date anyone or who he might date. After graduating from university, Wang Hui has been writing novels, spending his days at home, and has been single for several years, gradually adapting to a quiet life alone. Now, having suddenly obtained the system, within just a few days, he found himself surrounded by several members of the opposite sex, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Although each of them was stunningly beautiful and had a fiery figure, Wang Hui still didn't make a decision lightly. Because she was part of a system, she was destined to be extraordinary, and choosing a partner couldn't be done on a whim. But who could have guessed that just because he didn't want to talk about it, it didn't mean others didn't want to? Every woman who had come into contact with him seemed to be spellbound, seeking every opportunity to meet him, and some even went so far as to flirt with him directly. If it weren't for Wang Hui keeping his heart pure, he would have succumbed long ago. Sometimes Wang Hui even wondered if the system he had obtained had hidden attributes that could amplify his personal charm infinitely. Otherwise, why would they become more proactive toward him the more he avoided them? Actually, Wang Hui didn't know that women are a peculiar creature. They not only enjoy comparing themselves to others. Their possessiveness is also extremely strong. Once they set their sights on something, they won't give it up easily. To obtain it, they're even willing to resort to any means necessary. To be honest, women's possessiveness definitely surpasses that of men. Especially since the women Wang Hui had dealt with were not ordinary people. Not only were they exceptionally beautiful, but their social status and background were also far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Such individuals are typically looked up to by others, yet when they encountered Wang Hui, they acted indifferent, which only served to make them feel that Wang Hui was extraordinary. If Wang Hui were alone with them and there were no comparisons, they might not pay much attention to him, at most just viewing him as an oddball or a beggar. However, when these women saw that there were other women around her, even women who were more accomplished than themselves, at that moment, they naturally elevate Wang Hui to an unattainable height. For them, Wang Hui was absolutely beyond the reach of their idealized celebrities. That's why they keep striving to prove themselves, hoping to catch Wang Hui's attention and ultimately become his partner. Because only by doing so can they prove that they are still as outstanding as ever, even managing to win over someone as unattainable as Wang Hui. Especially Luo Meng and Wei Si, who went to great lengths to catch Wang Hui's attention, causing him no end of trouble. If Wang Hui really chose women like them as his partners, his life would likely be anything but peaceful. Of course, Wang Hui doesn't really understand these women's motives, and he doesn't bother to try. He just wanted to let things take their natural course and go with the flow. Ting, this time you really saved me. I don't even know how to thank you. I was planning to buy you a gift, but I have no idea what to get you. Seeing Jiang Tingting staring at him, Wang Hui knew exactly what she was thinking and immediately thanked this heroine. As Wang Hui said, the other person had done such a great favor, so simply saying thank you wasn't enough. At the very least, he had to show his gratitude in some way. As Wang Hui had said, the other party had done such a great favor, simply saying thank you wouldn't suffice. He had to show his gratitude in some way. But who is Jiang Tingting? She is the daughter of Jiang Huan, someone who spends millions on pocket money every month. A luxury car like a Hummer, which costs several million, is treated like a toy. She just gives it away without a second thought. Would such a person ever be in need of a gift? At least Wang Hui doesn't think so, which is why he is so perplexed about how to repay this favor. Others agree with this sentiment. In their view, a favor worth 300 million is something that no gift could possibly replace. However, what Jiang Tingting said next made everyone realize that the gift truly existed, and it was right there in this private room. Isn't that simple? Aren't you the best gift? Jiang Tingting's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, then she pointed at Wang Hui and said with a smile, I'm the best gift? Wang Hui was completely confused, unsure of what she meant. How can you be so stupid? You don't even understand? It means you go to my house, ask my father for my hand in marriage, and marry me. That's the best gift. Seeing that Wang Hui couldn't wrap his head around it, Jiang Tingting, furious, delivered another deadly chokehold, then blushed and said. This time, she helped Hu Long, causing the Jiang family to pay such a heavy price, all to catch Wang Hui's attention. But ultimately, it was all about being with Wang Hui not just as a girlfriend, but as his wife, just as she had always referred to herself. This isn't just her idea, even Jiang Huan and his wife share the same thoughts. For them, it was certainly not about Wang Hui's wealth. Compared to the Jiang family's trillion-dollar fortune, Wang Hui's billion-dollar net worth might have caused them a momentary flicker of admiration, but it certainly wouldn't have left them in awe. Because back when Wang Hui first pretended to be her boyfriend, the other party never even considered the possibility that Wang Hui was wealthy. Jiang Huan even directly offered him a monthly salary of 10 million yuan to work at the company. All of this clearly indicates that Jiang Huan is not interested in whether a person has money, but rather in their character. She trusts her daughter and cares deeply for her. Whatever her daughter desires, he will do his utmost to grant. As long as the other person isn't morally corrupt, he, Jiang Huan, can accept them. Otherwise, in a family of this caliber, marriages are typically arranged through alliances with other prominent families to form powerful unions. Additionally, Jiang Tingting frequently whispered in Jiang Huan's ear, praising Wang Hui's outstanding qualities. That's why Jiang Huan asked Jiang Tingting to bring Wang Hui home for dinner. Eating was just an excuse. His real purpose was to arrange a marriage for his daughter. If this news were to get out and reach the upper echelons of Beichen City, it would likely send shockwaves through the entire social circle. Who is Jiang Huan? He's the CEO of Huanyu International. Does his daughter even need to worry about finding a husband? If he were to even hint at seeking a son-in-law, the line of suitors would stretch from Beichen all the way to the capital. Chapter 88, is that enough? So when Jiang Tingting made this request, Hu Long, Wang Li, and Chen Shi, who were present, all looked at Wang Hui with envy. Jiang Huan had only 2 daughters, and he doted especially on his younger daughter, Jiang Tingting. Jiang Ziran already has Zimu business, so barring any unforeseen circumstances, the future of Huanyu International will undoubtedly be handed over to Jiang Tingting. Given how much Jiang Tingting cares about Wang Hui, this company will likely also be handed over to him to manage. So this isn't just a simple marriage, it's a marriage that could transform her into a billionaire overnight. For an ordinary person, they would probably be eager to get the wedding over with right away. But what happened next left Hu Long and the others speechless once again. No way. The next second, two voices, one male and one female, appeared simultaneously. The male voice was naturally Wang Hui, who refused without a moment's hesitation. He hadn't even decided who he wanted to date yet, let alone get married. As the saying goes, marriage is the grave of love, and he certainly doesn't want to end up in the grave before he's even tasted the sweetness of love. As for that female voice, who else could it be but Luo Meng, who was fuming beside him? Having been upstaged by Zhang Tingting earlier, she was clearly in a bad mood. Now, Zhang Tingting has taken advantage of this opportunity to help Wang Hui and is blackmailing him into marrying her. How could Luo Meng possibly agree? After all, she also considers Wang Hui to be her lifelong partner. Originally, Luo Meng was still angry, but upon hearing Wang Hui give the same answer as him, her mind began to wander once more. She stubbornly believed that Wang Hui still liked her, even though Zhang Tingting came from a better family, and that he wouldn't be swayed by that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only invited her to soak in the hot springs and not invited Zhang Tingting. Thinking of this, Luo Meng grew even more excited and eagerly anticipated the arrival of nightfall, when he would finally be able to properly reward Wang Hui. Why? Am I not pretty? Have I been unkind to you? Being rejected so ruthlessly by Wang Hui, Zhang Tingting couldn't accept it, and tears welled up in her eyes. Although their relationship had always been a facade, she had long since come to believe it was real. She had also considered the possibility that Wang Hui might reject her, but when he actually said it, she felt an indescribable pain in her heart. I'm sorry. You're beautiful and have been kind to me, but I can't make the decision to marry you right now. I hope you can understand. Wang Hui began to explain with a look of deep regret. He couldn't refuse, because marriage wasn't something to be taken lightly, and Wang Hui wasn't the type to make empty promises. If he had agreed, he would certainly have fulfilled his promise, otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken lightly. Upon hearing Wang Hui's refusal, Zhang Tingting felt slightly better, not because of any personal issues, but because it came as such a sudden surprise. Alright, I respect your decision, but I won't give up. Zhang Tingting nodded, effectively forgiving the other party. She had wanted to speak again, to change the topic from marriage to confirming their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. However, the words were already on the tip of her tongue when she swallowed them back. Zhang Tingting was afraid of hearing the same rejection again. If that happened, she didn't know if she could withstand 2 consecutive blows and collapse. After all, Zhang Tingting had been the apple of her family's eye since birth, treated with the utmost care and affection. She had never experienced such humiliation before, but since the other party was Wang Hui, Zhang Tingting accepted it. If it had been anyone else, daring to treat Zhang Tingting like that, given the Zhang family's influence, that person might have met with an accident, or even vanished without a trace. Everyone, the food is getting cold. Why don't we eat while we chat? Seeing the awkward atmosphere again, Hulong started to organize everyone to eat. At the same time, he found himself increasingly unable to understand his own brother. Previously, Wang Hui had gone from being a struggling writer earning only a few $100,000 a year to a billionaire owning a 40-story office building in the Times Square area. This left Hulong utterly speechless. He didn't know how the other person had done it, because the other person hadn't said anything, and he didn't feel comfortable asking. But just now, Zhang Tingting's identity, and the way she had previously referred to Wang Hui as husband. This led Hulong to speculate that everything Wang Hui had might have been bestowed upon him by the Zhang family. After all, for a family like the Zhang family, which possesses assets worth hundreds of billions, allocating $100 billion to their future son-in-law is not impossible. However, Zhang Tingting's public confession was ruthlessly rejected by Wang Hui. This left Hulong completely baffled. If everything Wang Hui possessed was truly given to him by the other party, he would never dare to speak such words. This proves that everything Wang Hui possesses is uniquely his own. Therefore, Hulong also deeply admires Wang Hui for rejecting Zhang Tingting. Not only does he admire him for creating a fortune of over $100 billion, but he also admires him for not being swayed by money. If Zhang Tingting had said these words to Hulong, he might not have been able to resist the temptation, abandon Wang Li, and follow her, even if it meant becoming a son-in-law. As Hulong spoke, everyone finally began today's meal. In the time that followed, Wang Hui and Gui Tingting became the center of attention. Hulong, Wang Li, and Chen Shi took turns toasting, making the atmosphere increasingly lively. Only Luo Meng was ignored, sitting alone and sulking while eating her meal. While eating, she kept nudging Wang Hui, hoping to get a response from him. But Wang Hui pretended not to notice and continued to follow Hulong, while Zhang Tingting chatted sporadically. It wasn't that Wang Hui didn't want to acknowledge her, he simply dared not. He feared that if he did, it would lead to endless trouble, and he might even end up doing something foolish again. An hour later, everyone was finally full and ready to take a nap. Chen Shi took charge once again, actively leading Wang Hui and the others to help them arrange their rooms. These 3 were all VIP guests, so naturally the best rooms in the hotel were selected for them. Mr. Wang, this floor features the finest rooms in our hotel, and Mr. Hu's room is right next to yours. Would you prefer us to book another room for you, or? Soon, Chen Shi brought Wang Hui to the room door, opened it with a keycard, and asked with a smile. For Chen Shi, neither Wang Hui nor Zhang Tingting were people he could afford to offend. Therefore, they must be treated with the utmost courtesy. However, regarding the room arrangements, he must inquire further. In his opinion, both Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng had special relationships with Wang Hui. Chen Shi could sense something was off, but he didn't know who Wang Hui's real girlfriend was. However, regardless of who she was or wasn't, Wang Hui remained an incredibly impressive person in Chen Shi's eyes. Chapter 89, I Want to Rest with the Uncle. You should know that Jiang Tingting is the young miss of Huanyu International, yet Wang Hui dared to bring another woman along in front of her. Moreover, not only did the two women not come to blows, but they managed to coexist peacefully, which is truly impressive. If Jiang Tingting were just an ordinary person, it would be understandable, given Wang Hui's status and the fact that having two female companions is not uncommon. But for a woman from a billionaire family, how could she possibly share a man with others? If she were to say that out loud, people would probably never believe her and think she was talking nonsense. But this utterly baffling event actually happened right before Chen Shi's eyes. All of this was because of a man named Wang Hui, who made all of this a reality. A man like Wang Hui is truly the pride of all men, and the treatment he receives is what every man aspires to. One room isn't enough. What do you two think? Should we get one room or two? Wang Hui gave Chen Shi a strange look, then turned to Jiang Tingting and asked. From the look in their eyes, he could naturally tell what they were thinking. They probably thought he was planning to sleep with them, so one room would be enough. But Wang Hui wasn't the type to think that way, especially since his neighbors were Hulong and Wang Li, a married couple. Earlier, when Luo Meng came along, he was misunderstood by the other party. If the three of them were staying in the same room, they would be as guilty as if they had jumped into the Yellow River. Therefore, Wang Hui must have taken a room alone, leaving the remaining room for the two women to choose. It remains to be seen whether they will opt for one room each or share a room together. Of course, we should just open another room. Why would we need so many? As soon as Wang Hui finished speaking, before Jiang Tingting could say a word, Luo Meng spoke up first. Wang Hui didn't say anything, but instead looked at Jiang Tingting. After all, Luo Meng couldn't speak for her. Let's just open another one then. I don't mind. Jiang Tingting thought for a moment and agreed. Originally, she had planned to open her own room because she and Luo Meng were just competitors and hadn't become close enough to share a room yet. However, since Luo Meng had already spoken up, Jiang Tingting didn't want to seem too picky. Of course, the main reason was that she didn't want to leave a bad impression on Wang Hui. Mr. Chen, could you please help us open one room? Seeing that Jiang Tingting didn't object, Wang Hui nodded and then said to Chen Shi. Sure, Mr. Wang. Here's the room key. The room is right across from yours. I won't disturb your rest. If you need anything, just give me a call. Chen Shi pointed to the room across the hall, then respectfully handed the room keycard to Wang Hui before turning and leaving. Alright, everyone, take a break for now. We'll go to the hot springs together later. After Chen Shi left, Wang Hui handed the room key directly to Jiang Tingting and reiterated the instructions once more. Just now, Luo Meng finished eating and was clamoring to go to the hot springs, but Wang Hui stopped her. Because whether you're on an empty stomach or full, soaking in a hot spring not only offers no benefits to the body but can also cause adverse reactions. Therefore, the best approach is to rest for an hour after eating, and there should be no issues. Since Wang Hui had brought the other party along, he naturally didn't want anything to go wrong, so he could only suggest taking a short break first. Jiang Tingting nodded, then took the room key card and turned to walk toward the room across the hall. Wang Hui also opened the door and walked inside. But the next second, Luo Meng's actions once again caught everyone off guard. Meng Luo Meng, what are you doing? Two voices, one male and one female, sounded simultaneously. It was Wang Hui and Jiang Tingting. However, Wang Hui's voice carried a hint of confusion, while Jiang Tingting's voice was tinged with anger. Because Jiang Tingting had already used the room keycard to open the door and walked inside, but there was no sign of Luo Meng. She turned around and saw that Luo Meng had actually followed Wang Hui into the room, which made her furious instantly. Wang Hui was naturally puzzled. Shouldn't Luo Meng have followed Jiang Tingting across the street? Why was she following him inside? What for? Of course to rest. Didn't I give you the room key? You have your own room, and I'm sharing with the uncle. Is there a problem? Caught off guard by the two of them, Luo Meng was a bit surprised and explained the situation. When Wang Hui had asked about booking a room earlier, Luo Meng had already decided that she wanted to share a room with him, which is why she had asked him to book another one. She didn't want to stay in the same room with Jiang Tingting, that old aunt, and she certainly didn't want all three of them in one room. How could she fulfill her promise then? Even if Luo Meng were bold, she was still a girl, and she would feel shy. Before she met Wang Hui, she was extremely conservative. Even now, she only acts this way with Wang Hui. If it were another man, Luo Meng would never do such a thing. This is the power of love. It can push people beyond their limits and accomplish things they never thought possible. Plus, Luo Meng had already decided before coming that today wasn't just about soaking in the hot springs, it was also about helping Wang Hui. Originally, she had planned to wait until tonight, but during the dinner gathering earlier, Jiang Tingting's threats toward her grew increasingly intense, prompting her to act swiftly and resolve the matter quickly. Once Wang Hui is happy, he will naturally choose her as his girlfriend, and Luo Meng will no longer have any concerns. What do you think? This isn't just a matter of whether there's a problem, it's a big problem, isn't it? As soon as Luo Meng said this, Wang Hui rolled his eyes. He hadn't expected the other party to speak so boldly. Moreover, judging by the other person's expression, they seemed to think it was perfectly natural, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. If there were no one else around, Wang Hui might not have said anything. At worst, he could just sleep on the floor and let her take advantage of the situation. But now, Hua Tingting across from him had a completely dark expression on her pretty face, on the verge of losing control. Ah, you bastard, Luo Meng, you're so shameless. I'll tear you apart. As expected, Jiang Tingting on the other side couldn't hold back any longer and let out a furious curse before losing her temper completely. Jiang Tingting could swear that, in all her life, Luo Meng was the most shameless woman she had ever encountered. Regardless of whether the other party was pretending to be ignorant this time, she could never tolerate such a thing happening. Even if she had to go in, it would only be her who went in. There was no way this stupid little brat would get the chance. Old woman, what are you doing? Let go of me. I want to rest with the uncle. Uncle, save me. Save me. Chapter 90, Uncle. I want to help you. After being scolded by Jiang Tingting, Luo Meng naturally wouldn't let it go. Just as she was about to retaliate, she felt a hand on her collar, followed by a strong force that pulled her backward repeatedly. Luo Meng turned around and saw that it was none other than Jiang Tingting, who was glaring angrily at her. She tried to struggle free but couldn't shake her off immediately. As she watched Wang Hui grow farther and farther away and the room across the hall grow closer, Luo Meng's expression grew increasingly anxious. He could only curse Jiang Tingting angrily while pleading for help from Wang Hui. Wang Hui saw Luo Meng's pitiful appearance and, for a moment, truly felt an urge to go save her. But he quickly snapped out of it. If he really went to save Luo Meng, Jiang Tingting's anger wouldn't be directed at her anymore, it would be aimed at him instead. So, upon realizing this, Wang Hui could only abandon the idea in terror. Because just now, Jiang Tingting had been holding Luo Meng like a chicken. Although Luo Meng wasn't even 1.6 meters tall, she wasn't skinny either. In fact, she was more on the curvy side. Just those two prominent features alone likely account for a significant portion of her body weight. Although Jiang Tingting is nearly 1.7 meters tall, she is very slender and frail. She couldn't fathom how the other person could unleash such immense strength. It was as if she were Saint Seiya, with her entire cosmos erupting. So the clever Wang Hui didn't provoke the other party. Otherwise, under the other party's burst of inner energy, Wang Hui wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Finally, the shouts grew fainter and fainter until they disappeared completely after the door across the hall was closed. Seeing the door close, Wang Hui sighed helplessly and then walked toward the room. He hadn't expected Luo Meng to become so bold, actually thinking of entering the room alone with him. Luo Meng wasn't afraid that he might suddenly transform into a werewolf under the moonlight and devour her. Wang Hui shook his head and walked into the room. Just as he was about to close the door across the hall opened again. Uncle, save me. If you don't save me, this old woman is going to beat me until my butt is bloody. How am I supposed to help you then? Luo Meng rushed out again, crying like a rain-soaked flower, and pleaded for help from Wang Hui once more. Hey, you dare to run? You little brat, stay put. Otherwise, you'll be in for it. And you, stop staring. Keep your eyes down, or I'll beat you too. Clang. But after running just a few steps, he was caught again by Jiang Tingting, who had rushed out once more. Jiang Tingting pulled the other person back while glaring angrily at Wang Hui, then made a fist toward him, before slamming the door shut and locking it from the inside. It seemed that Jiang Tingting wasn't leaving any room for Luo Meng this time. Just moments ago, after Jiang Tingting dragged Luo Meng inside, she threw him onto the bed, gave him a few swats on the butt, and then issued a warning. But unexpectedly, as soon as Jiang Tingting let go, the other person ran out again. She naturally wouldn't let the other person get away, so she immediately gave chase. Jiang Tingting was already annoyed with Luo Meng, and now seeing Wang Hui still standing at the door, she was even more furious. If it weren't for Wang Hui insisting on coming to this damn manhwa mountain villa to soak in the hot springs, she wouldn't have to put up with this little brat Luo Meng's nonsense. What is even more infuriating for Jiang Tingting is that Wang Hui had been keeping it a secret from her and had planned to bring Luo Meng here without her knowledge. If it weren't for Jiang Tingting inviting him out to dinner and catching them, who knows what they might have gotten up to. Old witch, what do you want? I'll fight you. Luo Meng, who was pulled back again, looked despairingly at the locked door, then charged toward Jiang Tingting. You think you can do anything, you little brat? Since you like witches so much, I'll show you what I can do. Being called that by Luo Meng, Jiang Tingting actually laughed, but her laughter was a bit eerie, sending a chill down one's spine. No, I don't want to see it. Let's just get along peacefully, okay? Luo Meng, who had just run halfway out, was startled by Jiang Tingting's smile and stopped in her tracks. She recalled the scene of being hit earlier, feeling even more anxious. She shook her head quickly and struck a cute pose, pouting. This was Luo Meng's usual tactic. Most people, upon seeing her helplessly adorable expression, wouldn't stay angry. But this time, her target wasn't just anyone, it was someone who despised Lolita. It was precisely because of Luo Meng's cuteness that Wang Hui reacted and Jiang Tingting felt threatened. Hee, peaceful coexistence? Let's fight first. Jiang Tingting saw Luo Meng's spoiled behavior and almost vomited. She then sneered and rolled up her sleeves before walking over. Soon, Luo Meng's cries could be heard echoing through the air. Seeing Jiang Tingting's fierce expression and hearing the screams coming from the room, Wang Hui was so scared that he shrank his neck and quickly closed the door. But after taking just a few steps, he stopped and his expression grew strange. Because he remembered the words Luo Meng had said just before he was taken away for the second time. At first, Wang Hui didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just something Luo Meng had said casually while asking for help. But upon closer reflection, he realized something was off. Because Wang Hui recalled the scene from last night when he had a late-night snack. At that time, Luo Meng, due to a slip of the tongue, offered to blow on her bruised wound, only to be mocked by everyone else. However, later on, Luo Meng leaned over and whispered to Wang Hui, saying that if he really wanted to, she could actually help him. This was exactly what Luo Meng had said when she was seeking help earlier. At this thought, Wang Hui couldn't stay calm and couldn't help but swallow hard. As mentioned earlier, although Wang Hui was a man of integrity, he was also a young man full of vigor and passion. Over the past few days, he has been teased repeatedly by Huya, Luo Meng, and Wei Si. He had already reached his breaking point. Otherwise, he wouldn't have turned down the business deal and agreed to go with Hulong to soak in the hot springs and relax. The purpose was to calm himself down and stop thinking about these criminal thoughts. But now, after Luo Meng said that, regardless of whether the other person was telling the truth or not, Wang Hui's mind began to wander. If it weren't inconvenient right now, Wang Hui would have felt an urge to go over and ask Luo Meng directly, to find out exactly what the other person meant. Never mind, I'm a person with a system, after all. How could I act so lowly? Wang Hui eventually dismissed the idea, walked into the bathroom, splashed some cold water on his face, and tried to calm down. After rinsing with cold water, Wang Hui felt slightly better and lay down on the bed to sleep. The fighting in the room across the hall continued for some time before finally coming to an end. Chapter 91, What are you going to help him with? Luo Meng glared at Jiang Tingting with a look of grievance, then massaged his own drum with one hand. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, she couldn't remember how many times she had been hit by Jiang Tingting, who had transformed into an old witch. At first, Luo Meng refused to accept it, believing she had been ambushed by Jiang Tingting and caught off guard. So, once she regained her composure, she prepared to launch a counterattack. However, Luo Meng ultimately couldn't overcome the disparity in height and strength, and was defeated time and again. At first, Jiang Tingting didn't do much, but she gave Luo Meng a few light slaps on the buttocks. However, Luo Meng's counterattack completely enraged Jiang Tingting, and from then on, Jiang Tingting really started treating Luo Meng like an adult dealing with a misbehaving child. She slapped her repeatedly, hard, until her hand hurt, and Luo Meng was crying uncontrollably before Jiang Tingting finally stopped. Luo Meng was filled with regret. She never imagined that the seemingly delicate Jiang Tingting could be so terrifying when she lost her temper. She had thought her feisty personality would allow her to overpower the other person, but in the end, the other person was unharmed, while her own butt was burning with pain. All she could do now was hope that Wang Hui would come soon to rescue her from this witch's clutches. Luo Meng's companion, Jiang Tingting, appeared calm on the surface, but her mind was as turbulent as a storm, unable to calm down for a long time. Seeing the spoiled and headstrong Luo Meng being thoroughly subdued by her, she too felt surprised. This was the first time in her life she had ever gotten into a physical altercation with someone, and she never imagined she could be so formidable, managing to knock out a woman of her own age. This would have been unthinkable in the past. After all, she came from a distinguished family and had received a proper education. How could she possibly resort to physical violence like a vulgar woman? What's worse, she didn't do it for any important reason, she was just fighting over a man with another woman. If this gets out, it'll probably leave the wealthy young men who once pursued her speechless. Because in their eyes, Jiang Tingting has always been an unattainable goddess. While they appear exceptionally outstanding to others, in Jiang Tingting's eyes, they are no different from ordinary passers-by. She doesn't even bother to glance at them twice. Such a goddess would never do something so outrageous for a man. Even if Jiang Huan were to find out about this, despite his unconditional love for Jiang Tingting, he would never allow his daughter to compete with another woman for a man. That would be a tremendous disgrace for him and for the entire Jiang family. Therefore, even now, Jiang Huan remains unaware that, aside from Jiang Tingting, there are other women in Wang Hui's life. Because Jiang Tingting liked Wang Hui, even if the women around him annoyed her, she wouldn't be foolish enough to complain about it in front of Jiang Huan. Instead, she would only speak highly of Wang Hui in front of Jiang Huan, praising him for his kindness and excellence. Because if Jiang Huan were to discover that Wang Hui is a playboy, given Jiang Huan's temper, he would certainly fly into a rage. At that point, it wouldn't be as simple as just separating the two and keeping them apart. If necessary, he might even resort to using his own power to make Wang Hui vanish from the face of the earth. Just thinking about this possibility made Jiang Tingting even more afraid. She knew she had fallen in love with Wang Hui, and she absolutely couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to him. That's why she had voluntarily suggested at the dinner party that Wang Hui come to her house to propose marriage. Once the two are married, those women will naturally stop harassing Wang Hui. Even if Jiang Huan finds out about Wang Hui's past, it won't matter. He would spare them out of consideration for their marriage and not pursue the matter further. For these wealthy families, getting divorced shortly after marriage would undoubtedly become a major source of embarrassment. In this way, not only did it resolve the crisis Wang Hui faced from Jiang Huan, but it also brought him happiness. However, to her complete surprise, Wang Hui publicly rejected her despite the mutually beneficial nature of the arrangement. However, Jiang Tingting wouldn't give up. It wasn't just for herself, but also for the other person. From that moment on, she silently prepared herself in her heart. In the days that followed, she had to take action. Her happiness was something she had to fight for herself. Have you had enough? Do you want me to give you a massage? Seeing Luo Meng still staring at her, Jiang Tingting said with a displeased expression. What kind of skill is that? What happened to fair competition? Luo Meng snorted coldly, speaking with dissatisfaction. Oh, you have the nerve to say that? You snuck into Wang Hui's room by yourself. What were you trying to do? Is that what you call fairness? Hearing Luo Meng talk about fairness, Jiang Tingting was once again so angry she burst into laughter. I really don't know if the other person is genuinely stupid or just pretending to be stupid. How could they say such a thing? If Jiang Tingting hadn't acted first, who knows what kind of trouble the two of them would have gotten into inside. If something were to happen between the two of them, Jiang Tingting would be completely out of the picture. She would never let Luo Meng get away with it, because the moment Wang Hui refused earlier, Jiang Tingting had already made up her mind. To make a man fall deeply in love with a woman, you must capture his heart, making him think of only you and no other woman. To keep a man's heart, besides keeping his stomach satisfied, the only way is to give him the best and most precious things you have. For Jiang Tingting, that most precious gift was undoubtedly the thing she had guarded for over 20 years. Therefore, Jiang Tingting has already made up her mind to give her most precious first time to Wang Hui. She believes that it will surely move him at that moment. Originally, Jiang Tingting hadn't planned to implement this plan so quickly, as the two of them were currently only considered good friends of the opposite sex. They should at least become boyfriend and girlfriend before doing such things, so it would feel more natural. However, it seems impossible now because Luo Meng has already taken action. Regardless of whether the other person feels the same way, Jiang Tingting feels threatened. Therefore, she decided to act now rather than wait for a better opportunity. She planned to use this hot spring trip as an opportunity to elevate herself. What else could she do? She was just going to help the old man. When asked this by the other person, Luo Meng blurted out his true thoughts without thinking. When she realized what she had said, Jiang Tingting had already turned to look at her with a puzzled expression. Help the old man? Say, what do you want to help him with? Luo Meng didn't say anything, but as soon as he did, Jiang Tingting's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately pressed him again. Chapter 92, Jiang Tingting's Ace in the Hole. Actually, whether Luo Meng answered or not, Jiang Tingting already had a pretty good idea in her heart. Because she could tell something was off from the expression on the other person's face. Luo Meng said this without realizing it himself. However, Jiang Tingting saw everything clearly. Luo Meng's face was now as red as an apple. If it was just a simple favor, was such a reaction really necessary? At that moment, Jiang Tingting finally understood that Luo Meng had already had the same thoughts as her. However, the Luo Meng before her was not only bold but also shameless. To actually say such a shameful thing out loud, especially in front of a woman. If it were her, she would probably have dug a hole in the ground and crawled into it by now. At the same time, Jiang Tingting began to harbor some resentment toward Wang Hui. Because Wang Hui had dared to put on a show in front of her. If she hadn't brought Luo Meng back at that moment, the two of them might have already run off together. Why did Jiang Tingting think that? It was because she also recalled the scene earlier where Luo Meng had pleaded for help from Wang Hui. At the time, she remembered how she had beaten Luo Meng several times, but in a moment of inattention, Luo Meng had pushed her away and then turned to Wang Hui, telling him to save her. She also said that if he didn't save her, how could she help him afterward? Under normal circumstances, if it were only Luo Meng speaking, Jiang Tingting wouldn't think too much of it. However, at that time, Wang Hui had been standing at the door for so long without closing it, and he kept staring at her side. His intentions were clear, he was waiting for Luo Meng to come over. Therefore, Jiang Tingting believes that Wang Hui must have discussed this with Luo Meng in advance, otherwise, how could Luo Meng have said that they would only open one more room at that time? Then, without saying another word, she handed over the room key and said she wanted to rest with Wang Hui. Although Wang Hui also looked surprised, Jiang Tingting believed that he was just putting on a show. From the moment Wang Hui kept it a secret from her and brought Luo Meng to the hot springs, it was clear that the two had a secret they couldn't reveal. The more she thought about it, the angrier Jiang Tingting became. She really wanted to rush over and confront Wang Hui. Is Luo Meng really that good? Besides having a smaller bust than Luo Mang, isn't she better than her in every other way? Wait, Jiang Tingting suddenly remembered that there was one thing she wasn't like Luo Mang, she wasn't a Lolita. Earlier, when Luo Mang mentioned that Wang Hui liked this, she had still been skeptical. However, now all signs point to Wang Hui being a genuine lolicon, otherwise, how could he have lost to the other person? No, I can't give up like this. If Luo Mang can do it, so can I. It's time to bring out my trump card. You'll be in for a big surprise. Although she was at a disadvantage in terms of natural talent compared to Luo Mang, Jiang Tingting wasn't the type to give up easily. She had already prepared a backup plan, but she didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. Thinking about the power of that trump card, Jiang Tingting's brows relaxed, and she couldn't help but smile. Old witch, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, okay? Luo Mang looked at Jiang Tingting, who was smiling foolishly in front of her, and pushed her arm, asking. Originally, Luo Mang was still headache from blurting out the secret and being interrogated by Jiang Tingting. Although Luo Mang seemed mischievous, she was straightforward in nature. She can't keep a secret, which is why she blurted out her thoughts when the other person casually asked her a question. That is why Luo Mang was so frustrated she couldn't think of a good excuse to explain what kind of help she was offering, and she couldn't come up with a decent one on the spot. However, seeing Jiang Tingting's expression growing increasingly grim, Luo Mang had already come up with a plan. That was to keep quiet no matter what. Since she couldn't think of anything else, Luo Mang didn't bother trying anymore. At worst, she'd just take a few more hits from Jiang Tingting. After all, she'd already been beaten up, so a few more hits wouldn't make a difference. Then Luo Mang just kept staring at Jiang Tingting, waiting for her to make her move. But she never expected Jiang Tingting's expression to suddenly change, startling her. She could see Jiang Tingting furrowing her brows at times, then flaring up in anger, and finally breaking into an inexplicable smile. Her expression was as strange as it could possibly be, even more so than when Jiang Tingting had transformed into an old witch and left Luo Mang feeling unsettled. In that split second, Luo Mang even suspected that Jiang Tingting had seen through his secret and couldn't accept the truth, so she had gone mad. Otherwise, how could she have turned into this? Logically speaking, if Jiang Tingting had really gone mad, Luo Mang should have been happy. After all, she had lost a strong competitor. However, Luo Mang still felt a bit uneasy. First, she had been alone with Jiang Tingting in the same room. If anything were to happen to her, she would definitely be implicated. Secondly, if Wang Hui finds out about this, how will he view her? Even if it wasn't something Luo Mang did intentionally, it was still caused by her. At that time, even without Jiang Tingting as a rival, based on Luo Mang's understanding of Wang Hui, she would never have accepted him. I'm fine, mind your own business. After being pushed aside by Luo Mang, Jiang Tingting was brought back to reality. She glared at the other person before turning away and ignoring them. As for the previous answer, I already had my mind made up, so there was no need to ask again. Seeing that Jiang Tingting was okay, Luo Mang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the doorbell rang. It must be the uncle. I'll go answer the door. Hearing the doorbell ring, Luo Mang rushed toward the front door as if she had seen his savior. However, as she ran, she glanced back at Jiang Tingting, afraid that she might do the same as before and drag her back inside. Jiang Tingting had already come up with a plan and naturally wouldn't try to stop her anymore. The door opened, and Wang Hui appeared at the entrance. Uncle, you finally arrived. If you had come a moment later, you wouldn't have seen me. Just now, the old witch saw Wang Hui appear. Luo Mang's eyes welled up with tears, and she immediately hugged him, pointing at the room where she was about to report him. But before she could finish speaking, she noticed Jiang Tingting's hostile gaze fixed on her, which startled Luo Mang into swallowing her words. Seeing that the two of them had been arguing for an hour and still hadn't settled, Wang Hui was also at a loss. Enough, stop arguing. Let's go soak in the hot springs. Wang Hui patted Luo Mang, who was clinging to him, and spoke up. Yay, finally we can soak in the hot springs. Luo Mang, who had been crying just a moment ago, instantly brightened up upon hearing the words hot springs. Jiang Tingting, who was walking toward Wang Hui, also lit up, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Watching Luo Mang's unpredictable mood swings, Wang Hui couldn't help but sigh helplessly. This Luo Mang didn't act like a 22-year-old girl at all, she was clearly just a little girl. However, Wang Hui knew that this little girl was no ordinary girl. When it came to flirting, her charm was absolutely irresistible. Chapter 93, Natural Hot Springs. Under Qin Chi's personal guidance, Wang Hui led Jiang Tingting and Luo Mang toward the hot spring. Along the way, they also met up with Hu Long and Wang Li. The hot spring area is located behind the central villa. Upon entering, one discovers a hidden gem within. This villa is truly astonishingly large. Everything inside is made of wood. Even the teacups used for drinking water are exquisite little wooden bowls. Hu Long was a bit surprised. Mr. Chen, these are all made of wood. Won't they get damp in this weather? Chen Qi's face lit up with a proud smile. Mr. Hu, these aren't ordinary pieces of wood. They're all rare ancient woods that I and several shareholders personally commissioned from deep in the mountains. When you walked in, you probably noticed that the temperature inside is much warmer than outside. That's because the entire house is constructed using this type of wood, and its greatest advantage is that it stays warm in winter and cool in summer. Regarding this, Wang Hui also laughed it off. It seemed that Chen Shi had put in a lot of effort at this hot spring. He heard someone coming in. Several maids emerged from the villa, all of them pure, beautiful, and young, and each one was extremely docile and obedient. Chen Shi hurriedly instructed, "Take the honored guests to the hot spring pool in the back. Also, find a few coats and have them ready nearby." The maids obediently followed his instructions and began to act as guides. Since the hot spring area was separated by gender, therefore, under the reluctant gazes of Luo Meng and Jiang Tingting, Wang Hui and Hu Long entered the men's section. Chen Shi followed closely behind. After changing into shorts, they followed the obedient maids to the back of the villa. In the fragrant backyard garden, there stood a small, half-finished rockery. A large open-air hot spring pool lies quietly within it. Wang Hui and Hu Long, along with the others, had just climbed onto the artificial hill when they felt the heat hitting them in the face. Walking forward, they saw the clear, flowing hot spring pool spread out before them. The misty steam rose gently, creating a scene of ethereal beauty. It envelopes everything around it, making it seem like a fairyland. The hot spring water is extremely clear. With the sound of splashing water, countless small streams flow down from the low rocks beside the pool and into the pool. The water temperature was very pleasant, and the pool was roughly half the size of a basketball court. Looking up, one could see the vast, azure night sky, making the experience truly delightful. The water temperature is just right for people, and the water is naturally pure. Over the years, the rocks at the bottom of the pool have dissolved minerals into the water, which are highly beneficial for human health. A young, attractive maid stood by the hot spring pool and voluntarily explained the situation to Wang Hui and the others. Actually, Chen Shi already knew all of this. After all, he is the boss here. But the maid was professionally trained and could introduce things better than him, a big fat guy. Wang Hui took a look at the maid. She was indeed quite pretty. Though she couldn't compare to Jiang Tingting or Wei Si, she had her own unique beauty. Moreover, after they had changed their clothes, the maids also donned snow-white bathrobes. As they moved about, a fragrant scent wafted through the air. "Thank you, we'll manage on our own. You can go back now. It would be best if you could prepare something to drink," Wang Hui said with a smile. The beautiful maid smiled sweetly. "All right, I'll go prepare it right away. When the guests are ready to bathe, please let us serve them. It's our duty." At the same time, Chen Shi nodded in satisfaction and said, "Mr. Wang, Mr. Hu, please don't refuse. This is a special service of our hot spring. You should go with the local customs." Wang Hui scratched his head. Special service? If Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng found out, what would happen? He cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Chen, I appreciate your kindness, but I'll pass. However, I still prefer to shower without the presence of the opposite sex." Upon hearing this, Chen Shi didn't know what to say either. He didn't dare to force Wang Hui either. At that moment, the beautiful maid and the few sisters behind her burst into laughter. "All right, you two stay here and take your time. We'll wait outside. If anything happens, just call me, and I'll call Iching." After saying that, she gathered her bathrobe and left with her sisters. Wang Hui was experiencing this natural hot spring for the first time. He had bathed in hot springs before, but those were all man-made. Compared to this natural hot spring, the difference in experience is immediately apparent. Hu Long saw that the maids had all left and seemed a bit reluctant to leave. However, upon remembering that his girlfriend was also nearby, he didn't say much more. He was the first to jump in, and it felt amazing. The gentle spring water was so comfortable it made him want to go crazy. It feels like countless beautiful women are gently massaging you. Every pore in your body feels utterly refreshed. Hui Zi, come down and try it. This feeling is indescribable. It makes me want to open a hot spring resort. Hu Long hurriedly called out to Wang Hui. Wang Hui smiled and jumped down after him. Don't let the steam rising from the water fool you. The water wasn't hot at all, just the perfect temperature for a comfortable swim. Wang Hui and Hu Long each found a comfortable spot to sit down and didn't want to move. They let the gentle spring water envelop them, flowing slowly. Wang Hui had been like this ever since he obtained the system. He has been extremely busy every day and has not had a chance to rest properly. Plus, I had to rush over here this morning while the two little girls were playing around. Actually, he was already very tired. Lying in the hot spring, he was about to fall asleep. Seeing that no one was speaking, Chen Shi hesitated to speak. Because he really wanted to rent a few office spaces from Wang Hui. He sighed. Chen Shi could only lean back against a rock and remain silent. He glanced at Wang Hui, who had his eyes closed. He shook his head. He simply covered his face with a bath towel and gently closed his eyes. He was thinking about how to get Wang Hui to rent a few office spaces for himself. Meanwhile, on Hu Long's side, it was because Wang Hui had helped him resolve a major issue. For a moment, his body relaxed and he felt even more refreshed. He found himself floating on the water's surface, fast asleep. Wang Hui lay in the hot spring, opened his eyes, and quietly gazed at the stars filling the sky. At that moment, they were deep in the mountains. Therefore, the Milky Way in the sky was almost completely visible. The stars in the sky, like ants, twinkle with faint light. This suddenly gave Wang Hui an extremely unreal feeling. If he hadn't obtained the system. Are you still frantically typing away at your computer right now? Shaking your head. But faint laughter from a girl could be heard in the distance. Chapter 94, The Bold Luo Meng. It was obvious. The men's hot spring area is right next to the women's hot spring area. And the sound of voices coming from nearby was unmistakable. It was Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng. Wang Hui coughed awkwardly and whispered, "Keep your voices down." It wasn't that he was afraid of his own reaction. It's just that such a private topic between two women, if overheard by others, wouldn't be appropriate. The two women recognized it as Wang Hui's voice. They immediately stopped arguing. Wang Hui sighed. Ah, this rare moment of peace and quiet. Wang Hui lay there thinking about many things, and finally a wave of fatigue washed over him. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. However, just as he closed his eyes, he faintly heard what sounded like the low growl of some wild beast echoing from the mountains. After taking a bath, Wang Hui and Hu Long got up one after another. Under Chen Qi's arrangements, they had another late-night meal. Various mountain specialties were brought to the table, clearly prepared with great care by Chen Qi. "Mr. Chen, while I was soaking in the hot spring earlier, I seemed to hear what sounded like wild beasts howling in the mountains." Wang Hui, sandwiched between Luo Meng and Jiang Tingting on either side, suddenly spoke up. "Of course there are wild beasts. How could there be none in the mountains?" Before Chen Qi could speak, Hu Long interjected quickly. Chen Qi paused for a moment before saying, "If Mr. Wang and Mr. Hu are interested, I'll have someone take you into the mountains later. If you're lucky, you'll not only see wild deer and wild pheasants, but even wild bears, wild boars, and antelopes. In other words, if you're skilled enough, you might even be able to bring back a couple of them. Actually, this is just one of the unique features of Manhwa Mountain Villa." Wang Hui smiled and said, "Let's just forget about it. It's better not to disrupt the ecological balance." He really wanted to go hunting, but upon hearing about wild boars and bears, he gave up the idea. He was there to relax, not specifically to hunt. A wild chicken or rabbit is acceptable, but fighting wild boars and bears? That's what you call having nothing better to do. Generally speaking, only spoiled second-generation kids would do something like that. Although they don't want to go hunting. But Wang Hui still went hunting under the nagging of Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng. He finally agreed to drive them up the winding mountain road for a spin. As for what these two girls were thinking, he had no idea at all. Hu Long, however, stated that he just wanted to go to sleep immediately and had not been involved. Noticing Hu Long's glance, Chen Qi naturally understood. In the end, the only ones willing to go for a drive were Wang Hui, Jiang Tingting, and Luo Meng. As the saying goes, you can't run fast enough to catch a horse. It took over an hour to drive to the top of the mountain. It was precisely because the sky was growing darker that Wang Hui was driving at a steady speed. As soon as the car came to a stop, the two girls got out of the car first. "Wow, it's so beautiful. Yeah, you can't see such a beautiful night sky in the city." Listening to the chatter, Wang Hui's lips curled slightly. These two young ladies rarely agree on anything. They stepped on the hood and plopped down on the roof. Wang Hui also looked up at the Milky Way. Since there was no signal at the summit, the two girls' hopes of posting on their social media were naturally dashed. After quickly snapping a few photos, the two of them ended up sitting side by side next to Wang Hui. Leaning against Wang Hui's shoulder, they both fell asleep one after the other. She sighed. Wang Hui directly woke the two of them up. "It's easy to catch a cold sleeping outside at night. Let me take you back." Saying this, he jumped down from the roof and climbed into the driver's seat. The two women saw this and naturally followed closely behind. As the saying goes, it's easy to climb a mountain but hard to descend. It took an hour to climb up, but it took nearly 2 hours to descend. By the time they arrived at the mountain lodge, it was already 11 o'clock. After watching the two women enter the room, Wang Hui stretched lazily and returned to his own room. Just as Wang Hui closed his eyes, a rustling sound came from the door. Ha! The wooden door was pushed open. Wang Hui's heart sank, and he was about to stand up. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his back. Someone had embraced him. "Uncle, I can't sleep alone." The voice I heard was Luo Meng's. Wang Hui's face twisted. "Aren't you sharing a room with Jiang Tingting?" Because Luo Meng was holding him so tightly, his heartbeat quickened. Upon hearing Wang Hui's confusion, Luo Meng, however, dismissed it with a shrug. "It's not like it's a bed. Why would I be afraid? This is my first time sleeping outside." Feeling the warm fragrance wafting from her hair, Wang Hui swallowed hard. "Let go first, okay? You're holding me so tightly, I can't sleep. You're holding me so tightly, I can't sleep." In the darkness, Luo Meng paused for a moment before slowly loosening her arms, though they still remained wrapped around Wang Hui, just not as tightly as before. She said slyly, "Is this okay now?" Wang Hui sighed in relief and straightened his body as best he could. But by the moonlight, he could clearly see Luo Meng's expression at that moment. Her big, fluttering eyes were absolutely beautiful, staring intently at him. Wang Hui's heart skipped a beat. He cleared his throat and said, "Let's go to sleep." He knew that this girl was soft-hearted and wouldn't take no for an answer. If he really wanted to send her back to her room, it would definitely alarm Jiang Tingting. If Jiang Tingting came running over upon hearing the commotion, he'd never get any sleep. Luo Mang let out a soft cry, as if to agree. Wang Hui nodded. He began to calm the pounding in his heart. However, just at that moment, Luo Meng's leg had landed on Wang Hui's body. "You." Wang Hui's heart tightened once more. "What's wrong with me? I just like to move my hands and feet around when I sleep. I'm used to it at home." Faced with Luo Meng's stubbornness, Wang Hui couldn't bring himself to scold her. He could only turn his head away in protest. Luo Meng, however, took advantage of the situation. Not only did he not take his foot off, but he even turned into an octopus. His head was resting on Wang Hui's chest. Poor Wang Hui, such a young man full of vigor and vitality. Under Luo Meng's deliberate teasing, several times, he almost lost control. "Can you please stop doing that?" Wang Hui spoke heavily, sounding somewhat angry. He turned his head and happened to lock eyes with Luo Meng. The distance between their heads was no more than 5 centimeters. Luo Meng blinked her beautiful big eyes. How about it? She looked utterly adorable. Wang Hui swallowed again. "I'm only in my 20s. Luo Meng nodded and said earnestly, "I know, I'm the same. I'm afraid I can't handle it." Wang Hui's lips twitched, and he spoke with gritted teeth. Luo Meng just giggled, "Then don't make yourself suffer. I didn't ask you to." As she spoke, she even leaned in closer. "That's so unfair." Wang Hui's mind was already in complete disarray at this point. He couldn't spare a thought for anything else. "You brought this on yourself." The words fell silent. He actually leaned his head forward. Chapter 95, Not to be outdone. As soon as Jiang Tingting returned to her room, she drifted off to sleep. However, she had the habit of getting up in the middle of the night to drink hot water. That's why it's only been 2 hours. She woke up again. After groggily turning on the bedside lamp, Jiang Tingting felt a sudden pang in her heart. What about Luo Meng? Isn't she sleeping on the bed next to you? How did she suddenly disappear? Suddenly, a sense of foreboding began to spread through Jiang Tingting's heart. Could that dead girl Luo Meng have gone to find Wang Hui? It was obvious from the daytime. Luo Meng, that stinky little sister, doesn't have a shred of contractual spirit. Everyone agreed to compete fairly. But Luo Meng is always trying to pull tricks. Thinking of this, Jiang Tingting's drowsiness vanished instantly. We can't let her get away with it. Then, she timidly rummaged through her bag and pulled out a set of clothes to change into. This was the maid outfit she had specially customized to win over Luo Meng. Although she's not very used to wearing this outfit. But when she thought of Luo Meng possibly succeeding, she couldn't care less. She put the clothes on directly. Jiang Tingting closed the door and went out. Her room and Luo Meng's room were right next to Wang Hui's room. That's why she only took a few steps. She stopped. Because it seemed like strange sounds were coming from inside the room. It's Luo Meng's voice. Not long after, the sounds inside suddenly stopped. Luo Meng felt his way to his feet. He limped toward the door. Jiang Tingting was startled and quickly hid behind the staircase at the corner. Seeing Luo Meng walk back to their room, Jiang Tingting finally let out a sigh of relief. Just then, the sound of Wang Hui's voice suddenly reached his ears. "Tingting, what are you doing here?" To be honest, Wang Hui felt a bit awkward. He had just gotten up to take a shower, but unexpectedly ran into Jiang Tingting at the corner. Looking at the tear stains still on Jiang Tingting's face, a sense of guilt that she couldn't quite put into words welled up in her heart. "Wang Hui, do you not like me?" Jiang Tingting's voice was a bit hoarse. Wang Hui paused for a moment. He had been imagining what Jiang Tingting might say, but he never expected her to ask that. He snapped back to reality. Wang Hui shook his head hurriedly and said, "How could that be? Tingting, you're so beautiful." Jiang Tingting heard this and her eyes lit up. "Really?" Wang Hui sighed helplessly, "It's truer than gold." He paused for a moment and added, "I swear." Jiang Tingting quickly stopped crying and smiled. "Then tell me, who's prettier, me or Luo Meng?" "Wang Hui. Of course you're beautiful. Anyway, Luo Meng isn't around, so how could he possibly fall for such a trap?" Jiang Tingting's eyes sparkled even more. "Then how did you end up with Luo Meng?" Wang Hui scratched his head and said in a rather helpless tone, "She suddenly barged in at midnight, and I'm just a young man full of vigor." "Alright, don't say anymore." Jiang Tingting's expression changed instantly, and she began to tear up again, saying, "I know, but I'm your girlfriend, right?" Seeing that Wang Hui didn't respond, Jiang Tingting hurriedly said, "Your parents have already agreed that I'm your girlfriend." Wang Hui slapped his head. So we weren't just pretending before? It seemed as though he had guessed Wang Hui's thoughts. Jiang Tingting threw herself into Wang Hui's arms. I don't care, I'm your girlfriend. At that moment, Wang Hui could barely make out the scene in the dim light. It turned out that Jiang Tingting was still wearing the maid outfit that men had always dreamed of. Your clothes. I just wanted to wear them for you, Jiang Tingting said with a blushing face. She didn't care about anything else at that moment. Jiang Tingting knew she was already behind Luo Meng, and if she didn't seize the opportunity now, it would be too late. She feared that Luo Meng would permanently take Wang Hui away from her. Thinking of this, Jiang Tingting raised her head and looked intently into Wang Hui's eyes and said, I want to be like Luo Meng too. Is that okay? This question, which came straight from her soul, left Wang Hui momentarily at a loss for words. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't accept such a thing. But at that moment, Jiang Tingting, however, tiptoed on her toes. Let me be your girlfriend, your real girlfriend. The next day, Wang Hui slowly opened his eyes. Jiang Tingting beside him seemed to have quietly slipped back into her own room. Last night's two incidents were simply too wild. Wang Hui is still feeling a bit exhausted even now. He stretched lazily. Wang Hui got dressed. He ran straight to the next room. Time to get up, we should head back. Open the door. Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng were both fast asleep. And Luo Meng was still hugging a pillow and calling out to uncle. This made Wang Hui feel a bit embarrassed. He sighed. Wang Hui forcibly woke the two women up. He then walked straight toward the exit. Hu Long and Wang Li seemed to have gotten up early. They were having breakfast. Chen Qi is also there. However, as soon as he saw Wang Hui coming over, he looked at Wang Hui with longing eyes. Mr. Wang, good morning. Wang Hui nodded at him, naturally aware of his intentions. If you really want to rent an office in Times Square, I can rent a floor for you. Chen Qi paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. Mr. Wang, I'd love to rent a floor too, but the funds aren't available. Working with a few people on this hot spring resort project, besides the manpower and resources, just smoothing out the relationships cost a fortune. How could he possibly afford the price for a single floor at this point? Wang Hui thought for a moment and asked, how many people are you partnering with for this manhwa mountain villa? 3. Chen Qi hurriedly replied, I hold a 25% stake. Wang Hui hummed in response and continued, alright, I'll rent the entire office floor to you rent-free for 5 years, but you must transfer your 5% stake in manhwa mountain villa to me. How does that sound? Chen Qi heard this and paused for a moment, then began to calculate with his fingers. In this day and age, the monthly rent for a floor of an office building is over 300,000 yuan, and the annual rent is less than 4 million yuan. Over 5 years, that's 20 million in rent. Is it worth it to buy a 5% stake in manhwa mountain villa for 20 million? From a long-term perspective, it is definitely not worth it. But as soon as Chen Qi thought about Wang Hui's background and connections, he immediately nodded in agreement. Mr. Wang, if you're in Beichin City this afternoon, I'll come straight over to sign the contract with you. Chapter 96, Sir. At this moment, Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng also came out. However, as they walked, they seemed a bit awkward. Hu Long and Wang Li, standing nearby, noticed this immediately. Chen Qi caught a glimpse of it and secretly gave Wang Hui a thumbs up. No wonder he's Mr. Wang, he's really impressive. Wang Hui ignored the strange glances from Hu Long and the others. However, Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng couldn't help but blush. They both recalled the absurd events of last night. Cough, cough, hurry up and eat breakfast. I have to go back to Beichin. Wang Hui's voice broke the awkward silence. Luo Meng, however, shot Jiang Tingting a defiant glance. It was clear that she had no idea that Jiang Tingting had also gone to see Wang Hui last night. However, at this moment, Jiang Tingting wasn't arguing with Luo Meng. After breakfast, she climbed into the Hummer like a little wife. After Wang Hui drove the two women home, it was already nearing noon. Wang Hui paused for a moment. He then took out 2 business cards from his upper pocket. One was for Duanmu Jinji, and the other was for Tu Lisha. He first called Tu Lisha. Hello, is this Ms. Tu? This is Wang Hui. Obviously, Tu Lisha had a deep impression of Wang Hui. Mr. Wang, hello, would you like to make a reservation? Yes, please book a private room for me. I'll be bringing some people along for dinner. Sure, Mr. Wang. I'll book the private room for you. Would you like to book the Xingyue Pavilion private room like last time? Sure. You can arrange the dishes as you see fit. As for the wine, we can discuss that when I arrive. Wang Hui always remembered that Duanmu Jinji seemed to like tea, and for a moment he wasn't sure if Duanmu Jinji drank alcohol. After hanging up the phone with Tu Lisha, Wang Hui called Duanmu Jinji again. Unlike Tu Lisha, who answered the phone immediately, Indumi Jin's phone rang several times before he finally answered. Finally, it connected. Duanmu Jin's lazy voice sounded on the phone. Hello, who is this? Wang Hui smiled and said, Mr. Duanmu, it's Wang Hui. I'm the young man who listened to you talk about antiques the other day. Duanmu Jinzi paused for a moment. So it was you, young man? What's the matter? Wang Hui hummed in response and said, I still want to discuss the antique matter with you. Are you available now? Why don't we have dinner together? If it's okay with you, I'll drive over to pick you up right now. Duanmu Jinji smiled helplessly and said, Alright, I'll be at the store. Come over. Wang Hui heard this and immediately replied, Alright, sir, I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hui got into his car and drove straight toward the Times direction. Not long after, we arrived. Wang Hui parked the car by the roadside and hurried to Duanmu Jinji's shop. Mr. Duanmu, I'm here. Duanmu Jinji was drinking tea. Upon seeing Wang Hui arrive, he stood up and asked, Where are you planning to take me for dinner? Wang Hui smiled and said, We'll know once we get there. After helping Duanmu Jinji into the car, Duanmu Jinji joked, No wonder you're so generous, over 200,000 yuan. So you're a rich kid after all. Wang Hui sighed helplessly, I'm no rich kid. With your abilities, Mr. Duanmu, you should know my background well enough, shouldn't you? Wang Hui's question left Duanmu Jinji speechless. Because Duanmu Jinji had indeed investigated Wang Hui. At first, he merely thought Wang Hui was an interesting young man. Later, after deciding to take him as a disciple, he began to investigate Wang Hui. After all, as a disciple of Duanmu Jin, he wasn't someone who would accept just anyone. And why did Wang Hui invite Duanmu Jin to dinner this time? This is actually an opportunity. When it comes to making money, Wang Hui isn't short on money. He also doesn't want to make a living by appraising antique artifacts. What he cares about is, it's Endo Jinji himself. It's the connections that Duanmu Jinji has. Because he had casually mentioned the surname Duanmu to Wei Si. Wei Si, of course, had nothing to hide from Wang Hui. Therefore, in Wei Si's introduction, Wang Hui was surprised to discover the identity of this Endo Jinji was highly unusual. Moreover, Duanmu Jinji has shown signs of wanting to take me as his disciple. Therefore, Wang Hui suddenly contacted Duanmu Jinji and invited him to dinner. All of this was actually done with a specific purpose in mind. However, Duanmu Jinji not only did not object but also praised him, saying, Very good. You truly are the kind of person I want to take as my disciple. Duanmu Jinji's praise was sincere. Because Wang Hui knows what it means to go with the flow. This point, he was very satisfied with. In the car, Duanmu Jinji deliberately changed the subject and started talking about antiques with Wang Hui again. Wang Hui listened humbly. From time to time, he would raise a question or two. Overall, the atmosphere was fairly harmonious. Not long after, the Hummer pulled up at the clubhouse Wang Hui had reserved. This made Duanmu Jinji look at him with newfound respect. Hey, you're actually a member of this club? He naturally knew the rule that only members could make reservations. Because Duanmu Jinji himself was a member of this restaurant. And as soon as he walked in, upon seeing Duanmu Jinji, Tu Lisha couldn't help but flash a look of surprise on her face. Mr. Duan, you're here too? She seemed quite surprised that Duanmu Jinji would come to the clubhouse for dinner. Wang Hui raised an eyebrow and then asked with a smile, Mr. Tu, do you know my teacher? Indu Jinji didn't say anything about Wang Hui referring to him as his teacher. Instead, he helped explain to Tu Lisha, of course she knows me, her boss knows me too. Saying this, she followed Wang Hui toward the private room. Tu Lisha, seeing this, naturally hurried to follow. However, the look of shock on her face grew even more intense. Indu Jinji has actually taken on a disciple? Tu Lisha cast a suspicious glance at Wang Hui. Is this the disciple of Duanmu Jinji? Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. Wang Hui led Duanmu Jinji directly into the private room. Then he asked, Sir, would you like a drink? Duanmu Jinji smiled and replied, As you wish. Mr. Tu, could you please get me a bottle of Romane Conti? Wang Hui said. Tu Lisha snapped out of it and said, Alright, I'll go get it right away. Saying that, she walked out of the private room. At the same time, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. After Duanmu Jinji sat down, he looked directly at Wang Hui and said, You said you had something to tell me about antiques, didn't you? Wang Hui nodded and replied honestly, Sir, it's like this. In 2 days, it's my mother's birthday and I want to buy her a bracelet. I hope you can help me appraise it. Duanmu Jinji heard this and shrugged his shoulders, saying, You little fox, you're already calling me sir. Enough, enough. When you bring me back later, just pick one out from my shop and take it with you. Never mind, never mind. When you take me back later, just take a string from my shop and go. Chapter 96, The Secret of the Ancient Tree. Chapter 97, Lin Wu. Dong. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. But it wasn't Tu Lisha who came in. Instead, it was a man whose age was nearly the same as Duanmu's. The man was dressed in a black scholar's robe, holding a bottle of Romani Conti. What kind of wind has blown Endojin to me? Duanmu Jinji glanced at the man and said with a smirk, Lin Xian, are you not welcoming me? The scholar-clad man named Lin Xian laughed heartily, How could that be? Jinji, you're joking. Immediately, Duanmu Jin pointed at Lin Xian without hesitation and said to Wang Hui, this guy is Lin Xian, the owner of this club. Then, he introduced Lin Xian, Wang Hui, my disciple. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up and he said, Brother Jin, why aren't you properly inheriting your family's estate? Instead, you've come to Beichen to play around and take on disciples? He then gave Wang Hui a thorough once-over. He said bluntly, I don't see anything special about your disciple. Duanmu Jinji rolled his eyes and said, you're not Duanmu Jinji, so how could you possibly recognize his extraordinary qualities? Lin Xian shrugged and said, all right. In all of Kyoto, only you, Duanmu Jinji, dare to speak to me like that. These words, however, allowed Wang Hui to discern something. At first, he had learned from Wei Si that the Duanmu surname was one of the prominent families in the capital. Therefore, he inferred that Duanmu Jin must have an extraordinary background. Now, from Lin Xian's words, he could confirm that his master, Duanmu Jin, hailed from the Duanmu family of the capital. And he was the heir to the Duanmu family. And the owner of this entire establishment, Lin Xian, should be of comparable status to Duanmu Jin. Duanmu Jinji seems to have intentionally arranged for Wang Hui to gain access to this upper-class social circle. Therefore, he did not immediately dismiss Lin Xian. Instead, he engaged in an open and candid conversation with Lin Xian. Lin Xian, how dare you say that to me? You yourself secretly snuck off to Beichen, didn't you? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. You call this hiding? How many people in Kyoto don't know I run a restaurant in Beichen? How many people in Kyoto know that you're running an antique shop? After being scolded by Lin Xian, Duanmu Jinji couldn't help but laugh. Then he spoke up, by the way, how's your sister Lin Wu's company doing? Lin Xian shook his head and said, it's just a hobby. She's just playing around. And she still insists on coming all the way to Beichen to bother me. Relying on my affection for her, she's become completely unrestrained. Duanmu Jinji said with a half-smile, Lin Wu's personality is all because you spoiled her, isn't it? Since she was a child in the compound, you've been raising Lin Wu like a little devil, and even the old folks from several families were terrified of you and her. Lin Xian rubbed his nose. I didn't expect her to still be like this. Back then, I had no choice but to join the army. Otherwise, under my guidance, how could she have turned out this way? Duanmu Jinji didn't bother arguing with him. He changed the subject and said, tell me about it. What trouble did Lin Wu get into? Maybe I can help. Lin Xian rolled his eyes again. You can't solve it. Humph. Duanmu Jinji raised his eyebrows. You didn't even say anything. How would I know you can't handle it? Lin Xian sighed and said, Lin Wu's company wasn't originally based in the capital, was it? That area is our territory, so she was naturally very proud of herself. Now she's followed me all the way to Beichen, and she can't even find a place to start a company. Duanmu Jin heard this and scoffed, there are plenty of office buildings in Beichen City. Don't give me that. Lin Xian, you're just making excuses. I know you're just trying to avoid her. Lin Xian spread his hands helplessly. Of course I know that. But that girl is insisting on the Times building. Where am I supposed to get that for her? Lin Xian's family is a powerful force in Kyoto. But even a powerful dragon can't overpower a local tyrant. The waters run deep in Times office building. Even he finds it difficult to get involved. Just then, Wang Hui, who had been sitting next to him eating, raised his head. Sir, I have the information about Times office building. Duanmu Jinji was taken aback. Before he could speak, Lin Xian, standing beside him, chuckled and said, young man, stop joking around. Wang Hui said seriously, I really have it in my hands. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. My sister's company is an international cosmetics company. 1 or 2 floors aren't enough. She's planning to move the entire headquarters here. Regarding the relocation of the headquarters, Lin Xian did not try to dissuade his sister. Due to the geographical location of Beichen City, it was highly suitable for Lin Wu's multinational corporation to establish its headquarters there. After all, the southernmost part of Beichen City features an international standard port. Wang Hui heard this and shook his head, saying, I calculated it. The Times office building I own still has over 30 floors left. Upon hearing this, not only Lin Xian, but even Duanmu Jinji was stunned. Not only Lin Xian, but even Duanmu Jinji was stunned. 33 floors? Lin Xian repeated with wide eyes. Wang Hui nodded. Yes. Duanmu Jinji, however, looked skeptical and asked, where did you get all those office buildings? He had investigated Wang Hui. He had no idea that Wang Hui owned so many office buildings. Wang Hui thought for a moment and said, I know a friend who asked me to help him rent them out. We can't just go around talking about system matters, can we? So he made up an excuse on the spot. And this excuse was so well crafted that even if Lin Xian and Duanmu Jinji teamed up, they wouldn't be able to uncover the truth. Because whether it's the contracts or keys for the shops, school district housing, or office buildings, they were all delivered to him by unrelated individuals. Even if Lin Xian and Duanmu Jinji went to ask that person, he would likely be under the system's control and unable to recall how he obtained the contracts and keys. Regarding Wang Hui's statement, the two were somewhat skeptical. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian said directly, "Alright, if you still have over 30 office buildings, I'll take them all. The reason I chose to trust you is mostly because of Ndu Jinji's reputation." Ndu Jinji, however, simply gave his disciple a meaningful look and said nothing. Everyone has their own secrets. Since he had chosen to establish a master-disciple relationship with Wang Hui, he naturally would not deliberately probe into Wang Hui's secrets. When Wang Hui heard Lin Xian say he wanted everything, his eyes lit up immediately. "Alright, when should we sign the contract?" Lin Xian pulled out his phone and said, "It's not for me, it's for my sister. I'll call her right now. Please wait a moment." Saying this, he dialed the number in front of Wang Hui and Duanmu Jinji. "Hey, bro, what's up? Hey, bro, what do you want from me?" An impatient female voice came through the phone. Lin Xian said irritably, "You little brat, can't I call you if I have nothing to say?" "No, big brother, I'm still looking for an office building. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." "You little brat, weren't you looking to rent a place in Times Square?" "Yeah, bro, do you have a way? Stop wasting time. Hurry to my club. Star Moon Suite. Don't be late." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chapter 98, Troubles Brewing. Wang Hui listened quietly as Duanmu Jinji and Lin Xian discussed some business matters. He did not interrupt them during the conversation. After all, his job was collecting rent. He really didn't understand business. Not even a moment has passed. The door to the private room was pushed open by someone. "Brother, I'm here." A girl wearing leather pants and a leather jacket said breathlessly. She quickly scanned the people in the private room. When she saw Duanmu Jin, her eyes lit up. "Duanmu Go is here too?" This person was none other than Lin Xian's younger sister, Lin Wu. Regarding this Lin Wu, Duanmu Jinji had also introduced her to Wang Hui. Born into the Lin family of the capital city, she is the only daughter of the third generation of the Lin family. She was affectionately referred to as the little princess both within and outside the Lin family. However, Lin Wu was no ordinary girl. She is always eager to prove herself and make everyone believe that women are no less capable than men. Therefore, Lin Wu did not choose to attend university in the capital city but instead traveled thousands of miles abroad. After graduating from university, the first thing she did upon returning to her country was to establish her own company. With Lin Xian's covert assistance, she achieved a breakthrough of over 10 billion in just a couple of years. Of course, this achievement is also closely tied to Lin Wu's own hard work. Therefore, in the business world, Lin Wu's image as a strong, independent woman is well known to everyone. Lin Xian gave his younger sister a doting look, then introduced Wang Hui to her, mentioning that Wang Hui owned over 30 floors of office space in a modern building. Lin Wu looked at Wang Hui with a skeptical expression. "Hey, do you really have that many office buildings from the Times era?" Wang Hui smiled and said, "Yes." Lin Wu's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. "If I rented now, can I move in tomorrow?" "Of course, no problem." Wang Hui shrugged. And so it was. With Lin Xian and Duanmu Jinji acting as matchmakers, the two quickly came to an agreement. Lin Wu was also someone who wasn't short on money. The contract hasn't even been signed yet, and she's already transferred a year's rent to Wang Hui. He's Duanmu Ji's disciple, what's there not to trust? Right now. Wang Hui's phone rang. He took it out and looked at it. It was actually my uncle's daughter calling. Except for my cousin Wang Qingling at the beginning. Wang Hui's family has good relationships with their relatives. Since everyone is just ordinary urban residents, they are also scattered around the outskirts of Beichun City. Therefore, there is not much interaction between them on a daily basis. We only gather together during major holidays. Wang Hui, aside from seeing Wang Qingling frequently, only had contact with a few of his other uncles. As for his cousins, forget about keeping in touch, they only see each other during the new year. This is probably the most ordinary kind of family relationship. There is no animosity or exclusion, but they don't interact much either, maintaining their relationship solely through blood ties. However, today's call from his cousin came as a surprise to Wang Hui. Wang Hui picked up his phone, stood up, and pressed the answer button. "Shuyi, why did you think of calling me?" His cousin's name was Wang Shuyi, the daughter of Wang Hui's maternal uncle, and she was 2 years younger than him. However, she has lived in the countryside all her life, so she got married early and already has a child who is 1 year old. Wang Hui's tone was casual, but Wang Shuyi's voice sounded panicked and anxious. "Brother, I heard from uncle that you're now." He stopped mid-sentence, hesitating to continue. Wang Hui sighed helplessly. "Just say what's on your mind. We're all family, there's no need to beat around the bush." As soon as he finished speaking, on the other end of the phone, Wang Shuyi spoke in a tearful voice. "Brother, my father has been in an accident. He's currently at the First People's Hospital with severe injuries. Please come quickly. Uncle and the others are also on their way." Wang Hui heard this and seemed to sense something was wrong. From Wang Shuyi's simple words, he knew that his uncle was definitely not ill. It wasn't even an accident, something had happened at home. Did someone beat you up? Uncle is only a few years younger than Wang Dad. He's not a young man anymore. Why would he get into a fight so easily? They're both in their 50s. How could they get into a conflict with someone? Brother Wang Shuyi, hearing no response on the phone, shouted anxiously. Wang Hui snapped out of his daze and hurriedly asked, "How did my uncle get injured? How serious is it?" His head was split open, and he lost consciousness immediately. His leg is also fractured. My mother just asked the doctor, who said there's no immediate danger to his life, but there might be some long-term effects. His leg will need to be reinforced with metal, and it's pretty serious overall. My father just finished surgery and hasn't woken up yet. Wang Hui heard this and his expression darkened. He was beaten up? Uncle Wang is such an honest man. How could this happen? Wang Shuyi also said urgently, "It's related to our Wang family's ancestral hall." Anyway, a group of people came. "Oh, I can't explain it clearly. You should come back and find out the details as soon as possible." "Alright, Shuyi, take good care of your uncle. My parents are there too, right? I'll head over immediately." With that, Wang Hui hung up the phone hurriedly and stood up to leave. Lin Wu, who was standing nearby, also heard Wang Hui's phone call and knew that something bad had happened. She faintly heard the word beaten, and Wang Hui's serious expression only added to her concern. Therefore, after glancing at Duan Mujin once, he asked softly, "Has something happened at home?" Wang Hui nodded apologetically. "I need to go home immediately. Do you need any help?" Lin Wu saw Wang Hui turn and walk away, and asked again. "No need." Wang Hui left his sentence behind and gave an apologetic smile to Duan Mujinji and Lin Xian. He then hurried out in a rush. He knew exactly what had happened. If Lin Wu and the others are willing to help, it can be easily resolved. However, Wang Hui currently has no idea what exactly happened, so it would be inappropriate to directly involve them at this stage. He drove straight to the parking lot, got into the car, started the engine, and headed straight for his hometown of Jinko village in Beichun City. On the way, Wang's mother and father also called. They were also on their way at that moment. Wang Hui comforted his parents briefly before hanging up the phone. Meanwhile, in the room, Lin Wu watched Wang Hui leave. After a moment of deep thought, "Duan Mu Go, what's going on? Your disciple is in trouble. Are you going to do anything about it?" Duan Mu Jinji smiled and said nothing. Lin Wu rolled her eyes, then picked up her phone and dialed a number. She had to look into this. Soon, news came from Jinko village. Not long after, her phone rang again, and she learned the full details of the incident. It turned out that Wang Hui's uncle had been laid off from the factory 2 weeks earlier on the grounds of being too old. In plain terms, he was laid off. Then, the factory claimed that Wang Hui's uncle had caused the factory significant losses and demanded that Wang Hui's uncle compensate the factory with the Wang family ancestral hall. Otherwise, they would send Wang Hui's uncle to prison. This was clearly extortion. After all, Uncle Wang Hui was just an ordinary production worker. How could he possibly cause such significant losses to the factory? Under such conditions, Uncle Wang Hui naturally couldn't agree. The Wang family ancestral hall is where their clan worships their ancestors. Chapter 99, Bullying the Weak. And it was precisely after Uncle Wang Hui's firm refusal. This morning, a group of people arrived and demanded to forcibly demolish the Wang family ancestral hall. A conflict erupted between the two sides, but no one else was harmed. Only Uncle Wang Hui was severely injured, with one leg broken and a head wound that caused him to lose consciousness on the spot. Jinko village is approximately 50 kilometers from the city, located on the outskirts of Beichun City, and even borders the neighboring city. Actually, the high-speed rail is the most convenient option, taking only about 10 minutes. However, if Wang Hui arrives at the high-speed rail station and has to buy a ticket and wait for the train, it will likely take much longer than an hour. However, if he takes the expressway, it would only take half an hour at most. Therefore, Wang Hui ultimately decided to drive there. He drove while lost in thought. From his cousin Wang Shuyi's words, Wang Hui had already formed some suspicions. The truth of the matter remained unknown to him. But the clues were already quite clear. My uncle got into a fight with someone over the Wang family ancestral hall, and the conflict escalated, ultimately ending with my uncle being seriously injured and hospitalized. Needless to say, the police were definitely called. But Wang Hui also knew that such a move would be of little use. After all, if they dared to come to your ancestral hall and forcibly take something, it clearly meant they weren't afraid of anything. Soon, Wang Hui drove to the nearest town's First People's Hospital. Wang Hui got out of the car and rushed into the hospital. He dialed his parents' phone number and found out the ward number. Wang Hui rushed into the hospital ward in a hurry. Upon finding the ward, he entered and saw his uncle still lying unconscious on the hospital bed. Moreover, it seemed that my cousin's family had chosen a standard ward with 4 beds to save money. After all, my uncle's family isn't well off, and none of them have much money. Even the surgery fees were probably borrowed from relatives, a few thousand from one family, 10,000 from another. Since this happened early in the morning, even Wang Hui's parents only found out about it recently. So they didn't arrive much earlier than Wang Hui. He saw Wang Hui arrive. Wang's father and mother sighed and said, "Someone wants to take our Wang family's ancestral hall." At that moment, Uncle 2, Uncle 3, Uncle 4, and Aunt were all present. In addition to them, some cousins had also come. Wang Hui spotted Wang Shui at once. He walked up to her and sighed, "Why didn't you call me sooner?" Then, Wang Hui looked at his aunt and asked, "What's the situation with my uncle now?" His aunt listened, tears streaming down her face, and sobbed, "The surgery just finished a short while ago. The doctor said they need to monitor the recovery. The leg doesn't have any major issues, they've inserted a metal plate and cast. Going forward, we just need to focus on rehabilitation. The main concern is the blow to the head, there's a certain chance it could cause brain damage." Wang Hui's expression darkened. In his view, no matter what kind of dispute it was, letting it escalate to this extent was simply too much. He suppressed the anger boiling inside him. Wang Hui still tried to comfort her. "Auntie, don't worry too much. Uncle will be fine. He's a good person, he'll be protected by the heavens. Tell me what happened." Wang Hui tried to comfort her. "Auntie, don't worry too much. Uncle will be fine, good people always have good fortune. Tell me what happened." "Ah, Xiao Hui, what's the use of telling you? The authorities have already come and asked about the situation. They said they would handle it and that we shouldn't worry about the medical expenses." Although Auntie and the others know that Wang Hui is very wealthy, this matter isn't something that can be resolved simply by having money. Wang Hui pulled out a tissue, handed it to his aunt and Wang Shui, and said calmly, "The medical expenses will definitely be covered by the other party, so there's no need to worry about that. Besides, that's not the real issue. The key question is why that group suddenly targeted our family's ancestral hall. Uncle Wang is such an honest man, how could he have gotten into such a major conflict with them? Moreover, what exactly is so significant about our Wang family's ancestral hall that they would fear it?" Auntie Wang kept crying, and between her sobs, Wang Hui finally managed to piece together the entire story. Uncle Wang was an honest man. With layoffs at the factory, it was no surprise that he, who had been honest all his life, was laid off. Though he was in his early 50s, being laid off suddenly would certainly make finding new employment difficult, but it was far from the point of causing trouble. With no other options, my uncle could only join some of the other laid-off workers at the factory to demand an explanation from the factory. As it turned out, the factory somehow found out that my uncle was in charge of the Wang family's ancestral hall. And the ancestral hall is extremely close to the newly constructed high-speed rail station, so the land value is sure to rise in the future. Over time, it somehow became a matter of my uncle allegedly harming the factory's interests and needing to compensate the factory for the ancestral hall. This was essentially pushing my uncle into a corner. His family was already struggling financially, and if they lost the ancestral hall's land as well, they would truly be ruined. Not to mention whether the Wang family will criticize them, they won't even have the face to pay respects to their ancestors during the Qingming and Double Ninth festivals. Therefore, my uncle went to see the factory manager several times about this. Except for the first time when he actually met the person, he couldn't even see him afterward. Every time my uncle arrived at the factory office building, he was immediately escorted out by the factory security guards, and he had already been beaten up for this. The last time was this morning. The factory even suddenly issued an ultimatum to my uncle. Then they actually gathered a large group of people to storm the ancestral hall. As a result, the Wang family naturally refused to comply. As a result, a verbal altercation ensued between the two parties. Then they started to get physical. At first, they just smashed the sign at the entrance of the ancestral hall. This frightened my aunt so much that she immediately picked up the phone and called the police. Among the people who came, one was the head of the factory's security department. He ordered his men to grab the phone from Auntie Biao. Auntie was pushed to the ground, and her phone was crushed underfoot. Uncle, being an honest man, finally lost his temper. He picked up a chair and smashed it onto the man's body. The man who was hit probably suffered some injuries, and as a result, the others rushed forward and beat my uncle severely. During the beating, my uncle's leg was likely fractured, and then they dragged him around and threw him to the ground several times. When he fell, my uncle's head hit the stairs, causing blood to gush out, and he lost consciousness on the spot. Seeing this, the others realized the situation was dire and scattered in a panic. It was only with the help of my uncle and his group, who had rushed over, that they managed to get the person to the hospital. Fortunately, they arrived in time. My cousin was immediately taken into surgery and quickly out of danger, though he has not regained consciousness yet. While my uncle was undergoing surgery, the authorities took a statement from my aunt. They stated that they would file a case and would conduct further investigations at the factory to clarify the situation. At the time, several neighbors also came forward to testify, but unfortunately, they refused to sign and affix their fingerprints to the statements when they heard that they would be required to do so. These people all backed down. After all, they're just ordinary people and don't want to cause trouble. My aunt said, those neighbors, who usually call your uncle brother, not a single one is willing to testify at a time like this. Chapter 100, Factory Director Wang Limin. Wang Hui comforted her, don't blame them. They're just ordinary people with no power or influence. They have families to support. Auntie, don't worry. I'll make sure they give the Wang family a proper explanation. Immediately. Wang Hui called the nurse and said he wanted to change rooms, demanding the best room in the hospital. After Wang Hui paid the money, the hospital immediately provided his uncle with the best possible treatment. Shortly thereafter, Wang Hui left the hospital and headed straight to the county office. Upon inquiry, it turned out that the county office had not even filed a case. It must have been the factory director pulling strings behind the scenes. Wang Hui asked a few more questions, but the officials from the Yamen told him not to interfere with their duties, saying that the Yamen would handle the matter naturally. Wang Hui immediately sneered at the constable and said, remember what you said. Even if this was originally just a civil dispute, my uncle is currently lying in the hospital, which makes it a criminal case. I advise you to handle this promptly. Otherwise, I will hold you fully accountable for all consequences. The constable naturally dismissed Wang Hui's threat with disdain. In his eyes, Wang Hui was just a small-time player in his family. He's just a laid-off worker with no connections or money. It's just that Wang Hui thinks he knows a little about the law, so he dares to speak so boldly. It's not your place to lecture us. Whether this is a criminal or civil matter isn't up to you. Go home and wait for further notice. Wang Hui's expression darkened. He gestured to the officers, then left the courthouse with a grim expression. However, he returned to his ancestral home in the ancestral hall. Unexpectedly, just as his uncle was being admitted to the hospital, the factory forcibly took over the ancestral hall, changed the locks, and even posted seals on the doors. Wang Hui couldn't be bothered with all that. He kicked open the door, and the villagers who heard the noise rushed out. Seeing that it was Wang Hui who had returned, they all expressed their concern and asked how his uncle was doing. Wang Hui wasn't in the mood to chat with them and simply replied that he was waiting for the authorities to investigate. Seeing Wang Hui's unfriendly attitude, the villagers didn't say much either. After all, when Wang Hui mentioned being beaten, they hadn't come to his aid either. Everyone, I understand the principle of self-preservation. Therefore, the Wang family does not blame you. In any case, I will handle this matter. Please go back first. Everyone finally dispersed. Wang Hui brought a stool out from the ancestral hall. Looking at the plaque lying on the ground, covered in shoe prints, he felt like grabbing a knife and slashing the factory director right there. Just then, his phone rang. It was Duanmu Jinji calling. You little brat, do you even consider me your master anymore? Lin Wu has already looked into the matter, and your master will help you. Duanmu Jinji continued talking to Wang Hui on the phone for a moment before hanging up. The implication was that he would handle the matter, and a lawyer had already been arranged. He also gave Wang Hui a phone number. Wang Hui weighed the phone in his hand and quickly called the lawyer. Over the phone, Wang Hui provided a brief explanation of the situation. The lawyer assured him that he would arrive immediately and told Wang Hui not to act impulsively. Mr. Wang, this matter is quite straightforward to resolve, but please do not panic. Under no circumstances should you act impulsively out of anger. As for the fees, well, given my relationship with Mr. Duanmu, we can waive them. I will contact the relevant authorities today. With a lawyer involved, Wang Hui felt somewhat reassured, but regardless of the outcome, he was determined to meet with the factory director in person. He wanted to see for himself who this person was and why he was acting so arrogantly. After glancing at the plaque on the ancestral hall, Wang Hui walked straight out the door and headed to the factory office to find the factory director. The factory director's surname was Wang, and his given name was Wang Limin. Wang Hui's ancestral hall is just a 5-minute walk from the factory. But when he arrived at the factory gate, he was immediately stopped by the security guard at the gate. Wang Limin had probably also considered that the Wang family might come over. After all, with such a major incident occurring, he had a pretty good idea of how the Wang family would react. Therefore, he had specifically arranged for people to block the factory entrance. Facing 3 or 4 burly men, Wang Hui wasn't stupid. Charging in would only get him hurt. Therefore, he did his best to brush them off and kept recounting the tragic circumstances of his uncle. After all, these security guards were also factory employees. We all see each other every day. People are only human, and we all have a sense of compassion. Wang Hui's strategy worked, and the security guards also felt that the matter had been taken too far. Including Wang Limin's methods, they also found them extremely excessive. They informed Wang Hui that those who had visited his uncle's house had all been temporarily suspended from their duties. Even the captain of the security team was suspended. Even the captain of the security team had been suspended along with them. Moreover, Wang Limin was indeed not at the factory. After the incident, he went to the government office to discuss the matter. After that, he only dispatched additional personnel to prevent the Wang family from causing trouble, but he himself did not return. After thanking those few people, Wang Hui turned his gaze toward Wang Linin's villa in the factory's residential area. This factory used to be under Gui Jia's jurisdiction. However, it was later privatized, and Wang Linin became the factory director. He was essentially parachuted in as both factory director and general manager. This person is also quite capable, achieving this in less than a few years. The factory, which was previously suffering severe losses, has managed to turn a profit. He even used the factory's funds to build himself a spacious villa with its own courtyard as his residence. This was also big news at the time. However, the factories are now privately owned. What the factory manager does is none of anyone else's business. Moreover, Wang Linin did save the factory after all. Although the factory workers were somewhat dissatisfied, they only discussed it privately. Over a decade has passed. No one even mentions that villa anymore. Instead, it has taken on an air of mystery. The surrounding area has also become off limits to factory workers and their families. Wang Hui hurried toward Wang Linin's villa and just reached the entrance to the courtyard. The door opened. Several young men with menacing expressions emerged from inside. At a glance, they were bodyguards hired by Wang Linin after the incident to prevent the Wang family from causing trouble. "Stop right there! Who are you?" The leader glared at Wang Hui and shouted loudly. Wang Hui looked at the group, among whom was his childhood friend. He never expected that they would also become Wang Linin's traitors. Wang Hui stopped calmly and spoke up. "Dang Li, do you still recognize me? We were drinking together just last year." Dang Li paused. "You're Wang Hui?" He paused for a moment before continuing. "What happened to your uncle was an accident. You should leave quickly." Wang Hui whispered, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to ask Mr. Wang, the factory director, how he plans to handle my uncle's matter." Chapter 101, Threat? Chapter 101, Threat? Dang Li looked troubled. He glanced at his colleagues beside him, hesitated for a moment, then said, "Guys, Wang Hui is my childhood friend, and he's alone. Can I talk to him?" The others looked up at the sky. They were just there to make sure Wang Hui didn't cause any trouble and that he didn't get anywhere near the villa compound. As for the rest, they didn't want to get involved too much. Dang Li walked down the steps and stood opposite Wang Hui. Feeling a bit awkward, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and offered one to him. Wang Hui glanced at it and said, "Oh, you're smoking de Zhonghua now. It seems like factory director Wang is pretty generous. But you know I don't smoke." Dang Li grew even more embarrassed. He lit his cigarette and sighed. "Hui, I know about your uncle's situation. How is he managing now?" "Sigh, this whole mess wasn't anyone's fault. Those people were a bit too harsh, but things escalating to this point was truly an accident." Wang Hui patted Dang Li on the shoulder and said, "Don't explain yourself. I'm not blaming you. After all, you were just doing your job. But how could those who actually did it bring themselves to do such a thing? My uncle was at least a veteran employee at the factory. Even if they weren't in the same department, they were still colleagues for many years. How could their hearts be so hard? His head is split open, his legs are broken, and he's still unconscious. This is nothing short of beating him to death." Seeing Dang Li hesitating to speak, Wang Hui paused for a moment before continuing. "Earlier, I went to the factory and asked many people, but none of them would tell me their names, only that they had been suspended or something like that." "But Dang Li, what does suspended mean? You should know better than me. Once this matter is resolved, they won't just keep their jobs, they'll likely be promoted and receive raises because of it. I know you won't let me in today, and Wang Limin won't come out to see me either, but please pass on a message for me. Ask Wang Limin what he plans to do about this. Additionally, considering we've been close friends since childhood, could you tell me who the people involved were?" Dang Li frantically puffed on his cigarette, speaking urgently. "Hui Zi, don't do anything rash. Those people aren't easy to deal with. Although I work with them, I have to bow and scrape whenever I see them." Wang Hui stared at him intently. Dang Li finished one cigarette and lit another. "Hui Zi, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm just a security guard. Unless Wang, the factory director, comes out, I won't be able to see him either. But I'll try my best. If he shows up, I'll see if I can ask him for you. However, that's all I can do. I need the names of those people. Don't worry, I won't take revenge privately. You know I'm just a novelist, I can't take revenge even if I wanted to. I've already gone through the official channels, hired a lawyer, and he's agreed to take the case. I need to know who's behind this, don't I?" Dang Li's eyes flickered for a moment, but in the end, he still didn't tell Wang Hui. Wang Hui sighed, patted Dang Li on the shoulder once more, and told Wang Limin, "I'll give him 12 hours. If I haven't received a response by tomorrow morning, don't blame me for doing something he won't be able to handle." The entire matter was now crystal clear. Wang Limin seemed determined to protect those people. It seems that Wang Limin is determined to protect those people. The attitude of the government office had already made everything clear, even with a lawyer involved. The entire situation does not look promising. But it doesn't matter. There's still a backup plan with Duanmu Jinji. So at this moment, Wang Hui wasn't worried at all. Even if he didn't have Duanmu Jinji's help, he actually had other options. However, since Duanmu Jinji had taken the initiative to call, he didn't want to disappoint him. After saying that, Wang Hui turned and left. Dang Li watched Wang Hui's back and took 2 more deep puffs on the cigarette he had already smoked almost to the end. Then he flung it to the ground. Finally, he cursed, "What are you threatening me for? It wasn't me who injured your cousin. Huizi, I'm only reminding you because we've been childhood friends. If you're so ungrateful, don't ever mention me again when we meet." Wang Hui turned around and smiled slightly, saying, "Remember, tomorrow morning." Since Dang Li had already chosen to sever ties with him, he naturally wouldn't bother to pass on the message. Moreover, he couldn't possibly say those words to Wang Limin. However, because Wang Hui had left those few words behind when he departed, the other people on the steps had also heard them. Once Dang Li approached the courtyard, they all began to ask him about it. Dang Li angrily cursed, "That idiot! I was trying to save his life, but he didn't recognize my kindness and even threatened me." Then he told Wang Hui's words to those few people. As a result, those people didn't take it seriously at all. Wang Hui is just a novelist after all. Even if he could find a few friends to help him, who would dare to really get into trouble with him? However, the commotion outside still caught the attention of those inside the house. Wang Limin came out. He was in his 50s and looked somewhat like the head of a factory. He coughed twice, and the crowd fell silent. What's going on? Did the Wang family arrive? Wang Limin stood on the steps of the villa and asked the few people at the gate. The few people looked at each other, seemingly too afraid to speak. One of them said, "It's his cousin's son who's come. Didn't you tell him not to come in? He didn't dare to make a scene, so why are you arguing now?" No one dared to say a word after that. Everyone stared at Dang Li. Everyone looked at Dang Li, but Wang Limin couldn't even bring himself to say Dang Li's name. They had no choice but to single out someone they recognized and ask, "Little Zhang, what's going on here?" Everyone turned their attention back to Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang had no choice but to step forward reluctantly. He even turned his head and glared at Dang Li. Dang Li quickly turned his head away, pretending not to notice. The factory that kid doesn't know his place, talking almost like a madman. Don't bother with him. What exactly did he say? Wang Limin was starting to get annoyed. Xiao Zhang had no choice but to repeat what Wang Hui had said. He's just a novelist, he thinks he's something special now that he's in the city. He even claimed to have hired a city lawyer. As for his threats, don't bother responding to him. Wang Limin, however, was deep in thought. He waved his hand and said, "Never mind, let's not talk about it anymore." With that, he returned to the house. "Did you find a lawyer?" Wang Limin was a little worried. As for Wang Hui's request for a response by tomorrow morning, he didn't take it seriously. He made a call to the government office to inquire about the situation. The other party informed Wang Limin that a well-known lawyer in the city had contacted them through their connections. Considering the potential impact, the higher authorities decided to have the local authorities file a case. Chapter 102, Director Zhong. "Mr. Wang, please don't worry too much. This was bound to happen sooner or later. The main thing is that your factory needs to handle the aftermath. Medical expenses are unavoidable. I think you should send someone to the hospital to check on the situation. After such a major incident, it's only proper to offer condolences." The underlying meaning is, as long as the Wang family makes concessions, this matter can be resolved smoothly. Wang Limin nodded and said into the phone, "So, if the other party insists, there will still be trouble? That will depend on the results of the investigation. If it can be proven that his injuries were primarily caused by an accident, then it will still be a civil case. The key is the witnesses." Wang Limin thanked him and hung up the phone. Witness. After thinking it over, Wang Limin dialed another number. Make sure that none of the troublemakers or onlookers can testify. Anyway, with enough money, this kind of thing can usually be resolved. Then, he also called the captain of the security team and told him to go directly to the county office to turn himself in. Since the case has already been filed, we can't just sit back and relax at home. After promising him everything and swearing that he would be safe, Wang Limin then instructed the security team captain to have his men number the confessions. It must be emphasized that during the shoving, Uncle Wang Hui injured himself. After everything was arranged, Wang Limin finally called the factory office. He instructed the factory office director to take 100,000 yuan in cash to the hospital. "Do your best to calm down Wang Hui's uncle's family." Over the phone, he promised the factory office director that the maximum compensation for this matter would be 200,000 yuan. However, the Wang family's ancestral hall must be obtained at all costs, even if it means paying an extra $2,000 or $30,000 to buy it. In Wang Limin's view, the Wang family ancestral hall is the root of the dispute. If he were to give up the Wang family ancestral hall, he would not only lose a significant amount of money but also risk the factory being labeled as troublemaking. Therefore, he must stand firm on this point. Tomorrow morning? I'll see just how capable you are. Wang Hui was already at the hospital by then. At this point, most of the relatives had already returned home to rest. Wang Hui's parents were still there. Xiao Hui, the price for a private room is quite high. Wang Hui's mother tugged at her son's sleeve. Although she knew her son might have made a little money. But after all, he was her own son, and to make matters worse, Wang Hui hadn't even married yet. Wang Hui comforted his mother, saying, "It's okay. The conditions in the general ward are too poor, and I'm not short on money." At that moment, his aunt and cousin, Wang Shui, were utterly shocked. "Brother, aren't you a novelist? Is writing novels so profitable these days? Brother, aren't you writing novels? Isn't writing novels so profitable these days?" Wang Hui shook his head. "I'm in business with a few friends and we've made a little money. By the way, let's not talk about that now. I've hired a lawyer friend from the city, so you don't need to get involved in this matter." At this point, Wang Hui's phone rang. It was the lawyer calling. "Hello, Lawyer Chang. Is there any progress on the matter? Regarding your uncle's matter, I have already communicated with a friend in Jinko. He just informed me that the authorities have officially opened an investigation, and the captain of the security team has also gone to the authorities to turn himself in. Don't worry for now. I'll look into it thoroughly once I arrive in Jinko tomorrow. Rest assured, since I promised your master, I will definitely resolve this matter for you." Wang Hui thanked him and hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Wang Shui, standing nearby, asked in confusion, "Brother, did that lawyer really say we can win the case?" As ordinary people, most of us have only seen lawsuits on TV. So she was still very anxious inside. "Shui, don't worry, Attorney Chang is very capable." Wang Hui even went out of his way to search for information online about this. You don't know until you look it up, and when you do, it's a real eye-opener. This lawyer Chang has way too many titles. He's not only renowned in Beichin, but even in the capital city, he has a huge reputation. No wonder. If Attorney Chang weren't so impressive, how could he have become a friend of Duanmu Jin? However, Wang Hui naturally wouldn't mention such things to his family. It wasn't that he was deliberately hiding anything, it was just that even if he did tell them, they wouldn't understand. They're not on the same level, so there's no point in saying anything. Wang Shui didn't really understand either, so she could only nod her head in confusion. At that moment, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed through the corridor. The factory office director, Zhong Ping, peeked in with a smile. The factory was right next to Wang Hui's hometown. Wang Hui, who had witnessed the factory director's rise and fall, naturally recognized Zhong Ping, the factory office director, who remained unmoved by the changes. Moreover, Zhong Ping's son was a childhood friend of Wang Hui. As soon as he saw this renowned elderly figure from the factory appear, Wang Hui knew immediately that Wang Limin must be feeling some pressure and had sent Zhong Ping to come to the rescue. "Oh, everyone's here?" Zhong Ping walked over with a smile, carrying some fruit and a bouquet of flowers. Wang Hui's aunt was still very kind. Even if she has the greatest grievances and dissatisfaction with the factory. But you don't hit someone who's smiling at you. After all, Zhong Ping is the director of the factory office. Coming to visit her husband with such a cheerful smile, she couldn't bring herself to turn him away. Moreover, so much time had passed since the incident, and Zhong Ping was the first colleague from the factory to come visit. "It's Director Zhong." Auntie stood up and wiped away her tears. "Sister-in-law, it's because we didn't do our job properly." Zhong Ping started off with official-sounding rhetoric. He took a look at Wang Hui's cousin and aunt. Then he glanced at Wang Hui's family again. Soon, he came to a conclusion. In this family, the decision-making power likely lies with Wang Hui. Wang Hui glanced at Zhong Ping and then smiled insincerely. "Director Zhong, let's sit down and talk." Regardless of Zhong Ping's intentions, he needed to first gauge Zhong Ping's attitude. Zhong Ping smiled and handed over what he was holding. But Wang Hui didn't take it, which made Zhong Ping feel a bit awkward. He wanted to put the fruit on the table, but Wang Hui reached out and stopped him. "Director Zhong, come if you must, but there's no need to bring anything." Zhong Ping was slightly taken aback and looked at Wang Hui with a puzzled expression. He knew Wang Hui because Wang Hui had attended elementary and middle school in Jinko. Moreover, his own son was Wang Hui's elementary school classmate. He thought to himself, Wang Hui wasn't like this before. After spending a few years in the city, he really has improved a lot. "Xiao Hui, Uncle Zhong has watched you grow up, and you and Zhong Xian are classmates. I came to visit your uncle, and buying some fruit is only natural. It's not worth much. Don't worry, is this the factory's decision or your personal decision, Director Zhong?" Zhong Ping looked a bit awkward. Wang Hui had made it so clear, and it was obvious that if he said it was the factory's decision, he wouldn't be able to back down. Chapter 103, Breaking the Ice. Fifth update, please subscribe. It's just a little gesture on my part. Wang Hui finally nodded to his cousin Wang Shuyi to take the fruit. Zhong Ping felt a bit awkward. He glanced at his cousin Wang Hui lying on the hospital bed, noticing the bandages on his head and the cast on his leg. He couldn't help but sigh softly, thinking that those people had been a bit too harsh. After all, they had been colleagues for so many years. How is old Wang doing? Thanks to the factory, he's still alive, but we don't know when he'll wake up. Wang Hui replied in a non-committal tone. This made Zhong Ping feel that today's negotiation wouldn't go smoothly. Although Wang Limin had prepared the money for him, he had originally planned to discuss the terms first. But seeing Wang Hui like this, he knew that even if the other party agreed to settle with money, they probably wouldn't give up the ancestral hall. Cough, cough. Little Hui has really grown up. Zhong Ping used a cough to cover his embarrassment, then glanced at Wang Shuyi and his aunt, and said, Sister-in-law, Shuyi, why don't we talk? Just as the two were about to speak, Wang Hui gave them a meaningful glance and said, Mr. Zhong, are you here on behalf of the factory today? Zhong Ping knew there was no way around it, so he nodded. Wang, the factory director, sent me to check on your uncle. He's already ordered the security guards to go to the police station to turn themselves in. Don't worry, Wang won't let those guys off the hook. Wang Hui smiled and said, let's not beat around the bush. The reason Wang Limin told them to turn themselves in is because I found the top lawyer in the city, and that lawyer made arrangements with the city government officials. Otherwise, in our remote and impoverished county office, they wouldn't even bother to file a case. Those who beat my uncle are still out there enjoying themselves, unaware of their fate. Director Zhong, since you're here on behalf of the factory, let's talk outside. Let my uncle rest inside. My aunt and Wang Hui's parents also stood up. Wang Hui hurriedly said, you stay here with your uncle. I'll go talk to Director Zhong. Everyone glanced at Zhong Ping, then at Wang Hui, and eventually nodded in agreement. Wang Shuyi, however, looked worried and whispered to Wang Hui, brother, don't act impulsively. Let's talk this through calmly. Wang Hui smiled and made a gesture inviting her to go ahead, then stepped out of the VIP ward first. Let's go to that window over there. It's too crowded here. Wang Hui didn't wait for Zhong Ping to object and walked to the window at the end of the corridor on his own. Zhong Ping's eyes flickered, and he quickly followed after him. Wang Hui leaned against the window. Director Zhong, how does Wang Limin plan to handle this matter? Zhong Ping looked at Wang Hui seriously and realized he couldn't treat him like a child. Upon hearing that the city's top lawyer had been brought in by Wang Hui, it became clear that Wang Hui was not just a novelist in Beichen City, he also had connections. However, even so, he was still young and didn't have much to make Zhong Ping afraid of. However, we must not take the lawyer lightly. Therefore, Zhong Ping felt that this matter absolutely could not proceed along the original plan. He adjusted his words. Zhong Ping said, first, on behalf of the factory, I would like to formally apologize to your uncle. This was due to our inadequate work and lax supervision, which led to this situation. Zhong Ping said, first, on behalf of the factory, I would like to sincerely apologize to your uncle. This was due to our inadequate work and lax supervision, which led to this situation. Factory Director Wang himself expressed deep shock and has strictly ordered that your uncle's family be given a proper explanation. Additionally, the factory has made a temporary decision. We will provide appropriate compensation for your uncle. You need not worry about medical expenses, the factory will cover all costs. Furthermore, Mr. Wang has indicated that we will compensate you with a one-time payment of 20,000 yuan. Wang Hui ignored this and said directly, compensation is definitely coming, but that's not important. Since you are representing the factory, Mr. Zhong, I'll be straightforward. On our side, the Wang family, it's simple. First, reconciliation is impossible. I will hold the perpetrator who assaulted my son fully accountable. Second, Wang Limin must publicly apologize to my uncle's family. No matter what, my uncle has worked at the factory for so many years. Even if he was fired, he shouldn't have been beaten like that. Third, our Wang family's ancestral hall, your factory is not allowed to set foot there again. Fourth, regarding the compensation, I will wait until my lawyer arrives to negotiate the specifics with the factory and determine the exact amount. Zhong Ping sucked in a sharp breath. Wang Hui's demands were clearly trouble waiting to happen. Compensation isn't an issue, the factory isn't short on money. But the first three conditions, I doubt Wang Limin will accept any of them. Those who carried out the actions were all working for Wang Limin. If we hold them accountable, Wang Limin will also be implicated. A public apology is out of the question. Wang Limin couldn't possibly endure that. As for the Wang family ancestral hall, Wang Limin has repeatedly emphasized that it is absolutely non-negotiable. After all, if the ancestral hall were to be abandoned, wouldn't that directly imply that the factory had been wrong from the very beginning? This is something Wang Limin would never agree to under any circumstances. Zhong Ping said with a wry smile, shall we? You don't want to talk about it, do you? I never intended to discuss it. Otherwise, Zhong Ping, could you convey a message to Wang Limin, informing him that I have occupied his house and requesting him to administer a beating to me? I won't be unreasonable. I promise his injuries will be exactly the same as my uncle's, a hole in the head and a broken leg. I won't ask for anything else. How about that? Wang Hui, don't be too unreasonable. Zhong Ping also grew angry. Wang Hui heard this and merely smiled faintly. Me, go too far? You fired my uncle for no reason, and now you won't even let him go to the factory to demand an explanation? My uncle has been working at the factory since he was young, with nearly 30 years of service. Now you fire him, where is he supposed to find work? You even made him an example, saying he caused losses to the factory and that we should stop the strike at the Wang family ancestral hall? My uncle resisted and was beaten like this. Now you, Zhongping, come here and tell me I'm being too harsh? Who the hell is being too harsh here? 20,000 in compensation is supposed to settle everything? Wang Limin sure has some nerve. Let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that your son Zhong Xian and I were elementary school classmates, I would have kicked you out right now. What a piece of trash. Zhongping had never been scolded like that before. Even Wang Limin, the factory manager, wouldn't dare speak to him in such a tone. His old face turned alternately red and white, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Wang Hui pulled out his phone to check the time and said, I already told him at Wang Limin's villa earlier. I gave him the whole night. If Wang Limin doesn't give me a satisfactory response, let him consider the consequences himself. Alright, Director Zhong, I won't keep you any longer. Chapter 104, Consequences are your own responsibility. Zhongping was furious, finding Wang Hui utterly unreasonable. He smiled darkly. Alright, you've made something of yourself after all these years in the city. Fine, I'll just wait and see how you make Wang, the factory director, take responsibility for his actions. With that, he flung his sleeves aside and turned to leave. He had originally planned to add another 2 or 30,000 to the compensation to buy the ancestral hall, but seeing Wang Hui's attitude, he didn't bother to mention it anymore. After leaving the hospital, Zhongping called Wang Limin. He didn't dare mention what Wang Hui had said afterward, but simply repeated the conditions Wang Hui had proposed. Then he added a threatening remark from Wang Hui. Wang Limin was so angry he started trembling, shouting, Fine, I'll see what this little punk can do to me. The consequences are on him. With that, he slammed the phone down hard on the villa's carpet. Zhongping thought for a moment, then headed toward Wang Limin's villa. He knew that Wang Limin was still furious and wouldn't give him a friendly look. But he couldn't not go either. He hadn't managed to handle the task Wang Limin had assigned him today, and this might very well lead Wang Limin to harbor resentment toward him. So he must go and explain himself properly. When he arrived at Wang Limin's house, the young men acting as bodyguards hurriedly opened the door and called out to Director Zhong. Zhongping nodded arrogantly, hands behind his back, and walked into Wang Limin's house. But when he reached the steps of the villa and knocked on the door, his body bent downward again, and he spoke respectfully to those inside. Factory Director Wang, it's little Zhong. In fact, he was 2 years older than Wang Limin, and calling himself little Zhong was quite a bold move. Wang Limin opened the door with a dark expression and didn't let him in. What are you doing here? Mr. Wang, please don't be angry. Let me come in and talk. Wang Limin glared at him, seemingly still resentful over his failure to handle the matter properly. But he still stepped aside to make a small opening, and Zhongping squeezed his way in. After closing the door, Wang Limin sat on the leather sofa in the living room, breathing heavily. Zhongping dared not even breathe, standing awkwardly by the side, unsure whether to stand or sit. What do you have to say? Wang Limin finally asked. Then he also felt it was a bit inappropriate, so he pointed to the leather sofa across from him and said, Sit down and talk. Zhongping finally sat down awkwardly, his face full of smiles. Factory director, please don't get angry. It might raise your blood pressure. Why don't I help you measure it? Wang Limin nodded. Then, Zhongping skillfully took out a blood pressure cuff from a cabinet nearby and began to measure Wang Limin's blood pressure. While taking the measurement, Zhongping said, Mr. Wang, don't get angry. Don't bother with that kid. That kid probably thinks he's some kind of intellectual just because he went to school in the city for a few years. But you, Mr. Wang, are a university graduate. Universities today are worlds apart from what they were in your day. I bet he doesn't even know how he met a lawyer through writing novels, which is why he's so bold and reckless with his words. And what about threatening that if he doesn't get an explanation by tomorrow morning, he'll face the consequences? He's just a novelist, what can he possibly do? Plus, his lawyer hasn't even arrived yet. He's just a young hothead talking big. After hearing all that, Wang Limin felt much calmer and let out a heavy sigh. Zhongping feigned surprise and exclaimed, Oh my, your blood pressure does seem a bit high. Let me go get you some blood pressure medication. Wang Limin was also startled and looked down. The low blood pressure was less than 90, and the high blood pressure was just over 130. At his age, this is just slightly elevated and far from a cause for concern. Seeing Zhongping's obsequious manner, Wang Limin also laughed. Wang Limin also laughed. Alright, stop pulling that routine on me. What's so great about that? I had a drink at noon and didn't rest in the afternoon, so my blood pressure is normal. Don't rush off. Since you're here, stay and have a few drinks with me. Zhongping saw Wang Limin smile and knew everything was fine. He immediately smiled and said, Then I'll bother Mr. Wang, the factory director, and get to drink his fine wine again. You, Wang Limin, smiled and nodded at Zhongping. He thought to himself, before me, every factory director who took office had planned to replace the factory director as soon as they took full control. This guy is good at nothing but brown-nosing and flattery. Yet every leader can't seem to do without him. He was no exception. Before taking office, he had heard of Zhong Ping's reputation and had considered replacing him. But once I actually took office, I found that Zhong Ping was actually quite effective. Before he knew it, over a decade had passed, and Zhong Ping had solidified his position as the factory director, sitting firmly in his seat. There was even a saying in the factory, the director is as steady as a rock, while the plant managers come and go like water. Of course, that was back then. Since Wang Limin took office, there hasn't been a single change in plant managers. They're enjoying their drinks over there. Lin Wu also arrived at Jinko under the arrangements of Endo Chikashi. Although Wang Hui is my disciple, he just rented you over 30 office buildings at a low price. Don't you want to show some gratitude? Lin Wu didn't think much of it at the time. He figured it was just another friend and another opportunity. So she came. However, what Wang Hui didn't expect was Lin Wu wasn't alone. Accompanying her was none other than Wei Si. Both were high-ranking figures and lived in the same city, so it was only natural that they knew each other. When Lin Wu mentioned to Wei Si that he had rented over 30 floors of office space at Times Square, Wei Si immediately thought of Wang Hui. The two discussed it briefly. In the end, Wei Si made the decision, I know Wang Hui too. The office building for my music studio is rented from him. Let's go to Jinko together. Lin Wu finally learned from Wei Si that Wang Hui actually owned the entire 40th floor of the Times office building. This news left her utterly stunned. Thus, Lin Wu, driven by her curiosity about Wang Hui, set off with Wei Si in their car toward Jinko. The matters concerning Wang Hui's family were likely quite complicated for the Wang family. But for Lin Wu, it's no big deal. After all, with just one phone call, even the local county magistrate would be alerted. As for Duanmu Jinji's lawyer friend, he called his university classmate, County Magistrate Li Xiang. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiang. He felt very strange. How could his old classmate, Attorney Chang, suddenly call him to ask him to take care of such a trivial matter? From Wang Hui's file, he's just an ordinary person. Li Xiang lay in bed smoking a cigarette before going to sleep. His wife was muttering disapprovingly. Li Xiang rolled his eyes, deep in thought about something important. What are you, a woman, causing trouble for? In the end, Mrs. Li's words only made Li Xiang feel even more annoyed. Chapter 105, Renting a Car. Why did I get involved in this mess? You were smoking in bed, making the bedroom smoky, and I can't even say anything to you? Li Xiang, do you think that just because my father retired, you can stop caring about our family? He got the position of county magistrate of Jinko County thanks to his wife's family. However, he couldn't very well argue with his wife. So he stubbed out the cigarette butt and turned off the light. But just as he lay down, the phone rang again. This time, it was a call from the city office. Moreover, the caller explicitly told Li Xiang that no matter what, they must stand up for Wang Hui. This made Li Xiang's heart skip a beat. How could Wang Hui, an ordinary person, have even alerted the city authorities? Could it be that my old classmate is pulling strings? Puzzled beyond comprehension, Li Xiang shook his head. Tonight was bound to be a sleepless night. Wang Hui said that Wang Limin must give him an explanation by the next morning, and he wasn't just talking. After he had sent Wang's father and mother back to the hotel that evening, seeing that his parents were already sound asleep, he finally got up, put on a shirt, and went out. He wanted to find a construction site that was still under construction. These days, development is happening everywhere, and houses are being built everywhere, so it wasn't difficult to find one. Wang Hui walked into a nearby construction site. This must have obtained a nighttime construction permit. Construction work that does not generate excessive noise can still proceed. A dump truck was unloading materials ahead. Wang Hui looked around and headed straight for a bulldozer. Seeing someone approaching, the driver of the bulldozer shouted loudly, "Get out of the way! What are you doing running around on the construction site?" Wang Hui politely waved his hand and said, "Sir, hello. Could you please come down and talk for a moment? I have something I need your help with." The driver didn't understand, but since he didn't have much to do at the moment, he got out and asked with a frown, "Young man, what's the matter?" Wang Hui smiled, pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes he had bought earlier, opened it, and handed one over. The driver took it with a puzzled expression, lit it himself, and then Wang Hui spoke up, "Driver, how late will you be working tonight?" The driver assumed Wang Hui was a nearby resident and replied, "We have a permit for nighttime construction, and it's not very noisy, is it? We're just taking advantage of the night to bring in materials and haul away construction debris." Wang Hui waved his hand and said, "I'm not here to cause trouble. I don't care if you're making noise or not. I just want to ask you for a favor. Can I borrow your bulldozer?" "What do you need the bulldozer for?" "It's somewhat useful. We'll need it around 6 or 7 o'clock. I'll give you $1,000 for the rental. What do you think?" The driver shook his head and said, "I can't decide that. You'll have to ask our foreman." Sir, consider this, if you go to the foreman, you might get 100 or 2 at most. Think it over? As Wang Hui spoke, he directly shoved the entire pack of manhwa cigarettes into the driver's hand. The driver hesitated for a moment, took the cigarettes, but then said, "Well, this car actually belongs to my cousin. He left it here for the foreman to help out for a few days. Why don't I call my cousin over, and you can talk to him?" Wang Hui laughed, "That's great." Wang Hui laughed, "That's great." In a moment, the driver brought his cousin over. The two of them were quite similar, both short in stature but sturdy in build. The man looked at Wang Hui and asked, "You want to borrow my bulldozer?" Wang Hui smiled and nodded, then pulled out a pack of manhwa cigarettes, didn't even open it, and shoved it into the man's hand. "Yes, I'd like to borrow your bulldozer for a while." "What do you need a bulldozer for?" The man took the cigarettes and his tone softened considerably. "We need to tear down the wall around the house, but it's too much work to do it by hand, so we thought we'd use it to push it down at night and then just remove the broken bricks." The man nodded. 1,000 yuan isn't enough. If you just use a bulldozer to clear the construction debris, that's fine, but you also have to knock down the wall, which will cause significant wear and tear on the bulldozer. Wang Hui hurriedly said, "Then name your price." "At least 2,000. The man held up 2 fingers. Beside him, his cousin was grinding his teeth in frustration. He thought to himself, "This car isn't worth more than a few $1,000s even if you sell it. Going back and forth twice will definitely break the chain at least once. The foreman borrowed it for a week and only gave you over 3,000, and you're asking someone else for 2,000? You really have the nerve to ask for that." But to my surprise, Wang Hui just smiled and said, 2,000 it is. That's straightforward. The man's eyes lit up, while his cousin hesitated to speak. After thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, his cousin was making more money, and he could get a bigger share anyway. Wang Hui glanced at the time. It was already midnight. He spoke up, "I'll need the car around 5 or 6 o'clock. It's not far, just about a mile east. It's still early. If you two don't have anything else to do, would you like to join me for a late-night snack?" Upon hearing about the late-night snack, my cousin was thrilled and immediately told his younger cousin, "Find someone to take your shift, give them some money, and let's go have a late-night snack with this young man." My cousin was also thrilled to have a late-night snack, and since it was my cousin who suggested it, he knew the money would come from him. So they quickly found someone to handle it, gave that person a few $dozen, and then followed my cousin and Wang Hui to eat their late-night snack. On the way, his cousin pulled his cousin aside and said, "Cousin, I took this on myself. I could have kept the 1,000 yuan for myself. At 5 or 6 o'clock, I had already finished work, and you were already asleep. Now you're making 2,000 yuan, you can't shortchange me." My cousin rolled his eyes and said, "You're just driving a car. I'll give you 500. "Cousin, that's not very nice of you." "Alright, 600. 800. You're ripping me off, you're my own brother." My cousin thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "Alright, 800 it is. But you'll have to cover the cost of the substitute yourself." His cousin thought about it and realized it was only $30 or $40. Though he was annoyed that his cousin was being so stingy, he agreed anyway. They found a place to eat hot pot. The 3 of us sat down, ordered some wine, and selected about 4 or 5 portions of beef and lamb. We then began to eat enthusiastically. After 3 cups of wine, then my cousin started talking nonsense. My younger cousin was still better, knowing that he had to work later, so he drank in moderation. A few hours passed, and Wang Hui settled the bill. His cousin was ready to drive, but his older cousin, feeling bold from the alcohol, refused to give him the 800 yuan. He insisted on driving himself and threw 500 yuan at his cousin. His cousin could only angrily take the money and go back to sleep. Wang Hui didn't care about any of that. It was late at night in this remote area, no one would bother checking for drunk driving in a bulldozer. He also climbed into the driver's cabin and directed his cousin to drive toward the factory. The factory was quiet in the dead of night, not even a dog barked. Not even the moon or stars could be seen in the sky. Wang Hui gave directions along the way, and although his cousin had drunk quite a lot, he was still relatively sober. Chapter 106, Demolishing the Villa. My cousin was bragging to Wang Hui while driving the car to the villa. When they arrived, my cousin felt something was off. "This doesn't feel right. It's so quiet. It doesn't look like they're going to demolish the house. And the house is in perfect condition. Why would they demolish it?" Wang Hui continued to brush him off. "We're just planning to rebuild the courtyard wall. The factory agreed to let us expand a bit, and my family wants to build a small house in the courtyard. The courtyard wall has to come down, doesn't it? There's no movement because no one lives there anymore. They've all moved out. How can people live there when construction is about to begin?" Wang Hui jumped out of the car, lit a cigarette, and walked around the wall and courtyard. Shaking his head, he said, "Brother, you're wrong. Open the door and let me take a look. If you have a key and can open the door, I'll believe you." My cousin jumped out of the car, lit a cigarette, and walked around the walled courtyard. Shaking his head, he said, "Brother, this doesn't make sense. Open the door and let me take a look. If you have a key and can open it, I'll believe you. Now Wang Hui was in a bind. He didn't have a key. He could only say, I came here to push the wall tonight. I didn't bring the key. Young man, that won't do. Let me tell you, if I help you knock down the wall, the people inside will come looking for me. No way, no way. Wang Hui frowned and made up his mind, alright, this bulldozer is useless anyway. Just sell it to me. Upon hearing this, his cousin realized that Wang Hui was up to no good. However, his old bulldozer really was on its last legs. It was second-hand when we bought it, and we've been using it for 3 or 4 years. Looking at Wang Hui, he thought the kid wasn't short on cash, so his cousin's eyes lit up, and he demanded 5,000 yuan. You pay me, and I'll drive for you, and we'll split the profits. Wang Hui thought for a moment, then decided, alright, 5,000, but you have to help me push it first. The man hesitated for a moment, thinking he might not make much money, but then agreed readily. Wang Hui stood at the back of the car and shouted, push. Wang Limin, I'll show you what it means to take responsibility for your own actions. Wang Limin had a few drinks with Zhong Ping that evening because he was feeling down, and ended up drinking a bit too much. After finishing his drinks, he simply lay down on the bed. But unexpectedly, he woke up thirsty around 3 a.m. While drinking water, he thought about what Wang Hui had said about taking responsibility for one's own actions. He couldn't fall back asleep. After all, he didn't know what kind of person Wang Hui was. What if he was a madman? He couldn't possibly ask the security guards to stay up all night on duty for him. Therefore, Wang Limin was genuinely concerned that Wang Hui might sneak in during the night. There were no cameras or alarms installed on the walls of his house, just some broken glass fragments. With caution, one could easily climb over. Whenever something's on my mind, I just can't fall asleep at all. I tossed and turned until almost 4 o'clock. Wang Limin decided to go downstairs and sit in the living room. He didn't turn on the lights, just lit a cigarette. He kept looking at his phone, almost counting the minutes until 4:59. Wang Limin was worried and opened the door to take a look. The outside was pitch black and completely silent, with not a single sound to be heard. I waited another 2 minutes. The cigarette in his hand was also finished. Wang Limin gave a sheepish smile and muttered to himself, just a little brat, probably just looking for a quick thrill. I really must be losing my mind. With his hands behind his back, Wang Limin headed toward the bedroom upstairs. After taking a few steps, he heard a loud mechanical noise from outside, but it was the sudden sound of a diesel engine. He hesitated for a moment but didn't pay much attention to it. He thought it might be a factory vehicle returning in the middle of the night, so he continued walking up the road. But soon, he heard a loud rumbling sound outside. The house seemed to shake with the sound. Wang Limin was so startled that he lost his footing and twisted his ankle when he landed. His chubby body tilted, and he tumbled down the stairs with a thud. The impact was so violent that he was left disoriented, and he could already feel blood trickling down his forehead. His body was covered in burning pain, and there were probably quite a few scrapes and abrasions. Luckily, the stairs were carpeted, otherwise, he might have broken his leg from the fall. He shook his dizzy head vigorously. Wang Limin struggled to his feet, leaning heavily on the ground. He staggered toward the door, wanting to see what had happened. But he lost his balance and fell down again. Mrs. Wang Limin upstairs was also awakened by the noise. She found her husband wasn't beside her, and there was the sound of something rolling downstairs. She was immediately terrified and began to tremble uncontrollably. Thinking that a burglar had broken into the house, she dared not go out and simply covered her head with a blanket. After hitting the wall, Wang Hui peeked out the door to take a look. Then he dragged his cousin down and got into the driver's seat. Then he started the bulldozer in one go and crashed toward the gate with a loud roar. My cousin was genuinely startled by the scene and, without even asking Wang Hui for the money, fled into the night like a scared rabbit. If anyone had seen that, he would have ended up in jail. The truck bed rammed into the gate, and the wrought iron gate couldn't withstand such a massive impact. It was simply pushed away. Both doorposts were also knocked down halfway. Wang Hui finally felt a little relieved. He had been so frustrated since returning to Jinko, and he had been waiting for this moment. Looking at the collapsed gate, Wang Hui gave a cold smile. Uncle, watch how I avenge you. Then, Wang Hui maneuvered the bulldozer and awkwardly backed it up. Then he slammed it hard against the nearby wall that hadn't been knocked down. Wang Limin was badly injured, and after falling twice, he could barely get back up. Moreover, he had already figured out what had happened. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, someone must have knocked down the courtyard wall. With injuries on his body and his heart racing with anxiety, Wang Limin's blood pressure skyrocketed. Wang Hui inside the bulldozer wasn't feeling much better either. After all, force acts in equal and opposite directions. He had no experience with this, so he was just relying on the speed of the vehicle to push, which left him feeling a bit dizzy. But Wang Hui was excited. There was nothing in his entire life that could compare to this excitement. Gritting his teeth, Wang Hui reversed the car again and charged toward the wall for the third time. After 3 consecutive attempts, Wang Limin's blood pressure had skyrocketed, and he groaned softly before fainting in the living room. Wang Hui, however, had gained some experience from the previous 2 attempts. You can't use speed to ram into it. Instead, you should keep the bulldozer against the wall and use its power to push it in slowly. As a result, Wang Hui quickly demolished the entire front facade of the villa's courtyard. Looking at the pile of broken bricks on the ground, Wang Hui was still not satisfied. He drove the bulldozer straight toward the villa itself. Of course, the villa couldn't be demolished like that. Wang Hui was just aiming for the front gate. He wanted Wang Limin to taste the same feeling of having the gate blocked. That's a bit odd. Logically speaking, with all this commotion, even if Wang Limin and his wife were sleeping like logs, they should have woken up by now. How come it's been half a day and the lights aren't even on? Could it be that I scared myself with my own words earlier and ran off to a hotel, leaving this place empty? Chapter 107, The Truth Comes Out. Wang Hui couldn't be bothered with such details. He simply drove the bulldozer straight toward the gate, with the bucket pressing against it. He stepped on the gas pedal. The bulldozer charged forward with unstoppable momentum, forcefully smashing open the gate. Under the headlights of the bulldozer, Wang Hui saw a person lying on the floor of the living room. Squinting, Wang Hui recognized the man as none other than the factory director, Wang Limin. Holy crap, you scared the hell out of me. I bumped into this guy? Wang Hui was genuinely startled. Upon closer inspection, he immediately realized he couldn't. The door was broken, and broken bricks were scattered everywhere. But the farthest piece of broken brick was still several meters away from Wang Limin. Wang Hui cursed, "You bastard, the house is pretty big, but the living room must be 200 or 300 square meters, right?" He wondered why Wang Limin was lying there and guessed that he must have fainted from panic. Wang Hui thought to himself that it was enough. He couldn't keep playing around. If he continued, something serious might happen. He didn't even bother to start the bulldozer. He just left it blocking the villa's entrance, completely blocking the front gate. Wang Hui didn't rush back to the hotel either. He went straight to the hospital. He walked slowly to the hospital entrance, where the breakfast stalls had already set up shop. Wang Hui drank a bowl of soy milk, ate a few fried dough sticks, and then strolled leisurely into the hospital. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Wang Limin's wife, her face filled with panic, urgently urging the staff at the payment counter. Wang Hui paused for a moment, thinking to himself, they must have taken Wang Limin to the hospital. It seemed pretty serious, but since he was already there shouldn't be any life-threatening danger. But even if there were a life-threatening situation, Wang Hui wouldn't really care. Such a person who doesn't care about others deserves such retribution. Wang Limin's wife, surrounded by a crowd of security guards, didn't see Wang Hui either. She was too busy rushing to pay the fees. Wang Hui followed the corridor and arrived at the inpatient ward. He went upstairs to his uncle's private room. A young nurse, yawning after working the night shift, saw Wang Hui arrive and immediately told him, "Mr. Wang, your uncle woke up last night." The doctor checked him and said he should be fine. "Your uncle is still fairly lucid. We originally planned to notify you immediately, but your uncle's wife and daughter asked us not to call you, saying they wanted you to get a good night's sleep. As for who the sugar daddy is, the young nurse is quite clear about that. Of course, this is also thanks to Wang Hui's generous spending. Plus, he's quite handsome, so many of the young nurses at the hospital have a favorable impression of him." Wang Hui heard this and was overjoyed, rushing straight into the VIP ward. His uncle was still asleep, while his aunt and cousin Wang Shuyi were also asleep on the accompanying bed. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the two of them woke up immediately. Both of them looked at Wang Hui with tears in their eyes. "Shall we, thanks to you, your uncle was able to wake up so quickly," his aunt whispered tearfully. Wang Shuyi was also teary-eyed and didn't know what to say. "This is what I should do. We're all family, there's no need to be so formal." Wang Hui deliberately lowered his voice, afraid of waking his sleeping uncle. At that moment, the on-duty nurse walked in. She stood beside Wang Hui and whispered, "Don't worry, Mr. Wang. Your uncle is fine. What he needs now is proper rest. The doctor said there's no need for you to stay in the VIP ward anymore. The costs there are so high." Wang Hui waved his hand and said, "Money isn't an issue. Let's observe him for a few more days. My uncle is elderly and can't handle too much stress. He seems okay now, but we can't rule out any complications." The young nurse nodded silently, but outside, the sound of chaotic footsteps could be heard. The footsteps were too loud, and this was a high-end ward. The nurse's first reaction was to go out and ask those people to walk more quietly. But before the young nurse could reach the door to the VIP ward was pushed open from the outside. Two men dressed in constable uniforms stood outside. "Officers?" The young nurse was startled by the suddenly opened door. She looked at the two constables in confusion. The constable's gaze passed over the young nurse and fixed on Wang Hui. One of them spoke up and asked, "Are you Wang Hui?" Wang Hui had already guessed why the two officials from the magistrate's office were there. He nodded calmly and said, "That's right, it's me." The other official immediately shouted, "All right, then come with us." As he spoke, he stepped over his own body and reached out to grab Wang Hui. Wang Hui narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who are you? Why should I go with you? Can't you tell we're constables?" We're taking you to the yamen, of course. The man looked fierce and spoke in a harsh tone. Wang Hui glanced back at his terrified aunt and Wang Shui frowned and said, well, just because someone is wearing a constable's uniform doesn't necessarily mean they're a real constable. While these uniforms aren't something you can buy on the street, they're not exactly impossible to obtain either. Even if he is a real constable, if you want me to go to the county office with you, you need to show me your constable's ID and give me an explanation. Is this an arrest or are you requesting my cooperation in an investigation? Furthermore, this is a hospital's intensive care unit. Even if I am truly a suspect, please show the patients here basic respect. If there is anything you need to discuss, let's do so outside. Hey, you little brat. The bailiff immediately flew into a rage. He raised both hands, ready to grab Wang Hui. However, the constable who had earlier asked Wang Hui about his identity grabbed him by the arm and shook his head slightly. They had been dispatched directly after receiving a report from someone, and this matter had clearly exceeded their authority. Even though the local authorities had a much closer relationship with the Wang Limin family. However, on Wang Hui's side, there was also a renowned lawyer standing there. Moreover, that lawyer had already made arrangements with the authorities yesterday. As courthouse officials, they were following orders, but they certainly weren't there to provoke Wang Hui for no reason. Even if the matter in question was indeed committed by Wang Hui, Wang Limin would not necessarily have the upper hand. This is my ID. He pulled his colleague behind him, and the constable pulled out his ID. Wang Hui approached the constable, took the ID, and walked toward the door while looking at it. What are you doing? Another constable shouted angrily. Wang Hui glanced back at him. First, I need to verify if this is a genuine document. It is my right to do so. Second, as I said earlier, even if you are constables, you must show basic respect to the patients here. Let's take this outside. Having said that, Wang Hui casually returned the ID to the official and walked out of the VIP ward on his own. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang and Wang Shui exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. After stepping out, Wang Hui didn't linger but walked to the elevator lobby and patiently waited for the elevator to arrive. Chapter 108, Maneuvering. The constable seemed furious, but his colleague remained calm enough to pull him aside and whisper something to him. They finally managed to calm him down. The elevator arrived, and Wang Hui pressed the button for the first floor. Two officials with unpleasant expressions followed him inside. Once they reached the ground floor, one of the constables, clearly suppressing his anger, said, "Is this far enough? Hurry up and come back to the station with us." Wang Hui glanced at him, shook his head, and said, "Going to the office isn't a problem, but you have to tell me why first, right?" Someone tapped him on the shoulder, and the constable turned to look at his colleague. His colleague stepped forward and said, "We just received a report that someone claimed you were driving a bulldozer and destroyed their house, injuring someone in the process. The injured person is currently receiving emergency treatment at the hospital. We need you to come with us for questioning." "Oh? So it's just for an investigation. I thought I had done something wrong and you were here to arrest me." Wang Hui smiled and followed along. "I'm really sorry. My uncle is also in the hospital right now, and he needs someone to take care of him. I can't leave at the moment. Once I have some free time, I'll come to your office voluntarily to cooperate with the investigation. By the way, which district are you from? Hey, kid, don't push your luck. Stop wasting time and come with us." The stern-faced constable threatened Wang Hui. Wang Hui gave him a casual glance and said calmly, "I'm beginning to seriously doubt your professional integrity. As a constable, do you even know the difference between cooperating with an investigation and making an arrest?" Another constable hurriedly pulled his colleague back and tried to remain patient. "Cooperating with the investigation is the duty of every citizen. Since someone reported that you damaged their house and injured someone, I suggest you come with us to the yamen to explain the situation." He added, "Rest assured, we won't wrong an innocent person, and we definitely won't let a criminal go free." Wang Hui smiled, a smile full of meaning. He shook his head and said, "You're right, cooperating with the investigation is indeed the duty of the people, but I never said I wouldn't cooperate. It's just that I can't leave right now. As for reporting it to the authorities, we can't just accept whatever they say, can we? If I say someone robbed me and that person is currently lying in the hospital receiving emergency treatment, should you just take him back without asking any questions? In that case, I seriously doubt that your office has enough staff to handle it. Let me go talk to my two relatives first, then I'll go with you to the government office. How we constables do our jobs isn't something you get to tell us." The man was furious and, without caring about himself, rushed forward wildly and grabbed Wang Hui. They had expected Wang Hui to put up a fierce struggle, which would give them even more reason to take him back. But to their surprise, Wang Hui didn't move at all, allowing the constable to grab his arm. Though it hurt a bit, Wang Hui remained calm and said, "I will definitely file a complaint against you and pursue this matter to the end." At this point, Wang Hui had already made up his mind. If Attorney Cheng could resolve this matter directly through official channels, then everything would be manageable. However, if Cheng failed, Wang Hui would not hesitate to seek assistance from his mentor, Tuan Mujinji. After all, his reckless behavior was partly due to Ndu Jinji's guidance. The last words Duanmu Jinji said to him over the phone were, "Do whatever you want, but if things get out of hand, don't blame me, your master, for disowning you as my disciple." In fact, Wang Hui could guess why Duanmu Jinji had said that. A major reason was that he wanted to use this absurd method to help Wang Hui quickly climb into the upper echelons of the North Star Society. Wang Hui was pushed into the carriage, remaining silent the entire way, only coldly gazing at the constable who had carried out the act. Although the constable glared back at Wang Hui, he dared not act too boldly. At least on the vehicle, he dared not act rashly. The constable merely snorted coldly, thinking to himself, "Just wait until we get to the county office, then I'll show you what I'm made of." Another constable, however, looked worried. The order to bring Wang Hui back to the prefecture office had come from their captain. But if Wang Hui really has some background or connections they're unaware of, they'll be the ones to suffer. The captain cannot take the blame. This responsibility must be borne by them alone. Therefore, when the carriage arrived at the county office, he pulled his colleague aside. He didn't give him any chance to get in touch with Wang Hui. He was afraid that the man would treat Wang Hui the same way he had treated others, dragging him out of the car. He couldn't rule out the possibility that he might even kick Wang Hui from behind. He was led into an office. Wang Hui looked around. It was just an ordinary office. He casually pulled over a chair and sat down leisurely. The hot-tempered constable glared at him and shouted, "Who gave you permission to sit down?" Wang Hui glanced at him but paid no heed. Another constable pulled his colleague aside and said to Wang Hui, "This is his seat. Why don't you go sit over there?" As he spoke, he pointed to the table across from them. Wang Hui finally nodded and stood up to sit across from him. The hot-tempered constable snorted coldly. He was puzzled as to why his colleague was being so polite to Wang Hui. He pulled his chair over, slammed it down on the ground, and sat down. He asked in a low voice, "Tell me, what were you doing last night?" Wang Hui looked at him and said with a smile, "You said it was night. What else could I have been doing? Of course I was sleeping. Stop fooling around with me. You better know where you are. Once you're here, don't even think about getting away with anything. Tell me the truth." Wang Hui sighed. "Officer, please watch your attitude. I'm just here to cooperate with the investigation. If you continue to speak to me in this manner, there's nothing more to discuss." "Cooperate with the investigation? Let me tell you, even if you're cooperating, we can still detain you for 48 hours. The hot-tempered constable slammed the table and said, "Don't think you can act all high and mighty here just because you've watched a few TV shows. Are you waiting for your lawyer to arrive before you'll tell the truth?" Wang Hui glanced at him, then looked at the other official standing beside him. He shook his head and remained silent. The impatient constable slammed the table again and shouted, "Are you mute? I'm asking you a question. What did you do last night?" Wang Hui ignored him completely, still smiling sweetly. If the timing was correct, Attorney Chang would arrive shortly. Chapter 109, Cooperating with the Investigation. "Hey, are you trying to play dead with me? Ha ha. I'll see if your mouth is as tough as your fists." The temperamental constable stood up. He walked to the door, peeked outside, then slammed the door shut. Turning back around, his face was already twisted into a hideous grin. Wang Hui's eyes grew cold and his fists clenched tightly in his pockets. He didn't mind having a real-life showdown with this rude constable. Another constable also noticed something was amiss. He quickly grabbed the angry constable, whispered something in his ear, and forced him back into his seat. He spoke to Wang Hui as politely as possible. "Mr. Wang, since you're willing to come to the Yamen to cooperate with our investigation, why not say something? Everyone's here, so let's all relax and get to the bottom of this. It's better for you and for us. What do you think?" Wang Hui finally nodded and crossed his legs, saying, "It's not that I'm not cooperating. It's just that your colleague is so strange. Earlier, when you were at the hospital, you mentioned that someone's house was demolished and people were injured, but he acted as if he wanted me to take the blame the entire time. Although I don't know exactly what happened, these matters have nothing to do with me. I can't just take the blame for something I know nothing about, can I? He asked me where I was last night, so I told him I was sleeping. Isn't that a normal conversation? Where exactly did I not cooperate? Stop being so smooth with me. You said you were sleeping at home last night. Who can prove that?" The impatient official slammed the table again, but perhaps his colleague had intervened, so he didn't lose his temper. Wang Hui smiled and said, "My parents can vouch for me." "Your parents are your immediate family members. They cannot serve as witnesses. Then there's no point in talking. Your argument is ridiculous. I was sleeping at home. Besides my family members, who else could prove it? You can't seriously expect me to find someone to sit next to me while I sleep, can you? Stop trying to argue with me." The official was furious and grabbed a stack of documents from the table and threw them at him. Wang Hui reached out and blocked the scattered documents in mid-air, his gaze growing increasingly icy. Another official hurriedly stood up, grabbed his colleague, and practically carried him out of the office. "Xiao Zhua, go out and have a smoke. I'll talk to him." After Xiao Zhua, the hot-tempered constable left. The remaining constable locked the door and said to Wang Hui, "Mr. Wang, someone reported to the authorities, specifically naming you as the one who demolished half of their house and injured someone. The injured person is still in the hospital." Wang Linin's men reported it to the authorities immediately, saying it was you. Do you understand what I mean? Wang Huifeng pretended to be startled and said, "Is Wang Linin exerting force from inside?" Wang Hui feigned surprise and said, "Was it Wang Linin exerting influence from within?" The constable gave him a meaningful look and nodded. "That's right. My colleague just now." Didn't finish his sentence, but those who know, know. Wang Hui narrowed his eyes and said, "My lawyer will be here shortly. I know you don't want to get involved with either side, so I advise you to mind your own business and stay out of this." The constable nodded but didn't say anything. Another constable entered from outside. The two exchanged glances, and the first one left. "Wang Hui, right? Tell me, did you demolish Wang Linin's house?" Wang Hui narrowed his eyes. This guy must have been called by that little Zhua. Therefore, he pretended to be startled and said, "Wang Limin?" The constable nodded, and Wang Hui suddenly burst into laughter. His house was demolished? That big villa? Wang Limin had someone beat him up and sent him to the hospital? Ha, that's karma. Such a guy deserves to be taken by heaven. Ha! Wang Hui, even you, a constable, are speechless. In the end, he doesn't belong to Xiaozhua's side, nor does he belong to the constables who went out. He just wants to get to the bottom of the matter. It was precisely because of this sense of justice that he voluntarily took on this difficult task. Ha, who was the hero who did this? Ah, that's hilarious. Constable, if you catch him, be sure to let me know. I'll definitely send him a banner with the words "eliminating harm for the people" written on it. The constable was completely speechless. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers and said seriously, "Wang Hui, I must ask you one more time, where were you last night? Considering your attitude isn't too bad, I'll answer you one more time. Last night, I had a light meal with my parents, and then we all went to the hotel to sleep. Fortunately, the hotels in Jinko are all so poor that there are no surveillance cameras, otherwise Wang Hui wouldn't have been able to lie so easily." But what's going on with Wang Limin's side? Wang Hui said indifferently, "Such people will eventually get into trouble. Tell me, how badly was Wang Limin beaten? Was his head broken? Are his legs broken?" Wang Hui shrugged indifferently, "People like him will eventually get into trouble. Tell me, what happened to Wang Limin? Was he beaten badly? Did he get his head broken? Did his legs get broken?" The constable replied helplessly, "Wang Limin is currently in the operating room. The initial diagnosis from the doctors is a cerebral hemorrhage. There are also abrasions and bruises on his body, but the doctor said they are likely not caused by human contact, but rather from the sudden onset of the cerebral hemorrhage, which caused him to fall down the stairs. However, this is only the preliminary investigation result. We will need to conduct a more detailed investigation once he is out of the operating room to determine the exact circumstances." Wang Hui sighed deeply and said, "Ah, what a pity. Why didn't he just break his head or break his leg? If it were me, I would have broken his legs and let him know what it's like to have a bandage on his head and a cast on his feet." The constable didn't want to talk to Wang Hui anymore. It seemed that there was nothing more to discuss for now. "Alright, you stay here for a moment. I'll step out for a bit, and we'll talk again later." Wang Hui saw the constable was about to leave and asked anxiously, "Don't go. I haven't asked him yet what happened to his house. That's quite something, tearing down the house like that." Wang Hui saw the constable about to leave and anxiously asked, "Don't go. I haven't asked him yet what happened to his house after it was demolished. That's quite something, they actually demolished the entire house. Did they hire a construction crew?" The constable was walking away smoothly when he suddenly stumbled. He turned around and gave Wang Hui a deep look. He thought to himself, "Is it really appropriate for you to be gloating like this?" At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder, could it really not have been Wang Hui who did it? Wang Hui thought for a moment, stood up, and rushed to the door, pulling on it. But he found that the constable had locked it from the outside. He immediately pounded on the door and shouted, "Why did you lock me in here? I'm telling you, even if this is a government office, you can't do this." As he spoke, Wang Hui pulled out his phone to check the time. It was only just past 7 o'clock, and he estimated that Attorney Chang would be arriving soon. It'll be at least 8 o'clock. Over an hour? That's a hassle. Chapter 110, System Upgrade? The voice of the constable could be heard from outside. "Think carefully inside and see if there's anything you want to tell us. Once you've made up your mind, we'll open the door. I have nothing to think about. I just feel it's satisfying." Wang Hui paused for a moment before continuing, "I'm telling you this because I see you're an honest constable. I'm giving you some advice, open the door quickly. Don't get yourself involved in this." The constable was honest, but he wasn't stupid. Though he harbored doubts, he still believed last night's incident was somehow connected to Wang Hui. However, deep down, he did find Wang Hui's actions quite satisfying. That Wang Limin, especially his wife, was truly detestable. When he came to the county office to report the matter, he acted like an empress dowager, giving orders and bossing everyone around. You're just the wife of a factory manager. Do you really think you're the wife of our captain? But this matter was personally entrusted to me by the captain himself. After receiving the report, they immediately sought instructions from the captain. He couldn't very well defy the captain just for Wang Hui, could he? Stop shouting. If you keep shouting, don't blame us for taking action. This is the magistrate's office, not your home. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said one last thing before turning and slipping into the office next door. Wang Hui glanced down at his phone screen. Since he hadn't charged it last night, the battery was already below 5%. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the office, but there was no charging cable in sight. This was the first floor, but unfortunately, the windows were reinforced with steel bars. However, these steel bars appear to have been installed more than 10 or 20 years ago. When Wang Hui was a child living in a flat in Jinko, the windows of his home were also fitted with this type of rebar. While keeping out thieves, it also made it convenient for Wang's parents to lock him inside the house. However, Wang Hui can still sneak out because he has already figured out how to remove the steel bars from the house. Walking to the window, Wang Hui tried each one, theoretically speaking. Even in the government office, these steel bars might not be safe. Even if they break, no one bothers to fix them. After all, which thief would be so bold as to come to the county office to steal something? I tried it, and sure enough, 2 steel bars were loose. Wang Hui pushed up with all his strength, and it was just a little bit more. He only needed to push up another millimeter or two to pull the rebar out. Wang Hui had certainly become skilled through practice. He pushed the rebar upward as hard as he could, then began to rotate it. The ends of this type of rebar are usually tapered, making it easy to handle wooden window frames. In less than a minute, Wang Hui successfully removed the first piece of rebar. Less than a minute later, the second one was also removed. Carefully placed the rebar by the window. Wang Hui crouched down and climbed onto the windowsill. He forced his way through the gap where 2 reinforcing bars were missing. He could feel his clothes being torn, but that was nothing. Jumping out the window, Wang Hui strode confidently out of the government office. At that time, there were only a few on-duty constables at the courthouse. Most of them were still half asleep, paying no attention to him at all. At that moment, Wang Hui did not choose to flee. He turned and entered a self-service supermarket next to the government office, where he scanned a power bank. He then immediately called Duanmu Jinji. Then he returned to the yamen. He first peered through the window and saw that the office was still empty. Wang Hui slipped inside and quickly restored everything to its original state. The window had barely closed when the courtyard of the government office became bustling with activity. It was almost 8 o'clock. The bailiffs have all come to work. The once deserted government office was suddenly crowded with people. As expected, the office door opened at that very moment. Everyone else had come to work. The 3 constables couldn't just stay in the duty room, so they had to return to their own offices. As soon as he entered the door, Xiaozhua shouted at Wang Hui, "Have you made up your mind? Confess immediately. Don't try to get away with it. I've seen plenty of people like you." Wang Hui thought to himself, just wait and see what happens to you. The office is going to be a real mess later. I have nothing to say. I'll say it again, I was sleeping at home last night and know nothing about the rest of it. Hey, you little liar. Get up and go stand in the corner. Xiaozhua slammed the table and glared at him angrily. Wang Hui gave him a cold glance and didn't move an inch. This time, the constables standing nearby didn't utter a word either. The crowd was growing larger, and they didn't want to be the ones to stick their necks out. Since Xiaozhua is willing to take on this responsibility, they have nothing to say. Moreover, they deliberately left Wang Hui in the office because they knew he had a phone on him. If Wang Hui really had any influence, it's been half an hour already. Even if he hasn't arrived yet, the phone should have rung by now. But there's been no sign of him, so they subconsciously assume that Wang Hui is just some naive fool who watches too many TV dramas and thinks he can hire a lawyer without knowing how the authorities work. Hey, are you trying to pick a fight with me? Xiaozhua rolled up his sleeves and walked over, grabbing Wang Hui by the collar. Wang Hui didn't back down, pushing Xiaozhua away and shouting, "Don't you dare touch me. You dare attack a constable?" Xiaozhua's eyes widened in shock. Wang Hui laughed in anger. You've watched too many TV shows and movies. Attacking a constable? Try touching me again. Xiaozhua was completely stunned by Wang Hui. As soon as he came to his senses, he was so angry that he started stomping his feet and cursing under his breath. A stern voice rang out from outside, "What are you doing so early in the morning?" Xiaozhua and the 2 constables turned around and quickly put on smiles. "Captain Feng, you're here? This is Wang Hui, the one who demolished Wang Limin's factory and injured people." Captain Feng was in his 40s, with nothing particularly striking about his appearance. He had a slight beer belly typical of middle-aged men, but he wasn't overly obese. He glanced at Wang Hui and said indifferently, "How do you handle things? You can't even handle such a small matter? How could you let a criminal suspect shout and scream in the government office? What kind of state is this?" It seemed like just a leader giving a lecture. But the underlying meaning is already quite clear. That is, Wang Hui has already been identified as a criminal suspect. The other two constables showed no reaction, but Xiao Zhuan narrowed his eyes and sneered twice. Since that was the case, he knew exactly what to do. Hee hee, you little brat, you're not so arrogant now, are you? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Bending over, he escorted Captain Feng out. The other two constables shrugged helplessly, while Xiao Zhua's face broke into a fierce grin. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Wang Hui's mind. Ding! The landlord's system has been successfully upgraded. Chapter 111, System Lottery. The voice fell. Wang Hui felt as though everything around him had come to a standstill. He swallowed hard. Has the system been upgraded? Just as he was about to speak, the voice sounded again. Congratulations, host. You have successfully rented out the 40th floor of the office building. The reward has been distributed. System update complete. Personal panel and system store now available. Instantly. Host, Wang Hui. Points, 500,000. Store, now open. Lottery chances, 1 D tier lottery, 1 C tier lottery, 1 B tier lottery. Latest task, 80 sets of Apocalypse villas due to system upgrades. Hosts will receive ownership of all 80 villas upon completing the task. Should the number of lottery draws correspond to 10 commercial properties, 20 school district homes, and 40 office floors? Wang Hui stared in astonishment at the panel that appeared before him. So points can be exchanged for items in the mall. There are also new tasks. 80 sets of Apocalypse villas? Wang Hui was a bit confused. He had never heard of this thing in Beichen. Isn't it Beichen? Wang Hui thought to himself. He glanced again at the constable who was motionless, preparing to pounce. System, I want to enter the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a D-rank ancient martial arts card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the C-rank investment golden finger card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-ranked wealthy card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the C-rank wealth card. Ancient martial arts card? Investment golden finger cards? Wealth card? Wang Hui looked closely at the notes below and finally understood. Ancient martial arts cards grant the corresponding martial arts abilities upon use. Investment golden finger cards, on the other hand, grant you a single opportunity for a 100% successful investment when used. The wealth card, on the other hand, is a functional card that allows users to truly experience the lifestyle of a top-tier wealthy individual, with the experience lasting up to a full 24 hours. Furthermore, once each card has been used, it does not disappear. The system will prompt you that it can be used again after a 1-week cooling period. My goodness, the first two cards weren't even that bad. This wealthy card is simply unbelievable. Don't underestimate the importance of becoming a top-tier billionaire overnight. The social circle of a top-tier billionaire is something that money simply cannot buy. Wang Hui noticed that the time around him had begun to show signs of returning to normal. He murmured to himself, use the D-rank ancient martial arts card and the B-rank wealthy card. He issued the command almost without pause. Wang Hui knew that his body had already undergone subtle changes. Meanwhile, time had returned to its normal flow. Xiao Zhuo grabbed Wang Hui by the collar and sneered, Kid, I've been nice to you, but you won't listen. Now you're forcing me to take action. Then he gave a hard tug, trying to knock Wang Hui to the ground. However, Wang Hui didn't budge an inch. At that moment, Wang Hui had fully sensed the boundless power surging within him. Xiao Zhuo was taken aback. He was a tall man, standing over 180 centimeters tall, and weighed around 160 to 170 pounds. Though he hadn't exercised much in recent years. But when faced with a frail young man like Wang Hui, I still had the upper hand. He had thought he could take him down easily, but he didn't expect. Hey! Kid, I didn't expect you still had some strength left. Xiao Zhuo said while kicking him again. Wang Hui's gaze sharpened slightly, and his body shifted imperceptibly by 45 degrees, easily dodging Xiao Zhuo's kick. In the blink of an eye, he raised his shoulder and slammed it into Xiao Zhuo's chest with all his might. Xiao Zhuo never expected Wang Hui's reaction to be so quick. He kicked into thin air and was hit in the chest again. Even though Wang Hui had only used less than 10% of his strength, he felt as though he had been hit by a speeding motorcycle. His massive body instantly lost its balance. His right foot completely missed the ground, and his body fell backward, ending up in a split. Xiao Zhuo let out a cry and began to wail. He was in his 30s. Even when I was young, I couldn't do the splits. At this age, it feels like my crotch is being torn apart. Accompanied by the sound of pants tearing. Xiao Zhuo had just landed when the pain made him roll around on the ground for half a circle. The other two constables froze for a moment. One of them, who wanted to protect himself, instinctively rushed forward and slapped Wang Hui. Wang Hui casually extended his hand and grabbed the man's wrist. He pulled him along with the momentum, then let go. The constable couldn't control his strength and crashed into the wall. Instantly, his eyes were filled with countless sparks, and his nose felt as though it had been struck with a heavy fist. In an instant, blood gushed from his nose, his head buzzed, and his body collapsed helplessly. Wang Hui glanced at the two constables on the ground, then swept his gaze over the motionless constables. He thought to himself, they really are overestimating their abilities. However, these constables are really weak. With their physical condition, they'd probably struggle to catch even a common thief. No one could have anticipated such a situation. Moreover, although these two constables were not seriously injured, they were effectively incapacitated for the time being. Wang Hui walked over to the side, pulled a chair, and sat down calmly. The sounds from inside the office could also be heard outside. No one paid any attention to it. Such noises were not uncommon in the government office. At least no one would have thought that Wang Hui had beaten the constables. Everyone thought Wang Hui was being disobedient and was getting a lesson. It wasn't until over 10 minutes later that the two of them were finally helped to their feet by another constable. One was clutching his groin and grimacing in pain, while the other was holding his nose. Although the nosebleed had already stopped, his nose was still red around the tip. The two of them looked at Wang Hui with a mix of fear and alarm in their eyes. How could they have imagined that Wang Hui was such a tough guy? Slowly backing up to the door, the three of them yanked open the office door. They ran out as if they had seen a ghost. He finally shouted loudly, "Help! Someone come quickly! This boy is attacking the constables." He didn't care about his reputation anymore. They were still somewhat level-headed, knowing that Wang Hui was someone they couldn't possibly handle. At this point, they could only hope that more people would come to help subdue Wang Hui. For a moment, all the constables in the government office rushed out. Even Captain Feng stepped out of his office and stood on the stairs, asking sternly, "What is all the commotion about?" Even Captain Feng stepped out of his office and stood on the stairs, asking sternly, "What's all the commotion about?" Xiao Zhuo ran to the staircase with a sorrowful expression, feeling as though his groin was on fire. He gasped for air as he said, "Captain Feng, that kid attacked the constables. Old Xian and I were both beaten." Feng the constable was taken aback and immediately flew into a rage. "Even at the prefecture, he dares to be so brazen? What were the two of you doing? How could you let a mere youngster beat you like that?" At that moment, Feng the constable also saw old Xian, his face covered in blood. However, it was clear at a glance that while it looked terrifying, it probably wasn't too serious. Chapter 112, The Second Generation Rich Kids. Led by Feng, the head of the police, a group of at least 7 or 8 people entered the office. They saw Wang Hui sitting calmly in his chair. Feng the constable roared, "You dare to attack a government official? Are you trying to rebel? Someone, come here and handcuff him." As a leader, no matter how small, you can't get involved personally. So, upon hearing Feng the constable's words, the others gathered around together. Wang Hui remained calm and said, "It seems that the problems with these two constables are all because you, the captain, have spoiled them. As the saying goes, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is askew. You attack me without asking any questions, is that right? Alright, then I'll see just how you plan to cuff me today." A group of constables rushed forward, but Wang Hui calmly stood up and kicked the chair. The chair shattered into pieces, with various parts flying toward the officials. Startled, the constables hurriedly scattered in all directions to avoid being hit. Some collided with the table, while others collided with their colleagues. They nearly fell over. But it was just a momentary lapse, and the constables, including Captain Feng, also realized that it wasn't really the fault of those two that they were useless. The way he casually kicked the chair, sending it flying apart. This kid must have practiced. Although there was no actual injury, the constables were already wary of him. For a moment, they dared not approach. Wang Hui watched them leisurely, occasionally glancing at the clock on the wall. "Where is Lawyer Chang? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Just as I was thinking this, I heard someone shouting loudly outside, "Captain Feng, Magistrate has arrived." Feng the constable paused, thinking to himself that this was a good opportunity to save face. He hurriedly pointed at Wang Hui and said, "You keep him under control. I'll go greet Magistrate Li." With that, he turned and left. The other officials looked at each other in confusion, daring only to form a semicircle around Wang Hui. No one dared to move. Jinko First People's Hospital. Several expensive luxury cars arrived from different directions. Everyone at the hospital was left speechless. The cars didn't even go to the parking lot, they all just parked right at the hospital entrance. The people who got out of the cars clearly knew each other, greeting one another as they entered the hospital together. They grabbed a passing doctor and asked, "Where is the operating room?" The doctor was taken aback and hurriedly pointed them in the right direction. Looking outside, they saw that the hospital entrance was almost completely blocked by luxury cars. I thought to myself, these spoiled brats aren't here to cause trouble, are they? He quickly pulled out his phone and called the director. A group of young people rushed to the back and quickly found the operating room. One of the men, around 20 years old, noticed a young nurse hurrying by with her head down. He grabbed the nurse and stopped her. With a smile on his face, the young man reached out to pat the young nurse on the shoulder, startling her so much that she quickly stepped back. But the man quickly twisted his wrist and grabbed her name tag instead. "You're Xionghui?" The young nurse nodded fearfully. The young man smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. What's your phone number? What time do you get off work? I'll treat you to dinner." Before the young nurse could react, another person kicked him and said, "Stop hitting on her. What's wrong with you? Get your act together and find someone else." The young man didn't get angry, just chuckled and asked, "Is there a Mr. Wang performing surgery here?" The young nurse nodded nervously. Yes, it's over there, in the second operating room." She saw the young man release her ID badge. The young nurse hurriedly lowered her head and ran away, her face flushed red. "You actually find such a common woman attractive? Your taste has really become quite bold these days," someone remarked beside him, and the group laughed and continued on their way. The dean had just arrived at work and, upon reaching the entrance, found the main gate blocked, which was already causing him a headache. After receiving the call and inquiring, he couldn't help but take a closer look at the cars. He recognized one of the cars. It belonged to the son of a local developer in Jinko. Although the developer wasn't particularly influential in Beichun City, he was one of the top players in Jinko. Thinking of this, the principal immediately grew concerned. Those who could associate with that person were either wealthy or influential. If this group had come to the hospital to cause trouble, it would be a real mess. Upon learning that they had gone to the operating room, the hospital director grew even more concerned. He asked anxiously, "Who is performing the surgery now?" The doctor on duty thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be Wang Limin, the factory director of Dafeng Garment Factory." The director asked again, "Wang Limin? What's wrong with him?" According to his wife, someone demolished their house in the middle of the night and beat up Mr. Wang. However, the emergency room said no one had physically assaulted him. While he has some abrasions, it appears to be caused by a sudden cerebral hemorrhage that caused him to fall down the stairs. However, the house being demolished is likely true, and it seems to be connected to a family surnamed Wang from the VIP ward. One of their young men has already been taken away by the authorities. The director heard this and panicked. A house has been demolished halfway? Another group of spoiled brats heading straight for the operating room? But they're the ones who did it, and now they're not satisfied, so they've come to the hospital to cause trouble for Wang Limin, right? Wang Limin may be a factory director, but the entire Dafeng Garment Factory is only worth a couple of 100 million yuan at most. Wang Limin is just a worker with a small stake in the company. Compared to these second-generation rich kids, he's nothing. Just pick any one of them, slap him a few times, and he probably wouldn't dare to fight back. Hurry up, call more people, gather the security guards, and head over to the operating room. The director didn't have time to say much. He hurriedly gave a brief instruction and rushed straight to the operating room. As soon as he reached the upper floor, he heard the commotion coming from the operating room. The director was even more anxious and rushed over to take a look. Sure enough, it was a group of wealthy second-generation individuals dressed in luxurious attire. The dean thought to himself, "You rich kids, you're probably still sleeping in at this time of day. How come you're all here today?" Jinko wasn't a big place, and the director of the First People's Hospital was considered part of the upper class in the city. These young people all looked familiar to him, and he even recognized two of them. "Xiao Tai, Xiao Hua, what are you doing here?" The group of second-generation rich kids all turned around. Of course, they had all met the director of the First People's Hospital before. The two who were called over grinned and shouted, "Director Meng, what are you doing here? What are you doing here?" Director Meng hurried over. "This is the operating room. There are patients undergoing surgery inside. Don't cause trouble here. If you have any issues, come to my office to discuss them. We came here because we knew that guy was having surgery. That bastard, running a shabby factory, actually thinks he's some kind of local tyrant. He dares to bully us? Now he's pretending to be sick? We didn't even touch a finger of his. What kind of surgery is this?" The others were also arguing loudly. Chapter 113, Causing Trouble. The operating room door opened, and a doctor walked out. Seeing so many people at the door, he was startled as well. "Is Wang Limin's grandson inside?" The doctor was called Xiao Hua. The doctor frowned, about to scold him, but noticed that Director Meng was also present. Moreover, Director Meng was constantly signaling to him with his eyes. What was Director Meng doing? The doctor took off his gloves, looking slightly tired. "How did the surgery go?" "Nothing serious. It was a cerebral hemorrhage caused by high blood pressure. The condition isn't too severe, and the bleeding wasn't excessive. We informed the family that surgery wasn't necessary, but she insisted on having it done. I had no choice but to perform a minimally invasive procedure to remove the clot and relieve pressure. If everything goes smoothly, she should wake up this afternoon." Those spoiled brats immediately started shouting, "See, I told you that old fool was fine. He's just putting on a show, and now he's here getting surgery." "Exactly. He didn't even touch him, yet he can act so tough. When he wakes up, I'll kill him." Amidst the chaos, President Meng was also feeling quite frustrated. These individuals all have family fortunes of at least 10 billion, so he dares not provoke them. Just as the commotion was heating up, a sharp, high-pitched female voice rang out from the stairwell. What are you doing? What are you doing? What's wrong with old Wang from our family? What's wrong with old Wang from our family? The doctor looked and saw that it was Wang Limin's wife who had come. He hurriedly whispered to Director Meng, "This is Wang Limin's wife." Dr. Meng nodded. After all, he was a medical authority and the head of the hospital. At this moment, he had to step forward. So, President Meng looked sternly at the few noisy second-generation rich kids. He spoke in a deep voice, "Enough. If you have anything to say, wait until later." Then he looked at Wang Limin's wife and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Wang is fine. The surgery was successful, and he'll wake up this afternoon." Hearing this, Wang Limin's wife finally calmed down a bit. She glanced at the young people, whose attire clearly marked them as not ordinary individuals, and couldn't help but feel a bit breathless. What are these people doing here? Director Meng sighed helplessly, pulling Wang Limin's wife aside and saying, "Did Factory Director Wang off someone? These guys are all well-known second-generation big shots from Jinko. They seem to be here to cause trouble for Factory Director Wang." Wang Limin's wife immediately grew anxious. "Our old Wang is still in the operating room. They can't treat us like this. Let's report this to the authorities." What are they trying to do? Why isn't the hospital reporting this to the authorities? The young men heard this and burst into laughter. The young man named Xiao Hua immediately pulled out a new banana-shaped phone, adorned with diamonds and gold, so dazzling it nearly blinded everyone. Want to call the police? Come on, hurry up. Do you know how to dial? If you don't, I'll help you. After saying that, he actually dialed the emergency number and said into the phone, "Someone needs to report a crime." Hold on. Then, he directly handed the phone to Wang Limin's wife. Wang Limin's wife was completely stunned. What's going on? She picked up the phone for no apparent reason and heard someone ask, "Hello, who is calling the police?" "Me. I need to report a crime. I already reported it once this morning. It's the Jinko magistrate's office. Someone demolished our courtyard and house, and beat my husband. He just had surgery, and now another group of people has come looking for trouble with him. Please send someone quickly, there are so many of them." "Ma'am, may I ask you?" The phone's owner, Xiao Hua, snatched the phone back and said directly into the phone, "This is Jinko First People's Hospital. The person who reported the incident used my phone. Her husband is Wang Limin, the factory director of Dafeng Garment Factory. At the same time, I also need to report this. Wang Limin and his wife made a false report, framing my friend. Our friend has already been taken away by the Jinko authorities. Please send someone immediately. Make sure the people from the Jinko magistrate's office come. My name is Liang Xiaohua, and this is my phone number." After saying that, he hung up the phone immediately. President Meng and Wang Limin's wife were both stunned. The doctor, who was also clueless, stood by. Although there weren't many people in the operating room, people were still passing by from time to time. Right now, everyone stopped in their tracks, peering around to see what was happening. However, Wang Limin's wife understood a little bit. These people seemed to be Wang Hui's friends. But the Wang family are just ordinary people. How could they possibly be friends with these local rich kids from Jinko? Feeling a bit nervous, Wang Limin's wife pulled Meng, the director, aside and whispered, "Who are these kids?" Meng sighed and said, "I only know two of them. The one who just gave you the phone is the son of Liang, the general manager of Hualiang Property Management. The other one, the tallest one, is the son of Zhou, the director of Huanjing Real Estate. The others, I only recognize by sight. Anyway, none of them are good people. Even the poorest among them should have a net worth of over 10 billion. When Wang Limin's wife heard this, she felt a sudden dizziness. What kind of people are these? What's the point of coming here to bully a woman? My old man is still lying in the operating room. And even if Wang Limin were alive and kicking, he wouldn't dare to show his teeth to this group of young people. He seemed to hold a lot of influence at the Dafeng Garment Factory. But in reality, he was just a worker with a stake in the company. The Dafeng Garment Factory is half owned by Guijia and half by the group. Wang Limin is just the factory director and general manager. He holds a 10% stake. And 5 of those points are management rights, which only entitle you to dividends and cannot be taken away. The shares that truly belong to him are a mere 5 points. The total scale of Dafeng Garment Factory was only 1 or 200 million yuan. Even if management shares are included, Wang Limin's net worth wouldn't reach several tens of millions. How did he manage to get involved with such a group of people? No, it wasn't Wang Limin who provoked them. It was Wang Hui who did. But isn't the Wang family just ordinary villagers? She knew that the Wang Hui family had settled in Beichen, but she never imagined that settling in Beichen would allow them to meet so many wealthy second-generation individuals from Jinko. And they were the kind who would come out to help him. At this moment, a cart was also wheeled out of the operating room. Wang Limin was lying on it. Those few second-generation rich kids suddenly turned their heads. They all pointed at Wang Limin in the car and started cursing him. "Hey, you little bastard, get up! Stop pretending to be dead. Don't think you can get away with lying there. You dared to frame my friend, you really think you're something special, do you? Get up immediately," one of them said, and actually kicked the cart. Chapter 114, Unconventional Connections. A loud clanging noise echoed through the air. The doctor and nurses were startled and rushed over to help. Director Meng also hurried to the car. He separated the several emotionally agitated second-generation rich kids. "Everyone, this is a hospital after all, and Mr. Wang has just undergone surgery. The anesthesia has not yet worn off. If you have anything to say, could you please wait until he wakes up?" The others looked at the man in charge, who was the one Director Meng had called Xiaohua. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll give you face for Meng's sake, but..." He turned around and looked at Wang Limin's wife, accusing me of being Liang Xiaohua's friend. "I wonder who gave you the nerve. I'm telling you straight out, I demolished your house, but this isn't over yet." After saying that, he waved his hand dismissively and left. The others immediately laughed and pushed aside Wang Limin's wife, who was blocking the way, and walked away. Wang Limin's wife was so upset that tears were welling up in her eyes. She thought to herself, "Who do you people think you are? You demolished my house, causing my old man to fall into a coma, and now you dare to speak to me like that." I was so angry that I didn't even bother to look at Wang Limin lying on the stretcher. This woman, who knows where she got the nerve, went straight after those rich kids. "Don't run! You demolished my house and you still have the nerve to argue? Stop right there!" We chased them all the way to the hospital entrance. Wang Limin's wife stumbled over and grabbed Liang Xiaohua's clothes, crying and shouting, "Everyone, come and judge this. These people demolished our house, beat my husband, and now they've come to the hospital to threaten me. They're bullying me, a woman." Liang Xiaohua turned and glared at her, then shoved Wang Limin's wife aside with a sweep of his sleeve, shouting, "Touch me again, and don't say I won't hit a woman." The surrounding patients and their families began to murmur among themselves. There were so many luxury cars parked outside, and these young people were dressed in expensive clothes. On the other hand, Wang Limin's wife was crying and wailing, looking every bit the part of someone being bullied by a rich kid. Some nosy people had even pulled out their phones, intending to record a video and post it online. Liang Xiaohua's side wasn't all impulsive either. Seeing this situation, a young man who was slightly older, but still only in his late 20s, stepped forward with a smile. He placed his hands on his hips and said, "Everyone, since this woman is accusing me of something I didn't do, I'll tell you what happened so you can judge for yourselves. She is the wife of Wang Limin, the director of the Jinko Doffing Garment Factory. Everyone knows the Doffing Garment Factory, right? In recent years, the profits have been poor, and the company has been on a downward spiral, leading to layoffs. One of our friend's cousins was laid off. He's a man in his 50s from the countryside who spent most of his life working at the Doffing Garment Factory. Being laid off at this age, how will his family survive? Well, that's that. They've accepted it. But the crux of the matter is that these people fired someone and claimed that the person had negatively impacted the factory's profits, demanding compensation. Back and forth, the factory director Wang Limin doesn't know what to do, so he set his sights on the family's ancestral home and ancestral hall. My friend's uncle refused, so they resorted to force. In the end, they broke my friend's cousin's leg, split his head open, and he ended up in the hospital. We couldn't stand it, so we demolished their courtyard. We thought that when the authorities came today, we'd compensate them accordingly. But to our surprise, that woman actually sued our friend, claiming that it was our friend who demolished the house and beat someone. There's a medical report from the hospital here. No one even touched a single finger of their family members. We were the ones who demolished the house, and we admit it. However, she is falsely accusing our friend, so we came to confront her. Tell me, should we get involved in this or not? Everyone understood what he meant. Among them were those who knew Wang Limin and the Doffing Garment Factory. Suddenly, the focus shifted, and almost everyone turned against Wang Limin and began to criticize his wife. Wang Limin's wife burst into tears. She suddenly sat down on the ground, cursing non-stop. But no one showed her the slightest bit of sympathy. At this moment, the sound of car horns could be heard outside. A government vehicle stopped at the door. He saw the hospital entrance blocked by 7 or 8 luxury cars. The officials in the cars were also greatly shocked. They hurriedly jumped off the carriage and ran inside. Just then, he spotted Wang Limin's wife lying on the ground, throwing a tantrum and rolling around. Liang Xiaohua saw the constables approaching and smiled slightly. "We didn't touch her. Everyone here can testify to that. You must have been sent here by the authorities, right? From the Jinko magistrate's office? We'll go to your office ourselves. Please take this woman with us. If I get there before her, humph," he said. Liang Xiaohua waved his hand, and everyone followed him out of the hospital gates with confidence. Wang Hui was still inside the government office, confronting the group of officials. It wasn't really a standoff. Wang Hui casually pulled over another chair and sat down. The group of constables, however, dared not approach him rashly for the time being. Footsteps could be heard outside. A constable rushed in, waving his hands and shouting, "Everyone out! There's trouble at the hospital. Hurry up! You few stay here and watch him. Don't let him leave. The rest of you come with me to the hospital." The other officials looked at each other, then reluctantly stepped out of the office, locking the door behind them. They finally asked, "What's going on?" Wang Liming's wife reported him to the authorities, and then the same phone call came from Liang Xiaohua, the son of Liang, the general manager of Hualiang Property Management, saying that Wang Liming's wife had falsely accused his friend. "Alright, we'll talk more on the way. Hurry up and leave with me. I called the hospital and they said there were 7 or 8 spoiled brats there, and Liang Xiaohua might be the worst one. The others are just along for the ride. Let's go now. If we're late, something bad will happen." The officials hurriedly left the house. Wang Hui couldn't hear everything clearly from his office, but he managed to get the gist of it. The wealthy card has taken effect. He thought for a moment and decided to call Duanmu Jinji first. He said that it wasn't a big deal and that he could handle it himself. Tell him to keep his connections for now and not rush to use them. Wang Hui used his wealthy connections for such a minor matter when he was already certain of victory. The main reason was that he didn't want to waste the connections he had with Hindu Jinji. After all, the system only provides the wealthy connections card for 24 hours. On the other hand, once things are settled with Duanmu Jinji, he can use it for a lifetime. Wang Hui hung up the phone, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He knew that this matter was finally settled. Someone would inevitably take responsibility for demolishing the house. And those who take it on can basically walk all over the place in Jinko. Not to mention a small place like the Jinko Magistrate's office, even in Beichun City, they would probably give them some face. Chapter 115, Seeing Injustice and Stepping In. Wang Hui muttered to himself, a day in the life of a wealthy individual can't just be about having connections, can it? Ding! Whatever a super wealthy individual can achieve, the host can achieve as well. Ding! As long as a super wealthy individual can do it, the host can do it too. This is what Wang Hui discovered after the system upgraded itself. It could actually answer his own questions. And the fact that these rich second-generation kids suddenly went to the hospital was naturally Wang Hui's doing. Although he doesn't even know these people. But thanks to the wealthy card, the fathers of the second-generation rich knew him. And so, this is how the scene unfolded at the hospital. And after those second-generation rich kids drove off in their luxury cars, several constables had no choice but to force Wang Liming's wife, who was crying and refusing to stop, into the car. Ignoring her screams, they forcibly took her back to the Jinko Magistrate's office. The onlookers at the hospital were all discussing the incident. Their opinions were surprisingly consistent. Though it was indeed a case of a rich second-generation bully using their influence to oppress others, this incident was somehow satisfying to witness. After all, the person being bullied is far more despicable than these rich kids. He's already in his 50s. Are you trying to make him lose his job and leave him with no means to survive? Exactly, being laid off is bad enough, but they won't even spare their ancestral home and ancestral hall. They're a bunch of... If Wang Liming dares to treat me like this, I'll grab a gas canister and go fight him to the death. That's way too much bullying. For the first time, I feel like it's justified for these rich kids to bully others. Actually, true children of wealthy families wouldn't bully others on their own. They don't need to. Those arrogant ones are probably like that factory director named Wang. They're just a little better off than us ordinary people, yet they don't even know their own place, running around causing trouble all day long. This is hard to say, but basically, the rich have provoked someone even richer. How did a child from an ordinary family come to know so many wealthy people? Can't people just help someone in need? I guess it was just a few rich kids who couldn't stand it, but it really had nothing to do with them. Opinions varied, and before long, the news spread outside. A line of luxury cars drove into the courtyard of the government office. They blocked the main gate of the government office. Several constables rushed out and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Don't stop here." Someone nearby grabbed him and whispered, "Be careful. We can't afford to mess with someone who drives that kind of car." Several constables politely greeted the approaching vehicles. Finally, they managed to get the carts parked in their designated spots. If the gate of the government office had been blocked, they would have truly brought shame upon themselves. "Is Wang Hui here?" Liang Xiaohua parked the car and directly asked a guard who looked more senior. As a prominent young master, he didn't recognize the lowly constables here. That constable was none other than Feng, the constable who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Liang Xiaohua. Hualiang Property Management is my family's business." "Wow. Hualiang Property Management is almost the most famous local company in Jinko. It's hard to say exactly how big it is, but it has at least a few $1 billion in assets. And anyone surnamed Liang must be a member of the Liang family. Mr. Liang holds over 90% of the shares in Lianghua Property, and his personal net worth is at least 10 billion yuan. So you're Mr. Liang. I'm the chief of police here. My surname is Feng.
Liang Xiaohua waved his hand dismissively, not giving Feng the constable a second glance.
I don't care what your surname is. I'm asking you, is Wang Hui here? Feng the constable clenched his teeth and said, he's here. That kid is inside. That's why. Because Captain Feng didn't understand the situation. He still thought that Liang Xiaohua had come to stand up for Wang Limin and cause trouble for Wang Hui.
After all, he had no idea about the matter at the hospital earlier.
Moreover, Wang Limin probably doesn't have much connection with Hualiang property management. But someone like Wang Hui is even less likely to be involved.
Even Feng, the captain of the police, had secretly looked at the case files.
The Wang family were all ordinary people. We can't very well say that Liang Xiaohua came to help Wang Hui, can we?
Of course, Captain Feng misunderstood. After saying this,
Liang Xiaohua didn't react much. In fact, he and Wang Hui were acquainted in his memory.
The key point was that he remembered his father seemed to have some connection with Wang Hui.
Because he was dragged out of bed by his father early in the morning. He was still unhappy at first, but when he muttered a few words, he got kicked by his father, and only then did he realize something was wrong. Then his father told him to go to the hospital and find someone named Wang Limin. He also explained the entire situation to him. Let him make a big deal out of it, then take the blame for demolishing the house. Liang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Wow, this guy is something else. He's going to tear down someone's house?
Mr. Liang laughed and scolded him. Why do you get so excited when you hear such nonsense?
It's not that bad, just a bit unconventional.
If it were me, anyone who dared to touch my family would end up in the hospital.
You just know how to cause trouble.
Liang Dong kicked him, but he also laughed.
But Dad, who is Wang Hui? Why are you helping him so much? Don't tell me this is some mistake you made back in the day. Mr. Liang kicked him again. What nonsense are you talking about? He may be around your age, but he's a super rich tycoon, just a bit low-key. Never mind, I won't argue with you about this.
I can't tell you the details of this matter, but just make sure you handle it perfectly.
If anything goes wrong, you'll be the one getting locked up. A low-key super rich tycoon? Liang Xiaohua muttered discontentedly.
Mr. Liang narrowed his eyes and said, in any case, he's someone even your father would have to look up to. This matter can't afford the slightest mistake.
You have to look up to him?
Then he can handle it himself, or you could just give him a call.
Why go through all this trouble? You're so slow when I ask you to do something.
Hurry up and call your gang of friends and get it done.
Liang Xiaohua hurriedly got dressed and left.
He made a phone call while heading to the hospital. After he left, Mr. Liang muttered to himself, this gentleman is a big shot in Beichen. What Mr. Liang didn't know was that the other wealthy second-generation individuals were also being dragged out of bed by their fathers and rushing to the hospital.
This was the power of Wang Hui's wealthy card.
Therefore, although Liang Xiaohua was arrogant from start to finish, it was solely because of his father's demands. To be honest, he didn't even know who Wang Hui was. Therefore, Feng the constable's disrespectful way of addressing Wang Hui didn't bother Liang Xiaohua. If he were really his friend, he would have been glaring at Feng the constable and cursing him nonstop by now.
Chapter 116, Lawyer Chang.
This directly led to Feng the constable being unaware of the situation.
Even more convinced that Liang Xiaohua was there to cause trouble for Wang Hui.
He had been humiliated by Wang Hui and was eager for someone to teach him a lesson. Mainly because after County Magistrate Li Xiang arrived, things were still unclear, and the two of them were just beating around the bush.
Just now, after Magistrate Li Xiang arrived,
he inquired about Uncle Wang Hui's case but did not offer any guidance. I did hear that Wang Hui had a bulldozer demolish Wang Limin's villa, which left me speechless for a while. When Li Xiang received a call from his old classmate, Lawyer Chang, he had originally intended to give Feng the detective a stern warning not to take sides.
But now, seeing things this way, if he were to speak up for Wang Hui, wouldn't that just invite gossip?
The matter of Wang Limin having Wang Hui's uncle beaten up must be handled seriously.
However, Wang Hui demolished someone else's house, so he cannot be spared either. In Li Xiang's view, Wang Hui is just a small-time figure.
His so-called big-shot lawyer classmate must have some kind of grudge against that Wang Limin factory director.
That's why he chose Wang Hui as the breakthrough point. Now that both sides have issues, addressing them simultaneously will demonstrate their impartiality and integrity.
Help those who are poor, and help those who are wealthy.
This way, no one will have anything to say.
Feng the constable, upon receiving such instructions, naturally misunderstood Liang Xiaohua and the others' intentions even more.
After inviting Liang Xiaohua and the others into the yamen, they were escorted to the conference room and seated. Feng the constable ordered someone to pour tea. Liang Xiaohua said unhappily, "Don't bother. Hurry up and find Wang Hui." Feng the constable looked somewhat reluctant. He thought to himself, no matter what, this was still the magistrate's office. If you beat up Wang Hui here, it'll be really hard for us to handle if word gets out. Just as he was about to say something, County Magistrate Li Xiang walked in. Just as I was about to say something, I saw County Magistrate Li Xiang walk in. The few rich second-generation kids recognized him and immediately greeted County Magistrate Li Xiang.
Li Xiang had already noticed the commotion downstairs from upstairs. He didn't think much of it, as these were all well-known second-generation rich kids from Jinko. He also hoped to get to know them better, so he approached them on his own initiative. "Mr. Liang, you honored us with your presence, but you didn't even give us a heads up. I could have arranged for someone to greet you properly."
Liang Xiaohua smiled. How did County Magistrate Li find the time to come to such a small government office? Don't tell me you're here because of the Wang Hui incident. What a coincidence. That's exactly why I'm here. Ha, rest assured, we will handle this fairly and impartially. Just as we were talking, a magnetic male voice came from outside. "County Magistrate Li, I can hear your voice." Li Xiang froze. Isn't this his old classmate, Lawyer Chang? Li Xiang froze. Isn't that his old classmate, Lawyer Chang? He smiled and stood up, saying, "Old classmate, it's been a long time." Although Attorney Chang was well known in Beichin, he was just a lawyer, and to be honest, he didn't think much of him. Anyway, regarding the incident where Uncle Wang Hui was beaten, he can at least give some face and not take sides. But that Wang Hui is such a troublemaker. He demolished someone's house, though the part about hitting people was probably just Wang Limin's wife making things up. But 2 of our constables were injured at the county office. If you want to deal with Wang Limin, I'll give you face, but that doesn't mean we'll let Wang Hui off the hook. So he turned to Liang Xiaohua and said, "Liang Xiao, sorry, Wang Hui's lawyer is here. I'll go deal with him." Liang Xiaohua smiled. "Oh? Wang Hui's lawyer? Let him come in." Li Xiang thought Liang Xiaohua was just joining in the fun. So he smiled and said, "The big lawyer from Beichin deserves some respect, but this is Jinko. He's just a lawyer here, and no matter what, his influence doesn't reach me." However, since Liang Xiao said to let him in, I'll meet him. He didn't mention at all that Cheng lawyer was his classmate. When Mr. Cheng appeared, he did look somewhat familiar. After all, he was a renowned lawyer in Beichin City and had appeared on TV from time to time. "Old classmate, what a coincidence. I called my client, and he said he was at the courthouse, so I didn't go to visit you and came straight here. I didn't expect you to be here either." Liang Xiaohua has a deep misunderstanding about Wang Hui. In his view, the super-rich tycoon his father spoke of must be an exceptionally powerful and influential figure. Otherwise, why would his father send his own son to take the fall? Over the years, it has always been others taking the fall for Liang Xiaohua, but never once has Liang Xiaohua ever taken the fall for someone else. "Mr. Chang, the lawyer, it has indeed been a long time since we last met. When did you arrive? You didn't even notify me beforehand, so I could have sent someone to pick you up." Mr. Chang smiled and said, "It's okay, I drove here myself." Changing the subject, let's get straight to the case. In this case, my client is the absolute victim, but he just told me on the phone that he was detained by the authorities. "Mr. Li, I would like to understand what is going on here." Although he spoke politely, it was clear that he wanted Li Xiang to give an explanation. Li Xiang pointed to the chair and said, "Mr. Chang, please take a seat. There are some new developments in this case, and I believe your client may not have informed you of them." Li Xiang pointed to the chair and said, "Mr. Chang, please take a seat. There are some new developments in this case that I don't think your client has told you about. I only just found out about this myself. For the details, I'll have Feng, the chief of the Jinko police station, explain it to you in person." Attorney Cheng nodded, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Li Xiang then introduced Feng the constable to him. He immediately said, "Captain Feng, since my client is still being held temporarily, I won't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. County Magistrate Li just mentioned that there have been new developments in the case, and I'd like to hear more about it." Feng the constable sat down across from Cheng the lawyer. Even Li Xiang, the county magistrate, was very polite to this prominent lawyer from Beichin, so he dared not act presumptuously. "Yesterday, we already filed the case, and the employees from Doffing Garment Factory who were suspected of assault have all turned themselves in. We are currently conducting an intensive investigation into the specifics of the case. However, last night another incident occurred, showing that the victim's cousin, Wang Hui, went to the home of Wang Limin, the owner of Doffing Garment Factory, and made threatening remarks. Subsequently, the villa where Wang Limin resides had its courtyard wall forcibly demolished by a bulldozer. In this sudden incident, Wang Limin, the factory director, was also injured. According to his wife's report to the police, this was done by Wang Hui, who is your client, and he also injured the factory director. In the previous case, he was indeed the victim's family member, but with the new developments in the case, he has now become a suspect." Attorney Cheng furrowed his brows before arriving. Duanmu Jinji had also mentioned this. He had said that Wang Hui would cause trouble. But he never imagined that Wang Hui would actually demolish someone else's house. No wonder he's Du Jinji's disciple. Chapter 117, Produce the Evidence. Seeing that both Feng the constable and Li the magistrate looked rather uneasy, Attorney Cheng spoke up. "May I ask, does Captain Feng currently have any concrete evidence? Did Mrs. Wang Limin personally witness Wang Hui driving the bulldozer to demolish their courtyard wall?" Or did she witness him rewarding Wang Limin?
He paused for a moment before continuing. If you saw it with your own eyes, did my client cause any harm to her? Feng the constable paused, then shook his head awkwardly. No, but. Attorney Chang interrupted Feng without hesitation.
Since there are no eyewitnesses, does Wang Limin's home have surveillance cameras that recorded the incident? No, but. Attorney Chang still didn't give Chief Feng any chance to explain. He stated directly, so, may I understand that the authorities currently have no evidence, including direct or indirect evidence, to charge my client? Feng the constable nodded stiffly. Attorney Chang immediately said, since there is no evidence, why is your office detaining my client? Based on the current case analysis, even if he is suspected, it is still far from sufficient to warrant detention for further investigation, isn't it? He came to cooperate with the investigation, yet you detained him without cause? Feng the constable looked at Li Xiang, the county magistrate, as if seeking help. County Magistrate Li Xiang, however, was silently cursing the fool in his heart, wondering how such an idiot had managed to climb his way up to the position of captain of the constabulary. He hadn't even said 2 words before being completely outmaneuvered by Attorney Chang. In desperation, County Magistrate Li Xiang could only speak up. Mr. Chang, your statement seems a bit like you're trying to pin something on someone else. The courthouse officials were merely conducting routine business with Wang Hui, as you mentioned, cooperating with the investigation. However, once he arrived at the office, he attacked and injured 2 of our junior clerks, which is why he was detained. Has your client mentioned the assault on the constables to Attorney Chang? Attorney Chang is already aware of this matter. He discussed it in detail with Wang Hui over the phone. So, he immediately said, according to my client's account of the events, it was the constables from the magistrate's office who illegally detained him in the office first. Furthermore, the door was locked from the outside, which constitutes the fact of illegal detention. Then, they attempted to coerce my client into admitting that last night's incident was his doing. When my client refused, they threatened and intimidated him, and even resorted to physical violence. I want to know who gave them the authority to do this. Moreover, my client was merely trying to avoid injury by dodging, and during the process of dodging, there may have been some contact between the 2 parties. However, my client absolutely did not commit any acts of assault against the officials. Regarding this point, I hope your office can provide the complete investigation footage. According to procedure, law enforcement officers are required to record video footage during the enforcement and questioning process to ensure transparency and accountability throughout the entire process. If the authorities insist that my client assaulted the law enforcement officers, please provide evidence to support this claim. Li Xiang never expected his old classmate to be so aggressive. He glanced back at Feng the constable, hoping that Feng could produce some solid evidence. However, Feng the constable dared not meet Li Xiang's gaze. Instead, he chose to bow his head deeply. At that moment, Li Xiang realized that these idiots had never even turned on the recorder. County Magistrate Li Xiang, Captain Feng, I demand to see my client immediately. Attorney Chang stood up. Li Xiang and Feng the constable felt awkward. However, Li Xiang was, after all, the county magistrate. He crossed his arms behind his back and gave a cold snort. He immediately shifted all the pressure onto Feng the constable. Captain Feng, you handle this with Attorney Chang. My instructions are to investigate thoroughly, whether it's the assault case at Doffing Garment Factory or today's demolition incident. No one will be shielded, and we will not let the real culprits escape. Having said that, Li Xiang sat down to the side. It was clear he didn't want to get involved anymore. This time, Feng the constable was completely screwed. Liang Xiaohua and the others nearby burst into laughter. This lawyer is pretty assertive. He's way better than the local lawyers we usually deal with. Liang Xiao, it seems like even without us, Wang Hui won't be in any trouble. Why don't we call our fathers and retreat? Don't rush off just yet. It's rare to see such a skilled lawyer. I'm actually quite curious to see how he handles this situation. Liang Xiaohua couldn't dare to leave first, given his father's attitude. So he glared at everyone, and they finally stopped their giggling and chatter. Feng the constable sighed in exasperation and turned to look at Li Xiang. But Li Xiang paid no attention. He had no choice but to open the conference room door and shout toward the outside, "Bring that Wang Hui over here." Attorney Chang slowly took out his laptop from his shoulder bag. After opening it, he said to Captain Feng, "Do you not need me to step aside with my client? There seems to be another guest here." Feng the constable couldn't help but think that this lawyer from the city was too assertive. In front of Attorney Chang, Feng felt like he couldn't breathe. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Feng said, no need. Mr. Wang is just a civilian cooperating with our investigation. There's no need for you to step aside." Chang, the lawyer, smiled faintly, thinking to himself, if you knew that Wang Hui was Du Jinji's disciple, you'd be scared to death. Soon, Wang Hui was led away by 2 constables. He walked in. Lawyer Chang. Wang Hui had never met Lawyer Chang before, but he had a keen eye. So as soon as he entered the room, he smiled and greeted him. Attorney Chang responded with a nod.
Liang Xiaohua glanced at Wang Hui and thought to himself, this super rich guy isn't anything special after all.
How could he make his father so happy? Are you Mr. Wang Hui? Liang Xiaohua stood up on his own. Wang Hui had already noticed Liang Xiaohua and the others. Judging by their attire, he knew they must be either wealthy or of high social standing.
So he could immediately guess that this group of people had been hired under the influence of a wealthy individual.
Wang Hui nodded. That's me. I'm Liang Xiaohua, and Liang Guodong is my father.
Liang Xiaohua said.
He wanted to know what Wang Hui's reaction would be upon hearing the name Liang Guodong. Unfortunately, Wang Hui had no idea who Liang Guodong was.
But he was certain it was the work of the wealthy Mr. Ka.
Thank you for your help. Wang Hui walked over.
He took the initiative to extend his hand. Liang Xiaohua was taken aback, thinking to himself, this Wang Hui is quite composed.
In this small area of Jinko, hearing my father's name, he could still remain so calm. It seems he really is no ordinary man. He took Wang Hui's hand. He then wrapped his arm around Wang Hui's shoulder and gave him a big hug. Ha, it's been so long since we last saw each other, I couldn't even recognize you. If it weren't for what happened yesterday, I wouldn't have known what you're up to now. Chapter 118, It was all just a misunderstanding.
Wang Hui knew that this was the setup the system had made when the wealthy card was activated. Liang Xiaohua, on the other hand, was thinking that he must tell everyone that he and Wang Hui were friends. Only then would he have a reason to demolish Wang Limin's house and take the blame for it. So Wang Hui also patted the other person on the back and whispered in his ear, "Thank you. You old fool. You haven't contacted me all these years.
Do you even consider me your brother anymore? Let me tell you, your brother has brought you a big gift today. I guarantee you'll be happy."
Seeing this sudden change in tone, Feng the constable was on the verge of breaking down. Li Xiang, standing nearby, was also filled with astonishment and confusion.
The appearance of Liang Xiaohua and the others, in their eyes. Even if they weren't here to stand up for Wang Limin, they certainly weren't here to help Wang Hui. Especially Feng the constable, who had been badmouthing Wang Hui non-stop since he walked in. Especially Feng the constable, who hasn't stopped badmouthing Wang Hui since he walked in. Seeing that the other party didn't react, he thought he had guessed correctly. Now why is it suddenly wrong? How could Liang Xiaohua, the renowned young master, have become brothers with Wang Hui? And what does it mean that he brought a big gift? Feng the constable began to feel uneasy. Even the well-traveled and experienced lawyer Cheng finally noticed these spoiled brats. He looked at them with a puzzled expression. In the previous phone call, Wang Hui didn't mention there was such a group of people. But Feng the constable and Li Xiang didn't notice.
Cheng, the lawyer, heard it clearly. If these two were really childhood friends who lost contact afterward,
why did Liang Xiaohua also reveal his father's name? And why did Wang Hui say thank you for your trouble?
This clearly indicates that Wang Hui and Liang Xiaohua don't even know each other, but Wang Hui knows Liang Xiaohua's father. He also knows that Liang Xiaohua's father sent him to help him out of a tight spot. As a meticulous and experienced lawyer,
Mr. Cheng, of course, chose to remain silent at this moment.
Whether Wang Hui is Ndu Jinji's disciple or not, and whether this group of wealthy second-generation individuals were sent by Ndu Jinji or not, he would never do anything that would harm his client. Sorry, I need to consult with my lawyer first, Wang Hui said to Liang Xiaohua. After waiting for Wang Hui to sit down, Attorney Cheng addressed Feng the constable. Feng the constable, regarding the incident where my client assaulted the constables, did your recording device capture the incident?
Captain Fang's face turned red with embarrassment, and his mind was in turmoil. He thought to himself, if I had known that Wang Hui was Liang Xiaohua's friend, would I have had the guts to accuse him of attacking the constables? He gave Li Xiang a meaningful look. Seeing that Li Xiang was also completely stunned, it was clear he wouldn't offer any advice. Feng the constable looked at Liang Xiaohua again. He thought to himself, you old fools, why didn't you say you were here to help Wang Hui? Well, you know, we were just cooperating with the investigation, and we didn't turn on the equipment at the time. However, I think it might be as Attorney Cheng said, this was all just a misunderstanding, and our officers made some mistakes in how they handled the situation. Nevertheless, I kindly ask Mr. Cheng and Mr. Wang to understand that, after all, the house was demolished and people were injured. The victims' families are insisting that Mr. Wang was responsible, so it is understandable that the officials might have become emotional. Before Mr. Cheng could say anything else, Liang Xiaohua suddenly stood up. The victim's family? You're talking about that old woman at the hospital, aren't you? The old woman from the Wang family? I already told you at the hospital that we reported each other to the authorities, but we've been here for ages and that woman still hasn't shown up? As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Feng the constable. Feng the constable, that woman might not be in her right mind. Her house was clearly demolished by us, and we left after tearing down the gate. We didn't even come into contact with anyone from her family. How dare she falsely accuse an upstanding citizen like that? And she insists it was Wang Hui who did it. Isn't that defamation? Feng the constable was startled. Li Xiang also stood up from his chair at that moment.
Even Attorney Chang was a bit unsettled. He turned his face toward Liang Xiaohua. Are all the people in Du Lao Xiong sent over so domineering in the way they resolve situations? Of course, none of that matters. What matters is what happened after Liang Xiaohua said those words. No one would doubt that he was just speaking off the cuff. And no one would think he was taking the fall for someone as insignificant as Wang Hui. This is enough. Among everyone present, only Wang Hui remained the most composed. Because he knew the whole truth and understood why Liang Xiaohua had taken the blame for him. Therefore, he wasn't the least bit panicked. He even took out his phone and started chatting with Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng. Liang Xiaohua continued, whether anyone was injured, the hospital should be able to confirm that. The injuries on Wang Limin's old man were clearly self-inflicted, and as for the so-called cerebral hemorrhage, I think he's faking it too. That old man is truly despicable. I heard about what happened at Wang Hui's house. Since Wang Limin is such a shameless person, I asked a few more questions. Turns out, I didn't know this, but Wang Hui is actually a childhood friend of ours. We haven't been in touch for years. Among the second-generation rich kids, the tallest one, Zhou Tai, stood up and chimed in, yeah, I just happened to be at the hospital yesterday and heard about this. I was so angry I couldn't believe it. That old dog Wang Limin is really bullying people. As someone with a sense of justice, I naturally wanted to go confront that old dog Wang Limin right then and there. Then I met Xiaohua Go, and after we probed further, we found out that Wang Hui was our childhood friend. Wang Hui stood by, smiling without saying a word, thinking to himself, that was pretty well crafted. Almost as good as my own writing back in the day when I was an online writer. Liang Xiaohua also looked at Zhou Tai with satisfaction and added, when Xiao Tai told me about this, we were so angry when we found out it was actually Wang Hui's family's business. That old dog Wang Limin, bullying people like that is just too much. Firing someone is bad enough, but now he's going out of his way to see someone else's ancestral home and ancestral hall. Uncle can tolerate this, but Auntie can't stand it. At the time, the guys got together and decided to take an old, nearly scrap bulldozer and tear down that old dog's house that night. I just wanted that old dog to experience what it means to get what you deserve. However, I'll take responsibility for demolishing the house, and I'm willing to compensate for the damages. As for causing injury, I haven't done that. I can't be held responsible for his sudden cerebral hemorrhage, can I? Today, I've come to turn myself in. You decide what to do with me. Chapter 119, this is serious. Having said that, Liang Xiaohua walked up to Feng the constable. He extended both hands, indicating that he wanted Feng to handcuff him. Feng the constable was immediately terrified. How dare he? What kind of people does his father, Mr. Liang, associate with on a regular basis? They're big shots in the city, and he even has connections with high-ranking officials in the province. He's just a lowly district police chief. If he were to arrest Master Liang for such a trivial matter, how could he continue his career afterward? Mr. Liang, please don't do this. Sit down. This matter, though you may have some. Feng the constable dares not say it's wrong, let alone violate the law. Therefore, he could only cough awkwardly to brush it off. Then he added, but it was out of righteous indignation, so it's understandable, isn't it? When we heard about this case, we were also very angry, and many of the constables said that Wang Limin must be brought to justice. However, unfortunately, the few workers from Dafeng Garment Factory who turned themselves in refused to reveal Wang Limin's whereabouts. However, rest assured that we are working diligently on this matter and believe we will be able to provide Liang Xiao with a satisfactory response shortly. This is exactly what is meant by arrogant at first, then humble. Even Li Xiang is on the verge of breaking down. He even began to suspect that Wang Hui might be the illegitimate child of some powerful figure. Otherwise, how else would so many second-generation elites, besides his old classmate Chang, the lawyer, come out to support Wang Hui? Li Xiang speculated nervously in his heart, wondering who the powerful figure was that Wang Hui was the illegitimate son of. After all, he had always kept himself out of the matter. Therefore, it is only natural that he sees things more clearly than Captain Feng. What Cheng lawyer could see, he could see a little bit of it as well. That is, Liang Xiaohua and Wang Hui were definitely not childhood friends. This Liang Xiaohua and his crew are here to back up Wang Hui. Even. They may have never even seen it before. Otherwise, if they really were childhood friends, why would they need to mention their father's name? Moreover, from the way it sounds, Wang Hui has already laid the groundwork with Liang Guodong. The fact that someone like Liang Guodong is willing to help him so much means that Wang Hui must have someone even more powerful backing him. I was just realizing that something was wrong. Li Xiang's phone rang. The atmosphere in the meeting room was already awkward. The ringing of the phone made everyone feel even more uncomfortable. Sorry, I have to take this call. Li Xiang pulled out his phone and took a look. Just what I was thinking. It's actually a call from the city magistrate's office. As soon as the call connected, the voice on the other end sounded very displeased. Xiao Li, are you at Jinko? I heard you arrested Mr. Wang. Who handled this matter? Li Xiang's heart began to race, and he hurriedly left the meeting room. He quietly briefed his immediate superior on the situation here.
Wang Limin's house was forcibly demolished? The prefect didn't seem surprised. Then the sound of someone slamming a table came through the phone. Well done. People like that deserve a lesson. How does the Jinko magistrate's office handle matters? Demolishing a house? A bulldozer just drove over it. It must have been an accident. Who would just drive a bulldozer over there for no reason? Moreover, Mr. Wang has been in Beichen for years. Where would he even find a bulldozer?
It must be someone from a nearby construction site who accidentally drove into Wang Limin's house, then saw the trouble they had caused and fled.
How can you blame Mr. Wang for that? Li Xiang completely broke down. He thought to himself, what on earth is going on here? The bulldozer was fine, how did it end up in the residential area of Dafeng Garment Factory? This isn't a shop on the street, so how could it be an accident?
After hesitating for a moment, Li Xiang decided to report Liang Xiaohua's situation to the prefect as well.
The result. The prefect flew into a rage and even shouted angrily, "You fool! How could Liang Xiaohua possibly be driving a bulldozer? Do you think a bulldozer is a bicycle that anyone can just hop on and drive around? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Send someone to investigate immediately and take the case away from the Jinko magistrate's office." Nonsense.
This phone, the chief of police in Jinko, is finished.
Fine. This is completely unreasonable. They're out to get Wang Limin. And completely disregarding what Wang Hui has done.
It's rare to see someone protect someone else so thoroughly. Hurriedly agreeing, Li Xiang silently mourned for Wang Limin for 3 minutes in his heart.
Basically, Wang Limin was finished at this point.
Instigating others to commit a crime is definitely something he can't escape. At the very least, he'll have to spend a few years in prison. Meanwhile, after hanging up on Li Xiang, the prefect immediately called the provincial authorities to report the matter. He carefully explained the entire situation, and finally mentioned Liang Xiaohua. The other party clearly paused for a moment.
But they quickly came to terms with it. The provincial official thought to himself, since he's a disciple of Duanmu Jinji, Liang Xiaohua really doesn't rank very high. Although the Liang family was quite influential in Jinko. However, in the eyes of true power brokers, they simply couldn't compare.
Upon hearing the provincial authorities' final decision,
the prefect couldn't help but chuckle. While laughing, he said, "Nonsense. How could such an accident happen?"
It was clear that he also approved of this approach.
After hanging up the phone,
the prefect thought it over again and found the situation increasingly absurd. After laughing it off, he finally dialed Lin Wu's phone number. "Mr. Lin, it seems that even if we don't get involved, the people below will handle it perfectly.
This Wang Hui, is he really the disciple of that Hindu guy? Old Liang from Jinko Hualiang Property Management, he is at least one of the more well-known entrepreneurs in Jinko. His son actually volunteered to take the fall for Wang Hui?
Ha, such a remarkable person, be sure to introduce him to me someday." Lin Wu was also a bit surprised, but she thought about how she was putting in the effort on her side, and Wang Hui had connections with Duanmu Jinji. So it wasn't that surprising after all.
Wang Hui is indeed Duanmu Ji's disciple. It seems like I've gone out of my way for nothing,
Lin Wu said with a faint smile. After chatting with the prefect for a few moments, she decided to leave the hotel and head straight for the Jinko magistrate's office. She had already arrived there the day before. Now, she was curious to see how it would all end. She had assumed that this would be the final version. But unexpectedly, just as Lin Wu drove the car to the gate of the Jinko magistrate's office, she spotted a familiar-looking vehicle. The car was speeding recklessly on the road, completely disregarding the vehicles on either side. It nearly scraped the sides of the other vehicles before Lin Wu sped into the courtyard of the Jinko magistrate's office. It was a Land Rover Evoque, its massive body as large as 1.5 ordinary sedans. It charged straight toward the government office building. The massive front of the vehicle blocked the courthouse gates completely. How could it be her? Lin Wu simply parked the car on the opposite side of the street from the government office and sat inside, squinting as she watched the Land Rover Evoque perform. The door of the Land Rover Evoque opened. 2 tall, slender women jumped out from inside. The driver followed suit and got out of the car as well.
Chapter 120, The Jiang sisters have arrived.
It was a burly man standing well over 1.9 meters tall. His muscular build was like a tower of iron.
"Is anyone there? If you're still breathing, come out."
The people who came were Jiang Tingting and her sister Jiang Ziren. Jiang Ziren was quite domineering. She jumped out of the carriage and completely ignored the many constables who rushed out in a panic. It was almost like she was lying through her teeth, daring anyone else to even breathe.
"Are all these officials in front of us dead? The commotion is way too loud."
The constables were also stunned.
Of course, they could hear it inside as well. Jiang Ziren didn't waste a second, immediately grabbing Jiang Tingting and rushing into the county office building. A towering man cleared the way ahead.
Those constables couldn't stop him at all. They did try to stop them, but But then the towering man in iron armor flicked his left hand and swung his right, and the few constables in front of him nearly fell off the steps.
Another constable shouted angrily, "What are you doing? This is the county office. What do you want?" Alas!
Before he could finish his sentence, he was roughly shoved aside by the towering man.
Jiang Ziren and Jiang Tingting had already entered the courthouse building.
The former grabbed a random constable who had no idea what was going on and demanded, "Where is the captain?" The constable stared blankly and pointed toward the staircase. "He's in the second-floor meeting room." The constable pointed to the staircase in a daze. "He's in the meeting room on the second floor." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong and shouted, "Who are you?
How dare you rush into the courthouse? Don't you value your lives?"
Jiang Ziren didn't even bother to look at him, simply pushing him aside with a single motion. She grabbed Jiang Tingting and rushed toward the stairs.
Tai Ta wanted to rush ahead to clear the way.
However, he saw several constables rushing over in a panic, holding electric batons. He immediately said to Jiang Ziren and Jiang Tingting, "Miss, young miss, you go up.
I'll hold these blind fools back." Then, despite his enormous frame, his movements were surprisingly agile.
With a light leap, he descended the stairs.
The constable in front of him raised his electric baton, about to strike.
But before the constable could fully extend his arm, the towering man grabbed his elbow. The iron tower-like man tightened his grip slightly, and the constable could no longer hold onto the electric baton.
He began to scream in agony.
He grabbed the unfortunate constable. The towering man threw him directly at the other constables wielding electric batons. The other officers quickly withdrew their hands, fearing they might accidentally hurt their colleagues.
What happened next?
However, he was knocked into by the constable with great force, and under the impact, several people fell to the ground simultaneously. The towering man glanced at them disdainfully, then turned and sprinted up the stairs.
Jiang Ziren dragged Jiang Tingting to the conference room. She kicked the door open with a swift kick. Everyone was stunned.
Wang Hui, however, was left with a face full of exasperation. He had told Jiang Tingting that he was in the meeting room of the Jinko magistrate's office. But he never imagined that his daughter, Jiang Ziren, would also be there.
"Honey, are you okay? Are these guys causing trouble for you?" "It's okay, my sister is here."
Jiang Tingting paid no heed to the stares of others, broke free from her sister's grip, and threw herself into Wang Hui's arms. As she spoke, she kept feeling around on Wang Hui's body. It seemed as though he was trying to determine whether Wang Hui had been injured. She had rushed over, barely managing to drag her sister Jiang Ziren along. If anything happened to Wang Hui, she would lose her temper.
Everyone was left speechless.
Wang Hui was even more speechless. However, despite Jiang Tingting's actions, he couldn't help but feel a warm glow in his heart.
She's truly my woman. Though I shouldn't speak harshly to Jiang Tingting. But he doesn't hold back with Jiang Ziren. Jiang Ziren, are you out of your mind? Why are you kicking the door for no reason? You scared me. Jiang Ziren glared at him angrily and said, "Wang Hui, what kind of attitude is that? I'm the eldest daughter of the Jiang group, rushing here to save you, and this is how you treat your savior? I really don't know how my sister could have fallen for such a scoundrel." No sooner had the words left her mouth. Not only Chang Lawyer, but even Liang Xiaohua and the others were stunned. Although Jinko is located on the outskirts of Beichen, it still falls under the jurisdiction of Beichen City. They are second or third tier wealthy second-generation individuals. The reputation of Jiang Ziren, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, is no stranger to them. They might not even know who Duanmu Jin is, or even heard of Lin Wu.
But Jiang Ziren, back in the day, was the very epitome of a playboy in those circles. A young lady, she managed to earn herself the reputation of a playboy, and there's no way anyone could ignore that.
Moreover, Wang Hui even shouted out Jiang Ziren's name, so there's absolutely no mistake about it.
The few of them looked at each other in disbelief. None of them had any idea why they had managed to attract such a powerful figure as Jiang Ziren.
Moreover, it seems like Wang Hui isn't being very polite to her. But in this part of Beichen, who dares to treat Jiang Ziren like that? Especially Liang Xiaohua. He felt like his entire worldview was about to collapse. Wang Hui insulted the renowned Jiang Ziren. Although Jiang Ziren appeared slightly annoyed on the surface, in reality, the one in Wang Hui's arms looks a bit like Jiang Ziren. Could it be Jiang Tingting? Wang Hui is Jiang Ziren's brother-in-law? This is enough to make anyone's imagination run wild. Who the hell is Wang Hui? How did he manage to snatch Jiang Ziren's sister right from under her nose?
The key point is that you're already a son-in-law of the Jiang family.
Why are you asking my father for help? If old Master Jiang makes a single phone call, even the provincial governor would have to come personally, wouldn't he? Wang Hui, Mr. Wang, could you please stop joking around with us little guys? Poor Liang Xiaohua. He's also among the top second-generation rich kids in Jinko.
But when faced with Jiang Ziren, he could only refer to himself as her younger brother.
What are you two doing here?
Wang Hui rubbed his temples in exasperation.
Jiang Tingting wriggled in Wang Hui's arms.
To her surprise, Jiang Ziren also walked over.
She grabbed Wang Hui's face. Isn't it because I heard that my dear brother-in-law is in trouble?
As his older sister, I certainly can't just stand by and do nothing.
You agree, right, Xiao Huihui? Wow. Xiao Huihui? Who the hell are you trying to gross out? Wang Hui's lips twitched, and he almost lost his temper on the spot.
Liang Xiaohua's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
Is this really the legendary Zhang Ziren? She's actually still flirting with Wang Hui? Although it's clear you're joking. But who has ever heard of Zhang Ziren acting this way toward the opposite sex? Even if Wang Hui is her brother-in-law, she shouldn't act like this. Liang Xiaohua and the others swallowed hard. They asked themselves again, who the heck is this Wang Hui? Chapter 121, The Crazy Old Woman. Actually, it wasn't just Liang Xiaohua, everyone else was on the verge of breaking down as well. Zhang Ziren's reputation alone was already enough to attract attention. Now, with her behavior, she's clearly out to shock and awe. Get lost, stop messing around. Wang Hui said dismissively. He really didn't want to get involved with a crazy woman like Zhang Ziren.
Just for the fact that she dared to call him dad in front of their two fathers.
Wang Hui was already certain that Zhang Ziren was a crazy woman.
And she was the craziest woman he had ever known. At this moment, he truly wished he had never met this woman. Zhang Ziren rolled her eyes and sheepishly withdrew her hand under her sister's gaze.
How heartless. I'll tell you, if it weren't for Tingting dragging me here, do you think I would have?
Was in the middle of talking, but suddenly, a series of piercing screams echoed from the doorway. Then, the towering man walked in, expressionless, dragging a woman by her hair. The woman screamed piercingly, her voice reaching a deafening volume. The burly man spoke in a deep, booming voice, "Miss, young miss, this is the woman.
I asked a few constables and finally found her. Should I go to the hospital and bring her husband here too?"
Zhang Ziren made a funny face at Wang Hui and ordered, "Go ahead, but be careful not to kill him on the way."
The towering man nodded and turned to leave.
Except for Wang Linin's wife on the ground, it was as if he had never been there at all.
The conference room was completely in disarray.
Wang Linin's wife scrambled toward Feng, the police captain, screaming, "Feng, you must help me.
I'm the victim.
I reported this to the authorities, but they locked me in a small room. Then that fierce-looking man from earlier came over, slapped me without a word, and dragged me here."
At that moment, everyone else finally noticed. Wang Linin's wife's face was half swollen.
She looked like a freshly steamed bun, and it was quite pitiful.
Feng the constable was completely flustered.
This sudden turn of events left him at a loss. He hurriedly looked toward Li Xiang.
But Li Xiang was just as confused. What's going on here?
Before Zhang Ziren and her sister entered the room.
Actually, the tone had already been set.
Li Xiang finished his call with his superior. He turned around and instructed Feng the constable to prepare to hand over the case. He also called his subordinate clerk himself. But who would have thought that just as everything was being arranged here? Li Xiang was still pondering how to deal with Feng the constable. Zhang Ziren and her sister suddenly rushed over.
A storm erupted, unleashing a dramatic spectacle. From the sound of it, they're going to the hospital to bring Wang Linin back. But isn't Wang Linin still recovering from surgery and hasn't woken up yet? What on earth has this Wang Linin gotten himself into?
Even Li Xiang has given up on him. He didn't even know who Zhang Ziren and Zhang Tingting were.
He also doesn't believe that Zhang Ziren is the little cutie who wouldn't know this is the county office.
He must not know the consequences of causing such a commotion at the government office. The only possibility is that Zhang Ziren can truly ignore the government office completely. She can also completely disregard the things she has done herself. Li Xiang took a deep breath, feeling that he must stabilize the situation. He glanced at Feng the constable and said, "Take this woman out first.
She's making too much noise." Feng the constable immediately summoned 2 officers. However, Zhang Ziren, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow and coldly said, "Did I give her permission to leave?"
Wang Hui sighed helplessly, "Zhang Ziren, stop causing trouble.
Get out of here." However, Zhang Ziren just gave a sly smile, not the least bit angry, and instead said in a spoiled tone, "All right, if you're willing to call me dad, I'll do as you say." "Captain Feng, take her out first," Wang Hui said, too lazy to bother with her, and turned to Captain Feng. Feng, the constable, glanced at Zhang Ziren, swallowed hard, and hurriedly ordered his men to take Wang Linin's wife out.
He also carefully closed the meeting room door. In any case, no one in this room was someone he could afford to provoke. This much, Feng the constable was well aware of.
The meeting room finally fell silent. Li Xiang cleared his throat twice and said, "I am the county magistrate of Jinko County. My name is Li Xiang. May I ask who the 2 of you are?"
Wang Hui hurriedly introduced, "The one in my arms is my wife, Zhang Tingting.
The one next to me is Zhang Ziren.
She's a bit of a nutcase.
They're both from Beichen.
I have no idea how they ended up here." Li Xiang froze for a moment, but his mind was racing.
The one from Beichen, surnamed Zhang. Oh my goodness, it can't be that Zhang, can it?
His expression changed repeatedly, and Li Xiang's gaze toward Zhang Ziren and Zhang Tingting also shifted. Jiang Ziren had calculated that Wang Hui would be humiliated, so she deliberately acted playful and cheerful. But she wouldn't act that way toward others. As soon as she saw Li Xiang's mood fluctuating, she knew exactly what he was thinking. Although he was only the county magistrate of Jinko, he was already the highest-ranking official in this small county. It's only natural that they know about the Jiang family. No need to think about it anymore, it's exactly the Jiang you're thinking of. In a nutshell, that's the final word on the matter. Li Xiang's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Beichen. How many more Jiang families are there? However, what the Jiang family means to Li Xiang goes without saying. Even Liang Xiaohua and his group of wealthy second-generation individuals from Jinko hold them in great awe. Li Xiang was no exception. Although he wasn't anyone important in the city, he couldn't possibly have never heard of the Jiang family. This is a conglomerate worth nearly $1 trillion. An entity of this caliber is far beyond the reach of a mere county magistrate. Miss Jiang and Miss Jiang, I didn't know you had arrived. I apologize for not greeting you properly. Li Xiang also felt his words were too dry, but he really couldn't put them together any better. It was only now that Attorney Chang began to carefully appraise the two sisters of the Jiang family. As a top-tier lawyer from Beichen, he was naturally aware of the Jiang family's existence. Moreover, he had even dealt with the Jiang group before. Chang lawyer has never met Jiang Ziren or Jiang Tingting. However, based on their appearance, they do seem to match the description. What Chang lawyer never expected was that Wang Hui was actually the son-in-law of the Jiang family. Did Duanmu already know about this from the start? Attorney Chang speculated silently but never asked outright. After all, he was friends with Duanmu, but he wasn't very familiar with Wang Hui. Although he was currently his lawyer in name only, that didn't mean he could freely pry into Wang Hui's private life. In any case, Attorney Chang was still deeply shocked. However, he was accustomed to his profession as a lawyer. Even if his inner emotions were surging, there was no trace of it on his face. County Magistrate Li, let me handle this. Why don't you step aside for a moment? Seeing that Li Xiang was truly at a loss for words, Wang Hui could only say this. Li Xiang was more than happy to oblige, nodding repeatedly and smiling as he stepped aside. Chapter 122, Is something wrong with you? Wang Hui frowned unhappily and said to Jiang Ziren, Enough. Take Tingting home immediately. I know your family is wealthy and powerful, but this is still the government office. Jiang Ziren laughed dismissively, so you know our Jiang family is wealthy and influential too? You know, this was just a minor issue that could have been resolved with a single phone call, but Tingting insisted on driving me all the way here on the highway for hours. It's just a petty government office in Jinko. Even if it were a city or provincial government office, I would still dare to do so. Damn, that's so bold. Even Wang Hui couldn't help but marvel at the arrogance of Jiang Ziren, the young master of a prominent family. He understood that even though he now possessed the system, his assets were numerous and the money came in quickly. However, when it comes to connections within the upper echelons of society, I am still far behind. Not to mention someone like Jiang Ziren, even compared to Liang Xiaohua, Wang Hui falls short by a considerable margin. Seeing that Wang Hui remained silent, Jiang Ziren angrily retorted, I'll ask you this, you're already the son-in-law of the Jiang family. When trouble arises at home, why didn't you go straight to Tingting to resolve it? Don't you know that we can handle such trivial matters in the blink of an eye? Wang Hui was speechless, thinking to himself, of course I know you can handle it in a minute. But I'm not the one who married into your family. Others might be thrilled to have such an opportunity. But Wang Hui, to some extent, also had his own pride. Of course. He couldn't possibly say that in front of so many people. At most, he might mention it privately to Jiang Tingting. Now, he could only grit his teeth, pull Jiang Tingting along, and introduce the two sisters. This is Liang Xiaohua. His family runs the Lianghua Property Management Company in Jinko. The others are all my friends. Pausing for a moment, he added, Jiang Ziren, you said it yourself, it's not a big deal. Why would I go to your Jiang family for this? I get along well with Xiaohua and the others. They'll definitely be able to help me sort this out. Liang Xiaohua hurriedly bowed slightly and smiled, saying, Miss, hello. I'm Liang Xiaohua. You can just call me Xiaohua. This is Zhou Tai. Huanjing Real Estate belongs to their family. This is... Liang Xiaohua introduced all his friends around him to the two sisters. He knew full well that the two sisters wouldn't be able to remember them all, and probably wouldn't have the patience to try, but he had to do it anyway. Jiang Ziren took a good look at Liang Xiaohua. Is Liang Guodong your father? Liang Xiaohua hurriedly nodded, yes, miss. I think I saw him once or twice a few years ago. The first part was fine, but then she suddenly changed her tone. Since you're friends with Wang Hui, why are you just standing there watching him get bullied? What kind of second-generation rich kids are you? You can't even handle a mere government office? Liang Xiaohua was extremely embarrassed but didn't know how to explain himself. The main reason was that he hadn't had any opportunity to contribute from start to finish. He had just revealed his identity and was about to resolve the matter. But then the two sisters from the Jiang family burst in. They even swept away the county magistrate Li Xiang and drove him out. How is he supposed to resolve the trouble for Wang Hui now? Wang Hui saw this and slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Jiang Ziren, are you out of your mind? Xiao Hua is just here to help me solve a problem. This is just the beginning, isn't it? What about you? You came in acting like you'd eaten firecrackers. Did you give others any room to contribute? I'm telling you, just leave. There's nothing for you here. It wasn't a big deal to begin with, but you've made such a fuss out of it that it's getting more and more attention. Hey, this isn't fair. My sister went all the way here to help you out, and you're kicking me out? Jiang Ziren felt really wronged. If it weren't for my sister, do you think I would have come? The worst part is, Wang Hui isn't even grateful. Forget it, there's no point in talking to you. In any case, don't get involved in what happens next, okay? Wang Hui was helpless and could only try to persuade him with kind words. Jiang Ziren glanced at her sister, shrugged, and said, There's no time. Wang Limin will be here soon. I think we can't just ignore it anymore. Wang Hui slapped his forehead and said, Forget it, I really have nothing else to say. Originally, I wanted Xiao Hua and the others to apply some pressure, then I would have Attorney Chang help me handle it on my end. By following the proper procedures, we could leave the other party speechless. But you've gone and done this, using sheer force to intimidate them. Now, what's the difference between me and that Wang Limin? Jiang Ziren chuckled, but didn't take it to heart. However, Attorney Chang spoke calmly, Xiao Wang, you don't need to worry. Using your position to intimidate others is certainly not a good thing. But that's only for ordinary people. When it comes to someone like Wang Limin, this approach is actually the simplest. The procedures on this side should proceed as normal and will not be delayed. Moreover, with the two Ms. Jiang and your friends here, it will be enough to make Wang Limin back down and dare not harbor any illusions. Once he arrives, this matter will undoubtedly be resolved through reconciliation. Although I am very familiar with your master, as a lawyer, the highest goal I pursue is to achieve an out-of-court settlement, or even resolve the matter at the grassroots level. That would be the best possible outcome. Wang Hui nodded in a half-understanding manner. Alright, I'll follow Attorney Chang's advice. Attorney Chang nodded and continued, From our legal perspective, that is certainly the case. Resolving the matter in the early stages of the case is the best possible outcome. In your case, it's somewhat feasible, but since it primarily involves a civil dispute, I would strongly recommend pursuing a settlement in the first instance. Wang Hui understood this statement. He furrowed his brows and said, If I accept the settlement, does that mean Wang Limin and those who beat me will only have to pay some compensation, and then everything will be settled? Attorney Chang replied, That depends on how the settlement is reached. In cases like Wang Limin's, obtaining evidence is actually quite challenging. If he is willing to help the individuals who assaulted him provide compensation, those individuals are unlikely to implicate Wang Limin. Otherwise, they would have to bear part of the compensation themselves and would also face imprisonment. That's why I said that Miss Zhang's violent approach might actually be a good thing. It also means that Jiang Ziren's sudden intervention. This would completely shatter Wang Limin's last shred of hope. It also made the authorities take this case more seriously. The extent of the consequences Wang Limin will face will largely depend on the determination of the authorities. Wang Hui understood immediately and nodded, saying, Thank you, Attorney Chang. I understand. Wang Hui understood implicitly and nodded, saying, Thank you, Attorney Chang. I understand. Chapter 123, I've got it figured out. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziren immediately perked up. She said to Wang Hui with an air of superiority, I told you I should have handled this, didn't I? Wang Hui glared at her angrily, If you're so capable, have the authorities investigate thoroughly and send Wang Limin to prison. Hey, do you really think I can't do it? Attorney Chang smiled rarely. Little Wang, you're pretty good at using reverse psychology. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziren immediately understood. She shot Wang Hui a disapproving glance but didn't refuse to help. Wang Hui, however, felt a bit awkward and said to Attorney Chang, Attorney Chang, could you please not expose me? Liang Xiaohua and the others couldn't help but laugh and said, It seems like we can't help with this either. With the two Mrs. Zhang here, I'm guessing someone from the prefect's office will be here soon. Just as they were speaking, the door to the meeting room was gently knocked. Wang Hui thought to himself, It can't be that fast, can it? It's only been a few minutes. Is the Zhang family's reputation really that exaggerated? The door was pushed open. Wang Hui and Jiang Ziren saw a familiar face. Oh, Ziren, you're here too? The person who had been smiling broadly quickly turned pale, looking as though they had seen something terrifying. Lin Wu? Why did you come over here too? Wang Hui was greatly surprised. After Lin Wu entered, everyone noticed her. Behind him was another man dressed in official attire, with 2 bars and 3 stars on his shoulders, likely a deputy from the prefect's office. This is Zhao, the prefect of the city. Magistrate Zhao, let me introduce you. This is Miss Jiang Ziren, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and beside her is Miss Jiang Tingting, the younger daughter of the Jiang family.
Lin Wu introduced Jiang Ziren to Zhao Jifu while glancing around nervously, afraid that Jiang Ziren might be dissatisfied.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Jifu was immediately startled. It was originally a minor matter, and having Lin Wu, such a prominent figure, come to support Wang Hui was already surprising enough.
Now 2 more bigwigs have shown up?
Oh, it's the 2 young ladies from the Jiang family.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Zhao Tian from the municipal office of Beichun City.
Zhao the magistrate hurriedly nodded in greeting. Jiang Ziren remained silent, but Jiang Tingting nodded and said, "Hello, Magistrate Zhao." After speaking, she turned her gaze toward Wang Hui. Clearly, she had no interest in making small talk with Zhao Tianhan. Zhao Tian felt a bit displeased inside, but he dared not show it on his face. After all, he and the Jiang family were truly not on the same level.
Moreover, Zhao Tian is only a deputy official.
If he were a full-time official, perhaps Jiang Ziren would have exchanged a few polite words with him, but as things stand now.
Zhao Jifu, this is the friend I told you about, Wang Hui. Wang Hui certainly couldn't just stand there like those 2 sisters, waiting for the dignified magistrate to approach them first. With a smile, he extended his hand and said, "Magistrate Zhao, hello, I am Wang Hui." Zhao Tian finally regained some confidence. However, he dared not be too careless. This Wang Hui, though, seemed rather ordinary. But in the entire North Star region, there's no one else who could make Lin Wu and the Jiang sisters rush over to help. Plus, judging by Wang Hui's expression, he seemed completely unaware of the situation, which was rather unusual. I shook hands with Wang Hui. Zhao Tiandao, I looked into this case today as well. This Wang Limin is completely out of line. He's acting like he's above the law. I have already ordered County Magistrate Li Xiang to take over this case and ensure a thorough investigation. If anyone dares to show any leniency, I will personally intervene. Xiao Wang, rest assured, I will definitely ensure justice for your uncle. Wang Hui smiled and said, then I'll thank Magistrate Zhao for that. He knew full well that this was entirely for Lin Wu's sake, and couldn't help but nod at her. He glanced again at Jiang Ziren, who was standing nearby and didn't seem to care about Zhao Tian at all. Wang Hui could only sigh in admiration. Both of them are unattainable super-rich second-generation heirs, but look at how Lin Wu handles things. She quietly and efficiently sorted out all the connections. You old man, you went straight to the government office. Wang Hui didn't know that if it weren't for Jiang Ziren sending that towering man to bring Wang Limin over. Right now, her big Land Rover is still blocking the entrance to the government office. Xiaohua, Xiaotai, why are all of you here too? As a deputy prefect, Jinko is within his jurisdiction. How could Zhao Tian not know the children of these big business tycoons in Jinko? Though these kids aren't exactly the most arrogant bunch either. But they always end up causing some trouble. Every year, Zhao Tian also has to clean up after this group of spoiled brats a few times. Liang Xiaohua and Zhou Tai had been unable to get a word in edgewise, but now they finally had their chance to speak. They all smiled and greeted Zhao Tian. Of course, they wouldn't call him Zhao the magistrate, but instead kept calling him Uncle Zhao or Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao, we've come to turn ourselves in. By the way, we want to file a complaint against this government office, Liang Xiaohua said. Zhao Tian was taken aback. He had heard that Liang Xiaohua and his group were the first to arrive at the office. He also knew they were probably there to help Wang Hui, but the specifics were still unclear to him. Turn yourselves in? What are you turning yourselves in for? This is nonsense. Zhao Tian should be polite to Lin Wu and the Jiang sisters. But when it comes to Liang Xiaohua and his group, he can still flex his authority as an elder. Wang Hui was actually a childhood friend of ours, but we lost touch later on. Yesterday, we heard that Wang Hui's uncle had been in an accident. The name sounded familiar, so we asked around and found out it was indeed Wang Hui. When we heard that Wang Limin, that old dog, dared to bully Wang Hui's family, I couldn't stand it anymore. We had had a few drinks, so we got a bulldozer and demolished Wang Limin's house. Anyway, we did it, so we're willing to pay compensation if we have to, and we're also willing to take responsibility. However, we must file a complaint against the actions of this government office. Uncle Zhao, not only did they frame Wang Hui, but they also couldn't produce the dashcam footage. I believe they are definitely colluding with Wang Limin. You cannot allow such a harmful individual to remain in your official system. Everyone was speechless. Liang Xiaohua's words were slightly different from what he had said earlier. While still taking full responsibility for last night's events, he directly implicated Wang Limin and the Jinko magistrate's office in their collusion. Zhao Tian felt a chill run down his spine at that moment. He thought to himself, this Liang Xiaohua is clearly trying to destroy Wang Limin and everyone in this government office. If it were just Liang Xiaohua, or even with Zhou Tai and the others, then it might still be negotiable. But Lin Wu and the Jiang sisters are still sitting here. Zhao Tian glanced at them, wondering what their attitude was. But to his surprise, the 3 beautiful women didn't utter a single word. He immediately understood what was going on. You're really causing trouble. How could you demolish someone else's house? Xiaohua, your family is in the real estate development and property management business.
Contact a construction team immediately and have them restore Wang Limin's house to its original condition.
You have 1 week to complete this.
As for compensation, you can negotiate privately with Wang Limin.
The government won't get involved. Chapter 124, The Anxious Wang Limin. Speaking so lightly, it sounds like you're accusing Liang Xiaohua of everything.
But in reality, when it comes to money, none of us here probably even think twice about it. For these second-generation spoiled brats who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, anything that can be solved with money isn't even worth mentioning. Zhao Tian couldn't help but include Wang Hui in this category, even after seeing his household registration. He knew that Wang Hui came from an ordinary background. But with such a group of friends, money probably doesn't matter much to him. As for the government office, I will make sure they give you an explanation, but mainly to give an explanation to Wang Hui. Abusing public power for personal gain is utterly outrageous. Zhao Tianyi flung his hand away, looking very angry.
But everyone knew he was just putting on a show.
Please take a seat for a moment, I'll go and make the arrangements.
Zhao Tian left with a dark expression, cursing under his breath. Wang Limin, who the hell did you get involved with? This is just causing trouble for me.
Zhao Tian had just stepped out of the meeting room. Jiang Zi then jumped 3 feet high, laughing and pointing at Liang Xiaohua and the others, saying, "Wow, you guys are something else. I never would have thought of that."
Ha, tearing down someone's house. Brother-in-law, your friends are pretty cool.
Wang Hui was filled with frustration, and Liang Xiaohua and the others looked at each other in disbelief, showing no sign of joy at having been acknowledged by Jiang Ziran. After all, this wasn't something they had done, it was all Wang Hui's doing.
Now, Liang Xiaohua and the others must take Wang Hui even more seriously. The son-in-law of the Jiang family who dares to act recklessly.
Before long, the conference room door was pushed open again.
It was the towering man, carrying the trembling Wang Limin, who walked in.
Poor Wang Limin was still hooked up to an 4 drip, being pushed along by the towering man while struggling to hold the 4 bag high above his head.
He was even still wearing a hospital gown.
Earlier, they had heard some commotion downstairs, but it had calmed down within a minute or two, so Wang Hui and the others didn't think much of it. When they saw Wang Limin being dragged in, there wasn't even a single constable following behind him. He looked dejected once again, and everyone understood the general situation.
Wang Limin was still unconscious in the hospital when the towering man arrived, disregarding the hospital staff's attempts to stop him. He charged straight into the intensive care unit. After all, Wang Limin was a big man weighing over 170 pounds, but in the hands of the towering man, he looked like a little chick. The towering man grabbed him by the collar and yanked him off the hospital bed. The doctors and nurses were so frightened that they immediately called for help, but the towering man completely ignored the security guards. Additionally, since Liang Xiaohua and others had already caused a commotion earlier, the hospital authorities were likely aware that Wang Limin had provoked some dangerous individuals. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly as the towering man dragged Wang Limin into the car. However, the hospital staff were still concerned about the possibility of a fatality. A nervous nurse held in 4 drip as she helped Wang Limin and the towering man into the car. Only after the two had left did she hurriedly report the incident to the authorities. However, it seemed that the authorities were already aware of the situation. They merely stated that they would arrange for constables from the nearby magistrate's office to handle the matter promptly, but no one ever showed up. When he got into the car, Wang Limin had already woken up.
After all, he had just undergone surgery for a cerebral hemorrhage and was still very weak, completely disoriented. The man driving ahead was a burly figure whose mere silhouette exuded a menacing aura, and he dared not utter a word. He could only obediently raise the 4 drip, fearing that something dangerous might happen.
When he saw the car actually driving into the government office, Wang Limin suddenly realized something.
But when he saw the courthouse attendants, he immediately started shouting and screaming that the towering man had kidnapped him. In the end, even the constables looked down on Wang Limin.
He thought to himself, is this guy mentally challenged? Even if he's as clueless as a newborn, kidnapping? Have you ever heard of anyone kidnapping someone and bringing them to the county office? Upon hearing the commotion, Captain Feng hurried out. Wang Limin, as if clutching at a lifeline, cried out for help to Feng the constable.
Feng the constable was already overwhelmed, and all of this was thanks to Wang Limin. Earlier, Li Xiang had already scolded her thoroughly, and describing it as dousing her with dog's blood would be an understatement. Then Zhao Tian showed up, but he didn't scold him, he just ignored him completely. As a lowly constable in a small neighborhood office, he wasn't even worthy of a scolding from the deputy prefect. Zhao Tian was scolding Li Xiang and all the county officials under him. He was expressing his disbelief that Li Xiang would tolerate his subordinates arresting Wang Hui and bringing him to the county office, and even framing him for attacking the county officials. While the criticism was directed at Li Xiang, Feng the constable felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Wang Limin's commotion actually helped him out of a tight spot. Zhao Tian finally stopped scolding him, but Feng the constable wouldn't possibly be grateful to Wang Limin, would he? Without Wang Limin, none of this would have happened. Feng the constable looked at Wang Limin, who was causing a scene, and thought to himself, how did you not just have a stroke and die on the spot?
With a grim expression, Feng the constable shouted angrily, "What are you shouting about? You were summoned to the yamen for questioning, and here you are causing a scene? Someone, come here." Just as he was about to call someone to take Wang Limin away, he saw the towering man still holding him. "What's going on here?" he asked, stepping forward. Feng the constable hesitated for a moment and whispered to the towering man, what do you think we should do with him? Should we handcuff him?" The towering man pointed upstairs and said nothing. The meaning was clear, he wanted to take Wang Limin to the conference room. Feng, the captain of the police, nodded repeatedly, grinning like a sycophant, and said, "Let's go to the meeting room first. I'll go notify the officials right away." The towering man finally dragged Wang Limin into the conference room. From Feng the constable's attitude toward him, Wang Limin knew that something beyond his control had happened. At that moment, he was trembling with fear and dared not make a single sound. Upon entering the conference room, Wang Limin was surprised to see so many people there. Moreover, there wasn't a single official in sight, which made him even more certain that something was amiss. Wang Hui wasn't someone he remembered well after all. The Wang Hui family had moved to Beichin City years ago. Even if Wang Hui had been living in Jinko all along, as a relative of an employee's family, he probably wouldn't remember him either. The Jiang sisters, Lin Wu, and attorney Chang, he naturally didn't know at all. However, he had at least some knowledge of Liang Xiaohua, Zhou Tai, and others. Especially Zhou Tai, the eldest son of Huanjing Real Estate. He was the one he knew best. However, it was merely his one-sided familiarity. If it weren't for today's incident, Zhou Tai probably wouldn't have remembered him. After recently downsizing its workforce, Dafeng Garment Factory decided to sell nearly half of its factory site to a real estate company owned by the city government. As a result, they have been in frequent contact with Huanjing Real Estate. At that moment, Zhou Tai sat quietly to the side, not even in the front row. Liang Xiaohua was the one sitting among them who clearly exuded the aura of a leader. However, regardless of the circumstances, anyone who could sit alongside Zhou Tai must come from a family with significant influence in the city. Wang Limin felt increasingly uneasy. Chapter 125, Swallow the Blood with Broken Teeth. "Miss and Little Miss, the people have arrived." The towering man pushed Wang Limin forward and addressed the two sisters of the Jiang family. Jiang Ziren nodded slightly, and the towering man stepped aside. The vast conference room was completely silent. Everyone was staring at Wang Limin, their expressions a mix of mockery, disgust, and contempt, but not even a hint of anger. This made Wang Limin feel an even greater sense of unease. The sound of chaotic footsteps echoed in the air. Wang Limin turned around and saw his wife, her face bearing 5 large red fingerprints, her hair disheveled, and her eyes vacant as she walked in the lead. Behind her was Feng, the constable, with a grim expression on his face, followed by Li Xiang, the county magistrate of Jinko, and lastly, Zhao Tian, whom Wang Limin had seen before but had never interacted with. What the hell is going on? The county magistrate coming is one thing, but why is even the deputy prefect here? Wang Limin felt uneasy and dared not utter a single word. His wife, however, upon seeing Wang Limin, immediately burst into tears and rushed toward him. Due to the excessive movement, she accidentally bumped into the 4-drip tube. It accidentally pulled on Wang Limin's hand, causing him to feel a sharp pain and let out a soft cry. Feng the constable cautiously glanced at Li Xiang and Zhao Tian. Seeing them nod, he finally spoke. "Wang Limin, the dispute you had with the Wang family has been referred to the district authorities for handling. In a moment, you and your wife, along with those employees from Dafeng Garment Factory who were involved in the altercation, should all go to the district office to explain the situation." After all, there was still some connection, even though at that moment, Feng the constable already hated Wang Limin to the core. However, he hesitated for a moment before reminding Wang Limin, "The workers from your Dafeng Garment Factory have already confessed. It was you who arranged for them to forcibly seize the Wang family ancestral hall, and you were the one who ordered the assault. When you arrive at the district office, you had better confess everything honestly and not harbor any illusions of getting off scot-free." Upon hearing this, Wang Limin was struck speechless, his entire body going rigid. He had made it very clear to the security team captain yesterday when he told him to turn himself in. All compensation will be handled through Dafeng Garment Factory. They won't have to pay out of their own pockets. In the unlikely event of detention, he will ensure that those individuals are allowed to return to the factory after their release, with no changes to their positions, and has also promised each of them a monetary compensation. At the time, those individuals all swore on their honor as bodyguards that they would never betray him. But now, how could things have changed so suddenly? That's not all. Feng the constable continued, "Regarding your wife's report to the authorities about someone damaging your house, there is no direct connection to the case that followed. We have also confirmed that it was not done by Wang Hui. On behalf of all the officials of the magistrate's office, I extend our sincere apologies to Mr. Wang Hui. We hope that Mr. Wang will be magnanimous and not hold this against us, and that he will forgive us. Regarding the matter of Wang Limin's wife providing false information to the authorities during the reporting process and falsely accusing Mr. Wang, we have already initiated an investigation.
We will first consult with Mr. Wang regarding how to proceed with this matter. As for your house, the perpetrator has already been identified. Last night, Mr. Liang Xiaohua accidentally damaged your residence due to negligence and other reasons. This morning, Mr. Liang Xiaohua came to the county office to explain the situation and expressed his willingness to take full responsibility for the repairs. We will follow up on this matter to ensure that the repairs are carried out to the same standard as before the damage occurred. Regarding the hurtful words your wife mentioned, Wang Limin, did Mr. Liang Xiaohua commit any acts of violence against you after he damaged your house last night? After Feng the constable finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Limin. Wang Limin was startled by Feng's gaze and shivered in fear. He was utterly disheartened. What kind of good-for-nothing woman had he married? You reported to the authorities that it was Wang Hui who did it, which is bad enough, but why lie and say that you were beaten by Wang Hui? Now someone has come forward to take the blame for Wang Hui, and Feng the constable's choice of words clearly seems to be exonerating the other party. Throughout the entire account, there is no mention of any accountability or responsibility, only that it was an accident caused by negligence that damaged his house. This is clearly biased in favor of the other party. Liang Xiaohua, that name sounds familiar. Looking around the conference room again, Wang Limin had probably narrowed it down. Liang Xiaohua should be the one sitting next to Zhou Tai, the one at the front who looked the most imposing.
Liang Xiaohua. Wang Limin finally remembered. The son of Liang Guodong, the chairman of Hualiang Property Management in Jinko, is none other than Liang Xiaohua, isn't he? Wow, what kind of connections does Wang Hui have to get Liang Guodong's son to take the fall for him? Or maybe it's just a coincidence that it was Liang Xiaohua who demolished his own house, not Wang Hui? Wang Limin's eyes darted around nervously. Feng, the captain of the police, grew impatient, slapped the table, and shouted, "I'm asking you a question. Tell the truth, did anyone use violence against you last night?" If Wang Limin still didn't understand, he was a fool. Moreover, regardless of who demolished the house, no one has ever hit him. This kind of thing can't be hidden from others. As soon as the doctor arrives, it's easy to tell that the abrasions on his body were definitely not caused by being beaten. Last night, the incident happened suddenly. My wife might have misunderstood. She only saw the bloodstains on my head and body and mistakenly thought I had been beaten. But the actual situation was that no one hit me. I just heard some noise downstairs, my blood pressure rose, and I tripped and fell. So, your cerebral hemorrhage was sudden and had no direct connection to this incident, right? Inspector Feng asked again. Wang Limin felt like crying, thinking to himself, how can you say there's no connection? If they hadn't demolished my house, would I have had a cerebral hemorrhage? But now the situation is stronger than us. Wang Limin was well aware that neither Liang Xiaohua nor Zhou Tai were people he could afford to provoke. Since they had stepped forward to take the blame for Wang Hui, he could only swallow the bitter pill. Moreover, among those present, Liang Xiaohua and Zhou Tai seemed to be mere minor figures. The three women sitting beside Wang Hui were the real big shots. There was nothing to be done, one had to swallow one's pride and endure the humiliation. Wang Limin clenched his teeth and said, I've had high blood pressure for many years, and it often flares up. Last night, I forgot to take my medication and drank a few extra glasses of alcohol, which led to the sudden cerebral hemorrhage. It has no direct connection to the matter regarding the house. Alright, since that's the case, let's proceed with the civil proceedings first. Compensate where compensation is due, repair what needs repairing, and you can negotiate the details later. Now, you two should go and report the case of the injured worker to County Magistrate Li Xiang. After Feng the constable finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Li Xiang and Zhao Tian. The two nodded in satisfaction, their faces expressionless, and sat down. Chapter 126, The Regretting Feng Captain. Captain Feng personally escorted Wang Limin and his wife out of the meeting room. Wang Limin asked stubbornly, Old Feng, what's going on? Who are those people inside? Captain Feng gave him a cold look, shook his head, and thought to himself, why didn't you do anything earlier? Now you've dragged me into this mess. But then he thought about it and realized he also had something that Wang Limin could use against him. Over the years, Wang Limin hadn't exactly been stingy with his money when it came to him. So he could only whisper quickly, that Wang Hui, I have no idea who he is, but you've really hit a brick wall this time. The case was filed yesterday, and you already know that. It's a big lawyer from Beichen, the man in the suit. He went straight to County Magistrate Li Xiang, and the magistrate ordered us to file the case immediately. Then, do you know who Liang Xiaohua is? Wang Limin hurriedly nodded and said, Liang Guodong's son? The crown prince of the Hualiang family. That's him. He went to the hospital this morning, and your wife was so bold that she actually got into a fight with him. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Limin completely broke down. He looked at his wife, disregarding the fact that he had just undergone surgery, raised his arm, and slapped her across the face, knocking her to the ground. He looked at his wife, disregarding the fact that he had just undergone surgery, raised his arm, and slapped her across the face, knocking her to the ground. You stupid woman! Who do you think you are, daring to provoke anyone? You even reported a false claim to the authorities. Which eye of yours saw anyone hit me? Didn't the hospital doctors tell you that the injuries on my body weren't caused by being beaten? Wang Limin's wife was caught off guard. Seeing her husband so enraged, she was so scared she couldn't even get up off the ground, just crying non-stop. Feng, the constable, looked on, furrowed his brows, and said in a low voice, "This is the county office. If you two have any issues, take them home to discuss." Wang Limin hurriedly bowed and said, I'm sorry, Captain Feng. Please continue. Feng the constable cleared his throat and said, Liang Xiaohua reported to the authorities, claiming that your wife falsely accused his friend, Wang Hui, and said he would turn himself in at the yamen because your house was demolished by him. Since he and Wang Hui were childhood friends, he heard that Wang Hui had been bullied, so he went to demolish your house. However, she also said that he didn't lay a finger on you and didn't even see you. Wang Limin suppressed his anger toward his wife but dared not show it. He merely nodded and clenched his teeth, saying, he's clearly taking the fall for Wang Hui. So what if he is? Did you have a stroke? Did you see who the actual perpetrator was? Do you have any evidence to prove that it was Wang Hui who did it? Even if he did it, so what? As long as he's willing to compensate, can you really hold him accountable? Moreover, Liang Xiaohua is just a minor figure among Wang Hui's friends. Did you see the other three beauties? The tall guy who grabbed you, do you know who his two ladies are? Even if I told you, you probably wouldn't know. They're the two eldest daughters of the Jiang family from Beichin. Take a good look at them. Wang Limin felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What the hell is going on here? As someone who had been struggling in Jinko for years, he naturally knew what the Jiang family of Beichin represented. The Wang family is so ordinary, and Wang Hui's uncle is just a timid little employee. How did he end up being connected to the Jiang family of Beichin? There's another stunningly beautiful woman named Lin Wu. I don't know her background, but she was the one who summoned Magistrate Zhao Tian. Feng the constable whispered. So that's how it is. Before Feng, the police captain, handed Wang Limin over to the district authorities, he gave Wang Limin a few final instructions. Old Wang, let me be blunt with you, you've caused quite a stir with this matter. According to Magistrate Wang, your matter has probably reached the provincial governor. Alas, because of this, Magistrate Wang and County Magistrate Li are likely implicated as well, and now they will probably try to destroy you. You'd better be realistic. Resistance is futile. Confess your guilt, maintain a good attitude, and try to seek forgiveness from the Wang family. Perhaps there might still be a sliver of hope for this matter. If you insist on resisting to the end, don't say I didn't warn you. Old Wang, let me be blunt with you, my position as a constable might very well be implicated because of you. Wang Limin was stunned. He couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice, are they going to take action against you? Wang Limin was speechless. He asked nervously, are they going to take action against you? They're going to move you? You've crossed the wrong people. They won't go as far as to touch me, but they'll demote me in name only, sending me to the county office to take a dead-end position. It's not that I don't want to protect you, but... Feng the constable pointed at Wang Limin, sighed, and escorted him into the office where the constables were stationed at the county office. The people at the county office didn't bother to be polite to Wang Limin. Even though he was still hooked up to and for drip, the county officials simply did their duty, pulled out the handcuffs, and forcibly cuffed him. Feng, the captain of the police, saw this, sighed again, pushed Wang Limin's wife aside, and coldly said, go to the second office over there and explain yourself. Wang Limin's wife had just gotten up from the ground and was staring blankly, asking, what should I explain? Confess why you framed Wang Hui. Hurry up. Feng, the captain, had no qualms or courtesy toward this woman. He glared at her and scolded her harshly. Wang Limin's wife was on the verge of breaking down. She dared not say another word and quietly made her way toward the office that Feng the constable had mentioned. Feng shook his head, watching the county officials take Wang Limin away, then hurried back to the meeting room. Before he entered, the atmosphere in the meeting room had been quite harmonious. Everyone was chatting happily, and it seemed that the issues had been mostly resolved. However, as soon as Feng the constable pushed open the door, everyone saw him, and their smiles vanished instantly. They all stared at him in shock. Feng the constable was also filled with anxiety. He walked in, nodded to his two superiors, and then approached Wang Hui with a smile. He spoke in a submissive tone, Mr. Wang, it was my mistake in handling the matter earlier. I was also misled by Wang Limin's wife, which led to the misunderstanding. Please forgive me this once. The current Feng the constable was filled with regret beyond words. He only hopes that Wang Hui can be more magnanimous, so that he might still be able to keep his position as captain. However, Wang Hui merely gave him a cold glance and spoke slowly, if it weren't for Xiaohua coming, if it weren't for the three of them coming, Feng the captain probably wouldn't be speaking to me like this now, would he? I have remembered every word and action of Feng the constable earlier. As a low-ranking constable, your job is to protect the people. Yet, my uncle's head was split open and his leg was broken, and you refused to even file a report. Chapter 127, Money Doesn't Matter. I went to the county office yesterday to ask about it, but your constables practically chased me out. Captain Foam, don't tell me this has nothing to do with you. Without you giving the go-ahead, those constables would just sit around doing nothing and refuse to file a case? This is an assault case, someone's leg was broken. That's criminal assault. How could you not let them file a case? Now you're asking me to be magnanimous, but if I forgive you, who will help my uncle seek justice? Foam the constable was drenched in cold sweat, and his legs were trembling. He knew that his position as a constable was likely lost for good. Li Xiang spoke sternly at that moment. Captain Foam, your actions will be subject to an internal investigation. Now, explain to Mr. Wang how you intend to handle the matter of Mrs. Wang Limin's false accusation against him. Even he wouldn't spare himself, so Foam the constable knew that Wang Hui would never let Wang Limin's family off the hook. Deeply entangled in the matter, he now wished he could tear Wang Limin, especially his wife, to pieces. If it had only been yesterday's incident, Foam the constable believed that Wang Hui wouldn't pursue it further. But today, everything that happened today, that's what truly fueled Wang Hui's anger. Wang Limin's wife reported a false official and falsely accused Mr. Wang Hui. The evidence is irrefutable. According to the public security regulations, we will make a decision to place her under criminal detention for review and report it to the higher authorities for approval. Foam, the captain of the police, thought to himself, I'm done as a police captain, and it's all thanks to your family. Wang Limin's wife, right? I'll personally take you to the detention center myself and make sure they treat you well over there. Li Xiang glanced at Wang Hui, who nodded silently. Criminal detention was already a very serious matter. If this matter were to go through the normal procedures, it might just end up being a warning. Regarding the case of Liang Xiaohua accidentally damaging someone else's house, what is your opinion, Captain Foam? Li Xiang asked again, glancing at Liang Xiaohua, who looked completely relaxed. Foam the constable thought to himself, you've already said it was accidental damage. What else can I say? Besides, the son of the boss at Hualiang Property Management, do you think I can afford to mess with him? Earlier, I asked Wang Limin about this case, and he stated that he did not see who damaged his house, nor was he subjected to any violent assault. He simply suffered a cerebral hemorrhage due to high blood pressure, which caused him to faint and sustain some physical injuries. He also acknowledged that the damage was accidental and that this constitutes a civil dispute. He is willing to accept mediation. Since both parties are willing to accept mediation, the only remaining issue is compensation, which can be negotiated between the parties. The local government office will only supervise the process and will not provide any guidance. Li Xiang saw that Liang Xiaohua also nodded slightly, waved his hand, and said, let's leave it at that for now. You go ahead and get back to work. We'll borrow this place to chat for a while. Foam the constable hurriedly stepped back, helped close the meeting room door, and walked dejectedly toward his own office. Looking at the familiar office of the captain, Foam sighed and said, I wonder how many more days I can stay here. He slumped down, completely dejected. In the conference room, Li Xiang smiled at Wang Hui and said, Mr. Wang, the men from the security department of Dothan Garment Factory have already spoken. They said they were instructed by Wang Limin to attack your uncle. Regarding this matter, our government authorities will conduct a thorough investigation. Those who should be prosecuted will be prosecuted, and those who should be imprisoned will be imprisoned. With irrefutable evidence, Wang Limin's denials will be meaningless. Please rest assured on this point. If there are any shortcomings in our work, we kindly ask for your understanding and cooperation. Regardless, Li Xiang at least gave prior notice yesterday. Otherwise, the authorities Wun Ti have even filed a case, and Wang Hui Wun Ti have been able to accuse Li Xiang. Thank you, Magistrate Li. Wang Hui turned around, looked at Chen Lawyer, and asked, Chen Lawyer, in your estimation, how will Wang Limin and those who beat my uncle be sentenced? Cheng smiled faintly and said, generally speaking, Wang Limin and the head of the security department are considered the principal offenders, while the others are accomplices. Based on my experience, once criminal proceedings are initiated, Wang Limin will likely face at least 2 years in prison, the security chief will face a similar sentence, and the others will likely receive sentences ranging from 6 months to 1 year. However, if that's the case, the compensation amount might be reduced. Money doesn't matter. Wang Hui only wants Wang Limin and the others to be brought to justice. Although he was helping the wealthy gang, Wang Hui still felt the need to express his gratitude to Liang Xiaohua and the others. After all, he had unnecessarily made them take the blame for him. Even though Wang Hui was fully aware that it was the system's doing, he still felt a bit guilty deep down. After all the commotion at the government office, lunchtime had long passed. Almost no one had eaten lunch. Things had finally settled down here, and everyone finally remembered that their stomachs had been growling for quite some time. They immediately found a restaurant, where Wang Hui laid out a lavish feast to thank Liang Xiaohua, Zhou Tai, and the others. Before going to the restaurant, Wang Hui went back to the hospital first. Liang Xiaohua and the others were also considerate enough to arrange the dining location just under 500 meters away from the hospital. The details were omitted, and only the outcome was mentioned. Wang Hui informed the relatives waiting at the hospital about the situation.
Even Wang Hui's parents were in disbelief, stating that the authorities had refused to file a case earlier, so how could they suddenly be sentencing him now? Moreover, the nurses at the hospital had already mentioned that Wang Limin's wife had come to cause trouble earlier that morning. This frightened Wang Dad and Wang Mom, who hurriedly called Wang Hui, but his phone remained unanswered. Wang Hui pulled out his phone and saw that there were indeed many missed calls from his parents and relatives. He guessed they must have called while he was in the meeting room. After comforting his family, Wang Hui said softly, "I had a classmate in elementary school who was very close to me, but he transferred schools in 4th grade. After hearing about my uncle's situation yesterday, he couldn't contain his anger and went to Wang Limin's house to cause trouble."
That's what Wang Limin's wife mentioned this morning.
"My classmate is now very wealthy, and I heard that he is among the top 10 in our town. He also came to the hospital this morning and had an argument with Wang Limin's wife, after which he found out that I had been summoned by the authorities. Then he rushed to the government office and contacted some influential officials from the city, easily resolving the matter."
No matter how high-ranking and powerful Wang Limin was, he was just an employee. He couldn't compare to the big boss.
"He could use his connections to harm us, but now he's finally gotten his comeuppance."
The Wang family remained skeptical about this.
However, they were just ordinary people, so they urged Wang Hui not to go too far, as they were still worried that Wang Limin might send someone to seek revenge.
Chapter 128, Friends.
Wang Hui smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. I have a lawyer friend who's already here. He said Wang Limin won't be able to get out for at least 2 or 3 years. By now, their higher-ups should already know about the situation.
If things get out of hand today, they'll probably have to deal with the consequences."
Wang Hui smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry.
My lawyer friend is on his way.
He said that Wang Limin won't be able to get out for at least 2 or 3 years. By now, the higher-ups should already be aware of the situation.
If things go badly, he might even be dismissed today."
Really?
How could I possibly deceive you? Whether you believe it or not, this matter is definitely over.
No one dares to cause trouble for my uncle, and the compensation will be paid in full.
No one can take the ancestral hall away. Who knows, maybe after my uncle recovers, he can even go back to work at the factory." Just as he was speaking, my uncle woke up, and Wang Hui had no choice but to repeat the abbreviated version of the situation. My uncle looked deeply grateful and asked, "What's your classmate's name?" "Liang Xiaohua. His father is the big boss of Hualian Property Management, Liang Guodong." "Lianghua Property?"
My uncle and the Wang family all sucked in their breath in shock.
As a renowned wealthy family in Jinko, they had naturally heard of them. "I heard that Liang Guodong's son is even younger than you. How could he be your classmate?"
Wang Shui, standing nearby, still felt something was off. He was a top student when he was young and skipped grades.
Wang Hui is just talking nonsense.
However, the Wang family didn't delve too deeply into it and could only believe him.
"I need to go thank them.
They've been helping out all day and haven't had a chance to eat yet.
Mom and Dad, you stay here with Uncle Wang. I'll come back later.
They're the child of such a big boss.
Remember to treat them to something nice. Xiao Hui, here is 2,000 yuan. Take it."
Auntie hurriedly reached into her bag to get the money. Wang Hui stopped her and said, "Auntie, don't worry about it.
I have money, you don't need to give me any. If you don't believe me, ask my parents.
I'm a small boss now, and I even have several school district properties under my name." Aunt Wang hesitated for a moment and finally stopped taking out the money. Meanwhile, Wang Shui, who was standing nearby, heard that her cousin actually owned 2 school district properties and was about to ask more questions, but Wang Hui had already bolted away. Let her parents explain it to her uncle's family.
Back to the restaurant. As soon as Wang Hui entered the door, he apologized repeatedly. Because of Wang Hui's connection, coupled with the house demolition incident, Liang Xiaohua, Zhou Tai, and others had become quite familiar with Lin Wu and the Zhang sisters. Although Attorney Chang was present. However, Liang Xiaohua also believed that Wang Hui's lawyer would not betray him, and even if he did, it wouldn't matter much. So during the time Wang Hui was at the hospital, he had already explained the entire truth. Of course, the excuse was that he and Wang Hui were childhood friends, and after losing contact and then reconnecting, he wanted to cause trouble for Wang Limin, only to discover that Wang Limin's house had already been demolished. So he ended up taking the fall. Liang Xiaohua couldn't say it was his father's whim, especially since Liang Guodong had specifically told him not to say anything. So when Wang Hui just walked in, Zhang Ziren suddenly slammed the table and laughed, scolding him, "Wang Hui, you really are quite the actor. I really thought it was Xiaohua who demolished Wang Limin's house. Turns out it was you all along."
Wang Hui felt a bit helpless and hurriedly explained, "Mr. Chang, I didn't mean to keep it from you. It's just that this wasn't something worth mentioning, and since Xiaohua took the blame voluntarily, I couldn't go back on my word. I was planning to tell you later, but Xiaohua already mentioned it.
I truly apologize." Attorney Chang smiled and shook his head, saying, "If Mr. Liang hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have believed it either. But considering Indo's temperament, I'm sure he was the one who guided you behind the scenes, right? But it's not a big deal. As long as you didn't actually hit him, it's just a civil compensation case. At most, you'll have to cover a small portion of his medical expenses for the stroke. Wang Hui bowed slightly, poured a cup of wine, and said, Mr. Chang, thank you for coming all the way from Beichen City. How much is the legal fee? Should I pay you now or settle it later at your office? Chang, the lawyer, replied with a frown, hey, don't mention money with me. That's like slapping me in the face. Given his relationship with Duanmu Jinji, if he were to accept Wang Hui's money, upon returning to Beichen, wouldn't he be scolded to death by Duanmu Jinji? Jiang Ziren could barely contain himself anymore. She slammed the table and shouted, Wang Hui, you ungrateful bastard. Your mother and I traveled all this way just to see you, and if it weren't for me, do you think this matter would have been resolved so quickly? When I came in, I tried to talk to you, but you didn't even acknowledge me. Instead, you spent all that time with that lawyer Chang. What's going on? Don't you even respect your own older sister anymore? Wang Hui was speechless, thinking to himself, this woman isn't like this when we first met, is she? He rolled his eyes and thanked Lin Wu again before leaving. He started chatting with Jiang Tingting, because Lin Wu had already told Liang Xiaohua and the others from the start. That evening, she arranged a meeting between Wang Hui and Zhao Tian, the prefect, along with representatives from the supervisory bureau. So tell them to drink less with Wang Hui. So everyone just had a few drinks at first. After that, they ate some food and chatted. When it was almost time, Liang Xiaohua and the others excused themselves and left early. Wang Hui saw Liang Xiaohua and his group out the door. He kept repeating his words of thanks. Liang Xiaohua put his arm around his shoulder, signaling the others to leave first. He had something to discuss with Wang Hui privately. Brother Hui, is it okay if I call you that? Liang Xiaohua said with a smile. Wang Hui was a bit uncomfortable with Liang Xiaohua putting her arm around him, but he still smiled and said, that's what you should call me. I agree. We're childhood friends, after all. Wang Hui felt a bit awkward, after all, everyone was watching. Liang Xiaohua and his group were well aware that they had never met Wang Hui before. Just the two of us, let's not beat around the bush. This matter was entrusted to me by my father, and I assume the others are here for the same reason. Regardless, since I've said we're childhood friends and you've acknowledged it, I hope we can truly be friends and keep in touch from now on. Wang Hui hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Alright, I'll take you as a friend. Then when I go to Beichen, you have to host me. Similarly, when you come to Jinko, we'll go out and have fun together. Let's exchange phone numbers. After we've exchanged phone numbers, Liang Xiaohua added, to be honest, when my father first asked me to handle this matter, I was quite surprised. Really, who would ask their own son to take the fall for someone else? At that moment, I even started to doubt whether you were really my father's son. But when the two Ms. Zhang and Ms. Lin appeared, I understood that you have your own destiny. Anyway, it's just a minor matter. Even if Wang Limin wanted to pursue it, it probably wouldn't amount to much. But I'm still curious. My dad said you're a super rich tycoon. Is that really true? If you really consider me a friend, could you help me figure this out? Chapter 129, No Peace. Wang Hui thought to himself, there was really no way to explain this to him. I can't just tell you I have a system, can I? After thinking about it for a moment, Wang Hui smiled and said, if I told you I wasn't, would you believe me? Liang Xiaohua smiled faintly, sliding his hand off Wang Hui's shoulder, clearly not believing him. Wang Hui added, let's be honest, what does super rich mean? It refers to someone who is both wealthy and well-connected. That's what makes someone a super rich person. As for me, I'm just a wealthy individual. I'm nowhere near the level of a super wealthy individual. Now do you believe me? Liang Xiaohua's eyes flashed with determination, and finally he patted Wang Hui on the shoulder and said, alright, if you say so, I'll believe you. However, now that you're the son-in-law of the Zhang family, becoming a super rich tycoon isn't that difficult. It's all about building connections over time. Look, just by knowing us, you've already taken a step toward becoming a super rich tycoon, huh? Wang Hui shrugged his shoulders, not objecting. Alright, the prefect and the people from the censorate are almost here. You go inside. If you have time, or if you're not in a hurry to return to Beichen, remember to contact me. Let's find a place to sit down and chat. Once my uncle's condition stabilizes, I'll get in touch with you. Alright, go back. Alright, go back. Liang Xiaohua waved his hand and walked into the cold wind. A car pulled up in front of him, and he stepped inside. Wang Hui returned to the private room, where the waiter had already tidied it up. Less than 5 minutes later, Lin Wu's phone rang. She smiled and told the person on the other end the private room number. Shouldn't we go greet them? Wang Hui stood up. Zhao Jifu is probably with the people from the supervisory bureau. He doesn't know anyone from the supervisory bureau, but seeing Zhao Tian, the prefect, is enough. Lin Wu waved his hand and said, there is no need. A mere deputy prefect and a few minor officials from the supervisory bureau. Inviting them to dinner is already giving them face. If we really go out to greet them, it wouldn't just be me, it would also be a loss of face for the Zhang sisters. Besides, I'm not sure if they'll even come out to greet us. Lin Wu waved his hand and said, "There's no need.
He's just a deputy prefect, and he's only accompanied by a few minor officials from the supervisory bureau.
Inviting them to dinner is already giving them face. If we were to go out to greet them, where would the face of the Zheng sisters be?" After finishing, she added, "They're not even prefectural governors. There's no need."
Wang Hui shrugged and said, "As you wish."
Wang Hui shrugged his shoulders, indicating he would follow his lead. Soon,
the waiter opened the private room door. Zhao Tian and the two men from the supervisory bureau walked in, smiling broadly, even seeming a bit obsequious. Wang Hui thought to himself, when one has enough money, even such people can only be greeted with a smile. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind. He would not only rely on the system to accumulate wealth but also build connections and strive to become a true super wealthy individual as soon as possible. The food and drinks were served, and the small talk concluded.
Zhao Tian was very curious about Wang Hui.
But with the Zheng sisters present, he dared not ask any further questions.
He thought to himself, I'll have to ask Lin Wu about it later. Old Xian and Old Shen had been with me earlier, and we studied this case together. Just as we were about to leave, County Magistrate Li Xiang also called to report the situation. The security officers from Dafeng Garment Factory had all admitted that they had been instructed by Wang Limin to target Mr. Wang's uncle and that Wang Limin had given them full authority to seize the ancestral hall. We have already classified this as a serious assault case and are currently compiling the necessary materials to prepare for the lawsuit. In the face of irrefutable evidence, Wang Limin has ceased resistance, admitted to everything, and stated that in addition to compensating your uncle for reasonable medical expenses and lost wages, he is personally willing to pay 20,000 yuan as compensation for mental distress. Given his remorseful attitude, he hopes Mr. Wang will spare him. Of course, I'm just passing on the message. Old Xian and Old Shen have already told me that regardless of whether Mr. Wang accepts the compensation, they will still file a public prosecution. Imprisonment is unavoidable, but the severity of the sentence will depend on Mr. Wang's wishes. Wang Hui was taken aback. Could this matter really depend on my opinion? Wang Hui was taken aback. Could this really depend on my opinion? He glanced at Zhang Ziren, Zhang Tingting, and Lin Wu, who were all smiling silently. It seemed like they thought this was perfectly normal. Otherwise, where would their face be? Attorney Cheng wiped his mouth and said, if the case is prosecuted, the principal offender will face 2 to 3 years in prison, and the accomplices will face at least 6 months. This is an unchangeable fact. However, there is always some leeway in this world. Wang Hui finally understood. He knew that Attorney Cheng was telling him how to respond. So he cleared his throat and said, money isn't the issue, but this Wang Limin we can't let him off the hook. Zhao Tian laughed heartily and said, Old Xian, Old Shen, it's up to you. The two hurriedly replied, don't worry, we won't tolerate anyone who oppresses the people. The implication was that they would impose the maximum sentence. Now that the formalities are out of the way, it's time to start building connections. Wang Hui naturally knew he was just a pawn. Neither Zhao Tian nor the old officials Qian and Shin from the supervisory bureau were after him. They were there to curry favor with Lin Wu and the Zheng sisters. And during the meal, they mentioned those matters. Wang Hui wasn't particularly interested either. Mainly because he didn't understand much of it, and it was quite different from his own life. In the end, it's all just talk about matters concerning local government officials. Wang Hui was happy to pass the time and focused on eating his meal. He had thought this meal would end smoothly and pleasantly. But it was not meant to be peaceful. Just as we were eating, Zhao Tian's phone rang. Sorry, I need to take this. Zhao Tian pulled out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number. He furrowed his brows slightly. Though he was only a deputy prefect, Zhao Tian had 2 phone numbers. One number is for work, turned on during the 8-hour workday and turned off after work. This number is his personal number, which is turned on 24 hours a day to ensure that the company can contact him in case of any emergencies. It is also his personal contact number for private matters. He rarely receives any ads, let alone calls from unknown numbers. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Tian hung up the phone. An unknown number meant it wasn't work-related at most, someone was probably trying to ask him for a favor or something. It's no big deal to answer it occasionally. But today, in front of the Zheng sisters and Lin Wu, he didn't want to answer such a call. However, as soon as he placed his phone on the table, it rang insistently once more. Zhao Tian was about to hang up again when Zhang Ziren put down the damp cloth she was using to wipe her hands and said casually, just answer it. It'll save us from it ringing non-stop. Zhao Tian hurriedly stood up and said to Zhang Ziren, I'm sorry, Mississippi. I'll go answer it. This person is pretty persistent. After saying that, he walked out of the private room. When he answered the phone, his voice couldn't help but carry a hint of irritation. Hello, who is this? Chapter 130, determined to go through with it. The other party's voice was polite. Mr. Zhao, the prefect, hello. I am. I don't want to know who you are. I'm quite interested in how you got my phone number. By the way, how can you be so inconsiderate? Since you hung up the first time, it means I'm busy right now. Zhao Jifu is indeed a busy man. I'm Yang Rui, the assistant general manager of Beichen Fengwan Group. The Dafeng Garment Factory in Jinko is one of our subsidiary companies.
The other party remained calm and composed, showing no signs of being offended by Zhao Tian's tone. They continued to be polite but never subservient. Zhao Tian paused for a moment before realizing what was happening. As the factory manager and general manager of Dafeng Garment Factory, Wang Limin could barely be considered part of the upper echelons of Fengwan Group. His sudden arrest, which was authorized by an arrest warrant, signifies that the authorities will file charges against him. Such a major incident must have alerted the higher-ups at the Fengwan Group.
And Yang Rui said he was the assistant general manager, not the general manager's assistant.
Don't be fooled by the mere reversal of the order of these two words. They represent entirely different meanings. A general manager's assistant is equivalent to a secretary, while an assistant general manager is at the level of a vice president. Although assistant general managers typically do not oversee specific tasks, they assist the general manager or even the chairman in coordinating and managing the entire group.
Among senior executives at the vice president level, they are considered to be lower in rank.
However, in reality, the position of assistant general manager often holds a status that other vice presidents cannot match. This position is either the spokesperson for the general manager or someone with the ability to challenge the general manager.
Fengwan Group is also a large conglomerate with a market value of over 10 billion yuan. Zhao Tian couldn't exactly turn him away completely.
Oh, it's Mr. Yang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, I thought it was another annoying relative from my family who leaked my private number again. With a double meaning, Zhao Tian's tone softened, but he still expressed his dissatisfaction.
Yang Rui didn't mind either.
There was nothing he could do after all. This was a time when he needed favors. The number was given to me by the deputy magistrate of your prefectural office. He is a distant cousin of mine, and I took the liberty of calling Magistrate Zhao. I truly apologize for the disturbance.
Mr. Yang, please don't be so polite. Just say what you need. I'm currently entertaining a few friends. Zhao Tian's dissatisfaction deepened further.
Yang Rui is using his so-called distant cousin to pressure him. But Yang Tongji is merely the secretary to the prefect, a regular official. If it were someone from the provincial government, Zhao Tian might have taken it more seriously.
Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush.
We heard that Wang Limin, a senior executive under the group, was arrested by the authorities. I also inquired about it, and it doesn't seem to be anything particularly serious.
Magistrate Zhao, do you think this is making a mountain out of a molehill?
Yang Rui cleared his throat and added, here's what we can do. We can offer the dismissed employee a better position, or provide a one-time compensation of 50 million yuan for his dismissal. Additionally, we will provide him with a set of local employee housing. As soon as the land title deed is issued, we will transfer it to him free of charge immediately.
Regarding medical expenses, there is no upper limit in principle. We will provide the best possible medical treatment and an additional compensation of 500,000 yuan for mental distress. Mr. Zhao, the prefect, would you be able to assist in facilitating this arrangement? Zhao Tian smiled to himself.
1 million yuan plus a house, that's quite a generous offer.
Actually, that calculation wasn't quite right either.
Uncle Wang Hui has worked at the factory for so many years. The employee housing unit given to him would also be allocated to him 5 years later. However, 1 million yuan is almost an unimaginable sum for an ordinary worker, and for others, it would certainly be considered more than enough. Of course, the price was to stop pursuing the matter involving Wang Limin, and even release the few people from the security department of Dafeng Garment Factory unharmed. However, this matter can no longer be resolved in such a manner. Given Wang Hui's financial resources and temperament, he would probably rather give his uncle 1 million yuan than let this group of people off the hook. Mr. Yang, I have heard about Wang Limin's case, but it's being handled by the local government and the district office.
I'm quite busy every day and don't have time to look into it. I'm afraid you've come to the wrong person.
Yang Rui held the phone, standing by the floor-to-ceiling glass, looking down at the parking lot below, which was almost empty.
Because of the matter involving Wang Limin, the senior executives had been working overtime and holding meetings.
If it weren't for this incident, he had already made plans for a candlelit dinner with his mistress. He was actually furious inside, but he had no choice but to adopt a humble demeanor. Now, hearing Zhao Tian speak to him in such a formal manner, Yang Rui was also quite displeased. He thought to himself, you're just a deputy prefect. You'll probably never advance any further in your career.
How dare you speak to me like that? Zhao, the prefect, is wrong, isn't he? We also have a thorough understanding of this matter. It is said that all the decisions were made by Zhao, the prefect, himself, and it seems that Zhao, the prefect, is quite familiar with the nephew of the person involved. I know that several local businessmen's sons are involved in this matter, but our Fengwan Group is also a large enterprise with 100 billion yuan in assets. Originally, we had planned to restructure and invest in Dafeng Garment Factory to expand its scale. Mr. Zhao, what do you think about this matter? Zhao Tian gave a cold laugh, thinking to himself, are you threatening me? If I say no, are you going to report this to your so-called distant cousin? And then have the city put pressure on me because your investment might fall through? If it were someone else, you might actually be able to stab me in the back on this one. But, you really have no idea who Wang Limin has offended. Regarding the investment, you should contact the investment promotion department. Mr. Yang, you've got the wrong person. That's all I can do. I can't help you further. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. With that, Zhao Tianguan hung up the phone decisively. Yang Rui was so angry that he threw his phone to the ground. He muttered angrily, what the hell is this? What kind of nonsense is this? A mere deputy prefect, acting all high and mighty and spouting official jargon in front of me? After finishing his rant, Yang Rui made an effort to calm his anger. He straightened his clothes and quickly walked out of the office door. After knocking on the door of the adjacent room, Yang Rui finally entered with great respect. Chairman, the Zhao Tian is completely unyielding. He actually told me he wasn't aware of this matter, shifting blame left and right, and got himself off the hook completely. I've already made it very clear to him that we're willing to compensate up to 1 million, and we can even give a house to the Wang family. However, Zhao Tian is still determined to go after Wang Limin. Chapter 131, Pleading for Mercy. The chairman was an elderly man in his 60s. After listening to everything, he asked, have you made things clear to Zhao Tian? Chairman, I made it very clear. I even told him that the deputy magistrate of the prefectural government is my relative and mentioned that our group might consider further investment in Doffing Garment Factory, but he ignored me and hung up the phone directly. The chairman narrowed his eyes and said, that's rather odd. Among those who came today to seek justice for the Wang family, the one who most intimidates Zhao Tian is none other than Liang Guodong. And this was his son's doing. Even if it were Liang Guodong himself, upon hearing that our Fenghuan group is involved, he would certainly show some respect. What could Zhao Tian be thinking? Could it be that Wang Limin has a grudge against him? Yang Rui hurriedly said, that can't be. Wang Limin is a bit domineering, so there might be people who don't like him, but it shouldn't have escalated to the point of enmity, right? Besides, Zhao Tian is a respected prefect, and he has no connection whatsoever with Doffing Garment Factory. As for offending him, Wang Limin wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Moreover, our lawyer has already visited the county office, and their stance was very firm. They even mentioned in private that it was Zhao Tian's orders, and Zhao Tian had issued instructions to conduct a thorough investigation shortly after the incident occurred. The chairman tapped the table lightly and said, alright, go and find that Zhao Tian. Bring your relative along too. Let's see what Zhao Tian is really up to. Yang Rui agreed and stepped out. He then called Xiaomi and told her he wouldn't be able to make it tonight. Then he got in the car and drove straight to Jinko. At 9:30, Yang Rui finally arrived at Jinko. He had already exchanged greetings with his distant cousin along the way. After picking up the person, Yang Rui called Zhao Tian again. At this moment, Wang Hui's dinner gathering had just ended, and he was preparing to move to another location to have some tea and continue the conversation. Zhao Tian saw that it was Yang Rui calling again, smiled, waved his phone, and said to Wang Hui and the others, it seems that Mr. Yang has already arrived at Jinko. I guess he's brought the deputy magistrate along too. Lin Wu smiled slightly, and Zhang Ziren replied decisively, answer it. Zhao Tian understood immediately and answered the call. Zhao Jifu, I am currently in Jinko with my cousin. I don't know if you are available. Why don't we meet somewhere to discuss this further? Yang Rui did not beat around the bush, his tone somewhat unfriendly. Zhao Tiandao, I just finished eating and was planning to go to a tea house by the Yangtze River to have a cup of tea to sober up. If you and Yang Tongji don't mind, why not join us? Since it wasn't far from the Yangtze River, the group decided to walk there slowly. Attorney Chang said he had some matters to attend to and returned to the hotel first. Upon arrival, everyone saw Yang Rui and Yang Tongji standing side by side. Sorry, I didn't drive after drinking, so I walked over. Did you two arrive early? Zhao Tian smiled and greeted Yang Tongji. Zhao the magistrate is truly a busy man of importance. It was quite a hassle to arrange this chat with you. Yang Rui didn't speak, but Yang Tongji coldly interjected, clearly displeased with Zhao Tian. Even on an ordinary day, Zhao Tian wouldn't give this Yang Tongji much face. It was only out of respect for the official prefect that everyone was being polite. If Yang Tongji spoke kindly, Zhao Tian might even remind him out of consideration for their being colleagues. But since he still thinks he's so great, Zhao Tian didn't even bother to consider it. Yang Tongji was just joking. We're all public servants, we're busy for the sake of the people. We can't just be running around after our own relatives, can we? With that, Yang Tongji's face turned completely dark. Zhao Tian was clearly mocking him for having nothing to do after work and only being able to deal with his own relatives. Old Xian and Old Shen from the supervisory bureau didn't have Zhao Tian's confidence. They smiled and tried to smooth things over. It's freezing out here. Let's go inside and talk. Yang Tongji, please go ahead. Yang Tongji finally hummed in response, folded his arms behind his back, and stepped inside first.
Upon entering, they requested a private room, and everyone took their seats. Yang Rui and Yang Tongji sat down.
Their eyes kept darting between Wang Hui, the Jiang sisters, and Lin Wu.
Wang Hui merely glanced at them briefly. Although Wang Hui was also wearing expensive designer clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars, he still didn't catch the attention of these two people. The Jiang sisters, though beautiful, had nothing particularly remarkable about them. Only Lin Wu caught their attention. Lin Wu's attire was proper and conventional, but what truly stood out was her extraordinary demeanor, which immediately suggested a distinguished background. The two exchanged glances, both assuming that among the group, Lin Wu must be the one in charge. Since Liang Xiaohua and the others were not present, it meant that Wang Hui had no connection with Liang Xiaohua or Liang Guodong. It is likely that Lin Wu has influence within the Liang family.
Can't Magistrate Zhao introduce us? Yang Rui handed Zhao Tian a cup of tea and asked with a smile. Zhao Tian didn't touch the cup of tea, but simply said softly, "This is the person Mr. Yang mentioned earlier." To be precise, he is the nephew of the person involved, Mr. Wang Hui. These three are all Mr. Wang's friends and also my friends. This was agreed upon along the way. Just mention Lin Wu and the Jiang sisters briefly. Yang Rui nodded and handed a cup of tea to Wang Hui. So you're Mr. Wang? You're so young and accomplished. I wonder if Zhao the magistrate mentioned what I said to you earlier. Wang Hui didn't hesitate, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said, "Zhao the magistrate mentioned earlier that I wanted to ask Mr. Yang, if I accept your company's compensation, does that mean I have to give up pursuing Wang Limin?" Yang Rui smiled slightly, refilled Wang Hui's cup of tea, and said, "This matter was handled somewhat inadequately by Wang Limin, but fortunately, no major issues arose."
Regardless of the situation, people are always the priority. Your uncle's injury was an accident, and our group deeply regrets it. Therefore, we hope to provide satisfactory compensation to your uncle's family. Mr. Wang Limin is of advanced age. There is no need to insist on him going through the formalities in court. This matter is based solely on the confessions of the perpetrators and cannot be conclusively determined to have been instigated by anyone else. Moreover, Wang Limin only instructed them to collect the rent. He would not have ordered them to assault anyone. Mr. Wang, do you think what I'm saying makes sense? Wang Hui narrowed his eyes and sneered. Mr. Yang seems to be quite well versed in the law. Since that's the case, let's see if the authorities are as you claim.
Why did you come here to talk to me? Chapter 132, The Arrogant Magistrate Yang.
Yang Rui didn't expect Wang Hui to refuse so bluntly, and was momentarily stunned. Yang Tongji spoke up leisurely at this moment.
Zhao, the prefect, my cousin is very sincere, and the Fenghuang group is also very sincere. Why not let bygones be bygones? There's no need to dwell on what's already happened.
Wang Limin is a man with some flaws, but his flaws do not overshadow his merits.
His contributions to Dafeng Garment Factory are undeniable.
The city officials have taken note of his contributions over the years.
Why don't you two talk it over privately?
Yang Tongji said all this without looking at Wang Hui once. In his view, the reason Wang Hui had such confidence was undoubtedly because of the three women sitting beside him whose identities were unknown.
However, the primary reason was the strong backing of Zhao Tian. Otherwise, how could the son of an ordinary citizen possibly manage to get a professional manager earning $1 million annual salary sent to prison?
Zhao Tian smiled, took a sip of tea, and said, "Yang Tongji, I really can't get involved in this case. The county office already has sufficient evidence, and the supervisory bureau is preparing to file charges. After all, we are here to serve the people. We cannot violate principles or procedures. I can certainly see the sincerity of Fenghuang Group, but whether Mr. Wang accepts it or not is his decision.
Moreover, this is an extremely serious criminal assault case, and it was intentional harm. It's not something that can be simply dismissed just because Mr. Wang chooses to let it go. Otherwise, what would be the role of the supervisory commission? I think it would be better to ask Old Qian and Old Chen for their opinions."
Yang Tongji frowned and cast an unhappy glance at Old Qian and Old Chen.
Old Qian and Old Chen exchanged a wry smile.
However, this case had been assigned to them by the supervisory inspectorate, and the high-ranking officials from Beichen had also made their stance clear. If it were the provincial official, they would have to handle it with even greater caution. But this Yang Tongji, even Old Qian and Old Chen think he thinks too highly of himself.
Old Qian cleared his throat and said, "Yang Tongji, the evidence in this case is quite clear.
Both parties have stated their cases clearly, and the neighbors have also testified.
The impact is extremely bad.
The Supervisory Bureau has already made its decision, and it was personally made by the Supervisory Inspector.
I'm afraid there's nothing we can do to change it. Why don't you go directly to the inspectorate? Of course, Mr. Wang's attitude is the key. We've gone full circle. Yang Tongji can find them, but the military commander? He really wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous."
For a moment, Yang Tongji found himself in a difficult position and couldn't think of a response. Noticing the dark look in Yang Tongji's eyes, Yang Rui quickly spoke up to save him. "Mr. Wang, as I said before, it's better to resolve conflicts than to create them.
Why insist on making a big deal out of this? Wang Hui rudely interrupted him.
If Wang Limin had thought like Yang Zong back then, none of this would have happened. So, your group's executives made a mistake, and you come running to me saying that enemies should be reconciled rather than kept at odds.
Why didn't you think about it back then? My uncle is over 50 years old and has suffered such a tragedy. There's no need to say more. My stance won't change. I will never let Wang Limin off the hook. Even if you have all the power in the world and manage to get the supervisory commission to drop the charges, I will still pursue this matter to the very end. I'll see for myself if there is any justice left in this world. Yang Rui was immediately at a loss for words. He shifted his gaze to Lin Wu, who was still casually strolling around as if none of this concerned her. How should one address this lady? Yang Rui had figured it out. Wang Hui's reliance was not on Zhao Tian, but on this woman. Moreover, Zhao Tian seems to rely on her as well, which is why he dares to confront Yang Tongji so directly. Lin Wu casually brushed it off, saying, "Oh, I'm just an outsider. You two continue your conversation." Yang Rui felt extremely awkward, but Zhang Ziren spoke up, "Wang Hui, don't worry. This matter will definitely not take a turn for the worse. Lin Wu, why are you so boring? Just tell him who you are. Stop nagging, you're driving me crazy." That's just straight up cursing. No matter how well-mannered Yang Rui was, he couldn't help but change his expression. Just as he was about to say, "What kind of person are you?" he suddenly remembered the name Zhang Ziren had shouted out. Lin Wu? Yang Rui hurriedly took another look at Lin Wu, thinking to himself, could it be the same name? Are you Mr. Lin? Yang Rui pondered for a moment before hesitantly asking. Lin Wu couldn't pretend anymore and could only nod and say, "I'm Lin Wu." This was undoubtedly an admission that she was the Lin Wu Yang Rui had been thinking of. In Beichen, there is a large cosmetics group. The chairman is named Lin Wu. Lin Wu's beauty group may not be the largest, but Lin Wu's influence is the greatest. Even the chairman of the prestigious Fengguan group must address her respectfully as Ms. Lin upon meeting her. Although the Fengguan group has a 100 billion yuan scale. However, its equity structure is highly complex. The chairman, as the largest individual shareholder, only holds approximately 10% of the shares. However, Lin Wu's cosmetics group is entirely controlled by Lin Wu and her brother. When it came to Lin Wu's brother, Yang Rui couldn't help but shiver. That's someone from Kyoto, after all. Although we don't know the exact background, it's not someone that he and the Fengguan group can afford to provoke. Mr. Yang, regarding this matter, Wang Hui has already made his position clear. He will never give up. As his friend, I unconditionally support all his decisions. This is the final decision. Yang Rui may have reservations, but he can only swallow his pride. Immediately, Lin Wu then said to Yang Tongji, you are a government official, so you may be more sensitive to investments. I don't know which department you're primarily responsible for, but that doesn't matter. Investment also requires comparison in scale. I believe that the total investment of our Xian Kai group in Beichen, both large and small, should not be comparable to a single garment factory. So, while we enjoyed our tea and conversation today, continuing to discuss this matter would be pointless. A more reasonable official, in this situation, would have already backed down. He should just laugh it off, even if he's boiling inside, and keep it hidden. However, Yang Tongji had always been a stubborn individual. He said bluntly that he was just a magistrate, not even as good as Zhao Tian. Yet he has always looked down on Zhao Tian with an air of superiority. He knew that the official he was following wouldn't last 2 years before rising above the rest to become the top official in Beichen City. He knew that the legitimate prefect he was following would rise to prominence within 2 years and become the top official in Beichen City. By then, as his deputy, he would inevitably rise in prominence. Therefore, someone like Zhao Tian is not even worth his consideration. Chapter 133, The Junior Minister has arrived. This was also Yang Tongji's greatest reliance. And precisely because of this, he always felt that all the officials in the city should show him the utmost respect. Therefore, when he heard Lin Wu's words, he had no idea who Lin Wu was. He was furious. Were you threatening a high-ranking official of the imperial court with investment? Everyone was stunned. Lin Wu's words were very cryptic, just like Yang Rui's hint to Zhao Tian. However, Yang Tongji disregarded all of that and exposed everything. Moreover, he did so with a furious expression. Yang Rui panicked and hurriedly said, "No, don't make it sound so serious. We were just chatting." If anyone else had taken Yang Rui's attitude, they would have given it some serious thought. But Yang Tongji glared at Lin Wu and said again, "I ask you, are you threatening a high-ranking official of the imperial court with investment?" At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a voice from outside echoed in, "Who dares to threaten a high-ranking official of the imperial court?" Everyone turned around in unison. Only Zhang Ziren and Jiang Tingting remained motionless. This person was the one Zhang Ziren had brought alone. From the moment they sat down and started talking, she felt a bit annoyed. So she kept playing with her phone. In reality, she was sending a message to this person regarding the speed at which this person arrived. Jiang Ziren was still quite satisfied. Less than 20 minutes.
She gave her younger sister, Jiang Tingting, a meaningful glance.
Jiang Tingting gently tugged at Wang Hui's hand and gave him a knowing look, signaling that the charade should come to an end. Su Shacking? Yang Tongji froze. This is a high-ranking official of the 4th rank.
Even the one above him is half a rank lower than this Su Shaoqing. Su Shacking glanced at Yang Tongji, feigning surprise.
Oh, Yang Tongji is here too? Zhao, the prefect, why didn't you tell me beforehand? Zhao Tian was also completely taken aback.
But after a moment's thought, he understood.
This Su Shaoqing must have been called by the 2 sisters of the Jiang family. So he stood up with a smile and said, when I made the appointment, I didn't know that Yang Tongji would be coming. It was just supposed to be a chat with a few friends, but I didn't expect Yang Tongji and... Oh, this is Yang Rui, the general manager of Fingguang Group. We also received Mr. Yang's call after we left, but we had already made arrangements with you, so we had no choice but to bring everyone here. What's going on? Are Yang Tongji and Mr. Yang looking for Zhao Jifu for something? Why don't you two talk privately? Today is for relaxation, have some tea and chat. Can you handle the work-related matters separately?
Yang Tongji was already as nervous as a cat on a hot tin roof. Su Shacking was 1 rank higher than him and was also one of the most influential figures in the province. Most importantly, Su Shacking was a close confidant of the Inspector General. Let alone him, a mere deputy magistrate. Even his superior, the prefect, would have to treat Su Shaoqing with courtesy.
Oh, we don't have anything to do, just chatting. Yang Tongji said while looking around. His gaze lingered on Lin Wu. He wondered to himself, who is this Lin Wu? How did she manage to get even the junior minister to come?
Yang Tongji, of course, knew that Su Shacking had come for more than just a casual chat.
He was here to back up Wang Hui.
I just don't know if this is really Su Shaoqing's idea or if he's representing someone else. Mr. Su Shacking, I am Yang Rui, the assistant general manager of Fingguang Group.
Here is my business card.
Yang Rui hurriedly stood up and handed over his business card with both hands in a respectful manner. Su Shacking casually took it, pretended to look at it, and placed it on the coffee table.
Wang Hui, how's your uncle's situation? Su Shaoqing asked after sitting down. The first thing I heard this morning was about your uncle's matter. How is it going? The first words he spoke were directed at Wang Hui. Yang Tongji's heart sank instantly. How did this Wang Hui manage to get involved with Su Shacking?
And judging by Su Shacking's demeanor, it seems like the two of them are quite familiar with each other.
Could it be that Su Shacking wasn't brought in by Lin Wu, but by Wang Hui himself? If that's the case, it wouldn't be surprising. The Wang family is just a commoner, yet they managed to befriend someone like Lin Wu. It must be because they have connections as well. But if your family is connected to Su Shacking, why didn't you reveal it sooner? Why insist on putting up with that scoundrel Wang Limin? Wang Hui glanced at Jiang Ziren and her sister.
Jiang Ziren and Jiang Tingting both lowered their heads and started playing with their phones.
Wang Hui could only smile and say, "Hello, Uncle Su. We have gathered sufficient evidence regarding my uncle's case and are preparing to file a public prosecution." Su Shacking nodded. "Oh, that's good. Zhao Prefect, I have a favor to ask of you. You must keep an eye on this matter. Although Dafeng Garment Factory is now mainly privately owned, it also has shares owned by our state-owned enterprise. Moreover, most of the factory workers have spent their entire lives working there. To be unjustly accused of such a serious crime, we public servants cannot escape responsibility. In the matter of restructuring, there are many areas where we have not done enough, and many things that need to be addressed urgently. We will rely on you to take on more responsibilities in this regard." Zhao, the prefect, hurriedly responded, "You are absolutely correct, sir. I will personally take charge of this case to ensure that our people, especially those who have suffered injustices during the reform process, can rest assured that the imperial court will not abandon them." That's a fine slogan. Wang Hui almost wanted to stand up and clap for Su Shaoqing and Zhao Jifu. Yang Tongji could no longer sit still. He gave Yang Rui a nod and stood up. "It's getting late. I have some matters to attend to at home. Su Shacking, Zhao Jifu, please continue your conversation. We'll take our leave first." The two left dejectedly, still unable to make sense of the relationships involved, even as they stepped out the door. They had just stepped out of the club. Yang Tongji's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw that it was his immediate superior calling. The magistrate, despite Yang Tongji's brief display of authority in the private room. When faced with his own boss, he was completely powerless. "I've told you so many times, I'm just the assistant." The voice on the phone was furious. "I asked you, did you go cause trouble for someone?" Yang Tongji's heart sank. He thought to himself, Su Shaoqing actually reported me? No, I was just trying to mediate. I wasn't looking for trouble. It's just that the Fingguang group wanted me to make an introduction, but they didn't give me any face. What face do you have? Yang Fei, tell me, what face do you have? You're only a 5th rank official, and you went to ask Zhao Tian, a 4th rank official, to give you face? How dare you be so bold? I'm asking you, were there two girls who looked alike in the private room?
Yang Tongji stammered in response, yes, there was one.
Chapter 134. What a display of official authority. You've really gotten me into big trouble.
Get back to the private room right now and beg those two girls for forgiveness.
I'll be there shortly. With that, he hung up the phone. Yang Tongji was speechless.
Looking at his cousin, Ruego, he wondered who the two girls beside Wang Hui were.
Yang Rui was also completely clueless. He had no idea either.
Yang Tongji stamped his foot, didn't bother explaining, and turned around to go back to the private room. Without bothering to knock, he pushed the door open. Inside, the conversation was in full swing, and everyone was startled to see Yang Tongji return.
I'm sorry. It's my fault. I was wrong. Please forgive me, sir. You're a kind man, please forgive me.
Yang Tongji rushed over to Jiang Ziren and Jiang Tingting without thinking, apologizing repeatedly. Though no one understood why he was acting this way, everyone could guess that it must have been his superior who had given the order.
We haven't spoken to you, have we? What do you want us to forgive you for? And who let you in? Don't you have any basic manners? You don't even know how to knock on a door?
Yang Tongji froze, hesitated for a moment, then backed out, his face flushed with shame and anger. Then he gently knocked on the door. Seeing no response inside, he could only patiently continue knocking. Laughter erupted from inside the house, and finally, Zhao Tian said, "Come in." Yang Tongji then walked in, looking disheveled and embarrassed. Upon entering, he kept apologizing to the two sisters of the Jiang family, and finally said, "The deputy magistrate of the Bai family, the deputy magistrate of the Bai family said he would come over immediately to apologize to the two of you personally." Jiang Ziren shook her head and said, "You don't even know who I am.
What are you apologizing for? Enough, get out of here. Looking at you is annoying."
Yang Tongji felt extremely embarrassed, unsure whether he should leave or stay. At that moment, the door to the private room was knocked on again.
Bai, the deputy magistrate, walked in.
As soon as he entered the room, he didn't bother to greet the others. He walked straight up to Jiang Ziren and Jiang Tingting and said in a low voice, Miss Jiang, why didn't you let me know you were coming to Jinko?
I could have made arrangements. If I had told you earlier, how would I have seen your deputy magistrate acting so arrogantly in front of us? Bai Fu Chang."
In a word, Bai Fu Chang's cold sweat was streaming down his cheeks. He looked at the two sisters of the Jiang family with a bitter expression, feeling extremely embarrassed. Finally, he forced a smile and said, Young miss, I know it's my fault for not disciplining my subordinates properly.
I promise this will never happen again."
Seeing Jiang Ziren's gaze shift toward Yang Tongji, Bai, the deputy magistrate, immediately turned his head back.
Seeing Yang Tongji trembling uncontrollably with fear, he was furious.
He shouted angrily, "You good-for-nothing scoundrel! You've really become something now, daring to use my name to lord it over others." Yang Tongji felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, and he stammered, "Deputy Magistrate Bai, I.
What are you talking about?
Hurry up and apologize to the eldest miss and the young miss." After scolding him, Deputy Magistrate Bai turned to the two sisters. "Eldest miss, young miss, it is my fault for not managing my subordinates properly. Please forgive me. You are both noble ladies, do not hold this against me, and certainly do not associate with such a lowly individual." Yang Tongji had never seen Bai, the deputy magistrate, be so polite to anyone else. This was nothing short of nervousness. Even if the person sitting here were the city's chief magistrate or even someone of Su Shaking's rank as a provincial-level official, Bai would still be polite and courteous, yet always with a hint of self-importance. But now, Deputy Magistrate Bai is acting like a quail in front of these two sisters.
It's utterly shocking. He finally realized it too.
He had offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. Even Bai, the deputy magistrate, had to apologize trembling with fear. These two women are absolutely beyond his reach for the rest of his life.
Thinking back to how he had just shouted at Jiang Ziren, Yang Tongji felt his legs go weak.
Before he knew it, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Then he lunged forward.
Seeing this scene,
Wang Hui felt particularly disgusted. He said to Jiang Ziren and Jiang Tingting, "Have a nice chat.
Look at what you've turned this into."
Bai, the deputy magistrate, heard this and froze, then suddenly turned to look at Wang Hui.
He thought to himself, who is this guy? How dare he speak to the two young ladies of the Jiang family in such a manner?
However, Jiang Ziren and Jiang Tingting seemed to have no temper at all. Jiang Ziren pouted and said, "I just can't stand the way he acts. I asked Zhao Jifu about him earlier, and he said he was his secretary. So I called him over.
I just wanted him to take their dog away."
Bai, the deputy magistrate, looked gloomy, but his reaction was surprisingly swift. He immediately walked over to Yang Tongji, kicked him, and shouted, "What are you still doing here? Get out of here!"
Yang Tongji tried to stand up, but his legs wouldn't obey him.
He dared not linger any longer and crawled out of the private room. Bai, the deputy magistrate, saw that he had finally left and sighed in relief. However, he remained bent over, bowing humbly to Jiang Ziren and Jiang Tingting and said, young miss, please look.
Jiang Tingting didn't seem to mind.
Jiang Ziren, however, looked displeased and seemed about to say something.
Wang Hui couldn't stand it anymore.
If this kept up, who knew when this farce would finally come to an end?
So he sighed and said, Jiang Ziren, the deputy magistrate didn't provoke anyone.
He was just lying at home minding his own business.
It's all that young Tongji abusing his authority. Can you just calm down?
The deputy magistrate looked at Wang Hui again, but Jiang Ziren seemed to be swayed by Wang Hui's words. She immediately said, all right, sit down. The deputy magistrate felt as though he had been granted a pardon and finally found a place to sit down. However, he dared not sit properly, his buttocks only touching half of the chair. Young miss, I truly had no idea about today's matter. Yang always seemed pretty honest, and I had no idea he would use my name to lord it over others. I have always remembered the teachings of the two young misses and the old gentleman, never allowing them to use my name to cause trouble outside. Today, Jiang Ziren looked at him and shook her head, scolding him for his lack of resolve. You don't need to apologize to me.
If you want to apologize to Wang Hui.
Your subordinate was trying to bully him. Hi, you're just a deputy magistrate, yet your subordinate acts as if he's already a high-ranking official.
Humph, what a display of official authority. I can't help but feel that your subordinate is more assertive than you are. Chapter 135, The End of the Road.
The deputy magistrate of the White Mansion dared not respond and could only look toward Su Shaking for help. Su Shaking shook his head subtly, indicating that he also did not know the details. The deputy magistrate then shifted his gaze to Zhao Tian.
Zhao Tian couldn't help but smile wryly to himself, thinking, what did I do to deserve this? How did I get dragged into this? Miss Jiang, every system has its bad apples.
Yang Tongji is one, and those low-ranking officials at the Jinko magistrate's office are another.
You can't judge everyone by the actions of a few. Zhao Tian spoke while glancing at Wang Hui.
He knew that among those present, only Wang Hui could stop Jiang Ziren from pursuing the matter further. Wang Hui sighed and thought to himself that today had already been chaotic enough.
He cleared his throat and said to Jiang Ziren, that's enough.
I'll sit here for a while longer, then I need to go to the hospital to check on my uncle.
Jiang Ziren finally glared at the deputy magistrate, then looked at Su Shaking and turned to Lin Wu, saying, Xiao Wu, explain the whole situation to them. Go outside and talk. It's annoying to watch.
Lin Wu was helpless, rolled her eyes, and could only drag Su Shaking and the deputy magistrate, out of the private room. Jiang Ziren told Wang Hui, the reason why Deputy Magistrate Bai is so afraid of me and Tingting is because the financial tycoon behind him is my grandfather, the Jiang family.
Wang Hui finally understood.
He scratched his head and said, it was just a small matter.
If you hadn't come, it would have been fine. Whether it was Liang Xiaohua or Lin Wu, they could have handled it smoothly. But you had to show up and make things so complicated. And you still have the nerve to throw a tantrum like a spoiled princess in front of me?
Jiang Ziren glared at him.
If it weren't for Tingting's sake, do you think I'd want to help you?
Jiang Tingting hurriedly soothed her. Sis, Wang Hui meant that you didn't help wrongly, but you were too forceful.
Rolling her eyes, Jiang Ziren looked at Zhao Tian. Is this my fault?
Zhao Tian dared not say a word and avoided Jiang Ziren's gaze.
Wang Hui could only say, enough. Blame me instead. Jiang Ziren couldn't help but giggle.
After Lin Wu explained what had happened earlier to Su Shaking and the deputy magistrate, she added, anyway, I've told you everything. Wang Hui seems to be the son-in-law of the Jiang family. The deputy magistrate, and Su, the young magistrate, exchanged glances. The deputy magistrate suddenly realized, no wonder the young lady seems so close to that young man. Back in the private room, Su Shaking and the deputy magistrate, were both rushing to apologize to Wang Hui. They claimed it was their fault for not doing their jobs properly, which had led to Wang Hui's uncle injuring his leg. Wang Hui was furious about this, but he also knew that it wasn't the fault of Su Shaking or the deputy magistrate. They were completely unrelated, and as high-ranking officials, they couldn't possibly be monitoring every little thing that happened below them. Su Shaking, deputy magistrate this matter has nothing to do with you.
Don't even mention Wang Limin, he's just a factory director, not an official under your jurisdiction. Even if it were Yang Tongji, it still wouldn't concern you.
The mistakes they made are their own responsibility.
There's no need for you to apologize to me. I'm just a young man in my 20s. You're being too kind to me.
Wang Hui, although we've only just met, since you just called me Uncle Su earlier, I'll consider you my nephew. I can't promise anything else, but if there's anything that happens in Beichin City, just give me a call.
I'll give you my number. Su Shaking said, pulling out his phone.
The deputy magistrate glared at him.
Hey, you, Su Shaking. You're in charge of provincial affairs. This is just a small place in Beichin City.
If Wang Hui has any issues, he should come to me.
What use are you? Wang Hui, don't pay attention to him. If you have any business, come straight to me. Make sure to note down my phone number. Wang Hui sighed and reluctantly wrote down both their phone numbers. Wang Hui couldn't help but smile wryly and reluctantly gave both of them his phone number.
By the end of the conversation, Deputy Magistrate Bai Xiaoqing and Zhao Tian, among others, took their leave one after another.
The private room was now empty except for Wang Hui, the Zhang sisters, and Lin Wu.
Wang Hui finally relaxed. Regardless, he had the system's support. He was facing so many high-ranking officials for the first time. In just one day, the county magistrate, prefect, deputy prefect, and junior minister all made appearances. Lin Wu and the others were different. They remained relaxed the entire time.
Lin Wu smiled and said that Yang Tongji has reached the end of the road. The next step is to become the least prominent deputy magistrate in the magistrate's office, and even if he wants to transfer, he can't.
Even if there's a new term, no one will likely hire him.
This position is one he'll probably have to hold until retirement. Wang Hui had no regard for Yang Tongji.
Such a person deserved his fate. In his opinion, Bai, the deputy magistrate, seemed like a decent person. It was likely that Yang Tongji had been keeping his true nature hidden all along, perhaps even using Bai's influence to engage in unscrupulous activities outside the office.
Zhang Ziran laughed and said, "Do you really think Deputy Magistrate Bai knows nothing?
He's just a lackey of the Zhang family. Whether he stays where he is or climbs another rung on the ladder is just a matter of a word from my grandfather, or rather, my father." Wang Hui looked at Lin Wu, who also seemed to agree wholeheartedly. Only then did he realize that these people had simply encountered Zhang Ziran, Zhang Tingting, and Lin Wu. Otherwise, they're all cut from the same cloth. Speaking of which, what about those people at the Jinko magistrate's office? Wang Hui suddenly remembered something. Lin Wu laughed it off, knowing you were being petty and wouldn't let the people at the Jinko magistrate's office off the hook. Don't worry, Zhao Tian knows what to do. If it were just me, I'd probably just give them a symbolic punishment. After all, my family's influence isn't in Beichen. However, since Ziran and the others have intervened, and Su Shaking and Bai, the deputy magistrate, have both acknowledged you as their nephew, Zhao Tian would never dare to show even the slightest ambition to climb higher. He would certainly impose a severe punishment without mercy. That phone captain is finished. Those two constables who fought with you are waiting to have their skins flayed off.
Serves them right.
Wang Hui felt particularly satisfied. Lin Wu covered her mouth and smiled. Don't get too excited yet, the best is yet to come.
What? There's more? Wang Hui was confused. He thought everything had been settled. Sai, how did you become Duanmu Ji's disciple?
Duanmu Gu said you're cunning, but something that 10 people can see clearly. You insist on being as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Zhang Ziran suddenly interjected. Xiao Wu actually meant you're really stupid.
Wang Hui's lips twitched, but he didn't get angry. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I really don't understand what you're talking about.
The things you mentioned about the bureaucracy at the restaurant, I don't understand either.
Chapter 136, Sincerity.
Lin Wu and Zhang Ziran, along with Zhang Tingting, burst into laughter together. Zhang Tingting whispered that Yang Rui, the general manager, must have already consulted his superior.
When we leave, he'll definitely be waiting at the door. What? Waiting for what? He hasn't given up yet? Waiting for you to calm down, Mr. Wang.
Wang Limin and the others won't get involved, and they might even fan the flames. Then they'll give your uncle's family a large compensation, hoping you won't hold him accountable for his disrespect earlier.
Wang Hui paused for a moment before saying, "It's not that bad, is it?
Even if it's true as you say, he could have just knocked on the door and come in.
He wouldn't dare knock on the door again.
He didn't know who my sister and I were earlier, but now he should know. He'll be scared to death." Wang Hui stared blankly, rubbing his head, then looked at Zhang Ziran and asked, "Speaking of crazy women, I heard you mention your grandfather several times, but you never said much about him.
Who is your grandfather?" Zhang Tingting was about to speak.
Zhang Ziran shot Wang Hui a disapproving glance first.
"You're just now thinking to ask? I thought you didn't care at all."
Wang Hui scratched the back of his head and said, "I really don't care. I just heard you say that the deputy magistrate is your family's dog, so I was just curious."
Zhang Ziran didn't respond.
Lin Wu glanced at her and Zhang Tingting.
"Should I tell him?"
Seeing that neither of the sisters objected,
Lin Wu finally spoke up. "The Zhang family's headquarters isn't actually in Beichen. Aren't you curious why I know Tingting and Ziran? Actually, the Zhang family came from the capital. Their grandfather was a retired left counselor of the Ministry of Personnel. Back then, there was no ban on officials' families engaging in business. Therefore, the fathers of Ziran and Tingting, along with their uncles, were all engaged in business. As for Ziran and Tingting's eldest and second uncles, they are now in Kyoto, where they are."
Lin Wu gave a thumbs-up gesture and deliberately pushed it upward.
Wang Hui immediately understood.
Zhang Ziran waved her hand.
"Don't boast about our family. Our family is just average. In the capital, we're neither the best nor the worst."
Lin Wu shrugged and didn't argue with Zhang Ziran's words.
"The waters of the capital are deep. Who dares to step forward and claim their family is the most powerful?"
Wang Hui finally realized this at that moment.
So the Jiang family had other connections after all. No wonder.
To build such a large group, it would be hard to believe that Jiang Ziran and Jiang Tingting's father had no background.
Actually, the real genius here is you, Wang Hui.
Lin Wu suddenly interjected.
Wang Hui? Jiang's son-in-law, Indu's disciple, my friend Lin Wu, tell me, aren't you impressive? Wang Hui. When I went out, Yang Rui was indeed waiting outside the door.
But this time, there was no trace of his former arrogance. Instead, he walked with a hunched back, a forced smile on his face, and a subservient demeanor. The two Ms. Zhang and Ms. Lin were now being addressed as Miss Wang by Mr. Wang.
Alright, you two chat.
I'll take Tingting and Ziran to the hotel. Lin Wu waved her hand.
After all, the hospital wasn't far from here.
She could just have Wang Hui walk back on his own later.
Yang Rui didn't dare to bring it up right away either.
He bent over and helped the three beautiful women into the car. The car drove off, and he didn't straighten up until it was far away, waving goodbye the whole time.
Alright, Mr. Yang, they can't see us anymore.
If there's anything you need to say, just get to the point.
Wang Hui was much calmer now.
He's met Xiaoqin, he's met the deputy magistrate, and even the granddaughter of the former left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights has become his girlfriend. Thinking about it, Yang Rui is really nothing special.
Yang Rui smiled and said, Mr. Wang, are you heading to the hospital? Wang Hui nodded. Yang Rui said again, then let's walk and talk.
I'll take this opportunity to visit your uncle on behalf of our company.
The company will not shirk its responsibilities in this matter. We will take full responsibility for everything. Lin Wu and the others had already informed Wang Hui. Wang Hui cleared his throat and said, alright, let's talk while we walk. Yang Rui made a gesture of invitation, then quickly followed Wang Hui's footsteps, speaking cautiously. The company has already made the decision to remove Wang Limin from all his positions overnight. A high-level meeting will be held tomorrow to expel him from Fenghuan Group. Wang Hui glanced at Yang Rui and shook his head. Mr. Yang, can we get to the point? Wang Hui glanced at Yang Rui and shook his head. Mr. Yang, can we get to the point? Wang Limin is bound to be sentenced. Does it matter whether your company fires him or not?
Yang Rui gave an awkward smile and spoke even more cautiously. Due to the matter involving Uncle Wang, the company has also assigned personnel to thoroughly investigate the list of employees dismissed from Doffing Garment Factory and discovered significant issues. Someone like your uncle, who has made outstanding contributions to the group, should absolutely not be on the list of those laid off. Therefore, the company has decided to revoke part of the layoff list issued by Wang Limin and recall several veteran employees, including your uncle, back to the factory.
This decision will be announced tomorrow at Doffing Garment Factory.
I have also been appointed by the company to temporarily serve as the acting factory manager and general manager of Doffing Garment Factory.
So, Mr. Yang, does that mean you've been demoted?
Wang Hui raised his eyebrows.
No, it's only temporary.
Once the company finds a new candidate, they'll send someone to replace me. It all depends on whether I can handle things properly.
Wang Hui understood.
The demotion was real, though temporary, but it was also a test of his performance. If Wang Hui expressed any dissatisfaction, Fenghuan Group would likely abandon Yang Rui immediately, and there was even a possibility that he might lose his current position as well. That's why Yang Rui is groveling so humbly, begging for forgiveness, hoping that you'll agree to let the matter drop. Only then would Yang Rui have the opportunity to regain his former position.
What were you doing all this time? You must have thought that having a little money would allow you to bully the villagers. Now you're getting your comeuppance, aren't you?
Furthermore, the company believes that someone like your uncle, who has been with the company for so many years, should be given more responsibilities. Based on our understanding of the situation both inside and outside the factory, your uncle is very well liked by everyone there. Therefore, I am taking on the role of acting factory manager and general manager. We hope that once your uncle has fully recovered from his illness, he will be able to take on the position of factory office director.
Wang Hui stopped in his tracks, smiling wryly. Have my uncle become the factory office director? What about the previous factory office director?
That guy is nothing but a sycophant, colluding with Wang Limin. The first thing I'll do when I take office tomorrow is to remove him from his position.
Yang Rui finally regained a bit of confidence in the former factory office director. You'd better ask my uncle yourself about that. I can't make decisions for him.
Yang Rui nodded and said, our company is very sincere, and Doffing Garment Factory really needs experienced people like your uncle.
Chapter 137, Breaking Down the Door.
In addition, regarding the matter of your family's ancestral hall, as compensation, we will also provide your uncle with a house. Once the land title deed is issued, we will deliver it to your uncle immediately. Furthermore, if your uncle is appointed as the factory workshop manager, he is entitled to a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in the factory manager's residence. Regarding your uncle's tragic ordeal at the hands of those few troublemakers, the company has stated that it will cover all medical expenses. Additionally, the company has allocated 1 million yuan as compensation for the emotional distress caused to your uncle.
Is that satisfactory, Mr. Wang? These things can wait until my uncle recovers. You can tell him then.
Yang Zong Wang Hui stopped in his tracks and said, "To be honest, we have no grudges against you. If it weren't for Wang Limin having my uncle beaten up, we might never have crossed paths in our lives. As for you, I do have some grievances, but I also understand that such things are part of human nature. After all, there are always degrees of closeness and distance in relationships. Your company is in trouble, so it's understandable that you want to cover it up and minimize the damage. Therefore, I have no intention of holding your company liable in any way."
In fact, I had no intention of involving Lin Wu and Jiang Tingting and Jiang Ziren in this matter, as I was concerned that their backgrounds were too influential and their connections too extensive. So, if all you want is to satisfy Lin Wu and the Jiang sisters, I think it's unnecessary. Moreover, to be honest, the Wang family isn't short on money.
In the past, our circumstances were a bit difficult, but from now on, we will definitely have no shortage of money. As for compensation or promotions, you can discuss it further, but of course, it also depends on my uncle's decision. I do think it's necessary for you to thoroughly investigate the list of dismissed employees. Many of them, like my uncle, have worked in the factory for over 20 years, some even 30 years. They've dedicated most of their lives to the factory. But now they're in their 50s, and you just fire them like that.
What kind of job can they find after being laid off?
Young people don't care, but older people, even if they're not as capable, should be given more consideration and support given the circumstances. It's understandable that companies need to make a profit, but when it comes to human relationships, a little bit of humanity goes a long way.
What do you think, Mr. Yang? Yang Rui hurriedly nodded. Mr. Wang, you make a very good point.
The company's senior management also shares this view, which is why we have decided to re-examine the list of employees to be laid off.
Wang Hui waved his hand and said, "Enough. Don't bother explaining further.
We both know the situation well enough.
Regardless, it's never too late to mend a broken fence. If you've disappointed the ordinary employees, those who stay will feel uneasy, wondering when it might be their turn. When you're riding high, think more about others." With that, Wang Hui walked straight toward the hospital. Yang Rui stood there dumbfounded for a moment before hurriedly following after him.
When they arrived at the hospital, Wang's father and mother were still there. Auntie and a group of relatives looked at Wang Hui with worried expressions.
"Xiao Hui, are you okay?"
Wang Hui smiled, motioned for everyone to sit down, and said, "Everyone, relax.
It's all right. Oh, right, let me introduce everyone. This is Mr. Yang, the general manager of Fengwan Group, which owns Dafeng Garment Factory. He has also come to temporarily take over the role of factory manager in place of Wang Limin. He came to find me in the middle of the night, expressing the company's shock over Wang Limin's misconduct and insisting on coming to visit his uncle." His aunt immediately stood up nervously. Yang Rui, however, grabbed her aunt's hand and said with a trembling voice, "It's our fault for not doing our job properly." The Wang family members in Ward 1 all looked at each other in confusion, not quite understanding what was going on. How did it end up looking like Yang Zong's own father was injured? With the appointment of the new acting plant manager at Dafeng Garment Factory, the factory office carried out a swift and decisive personnel reshuffle. Zhong Ping, the long-standing director of the factory office, was finally removed from his position. The factory's official statement was that he had been relieved of his duties as factory office director. A new position will be assigned at a later date. However, everyone knows that Zhong Ping has reached the end of the road. In the end, what awaits him is likely nothing more than a termination notice. Subsequently, acting plant manager Yang Rui convened a general meeting of all employees. At the meeting, the authorities announced their decision to arrest Wang Limin. At the same time, the decision to dismiss Wang Limin in accordance with the contract was announced by the headquarters. Yang Rui stood on stage in tears, expressing the headquarters' deep regret over the incident and repeatedly criticizing the headquarters' senior management for inadequate supervision of the staff reduction efforts at Dafeng Garment Factory. Finally, it was announced that among the staff laid off in this round of downsizing, over 10 employees over the age of 50 were terminated unfairly. Except for Wang Hui's uncle, who was injured and unable to attend, his wife attended instead. Everyone else was invited to the scene by Yang Rui. It must be said that Yang Rui's acting skills were truly outstanding. He bowed and apologized to every employee over 50 who was laid off. Then he personally handed them their new employment contracts. This gesture naturally earned enthusiastic applause and cheers from the majority of the employee representatives. Wang Hui's uncle did not accept the position of factory office director, because he felt he was just an ordinary employee. The highest position he ever held was deputy director of the workshop. The position of factory office director was simply beyond his capabilities. In response to this, Yang Rui expressed understanding. However, they also invited Uncle Wang Hui to serve as the head of the union. This position had almost nothing to do with production. It is merely about coordinating the relationship between employees and the factory management. Wang Hui's uncle continued to decline, but Yang Rui insisted repeatedly, and eventually Wang Hui's uncle reluctantly agreed. As a result, the new factory office director was appointed from among the former deputy directors. Meanwhile, the head of the trade union was replaced due to failing to coordinate effectively between the employees and the factory management. After being severely reprimanded by Yang Rui, he was voted out of office by all the employee representatives. And they swiftly elected a new union leader. The employee representatives present had already accepted Yang Rui's greeting. Wang Hui's uncle's election therefore proceeded without the slightest ripple. Since Uncle Wang Hui is temporarily unable to work, the union's work is temporarily being handled by the deputy leader. Finally, after numerous apologies, Yang Rui handed over a check for 1 million yuan to Wang Hui's aunt. And with tears streaming down his face, he pleaded for her forgiveness. After all this turmoil, Wang Hui's uncle's hospital room was suddenly swamped with people. All the factory leaders naturally rushed over to express their condolences. Not to mention the influence Wang Hui demonstrated in this matter. The twists and turns of the situation were not entirely clear to them either. They only know that Wang Hui found someone to resolve the matter and personally sent Wang Limin to prison. Just the fact that Wang Hui's uncle was about to take up the position of union leader after his recovery was equivalent to being part of the factory leadership. Naturally, these people would come to pay their respects. Chapter 138, Exercise. Next came Wang Hui's uncle's former colleagues, neighbors, acquaintances, and friends. Although the Wang family members had some reservations about their silence at the time. However, these people were also compelled by Wang Limin's intimidation. How could an ordinary citizen be capable of leading a factory? Especially Wang Hui, who deeply understood that if he were just an ordinary online writer, this matter would inevitably end with Wang Limin escaping justice and their family shrine being seized. Therefore, the Wang family has not expressed any opinions regarding these individuals. However, their attitude was clearly not as warm as before. After spending a full week back home, Wang Dad and Wang Mom both returned to Beichen one after another. Meanwhile, Wang Hui also arranged to meet with Liang Xiaohua and Zhou Tai. He treated them to a meal. It was a way of thanking them for their help. As for Wang Limin's villa, it was originally the property of Dafeng Garment Factory. Yang Rui wouldn't be so foolish as to actually make them compensate for it. The matter was thus left unresolved. I made arrangements with Liang Xiaohua and Zhou Tai, instructing them to notify me immediately upon arriving in Beichen. Wang Hui finally drove back to Beichen. He did not tell Hu Long or the others about the changes at home. He only said that he was accompanying his parents back to their hometown for a visit. After returning to Beichen, Wang Hui received a call from Huya. Hui good, you're back in Beichen? Wang Hui smiled and said, yeah, I bought some local specialties. I'll bring them over later. After chatting for a few more minutes, they hung up the phone. He specifically called Hu Long. Wang Hui packed a few dishes from a high-end restaurant and went to Huya's pet store. They ate for a while and chatted casually. Wang Hui's phone rang again. It was Luo Meng calling. Honey, where are you? I miss you. Luo Meng said in a tearful voice. Wang Hui scratched the back of his head. Didn't I send you a message? I went to my hometown. Alright, shall we have dinner together tonight? Luo Meng asked. Wang Hui thought for a moment and said, how about tomorrow? I have something to do today. It wasn't that he was deliberately making excuses, he simply had to meet with Duan Mu Jin. The matter in his hometown of Jinko was all thanks to Lin Wu's help. Lin Wu was willing to help mostly because of her connection to Duan Mu Jinji. Plus, she was already one of Duan Mu Jinji's disciples. It wouldn't be right not to go and see him. After exchanging a few flirtatious remarks with Luo Meng, Wang Hui immediately put away his phone. He drove the Land Rover Evoque toward Indu Jinji's store. Upon seeing Wang Hui approach, Duan Mu Jinji did not inquire about the subsequent developments. Probably Lin Wu told him. He probably assumed that Lin Wu had already informed him. You're quite the guy, aren't you? You even managed to get the daughter of the Zheng family? Duan Mu Jinji teased him with a smile, then took out a few strings of bracelets from the counter and handed them to Wang Hui. Here you go. These are the bracelets I promised you before you left. I won't be going to your mother's birthday, so this bracelet will be my gift to her. Wang Hui hesitated for a moment before taking it. Following him, Duan Mu Jinji smiled and said, alright, take the gift and leave quickly. I don't have time to eat with you. Following that, Duan Mu Jinji smiled and said, alright, take the items and leave quickly. I don't have time to have lunch with you. Wang Hui smiled as he stepped out of Duan Mu Jinji's shop. Just then, the phone rang. Oh my goodness, Mr. Landlord, I didn't contact you, and you really didn't respond? It was Wei Si calling. Wang Hui broke out in a cold sweat and said, cough, I've been busy lately. Where are you? I'll treat you to dinner. Hee, the landlord is treating me to dinner? I have to go, but what time are you planning to take me out? Lunch or dinner? Wang Hui glanced at the time. It was just after 3 p.m. He said, it must be dinner time. It's already past 3 o'clock. Yeah, you don't know, landlord.
Women need at least 2 or 3 hours just to get ready and put on makeup.
It's almost dinner time by then. Wang Hui was speechless and could only say, "Fine, let's have dinner then. I'm warning you, if you keep mentioning the landlord again, I won't invite you." Wang Hui was speechless and could only say, "Fine, whatever you want. Let's just have dinner. But I'm warning you, if you keep mentioning the landlord again, I won't invite you anymore." Wei Si laughed and stopped teasing him. "Alright, I'll contact you when I'm out." However, less than an hour later, the phone rang again. It was Wei Si again. "I'm ready. The weather looks nice outside. Let's find a place to exercise. We always meet indoors, which isn't healthy," Wei Si said lazily on the phone. Wang Hui also had nowhere to go at the moment, so he shrugged and said, "Sure, why don't we find a university and go play basketball together?" Wei Si rolled her eyes on the other end of the phone and said, "Do you really think I'd sweat it out with you? Then why did you say you wanted to exercise? Does exercise have to mean playing basketball? Can't you play other sports? Just say it straight. I don't know what kind of ball you want to play. As long as you don't take me out drinking, I'll be grateful." "Golf!" Wei Si almost shouted. Wang Hui paused for a moment. "Golf, huh? Running around the lawn with a stick, chasing a small white ball and hitting it far away again and again. Oh, it seems like the goal is to hit the ball into the hole to win. As for golf, all Wang Hui knows is this and some famous players. I can't play. Learn it. No one is born knowing how to do anything. Here's what we'll do, let's go to the golf club at Guanyin Mountain. There's a standard course there, and a practice range. I'll reluctantly accompany you to the practice range for a while today." Wang Hui had no idea what a standard course was, let alone a practice area. He only knew that golf was played on a vast expanse of grass. Anyway, he was just hanging around, so it didn't matter where he went. "Alright, shall I pick you up? Come on, you go ahead. But you need some golf gear, so go ahead and pick something out. If you don't know what to get, just ask the staff. They're very helpful there. I'll send you the address in a minute. When you get there, just give them my name and I'll let them know you're coming." Although he didn't know how to play golf, Wang Hui still knew that golf courses were generally members only. If you don't have a member to guide you, you either have to get a membership card yourself or they won't let you in. Soon, a location was sent to his phone, and Wang Hui didn't feel like driving. He simply hailed a taxi and headed there. After all, Wei Si would be arriving in a company car later, so there was no need for me to drive one too. We arrived at Guanyin Mountain at the eastern end of Beichun City. The taxi driver drove Wang Hui all the way to the entrance of the golf club and parked the car there. "Sir, I can't go any further." Wang Hui nodded and walked toward the gate. Chapter 139, Too Much Talking. Someone like him, walking in through the front door, was truly one of a kind. Everyone else who came was driving in, so when they suddenly saw someone walking toward them, the two security guards at the entrance were taken aback. It wasn't until Wang Hui stepped over the barrier and walked in. Two security guards hurriedly gave chase. Seeing that Wang Hui was dressed rather elegantly, they dared not act too rashly. He spoke politely, "Sir, what is this?" Wang Hui scratched his nose and said, "Do we need to show our membership cards here? Sorry, this is my first time here, and I don't have a membership card yet. But my friend has one, and she said I could come over first and just mention her name." The two security guards exchanged glances. One of them said, "Sir, although we don't require a membership card here, most guests arrive by car, and their vehicles have our Bluetooth cards. Once the barrier lifts automatically, they can proceed without any issues. Moreover, the distance from here to the clubhouse is quite long, so walking there might be a bit of a hassle." Wang Hui understood and immediately said, "Walking there isn't a problem, but if you need to verify your membership card, you'll have to call ahead and ask. My friend said to find a manager surnamed Zhang once I'm inside." Just as they were talking, the sound of a car horn came from behind them. The three turned around to see a Bentley parked in the middle of the road, blocking the car's path. They quickly stepped aside, and the Bentley slowly drove past. But it came to a stop right beside the three of them. After the window was lowered, the face of a young man in his 20s appeared inside. "What's going on?" the young man in the car asked. The security guard recognized him and hurriedly smiled. "Oh, it's Mr. Yu. I'm sorry for blocking your way. This gentleman is here for the first time. He said his friend asked him to come first and find Mr. Zhang." The young man in the car looked at Wang Hui and said to the two security guards, "Just have him wait at the door. When his friend arrives, they can go in together, right?" After saying that, he rolled up the window, and the Bentley drove in arrogantly. He could say that, but the two security guards dared not offend any of the guests. The two discussed it and said, "Alright, sir, you do not have membership status, so we cannot let you in directly. How about this, I will escort you inside. Once you meet Mr. Zhang, if your friend has indeed spoken with him, then..." Wang Hui shrugged indifferently, unconcerned about the security guard's lack of trust in him. After all, in such a high-end establishment, it was impossible for someone to just say they were looking for manager Zhang and be let in. "All right." The security guard quickly drove over in a golf cart and took Wang Hui to the club. Upon entering, they found manager Zhang.
As soon as Mr. Zhang heard Wang Hui's name, he immediately put on a smile.
Mr. Wang, hello.
I'm the manager here, Zhang Xiaodai. Miss Wei Si has already informed me about you.
Please follow me.
The security guard saw this and stepped aside. Wang Hui followed Zhang Xiaodai inside. Zhang Xiaodai was a woman in her 30s. Her appearance would definitely turn heads on the street. However, Wang Hui had been exposed to so many beautiful women lately that he had grown accustomed to it. He was familiar with everything about this golf club.
Wang Hui found everything new and exciting.
The luxurious decoration goes without saying.
The walls feature numerous transparent glass display cabinets, some containing a golf club, others a small white ball.
There are also some clothes or gloves. You can see some signatures on top, probably from professional golfers. Zhang Xiaodai let Wang Hui go in first while quietly introducing him. Miss Wei Si said that Mr. Wang is here for the first time and asked me to help you select a set of equipment.
I don't know what brand of golf clubs you prefer. Wang Hui shrugged indifferently. I don't know anything about this. Just pick something for me.
A soft laugh came from nearby.
Wang Hui looked over and saw a woman dressed in a provocative manner.
He felt vaguely familiar, and upon closer inspection, realized she was the woman from the Bentley earlier. However, at that time, the woman was facing away from Wang Hui, so he could only see her silhouette. Now, he recognized her by her clothing.
What are you laughing at?
The voice of the young man from earlier rang out. Then Wang Hui saw the young man walk out from a door. He had already changed his clothes, was wearing an old-fashioned fedora, and gloves on his hands. The woman giggled and leaned close to the young man's ear, whispering a few words. The young man also burst into laughter. He looked at Wang Hui again and said, "You really do have friends who are members here."
Xiaodai, how come the crowd here is getting more and more mixed? You let anyone in here. I think you should impose some restrictions. You can't just let anyone come in to sunbathe, can you? Mr. Yu, this gentleman is a member who has been introduced.
Our club always allows members to bring up to 2 guests inside. We will, of course, strictly enforce the rules. Yu Xiao seemed a bit displeased by Zhang Xiaodia's words but had nothing to say in response.
As for Wang Hui, the equipment here isn't cheap. I suggest you don't even look at it.
Just go to the practice area, there are public practice clubs available.
I doubt your friend will bring you along every time.
If you buy such an expensive set of clubs, you probably won't have many chances to use them in the future.
Wang Hui furrowed his brows and said bluntly, "Are you out of your mind?"
Yu Xiao was stunned. He never expected Wang Hui to speak to him like that. Moreover, since Wei Si had said he was there to play basketball, Wang Hui had even gone out of his way to change into a Nike outfit, which looked rather shabby. As for Yu Xiao, the cheapest item he was wearing was worth at least 5 figures, and many were custom-made, featuring pure silver collars and 18K gold buttons.
Even a casual outfit would cost 6 figures.
The main reason was that when Wang Hui first arrived, he didn't even have a car, which made Yu Xiao completely believe that Wang Hui was the kind of person who had never seen the world and didn't know how he had managed to befriend a wealthy individual. He just let him tag along to broaden his horizons and post about it on social media. Moreover, in Yu Xiao's view, if Wang Hui's friend truly considered him a friend, he should have brought him along instead of leaving him alone at the door to feel embarrassed. Based on this alone, he had completely seen through Wang Hui.
How dare you speak to me like that?
Yu Xiao's eyes widened in anger.
Whether I have a chance to use it or not, or whether I can come back in the future, has anything to do with you? I'm standing here minding my own business, and you're butting in. What's wrong with you?
Chapter 140, just swipe the card. Yu Xiaobor was furious, but he didn't want to lose face here. He gave a sinister smile and said, "Alright, I'll see if you're still willing to buy them after you see the prices of those golf clubs."
It doesn't matter if you've never been here before. Once you've seen it, you'll know that golf isn't something everyone can afford to play. Someone like you should just stick to the practice range at the sports complex. Isn't it allowed to play ball here? You're really sick in the head. Even if I like to kick golf balls around like soccer balls, what does that have to do with you? Wang Hui turned his head and said to Manager Zhang, "Can we hurry up and go? This mosquito buzzing in my ear is really annoying." With that, Wang Hui walked straight ahead. Enraged, Yu Xiao threw the gloves he was holding heavily onto the ground.
Zhang Xiaodai dared not offend Yu Xiao. She could only give him an apologetic smile. But Wang Hui was Wei Si's friend, and Wei Si had specifically instructed him. Zhang Xiaodai felt that Wang Hui might be more important, so she hurried after him. Watching Wang Hui's back, Yu Xiao narrowed his eyes and finally said to the woman beside him, "Let's go over there too." The woman was taken aback and asked, "What? Why should we go over there?" "I don't play basketball, and your equipment is already good enough, Mr. Yu. I'll go check out that guy. I wonder what he'll do when he sees the prices of those sports equipment." The woman covered her mouth and laughed, acting overly dramatic. She leaned against Yu Xiao's arm and said, "That kind of cheapskate probably saw that a set of golf clubs costs 5 figures and was scared out of his wits." Yu Xiao smirked triumphantly and said, "Some people just don't know their place. How dare they challenge me? The woman linked her arm through Yu Xiao's, and the two of them walked toward the center of the sports equipment area. Wang Hui followed Zhang Xiaodai to the center of the sports equipment area. Zhang Xiaodai whispered, although Yu Xiao's words are unpleasant to hear, I personally think there is some truth to what he said. If Mr. Wang has never had an interest in golf and has never played before, it might be better to start with practice balls at the driving range to get used to it first. If he is truly interested, whether it's getting a membership card or something else, he can always choose his equipment later. Wang Hui waved his hand dismissively. He really had no concept of money at the moment. With the system upgrade, he still had a lot of points he hadn't used yet. When he returned to Beichen, he checked and found that those points could actually be exchanged for some life skills. However, Wang Hui didn't pay much attention to what exactly they could be exchanged for. No need. Even if I don't play in the future, buying a set of golf clubs to keep at home would be nice. Could you give me some recommendations? Zhang Xiaodai said no more. She knew better than Yu Xiao that although Wang Hui did indeed seem a bit timid, but Wei Xi's friend would never take a set of golf clubs seriously. So she began to introduce Wang Hui to him with great dedication. She started with brands that were more affordable. I just said a few words. Behind him, Yu Xiaoyang's sarcastic voice echoed again, if you want to do a good job, you need the right tools. Since you're buying, get a better set. Xiaodai, you too. This gentleman looks like he's worth a fortune. What's the point of recommending him to Mizuno or Srixon? In my opinion, go straight for Hanma, or at the very least, get him a set of Callaway or TaylorMade. No need to look back. Wang Hui already knows who it is. He didn't even bother to acknowledge the person, even though it was only a minute or two. However, Wang Hui had already roughly checked the prices of a few brands here. The Mizuno Shurlong is indeed one of the more affordable golf clubs here. A set can range from a few thousand to over $10,000. Meanwhile, Callaway and TaylorMade typically start at around $20,000. As for the brand mentioned by Yu Xiao, Hanma, the price is at least 30,000 to 40,000 yuan per set. Yu Xiao took 2 steps forward, picked up a golf club, and gave it a shake. This one looks pretty good. It's the Bunma Zhang Lianwei limited edition, with only 30 sets released globally. It's not too expensive, just around 50,000. Why don't you consider it? Zhang Xiaodai also felt that Yu Xiao was being a bit too much. But she couldn't afford to offend him, so she just smiled and said, this set of golf clubs is not for sale. It's our boss's prized possession. That was a clever way to put it. It doesn't offend Yu Xiao, and it also spares Wang Hui from having to consider purchasing it. But Yu Xiao clearly wasn't going to let Wang Hui off so easily. He picked up another golf club and said in a sarcastic tone, this one isn't bad either, around 130,000. In my opinion, it's better to go all out and get the best right away. Don't follow those people who start with a beginner set costing a few $1,000s and then upgrade step by step. It's far better to just go for the best from the start. Wang Hui couldn't help but speak up. He turned to look at Yu Xiao. Wang Hui couldn't help but glance back at Yu Xiao. Why are you talking so much? Mr. Zhang, I think you should just hire him as a salesperson. I think he's pretty good at sales. Who knows, maybe if you hire him, you'll sell a few more sets of clubs every day. Yu Xiao's face turned green instantly. Zhang Xiaodai also felt a bit of stomach pain, trying to hold back her laughter. At that moment, the woman next to Yu Xiao spoke up. Oh my goodness, if you can't afford it, don't pretend. Mr. Yu was just being kind enough to share some experience with you. A set of clubs costing tens of thousands of dollars? Mr. Yu wouldn't even look at them. He uses a set of golf clubs that cost over $300,000. Wang Hui didn't even look up and said directly, no matter how expensive the clubs are, he's using them to play golf, not to hit you. Why are you making such a fuss? At this, the woman's face turned green. Zhang Xiaodai couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. But she quickly composed herself. From her expression, it was clear that she was struggling to hold back her emotions. Yu Xiao's eyes were already ablaze with anger. Wang Hui's words were too harsh. First, he said he was just like a salesperson selling golf clubs. Then he secretly accused him of playing a particularly explicit game with the woman beside him. The woman could also tell that Yu Xiao was about to lose control. So she poured oil on the fire, grabbing Yu Xiao's hand and rubbing it against his body. Yu Xiao, look at this guy. What kind of words is he saying? Yu Xiao was about to lose his temper when Wang Hui interjected, I ask you both, are you here to play ball or to sell golf clubs? What business is it of yours what clubs I buy? It's like the emperor isn't in a hurry, but the eunuch is. However, what you just said was actually quite reasonable. When buying a golf club, it's natural to want to buy a good one that will last at least 2 or 3 years. Mr. Zhang, let's go with this set. Could you also help me pick out a pair of shoes, a hat, and gloves? How much will that come to? Wang Hui spoke while reaching into his wallet and taking out his bank card. In such a pretentious moment, scanning a QR code with a phone was nowhere near as impressive as swiping a card. Chapter 141, Sunbathing. Yu Xiaojian saw this and couldn't say anything else. Besides that set of Zhang Lianwei limited edition golf clubs, this was the most expensive set that Wang Hui had requested.
He could only say with a sigh, think it through. Don't let your pride make you lose what really matters.
Wang Hui handed the card to Zhang Xiaodai, walked up to Yu Xiao, and scrutinized him carefully from head to toe. Yu Xiao was slightly startled and took 2 steps back. Though he said nothing, his eyes were filled with caution. He was actually a bit worried that Wang Hui might suddenly make a move. It wasn't that he was afraid of Wang Hui, it was mainly because of his status. If he were to get into a fight with Wang Hui here, he wouldn't be able to save face. Fortunately, Wang Hui only glanced at him a few times without making a move, and instead said casually, "If you don't want to play ball, I think using that set of clubs worth over 300,000 to hit her would actually be pretty good." Back then, there was apparently a big celebrity who was also played like this.
Just don't go overboard, 1 ball is enough. If you use 2, it might end up in the hospital. With that, Wang Hui turned and walked away. He didn't even give Yu Xiao a chance to respond. Zhang Xiaodai also turned away, laughing so hard her shoulders shook.
At any golf club, jokes about a certain celebrity are repeated over and over again.
Zhang Xiaodai couldn't possibly not understand.
Yu Xiaojian saw this and could only frown and stamp his feet.
He couldn't very well grab Wang Hui and beat him up, could he?
Not to mention whether he could win a fight. Even if he did, the owner of the football club isn't someone he can afford to offend.
If we really were to take action here, we would have to consider the club owner's stance. Narrowing his eyes, Yu Xiaoxin thought to himself, "You think you're so tough? I'll go to the practice field and wait for you. Just wait and see how I'll humiliate you." With that thought, Yu Xiao turned and walked away.
The woman, wearing high heels, hurriedly chased after him, shouting for him to wait for her. Little did she know that Yu Xiao was seething with anger and had no outlet for his frustration. The woman kept calling out to him, making him feel even more humiliated, and his steps grew faster. The woman chased after him even faster, but her high heels made running difficult. Just as she was about to catch up with Yu Xiao, her heel slipped. The woman stumbled forward. Unfortunately, she grabbed Yu Xiao's waist. Yu Xiao was walking quickly, and with a loud rip, the pants were torn open. Yu Xiao was wearing a pair of underwear with the image of King Billy printed on the buttocks, which was instantly exposed. The sales staff around him all gasped in surprise. They turned away immediately. But Yu Xiao was furious, turning around to glare at the woman. The woman had been hit hard and knew she had caused trouble. She lifted her head, feigning a pitiful expression, and said in a wrong tone, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yu.
I only wanted to catch up with you. Go chase your grandpa. Why are you chasing me? Do you want to get hit by a set of golf clubs that costs 300,000 yuan?
Then, pointing at the staff, he shouted angrily, "Get her out of here." With that, Yu Xiao turned and walked straight toward the changing room. All that pent-up anger was finally vented on that unfortunate woman. The woman got up from the ground with a mournful expression, seeing a sales clerk slowly approaching her. Filled with anger, she shouted at the surrounding sales clerks, "What are you looking at?
I can walk on my own."
He then covered his face and tried to run away, but the shoes were too flimsy, and he stumbled again, causing the heel to break completely. The woman took another hard fall, landing flat on the ground. She put on gloves, with a golf club case standing beside her. Inside was a complete set of golf clubs worth over 130,000 yuan. Wang Hui pulled his hat down over his head, adjusted the brim, and looked at himself in the mirror. He looked like a seasoned pro who had been conquering golf courses for years.
Regardless, the driving looks pretty good.
Wang Hui casually pulled out a golf club, trying to recall the swing of a professional player from memory, and struck a pose.
Looking at himself in the mirror, he nodded approvingly. Not bad, it actually looked pretty convincing.
With the golf club bag slung over his shoulder, Wang Hui stepped out of the locker room.
A person also rushed out from the opposite direction.
Wang Hui stepped aside slightly, and it was actually Yu Xiao again. He glanced over and noticed that Yu Xiao had changed his pants.
He immediately misunderstood.
He thought to himself, rich people are different.
They have to have a go even after just a short while.
Without thinking, he couldn't help but peek in the direction where Yu Xiao had walked out. He wanted to see if the woman would come out disheveled. He thought to himself that he hadn't heard any noise earlier either. Of course, you couldn't see anything. Yu Xiao also spotted Wang Hui, standing at the entrance of the changing room, glaring angrily at him. Wang Hui silently walked past him, thinking to himself, I swiped my card to come over and change my shoes.
It didn't even take 10 minutes. This guy even changed his pants. His endurance isn't that great. The actual business probably only took 2 or 3 minutes, right? Sigh, it's all because of money. He indulged in drinking and women too much, and now he's completely drained himself. As a result, the look in his eyes toward Yu Xiao was tinged with a hint of pity. This made Yu Xiao even more furious. Hey, don't you dare leave. Wang Hui jumped back in fright. Are you into both men and women? Let me make it clear that I'm not interested in this. Yu Xiao didn't understand what Wang Hui was talking about either, but he said angrily, dare you bet with me? Wang Hui paused for a moment before relaxing. What are we betting on? Let's play a game of basketball, with $1 million stake. Wang Hui rolled his eyes and said dismissively, come on, you're not serious, are you? I already told you it's my first time here. Why would I bet with you? Do you think I have money to burn? Yu Xiao was taken aback, feeling that this was a bit unfair, and for a moment he was speechless. How about we have a glass marble contest? The kind where you have to get all the marbles into one hole. I'm not bragging, but when it comes to playing with glass marbles, I can beat you into bankruptcy. Yu Xiao nearly fainted. He's a young master, and he's on the ground with you playing marbles? You're the one who's crazy, and you're not just a little crazy. Wang Hui knew that Yu Xiao wouldn't dare to bet with him, so he smiled and said, see? You don't dare to bet with me either, do you? You're such a person, have you gone mad for money? If you're so capable, why don't you go gamble with a tiger? Oh, they won't play with you. Their appearance fee is higher than the bet. After saying that, Wang Hui walked out the door, while Zhang Xiaodai was still waiting for him at the entrance. Seeing Wang Hui carrying a golf club case and wearing a baseball cap, he looked quite the part, and couldn't help but nod in approval. Mr. Wang, shall I take you to the golf course or the practice range? Wang Hui shrugged his shoulders. Why are you trying to flirt with me like that guy just now? Look at me, I haven't even learned how to hold the club yet. Are you going to the court to sunbathe? Xiaodai manager, you're being too mean. Chapter 142, Take a Gamble. Zhang Xiaodai blushed slightly and said, I'm sorry, but Miss Wei Si is about to arrive, so I thought. Wang Hui laughed heartily, I was just joking with you. It's fine. Let's go to the practice field first. Never mind, just find someone else to take me. I don't want Wei Si to come looking for me and not know where I am. Zhang Xiaodai quickly made arrangements. She sent a young girl to take Wang Hui to the practice field. The practice field was on the second floor of a building not far away. Extending out is a huge platform. The rear area is a relaxation zone with chairs and loungers. In front are the golf fairways. Below lies an extremely open lawn, stretching out for 300 or 400 meters. The little girl asked Wang Hui what she would like to drink. Wang Hui casually asked for a bottle of mineral water. After the little girl brought it over, she left on her own. Standing in the tee box, Wang Hui examined each club carefully. Although he had never played before, he knew roughly that each club had a different purpose, and one was specifically used for teeing off. But he didn't know which one was for teeing off. Wang Hui glanced around discreetly, wondering if he should find someone to ask. At that moment, a woman in her 30s, dressed very professionally, walked over. Hello, are you Mr. Wang Hui? Wang Hui nodded and said, that's me. Who are you? I'm the coach here. Mr. Zhang called me earlier and said that this is probably your first time playing golf, so he asked me to come and ask you if you need me to explain the basics of golf. Wang Hui raised his eyebrows and immediately said, oh, that's great. I was just worried about that. To be honest, I don't even know which club to use to tee off. The woman giggled and said with a smile, Mr. Wang, you're so funny. Wang Hui waved his hand and said, I'm not being humorous, I really don't understand. The woman looked at Wang Hui. She looked at his set of golf clubs and smiled, saying, with such good equipment, I thought you knew at least a little bit about it. Which club should I use? The woman smiled as she took a golf club out of its cover. Golf clubs, you know. You can't have more than 14 clubs on the course. Typically, you use 3 woods, 9 irons, and a putter, plus an additional iron or wedge. Your set of clubs includes a 1 wood, 3 wood, 5 wood, irons numbered 3 through 9, and a wedge, totaling 11 clubs. Wood clubs are traditionally made of wood, but most modern brands now use metal for their clubs, though they have retained the traditional terminology. Wood clubs are primarily used for hitting balls over long distances. When aiming for distance, choose the club with the lowest number. Irons are typically used on the fairway for hitting medium-distance shots or the first shot on a par 3 hole. A putter, as the name suggests, is used to putt the ball. This is the final step in golf and is typically used on the green to roll the ball into the hole. A wedge is a club used in special situations, such as when the ball is stuck in sand traps or thick grass. On the driving range, the primary club used is the driver, and the one I am holding is a driver. Wang Hui said, looking confused, so, if I'm learning to tee off here, I should use this driver, right? The woman smiled and shook her head, the driver is usually practiced last. Beginners typically start with the 6, 7, and 8 irons. Irons generally range from 2 to 9, with P and S irons. The brand you've chosen actually has 10 and 11 irons, but these are rarely used. Mr. Zhang did not help you select a P iron or S iron, but instead chose an A iron with a loft angle between the two. Considering your current level of experience with golf, this club will be more suitable for you. 3, 4, and 5 are long irons, 6, 7, and 8 are mid irons, and 9 and A are short irons. The 7 iron is positioned in the middle of the club length range, and we generally recommend that beginners start their practice with this club. Watching the woman take a club out of the club case, Wang Hui took it from her. When playing golf, you need to keep your legs apart. The woman began patiently teaching Wang Hui the basics. From the stance to how to grip the club and how to swing it, she patiently taught him every detail.
Wang Hui knew nothing about golf, but he studied very diligently. He thought to himself, this isn't like other ball games. With other ball games, even if you don't know how to play, you can just go out and mess around a bit. But golf is really quite complicated. Every movement has to be learned step by step. Just as I was learning, a burst of laughter came from the side. You really don't know anything, do you? How dare you come here and embarrass yourself? Wang Hui lowered his head, gripping the golf club tightly, focusing intently on the white ball on the ground. But he muttered under his breath, you must have been born knowing how to play golf. Then they must have customized a set of clubs for you based on your height at the time. As he spoke, Wang Hui swung his club but missed the ball. Yu Xiao burst into laughter again, finally regaining some of his dignity. Watching Wang Hui awkwardly trying to swing the club, he didn't even feel like playing himself. Wang Hui, however, didn't give up. Under the guidance of the female coach, he kept practicing his swing over and over again. Finally, he was able to hit the little white ball out of the hole with some semblance of skill. However, the distance he hit it was pitiful, and the ball didn't obey his commands at all, veering completely off course. Yu Xiao stood by, mocking Wang Hui constantly. At first, Wang Hui retorted, but later he felt that arguing with such a person was a waste of time. He decided to just ignore him, but the female coach frowned several times, finding this Yu Xiao utterly annoying. It didn't take long, just about 20 minutes or so. Wang Hui had basically mastered the basics of swinging the club, at least he could hit the ball every time. Regardless of distance or direction, he can now be considered a beginner. However, distance and direction cannot be rushed. Progress can only be made through constant practice. With a single swing of the club, the white ball traces a beautiful arc through the air. It lands far away on the open lawn. Wang Hui shaded his eyes with his hand and took a look. This time, the ball was heading in the right direction, and the distance was the farthest he had ever hit. It was probably around 70 to 80 meters. Mr. Wang picked it up quickly. You can practice on your own, and feel free to reach out if you need any help. Wang Hui thanked the female coach, and she turned and left. Since you've already learned it, want to bet with me? Yu Xiao's voice rang out again. Chapter 143, no backing out now. I thought Wang Hui wouldn't bother with me after all. But unexpectedly, Wang Hui planted his golf club on the ground. He turned around and looked over. Though his face showed no expression, his eyes betrayed a look of disgust. If you're sick, go get treated. You dress like a professional athlete, but all you do is stand around and complain. Are you a former ball boy or something? Yu Xiao glared at him, his voice growing cold. Besides being good with your mouth, what else can you do? Young man, I advise you to watch your words and actions. Not everyone is someone you can afford to offend. Wang Hui sneered disdainfully, thinking to himself, I've offended plenty of people in the past 2 days. Who among them is more powerful than you? What's the matter? You want to fight? Wang Hui was now brimming with confidence. When it comes to fighting, he's basically not afraid of any opponent. Moreover, the martial arts card and the wealthy card have already cooled down. When it comes to fighting, he remains completely unfazed. Yu Xiao, of course, wouldn't fight him. He just snorted coldly and said, fighting is such a crude thing to do. Only someone like you would do that. If you're so brave, let's have a bet on who can kick the ball first. If you're so brave, let's bet on marbles. Are you out of your mind? Wang Hui was growing increasingly speechless at this young master Yu. He really wanted to ask his family, how could you let such an idiot out of the house? To put it bluntly, they were just too scared. It's not like I'm asking you to play a whole game with me. We're just going to take turns hitting the ball. Whoever hits it farther wins. Don't say I'm bullying you. Here's a deal, whatever distance you hit, we'll multiply it by 2, and we'll compare the two. $1 million bet, are you up for it? Wang Hui thought to himself, it seems like I won't be able to get rid of this guy today. He'll just keep nagging me endlessly. But if it came down to a showdown with him, Wang Hui wasn't stupid. He had only just started learning golf. Was he just burning money? Seeing Wang Hui's expression change slightly, Yu Xiao sneered, you're not even willing to double it? You're a grown man, can't you hit 100 yards with one swing? Double that, and you might even surpass 300 yards. I usually only manage around 200 yards. What's the matter? Are you really a man? If you're a man, let's bet on it. Are you really that short on cash? Wang Hui blurted out without thinking. Me, short on cash? Ha ha. Yu Xiao scoffed. If you don't need money, here's what we'll do, you bet against one of the coaches here. Find a male coach, and I'll cover the bet. If you lose, I won't take the money, I'll give it to him. If he loses, I'll give you $1 million. Upon hearing Wang Hui's words, the male coaches standing around idly all turned to look at him. Is that true? You won $1 million? I'll do it, let me do it. The male coaches all swallowed hard. Although the pay here isn't bad. But who wouldn't want $1 million for free? Those who say they don't want it are just being cute. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Yu Xiao, sparkling with admiration. As people began to discuss the matter, more and more male coaches gathered around. There were almost a dozen of them. Now Yu Xiao was in a tight spot. With his level of skill, beating a beginner was no problem. But compared to the coaches here, he's not even in the same league.
Every coach here has professional experience.
Even those who are considered less skilled among professional players are still far beyond the level of amateur players like him.
Are you really a man?
If you are, find a male coach and take a chance. Wang Hui repeated this sentence almost word for word to Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao immediately flew into a rage.
I'm the one challenging you to a bet, and you're the one calling me not a man. If you're so brave, why don't you fight me yourself? If you're going to get someone else to do it for you, then I'll find someone to help me too, okay?
Wang Hui laughed, shaking his head and said, "Look at you, so flustered.
Let's bet, but we won't bet money.
If I win your money, you'll go crying to your parents again. $1 million, that's enough to buy you McDonald's for years." Yu Xiao was furious but forced himself to calm down and said, "If we're not betting money, then we're not betting money.
I don't think you can come up with $1 million anyway. What do you want to bet on?"
Wang Hui didn't bother to explain, just smiled indifferently. "Alright, whoever loses has to go over there."
Wang Hui pointed to a corner of the wall.
The loser would stand there, and the winner would hit 10 balls at them. No dodging allowed, and if you got hit, you had to stand at attention.
How about that?
Yu Xiao was furious but laughed instead.
"Ha, fine. I'll take you up on that bet." Wang Hui feigned surprise. "You're really going to bet? Aren't you afraid of losing? Losing would be so embarrassing, with so many people watching. You have to stand by the wall and not move. 10 balls, what if you get hit in the head? You should worry about yourself."
Wang Hui patted his chest and said, "You were the one who said that I should double the distance of my swing." Yu Xiaokai sneered, "Even if I let you double it, you still couldn't beat me." He thought to himself, Wang Hui just got lucky with that shot. He hit it 70 or 80 meters, and even with a 2-shot advantage, he'd only get around 150 or so. But his tee shot, even with a 7-iron, would easily go over 200 yards. That's over 180 meters. If he uses his driver, he's confident he can hit it over 250 yards. Wang Hui hasn't even learned how to use a driver yet, so he doesn't need to worry at all.
Don't try to back out if you lose. After all, you're supposed to be a young master. Me lose?
Yu Xiao scoffed as he pulled out his number 1 wood from the club case. He swung it once with one hand, then pointed the club head at Wang Hui. Wang Hui didn't mind at all, he had already made up his mind.
When it came to golf, he clearly wasn't good at it. Anyone who happens to be here could easily beat him.
But when it comes to who can hit the farthest, he's actually not afraid.
Hitting farther is just about accuracy and strength, isn't it?
Wang Hui can't do it himself, but he has martial arts cards. He performs the actions himself, but the martial arts card is used afterward. His strength and precision can instantly increase by several times, or even tenfold.
By then, how could this Yu Xiao possibly be his match? Who's going first? Yu Xiao asked arrogantly. Wang Hui replied indifferently, "You go first. Let me see how far you can go." Yu Xiao replied warily, "No matter how far I hit it, this bet is already on. If you see me hit it far and dare not swing your club, you'll be the one who loses. Moreover, you must take your shot within 10 minutes of me hitting the ball, otherwise, you lose as well. Kid, I advise you not to even think about cheating, or I'll make you regret it so badly you'll wish you were dead." Wang Hui thought to himself, this guy has actually gotten smarter. He was acting so stupid just a moment ago, and now he can come up with so many ideas. But you're overthinking it. How could I possibly lose to you? Chapter 144, this is absolutely impossible. You really are what you are. You think everyone else is just like you. Don't worry, just because you like eating doesn't mean everyone else does too. Yu Xiao was so angry he almost threw his golf club at Wang Hui. But he managed to hold back, his eyes blazing with anger, and he growled through clenched teeth, "You little brat, I'll let you have the last word this time. Just wait until later, and I'll show you why the flowers are so red." "Oh my goodness, I'm so scared." Wang Hui patted his chest, feigning a startled expression. Yu Xiao remained silent, his face dark, standing in the tee box with both hands gripping the club, looking very serious. With a clean and decisive swing, the white ball shot high into the air with a whoosh. With that stance alone, you could easily score a 90. It's obvious that they've been trained by professional players. I've come into contact with quite a few rich second-generation kids lately. Wang Hui had long since realized that no matter how spoiled or extravagant a wealthy young person may seem, in many ways, they truly are superior to children from ordinary families. It's not that they are inherently more intelligent or exceptionally talented. It's mainly because of their family background from a young age, which allowed them to receive a far better education than the average child. To put it bluntly, it was all achieved by their parents through financial investment. The small white ball was almost out of sight. It was now nearly 4:30 in the afternoon. It was only the beginning of winter, and by 4:30 p.m., the sky had already begun to grow dark. It became increasingly difficult to discern the trajectory of the small ball. However, this was clearly not an obstacle. Next to each tee box, there is a telescope.
Wang Hui had already picked up a pair of binoculars and was watching the small ball land, bounce, and continue rolling forward.
A staff member took a laser measuring device and sought their opinions.
After confirming the position of the small white ball, they aimed the laser beam at it. Actually, there was no need to make it so complicated. There were already some flags planted on the large lawn ahead, roughly marking the distances. You could tell just by the different colors of the flags. Yu Xiao hit this shot at least 230 meters. The final measurement was 261 yards, which converts to approximately 240 meters. Such a driving distance also drew applause from the staff.
For amateurs, this distance is truly remarkable.
Yu Xiao looked at Wang Hui with a touch of pride. For him, even using a driver to achieve this distance would be considered an exceptional performance. He had never exceeded 230 meters before.
It's your turn.
Yu Xiao's face was so dark it looked like it could squeeze out water. He just wanted to wait until Wang Hui had retreated to a distance of less than 120 meters before humiliating him thoroughly.
Wang Hui shrugged his shoulders, standing leisurely in the tee box, slowly putting on his gloves. Stop messing around.
No matter how long you take, you only have 10 minutes at most. Yu Xiao activated his taunting skill behind Wang Hui. Wang Hui didn't even turn his head, replying casually, "Are you in a hurry to stand against the wall and get hit by my ball?
I didn't expect you to be such a masochist."
Yu Xiaohong clenched his teeth in frustration, threw the gloves he had taken off to the side with force, and growled, "Fine, I'll see how you beat me." Wang Hui remained calm, glancing out of the corner of his eye to see that Yu Xiao had already stepped back a considerable distance. As he put on his gloves, he silently repeated in his mind, "Use the martial arts card."
After a brief pause of half a second, the sound of the system prompt echoed in his ears.
Wang Hui had also put on his gloves and was still holding the number 7 iron bar. He weighed it in his hand. He gripped the racket tightly with both hands, just as the female coach had taught him before. At the same time, he silently repeated to himself, "Don't mess this up. With all the skills I've learned, dealing with a little golf ball should be a piece of cake." That said, when Wang Hui took the final shot, he still felt a little unsure. With his legs spread shoulder-width apart, Wang Hui stood firmly beside the white ball.
With both hands tightly gripping the club, Wang Hui made a couple of practice swings in the air.
Then, he exerted force with both arms and swung the 7 iron high into the air. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Yu Xiao had already clenched his fists in tension. Wang Hui smiled, but slowly lowered the raised golf club and continued to practice his swing on the white ball. Yu Xiao was already tense to the point of no return. Suddenly, Wang Hui lowered his club again, and he felt like he couldn't breathe.
"Are you going to hit it or not?" Yu Xiao snapped angrily.
Wang Hui smiled at him.
"It hasn't even been 10 minutes yet. Can't I just get a feel for it?"
Yu Xiao was speechless, his eyes blazing with anger, wanting nothing more than to tear Wang Hui to pieces to ease the hatred in his heart. Wang Hui, however, remained calm and composed. He even set his golf club aside, squatted down, and seemed to be tying his shoelaces.
"What the hell are you doing? Tying your shoelaces at a time like this? Your shoelaces are tied perfectly, they're not loose at all, right?"
Yu Xiao has already complained countless times. But he was helpless.
Within 10 minutes, Wang Hui had the authority to do anything.
Wang Hui raised the golf club in his hand once more.
This time, Yu Xiao wasn't as tense as before.
He was worried that Wang Hui would play tricks on him again. But Wang Hui straightened his waist, flexed his arms, and swung the club forcefully toward the white ball. Just as he swung the club with all his might, Wang Hui suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire body. His vision and stability both improved significantly, allowing him to better handle this attack. Wang Hui now had complete confidence. The club head struck the small white ball with a heavy thud. The white ball rose off the ground and emitted a crisp, whistling sound in the air. Then, the white ball flew out smoothly, not very high, but extremely fast. Under the already dim sky, the white ball quickly disappeared. Yu Xiao hurriedly raised his binoculars and finally managed to catch a glimpse of a tiny white speck in the sky, moving forward at an incredible speed. Yu Xiao's face turned pale.
"Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How did the ball go so far? It's almost out of bounds. Doesn't that mean the ball was kicked over 300 meters? That's impossible." The white ball hit the high iron fence at the edge of the lawn with a loud thud, bounced back, and rolled into the grass below. "Wow, that's so far." Wang Hui's lips curled slightly upward. He hadn't expected that himself.
He cleared his throat and turned to ask the staff member responsible for measuring the two of them. The staff member was also dumbfounded at that moment. While the world record for the longest golf drive is subject to debate, it is at least several hundred meters.
However, even professional golfers rarely hit the ball more than 400 meters. Moreover, Wang Hui was using a 7 iron, not a 1 wood, which is typically used for long drives. Chapter 145, Cheating?
Seeing the faint smile on Wang Hui's face, the staff member couldn't help but suspect that Wang Hui had been playing the fool from the start, purely to tease Yu Xiao. At this distance, forget about doubling it even if you halved it. If Yu Xiao didn't use his number 1 wood, it would probably be about the same.
This one doesn't need measuring.
Our practice range is 360 meters long, and the ball still had enough power to hit the iron fence.
The final distance was definitely over 400 meters.
The staff member swallowed hard, feeling a bit awkward as he glanced at Yu Xiao.
After all, he was aware of the bet between Yu Xiao and Wang Hui.
There was no doubt about it, Wang Hui had won, and he had won decisively.
Impossible. There must be a mistake. That ball definitely wasn't hit by you.
Someone else must have hit the ball at the same time as you, and what we saw was that person's ball. Your ball must have rolled down directly. Watching Yu Xiaosheng scream himself hoarse, completely losing all sense of dignity. Wang Hui smiled slightly and said slowly, "There's no need to doubt that. While I was tying my shoelaces, I took the opportunity to make a mark on that ball. The ball has the initials of my name carved into it with a small stone." Wang Hui smiled slightly and said slowly, "There's no need to doubt that. While I was tying my shoelace just now, I took the opportunity to make a mark on that ball. The ball has the initials of my name carved into it with a small stone. By the way, my name is Wang Hui, and the ball has the letters WH on it. If you refuse to admit defeat, we can send someone to find the ball, and you'll see for yourself." Yu Xiao immediately deflated, but soon he started gesticulating wildly again.
"Impossible. You're trying to fool me.
You know there are so many balls down there, it's hard to find the one you just mentioned. That's why you're saying that." Wang Hui looked down on Yu Xiao with disdain, then turned to the staff member and casually slipped the number 7 iron back into its case.
"Is there anyone else playing at that spot?"
Wang Hui asked the staff member with a smile. The staff member glanced at Yu Xiao and hesitated to speak. In fact, the grass on this practice field stretched 360 meters in length. The section beyond 300 meters was so overgrown that it was virtually impossible for a ball to land there for half the year, let alone the fact that Wang Hui had written the initials of his name on the ball itself.
"I'm just making sure you don't try to cheat.
If you drop so many balls down there, you'll never admit that the ball I just hit was yours, and then this bet would have no outcome at all." Wang Hui looked at Yu Xiao with a smirk. He wanted to see how this guy would try to cheat next.
"Even if you find a ball with the letters WH on it, does that necessarily mean you hit it?"
"Your initials are WH, but Wang Fei could also have those initials, or Wan we could too.
Why assume that ball is yours?" This guy really is a master at being stubborn.
Wang Hui couldn't help but chuckle as he watched him, and even the staff standing nearby couldn't bear to look anymore. After all, he was a young master, he should have shown some grace and admitted defeat.
"If we were to compete, would we have to clear the entire venue, ensuring there wasn't a single ball left on the ground, before we could definitively determine the winner?"
Yu Xiao felt a pang of unease under Wang Hui's gaze. In truth, he knew that Wang Hui had indeed hit a tee shot that could easily have traveled over 400 meters.
However, this was simply too hard to believe. The most crucial point was, how could he possibly stand straight against the wall and let Wang Hui swing his club and hit 10 balls at him? While it's true that swinging a club with force makes accuracy difficult to control, what if one of the balls hits him? He wouldn't be able to handle that.
Making him stand against the wall in a ready position to take a beating was already enough to completely humiliate Yu Xiao. From now on, he would never dare to show his face at this golf club again. Moreover, this incident is bound to spread, and by then, it is likely that the entire upper crust of Beichen will be abuzz with tales of his downfall.
"No, I absolutely cannot admit it."
Yu Xiaowang stuck out his neck and stubbornly argued, "You're a newbie who's never played golf before. How could you hit the ball that far with just one swing?
Who would believe that?
It must have been someone else who hit the ball at the same time."
Wang Hui spread his hands and said, "So you're saying there's nothing I can do about you?"
Yu Xiao secretly rejoiced, thinking that this was just a minor loss of face, and compared to standing against the wall, it didn't matter much.
With a cold smile, he said, "That ball just now?
Even a professional player might not have been able to hit it, let alone you.
Forget it. Since we can't settle this, let's call it a draw. I won't make you stand against the wall anymore. Let's just forget about it."
Wang Hui shook his head and sighed, "You're so ugly, but you sure have a pretty imagination."
"I'll ask you one more time, are you going to honor the bet or not?"
Yu Xiao glared back at Wang Hui, thinking to himself, "So what if I cheat?
Do you dare to fight me?"
Of course, he couldn't say that out loud, but he couldn't think of anything else to say either, so he could only glare back at Wang Hui. The staff saw the two of them going at each other. They kindly walked over and said to Wang Hui, "Mr. Wang, why don't we just let it go?" His voice was low, clearly not wanting you to hear. "You've definitely won, but Yu is also a man who values his reputation. If you really make him stand against the wall, this..."
Wang Hui snorted derisively and said, "Why don't you guess? If I really couldn't hit it within 100 meters and I pulled the same trick, would he let me off so easily?"
The staff had no response. Wang Hui patted him on the shoulder and said, "I didn't know him before. From the moment he walked in, he kept provoking me.
I'm not really a hot-tempered person. If someone pushes me once, I step back. If they push again, I step back again. But he kept pushing me again and again.
I was already up against the wall with nowhere to go, yet he still insisted on pushing me further.
Do you think I should push the wall or push him? Seeing that no one could say another word, Wang Hui pointed at Yu Xiao and asked again, I'll ask you one more time, are you going to honor the bet or not?
Yu Xiao had completely lost all sense of dignity. In a fit of anger and shame, he exclaimed, I didn't lose.
Why should I honor the bet? You can't even prove you beat me. Do you really think that by acting like this, I can't do anything to you?
Yu Xiao glared at Wang Hui, saying nothing. Wang Hui shook his head and shouted toward the distance, Wei Si, how long do you plan to just stand there and watch?
You've been here for so long, it's about time you showed yourself, isn't it? Wow! You spotted me from that far away?
From more than a dozen tea boxes away. From behind a massive pillar, Wei Si emerged with a smile, dressed in a white golf outfit.
I just wanted to see how you were going to handle this guy. Yu Xiaoming suddenly turned around and froze upon seeing Wei Si's face. Chapter 146, 10 Balls. It wasn't that he knew Wei Si, but rather because of Wei Si's appearance she was both beautiful and familiar. He thought to himself, is that the kid's girlfriend? Looking at his shabby appearance, how could he possibly have such a girlfriend? A hint of doubt began to surface in my mind.
But suddenly he remembered the name Wang Hui had just shouted out.
Wei Si? Wei Si? Miss Wei?
Yu Xiao no longer had any chaotic thoughts. Looking at Wei Si's stunningly beautiful face, the only thing he felt from the bottom of his heart was a deep chill.
Although Wei Si was just a musician, her background.
If this were someone else's son or daughter, no matter how wealthy they were, Yu Xiao wouldn't be this scared. We all come from wealthy families, we would never go so far as to lose face in front of each other. But this is Wei Si. Behind Wei Si stands that one person. Anyone who dares to offend her will never hear her speak of honor again. And the powerful figure behind Wei Si only knows how to protect their own. To put it bluntly, in the North Star territory, no one dares to provoke Wei Si. Because the powerful figure behind Wei Si is among the absolute elite even across the entire province. And this Wang Hui, he dares to speak so casually to Wei Si? Who does he think he is? Damn it, someone who can speak so casually to Wei Si must be on the same level as him, right? Why are you suddenly acting like such a snob? Yu Xiao was already on the verge of tears. Wei Si had already walked between the two of them, gently tapping them with the gloves in his hands. She gave Wang Hui a charming smile, one that was quite alluring.
Her expression was unfriendly. Was she angry with me, or with this guy?
Wei Silian didn't even glance at Yu Xiao, having already referred to him as this guy twice in a row.
Hiding over there watching me get provoked, then wanting to know if I'll endure it or fight back, is that fun? Wei Siyuan smiled and walked over to Wang Hui's side.
Like a little girl, she gently tugged at Wang Hui's sleeve and said in a playful tone, Alright, don't be angry.
I just wanted to see what was going on.
I know you, Mr. Wang, have plenty of ways to deal with this kind of person.
Alright, I promise I won't do it again. Come on, you're such a hypocrite. What can't you do? Next time, you'll probably be even worse.
I'm starting to wonder if this guy was sent by you. Wei Si chuckled and turned to look at Yu Xiao, who was speechless with astonishment.
Who exactly is this Wang Hui?
He doesn't just speak casually to Wei Si, he's downright rude.
And why does Wei Si seem like he's begging him instead? This is Wei Si, after all. When did such a demon appear in Beichenli that he could make Wei Si act so spoiled? Don't even mention him, even the staff here are speechless.
Wei Si was actually quite polite to them, but they had seen far too many guests come here before. Regardless of their social status, they all treated Wei Si with the utmost respect. Moreover, when they first came here to work and met Wei Si for the first time, the higher-ups had specifically instructed them. This woman may seem polite to everyone, but if you make her angry,
she's definitely not as nice as she looks.
But today, Wei Si was actually being so polite to a young man in his 20s.
It's not just polite, it's almost like he's relying on him. Are you a child of the Yu family? Wei Si asked calmly.
Yu Xiao was already trembling with fear.
He hurriedly replied, I'm Yu Wuxian. My father is Yu Yang. Wei Si nodded and said, Wuxian, haha, what a name. It sounds like a guy's name.
When you're out in the world, you have to admit your mistakes and stand up straight when you get hit.
Didn't Yu Yang teach you that?
Yu Wuxian looked at Wei Si with a timid expression, his eyes filled with despair. He knew, of course, that his family had some money. But it was nowhere near the same level as Wei Si's family.
Moreover, despite their similar ages, Wei Si clearly regards him as a child.
Not to mention him, even if his father were standing here, upon seeing Wei Si, he would have to address her as Miss Wei with respect, and dare not presume to act like an elder. As for Yu Wuxian, even in front of Jinko Liang Xiaohua and the others, he is nothing but a lowly nobody. Looking at Wang Hui, Yu Wuxian said with a sorrowful expression, Mr. Wang, I was blind to your true worth.
Please spare me. I was wrong to provoke you. Wang Hui finally spoke up.
He sighed softly, in the end, it still comes down to you to save the day. If you weren't here, I wouldn't have been able to make him stand against the wall properly. In fact, bringing up the Jiang family could have achieved the same effect. However, he had already caused trouble for Jiang Ziran and Jiang Tingting a few days ago, so he didn't want to rely too much on the Jiang family's influence. In short, Yu Wuxian was completely plunged into despair. He knew that Wang Hui had no intention of letting him off the hook. Wei Si and Wang Hui's gazes had already passed over Yu Wuxian and were fixed on a wall not far away. Yu Wuxian turned to look, knowing that this was where he would settle the bet today. Facing Wei Si, whose aura was overwhelming, Yu Wuxian dared not harbor any illusions of luck. Not going? Don't be ridiculous. Wei Si would never let him off so easily. If he really doesn't fulfill this bet, his fate will likely be even worse. But if his father, Yu Yang, finds out about this, he might not be able to step foot outside the house for at least a year or two. Gritting his teeth, Yu Wuxian walked toward the wall, head down, saying nothing. But in his heart, he already hated Wang Hui as much as if he had killed his father and stolen his wife. 10 balls, come on! Yu Wuxian shouted with a touch of loneliness and sorrow. Wang Hui and Wei Si exchanged a smile and walked over. About 20 or 30 meters away from Yu Wuxian, Wang Hui counted a white golf ball from the nearby ball cage and lined them up in a row on the ground. There weren't many people watching, but everyone's eyes were fixed on this spot. There are some situations where it's not appropriate to crowd around and watch. Just taking a look from a distance is enough. Wang Hui picked up a public golf club from the practice range and stood next to the first white ball. Get ready. Remember, our bet is no dodging. Wang Hui's voice was not loud, but it was firm. Then, Wang Hui raised his golf club high in the air, and the first white ball whistled through the air toward Yu Wuxian. Yu Wuxian closed his eyes in fear, clutching his groin tightly with both hands, hearing only a loud thud. A white golf ball struck the wall just a few inches away from him. Wang Hui sighed regretfully, my aim was still a bit off. Looking at Yu Wuxian, his expression and body were twisted, completely terrified. At such a close distance, and with the golf ball being so hard. It's not too bad if it hits your body, but if it hits your head or certain sensitive areas, that would definitely cause serious injury. Chapter 147, Wei Sifa strikes. Wang Hui swung his golf club again. The second white ball also went out of bounds. A crisp snap echoed through the air. This time, the white ball nearly grazed Yu Wuxian's cheek before hitting the wall. Yu Wuxian felt a slight warmth on his cheekbone. Thank goodness, it didn't hit me. Yu Wuxian thought silently to himself. Wang Hui also sighed regretfully, why didn't you hit it again? Several consecutive shots were the same, grazing Yu Wuxian's body and clattering against the wall. Yu Wuxian was so scared that he twisted left and right, but he dared not open his eyes. His body twisted into a shape that resembled the legendary S-curve. In fact, it was a double S shape. This can be considered as unlocking the potential of his body. Under normal circumstances, he would never be able to twist his body into such a shape. As the seventh ball was being hit, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked over quickly, his face as cold as ice. Miss Wei. Wei Si glanced at the person who had arrived and smiled, it's Mr. He, isn't it? What brings you here? Mr. He smiled bitterly and said, how could I not come? As he spoke, he glanced at Wang Hui and Yu Wuxian in turn. Wang Hui, seeing this, also planted his golf club on the ground. Was he trying to persuade them to spare them? Immediately, Mr. He lowered his voice and said to Wei Si, Miss Wei, what you're doing is putting me in a difficult position. The Yu family is well connected in Beichen. Those who join our club are no ordinary people. Why bother getting into an argument with him? Now that we've achieved our goal, why not give me some face and let it go? Wei Si rolled his eyes. I called Xiao Dai today and told her that a friend of mine was coming over. I remember I made it very clear it's a friend, not a client, and definitely not anyone else. Ask her to help you with the reception. What next? This Yu Wuxian has been picking on my friend ever since he walked in the door. Mr. He, have you changed your surname to Yu here? Or does that mean anyone can come in here and harass other customers? If that's the case, I don't think you should continue this business. Mr. He's face froze. Before he could respond, Wei Si said indifferently, my friend has been here for almost an hour. He's been harassing my friend, and you've just been sitting there doing nothing. Now they're betting, and Yu Wuxian lost. You're coming out now to tell me not to get upset? I thought the weather was nice today, so I wanted to come over here with my friends to hang out, but what kind of treatment did my friends receive here? Xiao Dai is just a junior manager, she dares not offend anyone. I don't blame her. But you, Mr. He, don't tell me you didn't know what just happened. I'm giving you face, where am I supposed to put my face now? Mr. He looked utterly conflicted. Wei Si's words were indeed heavy. He had actually known about this matter all along. However, his judgment was the same as Yu Wuxian's. Although he knew that Wang Hui was Wei Si's friend, he also believed that if Wei Si truly valued this friend, he would never have allowed Wang Hui to come alone. Clothing and appearance are not worth mentioning. Even the wealthiest individuals may not own exclusively high-end clothing. Nike is one of the most well-known sports brands in the world, but Wang Hui didn't drive there. Even after purchasing a set of golf clubs costing 130,000 yuan, along with other items, the total expenditure was nearly 150,000 yuan. Yet Hezong still believed that Wang Hui was just someone with a modest background who couldn't hold a candle to any of the members here. This makes the bias quite obvious. So he had actually already heard about this from Zhang Xiaodai, but had remained inactive. When Wei Si arrived, he noticed that Wei Si didn't step in to help but instead chose to stand by and watch the commotion unfold. This only made him even more certain that Wang Hui and Wei Si were merely casual acquaintances. It was highly likely that Wang Hui had some new project he was developing as an entrepreneur, and Wei Si had taken an interest in it. Wei Si approached him to discuss investment opportunities. Such an entrepreneur is naturally not worth Hezong's attention. But unexpectedly, after Wang Hui and Yu Wuxian settled their rivalry, Wei Si's performance completely caught him off guard. When he saw Yu Wuxian standing by the wall on the surveillance footage, he couldn't sit still anymore. But he also knew that if he had tried to stop him from the start, Wei Si would definitely not have given him any face. So he deliberately waited until Wang Hui hit several good shots, and fortunately none of them hit the target. He finally showed up to make peace. He thought that since he had vented everything he needed to, Wei Si and Wang Hui should have calmed down by now. But unexpectedly, Wei Si didn't give an inch. He could only turn his pleading gaze toward Wang Hui. Chapter 148, Dogs Biting Dogs. Wang Hui saw Hezong looking at him. He smiled broadly but said nothing. Mr. He sighed helplessly and stepped forward. He extended his hand and said, "Mr. Wang, hello. I am the general manager here. My name is." Wang Hui shook his head and interrupted him. "Since you didn't choose to stop us from betting in the first place, you shouldn't stop me from taking back what I won. What do you say, Mr. He?" He sighed, his hand awkwardly suspended in mid-air. Wang Hui showed no intention of shaking it, and he could only let out a long sigh. Wang Hui turned around and walked over to the remaining 3 balls. He shouted to Yu Wuxian, "There are 3 more balls." No sooner had he finished speaking than he swung his club, sending a ball flying through the air. This time, the ball didn't miss the target. Instead, it hit Yu Wuxian right in the stomach. Ouch! Yu Wuxian felt a sudden sharp pain. His body involuntarily bent downward. "Stand straight and at attention. 2 more. Wang Hui said ruthlessly. Yu Wuxian finally opened his eyes and looked at Hezong with a pleading expression. But Hezong simply turned away. He knew that no one could help Yu Wuxian today. These 10 balls Yu Wuxian had to endure them all. With no other choice. Yu Wuxian could only straighten his body once more, but quietly shifted his body to the side. Wang Hui swung his club. He hits the ball cleanly and decisively. The white ball arcs through the air and hits the target once again. This time, it hit the side of Yu Wuxian's thigh. The immense force sent Yu Wuxian flying high into the air, clenching his teeth and screaming in pain. "This is the last one. Once I finish, you'll be free. Where do you think I should hit you with this ball? Your head? Or your chest? Never mind, let's go with the chest. If I hit your head, I might end up giving you a concussion." As soon as Wang Hui finished speaking, he swung his club. The white ball flew out with a sharp thwack. It actually hit Yu Wuxian's chest. The immense impact, coupled with deep fear. Yu Wuxian, despite his cries of pain, collapsed directly onto the ground. Tears couldn't help but stream down his face. "You should thank Mr. He. If he hadn't done that, I was planning to scare you with the first 9 balls and then hit you with the last one to give you a little taste of your own medicine. But since Mr. He showed up, I had to give him some face, so I let you have the last 3 balls. Remember what you said earlier? Oh, why are the flowers so red?" With that said, Wang Hui tossed the golf club he was holding onto the nearby rack. He walked over to where he had been standing earlier, picked up the bottle of mineral water the young girl had given him, and took a sip. He stood there straight, looking up at the sky. Wei Si also smiled slightly, turned around, and walked over to stand beside Wang Hui, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Hezong hurriedly signaled to the staff, who immediately helped Yu Wuxian to his feet and escorted him to the changing room. The 3 areas where he had been struck still ached intensely. Yu Wuxian took off his clothes and saw that all 3 areas were bruised and black. There was no serious injury, but it would probably hurt for a while. What's more critical is that he lost face here today. From now on, he will likely never have the courage to return here again. Mr. He walked in holding a bottle of red flower oil. He smiled and handed it over, saying, "Mr. Yu, hurry up and wipe it off. Do you need me to help you? Or do you want to take a shower, and I'll have a professional therapist give you a massage?" Yu Wuxian looked at his own face and felt so angry he could almost grind his teeth to dust. He snatched the bottle of red flower oil and smashed it hard on the ground. Glass shattered everywhere, and the red flower oil inside splashed onto both of them. Yu Wuxian shouted hoarsely, "Stop pretending to be a saint here. Here, here, and here." Yu Wuxian pointed to 3 bruises on his body one by one. "All of these are thanks to you. What the hell were you doing earlier? Since you knew he was Wei Si's friend, why the hell didn't you tell me? Now you're trying to play the good guy with me. That guy surnamed Wang said he only intended to hit me once, but because you showed up, I ended up getting hit 3 times.
Get out of here. Damn it. Hizong was speechless, then erupted in anger. But he couldn't lose control like Yu Wuxian. He could only let out a heavy sigh and turn to leave the changing room. Once outside, He muttered under his breath, "What the hell is that? Does he really think he's some big shot? In front of Wei Si, you're not even worthy of tying her shoes. You're nothing but trash. You chose to do this yourself, and now you're blaming me? What kind of nonsense is this?" Yu Wuxian didn't even bother to take a shower. He hurriedly dressed, grabbed his things, and left in a hurry. As he left, he felt as though everyone was looking at him with mockery in their eyes. Chapter 149, Why Won't You Drink? Do you think I'm dirty? He wanted to vent his frustration fiercely, but had no outlet. He got into the car and drove all the way out of the golf club. After turning the corner, Yu Wuxian slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a screeching halt in the middle of the road. He picked up his phone and called the woman he had just chased away. "Where are you? Why are you calling me? Where I am has nothing to do with you." The woman didn't notice the unusual tone in Yu Wuxian's voice. She thought Yu Wuxian regretted it and wanted to find her again, so she couldn't help but act a little spoiled. "You dare talk to me like that? Do you think I won't find someone to gang up on you? Stop wasting my time. I'm going to book a room at the hotel down the mountain. Come over and serve me properly. If I'm not satisfied, you'd better not show your face in Beichin City again." With that, Yu Wuxian angrily threw his phone onto the passenger seat. At the practice field, Wang Hui and Wei Si sat across from each other at a small coffee table. "Is this really your first time playing golf?" Wei Si asked with interest. Wang Hui rolled his eyes. "This game is no fun. It's exhausting. Why build such a huge course just to hit the ball farther? If the weather were nice, it would be nice to sunbathe on the lawn, but playing this game is really troublesome." Wei Si covered her mouth and laughed. "You're good at this. It's your first time, yet you have both power and accuracy. That's what you call natural talent, you know." Wang Hui couldn't help but boast. But he really wasn't exaggerating just now. With the effect of the martial arts card, if he wanted to, he could really hit any of the 10 balls exactly where he aimed. In fact, he only used 10% of his strength. If he had really gone all out, he would have gone straight for Yu Wuxian's head. Wang Hui couldn't help but wonder if he could actually knock Yu Wuxian's head off with a single blow. "Mr. Wang, it's been a few days, and you're getting more and more arrogant." Wei Si rolled his eyes. Wang Hui smiled faintly and said, "You're really boring. If you had shown up earlier, that Yu Wuxian wouldn't have dared to provoke us like that. He had to make such a scene." "What's the matter? Are you scared?" Wang Hui shook his head and said, "Do you think I'm afraid? I just think you're too boring. You could have avoided this, but you insisted on letting it get out of hand. Then don't be stubborn with him." "Nonsense, don't you know what it means to be at the end of your rope?" Wei Sijun smiled broadly, took the cup of water from Wang Hui without hesitation, took a sip, and even licked his lips, looking incredibly tempting. "Don't you want a cup yourself?" That's called indirect, without even saying those 2 words. Wang Hui shut up. Wei Si completely ignored his remark and asked him seriously, if I hadn't shown up, how are you going to make him honor the bet?" Wang Hui replied without hesitation, "Then I'd have to beat him up." "When did you notice I was hiding over there?" Wei Si asked again. Wang Hui thought to himself, "I can't tell you that." He had only suspected it before. After all, he knew Wei Si quite well. This woman, though not as mentally unstable as Zhang Ziren, wasn't much better either. She came but didn't show her face, insisting on waiting until things got out of hand before making an appearance. This is also very much in line with Wei Si's personality. After the martial arts card was used, Wang Hui's 5 senses were enhanced by more than several times. It was only then that he realized there was a person hiding behind the pillar. I observed the expressions of the staff members nearby. He immediately confirmed that it was Wei Si hiding behind the pillar to watch the commotion. That's why he shouted so loudly, forcing Wei Si to reveal himself. And Wei Si's previous question. Wang Hui said that beating Yu Wuxian wasn't just empty talk. He's a man with a system. What are you being so timid about? Anyway, the martial arts card can be used again after a week, so there's no need to vent your anger. Uncle can endure it, but Auntie can't hold back any longer. However, if it weren't for the cooldown feature on the martial arts card, Wang Hui probably wouldn't have been willing to use it on someone like Yu Wuxian, who's as useless as a brain-dead person. I was just trying my luck, or maybe I know you too well. You're the type who seems to enjoy causing trouble. I noticed someone constantly provoking me, and you probably wanted to see the commotion, to find out if I would keep quiet or choose to fight back. In fact, you're particularly eager to see how I'll retaliate, so you just shout out a challenge, and sure enough, you've baited me into responding. Is it really that simple? Wei Si still couldn't quite believe it. Alright, I admit it. Actually, I have X-ray vision. I saw you through the pillar, just like now. I can actually see through your clothes. Are you looking for trouble? Wei Silio's eyebrows furrowed, and her cheeks turned slightly red.
She recalled the scene from last time at the hotel, when she had a hangover with Wang Hui, and wondered if Wang Hui had even known what they had done. Wang Hui chuckled and picked up his water cup. Just as he was about to drink, he remembered that Wei Si had already drunk from it, so he reluctantly put it down.
Why not drink it? Do you think I'm dirty? Wei Si continued to sulk. Chapter 150, Going to the hotel again?
Wang Hui sighed helplessly and reluctantly took a sip from the cup.
Oh, right, wait a moment. Wang Hui stood up and ran off.
Although Wei Si was puzzled, he still sat where he was and waited for him. A moment later, Wang Hui ran over, holding a small, wrapped box in his hand.
Here, it's a gift for you.
Wei Si took the small box with a puzzled expression, shook it in his hand, and had already guessed what was inside. It was about the size of a perfume bottle, a bracelet, or a watch.
The latter is less likely, but it's the most likely possibility. Oh, you've learned how to give perfume to girls? Wang Hui, you're not trying to pursue me, are you? Wang Hui rolled his eyes and said impatiently, you're a few years older than me, aren't you?
If I were going to pursue someone, I'd go for someone younger.
Besides, I have plenty of girlfriends, both publicly and secretly. Wang Hui rolled his eyes and said irritably, you're several years older than me, aren't you?
If I were to pursue someone, I'd go for someone younger.
Besides, I have plenty of girlfriends, both openly and secretly. Wei Si flew into a rage, snorting, you dare to call me old? It's not that you're old, it's that I'm too young.
Wei Si had no words to respond, and in frustration, he opened the box in his hands.
To his surprise, it was a string of beads. How about it, do you like it?
Wang Hui smiled.
Wei Si stared at the bracelet for a few moments. Wang Hui knows about antiques? She smiled slightly and didn't ask any further questions. Wang Hui had taken this string of beads from Duanmu Jinji's antique shop. Duanmu Jinji said it wasn't worth much, so he let Wang Hui take it. Of course, this sort of thing might be worth something to an ordinary person. For the wealthy, however, it's certainly not something to be proud of. A string of them probably only costs around $10,000. Wei Si didn't know what was going on at the time.
He actually just put this cheap necklace, which was so cheap it had no friends, directly on his hand.
Took a short break.
The two played golf for a while longer. But the more they played, the heavier Wei Si's doubts grew. She paused for a moment. Then her eyes flickered, and when she looked at Wang Hui, her gaze seemed slightly dazed, her watery eyes filled with countless threads of mist.
Is this really your first time playing golf? Wang Hui paused for a moment, then replied, yes, why?
Seeing that Wang Hui wasn't taking the bait, Wei Si puckered her lips and said, forget it, I'm not playing anymore.
It's not even 6 o'clock yet. Why stop now? Didn't you want to get some exercise? Exercise my ass. It's already dark. The practice field is so well lit. Are you sure you don't want to join me and work up a sweat? Swing your head? You expect to hit 400 meters on your first try? If you're really a beginner, aren't you just asking for a beating?
Wei Si walked with a particularly graceful gait. Wang Hui shrugged, picked up his water cup, thought for a moment, and then drank it all in one go. Then he slung his newly purchased golf clubs over his shoulder, slipped his hands into his pockets, and walked slowly alongside Wei Si. After changing clothes, he waited a little longer, and Wei Si also came out. The two left side by side. Zheng Xiaodai saw them and hurried over to greet them. They got into Wei Si's car.
Wang Hui said, I thought you'd drive here, so I didn't. After all, two people don't need two cars, do they?
Wei Si rolled her eyes.
No wonder Yu Wuxian dared to provoke you. I've actually found golf pretty interesting lately. If the weather's good tomorrow, let's give it another try. Wang Hui said. You're hooked now. It's not like you have someone to beat every day, and you're already this good at teeing off. You should go home and practice your putting. You've still got a long way to go, a long way to go.
Wang Hui said modestly, earning himself a disapproving glance from Wei Si. This time, it was a genuine roll of the eyes, with no hint of ambiguity.
However, Wei Si was unaware of Wang Hui's true feelings.
Tens of thousands of dollars had already been spent, yet only one golf club had been used.
Wang Hui thought, this is just throwing money away. It completely contradicts his self-image. Wei Si drove all the way. He didn't take Wang Hui to that club. Because although the club is high-end, eating there frequently isn't very interesting. So the two of them switched to a more ordinary Hunan restaurant. They ordered a table full of authentic Hunan dishes. We ate until we were sweating profusely, but it was incredibly refreshing. After dinner, Wei Si suggested having a drink. Wang Hui didn't mind either. However, Wei Si suggested they go to a hotel to drink, which scared him quite a bit. The big mix-up that happened that time was because they drank at the hotel. That's the kind of thing that happens. It's better to just drink less. Let's find a place.
The hotel is so small, Wang Hui said hesitantly. Wei Sidhuo was so smart he knew exactly what Wang Hui was thinking.
She glared at him and said, are you feeling too good about yourself? Do you really think I'm looking for a hotel to drink with you because I want to sleep with you? Alright, there's no reasoning with a crazy woman. Chapter 151, Aren't you afraid I'll eat you? In Wang Hui's mind, people like Wei Si and Zhang Ziren could be directly classified as crazy women. He simply couldn't argue with Wei Si.
In the end, Wang Hui had no choice but to give in. He parked the car in front of a 5-star hotel. But when Wei Si opened the trunk, he found there was no alcohol inside.
No problem, I'll go buy some.
You go ahead, Wang Hui said without hesitation. Wei Si thought it was only natural he couldn't very well ask her, a woman, to go buy something at the bar while wearing high heels. So he whispered, don't buy anything too expensive, but don't get anything too cheap either. Look around, Australian wine is best, but if you can't find any, Chinese wine will do.
Oh, you know I'm talking about red wine, right?
Wang Hui shrugged helplessly and walked straight toward the nearby red wine specialty store. Such shops are typically found near 5-star hotels like this one.
On the way over, he had already glanced through the car window. He randomly selected 2 bottles of Penfolds Bin series priced around 700 or 800 yuan from the winery. The entire process took about 10 minutes. Wang Hui knocked on the door.
Wei Si had already changed into a bathrobe.
Wang Hui was about to lose it. Can't you be more careful?
Wei Si casually climbed onto the sofa and placed his long legs, wrapped in stockings, on the sofa as well.
He tucked the hem of his bathrobe and said lazily, anyway, you've seen it before.
Wang Hui was speechless.
Alright, I don't mind, what are you worried about? Hurry up and open the bar. Wang Hui was utterly helpless, but he could only obediently open the wine.
This time, he had even bought wine glasses and a corkscrew. He poured a glass and handed it over, saying, just bought it on a whim.
It'll do for now.
Wei Sixiao smiled as he took the glass, clinked it with Wang Hui's, and said, oh, you're still upset? Wang Hui rolled his eyes.
I didn't even realize I was angry myself. You're really good at noticing things. Speaking of which, aren't you afraid I'll lose control and eat you? I'm not afraid. Why not?
I'll tell you after I finish this drink. Wei Si's eyes sparkled. So bright that even the lights in the room seemed dim in comparison. His eyes held a hint of cunning, as if he were hatching some mischievous plan. Wang Hui had no choice but to drink the glass of red wine and said, alright, I've drunk it.
Go ahead and speak. Because of you, I dare not.
Wang Hui made a pouting face and thought to himself, I'm not afraid, I'm just worried you can't handle it.
Wei Si paid no attention to Wang Hui's attitude.
She just stared straight at Wang Hui, looking quite provocative. Wang Hui was completely flustered at that moment. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, let's just drink. After saying that, he took a big gulp and ended up choking himself. Wei Si burst into laughter, her reflection in the red wine appearing particularly alluring. A bottle of wine was quickly finished. Under Wei Si's constant urging, Wang Hui drank a little more than her.
Wang Hui's alcohol tolerance was actually quite average.
Occasionally, he might drink a little more than usual, but it's still less than a bottle of red wine.
Right now, I've had a little over half a bottle, and I drank it pretty quickly.
Without anything to accompany the alcohol, he was already feeling a bit tipsy. His head was spinning, and his eyelids felt heavy. Wei Si, however, smiled with an especially meaningful expression. Wang Hui shook his head. Although he opened the second bottle of wine, he knew that drinking it like this wouldn't work. He stood up, opened the refrigerator in the hotel room, but found it contained only drinks, nothing edible at all. Fortunately, there was still food delivery available.
Wang Hui couldn't help but admire his own ingenuity.
He took out his phone and opened the food delivery app. While browsing, he asked Wei Si, I'm hungry.
Let's order takeout. What do you want to eat? Wei Si stretched her long, cynical legs toward Wang Hui. Feeling that wasn't enough, he casually rested his heel on Wang Hui's leg. Whatever, just bring me some of whatever you're eating.
Wang Hui made an effort to move the pair of feet painted with blue nail polish off his leg.
But he didn't really want to reach out and touch Wei Si. Especially under the glow of the lights, the blue cardamom looked particularly alluring.
Wang Hui swallowed hard, afraid that he might act impulsively and do something he shouldn't. He was worried that the next bottle of wine would be drunk so quickly.
Wang Hui decided to order something more complicated to eat.
Crayfish was his first choice, and he knew he'd end up with oil all over his hands.
This wine is so good, you won't be able to drink it fast enough.
But it's that time of year, and the crayfish are all hibernating.
Perhaps some shops still have them, but I looked around the area and couldn't find any. After searching for a while, I actually found a suitable one.
Wang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and said, this is the one.
He quickly placed the order and asked, do you want the spicy crab?
Wei Si furrowed his handsome brows.
Spicy again? We already had such a spicy dinner. Does this place have anything else? Chapter 152, Why are you hugging me? There's also stir-fried clams, lamb ribs, oh, and tiger skin chicken feet. Wei thought about it and realized that none of these dishes seemed to go well with red wine, except for the chicken feet. The other items would get all over his hands and face when eaten. Although chicken feet aren't exactly elegant to eat, they're still much better than the previous two options. So she said, chicken feet it is. Wang Hui quickly ordered another serving of tiger skin chicken feet and confirmed the order. Just as he was about to pay, Wei Si said again, you only bought 2 bottles of wine. That seems a bit insufficient. Ask the delivery service to bring a case of beer as well. There was beer in the hotel fridge, but Wei Si didn't really like that flavor. Hey! What's your real motive for trying to get me drunk? Wang Hui suddenly snapped out of it. Wei Si gave him a lazy glance. Me? Have intentions toward you? Don't even dream about it. He sighed again and continued, 2 bottles of wine really aren't enough to drink. And those greasy chicken wings? Your spicy crab is even greasier. Drinking some beer is for the sake of your stomach. I didn't tell you to finish the whole case of beer. Let's just drink as much as we want. Besides, it's so late, and I've had a few drinks. I'm definitely not going back. I'll sleep in the bed, and you can sleep on the couch, or you can go book another room. That's final. That's how Wei Si didn't give Wang Hui a chance to speak, just blurting out everything in one breath. Facing such a woman, Wang Hui shook his head and smiled wryly. He really had no idea how to deal with her. With no other choice, he added another case of beer and finally paid the bill. While waiting for the delivery, Wei Si couldn't wait any longer and insisted that Wang Hui open another bottle of red wine. Finally, when they had drunk half of the bottle of red wine, the food arrived. Wang Hui picked up the takeout, having learned his lesson this time. He didn't sit on the sofa. Instead, he pulled over a chair, tossed the tiger skin chicken feet in front of Wei Si, and began devouring the spicy crab with gusto. It's so spicy, but it's so satisfying. At this point, Wang Hui was already 7 or 8 parts drunk. After a few bites of the spicy crab, the stimulation of the flavors brought him back to his senses. Spiciness, when you get down to it, is essentially pain, especially when the nerves are numbed by alcohol. Eating more spicy food can help restore the nervous system. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hui had already eaten everything on his plate. The coffee table looked as though it had been ransacked, with soup dripping everywhere. Watching Wang Hui devour the food as if he hadn't eaten in 3 years, Wei Si couldn't help but extend her delicate hand and pick up half a crab to taste. It was still too spicy, so she eventually gave up. You don't have to eat so much just because you're afraid of getting drunk. Wei Si had long since seen through Wang Hui's little scheme. After muttering a sarcastic remark, she added, wipe your hands and come have a drink with your older sister. Wang Hui felt that he was 3 or 4 parts sober and ready for a fight. So he washed his hands and came over to drink with Wei Si in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, the half-empty bottle of red wine was once again divided between the two of them. Next, their target was the case of beer. Things are looking more normal now. Wang Hui ate a couple of bites of spicy crab and took a big gulp of beer. He couldn't help but sigh, this gluttonous way of eating is the best. Holding a glass of red wine to look sophisticated, he couldn't really taste anything special. It's too exhausting. After holding onto his heart for at least 2 hours, he finally relaxed after downing a few sips of beer. And the result of that relaxation was an unstoppable binge. Staggering to the bathroom to take a leak. When I came back, I don't know why, but I sat down on the sofa again. Wei Si seemed to be deliberately teasing him. She actually leaned directly against him. Wang Hui was completely unaware of the awkwardness of their posture at that moment. Instead, the delicate scent of perfume kept tickling his nostrils. Gradually, his breathing even became a bit hurried. Reaching out, Wang Hui simply pulled Wei Si into his arms. Wei Si suddenly burst into laughter. Little man, your foxtail is finally showing, isn't it? You've been pretending to be so virtuous all day, and now you're hugging me? Wang Hui was dazed and confused, and really didn't have any big plans. Even though he was holding a beautiful woman in his arms. But his mind was already in a complete daze. Even if he had the slightest primal desire, he couldn't do anything about it at that moment. To put it bluntly, what people call drunk behavior is just an excuse men use. Or perhaps it's an unspoken rule that both men and women tacitly agree to. An unspoken understanding that no one dares to expose, but everyone knows exactly what it means. If you're really drunk, don't even think about doing that, you won't be able to do anything worthwhile. If a man really drinks too much, he basically loses the ability to act recklessly. Chapter 153, Wei Si's Sweet Kiss. And if a woman drinks too much, she's just a lifeless heap of flesh, and you can only fret helplessly. If you insist on using force, it'll probably take a lot of effort. So, what people call drunken behavior is just men and women letting themselves go a little. At least one of the two must be completely sober. And now, Wang Hui and Wei Si were both already unconscious. Wei Si had been holding on to this thought all along. He wanted to see what kind of state he would be in after Wang Hui had drunk too much and spoken his mind. But she overlooked the fact that her drinking tolerance wasn't much better than Wang Hui's. Drinking one-on-one was a dangerous game where both parties ended up getting hurt. Wang Hui managed to hold on a little longer thanks to the spicy crab. Meanwhile, Wei Si, who had been drinking mixed drinks, was already on the brink of intoxication. After finally saying this with a smug expression, Wei Si had already lost consciousness. In a hazy state, Wei Si snuggled into Wang Hui's arms, giggled, and offered a kiss.
Alright, little man, since you actually took the initiative to give me a bracelet, I'll reward you with one. Then, she pressed her lips firmly against Wang Hui's lips. Under the force of gravity, the two of them fell onto the sofa. They fell into a deep sleep. The sky was bright and it was just past 9 o'clock. Wang Hui finally woke up. He slurped up the saliva that had dripped down. Wang Hui slowly opened his eyes. Instantly, he felt the air around his nose filled with fragrance. He looked up and seemed startled. He stood up abruptly. Due to the excessive force, Wei Si also rolled onto the ground. With such a fall, Wei Si winced in pain, struggling to get up from the ground. Seeing Wang Hui's expression as if facing a formidable enemy, she too furrowed her brows and scolded, "Are you crazy? It's early in the morning, and you're acting like a ghost has possessed you. How dare you push me to the ground? You're the one who's crazy. There's a big bed right there, and you're hugging me instead of sleeping in it. You're taking advantage of me." Wei Si almost spat a mouthful of blood directly onto Wang Hui's face. She walked to the bed, threw herself onto it, and said weakly, "You've taken all my advantages, and you still dare to say I'm taking advantage of you? Fine, Wang Hui, just wait. Once I've had my fill of sleep, you'll see what's coming to you. ZZ." Before he could finish his sentence, Wei Si fell asleep again. Wang Hui sat on the back of the sofa for a while. He gradually came back to his senses. Looking at Wei Si lying on the bed asleep with no dignity, he could only shake his head with a bitter smile. From Wei Si's words, Wang Hui could roughly figure out. Wei Si was well aware of where she had slept last night. Otherwise, her first reaction upon waking up should not have been to blame Wang Hui for pushing her to the ground, but to demand an explanation from him about why he had gotten involved with her in the first place. It was clearly taking advantage of her. You have no shame. You even turn around and accuse me of taking advantage of you. You were sleeping on the couch with me. Could it be because you like this couch more? Then why did you say you'd sleep on the bed and let me sleep on the couch in the first place? No, I need to sleep in a bed. But Wang Hui looked at Wei Si lying on the bed and couldn't bring himself to sleep. He hesitated for a moment. Wang Hui eventually lay back down on the sofa. But he just couldn't fall asleep. Tossing and turning, I noticed that it was almost noon. Wang Hui decided to get up. He went to the bathroom and took a quick shower. Although he felt he hadn't slept enough, he felt refreshed after the shower. I felt a bit more refreshed. Looking at the mess inside the house, it resembled a scene of chaos and destruction, as if a military force had just passed through. He glanced again at Wei Si, who was still sound asleep on the bed. Wang Hui could only sigh helplessly, put on his clothes, and leave the room. He ate something quickly downstairs, and his phone rang. "Where are you?" "It's Wei Si. I'm eating downstairs." "Oh, bring me some up, I'm starving." "Do I owe you?" Wang Hui hung up the phone angrily. But he still called the waiter over. He ordered a few more things and asked for them to be packed up. Then he quickly finished his own food, grabbed the takeout snacks, and took them upstairs for Wei Si. Wang Hui pushed open the door and walked inside. Wei Si was still wearing a bathrobe, sitting on the sofa with a blank expression on his face. He didn't seem to have slept well. Put the packed items in front of Wei Si. Even though Wei Si wasn't fully awake yet, she still ate gracefully. Wang Hui admired the way Wei Si ate. It seems that elegance really is something that is cultivated from a young age. If it were Wang Hui, he would probably be pouncing on the food by now. Who would have time to savor it slowly? The reason why Wang Hui eats so quickly is actually closely related to his mother's upbringing. Because in Wang Hui's family, the slowest eater has to wash the dishes. By the time Wei Si finished eating, he wiped his hands. She looked up and made eye contact with Wang Hui. Both of them said almost simultaneously, "We'll never drink with you again." Chapter 154, You have to take responsibility for me. After saying that, they stared at each other. Wang Hui angrily said, "You have no right to say that. I've never asked you to drink with me. You're always looking for trouble. I'm just warning myself not to start trouble in the future, or else I'll eventually fall into your hands. Tell me the truth, last night, after I fell asleep, did you do anything inappropriate to me? What are you talking about? I was so drunk, what could I have done? And you're dead, aren't you? Didn't you feel anything?" Wei Si pointed his finger and said, "Rude. I didn't say we had to do that kind of thing. For example, you could secretly kiss me or touch me while I'm asleep." Wang Hui suddenly stood up, furious, pointing at this woman who was turning the tables on him. "You're the one who's crazy," he shouted. "How can you say such things so calmly? You're truly a madwoman. How can you say such things with such composure and calmness? It's like you're teaching a health class. I even suspect you secretly kissed me and touched me. Yesterday, I was the one who got drunk first. Although I drank a lot, I didn't black out. I clearly remember that after I went to the bathroom and came back, I fell asleep on the sofa. You said you were going to sleep in the bed, so why did you insist on squeezing onto the couch with me?" Wei Si's face couldn't help but flush slightly. She remained composed and said, "But in my memory, you went to the bathroom to flush the toilet. Then you came back, sat across from me, and started touching my phone. I pushed you away, but you said, we've already slept together, so what's one more time? Then you hugged me, and then I lost consciousness. I must have fallen asleep. At that moment, Wang Hui couldn't stay calm. His lips twitched slightly, and his eyes widened to twice their usual size.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I remember every detail from yesterday.
I would never lay a finger on you, let alone say such ridiculous things. Wei Si remained silent, simply lifting his head to gaze at him quietly. As soon as Wang Hui finished speaking, he began to feel uneasy himself. He sensed that he had no certainty. As far as he could recall, he hadn't blacked out.
But blacking out means not remembering what happened. Wang Hui remembers sitting down on the sofa and then collapsing and falling asleep.
But if he hadn't fallen asleep, but instead blacked out, then what Wei Si had said might not be impossible after all.
Even if it's a bit beyond Wang Hui's imagination.
But when he was drunk and his mind was clouded, completely succumbing to one's desires, with such an absolutely stunning beauty right before one's eyes, Wang Hui might not necessarily refrain from doing such a thing.
It can't be true, can it?
Wang Hui said dryly. He had already started thinking of excuses for himself. After all, he didn't have any such impure thoughts toward Wei Si. Wei Si is indeed beautiful, but Wang Hui wouldn't stoop so low as to take advantage of someone in a vulnerable situation.
Humph. Wei Si sneered twice.
Wang Hui lowered his head nervously, unsure of how many excuses he had come up with. For instance, he could claim that he had succumbed to his physical instincts while unconscious. For example, he is also a normal man in the prime of his life. Wei Si shouldn't have dressed so provocatively in front of him in the first place.
But after much deliberation, he couldn't come up with a single excuse. If it's really as Wei Si said, Wang Hui can't defend himself. Have I really done something so shameless? However, it seems that Wei Si isn't particularly angry. After all, he didn't do anything to her, did he? But even if I did, it wouldn't matter. I don't remember anything. Did you touch it or not?
I don't even remember how it felt, yet I'm being accused of this crime.
This is really unfair. Tell me, what do you plan to do?
Wei Si asked Wang Hui with a cold smile. In truth, he had been holding it in for far too long.
It's really hard to hold back the laughter.
If Wang Hui had looked up at her at that moment, he might have noticed the slight trembling of her shoulders and caught on to something. But Wang Hui dared not look up. He simply lowered his head nervously, wishing he could bury it between his legs.
Damn it, Wang Hui, how could you do this? How could you do this to Luo Mang and Zhang Tingting? What if Wei Si, that crazy woman, insists you take responsibility and become her man? What would you do then?
Wang Hui, you're asking for trouble. You'll end up dying because of a woman sooner or later. Wang Hui silently cursed himself in his heart, filled with regret and self-reproach.
However, Wang Hui suddenly noticed Wei Si's feet. Still captivating and dazzling, yet trembling slightly. Just like when someone can't help but laugh, many joints in their body tremble in unison. Chapter 155, The Horse Farm.
Suddenly lifting his head, Wang Hui indeed saw the painfully restrained expression on Wei Si's face. It was an expression that seemed like he wanted to laugh but couldn't bring himself to do so. When Wei Si saw Wang Hui look up, he knew he couldn't fool him anymore. He burst into laughter, laughing so hard he fell backward onto the sofa. He was as happy as a child who had successfully pulled off a prank.
You're lying to me? Wang Hui glared angrily.
But soon, he couldn't keep them wide open anymore. In fact, he turned his head away and even turned his body away. Finally, he walked over to the window and looked out without saying a word. His fists were clenched tightly against his sides, as if he were very tense.
Wei Si didn't understand why Wang Hui was acting this way.
He gradually stopped laughing and looked down, only then realizing why Wang Hui was behaving this way. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Wei Si muttered to himself, such a great perk, and you didn't even look. The reason was simple, Wei Si had laughed so wildly that the sash of her bathrobe had completely come undone. The front of the bathrobe was completely open, revealing what was underneath. Plus, Wei Si has the habit of stripping naked as soon as he gets home.
So from Wang Hui's perspective, everything was basically in plain sight.
After readying the belt of his bathrobe, Wei Si gritted his teeth and said, "All right, stop admiring the view.
With the smog today, you can't see a thing outside."
Wang Hui slowly turned around and said seriously, "From now on, I'll never drink with you again."
You're being so arrogant even though I'm doing you a favor. I didn't even say anything. Do you think I want this kind of favor?
In a word, Wei Si was speechless. She looked at Wang Hui, and suddenly an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart.
Women are so strange.
If a man shows her his desire,
she'll definitely say that man is a sleazy pervert.
But if the man doesn't give her the time of day, or even shows no interest at all, she would end up offending him even more.
However, Wei Si's mental resilience is truly remarkable.
She would never allow herself to get bogged down in such inexplicable emotions again. She easily regained her original confidence.
The weather doesn't seem too good today. Are you sure you want to go play ball?
Wei Si quickly adjusted himself and asked softly. Wang Hui glanced at the weather outside and agreed that it wasn't really suitable for playing basketball. He swung the club, but the ball hadn't even traveled 20 meters before it became difficult to see. He wasn't particularly interested in golf, but he felt that since he had spent so much money on a set of golf clubs, he should use them more often to avoid wasting his money. I'm just a beginner anyway, so I'll just keep practicing at the driving range. Even if I can't see clearly, it doesn't really matter, right? I remember seeing people playing in the rain on TV before. Wang Hui thought, well, there's nothing else to do today. It's such an expensive thing, we should use it more often to avoid wasting it. Wei Si couldn't possibly know that Wang Hui wasn't particularly interested in golf. He was only doing so because he simply didn't want to waste money. So she coaxed him, that's right, as a beginner, you can practice at the driving range, but it's not very meaningful. You just started yesterday, and you were already hitting the ball that far. When you hit that ball, your aim was pretty good too. Basically, there's not much left to practice with the driver. I think you should just find a sports store nearby, buy a putting mat, and practice at home. Once you've mastered putting, you can go to the golf club. You don't need to get a membership card, I'll let them know and get you a supplementary card on mine. Then you can hire a coach to learn the rest of the basics. Based on your performance yesterday, I estimate you'll be able to play around with me in no more than 6 months. But you really are very talented. You've never played golf before? That's an incredible improvement. Wang Hui thought to himself, this has nothing to do with my skill level, right? I can't keep using martial arts cards every time, can I? Even if I really want to use it, I have to wait 6 days. However, Wei Si was right. Since you can buy a putting mat to practice at home, at least now I can actually use a golf club, and the tens of thousands spent won't go to waste. Alright, I'll take your advice. I'll buy a putting mat and practice at home. Wei Si nodded, but then tilted his head and said, what should we do this afternoon? You should hurry home. Your family will be worried if you don't go back tonight. Worry about what? We're music creators, it's perfectly normal for us not to go home for 10 days or even half a month. In response, Wang Hui remained non-committal. He was just saying that it's up to you whether you want to respond or not. Wei Si ignored him and smiled, saying, why don't we go horseback riding? Come to think of it, it's been quite a while since I last went horseback riding. Chapter 156, Grandpa will take you to see the vast landscape. With all the smog, should the horses wear masks? Wang Hui asked blankly. Wei Si burst into laughter. Ha, don't be silly. Why are you always thinking about such strange questions? Wang Hui also suddenly became excited and urged Wei Si, hurry up and change your clothes. Let's go horseback riding. Come on, let's ride the big horses. Wei Si stared in disbelief at Wang Hui, who was acting like a child, with his left hand tucked under his waist and his right hand raised high, as if holding a whip, bouncing forward. He thought to himself, this scene changed way too fast. Is this guy sick or something? Why does his mood swing so suddenly, getting so excited out of nowhere? She had no idea that Wang Hui was just teasing her on purpose. After all, in such a situation, it was too awkward. If Wang Hui didn't act a little silly, he wouldn't even feel comfortable talking to her. Can you act normal? Wei Si asked. Wang Hui reined in his horse, mimicking the sound of a horse. Whoa, whoa, stop wasting time. Get on the horse. I'll take you to see my vast kingdom. Wei Si couldn't take it anymore and picked up the slipper by his feet and threw it at him. He drove straight to the horse ranch in the southern suburbs of Beichun City. This is a new horse ranch built just a few years ago and is the only one in Beichun. It claims to be the largest in the country, having invested significant financial and material resources. We followed Wei Si into the sales office of the horse racing track. Wei Si said, I'm going to change clothes. Wait here for me. Why should I wait for you? I need to get some gear. Are you going to make me ride a horse in jeans? Wang Hui was stunned. Why not? It's your first time here, you can only ride a gentle mare for a leisurely stroll. What do you need gear for? Forget it, I'll go check it out myself. Since I've decided to go horseback riding, I definitely need to get some gear. You go change your clothes. I'll go look at the protective gear. A craftsman who wants to do his job well must first sharpen his tools. You wouldn't understand anyway. Wang Hui rolled his eyes. He wasn't going to change into protective gear. He didn't know how to ride a horse, and he'd probably end up getting hurt. Wei Si didn't feel like arguing with him and waved over a manager surnamed Jean. He told him to take Wang Hui to get some gear. She herself went to the changing room to change into the knight's armor she had stored there. Since she was Wei Si's friend and had made it clear she wasn't short on money. Manager Jin's face lit up with a smile as he led Wang Hui straight to the equestrian supplies section. I'm not sure what kind of riding attire you're looking for, Mr. Wang, but we have a variety of options available here. Wang Hui guessed that this Mr. Jin was planning to introduce him to a brand. But he didn't know either, so he just said, don't worry about the price. Just make sure it's not worse than Wei Si's equipment. Otherwise, standing next to her, I'd look like a lowly stable boy. Manager Jean heard this and couldn't stop laughing.
Without another word, he motioned to the sales clerk to bring Wang Hui a set of full-color glossy paper printed product catalogs. Upon opening it, Manager Jean introduced, "These are several brands we represent here. Mr. Wang, please take a look and let us know which brand you are most interested in." "Oh, these are the brands that Ms. Wei Si is familiar with. The few sets of night costumes she purchased from us were also from these brands." Wang Hui didn't know either, so he just picked one at random based on appearance. Anyway, for him, the knight's armor only needed to meet two conditions. First, it must provide good protection. Second, it must look cool. You can't just stand next to Wei Si and act like his little sidekick, can you? "This one looks pretty good." Wang Hui glanced at it and pointed to it casually. Manager Jean immediately snapped his fingers and said to the salesperson, "Go get Mr. Wang a set in XL." The salesperson quickly brought over the night costume that Wang Hui had selected. Wang Hui entered the fitting room, changed into the costume, and took a look at himself in the mirror. Not bad. He looked handsome and tall, with a touch of knightly style. After stepping out, Manager Jean and the sales staff also praised him highly. Wang Hui didn't bother to ask about the price. "Just pick out some boots for me. As long as the entire set of gear is complete, even if I've never ridden a horse before, we can't afford to start off at a disadvantage, right?" Manager Jean quickly helped Wang Hui put together the entire set of gear. This included spiked leather boots, a leather whip, and a knight's helmet, among other items. Wang Hui didn't hesitate, quickly put on all the gear, pulled out his card, and swiped it to pay. There was a young couple, or perhaps a couple, standing nearby. The man was pleading earnestly, "Equestrianism is a noble sport. A full outfit with a helmet, riding boots, and a whip over 10,000 really isn't that expensive." The woman strongly disagrees and insists, "Over 10,000 isn't expensive? How much do you usually spend on an outfit? That money could easily buy a fancy handbag." Chapter 157, A Pretty Boy? "We need to buy a bag, but since we're learning horseback riding, we need some decent gear." The man explained again. "There's no need to spend over 10,000 on it. Can't you wear one that's over 4,000? The woman countered. Their voices were loud enough for Wang Hui, who was nearby, to hear clearly. Wang Hui thought to himself, how stingy can this woman be? She won't even let a man buy her some decent gear. Could it be that the man was spending her money? At that thought, Wang Hui felt everything made sense. He never expected that man to be a freeloading playboy, and he couldn't help but look down on him. However, when he got a clear look at the man's appearance, he was utterly shocked, for the man was extremely ordinary looking and had no potential whatsoever to be a freeloader. He gave the woman a long, meaningful look, unable to believe that she would be willing to keep such a man. This world really has some strange people in it. The salesperson beside him immediately explained patiently to the woman, "Ma'am, our equipment isn't expensive at all. It's basically the same price as in the equestrian supply stores in the city. The items you're holding are all from reputable brands. Horseback riding inherently carries some risk, so having better equipment can provide better protection in case of an accident. Listen to what they say, this money won't be wasted. I think we should just go with this set of gear." After the salesperson finished speaking, the man became even more determined. The woman, however, wasn't convinced. She glared at him and firmly opposed the idea. "No way. I saw that other set for over 4,000, and it's almost the same as this one. With that kind of money, we could buy a car tire." At that moment, Wang Hui had just finished swiping his card and signing the receipt. Glancing at the bill, he was surprised to see that the total was only a little over 10,000 yuan. The entire outfit was just over 4,000 yuan, but the boots and helmet together came to nearly 10,000 yuan. This price left Wang Hui speechless. Wang Hui wasn't surprised by the high price, on the contrary, he was shocked because it was too cheap. Wow, this entire set of equipment is only over 10,000? That's way too cheap. Wang Hui couldn't help but exclaim aloud. Manager Jean also looked embarrassed. In his eyes, Wang Hui was definitely the type of person who would spend over 10,000 on a single piece of clothing. Otherwise, this set of gear costing over 10,000 yuan wouldn't exactly be cheap either. Otherwise, that couple over there wouldn't be arguing over such a small amount of money. Actually, the manager's guess wasn't entirely correct. Wang Hui does have money now, but he wouldn't spend tens of thousands on every piece of clothing. He only thinks this set of protective gear is cheap because he was influenced by the golf course earlier. You should know that he spent over 130,000 yuan on just a set of golf clubs at the golf course, and with miscellaneous expenses, he ended up spending over 150,000 yuan in total. So it's only natural to compare the current price with what he spent before. Since this horse ranch was also recommended by Wei Si, she knew that the places the other party had been to were not ordinary places, they were members only, and ordinary people couldn't get in, so the prices were definitely on the higher side. However, when the prices were revealed, they were more than 10 times higher, so naturally they felt it was very cheap. Just as Manager Jean was about to explain to Wang Hui, the man across the table immediately seized the opportunity and said to his girlfriend, "Look at him. He thinks over 10,000 is still cheap. I noticed earlier that his set is several thousand more expensive than ours. Some things really aren't worth skimping on.
Before his girlfriend could respond, the man waved at Wang Hui and asked loudly, "Sir, the better the equipment, the lower the risk when riding a horse."
Do you think I'm making sense?
As he spoke, the man gave Wang Hui a meaningful glance, clearly hoping that Wang Hui would help him out, as he was truly fond of the equipment he was holding. But unexpectedly, Wang Hui rolled his eyes and said, "That's hard to say. Personally, I think it depends on how much money you have in your pocket." In theory, Wang Hui could have gone along with the other person's words, but he couldn't help but think that the other person was just a freeloader who wasn't satisfied with what he had and was greedy for more expensive gear. This made him despise the other person even more, so he directly mocked him with a sarcastic remark.
Sure enough, as soon as Wang Hui spoke, the man's expression darkened.
He hadn't expected the other person not only to refuse help but also to mock him.
However, his girlfriend was delighted and agreed wholeheartedly. Did you hear that? He's rich and handsome, he doesn't need money.
What do you have? So we should just buy the one for over 4,000.
Wang Hui was over the moon.
He never would have imagined that the title of rich and handsome would ever be applied to him. But ever since he obtained the system, such voices had been echoing in his ears.
Chapter 158, Who Gave You the Courage?
Actually, for Wang Hui, the three words tall, rich, and handsome were all about one thing: wealth. Without that wealth, no one would even notice the other two words. So in this society, having money is still very important. Of course, Wang Hui's notion of having money isn't just about an increase in wealth. Having a strong network of connections is also indispensable. Otherwise, no matter how much money you have, in the presence of true social elites, you're just a nouveau riche who knows nothing. Wang Hui's words were already irritating to men, and when his girlfriend said that, it made him feel even more humiliated. He said angrily, "I may not be as wealthy as him, but as for being taller, he's definitely no match for me. He's only 1.78 meters tall, while I'm 1.85 meters. I'm taller than him. As for being handsome, that's a matter of personal opinion, but I think I'm a bit more handsome than him." After saying that, he gave Wang Hui a challenging look. Wang Hui had originally just thought the other person was a freeloader and intended to give him a wake-up call, letting him know his true worth. But he never expected the other person to be so shameless. In fact, when Wang Hui had previously commented on the other person's appearance, he had been giving them face.
If you were to rate their appearance by normal standards, they would definitely fail.
To be precise, they are still quite far from the passing mark. Now, with such an appearance, he actually has the nerve to claim he's more handsome than himself. You should know that during my university days, I was widely recognized as the school heartthrob. Wang Hui gave the other person a disdainful glance and then asked Jean Manager, "Tell me, who's more handsome, me or him?"
Manager Jean, upon hearing this, looked even more awkward. How could he respond to that? It was clearly asking for trouble. However, after thinking for a few seconds, he forced a smile and replied, "Of course, Mr. Wang is the one who's more handsome." But deep down, he was worried that the deal with the client across the table might fall through because of this. But he was just being honest. There wasn't a hint of insincerity in his words. Of course, even if the other person were truly more handsome than Wang Hui, he would still give the same answer. Because Wei Si is someone he can't afford to offend, and naturally, he wouldn't dare to offend Wei Si's friends either. If one were to offend Wang Hui, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing a single business deal, it could even lead to the complete destruction of the entire horse farm. Although he is only a manager, the horse farm owner has already made it clear to them that certain people in Beichan are absolutely off limits. And Wei Si was on the list the boss mentioned earlier, and he was even among the top few on it. The manager had memorized this list long ago. Otherwise, if someone else were in his place, Manager Jean would definitely pretend not to know and brush it off with a smile. After all, they are all members. Offending them wouldn't benefit anyone. Sure enough, as soon as Manager Jean spoke, the man felt a burning sensation on his face, and it was so embarrassing he couldn't even speak. I had expected him to leave with a parting shot, but instead he turned to his girlfriend and said, "Forget it, let's just go with this." What's so expensive about it? It's only a little over 10,000 yuan.
I'll just take on a few more jobs, and I'll make it back in no time. As soon as the man finished speaking, Wang Hui froze for a moment before suddenly realizing he had misunderstood. The other guy wasn't some playboy, he was spending his own money. His girlfriend shook her head and pleaded, "No, you're still in the startup phase. We need to be careful with our spending. I just want to save up some money to buy you a car so you don't have to take the subway every day to meet clients and look for investors. Plus, if you drive, people will take you more seriously when you're negotiating investments. Otherwise, if they see you coming by subway, they'll think your project isn't reliable. Ignore her. Just this one, give me the invoice." His girlfriend's words warmed the man's heart, but the thought of being mocked by Wang Hui made him even more determined. At the same time, he glared angrily at Wang Hui, thinking to himself, "I asked you to back me up, but instead of helping, you're just making things worse. How could you do that? You can afford to buy one that costs over 10,000, but just because I can't afford it, does that mean I can't buy one? I'll buy one just to show you." Seeing that her boyfriend was determined to buy it, the woman was so angry that she blurted out a harsh remark and turned to leave. "No way. I said no, and that's final. I don't want this. Salesperson, bring back the set that was over 4,000 earlier. If you insist on buying this, I'll never learn how to ride a horse." Wait, something's off. From the way she's talking, this set of gear isn't for the guy himself, it's for the woman. The man is still insisting, but he's now whispering to the woman, trying to persuade her. Unfortunately, the woman remains unyielding. Just as the man is about to give up, Wang Hui steps forward, extends his hand, and says, "Hello, my name is Wang Hui. May I ask how I should address you?" The man was already angry with Wang Hui, and now that he saw the other man approaching to greet him, he instinctively thought the other man was coming over to mock him. He immediately glared at Wang Hui with hostility and ignored him. Chapter 159, A New Business Opportunity. Seeing that the other party was ignoring him, Wang Hui didn't get angry. After all, he had misunderstood the other party earlier and had caused them such embarrassment. Wang Hui was that kind of person. If others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't easily provoke them. On the contrary, if he did something wrong, he would admit his mistake. After all, a man should take responsibility for his actions. Wang Hui smiled and said, "It's like this. I might have misunderstood you earlier. At first, when I heard your conversation, I thought this gentleman was planning to use the lady's money to buy himself some gear. So when you asked me, I said to do what you can afford. Personally, I'm against that, you know. But later I realized I had misunderstood. The gentleman was spending his own hard-earned money, which seemed perfectly reasonable to me. It wasn't until the lady said that earlier that I finally understood. The gentleman wanted to buy better gear for the lady, but she insisted on saving money for him and refused to accept it." After hearing Wang Hui's explanation, the man's expression softened slightly, and he also understood why Wang Hui had acted that way earlier. He was also a man, though not wealthy, and he too looked down on those who lived off others. So if he had been in Wang Hui's position at that moment, he might have said the same thing. Seeing that the man had let it go, Wang Hui turned his gaze back to his girlfriend and continued. "Overall, what the gentleman said makes sense. Better equipment means less danger in case of an accident. Considering how difficult it is for him to start a business, it seems like he is looking for investors. I would like to ask what kind of business he is starting. If possible, I would be very interested in learning more about it." Wang Hui came over to strike up a conversation not merely because he had misunderstood the other party and wanted to clarify. Rather, it was the mutual effort and dedication between the two individuals that truly moved him. After all, people are inherently self-centered, whether they are wealthy or not. Those who truly prioritize the well-being of their partner are few and far between. Earlier, Wang Hui heard from the woman that she was starting a business, so the argument over a few $1,000s was simply because she was thinking about how difficult it is to earn money. The girlfriend wanted to save money to buy a car for her boyfriend, so he could not only find investors more easily but also avoid commuting by subway every day. In the past, Wang Hui wouldn't have gotten involved, as he was just a landlord and had nothing to do with investments. Even if he wanted to help, he wouldn't have been able to. But things are different now. Thanks to the recent system upgrade, he obtained a C-Class investment golden ticket card, which guarantees a 100% success rate for investments. Plus, he can recharge it every week and use it again. So Wang Hui decided that in the future, he wouldn't just rely on the properties rewarded by the system to make money, but would also explore other avenues, such as investing, to carve out a path to wealth and prosperity. With these factors in mind, Wang Hui naturally wanted to find out what kind of project the other party was working on, and if possible, he planned to invest a little to see how it went. While increasing his own wealth, he also wanted to help this couple. Wang Hui's words left the man completely baffled. This was because Wang Hui had been explaining the previous misunderstanding and had also clarified to the man's girlfriend the importance of proper protective gear for horseback riding safety. However, he suddenly started talking about his own project, which seemed unrelated to the other party. The woman reacted quickly and said excitedly, "Sir, are you an investor? Are you interested in my boyfriend's project?" Wang Hui paused for a moment before nodding and saying, "I suppose you could say that. I have a great interest in all forms of investment." Wang Hui didn't hide anything. With the investment golden finger card provided by the system, he was indeed interested in any investment. Of course, it all depends on the potential returns. If it's just a small-scale endeavor or something that wouldn't benefit him much, he naturally wouldn't be very interested. The woman was overjoyed and said, "My boyfriend is a programmer. He recently developed a mobile app." The man quickly pulled his girlfriend aside and interrupted her. "It's a search app, mainly for functional searches within cities. I can't go into more detail here because I don't know enough about you. However, there's one thing I can tell you, this search feature is still uncharted territory in the market and there shouldn't be any similar products yet." The man remained cautious. Even after Wang Hui expressed his intention to invest, he didn't reveal everything. Because in China, the most formidable skill is imitation. As long as you can develop a piece of software, it won't take long before there are at least dozens or even hundreds of similar software programs available. Chapter 160, Identity. Some software can even be so convincing that, in the end, the number of downloads for the fake version might even surpass that of the genuine one. Therefore, when men consider this, they tend to keep business secrets confidential until a clear contract is signed. Wang Hui listened to the other party's words and had already acknowledged them in his heart. If the other party had started off by boasting and exaggerating the merits of their project, Wang Hui would have lost interest in investing. The more cautious someone is, the more credible their words seem, especially in a market where there is still untapped potential, which only makes Wang Hui more interested. Wang Hui now relies on Duanmu Jinji, Jiang Tingting, Lin Wu, and others to gain access to an increasing number of high-ranking individuals in society. However, despite having established connections, he has nothing of substance to offer. After all, those properties only prove that I have money, they don't represent anything else. However, if Wang Hui had his own investment projects or his own businesses, that would be a different story. At that point, Wang Hui wouldn't need to rely on the wealthy card or Indu Jin's status to make himself known to many people.
That's the importance of status. Take Jiang Tingting's father, Jiang Huan, for example. When people think of him, the first thing that comes to mind is his identity as the chairman of Huanyu International. Only then do they think about the company's market value of nearly 1 trillion, and finally about his personal assets of over 100 billion. Wang Hui smiled and said he understood, then suggested, let's exchange contact information first. Perhaps there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Soon, the two exchanged contact information and agreed to discuss further details later. Wang Hui then headed toward Wei Si's location. Wang Hui had only taken a few steps when he heard the woman excitedly say to her boyfriend, "That's amazing. That rich and handsome guy will definitely invest in you." The man was clearly excited as well, but he pretended to be reserved and suppressed his emotions, saying, "I told you to come learn horseback riding before, but you weren't interested. I wanted to buy you a new outfit, but you weren't interested either. Now you see? There are a lot of investors among the members at the horse ranch. Look, we just happened to meet one." The woman blushed and snuggled into the man's arms, saying, "All right, I'm sorry. Can't I just admit it? I'll listen to you from now on." When the woman first heard her boyfriend wanted to take her horseback riding, she was genuinely reluctant. After all, this wasn't something everyone could afford. Setting aside the cost of horseback riding gear, the riding fees alone were a significant expense. In her view, it would be better to save the money and use it to buy a car in the future. So, at the time, she had an argument with her boyfriend on the way here. But now she realizes how wise her boyfriend's decision was. She almost lost a sure investment opportunity because of her own short-sightedness. Hee, you said it yourself. Now that I'm saying we should buy this one, you can't object anymore, can you? The girlfriend's words made the man feel incredibly satisfied, and he hurriedly pointed to the protective gear in the salesperson's hands and asked, "All right, I'll take this one." Though the woman still felt a bit reluctant, she couldn't help but smile when she thought about Wang Hui earlier and the potential investment he might bring in the future. After hearing their conversation, Wang Hui shook his head and smiled. The two were so caught up in their excitement that they completely ignored the fact that Wang Hui and they hadn't even confirmed their investment intentions yet. Wang Hui had just had a sudden thought. On one hand, he felt that people like them, who could still think so much about the other person even while in love, were becoming increasingly rare. Most people only think about what they can get, without realizing that they should also give more to the other person. On the other hand, Wang Hui had an investment golden ticket but had never used it before, and he wanted to take this opportunity to try it out and see how effective it was. Overall, this couple was quite fortunate to have encountered Wang Hui. If it had been someone else, they would still be arguing over a few $1,000s. I'd probably have already given up on the idea of investing in them. After all, to secure investment from others, your project must be appealing, and you must also possess the ability to attract potential investors. Because someone who is so fixated on a few $1,000s is clearly in dire need of money, and this also suggests that their project isn't particularly promising. If the project were truly in high demand, why would they be worrying about a few $1,000s? When Wang Hui arrived at the meeting point, Wei Si had already been waiting there. At that moment, Wei Si had also changed into a stylish knight's outfit, no longer the plain white attire, now adorned with touches of other colors. This made Wei Si's already stunning features appear even more striking. The tightly fitted knight's armor accentuated Wei Si's graceful figure, and despite the masculine attire, she wore it with such ease and confidence that Wang Hui couldn't help but praise her in his heart. Chapter 161, The Rich Have Their Own Way of Playing. Dressed like that, you really look the part. Seeing Wang Hui change into a stylish equestrian outfit, Wei Si was also impressed and teased him with a smile. What's that in your hand? Wang Hui ignored Wei Si's teasing and pointed at the item in Wei Si's hand, asking. Wei Si rolled his eyes and explained, "You're so out of touch. This is called a saddle." "Of course I know it's a saddle, but what are you doing carrying a saddle?" Wang Hui was also speechless. Even if he had never ridden a horse, he must have seen one before. "This is my own personal saddle. Although every horse comes with a saddle, those are standard models that don't really fit my build.
Wei Si said this while deliberately patting his well-defined buttocks, as if to tell Wang Hui how unique his physique was. Wang Hui, however, didn't pay much attention to his actions. After all, back when he had helped him massage his injured foot at the hotel, he had already seen everything there was to see. His gaze lingered on the saddle, and at a glance, he could see its unique features. Though Wang Hui wasn't very knowledgeable about such things, he could tell it was undoubtedly of great value. After all, it was custom made by professionals. How could it possibly be the same as a generic shared one? He was a bit annoyed. This Mr. Jean was really unprofessional. He had already made it clear when he bought the equipment earlier. Everything was supposed to be done to the best of his ability and not be inferior to Wei Si's. Now, setting aside the protective gear, just the custom saddle alone is enough to outshine him. He even bought 160,000 yuan worth of golf equipment. Would he skimp on a saddle? Of course, this can't be blamed on manager Jean. After all, the other party didn't think about it that way, because Wang Hui had made it clear that it was his first time, and for beginners, they can only start with basic riding lessons. While the saddle does serve to absorb shocks, its effectiveness is limited during slow riding, which is why the manager didn't proactively recommend it. How much is this saddle? Wang Hui asked. Wei Si shoved the saddle into Wang Hui's hands and said discontentedly, "As a man, you should have some gentlemanly manners. When you ask a question, couldn't you just help me hold the saddle? Ouch, it's so heavy." Wang Hui reluctantly held the saddle, looking disgusted as he continued to ask, "Alright, can you tell me now? How much did you pay for this saddle? This one is different. It's quite expensive because it was custom made overseas and handcrafted. I really don't remember the exact price, but I think it was around 100,000 yuan. Why are you asking all this?" Seeing Wang Hui's expression, Wei Si extended his long leg and kicked Wang Hui directly. "Just talk, don't get so physical. Besides, you can take your own saddle. I need to go pick out another one. That manager Jean is really something. He didn't even tell me there were saddles for sale." Wang Hui shoved the saddle into Wei Si's arms and turned to leave. Wei Si took the saddle while muttering, "You can't even ride a horse, why buy a saddle?" Wang Hui ignored Wei Si and walked straight toward the membership center. Of course, there wouldn't be any handcrafted saddles like the one Wei Si had, priced at over 10,000. The most expensive one costs no more than 20,000 yuan, but Wang Hui still bought one. After all, even if the price isn't as good as the other guys, he can't let himself be looked down upon, right? All set? Let us go then. Seeing Wang Hui returning with the saddle, Wei Si impatiently urged him on. Wang Hui said nothing and followed the other person toward the training ground. "Miss Wei, your horse has been brought over for you. It's right there." Upon seeing Wei Si approach, a staff member walked over and said respectfully, "Alright, thank you." Wei Si nodded and handed the saddle to the staff member to install. He then raised his eyebrows at Wang Hui and said, "Take a look at my beloved horse. What do you think?" Wang Hui followed his gaze and saw a brown-black stallion. Though Wang Hui knew nothing about horses, he could tell from its height, build, and muscular frame that it was no ordinary horse. "You're kidding me, you didn't buy this horse yourself, did you?" Wang Hui thought of something and couldn't help but ask. "Haha, of course. I bought this horse from Europe for several $1 million. It has noble royal bloodlines. What do you think, Mr. Wang? Should you go buy one too and keep it as a pet?" Wei Si teased with a smile, as she had already noticed from earlier when Wang Hui bought the saddle that he didn't want to be outdone by her. Wang Hui. Wei Si's words left Wang Hui speechless. He couldn't respond to that. He knew this was how the wealthy operated, spending tens of thousands on a saddle, and then millions more to import horses from abroad. The main thing was that Wei Si, because of his connections in the music industry, was always traveling around the country, so the horse farm probably didn't see him more than a few times a year. Chapter 162, Don't Ask Me Later. This was too much of a waste for Wang Hui. Although Wang Hui is now wealthy, he would never waste money carelessly. Just like with the golf course before, if it weren't for Yu Wuxian's repeated provocation, he wouldn't have spent tens of thousands on a set of golf clubs. However, even after buying them, Wang Hui didn't want to waste them and planned to play a few more times when he had nothing else to do. Later, after Wei Si introduced it to him, he decided to buy a putting mat to play with at home. However, horses are different. It's not as simple as just spending a few $1 million to buy one. Because you can't keep them at home, they have to be boarded at a stable, and the more valuable the horse, the higher the boarding costs. Additionally, selecting a horse isn't something you can do by just looking at pictures. You have to visit the site in person and try riding it. Because only horses that have a high level of compatibility with the rider will be selected. Such a time-consuming and costly endeavor was something Wang Hui naturally would not undertake, so he could only reluctantly refrain from competing with Wei Si. He didn't know what tricks Wei Si might pull next, and Wang Hui certainly didn't want to be led by the other party's pace. "Alright, enough joking around. It's your first time here. Do you want me to take you for a couple of laps to get a feel for it?" Seeing that Wang Hui had already been humiliated, Wei Si dared to go too far. After all, even jokes have their limits. "No need. I'm a man, and I don't have the habit of letting a woman lead me around.
Wang Hui didn't even think twice before refusing Wei Si's kind offer. Hee, sure, go ahead and show off then. Don't come begging me later. Wei Si didn't press the matter and walked toward his horse. He then executed a graceful leap onto the horse, grabbed the reins, gave them a light tug, and with a gentle kick to the horse's flank, the herd of brown-black stallions burst into a gallop. Watching Wei Si's graceful figure as he rode and whipped his horse, Wang Hui felt a pang of envy and quickly made his way to the horse he had prepared for himself at the stable. Compared to Wei Si's horse, the horses provided by the stable were far inferior. Not only are they average in appearance, but they are also significantly smaller than Wei Si's fine horses. Although he had the equipment and the horses, Wang Hui couldn't ride, so he had to hire a temporary instructor to give him some guidance. A coach then approached and helped Wang Hui mount the horse. Sitting on the horse, with the coach leading it slowly around the arena, Wang Hui watched Wei Si, who had already left the small arena and was galloping wildly on the grass field outside, and suddenly felt as though he was embarking on a long and arduous journey to the west to retrieve the true scriptures of Buddhism. Glancing at the instructor who was leading his horse while continuously explaining the basic principles and precautions of horseback riding, Wang Hui finally understood where this feeling had come from. The instructor had a sharp nose and a monkey-like face. Standing at around 1.6 meters tall, he looked just like the senior disciple. After riding a few laps, even though he kept the speed at a leisurely pace, Wang Hui still felt exhausted. He finally understood that horseback riding was truly a physically demanding activity. In TV shows and movies, he had seen people riding horses with ease, flipping and twisting in the air, seeming so graceful and carefree, as if the world was at their fingertips. But when he actually got on the horse, he realized that controlling the horse beneath him was no easy feat. The horses here could be described as racehorses, though not the kind in their prime. They were either young horses or retired racehorses. Otherwise, a single misstep could send them galloping wildly, completely disregarding whether you were able to stay on their backs. According to the coach's explanation, Wei Si was riding a purebred racehorse, and it was a horse in its prime. Of course, even without the explanation, Wang Hui could have guessed as much. After all, a horse purchased for several $1 million couldn't possibly be ordinary. The horse Wang Hui was riding, according to the coach, was a 20-year-old mare. Horses typically have a lifespan of only 2 to 30 years, so a 20-year-old horse was already considered an old horse. It is quite docile, but the coach warned Wang Hui not to let his guard down. If not properly controlled, the horse's natural instincts will cause it to become excited and follow the others in their gallop, unless it is too old to keep up. After explaining everything, the coach handed the reins to Wang Hui and asked him to try handling the horse on his own. At first, Wang Hui was a bit nervous, but he quickly adapted to the horse's rhythm and occasionally used the whip in his hand to urge the horse to speed up. This series of maneuvers left the temporary coach standing nearby stunned. He never expected someone riding a horse for the first time to have such quick comprehension skills. Had he not witnessed Wang Hui struggling to even mount the horse earlier, he would have undoubtedly assumed the other was putting on a show, pretending to be clueless. Of course, all of this was thanks to the effects of the martial arts card. With his physical abilities enhanced in every aspect, Wang Hui's comprehension skills had also improved significantly. Chapter 163, Come on, let's play together. This is the only way to easily control the mare beneath him. Although Wang Hui was already accelerating wildly, the mare beneath him was both old and weak, both in age and build, and still lagged far behind Wei Si's fully grown racehorse. Watching Wei Si race to the outer perimeter of the field, his figure sleek and agile, Wang Hui couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Coach, this mare is too slow. Give me the best racehorse you have here so I can have some fun. He rode the horse back to the coach and prepared to try a mature racehorse instead. Alright, Mr. Wang, please wait a moment. The coach did not refuse Wang Hui's request and agreed immediately, as he had seen Wang Hui's performance earlier. As the coach led the horse away, Wei Si finally ran back, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. He leaped gracefully in front of Wang Hui and jumped down from the horse's back with ease, his posture as cool as could be. Then Wei Si pointed at Wang Hui with the horsewhip in his hand and said, "Hey, little man, is that all you've got?" Wei Si had thought that after running a big circle, even if Wang Hui wasn't very skilled, he should at least be able to walk around the grass field with the coach's guidance. But to his surprise, when he returned, he saw Wang Hui had already dismounted, looking like he was done, which made him unable to resist teasing him a bit. These words made Wang Hui look displeased, and he glared at her angrily. What a joke! How could a man be unable to perform? I just came back to try a different horse. Wang Hui wasn't a pushover. From the other person's expression, he could tell exactly what they meant. He also knew that the other person had run to the outskirts earlier and hadn't seen him racing, otherwise they wouldn't have said such a thing. Wow, you're such a braggart. With your skills, you can't even tame a mare, yet you want to switch to racehorses? Aren't you afraid of getting thrown off and landing flat on your face? After hearing Wang Hui's words, Wei Si burst into laughter, then patted the horse beside him and said, "Enough, stop showing off. I'll give you another chance. Get on the horse, and I'll take you for a ride." Get on the horse and play together? Are you trying to experience the feeling of a horse kick with me?
As Wei Si finished speaking, Wang Hui couldn't help but swallow hard, then stared at the other person's alluring figure, perfectly wrapped in the equestrian attire, with a playful expression on his face. Wang Hui's words, coupled with his unrestrained gaze, caused Wei Si's face to flush with embarrassment. He never expected that his own slip of the tongue would be turned around and used to tease him. Seeing Wei Si's embarrassed expression, Wang Hui felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, he had just been teased by the other party, so now he used Majin to counter him. He had expected Wei Si to throw a tantrum and scold him, but to his surprise, she didn't play by the usual rules. Hee, Majin? Alright, if your boss doesn't mind, I'd be happy to oblige. Shall we go now? The vibration from my horse running will definitely satisfy you. Wei Si's beautiful eyes flickered, and she then smiled seductively, using the horsewhip to draw circles on Wang Hui's body. Wei Si was already extremely beautiful, and this smile made her even more alluring. Combined with her teasing words and the movements of the horsewhip, it was impossible not to be captivated. Gulp, you win. Gulp, you've won. Wang Hui couldn't help himself and spat again. He couldn't deny that Wei Si's proposal was tempting. However, he eventually forced himself to abandon the idea. Setting aside whether Wei Si was intentionally toying with him, there were other members at the horse ranch, so Wang Hui dared not agree. If this were to escalate into a horse race, it would likely be filmed on the spot and uploaded to the internet. Tomorrow's trending topic would definitely be musician Wei Si and a man engaging in a real-life showdown at the racetrack. At that point, Wei Si's fans might just tear Wang Hui to pieces. Haha, now you know to be afraid, see if you dare to tease me again next time. Seeing Wang Hui get humiliated again, Wei Si couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. She didn't know why, but she felt so relaxed and at ease when she was with Wang Hui. If someone else had said those words to her, Wei Si wouldn't just have answered like that. She would have turned her back on them and denied ever knowing them. However, when Wang Hui said those words, it was simply to make her blush, with not a hint of anger. She wasn't sure if what she was feeling now could be called love for Wang Hui. Ever since the first time at the bar, when Wang Hui had looked down on her, and then the unexpected incident at the hotel later, where the two of them had ended up sleeping together in a confusing and passionate way, their relationship had changed. While they could be considered close, they had only met a few times and didn't really know each other well. But to say they weren't close, they had already shared physical intimacy. Though they hadn't taken the final step, they had done everything else that should have been done: touching, kissing, and more. Chapter 164, Are You Crazy? Anyway, under such an ambiguous relationship, the two didn't confirm their romantic status and continued to interact as ordinary friends. Wei Si found this arrangement perfectly satisfactory. When she was with Wang Hui, she could let go of all her pretenses. Things she couldn't say before, things she couldn't do, and jokes she couldn't make, all of it was now possible. After all, when she was with Wang Hui, she could completely relax, which made her feel incredibly happy. Alright, no more jokes this time. It's your first time at the horse ranch, and I don't want you to leave disappointed, so you absolutely have to experience the thrill of riding a horse and feeling the wind in your hair. Wei Si put away his playful tone and spoke seriously. I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't need it. Look, here it comes. Wang Hui shook his head, just as he was about to explain, when he noticed the coach he had hired earlier, leading a white stallion toward them. Mr. Wang, this is the adult racehorse we selected according to your request. The saddle has already been changed for you. The trainer stroked the horse while introducing it to Wang Hui. This horse was about the same size as Wei Si's, but its temper was no less fiery than the others. As soon as it approached Wang Hui's side, it seemed to have been influenced by Wei Si's horse's aura, becoming somewhat restless. However, the brown-black stallion merely glanced at the white horse, then let out a deep snort, paying it no further mind. Clearly, it looked down on the other horse. After all, its status was noble, and just like humans, the wealthy naturally looked down on ordinary folk. However, the horse was not intimidated. Instead, it seemed eager to challenge the other horse. If it weren't for the coach calming it down, it might have charged forward. This scene was witnessed by Wei Si, who never expected the racehorse to have such a fiery temperament. Daring to challenge her horse, this racehorse must be no ordinary beast. Oh my goodness, Wang Hui, are you serious? Are you sure you want to ride this racehorse alone? This isn't a joke. If something goes wrong, it won't just be a scrape, it could be a broken bone. Suddenly, Wei Xiang thought of something and looked at Wang Hui in astonishment, asking. Because the coach had made it clear that these horses had been selected according to Wang Hui's specifications. At that moment, she truly believed that Wang Hui had lost his mind. A person who had never ridden a horse before was actually demanding to select a racehorse, and one with such a fiery temperament at that. Not to mention Wang Hui, even she, Wei Si, wouldn't be able to control it. After all, her own horse had taken her years to train and tame. At first, Wei Si didn't ride it directly. Instead, she fed it every day and waited until they had grown accustomed to each other before she began to try riding it. Even under such circumstances, Wei Si fell quite a few times in the beginning. Now, if she were to ride a racehorse she had never ridden before, Wei Si wouldn't necessarily be confident she could win. After all, horses aren't humans. They don't care who you are or how powerful you are. If they don't feel like it, they'll just lift their front legs and throw you off their back. If no one is there to watch over you at that moment, there's a risk of secondary injuries, such as being trampled or kicked by the horse. You must understand that a horse weighs hundreds of pounds, and its strength is truly formidable. Being trampled or kicked by a horse could result in fractures at best, and in severe cases, it could even be life-threatening. In fact, such an accident occurred during a horse race earlier. At the time, it was unclear whether the horse had been startled or what had happened, but it suddenly threw its rider off and then stomped heavily on the rider's body with its hooves. If someone hadn't been there to pull the rider out in time, he might have been trampled to death on the spot. Even though he was rescued, the rider suffered severe injuries, including a leg that was crushed beyond repair, leaving him permanently unable to ride again. It is important to note that the rider was a professional, and the horse was one he had trained for years. Even under such circumstances, a tragic accident still occurred, clearly demonstrating how terrifying a wild horse can be. That's why, despite everything Wang Hui had said earlier, Wei Si had dismissed it as mere bravado or a joke. It wasn't until now, seeing the horse race, that she realized just how crazy Wang Hui really was. Don't worry, Wang Hui, wouldn't risk my life for a joke. I couldn't bear to see you sad and crying over me. Wang Hui smiled, confirming his thoughts while teasing the other person. Regarding what Wei Si had just said, Wang Hui was also relieved, knowing that the other was worried about him and feared something might happen to him. However, just as he had said himself, he valued his life greatly, especially now that he had obtained this system and was just beginning to enjoy the life of a wealthy person. Chapter 165, Conquering Everything with Charm. He certainly didn't want to spend the rest of his life in a hospital bed because of a single accident. After all, he was destined to become the richest man in the world. How could he let such a minor issue stand in his way? Of course, without the martial arts cards provided by the system, he would never have done something so reckless. He would have accepted Wei Si's invitation and enjoyed the thrill of riding a horse at full gallop. You think you're so clever? If you really fall, I won't cry, I'll laugh my head off, sing and dance, and you'll deserve it for being so reckless. Upon hearing Wang Hui mocking her, Wei Si immediately gave him a big, disdainful look. Wang Hui was filled with frustration. He had only been joking around. Was it really necessary to react like that? He didn't say anything else, just flipped himself over in a cool move and mounted the horse. This action, combined with Wang Hui's attire, immediately caught Wei Si's attention, leaving him speechless. Seeing Wei Si's expression, Wang Hui couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, using likeness kung fu to mount the horse was truly unique. Just as Wang Hui was about to recite some passionate poetry to enhance the moment, the horse beneath him suddenly began to grow restless. This horse was indeed the most spirited horse in the stable. Upon seeing someone riding on its back, its front hooves lifted instantly, and its head began to shake violently, as if trying to throw the rider off its back. This scene startled both Wei Si and the coach. Unexpectedly, the horse that had just been calmed down went wild again. At this point, the coach regretted his decision. He shouldn't have listened to the other person and chosen the most untamed racehorse in the stable. However, the other party's previous skills had impressed him, and given their status, he, as a mere coach, dared not defy them. However, compared to now, if given the chance to choose again, he would rather offend the other party than see them harmed. Because if the other party were hurt, Wei Si would certainly fly into a rage, and his fate would be predictable. Haha, you're pretty feisty, aren't you? But in my hands, even a dragon would have to coil around me, and even a tiger would have to lie down for me. Seeing the horses beneath him begin to go wild, Wang Hui not only showed no sign of panic but became even more excited. He swiftly pulled the reins with both hands and gently kicked the horse's abdomen with his feet. The horse, which had been raging wildly just a moment ago, suddenly calmed down. Upon closer inspection, one could even notice a slight tremble. All of this, of course, was the result of Wang Hui's skill. Though he appeared to be acting casually, he had actually employed a trace of inner strength, amplifying his own power by several fold. Wang Hui himself weighed only around 100 pounds, but through the enhancement of his martial arts card, he now possessed at least several hundred pounds of strength. The slight tap and pull he had just made were both imbued with force, instantly exerting tremendous pressure on the horse, causing it to cease its restlessness. Additionally, the fierce horse had sustained a slight injury from the blow to its abdomen. Otherwise, even if it were several hundred pounds in weight, it would absolutely be impossible for this horse to suddenly become so quiet. This was precisely why Wang Hui did not want to truly harm the horse, deliberately controlling his strength. Otherwise, if he had unleashed his full power, those two kicks would have likely caused the horse's internal organs to explode and kill it instantly. This is precisely why Wang Hui did not want to truly harm the other party and deliberately restrained his strength. Otherwise, if he had unleashed his full power, a single kick from his feet would likely have instantly kicked the horse's internal organs to burst, causing its death. Goodness, that was terrifying. Wang Hui, you're so skilled. Even such a wild horse was tamed by you. How did you manage that? Wei Si was so scared that she patted her chest, which was heaving from her excitement, her eyes filled with disbelief. She hadn't expected the unexpected to happen so quickly, nor to be resolved so swiftly. Just a moment ago, she was worried about Wang Hui falling off the horse, but the next moment, the wild horse had turned into a docile lamb, leaving her mind reeling in disbelief. If this hadn't actually happened right before her eyes, she would have thought it was a movie, with all the effects replaced by special effects. In fact, it wasn't just Wei Si who was shocked. The coach standing beside her was equally stunned. He couldn't believe that after all these years at the horse ranch, he had never seen anything like this before. If he ever encountered a horse going wild, while he was confident he could eventually tame it, he would never have handled it as casually as Wang Hui had. As for how Wang Hui managed to do it, he didn't want to pry. He only knew that his job was safe for now, but the scene he had just witnessed still made him break out in a cold sweat. Need I say more? It's all about personal charm, of course. That horse must have noticed how majestic and formidable I am, so it submitted to me. That's exactly what happened. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Wang Hui felt a surge of satisfaction. He never expected that such a small display of his skills would have such an astonishing effect. Of course, he couldn't reveal anything about the system, so he simply laughed it off and made up a casual excuse. Ugh, stop, don't flatter yourself. Even if what you're saying is true, I believe this horse was scared by your charm, which is why it became so obedient. As soon as Wang Hui said this, Wei Si was taken aback for a moment, then immediately made a gagging face and mocked him. Chapter 166, The Bet. Fourth update, please subscribe. The coach standing nearby was also amused by their words, but he dared not laugh out loud, as he couldn't afford to offend either of them. He forced himself to hold it in, even going so far as to pinch his own foot hard to make the pain ease the laughter. Alright, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Want to race? Let's see whose horse is faster. Wang Hui didn't bother arguing with Wei Si, because he knew that men could never win an argument. Especially a woman like Wei Si. Once she started arguing, it would probably never end. So he directly suggested that they settle it at the racetrack. Who's afraid of who? Let's race. But don't think you can beat me just because you've tamed that racehorse. My horse has won several championships before. Upon hearing that Wang Hui wanted to race, Wei Si also became interested and mounted his horse with a challenging gesture. Although Wang Hui's previous move had surprised her, her horse was battle-hardened, and she was confident she wouldn't lose to him. But competing like this is pointless. Why don't we add a little something extra to make it more interesting? Before Wang Hui could speak, Wei Si continued, his eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Alright, what are you willing to bet? Wang Hui had just mentioned it casually earlier. He knew the other party's horse was special, but the one at the racetrack wouldn't be too far behind either. Apart from the fact that its bloodline wasn't as pure as the other horses, its build wasn't much different from the other horses. Furthermore, the previous trainer mentioned that this horse had previously competed in domestic races and won championships. Later, it was purchased by the owner of the horse farm and is now used as a highlight attraction for the facility. Therefore, when Wei Si demanded a wager, Wang Hui wasn't afraid, as he relied on the abilities of his martial arts card. Even if Wei Si was a skilled rider at the stable, he might not be able to defeat him in a fight. This is simple. Whoever loses must agree to the other's condition, and there can be no backing out. It must be done to the best of one's ability. Wei Si thought for a moment, then smiled and gave his answer. In truth, she had come up with it on the spot, and if she were asked to come up with a proper one, she wouldn't be able to either. After all, both she and Wang Hui are wealthy individuals. Gambling holds little meaning for them. So, after much consideration, it was decided that exchanging for one of the other party's conditions would be far more valuable. You're cheating. You're running away before we even start. Wang Hui was just about to agree when Wei Si finished speaking and immediately cracked the whip, sending the racehorse galloping off. Wang Hui was speechless. Not only did the horse have the advantage, but Wei Si was also an expert rider at the racetrack, yet he still resorted to underhanded tactics. Haha, what do you mean by cheating? It's clearly your own fault for reacting slowly. Come on, catch me if you can. Or else you'll lose, Seeing Wang Hui's speechless expression, Wei Si laughed even harder, continuing to accelerate while teasing him. Wang Hui didn't hesitate either. He gave his horse a sharp crack of the whip, and the fiery steed immediately gave chase. Perhaps it was because they had been confined in the stable for too long, or perhaps it was due to Wang Hui's earlier suppression, but upon receiving the command, they erupted with explosive energy. The speed was simply breathtaking. Wei Si, who had clearly taken the lead at the start, was caught up in just a few seconds. This startled Wei Si. She hadn't expected the horse to be so powerful. She had already prepared herself to win and was planning to use this opportunity to play a prank on Wang Hui. But now it seemed that whether the prank could be carried out was still up in the air. Wei Si dared not slacken his efforts, continuing to crack the whip to urge the horse to accelerate toward the finish line. However, just a few seconds later, the white racehorse that had been closely trailing behind, under Wang Hui's guidance, suddenly surged ahead and overtook Wei Si, ultimately reaching the finish line first. Watching Wang Hui, who looked so majestic on the white racehorse, Wei Si was momentarily speechless. He was simply too handsome. The white armor, the white horse, and Wang Hui's dashing face all combined to create the perfect image of a white knight. Wei Damei, you're too kind.
Seeing Wei Si approach, Wang Hui smiled and teased her.
Wang Hui knew deep down that Wei Si was, after all, a woman, and she cared deeply for her beloved horse. Otherwise, in the previous race, if the opponent had exerted just a little more force with the whip, Wang Hui would not have won so easily. Moreover, their written exams weren't very formal either, they just ran in a straight line, with little in the way of technique. You win, you lose. What conditions do you want me to agree to? But I'll make it clear now I won't agree to that. Wei Si agreed while keeping a wary eye on Wang Hui. Upon hearing this, Wang Hui immediately understood. He hadn't expected the other party to have such a sordid mindset, assuming he intended to do something wrong. If Wang Hui were truly that kind of person, he would have done it at least twice already. However, upon seeing Wei Si's shy expression, Wang Hui felt a mischievous urge. Chapter 167, What are you trying to do? This isn't right. Didn't you say earlier that any conditions were acceptable and you'd do your best to complete it? What's going on now? Are you trying to back out? I wouldn't stoop to that. Anyway, as long as it's not that, you can say whatever you want. After being goaded by Wang Hui, Wei Si was also a bit angry, but he still stuck to his principles. You keep going on and on like that. If you don't say it clearly, how am I supposed to know what you're talking about? Why don't you clarify things for me first? That way, I'll know what conditions I shouldn't bring up. I have to admit, beautiful women are beautiful women. Whether they're angry or acting spoiled, they have an indescribable charm. But the more she acted like that, the more excited Wang Hui became. He pretended not to understand and asked directly. Enough, Wang Hui, is that all you want? Fine, I'll go all out today. If you dare to bring it up, I'll see it through to the end. Wang Hui's words made Wei Si so angry she could bite her teeth. She wasn't some little innocent girl. She could tell right away that Wang Hui was deliberately trying to mock her. However, she had known Wang Hui for quite some time, and she understood him well enough to know that he wasn't the kind of person who would do such a thing. Therefore, even if she didn't bring it up, she was certain that Wang Hui would never make such an unreasonable demand. But she didn't know what had come over her. She had blurted it out on her own. At this moment, she couldn't even be sure if she was the one who had been hoping for Wang Hui to propose such conditions. At the thought of this, Wei Si blushed even more, feeling that her thoughts had become tainted since she had met Wang Hui. Of course, Wei Si didn't think it was her fault. She blamed everything on Wang Hui. Before she met Wang Hui, her focus had always been on her work. She had never been involved in any ambiguous relationships with men, let alone taken the initiative to pursue someone or draw their attention. All the changes in herself had occurred after meeting Wang Hui, so it couldn't be anyone else's fault. At that moment, looking at Wang Hui's teasing expression, Wei Si no longer felt the need to hide her true feelings. Since he was so eager to know, she would simply grant him his wish. As Wei Si spoke, she began to turn the tables on him, using his own tactics against him to goad him further. She had already made up her mind about Wang Hui and dared not agree, knowing she would end up admitting defeat and begging for mercy, just like she had done when she mentioned Majin earlier. Sure enough, as soon as she spoke, Wang Hui's expression couldn't help but flicker, clearly taken aback by Wei Si's words. However, Wei Si had miscalculated this time. Wang Hui was, after all, a young, headstrong man. When provoked repeatedly, he would inevitably retaliate. Moreover, Wei Si was a woman of such exceptional beauty and poise. If Wang Hui refused her, he wouldn't be a man. It's just like when Luo Mang and Jiang Tingting were together. Wang Hui took them to the hot springs back then without any ulterior motives. He just wanted to relax. But in the end, Luo Mang not only teased Wang Hui repeatedly, but also took the initiative to come to him. If Wang Hui didn't do anything, he would really be letting down his own men. However, after taking her, Wang Hui still felt a bit uneasy. Although Luo Mang was 22 years old, her style of dress was still very much in the Lolita aesthetic, which made him feel a sense of guilt. What was even worse was that Wang Hui feared most that others would think he was a Lolita enthusiast. So, no matter how much Luo Mang flirted with him before, he always kept his distance, just to prevent the rumor from becoming true. But people are so mysterious. When tempted to the extreme, all the negative aspects are automatically ignored, leaving only what attracts them. This is also one of the reasons why Wang Hui won over Luo Mang. That night, after Luo Mang left, Jiang Tingting also came over. In order to win Wang Hui's favor, she even changed into a Lolita-style maid outfit. Seeing Jiang Tingting dressed like that, Wang Hui wasn't particularly excited at the time. Instead, he felt utterly depressed. It seemed that everyone who knew him had labeled him as a Lolita enthusiast. Otherwise, even Jiang Tingting, a woman who goes for a pure and innocent look, wouldn't dress like this to come find him. She is convinced that Wang Hui cares deeply about this. Otherwise, with her qualifications and appearance, how could she possibly lose to Luo Mang? At the time, Wang Hui didn't bother to explain, because the facts were already out there, and the other party already knew what had happened between her and Luo Mang. What was the point of explaining now? So he didn't bother with such considerations. That night, he indulged himself fully, releasing all the pent-up energy from his years of singledom. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's go now while it's still early, so we can have some more fun. Wang Hui picked up the horsewhip in his hand and mimicked Wei Si's earlier movements, gently swiping it in front of her.
Ah, what are you doing?
Wang Hui's actions startled Wei Si, who quickly stepped back a few paces.
Chapter 168, Of course it's you.
She didn't expect Wang Hui to actually agree, and he was even urging her to leave right away.
Was he that eager?
Wei Si didn't believe a word Wang Hui said, because Wang Hui wasn't that kind of person. If he had been, he would have acted long ago when he had so many opportunities.
Why wait until now?
Therefore, she believed that Wang Hui was trying to intimidate him. As she stepped back, she stared intently at Wang Hui's eyes, trying to find any signs of deception. However, Wang Hui's words and his intense gaze made Wei Si realize that this time Wang Hui was serious, and she had taken her joke too far.
Need I say more? Of course it's you, Wang Hui said, closing in on Wei Si.
Earlier, Wang Hui had indeed been a bit mischievous, but Wei Si's charm was undeniable, and being provoked like that, he too felt a surge of excitement. Wei Si's heartbeat grew faster. Faced with Wang Hui's straightforward answer, she felt both afraid and a hint of joy. She was afraid because this was her first time. Even after all these years in the entertainment industry, she had never succumbed to temptation and had remained pure. She and Wang Hui are at most just good friends of the opposite sex, not even boyfriend and girlfriend. The idea of giving her first time to him after holding on to it for so many years is something she can't accept.
The good news is that Wang Hui's behavior this time clearly demonstrates her charm.
This man who has always ignored her finally has the desire to be happy with her. Wei Si's current mood is like a deer caught in headlights. She wants to refuse him, but she's afraid that this refusal might cause the relationship they've worked so hard to build to grow distant once again. But if she didn't refuse and simply agreed, she felt she couldn't bring herself to do it. It wasn't just the fear of losing what was most precious to her, there was also the possibility that the other person might only be interested in playing around.
That would be an absolute blow to her.
Don't let her strong exterior fool you deep down, she's still very much a woman. She thinks this way because she knows that Wang Hui has other female confidants. She had already encountered one of them at the bar, the woman dressed like a Lolita. Although Wei Si didn't think much of such a young girl, she understood that the women in Wang Hui's life were certainly not limited to just one. Wang Hui had said such things before, but upon reflection, it was understandable.
Wang Hui is handsome and wealthy, how could he possibly lack women?
Even a celebrity like her is captivated by him, let alone other women. It's safe to say that whenever Wang Hui speaks, a crowd of women rushes over, eager to join his entourage.
Thinking about this, Wei Si felt even more uneasy.
Her unease wasn't because of the women around Wang Hui, nor was it because she feared she couldn't compare to them. After all, her image and status speak for themselves. In the entire North Star region, there are few women who can be compared to her, so she doesn't worry about such things. What truly worried her was that, despite her exceptional qualities, she still had a fatal weakness in the presence of Wang Hui. That weakness was her age. She was actually several years older than Wang Hui. Although she takes good care of herself, when she stands next to Wang Hui, you can't tell she's older than him.
However, this couldn't hide the fact that she was Wang Hui's older woman.
She still clearly remembers when they were at the hotel, Wei Si teased Wang Hui, asking if he had feelings for her. At the time, Wang Hui had firmly replied that he didn't have any women around him, and even if he were to pursue someone, he wouldn't pursue an older woman like her. Though he spoke without malice, Wei Si took it to heart, regardless of whether Wang Hui truly felt that way or not.
This was also the only thing that worried Wei Si about being with Wang Hui.
On this side, Wei Si was still undecided about whether to agree to Wang Hui's proposal. On the other side, Wang Hui, seeing that Wei Si was taking so long to respond, was clearly getting impatient.
The matter had been instigated by Wei Si. Could it really be dismissed with a laugh? Wang Hui wasn't having it.
He suddenly wrapped his arms around the other's waist and leaned in close.
Ah, what are you doing?
Wei Si, who was lost in her thoughts, was startled by the sudden breath on her face. She wanted to step back and avoid him, but found herself held tightly in place. As the handsome face grew closer, Wei Si felt her whole body grow hot. He tried to step back to avoid her, but found himself held tightly by her arms. As her handsome face grew closer, Wei Si felt his entire body grow hot. She blushed and closed her eyes, having already given up resistance, ready to await the other's arrival. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the surroundings grew quiet. All Wei Si could hear was the sound of her own heartbeat. 10 seconds passed quickly, but Wei Si did not receive Wang Hui's kiss. The longer this went on, the more uncomfortable she felt. She dared not open her eyes, knowing that Wang Hui's eyes were surely fixed on her.
Chapter 169, Will you kiss me or not?
Another 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, but Wei Si still hadn't seen any action from Wang Hui. However, his hot breath was growing heavier and heavier, and she knew that the distance between them couldn't be more than 20 centimeters. This made her both nervous and excited. Although she had already kissed Wang Hui at the hotel earlier. However, at that time, both of them were drunk and not entirely sober. Although Wei Si vaguely remembered kissing Wang Hui. But whether it was a hallucination or actually happened, she couldn't be completely certain. So Wei Si didn't mention it afterward, treating it as though it had never happened.
But now it was different.
Neither of them had been drinking, and their minds were completely clear. What made Wei Si nervous was that the last time at the hotel, it was she who had initiated the kiss. But this time, it was Wang Hui who took the initiative. His strong embrace and fiery gaze made her feel that Wang Hui was so masculine and handsome. What excited her even more was that the scene was just like something out of a romantic drama, with the male lead firmly embracing the female lead and then leaning down for a passionate kiss. Such a scene was something Wei Si had once fantasized about, but she knew that such a dream might take a very long time to come true.
Because she was an artist, many things were not something she could decide on her own.
Especially when it comes to relationships, every move she makes can trigger a strong reaction from her fans. Even if she personally doesn't care, the company behind her would never allow her to get too close to a man. Because this would not only affect Wei Si, but also have a significant impact on the company. In theory, Wei Si should have pushed Wang Hui away immediately and prevented this from happening before it reached a point where it could no longer be handled diplomatically.
However, she couldn't do it.
After being embraced by Wang Hui, under the force of his breath, her entire body felt like it had been electrocuted, leaving her weak and numb. If it weren't for Wang Hui supporting her with his hands at that moment, she would have likely collapsed to the ground. Of course, even if she could move, Wei Si wouldn't resist, because the man in front of her was Wang Hui, the first man she had ever met who had made her heart race. Even if their relationship ultimately came to nothing, and it was just a fleeting moment of happiness, Wei Si would accept it.
After all, she had fallen in love with this man. Time ticked by second by second. Those seemingly brief seconds felt like an eternity to Wei Si.
Being observed so closely by a man, even someone as famous as her, felt embarrassed and uneasy.
Another 30 seconds passed quickly.
Wei Si was still shy, but deep down, she felt more anger. She couldn't control herself anymore and wanted to open her eyes and scream at this despicable Wang Hui.
Damn it, are you going to kiss me or not? If you're not going to, just let me go.
Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wei Si felt Wang Hui move, and his heart tightened again.
Damn it, are you finally going to kiss me? Are you trying to drive me crazy?
Wei Si didn't even notice that within just 1 minute, her mindset had changed drastically.
From initial resistance and fear, she had somehow transformed into anticipation.
Even after she said those words in her heart, Xiao Zui slightly puckered her lips, as if actively seeking a kiss. Wei Si sensed it correctly, Wang Hui had indeed moved.
However, Wang Hui's next action left Wei Si completely baffled. Oh my god, you bastard, have you lost your mind?
The next moment, Wei Si felt a sharp pain on her forehead, causing her to open her eyes immediately. What she saw was Wang Hui's smiling face and the finger still resting on her forehead. She never expected that after waiting so long, Wang Hui not only didn't give her a deep kiss. Instead, he gave her a slap on the head. If this had been any other day, Wei Si wouldn't have said anything. But after building up such intense emotions for so long, only to have it abruptly ended by a humorous remark, how could Wei Si possibly accept that?
Wang Hui, did you lose your mind? Playing this on me at a time like this?
She immediately flew into a rage, glaring at Wang Hui angrily and demanding an explanation. Wei Si spoke her mind. She now believed that Wang Hui was just like Sun Wukong from the past. In the Peach Garden, he used a spell to immobilize the 7 fairies. I thought Sun Wukong would surely play with the 7 fairies, but this foolish monkey abandoned the 7 fairies and went to pick peaches to eat.
This isn't the little cutie. What else could it be?
However, Wang Hui is even more foolish than Sun Wukong. At least Sun Wukong didn't touch the 7 fairies and went straight for the peaches. Old Wang Hui is different. He touched them, but instead of using his beak, he used his fingers. If it were like the finger god's painful eagle, using the fingers in the right place would have been acceptable, but Mr. Wang Hui used the wrong place, causing a head injury.
This is truly frustrating. Chapter 170, Concerns.
Sorry, I couldn't resist when I saw your beautiful forehead.
My hand just itched and I flicked it out.
How about this, let's just consider the forehead flick as the condition I propose today.
Seeing Wei Si's angry expression, Wang Hui knew he shouldn't laugh, but he couldn't help but burst out laughing.
However, when she saw Wei Si's gaze, which seemed as though he wanted to devour her, and noticed that he had tightened his grip on the reins, she quickly apologized. Wang Hui certainly didn't want to be harshly whipped by Wei Si in a fit of anger. Although being whipped by a beautiful woman might be exciting for some men. In fact, Wang Hui even came across an online news article stating that some perverted men, in search of stimulation, actually pay money to hire so-called queens to spank them.
Upon hearing such news, Wang Hui was utterly shocked. It truly is a case of, the bigger the forest, the more birds there are. However, Wang Hui remained composed on the inside.
He felt nothing but contempt and disgust for such a hobby.
In fact, what had just happened was also an accident. Wang Hui hadn't intended to do it. He was genuinely attracted to Wei Si and had indeed intended to kiss her.
But just as Wang Hui was about to kiss her, Wei Si suddenly puckered her lips as if to kiss him, snapping him back to his senses. He had only felt the urge to win her over because she had provoked him. However, after calming down and thinking it through, he realized he couldn't act on it. After all, his relationship with Wei Si was just that of ordinary friends. Although she was beautiful, he wasn't the type to fall for any woman. The main issue is that Wei Si is too difficult to deal with. Previously, when he kissed her, it wasn't a big deal. The more she resisted, the less he thought of it. At most, he'd get called a scoundrel, but the other person wouldn't really do anything about it. It's just like back then at the hotel. What happens today stays today. After today, everything starts over, and their relationship will go back to how it was before. However, Wei Si's recent changes made him realize that the other person's attitude had already shifted. If he went through with the kiss, even if there was no happy ending afterward, their relationship would never go back to the way it was before. It would only grow closer and more intimate. This is not what Wan Hui wants to see. It's not that Wei Si isn't perfect, but he already has Luo Meng and Jiang Tingting by his side. Just these two women alone were enough to give Wang Hui a headache. Even now, he still has no idea how to handle the relationship between the three of them. Because for Wang Hui, both of them had been with him, and he wasn't the kind of man who just played around. Since it had happened, he felt responsible for them, so she couldn't bring herself to choose between them. However, if he were to ask them to choose between the two, even if Wang Hui agreed and Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng also agreed, their parents would absolutely never consent. After all, whether it's Jiang Huan or Luo Jun, they are both prominent figures in Beichen. If word got out that their daughter was competing with another woman for a man, where would their faces be? Once they find out the truth, they certainly won't let Wang Hui off easily. This is also one of the reasons why Jiang Tingting has been hoping to settle down with Wang Hui sooner rather than later. She doesn't know how much longer such a matter can be kept hidden. Once Jiang Huan discovered the truth, even if he loved Jiang Tingting deeply, he would never allow such a ridiculous situation to continue. Therefore, the best solution is for either Jiang Tingting or Luo Meng to voluntarily step back and make way for the other. In this way, the crisis would naturally be resolved, and regardless of what happened before, the parents of both parties would turn a blind eye for the sake of their daughters. However, Wan Hui knew that such an outcome was unlikely to materialize. Because these two women neither respected nor yielded to one another, neither would easily give up. If they had known each other from the start, one of them should have withdrawn voluntarily at that moment. Instead of acting like before, fighting over Wang Hui in public and causing a scene. In the end, after discovering that Luo Meng had succeeded in his scheme, Jiang Tingting even voluntarily offered herself to try to salvage the situation. From the above points alone, it is clear that the two of them are deeply in love with Wang Hui, and getting them to give up would be harder than climbing to the moon. However, fortunately, both women cared deeply about Wang Hui's feelings. Before Wang Hui made a final decision, the two women did not come to blows, and for now, they are coexisting peacefully. However, Wan Hui knew that this was only the case as long as no other women joined the fray. Once Wei Si really joined in, regardless of whether Wang Hui agreed or not, Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng would definitely lose their temper on the spot. Even if Wei Si has a strong background, possibly on par with Luo Meng's family, when compared to Jiang Tingting's family, there is still a significant gap. Because the Jiang family isn't just about money, they have an even more astonishing background in the capital. Chapter 171, If you can't afford to lose, don't play. If it weren't for Uncle Wang Hui being unexpectedly beaten last time, he would still think that the Jiang family was just a wealthy merchant family. However, Wang Hui also knew that from the fact that Jiang Huan had come to Beichen to develop on his own, it was clear that he did not intend to rely on his family's influence. At least for now, in this small corner of Beichen, the number of people Jiang Huan could mobilize from his family was definitely no more than a handful. Of course, the true powerhouses of Beichen all know each other inside out, and unless absolutely necessary, none would dare to offend the others. However, if someone were to make the mistake of provoking them, they would likely vanish without a trace. For a family like the Jiang family, making someone disappear is no more difficult than crushing an ant. Therefore, at this moment, Wang Hui did not pursue a closer relationship with Wei Si. This was not only for his own sake but also, more importantly, for the other person's sake. He certainly didn't want Wei Si to suffer any unnecessary harm because of him. Of course, it wasn't just Wei Si, he also didn't want anything to happen to Huya. Even if Wang Hui knew that Huya had feelings for him and wanted to be his girlfriend, he managed to keep himself in check, avoiding getting too entangled with her, giving her no room to maneuver, and maintaining a strict distance at all times. Over time, the other person will eventually back down, and this outcome benefits both parties more than it harms them. In the end, the reason Wang Hui acts this way is because he currently lacks the ability to protect himself. Even back then, in a small place like Jinko, a lowly constable didn't even bother to take Wang Hui seriously. Had it not been for the help of Duanmu Jinji, followed by Lin Wu and the two sisters Jiang Tingting, he would have found it much harder to extricate himself so quickly. Of course, this is merely the current situation, as Wang Hui has only recently obtained the system, and everything is still in its early stages. To the true powerhouses, Wang Hui is still just a fledgling bird with wings that haven't fully grown yet. Even if they knew that Wang Hui owned a 40-story office building and that his net worth had surpassed 10 billion, it would only catch their attention at most. Making them feel threatened is absolutely impossible. Because they are not only wealthy but also possess unparalleled status and connections. Only those who possess all of these qualities can truly be considered prominent figures in high society. However, Wang Hui currently possesses only wealth. Nevertheless, by becoming a disciple of Duanmu Jinji, Wang Hui has begun to gradually move toward the path of becoming a prominent figure. Wang Hui believes that it won't take too long before he can look down on not only the Jiang family of Beichen, but even the Jiang family of the capital. By then, Wang Hui will be the master of this world, and those who once looked up to him will all look up to him instead. After hearing Wang Hui's explanation, Wei Si should have been overjoyed, as the bet he feared most had been so easily fulfilled. However, she couldn't bring herself to feel happy. The look in her eyes as she looked at Wang Hui clearly carried a hint of disappointment, and her heart was filled with a mix of emotions. Although she had always refused Wang Hui, she knew deep down that her feelings for him were far more than just a simple crush. She had truly fallen in love with Wang Hui. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so upset just because he didn't kiss her. At that moment, Wei Si recalled her previous speculation. She didn't know if Wang Hui had changed his mind because he found her unattractive or thought she was older than him. Or perhaps he felt she wasn't good enough, not pretty enough, or something else entirely. Such doubts made Wei Si feel suffocated. Wei Si really wanted to ask Wang Hui how he truly felt about him. Did he really have no feelings for him at all? But the words stuck in her throat. Wei Si had always been a proud and confident woman, her achievements speaking for themselves. At such a young age, she had gone from an unknown woman to a renowned musician. The growing number of fans and increasing wealth have filled Wei Si with immense pride. But now, asking a man if he likes her by lowering herself like that is something she simply cannot bring herself to do. Oh my god, she's getting angry? Come on, you're being too sensitive. If you can't handle losing, just don't play. Seeing Wei Si staring at him without saying a word, the atmosphere became increasingly awkward, and Wang Hui felt a pang of guilt. He knew deep down that it must have been his actions earlier that had hurt the other person. Although Wang Hui felt guilty about the outcome, he let things take their course, because this was the only ending he wanted. She didn't want the two of them to become more entangled, even if Wei Si came to hate him for it. He was determined to play the villain to the end. So Wang Hui didn't go to comfort Wei Si or explain himself. Instead, he mocked him even more. Chapter 172, Tonight, we continue. Cut it out. Am I the kind of person who does that? I'll remember this, and next time I'll pay you back double. Sure enough, Wang Hui's words diverted Wei Si's attention. Wei Si was already feeling miserable because of what Wang Hui had done earlier. Now that he was mocking her like this, she couldn't just let him off the hook. She immediately retorted. Alright, time and place, what's the bet, and how do we bet? You decide. If you lose, haha, next time I won't go easy on you. Seeing Wei Si return to his usual self, Wang Hui sighed in relief and quickly jumped in to continue the conversation. You said it, so let's do it tonight. Let's pick a nearby hotel. We'll bet on drinking. Whoever passes out first loses. As soon as Wang Hui made the suggestion, Wei Si's eyes lit up. She already knew how to get revenge for today. Are you kidding me? You're not serious, are you? We're going to drink again? Didn't we just say we wouldn't drink together anymore? Let's find someone else. This won't work. As soon as he heard the word drink, Wang Hui's face turned as sour as a bitter melon. What he feared most now was hearing the word drinking, especially when it came from Wei Si's mouth. The impact was devastating. You see, ever since Wang Hui met Wei Si, whenever the two of them got together, they basically didn't do anything else but drink. He wasn't much of a drinker to begin with, but Wei Si insisted on drinking beer, white wine, and red wine with him. Drinking several types of alcohol mixed together inevitably led to blacking out. After trying this a few times, he truly didn't want to try it again. Wang Hui was truly afraid that one day, after drinking too much, he would pass out on the spot. In that case, he would likely be one of the first hosts to obtain the system only to die in such a tragic manner. Seeing Wang Hui's miserable expression, Wei Si finally felt a little relieved. Just thinking about how the other person had treated her earlier, her competitive spirit compelled her to regain her dignity. Although her tolerance for alcohol was average, after drinking with Wang Hui a few times, she still had confidence that she could outdrink him. In fact, for Wei Si, there were many other ways to beat Wang Hui. Drinking was just the worst option. After all, to get Wang Hui drunk enough to pass out, Wei Si would have to be at least on the brink of intoxication himself. But she was doing this for her own selfish reasons. Just like men, the more you can't get something, the more you want it. Women are the same. Their possessiveness is no less than men's. Wei Si didn't believe that Wang Hui had no feelings for her, because she could see everything that had happened before. Although earlier, out of pride and reserve, she hadn't dared to ask Wang Hui the question that was on her mind. So she resorted to the most primitive method, speaking her mind after drinking, to demand an answer. She wanted to find out why Wang Hui had given up on kissing her this time. Was it because he truly didn't like her, or was there something he couldn't bring himself to say? If the answer was that he didn't like her or wasn't interested in her, Wei Si wouldn't say much either. He would use this drunken episode as an excuse to brush it off, just like before, as if it had never happened. Perhaps from now on, her relationship with Wang Hui will remain that of ordinary friends, and she won't get so close to him anymore. However, if the answer she receives from Wang Hui is that he likes her but is holding back due to other unspoken reasons, then Wei Si would definitely act without regard for consequences. Even if Wang Hui were drunk, even if she had to force herself on him, she would complete everything she hadn't finished today.
Women are like that.
Once they fall in love, they won't hesitate, even if the consequences will affect them. They will sacrifice everything.
As for Wang Hui's unspoken concerns, Wei Si doesn't care.
She believes that with her abilities, she can resolve any issue. Just like Zhang Tingting, Wei Si also had a mysterious background, though most people were unaware of it. In the eyes of others, she is merely a musician and a celebrity. Otherwise, just a celebrity, at the golf club before and now at the horse ranch. How could she possibly be so highly regarded? Even at the previous club, Wei Si directly scolded their boss and threatened them, asking if they didn't want to keep the club open. After all, a golf club requires a significant amount of land.
The capital investment required is absolutely astronomical.
Setting aside the cost, securing such a large piece of land alone is not something just anyone can accomplish. Because some things aren't something you can just buy with money, you need to go through a series of other means to obtain them. Therefore, the club owner is undoubtedly someone who is high and mighty, someone no one dares to provoke. But even such an owner dared not retaliate after being reprimanded by Wei Si, which speaks volumes about how formidable Wei Si's background must be.
Chapter 173, A Woman's Mind.
If she were just an ordinary celebrity, given the boss's status, he might not even bother with her. Let alone the fact that she dared to speak to him like that. However, Wei Si, like the Zhang family, would not casually resort to his connections under normal circumstances. Only in dire circumstances would he resort to such measures.
You know you're afraid, but you said it yourself.
If you don't want a drink, that's fine, but let me flick your forehead now, or else I'm not playing with you today. Wei Xiang thought about it and decided to give the other person an out, not insisting that they drink.
Although he was confident in himself, he was also afraid that Wang Hui's final answer might be something he couldn't accept.
At that point, their separation would be inevitable, and that was precisely what Wei Si did not want to see. Rather than take such a risk, Wei Si had made up her mind to proceed gradually. She believed in her charm and was confident that she would eventually win him over.
No problem. Don't just say one tap, I wouldn't even mind too. Wang Hui isn't a little cutie.
Knowing that Wei Si was holding a grudge, she had to let her vent her anger before the day could end. Wang Hui had previously suggested taking another gamble precisely to allow the other party to vent their frustration. Regardless of what they gambled on, Wang Hui would intentionally lose, allowing the other party to make a demand as a way to compensate for his mistake. But who would have thought that Wei Si would choose drinking? For the sake of his health, Wang Hui had no choice but to refuse. Now that she heard the other person wanted to play brainbusting, she was more than happy to oblige. She was actually afraid that Wei Si would win and then demand to be whipped with a horsewhip as a condition. At that point, she would have to accept the consequences of the bet and endure the lashes.
You said it yourself, so I won't hold back. Upon hearing Wang Hui agree, Wei Si smirked and walked toward Wang Hui.
Then Wei Si raised her fair little hand, blew a breath on her fingertips in front of Wang Hui, and slowly curled her thumb and middle finger. Gulping, Wang Hui watched as the fingers, now fully charged, moved toward his forehead. He couldn't help but swallow hard before closing his eyes. He didn't even need to think to know that if that finger made contact, his forehead would at least turn red.
Seeing Wang Hui's frightened expression, Wei Si couldn't help but laugh, and the anger in his heart subsided by more than half.
The next moment, the tense fingers snapped out and landed on Wang Hui's forehead.
Why so light?
Wang Hui had thought that this blow to the head would be unforgettable. But when the finger actually made contact, he felt no pain at all. But when his finger actually made contact, he didn't feel a single twinge of pain. Although the effect of the martial arts card was still active, Wang Hui wasn't the type to cheat, and since he needed to let the other person vent, he certainly wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. Therefore, he had no guard up at all, fully prepared to endure the opponent's finger strike. However, he never expected that the opponent's finger, which had been building up power, did not exert any force.
Alright, let's forget about what just happened.
When Wang Hui opened his eyes, he saw Wei Si withdrawing his finger.
Is that it? No second strike? Although Wei Si had already made his intentions clear, Wang Hui couldn't help but ask. Although he wasn't very familiar with Wei Si, he had interacted with him a few times and knew his personality. He was the type who was competitive and eager to prove himself. Given how he had treated her before, now that he had the chance to vent his frustration, there was no way he would let him off so easily. What's the matter? I showed mercy and let you off, and you're not even grateful. You're just hoping I'll do it again, aren't you? Alright, I'll grant you your wish. This time, I'll make sure you don't get away with it. Seeing that Wang Hui was begging for a beating, Wei Si was so angry he laughed. He gathered his strength in his fingers and walked over. Wei Si had originally intended to severely punish Wang Hui to vent his anger, but when it came time to act, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Wei Si had intended to take a hard revenge on Wang Hui to vent his anger, but when it came time to act, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it.
That's why, at the last moment, he released his strength and merely gave a light tap. Women are like that. For someone they love, they can tolerate everything about them, even if the other person hurts them. They would rather bear the pain alone than see the other person suffer. No, it's my fault. Thank you, Wei Damo, for sparing my life. Seeing Wei Si's aura gradually rising, Wang Hui's lips twitched, and he really wanted to slap himself. They had already spared him, yet he was still going out of his way to seek his own demise. You know your place. Next time you provoke me, I won't use my hands. After Wei Si finished speaking, he picked up the horsewhip with both hands and pulled it tightly. The sound of the whip snapping closed left Wang Hui speechless. A woman's mind is truly unpredictable. One moment she's smiling at you, and the next she might be ready to fight you to the death. It's getting late. Let's go eat. Wei Si glanced at his watch and suggested. Chapter 174, The Banquet. Sorry, I can't accompany you tonight. I have something to attend to. Let's reschedule for another time. Wang Hui shook his head and declined the invitation. After all, what had just happened made it a bit awkward to go out for dinner now. Plus, Wang Hui has been out since yesterday, and it's been a whole day now, so he has to go back. Because the day after tomorrow is his mother's birthday, he must go back to prepare for it. In the past, Wang Hui's family wasn't well off, so they never made a big deal out of birthdays. Usually, they would just buy some braised dishes, drinks, and then cook a few homestyle dishes to get by. But things are different now. After renting out 40 floors of office space, Wang Hui has earned over 100 million yuan in cash. How could he possibly live as casually as before? After all, his parents worked hard their entire lives to raise him. If he doesn't repay them now, when will he? What would that make him any different from others? Wang Hui had already decided half a month ago that this time he would make his mother's birthday banquet as grand as possible. As for the venue for the birthday banquet, it had to be grand and upscale. Therefore, Wang Hui immediately thought of the Shangri-La Hotel. This is an internationally renowned 5-star hotel chain, and in Beichin City, it is also one of the top-rated hotels. Essentially, any prominent figure in Beichin City hosts their banquets here, regardless of the scale of the event. Of course, with the increased prestige comes a hefty price tag. The cheapest banquet starts at over 10,000 yuan per table, and you must book at least 20 tables. In other words, the minimum spending requirement for hosting a banquet here is 200,000 yuan. Back in the day, Wang Hui wouldn't even dare to think about it. Even though his novels were decent, his annual income was only around 100,000 yuan. To host a banquet here, he'd have to go without eating or drinking for nearly 3 years. Even if Wang Hui agreed, his mother would never consent. After all, birthdays come every year, there's no need to waste money like that. You know, it's easy to spend money but hard to earn it. How many people do things just for appearances, only to end up looking foolish in the end? But for Wang Hui today, forget about the minimum spending requirement of 200,000 yuan. Even if it were 2 million yuan, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. As long as his mother is happy, even 20 million would be worth it to Wang Hui. However, after meeting Wei Si, Wang Hui shifted his focus and decided that the Shangri-La Hotel wasn't the best choice after all. This was because the private club Wei Si took him to was clearly of a much higher caliber. However, this private club is only open to members and is not like the Shangri-La Hotel, which is open to everyone. At the Shangri-La, as long as you have the money, you can enjoy everything. But here, even if you spend a fortune, no one will give you the time of day if you don't have membership status. This is the difference in status. Not everyone with money can become a member here. Because their membership cards are not for sale, they are only given to those they deem qualified. If it weren't for Wei Si bringing Wang Hui there earlier, even with his 40-story office building and a net worth of over 100 billion. However, in the eyes of these people, Wang Hui had no fame and wasn't the offspring of a wealthy family. Under such circumstances, Wang Hui dared to come here. Not only could he not afford to give away membership cards, but he might not even have the privilege to enter the restaurant to eat. Therefore, after returning, Wang Hui selected this private club as the venue for the banquet. However, when he called Manager 2 to inform him of the decision, the manager refused the request. The reason was that their club only accommodates regular dinners and does not accept banquets. This is mainly because banquets typically involve a large number of people, which can often be noisy, whereas their club is designed to be a quiet and elegant place. Additionally, the guests are all from high society circles. While Wang Hui himself has impeccable manners, who can guarantee that everyone will behave as politely as he does in such a setting? When he heard the result, Wang Hui was also very disappointed. He had originally thought that if the birthday banquet were held here, the unique experience would have been something his mother would cherish for the rest of her life. After all, such a unique place isn't like Shangri-La, where you can just walk in any time. Originally, Wang Hui had considered asking Wei Si for assistance, but after some thought, he decided against it. At that time, she had only met Wei Si a few times, and they weren't even friends after 2 days. At most, they were just a tenant and a landlord. He had already shown her great favor by bringing her to a private club and even getting her a membership card. Now, if you go to someone else to ask for a favor for your own personal matters, Wei Si will end up in a difficult position. Most importantly, Wang Hui isn't confident either. He believes that even if Wei Si intervenes, the outcome might be the same. Because Tu Lisha had already explained over the phone that it wasn't because Wang Hui's membership level wasn't high enough, but because they simply didn't host such banquets here.
Chapter 175, Xian Yun Pavilion.
Most of the guests who came here were for business banquets, so the number of people was never too large. Therefore, very few people actually come here just to eat. First, the prices here are several times higher than those of regular star-rated hotels. Second, this isn't the kind of place where you can shout loudly, drink excessively, or play drinking games. It's not like a banquet where dozens or even hundreds of people gather, creating a bustling, noisy scene. No matter how much money guests offer, the club will not accommodate them. This is the rule at Xian Yungu. Since Lin Xian founded Xian Yungu in Beichin City, it has been several years, and this rule has never been broken. Although Wang Hui knew Wei Si was a big star and a regular here, he didn't think the other party would break the club's rules for Wei Si. Therefore, Wang Hui didn't even mention it and could only reluctantly give up, continuing to hold the banquet at the Shangri-La Hotel. But no one could have anticipated that just 1 week later, Wang Hui would receive another call from Tu Lisha. She called him herself to inform him that the banquet arrangements were all set. They asked Wang Hui to provide them with the required dishes and the number of diners so they could make all the necessary preparations in advance. This call left Wang Hui speechless for a moment. He hadn't expected the other party to change their mind. After all, Tu Lisha had explicitly stated earlier that their club had been in operation for several years, and this rule had never been broken before. Now, in just 1 week, they've broken the rule for him. Wang Hui knew exactly where he stood. If Wang Hui were really that kind of powerful and influential figure, then Tu Lisha wouldn't be making this call now. Even if she hadn't known his capabilities at the time, she wouldn't have waited more than a day, because someone who could open such a club couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. Later, under Wang Hui's persistent questioning, Tu Lisha finally explained that this was something the boss, Lin Xian, had instructed her to do. She also asked Wang Hui for forgiveness, as she had no idea that Wang Hui was actually friends with the boss. If she had known, she wouldn't have been so blunt earlier. Wang Hui listened and forgave Tu Lisha, telling her not to worry about it. After all, she was just a worker, and she hadn't meant to cause any trouble. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hui finally understood the reason behind the matter. Because the day before he received the call, he had taken his master, Duanmu Jinji, to Xian Yungu for dinner. It was also on that day that he met Xian Yunji's owner, Lin Xian. It was also at that time that he realized how formidable his master, Duanmu, truly was, and that he actually hailed from the capital and was the heir apparent of a top-tier family. He also learned that Lin Xian was another powerful figure with deep connections. Like his master Duanmu, he too hailed from the capital and was also the heir to his family's clan. However, both of them have no interest in their family's business and prefer a carefree and leisurely lifestyle. Duanmu chose to open a small shop in the antique market, waiting for someone special to come along and share a cup of tea. Meanwhile, Lin Xian opened a private club in Beichin, running his business while continuing to build his network. At the time, Wang Hui had considered asking Lin Xian for a favor, to see if he could arrange the banquet there. However, due to his uncle's matter, it was delayed. Yet Wang Hui never expected that even though he hadn't asked for help, the other party had come to him on their own initiative. However, Wang Hui wasn't one to be easily swayed. He knew that Lin Xian was doing this not out of courtesy, but for his own reasons. After all, during their first meeting at the club, Lin Xian had already shown some contempt for Wang Hui. Although Lin Xian wasn't from Beichin, he had been there for several years. Since opening the Xian Yun Pavilion, he had only interacted with influential figures in Beichin. In his memory, there was no one named Wang Hui, and even among the prominent families in Beichin, there was no one surnamed Wang. Therefore, at the time, he was somewhat puzzled by Duanmu taking Wang Hui, an ordinary person, as his disciple. Because Lin Xian and Duanmu both came from top-tier families in the capital. Even if he wasn't relying on his family's influence and was developing on his own, they are not people who can be easily ignored. Such individuals are inherently arrogant, and there are few in Beichin who can catch their eye. Therefore, even if they were to take on an apprentice, it would never be someone like Wang Hui, who is unknown. It would have to be the heir to one of the prominent families in Beichin. Only someone with such a background would be worthy of becoming their disciple. Therefore, Wang Hui knew that Lin Xian had agreed to this matter out of respect for his master, Duanmu Jin. Otherwise, someone like Lin Xian, a prominent young master from the capital, would never break the rules he had established over the years for someone from Beichin City. From that moment onward, Wang Hui felt even more gratitude toward his master, Duanmu Jin. Chapter 176, The Circle. At the same time, they were even more eager to enhance their own abilities. This world is one where strength speaks volumes. Those with the strongest fists, the deepest connections, and the most influence hold the power. If Wang Hui's own strength were not that of a minor figure, but rather that of someone who had surpassed and reached the level of Duanmu Jin, even someone as powerful as Lin Xian would have to speak cautiously in his presence. If they find out that Wang Hui's family is hosting a birthday banquet, they probably won't even wait for Wang Hui to speak, they'll proactively call to invite him to attend the banquet.
That's a symbol of power.
However, Wang Hui believes that this day won't be too far off, because the system has also been upgraded. Completing the rental tasks assigned by the system not only earns rewards in the form of properties and money but also increases points, which can be used to redeem items and skills in the points mall. Of course, in addition to that, after the last system update, 3 special items were directly awarded as rewards. Among them, the D rank reward, the martial arts card, allows one to reach the level of a martial arts master. With this, Wang Hui no longer needs to fear being targeted by others, as he now possesses the ability to protect himself.
The C rank reward, the Golden Finger Overdraft card, ensures 100% success in all investments.
This not only provides access to more capital but also enables users to plan their future business strategies in advance. Of course, the most powerful reward is the B-level reward, the Millionaire card. This card allows Wang Hui to instantly transform into a super wealthy individual and gain access to their extensive network of connections. With such top-tier connections, tasks that were once impossible become incredibly simple. It can be said that the importance of connections sometimes surpasses that of money. Because in this world, money alone cannot buy everything. For example, someone might want to spend money to buy Lin Xian's Xian Yun Pavilion.
Who is Lin Xian?
He's the young master of the capital city. His family has assets exceeding 1 trillion, and they rank among the top in the capital. Setting aside his family, the company he co-founded with his sister Lin Wu alone is worth hundreds of billions, and his personal assets have long surpassed the 100 billion mark.
Do you think someone like this would sell his private club for money? Does he look like someone who needs money?
But what if the buyer is someone even Lin Xian has to look up to, someone so powerful that even the Lin family dares not offend?
In such a situation, would Lin Xian dare to refuse?
Even if he were to sell it, it is entirely possible that Lin Xian might give away the Xian Yun Gu, which he had been running for years, as a gesture of goodwill toward the other party.
Therefore, expanding one's network is equivalent to having one's own strength recognized. If you lack the necessary capabilities, how can you expect to build a network? Because the circles of the wealthy are also divided into tiers. For example, the Duanmu family, the Lin family, and the Zheng family are all part of the same tier. Their family assets all exceed 1 trillion, making them undeniably part of the top tier.
As for Wang Hui today, he is far behind. Although his personal assets, calculated based on the real estate holdings provided by the system, have reached the 100 billion level, he cannot compare with those above him and can at most be classified as part of the second tier. However, with the existence of the wealthy card, the moment Wang Hui uses it, he naturally becomes part of the first tier.
However, this is just the beginning. Currently, Wang Hui has not obtained many items yet.
In the future, as he completes more tasks assigned by the system, the rewards he receives will become even more abundant.
By then, it won't be as simple as just having connections. Perhaps a single reward could even grant Wang Hui assets worth over 100 billion.
By then, Wang Hui will prove to everyone through his actions that he didn't rely on his master Duanmu Jingji's help, but solely on his own abilities.
What's so urgent?
It's almost time to eat, and it won't take much longer. After being rejected by Wang Hui again, Wei Sishu furrowed her brows and asked. Although Wang Hui's expression remained unchanged, a woman's intuition is usually accurate, and Wei Sihue could tell that Wang Hui was avoiding the topic. The more Wang Hui acted this way, the more she felt that he was hiding something from her. At the same time, she was certain that Wang Hui must have feelings for her, otherwise, there would be no need for him to avoid her like this.
After all, she wasn't a tiger, was she really going to eat him? Next time, I've got plans to have dinner with my family tonight. Noticing Wei Si's suspicion, Wang Hui didn't bother to explain further and simply made up an excuse to decline again.
Of course, as Wei Si had said, Wang Hui definitely had time for a meal, but to avoid any complications, he can only refuse. Otherwise, if he accidentally ends up drinking again, there's no telling if he'll even be able to go home tonight. Because Wang Hui knew how difficult Wei Si could be once he started, there was no way to leave easily. As a result, he had less than a day to prepare for the birthday banquet. If something goes wrong due to the rush, causing any issues with the banquet, that is the last thing Wang Hui wants to see happen.
Chapter 177, Why not invite me up to sit down?
Originally, Wang Hui had intended to invite Wei Si to attend the birthday banquet. After all, Wei Si is a big star, and if he were to sing a few songs at the birthday banquet to wish his mother a happy birthday, the effect would be absolutely stunning. After all, such treatment isn't something everyone can enjoy.
Although Wang Hui's parents are not star chasers, many of his relatives and friends are.
When they see Wang Hui even inviting celebrities, they will surely praise him highly. This not only brings honor to himself but also to his parents.
After all, not just anyone can invite celebrities to their birthday party.
Especially someone like Wei Si, a top-tier musician, isn't someone you can just hire with money. He's not comparable to those third or fourth-tier celebrities.
However, Wang Hui ultimately did not invite Wei Si and also did not mention his mother's birthday. Because Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng were both coming that day.
If it had just been Jiang Tingting alone, it would have been fine, since she didn't know about Wei Si and his relationship with her.
He could easily brush it off by pretending to be the tenant and the landlord. But things were different when Luo Meng arrived. She and Wei Si had met before, and back then at the bar, the two of them had a little altercation. That night, Wei Si flirted with Wang Hui in front of Luo Meng. Luo Meng tried to help Wang Hui, but Wei Si dismissed her as a child, which enraged Luo Meng to the point of near fainting. Even though Wang Hui remained calm at the time, consistently rejecting Wei Si and explaining their relationship to Luo Meng, being a woman, couldn't think that way. If they were just ordinary tenants and landlords, would they be so flirtatious upon meeting?
Especially since Wei Si was a musician.
As a public figure, he must be very mindful of his image. Flirting with a man so casually, doesn't he fear rumors spreading?
Especially for female celebrities, once a scandal arises, it is absolutely unacceptable to their fans. If handled poorly, it could lead to a significant loss of followers. Fans are undeniably crucial to a celebrity, as their popularity and influence rely heavily on the support and loyalty of their fanbase. It can be said that fans are their bread and butter. You can offend your parents, but you must never offend your fans. Therefore, every move Wei Si makes leads Luo Meng to conclude that the two are definitely involved. At that time, Luo Meng and Wang Hui hadn't yet developed such a close relationship, so no matter what Wei Si did, she could only seethe in silence and couldn't do anything about it.
But things were different now.
Given Luo Meng's assertive nature, if she were to encounter Wei Si again, she would certainly not let it go so easily. If Wei Si really shows up, enemies meeting face to face will only intensify their hatred.
Luo Meng will definitely tell Jiang Tingting about Wei Si, and then the two of them will team up to deal with Wei Si. Once the three women start causing trouble, the consequences will be unimaginable.
Who knows, this birthday banquet might just turn into a farce involving the three of them. By then, Wang Hui would have meant well but ended up causing trouble. He had intended to throw his mother a dignified birthday banquet, but because of his own actions, it turned into a scene of three women fighting over a man. Such an absurd situation would not only be the subject of gossip but also bring shame upon his parents. So whenever he thought about it, Wang Hui kept his mouth shut. He would never let such a thing happen.
Alright then, let's plan something else for next time. I'll walk you back.
Seeing that Wang Hui had even moved his family out, Wei Si didn't press the matter further.
He sighed and let it go. No need. You've been busy all day. I'll just take a taxi myself.
Wang Hui shook his head and said,
Stop talking nonsense. Aren't you in a hurry? In the middle of nowhere like this, how are you going to hail a taxi?
After being repeatedly rejected by Wang Hui, Wei Si's anger flared up again. Seeing Wei Si about to explode again, Wang Hui didn't say anything else and followed him into the car. Seeing that Wei Si was about to explode again, Wang Hui said nothing more and followed him into the car. However, ever since the incident earlier, the atmosphere between the two had become extremely awkward. In the car, Wei Si focused on driving, while Wang Hui played with his phone alone.
Neither of them spoke. I'll go first. Drive carefully on the way. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of Wang Hui's residential complex.
Wang Hui gave a quick greeting and got out of the car. Wei Si, who had remained silent the entire time, finally spoke up.
Just like that? Aren't you going to invite me up for a visit?
Upon hearing this, Wang Hui froze for a moment, his head buzzing instantly. What he feared most was Wei Si's tactics, which was also one of the reasons why he preferred to take a taxi home rather than have Wei Si drive him. You should know that Wang Hui doesn't live alone, he lives with his parents. If Wei Si were to go up there, he would definitely see his parents, and that would cause trouble. Because when Jiang Tingting was brought home by him before, Wang Hui's parents interrogated him like they were conducting a household registration check, asking about his ancestors for 18 generations.
Chapter 178, Meeting the Parents. Even though their relationship hadn't been confirmed yet, the two elderly people were already treating Jiang Tingting as if she were their future daughter-in-law.
If Wei Si were to be brought back like this, Wang Hui didn't know if his parents would come back again to pry into the matter. If Wei Si were to jokingly say that she was his girlfriend, his parents would probably be over the moon. After all, the two elderly people's greatest wish now is to hold their grandson in their arms as soon as possible. Additionally, Jiang Tingting has never acknowledged that she is their girlfriend. It is merely the two elderly individuals who believe this to be the case.
However, Wei Si is different. If she were to admit it voluntarily, the two elderly individuals would certainly take action. They would definitely invite the other party to attend the birthday banquet the day after tomorrow. In that case, wouldn't everything she had done before be in vain? That's not a good idea.
I don't live alone, I live with my parents, and both of them are at home right now.
Do you want to meet my parents? Wang Hui thought for a moment and said reluctantly.
He hoped to get rid of Wei Si by sending the two elderly people. Because he believed that Wei Si wanted to go up because he assumed he was living alone. However, if she heard that there was an elderly person present, as a woman, she would feel awkward. Because generally speaking, if a man brings a woman home to meet his parents, it's definitely not just a casual friend. He would only do that after confirming the nature of their relationship.
What are you afraid of? Am I, Wei Si, not good enough for you? Or is it that you don't want to? Wei Si asked dismissively. He had thought that after saying that, Wei Si would give up the idea, but he never expected the other party to act so unpredictably. I even brought up my parents, yet he still wanted to come over. That's just too much. Wei Si, said something that left Wang Hui speechless. Haha, what about me? Never mind, look how scared you are. I didn't prepare any gifts today either, so going to your house empty-handed wouldn't be appropriate. But I'll say this first, next time I come, you're not allowed to act like this. Seeing Wang Hui's nervous expression, Wei Si couldn't help but laugh. She had only mentioned it casually earlier, she hadn't really intended to go sit there. Because Wang Hui hadn't acknowledged her at all along the way, and combined with everything that had happened before, all of this had left her feeling annoyed. But she never expected that Wang Hui not only rejected her but also used his parents as an excuse. Who was Wei Si? She was a celebrity, she wasn't afraid of dealing with strangers. After all, every time she holds a concert, there are tens of thousands of fans who come to watch, and she doesn't recognize a single one of them. In such a large crowd, she can remain calm and composed, how much more so when facing two elderly individuals. So Wang Hui thought he could use this tactic to scare her, but he was definitely in the wrong place. Not only did it fail to scare Wei Si, but it actually made her even more eager to go up and sit down. As mentioned earlier, Wei Si had feelings for Wang Hui, and she was certain that Wang Hui was interested in her. However, Wang Hui has certain unspoken reasons. Since the other party dares not take the initiative, Wei Si will take the initiative instead. The meaning of visiting the parents' home, Wei Si couldn't possibly not understand. She also wanted to use this opportunity to get to know the two elders. She also wanted to express her feelings toward Wang Hui. Once she gained the approval of the two elders, Wang Hui would naturally stop being so cold toward her. Although young people today enjoy marital freedom, the elderly generally do not interfere too much. However, at the very least, children will still heed their parents' advice. By speaking highly of them in front of Wang Hui, the chances of the two of them being together will naturally increase. Moreover, Wei Si is an exceptionally outstanding woman. Which parent wouldn't want their son to marry such a woman? However, Wei Si ultimately spared the other party, as she had said, if she were to meet Wang Hui's parents, she naturally couldn't act casually. She would definitely need to prepare a proper gift. And such a gift cannot be prepared casually, it will definitely take a lot of time. Therefore, after careful consideration, Wei Si decided to give Wang Hui some time to prepare. She didn't want to come across as too forceful, as that might make the other person feel uncomfortable, even if they ended up together. She didn't want to come across as too assertive, as that might make the other person feel uncomfortable even if they ended up together. After all, there aren't many men in this world who like women who are like a lioness. Under normal circumstances, men prefer their partners to be gentle, considerate, understanding, and as dependent as a little bird. Haha, then it's settled. I'll make the arrangements next time. As soon as Wei Si said that, Wang Hui finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was truly afraid that he would insist on following him upstairs. However, Wang Hui wasn't going to just sit there and wait for trouble. She wasn't going to let Wei Si lead her home like a fool. He had already made up his mind, if things didn't work out, he would take the other person out for a meal and then find an opportunity to slip away. By then, no matter how powerful Wei Si was, he wouldn't be able to find his way to his house. Chapter 179, I've decided on you for the rest of my life. However, now that the other party has voluntarily given up, Wang Hui is naturally delighted. As for the latter part of the statement, it was purely a perfunctory remark. Wang Hui couldn't even dodge it, so how could he possibly take the initiative to arrange it? That would be courting death. At least before he had sorted out his relationships with Jiang Tingting and Luo Meng, he would never bring Wei Si back home. Of course, even if he does sort things out, he might still choose not to bring her back. Although Wei Si is very talented and beautiful, she is also quite troublesome. He certainly didn't want to climb out of one fire pit only to jump into another. Wang Hui wasn't uninterested in women, it was just that his top priority right now was to complete the task assigned by the system. Because only by completing the tasks assigned by the system and obtaining more rewards can he grow quickly and truly ascend to the level of a world-renowned figure. Only then will Wang Hui truly have a say, rather than relying on Ndu Jinzi's influence to gain recognition. Let me ask you this, at that stage of his life, would Wang Hui still be lacking in women? By then, it wouldn't just be Wei Si, even a princess from the Huang clan could be easily obtained by Wang Hui. After saying this, Wang Hui didn't wait for Wei Si to respond. He turned around and walked quickly toward the residential area. After saying this, Wang Hui didn't wait for Wei Si to respond, he turned around and quickly walked toward the residential area. He dared not linger for a moment, for all he knew, Wei Si might suddenly come up with something else to say. You can't escape me. I've decided you're mine for life. Seeing Wang Hui flee in disarray, Wei Si gave him a meaningful look before stepping on the gas and driving away. Shall we? You're back. There's just one more dish left before dinner. Go wash your hands first. Wang's mother greeted him as she saw him come back. Mom, don't work so hard anymore. I'll hire a maid for you tomorrow. From now on, you can leave the laundry and cooking to the maid.
Seeing his mother running around busily while he was out enjoying himself, Wang Hui felt a pang of guilt.
Why waste the money? Your father and I are still in good health, we're not too old to work.
Wang Hui had barely finished speaking when Wang's mother began to complain.
Shall we? Your mother is right. We're not a wealthy family.
It's not easy for you to earn money, and you'll need a lot of money to get married someday.
As soon as Wang's mother finished speaking, Wang's father also stood up from the sofa and said,
Dad, Mom, don't worry about the money. Your health is the most important thing.
You've worked hard all your lives, it's time for me to take care of you.
After listening to his parents nagging, Wang Hui felt warm and fuzzy inside. No matter when, whether he had money or not, his parents always saved the best things for him. In the past, they raised us, and now that they're old, we have to worry about their marriage. The more this was the case, the more Wang Hui felt distressed. Writing novels hadn't made him much money, and he couldn't improve his family's living conditions either.
But things are different now. I'm a billionaire, after all.
Hiring a nanny is no big deal, I could hire 10 or 8 if I wanted to.
For the current Wang Hui, it's just a drop in the bucket, not even enough to scratch the surface of his assets.
However, Wang Hui has never told his parents the truth, including the matter of the school district property. He has never admitted that the house was his own. Later, his parents saw the sports car he had purchased. Although they weren't very knowledgeable about cars, they could infer its price from what their neighbors were saying. Wang Hui initially continued with his previous lie, claiming the car belonged to a friend and that he was borrowing it for a few days.
However, his father saw the vehicle registration certificate, which clearly stated Wang Hui's name. I couldn't just say that a friend borrowed the car and changed the name on the registration certificate, could I?
In the end, to cover up the lie, Wang Hui told his parents that he was helping out at his brother Hulong's company, and the company had given him some shares, and this was the car the company had assigned to him. Otherwise, if he suddenly told them he had become a billionaire, he wasn't sure if his parents could handle it. So he decided to take it slow, step by step, and let his parents gradually come to terms with the reality.
His parents had no doubts about Wang Hui's explanation and were also very happy inside.
They thought to themselves, this stubborn young man has finally come to his senses. Before Wang Hui obtained the system, Hulong had frequently visited his home, and on several occasions had invited Wang Hui to join him at the company in front of his parents, suggesting that the two of them work together. However, Wang Hui never agreed, which really worried his parents at the time. In their view, writing novels didn't seem to have much of a future, and starting a company was far more promising. Back in school, Wang Hui's abilities were evident to all, at least far surpassing Hulong's, and it was Wang Hui who had always looked out for him. However, after graduation, Wang Hui started writing novels, while Hulong went off to start his own business. A few short years passed, and Wang Hui remained the same as before, with little change. Meanwhile, Hulong has become a boss and is growing his business steadily. One person earns less than 100,000 yuan a year, while the other earns several million yuan a year. If Hulong can be a boss, then Wang Hui, who is more capable than Hulong, can certainly be one too.
Chapter 180, Pocket Money for Mom and Dad.
Therefore, Wang Hui's parents sincerely hoped that their son would not stay at home but go out and explore the world.
Of course, it's not just about making money, they also want what's best for their son's lifelong happiness.
After all, Wang Hui stays at home writing novels, never stepping out the front door, let alone the back door. To resolve the matter of his lifelong future, he would have to wait for a woman to come knocking on his door. If they were wealthy families with vast fortunes, things might be different, as there might be a slight possibility of such an outcome.
Unfortunately, they are just an ordinary family, waiting for a woman to come knocking on their door. That's nothing but a pipe dream, with odds lower than winning the lottery jackpot.
That's why Wang's mother reached out to her neighbor, Aunt Lu, asking her to introduce potential marriage candidates. He certainly doesn't want his son to remain unmarried for the rest of his life, as that would bring dishonor to both of them as elderly parents. Although the Wang family isn't the only branch of their lineage, many of Wang Dad and Wang Mom's siblings of the same age have already become grandparents.
Seeing others holding their grandchildren and looking so happy, the two elders naturally feel envious.
After Wang Hui finished speaking, he directly pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to his father.
What's this? Wang's father took the bank card and asked in confusion.
Our company just closed a deal, and this is a bonus from the company.
Dad, keep the money safe. When the time comes, if you and Mom want to buy anything, just go ahead and buy it. Wang Hui explained. You silly boy, your thoughtfulness is enough. Your mom and I have money to spend. Keep it for yourself and save it for when you get married. Wang Dad smiled contentedly and pushed the card back. Yes, keep this money for yourself. When the time comes, marry her off quickly and bring us a big, healthy grandson. Wang's mother nodded in agreement.
His parents' words left Wang Hui feeling a bit helpless. He knew full well that their greatest wish was to hold a grandchild soon. For Wang Hui at this point in his life, this issue wasn't particularly challenging. Because Wang Hui is surrounded by women, and there are plenty of them around him. However, Wang Hui doesn't want to rush into marriage just yet. Just as he had said before, he now only wanted to improve himself as quickly as possible and make a name for himself in Beichen first. If he were to marry and have children, he would inevitably have to divide his attention between his career and his family. In that case, it would inevitably have an impact on his future plans. After all, time is money for Wang Hui right now. He already possesses the system, and his growth rate is not something ordinary people can match. What others might take decades to create, Wang Hui could accomplish in just a year. So while getting married and having children may seem like it doesn't take more than a few years, the impact on Wang Hui is absolutely enormous. Therefore, Wang Hui's plan is to spend the next few years completing all the tasks assigned by the system. Once he has established himself in the top circles of Beichen, he will then consider matters of the heart. Dad, don't worry about finding a wife for me. I still have money here. What I gave you is just a portion of my bonus. It's just a little pocket money for you. Please accept it. It's also a token of my appreciation. Wang Hui pulled out another bank card to persuade his father to accept it, then explained further. Alright, I'll keep it for you for now. Just let me know when you need the money. Upon hearing that Wang Hui only needed a little pocket money and not wanting his son's efforts to go to waste, Wang Dad reluctantly took back the bank card. However, Wang Dad never could have imagined that the pocket money Wang Hui mentioned actually amounted to a staggering 5 million yuan. This is a fortune that most families could never earn in a lifetime. Of course, Wang Hui was still afraid that his parents would be scared, so he dared not give them too much. Originally, he had planned to first deposit 20 million yuan for his parents to use, and then give them more if needed. However, upon considering his father's hypertension, he feared that seeing such a large sum might cause him to become overly excited, which could have serious consequences. After much consideration, I decided that 5 million isn't that much, and the two of them should be able to handle it. Of course, if others were to hear this, they'd probably criticize Wang Hui to no end. 5 million isn't that much. How much would be considered a lot? However, this can't be blamed on Wang Hui. When he first obtained the shop, 5 million was an astronomical figure for him. However, as school district housing and office buildings began to emerge one after another, the wealthy individuals Wang Hui came into contact with gradually increased from those worth tens of millions to those worth tens of billions. Renting out a single floor of an office building could fetch millions, and there were as many as 40 floors in such buildings. With all the office space fully leased, Wang Hui's funds finally broke the 1 billion mark. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly consider 5 million to be excessive? Chapter 181, 20 million is just pocket change. Moreover, the system had just released the latest task, 80 sets of Apocalypse Villas, and Wang Hui hadn't had time to take over yet. Just hearing the name was enough to make one feel awe-inspiring. Once it's rented out, it's likely to generate at least tens of millions in income. That's why he decided to give his parents 20 million yuan as pocket money all at once. For Wang Hui, future income is measured in billions. This astronomical figure of 20 million was merely a drop in the bucket for him. Because different perspectives lead to different understandings of the essence of things. By the way, Mom, it's your birthday in 2 days. I've already booked the hotel for the birthday banquet. Tomorrow, I'll take you and Dad to the mall to buy some new clothes so you'll look nice at the banquet. After his father accepted the bank card, Wang Hui turned to his mother and told her about the birthday banquet. All of these arrangements had been made secretly by Wang Hui, as he knew that if he had told his mother in advance, she would have definitely opposed it. Because the elderly couple had saved their entire lives, they usually celebrated their birthdays at home in a simple manner. They would never consider going to a hotel. What? You good-for-nothing brat, why go to a hotel? Why didn't you discuss it with me beforehand? Tell me how much you spent, and go cancel it right now. I'm not going to any hotel. We'll celebrate my birthday at home. Sure enough, after hearing this, Wang Ma's face darkened, and she confronted Wang Hui with a stern tone. Mom, you've misunderstood. The hotel I booked this time isn't some fancy place, it's just an ordinary restaurant. Plus, it's owned by one of my clients, who's doing me a favor by only charging for the ingredients. It's not expensive at all, just a few $100s per table, which is about the same as buying groceries ourselves. Wang Hui had already anticipated his mother's reaction and immediately recited the lines he had prepared in advance. After hearing this, Wang's mother's mood calmed down a bit. If there really was such a good opportunity, who would want to stay at home? No one is a little darling. Everyone would enjoy it, but the issue boils down to money. Those with money can enjoy it anytime they want, while those without money can only watch others enjoy it. Therefore, the elderly couple had no choice but to be frugal. If Wang Hui had started a business like Hulong and achieved an annual income of several $100,000, they certainly wouldn't have had to be so thrifty. Shall we? Tell me the name of that restaurant and its exact location. However, despite what Wang Hui said, Wang's mother still didn't believe him and directly asked for the name and address of the restaurant. The address is in Dongjiao, and the name is Xian Yungu. It's just a small restaurant with no reputation. Mom, don't look down on it. Wang Hui immediately answered his mother's question and gave her the address and name. To reassure his mother, he specifically emphasized that it was just a small restaurant and asked the other party not to mind.
How could mom possibly be disappointed? She is thrilled. My son finally understands and cares about us.
Your parents didn't raise you in vain.
Sure enough, after hearing the name and address Wang Hui gave her, Wang's mother completely relaxed.
If she had only heard the name, Wang's mother would probably still have been suspicious, as the name sounded quite sophisticated. But when she heard it was in the suburbs, she knew it couldn't be a famous restaurant. In the elderly woman's view, the more famous and upscale a hotel is, the more likely it is to be located on a bustling street. After all, only such locations attract large crowds, while those remote, desolate areas are so deserted that no one would bother to travel all the way out there just to eat. At this very moment, Wang's mother truly believed that Xian Yungu must not be doing well in business, which is why they agreed to take on this banquet as a favor to Wang Hui.
Otherwise, who would be so kind as to only charge for the ingredients? What about the staff, the store, and the processing? Would none of that cost anything? Running a restaurant isn't a charitable endeavor.
If everyone did this, they'd go out of business long ago.
Of course, Wang's mother didn't say that out loud.
After all, it was her son's good intention, and the other party was her son's friend. Saying that would only embarrass her son. However, she never would have imagined that such a suburban restaurant was not just any ordinary place in Beijing. It wasn't somewhere you could just come and go as you pleased.
Who knows how many wealthy individuals have gone to great lengths to secure a reservation and obtain that coveted membership card. But because they don't meet the requirements, they're turned away at the door.
Seeing that his mother had finally stopped asking questions, Wang Hui also breathed a sigh of relief. All that was left was to contact his relatives and friends. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the day of the birthday banquet had arrived. Wang Hui had originally wanted to invite all of Bai Chen's relatives, but was stopped by Wang's mother. They didn't want to be too extravagant, as it wasn't just an ordinary dinner party, but a birthday banquet.
The guests attending the banquet would all give red envelopes as a token of their blessings. If Wang Hui chooses a high-end hotel, Wang's mother might even feel comfortable inviting these relatives. Chapter 182, Uninvited Guests. But when she thought about how much the meal would cost, just a few $100s per table, Wang's mother abandoned the idea. It wasn't that she looked down on the place for being low class, but she was afraid that the guests would gossip about it. They say her family is trying to make a quick buck by serving ordinary meals costing a few $100s to collect wedding gifts. Therefore, they only invited a few close relatives and friends, and most people were not notified. Wang Hui was also speechless at this. The so-called few $100s was just a lie he made up on the spot to reassure his mother. After all, the chefs at Xian Yungu were all Michelin-level chefs, and a few $100 could barely buy a single dish. According to the menu standards provided by Wang Hui, the cost of the dishes alone for each table is around 30,000 yuan. This does not include beverages.
If you include beverages, the cost per table would be at least 300,000 or more. Because Wang Hui prepares 2 bottles of 10-year-old Romani Conti for each table, and each bottle alone costs over 100,000 yuan.
Of course, Wang Hui wouldn't dare to mention any of this. He absolutely believes that if he were to reveal this truth to his mother, she would turn on him immediately and walk away without a second glance. If the birthday banquet can't go on, Wang Hui will be left with no choice but to cry. You must know that securing the venue at Xian Yungu for the birthday banquet required immense effort and connections. These are things that money simply cannot measure.
Therefore, Wang Hui could only follow his mother's wishes and reluctantly reduce the number of tables from the initial dozen or so to just 3. Although this saved Wang Hui millions, he was not entirely satisfied. Since she had chosen this place, she didn't mind spending money, she just wanted her mother's birthday banquet to be more grand. Gathering hundreds of relatives and friends together, singing birthday songs for her mother, and wishing her a long life, that's exactly what Wang Hui wanted to see. However, there were only a few dozen people present, which was indeed a bit disappointing.
But seeing his mother's joyful expression, Wang Hui let it go.
After all the effort he had put in was to make his mother happy. Since the goal had been achieved, the minor flaws along the way no longer mattered. Soon, Wang Hui and his group of 4 hailed a taxi and headed toward Xian Yungu.
Among the 4, besides Wang Hui's family, there was also an uninvited Aunt Lu. Wang Hui has never been particularly fond of Aunt Lu.
On the surface, she seemed kind-hearted, but in reality, she was a greedy person obsessed with money. She was also extremely nosy, and she knew every little detail about what happened in every household. The woman who introduced Li Jie to Wang Hui as a potential match was none other than this very same Aunt Lu. Of course, Wang's mother was well aware of this, as she had been dancing with Aunt Lu at the square dance for years and knew her inside out. It was precisely because of her gossip that she had access to many resources, which is why Ms. Wang chose to ask her for help in finding a suitable match for her son.
Of course, at first, Wang Hui didn't know much about Aunt Lu's character.
When his mother mentioned that she had arranged a match for him, he felt grateful. However, when Wang's mother later revealed that the woman had accepted a bribe to help arrange the match, Wang Hui realized just how despicable she was. Generally speaking, matchmakers receiving red envelopes for introducing potential partners is a perfectly normal practice, but the prerequisite is that the two parties have already agreed to date after their initial meeting.
If the match does not work out, the matchmaker will not charge any fees. However, this Ms. Lu was even more cunning.
Instead of directly charging a fee, she recommended a health supplement called Brain Gold to Ms. Wang. She claimed that taking this product not only supplements all the nutrients the body needs but also improves sleep and enhances memory. Among other benefits, she listed a whole bunch of claims. Although she didn't say it outright, she kept hinting that Wang's mother had bought several $1,000s worth of products from the other party in order to get them to introduce her to potential marriage partners. However, when Wang Hui saw the items, he was so angry that he wanted to confront Aunt Lu immediately. Because Wang Hui discovered that this so-called brain gold was nothing more than a counterfeit knockoff, a product with no brand name, no manufacturer, and no quality certification. Such health supplements are not only ineffective in enhancing memory or improving sleep, but prolonged consumption might even lead to dementia. In the end, Wang's mother pulled him back, saying it wasn't anyone else's fault after all, everyone was getting what they wanted, and since he had something to ask of them, Wang Hui decided not to confront the other party. Plus, the woman introduced later, Li Jia, was clearly a snob. Seeing that he wasn't well off, she saw no point in continuing the conversation. However, when she discovered that I own 10 shops on Lingfeng Commercial Street, her attitude changed so quickly it was almost magical. Don't even mention that Wang Hui was looked down upon by the system. Even without the system, he would never have given such a woman a second glance.
Chapter 183, Aunt Lu, the money-hungry woman.
From that moment on, Wang Hui had always disliked Aunt Lu, believing her to be a fraud who only introduced unreliable people, all for the sake of a commission. What made Wang Hui even more upset was that yesterday, when he took his parents out shopping for clothes, he happened to run into Aunt Lu. While chatting with her, Wang's mother accidentally mentioned that it was his birthday. Aunt Lu immediately wished Wang's mother a happy birthday and said she would come tomorrow as well, bringing a gift for her mother. Wang's mother hurriedly said it wasn't necessary, that her presence was enough, as they were old friends, and there was no need for gifts. Wang Hui was also a bit surprised. Such a money-obsessed person, how could he suddenly become so generous? Most people would probably try to avoid it at all costs. The fact that Aunt Lu actually came forward on her own is truly astonishing. However, when Aunt Lu came to deliver the gift in the evening, Wang Hui nearly lost his temper on the spot. He never expected that the gift she brought was none other than the 3-no product brain gold that had been previously marketed. If it were just that, Wang Hui wouldn't have said anything, since he never expected the other party to give him anything worthwhile in the first place. But the next words made Wang Hui's face turn dark instantly. Because the other person actually said that they hoped his mother would help promote their product at tomorrow's birthday banquet. Wang Hui really didn't know how desperate Lu Ai was for money to say such a thing. She actually dared to ask the guest of honor at someone else's birthday banquet to recommend health supplements for her. If her supplements were really as effective as advertised, Wang Hui wouldn't have said anything. But you're selling a substandard product and making your own mother help promote it. If something goes wrong, people won't come looking for Aunt Lu, they'll come straight for their own mother. After Aunt Lu finished speaking, Mrs. Wang's expression also couldn't help but change slightly. She too felt that the other party had gone too far. She had thought the other party had genuinely come to wish her a happy birthday, but now she realized they had just used her birthday banquet as an opportunity to promote their products. If she hadn't already spoken and agreed to it beforehand, she would have told them not to come tomorrow. Wang's mother was a kind-hearted person. Although she was angry at Aunt Lu's behavior, she refrained from saying much out of consideration for their relationship, merely giving a casual, dismissive response. However, during the subsequent conversation, Wang Hui could no longer contain himself and returned directly to the bedroom, as he feared that if he continued listening, he might lose control and slap Aunt Lu across the face. Because just as the other person was about to leave, they asked for the hotel's address and name. Since she had already agreed to let them go, Wang's mother naturally answered honestly. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu had the same reaction as Mrs. Wang had initially, finding the restaurant completely unfamiliar. The matter could have ended there, as everything that needed to be said and asked had been addressed, and it was time to head home. But this Ms. Lu must really be asking for it. She even started mocking Wang Hui, saying he was such a loser for choosing such a shabby place to host his mother's birthday banquet. Don't you know to work hard and earn some money? Choose a decent place to hold a birthday banquet. Don't you care about being mocked by others? These words nearly caused Wang Hui to break down. This Aunt Lu really has too much time on her hands, meddling in other people's business. Wang Hui really wanted to tell her that without his intervention, she would never have been able to get into that place she called a rundown place. As for saying that Wang Hui doesn't work hard to make money, that's even more ridiculous. Even the pocket money Wang Hui spends casually is more than the other person's entire family's expenses. Of course, he wouldn't say that out loud. While it might humiliate the other party, it would also scare his parents. If his parents found out how expensive this place was, they'd naturally assume the price wasn't cheap. If they find out, they might lose their temper on the spot, and whether we go to the birthday banquet or not would be up in the air.
Although it feels satisfying to humiliate Aunt Lu, we shouldn't let that ruin the birthday banquet. Of course, besides Wang Hui being upset, Wang's father couldn't bear to watch either. He walked out of the living room with a stern expression and went to the balcony to smoke in silence. Wang's mother's face also turned ugly, thinking to herself that no matter how bad it was, he was still her son. Who was she, an outsider, to have the right to say anything? Besides, we didn't invite you in the first place. You were the one who insisted on sticking around. If you look down on us, you can just not come. Of course, Wang mom and Wang dad have very good tempers and are honest people. Even though Aunt Lu spoke so harshly, they didn't lose their temper on the spot, they just kept their anger to themselves. Wang Hui didn't want to embarrass his parents, so he eventually returned to his own room. As for what Aunt Lu said afterward, he had no idea. The next morning, when the Wang family was about to leave, that despicable Aunt Lu appeared again. Chapter 184, The True Purpose. As soon as Aunt Lu saw Mrs. Wang, she rushed over to greet her, then started complaining that she didn't know the way to the restaurant, so they decided to go together. Wang Hui was completely baffled upon hearing this. Was she just teasing him? You don't know the way, and you don't know how to hail a taxi? Are you saying that taxi drivers don't know the way either? To put it bluntly, you just don't want to spend money and want to save on transportation costs, yet you insist on making it sound so noble. If it weren't for the fact that today is her mother's birthday, Wang Hui would have kicked her out of the house. At the same time, he had already made up his mind. Once his mother's birthday was over, Wang Hui would definitely buy his parents a house and have them move out of here. Otherwise, living in the same neighborhood with someone like Aunt Lu every day would eventually drive him to his death. Wang Hui didn't say a word, didn't even glance at the other person, and simply let his parents out of the neighborhood, waiting for the ride-hailing car that was about to arrive. Since Wang Hui's Porsche 911 only had 2 seats, even if the annoying Aunt Lu didn't come, the 3 of them wouldn't have enough room. As for the Hummer that Jiang Tingting gave him during their previous hot spring trip, after returning from Mingyue Mountain Villa, Wang Hui had the other party drive the Hummer away. To begin with, he wasn't short of money. Even if he were, as a man, why would he accept a vehicle given to him by a woman? If word got out, Wang Hui would be the laughingstock of everyone. A big shot in the rental business, and he is just a freeloader. Living off others is one of the things he despises most. A man, even if he's poor, should at least have some dignity. A man who stands tall and proud should rely on his own hands to support himself. If he has to depend on a woman, he might as well be dead. This was also why he had targeted that man at the racetrack in the first place, because he had mistakenly believed the other man was a freeloader. However, after experiencing the Hummer, Wang Hui had made up his mind and planned to purchase one. While the 911 may look stylish on the road, it is ultimately a sports car. While it performs well in urban areas, it struggles on mountainous terrain. Plus, with 2 people in the seats, you can only bring 1 passenger besides yourself. If it's just a date with a woman, it's indeed very convenient, but once you encounter a situation like today where an entire family is traveling, there's simply no solution. Unfortunately, after the hot spring trip ended, a bunch of things came up, forcing him to postpone his plans again. So he can only wait until after the birthday banquet to go and take care of the car. Mom and Dad, please wait a moment. The car I called is almost here. Soon, the private car arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Wang Hui glanced at his phone and then said to his parents, "Little Wang, don't you have a car? Why are you taking a taxi? Isn't it convenient to drive?" The parents nodded without saying anything, but Aunt Lu, who was standing nearby, furrowed her brows and asked. She had been waiting here today for the Wang Hui family to leave, not just to save money. She also wanted to experience Wang Hui's luxury car. Although she didn't know much about cars, every time she saw that sleek sports car, she knew it must be expensive, and all of this made her envy him greatly. Such a luxury car, she couldn't even dream of buying one, let alone sitting in it. She had always wanted to find an opportunity to experience it, but she never had a good excuse. After all, she wasn't very familiar with Wang Hui. Although she had a decent relationship with Wang's mother, after Wang Hui's failed blind date, the other party had clearly started to distance themselves from her. However, Aunt Lu has one advantage: she has a thick skin. She doesn't care at all about those who have distanced themselves from her. She still drops by every now and then to visit and keep an eye on things. Of course, she doesn't treat all her neighbors this way. Some who are poor or unreliable, she simply chooses to ignore. Of course, Mrs. Wang is different. She is someone she must take seriously. Because in Aunt Lu's eyes, Wang's mother is very sensible and considerate. Following her recommendation, she spent a lot of money purchasing health supplements from her. Such a big customer, how could she possibly let her slip away? So even though she knew that Mrs. Wang was angry with her, she didn't care at all and still had the nerve to attend the other party's birthday banquet. Of course, she wasn't there to drink. What she was after were the guests attending the birthday banquet. You see, birthday banquets usually have hundreds of attendees, and in her eyes, they were all potential clients. Especially since Wang Ma, the birthday celebrant, has already purchased her products. If she could help promote them at the event, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. If she's lucky, she could even turn these people into her downline.
If everyone helps her promote the products, this banquet will definitely make her a fortune. And the reason she was so eager to ride in Wang Hui's luxury car today wasn't simply to satisfy her own desires.
Chapter 185. Have you lived your whole life just to end up like this?
Aunt Lu was more concerned with promoting her own product, that despicable knockoff version of brain gold. She plans to use Wang Hui's luxury car photos to create buzz for her health supplements on her social media. She can then use this to deceive others, claiming that millionaires driving luxury cars are all loyal users of her brain gold products. As we all know, wealthy people are generally very picky. When they buy things, they often care more about the product's effectiveness than its price. In other words, if they find a product satisfactory, they will purchase it regardless of the price, even if it costs tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars.
However, if they are dissatisfied with a product, they won't even take it for free.
Therefore, under the promotional photos, wealthy individuals driving luxury cars have endorsed their health supplement. As a result, others who see this will naturally seek her out to purchase the product and become her customers. Of course, the cunning Ms. Lu wasn't just posting it on her social media. She had already planned it out. The introduction she just made was specifically for users who haven't purchased her products yet. She would also post more photos and target them at a different group of people. This group consists of people who have purchased her products and are interested in becoming her downline agents. Therefore, she plans to use the photos to tell them that the person driving the luxury car is also her agent. It was precisely through selling brain gold that she had become a millionaire driving a luxury car. Ms. Lu wants to create the impression that as long as you join her team, earning $1 million a year and buying luxury cars will all be a piece of cake. This 2-for-1 opportunity has been meticulously planned by Ms. Lu for a long time, and she has been waiting for today to execute it smoothly. She had calculated it perfectly since it was Mrs. Wang's birthday, such an important day. Wang Hui would definitely drive his luxury car to the banquet. After all, this was a great opportunity to impress relatives and friends.
No one would pass up such a chance.
But she never imagined that after waiting for over an hour, the only people she managed to catch was the Wang Hui family. They hadn't driven there but had instead chosen to take a ride-hailing service, which instantly ruined the meticulous plan she had prepared for so long.
Such an unexpected turn of events was simply unbearable for her. The car? It broke down, so I took it to the shop.
Wang Hui had always had a grudge against Aunt Lu, so he didn't bother explaining and just blurted out the excuse.
After hearing Wang Hui's explanation, Aunt Lu was taken aback.
She didn't believe such a coincidence could happen. If it were an ordinary car, there might be a slight possibility. But Wang Hui was driving a luxury car worth over $1 million. How could it just break down like that? Because just yesterday, she saw Wang Hui driving out of the house.
How could it break down in just one day?
He must think he's some kind of little darling.
Ruined? Such a coincidence? Could it be that the car wasn't yours? Did you borrow it before?
At that moment, Aunt Lu suddenly remembered something and asked again.
Yes, it was borrowed. So what?
Seeing the other person still nagging on and on, Wang Hui grew even more annoyed and simply went along with what the other person said. Wang Hui's purpose was clear. Since the other person was so concerned about his car, once they found out it was borrowed, there would be nothing else to ask, and he could finally have some peace and quiet. Wang Hui's response also earned the approval of Wang Dad and Wang Mom, who also felt that Ms. Lu was being overly meddlesome. She was already willing to give you a ride, yet you didn't express gratitude and instead asked so many questions.
That's really inconsiderate. Besides, the car belongs to someone else.
Whether they lend it to you or not has nothing to do with you. It's a shame that someone in their 50s has lived such a miserable life. But no one could have imagined that Aunt Lu would then show them what true excess really looks like.
I said, Xiao Wang, you're so inconsiderate. Today is your mother's birthday, such an important occasion, and you couldn't even borrow a car? That's really letting us down.
After hearing Wang Hui's words, Aunt Lu not only didn't calm down, but actually mocked him right to his face. Originally, Ms. Lu didn't want to get involved, but when she thought about how Wang Hui had ruined her plans to take photos and post them on her social media to promote brain gold, she felt extremely annoyed.
On the surface, she was defending Wang's mother, but in reality, she was venting her frustration onto Wang Hui.
As for why Aunt Lu guessed that the car was borrowed by Wang Hui, there is also a reason for that. Because earlier, from Li Jie, Aunt Lu learned that Wang Hui actually owned 10 shops in the Lingfeng commercial street, and later heard that he also had a school district property in Beiyuan Huafu. This news left her completely stunned. She never imagined that Wang Hui's family had become so wealthy and owned so many properties. What shocked her even more was that the combined value of all these properties amounted to tens of millions of dollars. For them, ordinary residents living in the old part of town, this was a fortune that would take 10 lifetimes to earn.
Chapter 186, Speculation.
However, this conjecture had barely formed before she dismissed it.
Because Aunt Lu felt there was something fishy about the situation. If Wang Hui really owned so many properties, why would Wang's mother need to ask her to introduce potential suitors? A millionaire with millions in assets would be lacking in women?
I'm sure that if Wang Hui were to utter a single word, women would come knocking on his door. Not to mention Wang Hui, a young and handsome guy, even if he were an old man on his last legs, as long as he flaunted his millions, women would still throw themselves at him.
That's the allure of money.
For most women, what attracts them to the opposite sex isn't how handsome or tall they are, but how much wealth they have. Without the help of wealth, other factors such as height and appearance become irrelevant. It is important to understand that in this world, most women are materialistic, and many of them are labeled as materialistic. Even Li Jia, who went on a blind date with Wang Hui, couldn't escape the label of being materialistic, despite his annual income of over 500,000 yuan. After all, no one ever complains about having too much money, people only complain about not having enough. It's just like a scene from a dating show in China where a beautiful woman bluntly stated that she would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. This clearly shows how attractive money is to her. So whenever she thought about this contradiction, Aunt Lu couldn't figure it out, and then she took the initiative to go to Wang's mother to confirm the matter.
After being asked, Mrs. Wang also looked confused and immediately denied it.
If her son really had that much money, Wang's mother and father wouldn't have to worry so much about him. Why would they need to spend so much money buying Ms. Lu's health supplements and beg her to help make an introduction?
Later, at Aunt Lu's repeated request, Wang's mother called Wang Hui to confirm.
The final answer was that these properties do indeed exist, but none of them belong to Wang Hui. All of these properties belong to his friends, and Wang Hui is merely acting as their agent for renting them out. Upon hearing this explanation, Ms. Lu finally felt reassured and shared the outcome with Li Jia, informing her that everything had been fabricated by Wang Hui.
Don't feel bad about Wang Hui's situation.
You should know that after Li Jia was mocked by Wang Hui, she truly regretted it deeply. At the time, Li Jia didn't blame Wang Hui, because she knew that wealthy people were eccentric and enjoyed testing others. What she truly hated was Aunt Lu, for being so unreliable and failing to tell her the truth about Wang Hui. If Li Jia had known the truth about Wang Hui, she would never have been so foolish as to look down on him in person. At that time, knowing the truth, she would have immediately seen through Wang Hui's tactics and realized that he was testing her. Then Li Jia would act as if money meant nothing to her. She tells Wang Hui that the love she pursues is not the kind tainted by the stench of money, but rather pure love. He believed that upon hearing these words, Wang Hui would be deeply moved and reveal his millionaire status, ultimately choosing to be with Li Jia.
This is exactly what Li Jia wants. But who could have imagined that the first move was already a mistake? By the time Li Jia tried to make amends, it was already too late. However, when Li Jia heard Aunt Lu say that Wang Hui was just putting on a facade, she flew into a rage on the spot. She never imagined that she, a returning overseas student and director of a listed company, could be toyed with by such a shameless beggar. From that moment on, Li Jia harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wang Hui, vowing to find an opportunity to take revenge and repay him tenfold for the humiliation he had suffered. However, just one day later, Aunt Lu's thoughts changed once again. Because a sleek sports car appeared in the neighborhood, and the driver was none other than Wang Hui. This discovery startled her. She had just called Li Jia the day before to tell her that Wang Hui was a fraudster who was using his friend's property to deceive Li Jia. Meanwhile, they saw Wang Hui driving a luxury sports car worth over 1,000,000 yuan into the residential complex. If he really was renting it out for a friend, then where did this luxury car come from? Therefore, Ms. Lu's first thought at the time was that Wang Hui's car might be borrowed, and it was highly likely that it was borrowed from the friend who previously owned the commercial property and the school district housing. For someone who owns properties worth tens of millions, lending out a sports car worth millions is certainly not unusual. However, upon further reflection, Ms. Lu felt that it was still unlikely. Because everyone knows that for people today, there are two things you would never lend under any circumstances. One is your wife, and the other is your car. Chapter 187, The Price. There's no need to explain further about my wife. I'm sure no man would want to have a wife who's unfaithful, so why would he lend her to someone else to play with? Cars are a different story. Back in the day, not many people could afford a car, and even the most basic models cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Therefore, owning a car is also a symbol of status. People back then were also more straightforward. There wasn't as much backstabbing as there is now, especially when it came to brothers and friends. There was absolutely no room for doubt. When people gathered together, the topic they discussed most was brotherly loyalty. So back then, whenever a brother or friend asked to borrow a car, they would lend it to each other without hesitation. Let the brothers go for a spin and show off. However, with the progress of the times, there are more and more vehicles, and traffic regulations are becoming increasingly stringent. In the past, there were fewer people and fewer vehicles on the roads, so the likelihood of accidents was naturally lower. Therefore, borrowing a vehicle was not a cause for concern. If an accident did occur, one could simply call the insurance company to resolve the matter. All repairs and compensation were covered by the insurance company. Due to the absence of surveillance, many accidents cannot be traced, leaving the insurance company with no grounds to dispute the claims and no choice but to compensate the vehicle owners. Nowadays, vehicle prices are becoming increasingly affordable.
Cars that once cost hundreds of thousands of dollars can now be purchased for just a few thousand. As the number of vehicles on the road continues to grow, the likelihood of accidents also increases significantly.
A moment's inattention can lead to a car accident.
If you still think that you can just contact your insurance company for compensation in the event of an accident, as you did in the past, you are living in a fantasy world.
Because after the traffic regulations were improved, there are surveillance cameras everywhere on the roads, and on top of that, there are dashcams in vehicles. You must understand that insurance companies are also in the business of making a profit.
They are not charitable organizations and cannot afford to pay out insurance claims worth several times or even dozens of times the value of the insurance policy for every vehicle that has purchased insurance costing thousands of dollars. If that were the case, insurance companies would have gone bankrupt long ago.
Therefore, after traffic regulations were improved, their claims process became stricter. Once there is any doubt or an issue is identified,
they will make a big deal out of it, shift all responsibility away from themselves, and ultimately end up being held accountable themselves. Moreover, many rules are based on the car owner themselves. If a friend borrows the car and gets into an accident, compensation is often not provided. If it's just minor scratches or dents, it's not a big deal, you can just pay for the repairs and consider yourself unlucky. But who can blame me for lending my car to my brother?
This mindset leads many people to still not take lending their car seriously.
However, following subsequent news reports of several incidents where borrowing a car led to serious trouble, car owners were jolted into action and began refusing to lend their vehicles. One of these incidents involved a hit-and-run accident, where the driver was not the car owner but a friend of the owner. Although the collision was not too severe, as long as the injured party was taken to the hospital for treatment, the necessary compensation would have been provided afterward. However, what left the car owner speechless was that his friend, after hitting someone, not only failed to report the incident but also fled the scene in the vehicle. It was precisely because of this hit and run that the victim did not receive timely medical treatment and ultimately died. Originally, this accident was not the driver's fault, as he was driving normally in the motor vehicle lane. It was the other party who suddenly stepped into the motor vehicle lane, leading to the accident. In such a situation, even if the person involved in the accident dies, the driver would not be held primarily responsible and could simply file an insurance claim.
At most, in humanitarian circumstances, a symbolic compensation payment may be made.
However, due to his escape, the situation has naturally reversed, and all responsibility now lies with the driver.
Ultimately, the fleeing driver was apprehended and not only had to pay compensation but also serve time in prison. However, since the car owner's friend couldn't afford the compensation, the car owner ended up having to cover the entire amount.
Regarding vehicle damage, due to the driver fleeing the scene, the insurance company will not compensate a single penny.
This is the price of borrowing a car.
The owner regretted it deeply afterward, as his momentary act of brotherly loyalty cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars. In another case, the car owner was even more unlucky. This was also a hit-and-run incident, but not only did the person who was hit die, but the driver also died on the spot. The driver was still the owner's friend, and the owner was sitting in the passenger seat at the time. He was lucky to survive, but he did sustain significant injuries.
Although he did not flee the scene this time, the driver's liability is far more severe than in the previous accident.
Although there was no hit and run, the vehicle was insured and was driving normally, the pedestrian still walked onto the roadway. However, the insurance company refuses to compensate the victim in any way.
This sounds a bit unbelievable, doesn't it? All the necessary procedures were followed, so why won't they pay?
Because the insurance company eventually discovered that the driver was driving under the influence of alcohol.
In any situation, if you're driving under the influence, even if someone intentionally hits you, you are still fully liable. That is the consequence of drinking and driving. Chapter 188, 2 things in life are never borrowed.
Although the driver didn't die, he was suffering more than if he had. Because the driver died, all compensation must be paid to the car owner. The compensation for the deaths of both individuals must be fully covered by the vehicle owner. Furthermore, since the driver was driving under the influence of alcohol and had knowingly handed over the vehicle to a friend despite being aware of the circumstances, knowing that there was a high risk of a serious accident, the owner still handed over the vehicle to the driver, which constitutes a criminal offense in itself. Furthermore, the fact that the driver was under the influence of alcohol and caused a fatal collision, even though the vehicle was not being operated by the owner, is still attributable to the owner's negligence. If he hadn't lent the vehicle to his friend, the accident wouldn't have happened, which is effectively equivalent to indirect manslaughter. In the end, the driver not only had to pay compensation but was also sentenced to 10 years in prison. Additionally, he must endure the verbal abuse from the victim's family. Such a gruesome example serves as a stark warning to all vehicle owners.
Moreover, such accidents are not isolated incidents.
According to annual statistics, the number of accidents involving hit-and-run, injuries, and fatalities caused by borrowing vehicles alone amounts to at least tens of thousands of cases. While lending a vehicle may be done with good intentions, once people become aware of the risks involved, they naturally will not continue to do so. After all, no one can guarantee that the person borrowing the car won't drink and drive or cause an accident. So over time, the saying "never lend two things in life" gradually came into being. Classifying cars and wives into the same category is also meant to deter friends from getting involved. If you still want to bring up brotherly loyalty, then when I borrow your car, could you also lend me your wife to play with? So, after ruling out the idea of borrowing the car, Aunt Lou became even more puzzled. Because if the car wasn't borrowed, then the only possibility left was that it was the only car Wang Hui had bought himself. However, with Wang Hui's meager income from writing novels, how could he possibly afford such a sports car? You can't possibly be suggesting that this was the commission he earned from renting out his property, can you? Then he used the commission to buy this sports car. If you were to say that, who would believe you? Although the commercial street is in a prime location with high rent, even if all 10 shops were fully rented out, there is absolutely no way the commission would reach $1 million. Of course, even if there were that much commission, do you think an ordinary family would use such a large sum of money to buy a luxury car? Is that just burning money because you have too much, or have you lost your mind? Anyone in that situation would first improve their living conditions and use the money to buy things their family needs. Even if one were to invest, it would be in real estate rather than a car. Because even if real estate doesn't appreciate in value, it at least retains its value. As for cars, they are purely consumables. From the moment you purchase them, you have already lost approximately 20% of the principal. This is because when you purchase a vehicle, you also need to pay purchase tax, vehicle and vessel tax, insurance, and other fees. If you sell the vehicle to someone else, you will not be able to recover these costs. Therefore, the vehicle depreciates by 12% the moment you take possession of it. Moreover, the more luxurious the vehicle, the less it retains its value, and the subsequent maintenance, fuel costs, and other expenses are also quite expensive. For the average family, it is simply unaffordable. So Aunt Lou discovered a shocking truth. That was that Li Jie's words were true. Wang Hui indeed owned so many properties and was a bona fide millionaire. For a millionaire to spend over $1 million on a luxury car, it all makes sense now. Those so-called friends are probably completely made up. Because both the commercial street in Linfeng and the school district housing in Baiyuan Huafu are highly sought-after properties. There's no need to bother others for help in renting them out. Simply list them through an agent or post them online, and they'll rent out easily. So whenever she thought about this, Aunt Lou hated Wang's mother to the core. She never expected the other woman to be so good at pretending. After all, her own son was so wealthy, yet she acted as if she knew nothing about it. Was she afraid that Aunt Lou was eyeing their family's money? In fact, Aunt Lou even thought that Mrs. Wang had asked her to help introduce a girlfriend to Wang Hui. All of this was to hide the fact that their family was wealthy. Otherwise, why go to the trouble of asking her for help? Of course, all of this was just Aunt Lou's speculation. She couldn't be 100% certain. Because while borrowing a car is unlikely, what if there really is someone who isn't afraid of death? However, in the days that followed, Aunt Lou kept a close eye on Wang Hui, wanting to verify her own judgment. When she saw Wang Hui's luxury car appear in the neighborhood on multiple occasions, she was certain that Wang Hui was indeed wealthy. Borrowing a car once or twice is acceptable, but borrowing it every day is simply not feasible. Upon learning the truth, Ms. Lu dared not tell Li Jie about it. Chapter 189, Concern. Because Aunt Lou knew that if Li Jie found out the truth, she would definitely come looking for her to settle the score. At that point, such a valuable resource would be completely alienated. She wouldn't allow such a thing to happen, because Aunt Lou still needed to use Li Jie to help her earn more kickbacks. Although Li Jie is somewhat materialistic and her appearance doesn't quite reach goddess-level standards. However, she is better than some and worse than others, and to top it off, she is a returning overseas student and holds the position of director at a listed company. Among the girls Aunt Lou knows, Li Jie is definitely one of the top ones. Of course, even if Li Jie isn't particularly attractive and her background isn't exceptional, in today's world with its imbalanced gender ratio, even the least attractive girl would be as desirable as a delicacy in the eyes of men. So if men keep rejecting this one and that one, they should prepare themselves for a lifetime of being single. Because once this opportunity passes, it won't come around again. For this reason, Aunt Lou treats each of these young women like precious treasures, fearing that she might say the wrong thing and offend them. Ever since she found out that the Wang family had become wealthy, Aunt Lou had already made up her mind to get closer to Mrs. Wang and strengthen their relationship. Although Wang Hui was the wealthy one, Aunt Lou and Wang Hui weren't particularly close, so she can only use Wang's mother as a connection to make herself known to him. When Wang Hui sees that she is on good terms with his mother, he will naturally not forget to give her some benefits. So when Aunt Lou happened to run into Wang's mother at the mall yesterday and learned that she was celebrating her birthday, she immediately had an idea and volunteered to attend the birthday banquet, bringing a gift along. Firstly, she wanted to let the other person know her true feelings, so that Mrs. Wang would understand that she didn't just see her as a neighbor, but as a sister. Aunt Lou knew that Mrs. Wang was not only kind-hearted but also very polite. If someone does her even the slightest favor, she will remember it and repay them generously. Secondly, Wang Hui is now successful, so the guests invited to this banquet naturally include many wealthy individuals. As Wang Hui's net worth grows, his social circle will gradually change as well. It's only natural that he can no longer socialize with ordinary people as before. He will inevitably associate with those of similar standing.
That's why Aunt Lu is so eager to attend this birthday banquet.
Not only will she be able to promote her health supplements, but she'll also have the opportunity to meet more wealthy people, expanding her social circle in the future.
By then, my son might even be able to tag along with them. Once she is favored by these people, the Lu family will finally rise to prominence. In fact, Aunt Lu went out of her way to avoid giving Wang's mother the impression that she was just being polite.
She went to the Wang family's house that very evening and brought the gifts she had prepared to deliver them in person. By then, even if the Wang family wanted to change their mind, they wouldn't be able to say anything because they had already accepted the gifts. As for last night, the mocking remark Lu Ai made to Wang Hui at the end was also intentional. Although the name of the restaurant was unfamiliar to her and it was located in a remote suburban area, she reasoned that someone with such a fortune wouldn't possibly choose an ordinary restaurant for a banquet. Therefore, she suspected that the other party had intentionally chosen an ordinary place and was using the birthday banquet as an opportunity to let all their relatives and friends know that their family was not wealthy.
After all, once you have money, you start to worry about others taking advantage of you, or having relatives and friends come knocking on your door asking for loans. Only by letting others know that you have no money can you avoid such situations from occurring. So she deliberately said that to see how the other person would react and whether they would argue back. Because she didn't want her suspicions to be confirmed. She hoped the birthday banquet would be grand and lavish. Otherwise, how could she promote her products and network with the wealthy attendees? If the other party immediately refuted her, although Aunt Lu would be humiliated on the spot. However, she doesn't care at all, because her objective has been achieved. She knows the other person is acting exactly as she had anticipated. But who could have imagined that, under Aunt Lu's deliberate mockery, Wang Hui only looked displeased and didn't utter a word in response, not even a single explanation. Not only Wang Hui, but even Wang's mother and father reacted the same way, as if they had tacitly accepted this fact. This outcome left Aunt Lu feeling anxious and uneasy.
She didn't know if the thing she was worried about would actually happen. If the Wang family really decided to go through with it, she would end up losing more than she gained. After all, she had given her a whole box of brain gold. Although the product itself wasn't very expensive, if Aunt Lu sold it, it would be worth thousands of dollars. A few thousand yuan might not mean much to someone wealthy. It's just the cost of a meal.
Chapter 190, Mind Your Own Business. But for ordinary people like them living in the old city, it was enough to cover the monthly living expenses for a family of 3. If, in the end, Aunt Lu had only attended an ordinary birthday banquet, she would have really lost out this time. Because the gifts she gave away, she couldn't possibly take back, and even if she could, she wouldn't go back to ask for them. Because she knows the true strength of the Wang family, and she doesn't want to offend such people. She'll just consider it an advance investment. However, Aunt Lu wasn't someone to be pushed around. Since the other party was insisting on this, she couldn't change their decision, but she certainly wasn't going to let them leave empty-handed. So the next day, Aunt Lu arrived early and waited for the Wang family, intending to carry out the plan she had prepared for a long time on their luxury car. Even if there was nothing to gain from the guests at the birthday banquet, she would at least achieve her online objectives. Although it wasn't as perfect as I had originally planned, at least I didn't come away empty-handed. At the very least, I managed to recoup the money spent on the gifts I gave away. But who would have thought that Wang Hui didn't drive and was planning to take her to the restaurant by taxi? Under Lu Ai's persistent questioning, Wang Hui simply replied that the car was broken and had been taken for repairs, dashing her hopes once again. Aunt Lu was always a shrewd woman who never did anything without being certain of the outcome. However, despite all her careful planning, she didn't anticipate that the Wang family would act so unpredictably, leaving her outmaneuvered. However, she couldn't just admit defeat so easily. Until the very last moment, Aunt Lu would never give up. So she recalled her initial suspicions about Wang Hui and used the car borrowing incident to provoke him. She believed that after hearing this, Wang Hui would definitely bring out the car to prove to her that it was his. Although the Wang family wanted to keep a low profile, the car had already appeared multiple times in the neighborhood, and everyone had seen Wang Hui driving it, so there was no need to hide its existence. Moreover, she knew that Wang Hui was still young and had been repeatedly looked down upon by others, so he would inevitably lose his temper and retaliate. It was just like when Li Jie discovered that she was writing novels and earning less than 100,000 yuan. Wang Hui then mentioned the shop business, and from all this, it's clear that young people care about saving face. However, when she heard Wang Hui admit that the car was borrowed, Aunt Lu was stunned on the spot. She refused to believe it from the bottom of her heart, but now the other party's response showed no hesitation, and from Wang Hui's expression, there was no sign of him joking around. Combining this with the location of the birthday banquet mentioned yesterday. Could it be that I got it wrong? Did the other party never have any money to begin with? Was it just that his friend lent him a car?
At the thought of this outcome, Aunt Lu felt as though she had been struck by lightning. It wasn't just because she had lost thousands of dollars worth of gifts that she felt so upset, but also because, ever since she found out about the Wang family's success, all the effort she had put into it was something Aunt Lu simply couldn't tolerate.
How could this happen? How could you do such a thing? Do you have any sense of shame?
Aunt Lu's face darkened, and she mocked Wang Hui even more. Previously, Aunt Lu dared not offend Wang Hui and had always held back her words. Now that she knew he had been pretending all along, Wang Hui was still the same poor man she looked down on, so Aunt Lu naturally wouldn't give him the slightest bit of face.
Shame? Aunt Lu, I'm letting you off because you're an elder. I won't stoop to your level. Wang Hui's affairs are none of your business. If you're so capable, why don't you borrow a car like this and show me? When you can borrow one, then come back and lecture others.
Until then, please mind your own business.
Aunt Lu's words made Wang Hui laugh in anger.
He hadn't expected that by going along with her, not only had he failed to shut her up, but he'd also gotten carried away and started talking nonsense. Since the other party was so shameless, Wang Hui naturally didn't hold back either and immediately retorted. Just as Wang Hui had said, even if this Porsche 911 was indeed borrowed, it was still his own doing. As everyone knows, it's extremely difficult to borrow a car these days. Let alone $1 million sports car like a Porsche 911, even an ordinary car costing a few $100,000 isn't something you can just borrow on a whim. Therefore, if Wang Hui can actually borrow someone else's car worth millions, that in itself is a symbol of his strength, proving that the other party holds him in high regard and is willing to lend him such a luxury vehicle. Otherwise, everyone knows that if an accident occurs while the car is borrowed, the borrower would be held responsible for the damages. However, after hearing Wang Hui's words, Aunt Lu acted like a mad dog, barking wildly and biting people without even understanding the situation. If it weren't for the fact that today was his mother's birthday, Wang Hui wouldn't have just scolded her so lightly.
Chapter 191, Wang's Mother Strikes Back.
I must teach Aunt Lu a lesson, so she knows not everything can be said and not everyone can be provoked. Although it's not very honorable for a man to lay a hand on a woman, in Wang Hui's eyes, Aunt Lu had already been stripped of her status as a woman and was now nothing more than a mad dog. Therefore, when dealing with a mad dog, Wang Hui had no qualms whatsoever. He didn't mind letting the other party know why the flowers were so red.
What did you say? You still know I'm an elder? Is that how you talk to your elders? Wang Mama, is that how you raised your son?
Being snapped back like that by Wang Hui, Aunt Lu was so angry she couldn't speak. She knew full well that all of this was her own fault for meddling in others' affairs, and she also knew that although the other party was broke, being able to borrow a luxury car was indeed impressive. Such a task was beyond her capabilities. Even though she has many friends and decent connections, she doesn't even have the courage to ask for a luxury car worth millions. Even if someone were willing to lend it to her, she wouldn't dare to drive it. What if she really scratches or bumps it?
How would she explain it to the other person?
In cases where compensation is not affordable, the vehicle owner will be responsible for the costs. However, someone who can afford such a car is someone she can afford to provoke. Others have plenty of ways to cause trouble for her.
In the end, she couldn't very well sell herself to pay for it, could she?
The problem is that she's at that age, and she looks like a village girl. I doubt anyone would even want her if she were to offer herself. So she was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. After thinking for a moment, she could only invoke her seniority while also bringing in Wang's mother, who had remained silent, into the conversation. She knew that Mrs. Wang was kind-hearted and wouldn't easily argue with anyone. Now that she had spoken up, the other party would surely let the matter drop and help scold Wang Hui.
Hearing Aunt Lu speak up, Wang Hui felt even more annoyed.
She never expected this old woman to be so shameless. Unable to argue her point, she even dragged his mother into it.
At that moment, Wang Hui's thoughts were not much different from Aunt Lu's.
He knew his mother's personality well. She didn't like to create enemies with others. In the event of a conflict, Mrs. Wang would typically take the initiative to resolve it, even if it meant sacrificing her own interests, rather than allowing the situation to escalate. Originally, Wang Hui intended to scold the other party further, but since the other party had brought his mother into the matter, Wang Hui naturally had nothing more to say. After all, it was his mother's birthday, and he didn't want to cause her any trouble because of an argument with a mad dog. But no one expected that Wang's mother's response would leave everyone speechless.
Enough, Lu Guixiang, you've gone too far this time. My son Wang Hui hasn't done anything to you, has he? Since last night, you've been picking on him.
Now you're causing trouble again for no reason.
Are you bullying my family because we're easygoing?
I didn't hold the matchmaking incident against you before, but now you're deliberately making things difficult.
Even if you're an elder, you can't act so arrogant. If you keep this up, I think you should just go back. I don't want to spend my birthday arguing with someone. Wang's mother's expression darkened, and she glared at Aunt Lu with a hostile look.
Wang's mother did indeed have a good temper, but even a clay Buddha has some anger, let alone a human being. What Aunt Lu did earlier really upset her, but since they're all neighbors and see each other every day, she didn't want to make things awkward, so she held her tongue.
It all started when Mrs. Wang asked Lu Guixiang to help arrange a blind date for Wang Hui. Lu Guixiang kept finding excuses to delay things and hinted that she should buy her health supplements. For the sake of her son's happiness, Wang's mother scrimped and saved, spending over 5,000 yuan to buy some brain gold from Aunt Lu. Upon returning home and inspecting the items, she discovered they were all counterfeit products with no production information, leaving her so furious her face turned green. But then I thought, if my son's matchmaking goes well, then this expense would be worth it. But when Wang Hui returned and shared the results of the blind date, it nearly drove Wang's mother to despair. She didn't know if Lu Guixiang had done it on purpose. Knowing full well that Wang Hui writes novels and earns less than 100,000 yuan a year, yet she introduced him to Li Jia, who earns nearly 500,000 yuan a year. Isn't that just playing with them? As everyone knows, women are generally materialistic, and even when looking for a partner, they tend to seek someone with better conditions than themselves. Even women who aren't materialistic will definitely look for someone with similar qualifications and would never choose someone whose income is significantly lower than theirs. Therefore, despite knowing about Wang Hui, Aunt Lu still introduced Li Jia to him. Wang's mother was well aware that the other party had no good intentions. She never even considered letting Wang Hui and the other person end up together. So if Wang's mother had known earlier that the person introduced by Aunt Lu was like this, she would never have agreed, wouldn't have wasted her money, and certainly wouldn't have let her son endure others' disdain. Chapter 192, Expelling the Guest. Chapter 192, Expelling the Guest. But since the money had already been spent, Wang's mother could only blame herself for choosing the wrong friends and accept her misfortune. At the same time, she made up her mind to stay away from Aunt Lu and have nothing to do with her from now on. Fortunately, not long after, Wang Hui brought Jiang Tingting back home. Although Wang Hui explained that he had only seen her drunk and kindly brought her back home. However, Wang's mother didn't see it that way. If such a beautiful girl could be brought home so casually, how could Wang Hui have remained single all this time? Jiang Tingting's arrival gave Wang's mother a glimmer of hope, knowing that the day she would hold her grandson in her arms was finally approaching. As a result, her hatred toward Lu Guixiang gradually faded, and she eventually forgave her. From this alone, one can see how kind-hearted Mrs. Wang is. Even after being treated so badly, she did not hold a grudge. This is precisely why it's Mrs. Wang. If it were anyone else, they might have already grabbed a knife and gone looking for trouble. You know, when you take someone's money to do a job, especially when it's someone else's child's future, and you just brush them off like that, aren't you just asking for trouble? However, in the days that followed, Wang's mother didn't go to the square dance, and she didn't have much contact with Aunt Lu either. It wasn't until last night that Aunt Lu came knocking on the door again. Wang's mother had thought she was genuinely there to offer her blessings. However, the moment she saw the gift, Wang's mother was displeased. After all, when others celebrate their birthdays, they usually give good gifts to bring good luck. But you went and gave her some unregulated products that could kill someone as a gift. These dog moms just put up with it, thinking you don't hit someone who's smiling at you, and figured the other person was just being nice, no matter what. But what Aunt Lu said next once again revealed the true nature of the other woman to the dog moms. She was puzzled at the time. How could someone who was always so obsessed with money suddenly become so generous? To begin with, because of the matchmaking incident, the two hadn't spoken to each other in ages and had stopped going to the square dance. They were acting as enthusiastic as close sisters, not only insisting on attending their own birthday banquet but also bringing gifts. After all that trouble, it turned out that everything before was a ruse. The real purpose was to get me to help act as a go-between. Help Lu Guixiang promote her brain gold product and get my family and friends to buy it. Such an unreasonable demand. How could Wang's mother possibly agree to it? She was kind-hearted and had never even touched anything dishonest. Moreover, the target this time was none other than her own relatives and friends, something she would never do, even if her life depended on it. To stop the other person from nagging, Wang's mother could only give a half-hearted response and send them away. Anyway, she had already made up her mind. On the day of the birthday banquet, she wouldn't help Lu Guixiang promote it. She would even step forward to stop her when she was promoting brain gold. Because Wang's mother didn't want her relatives and friends to misunderstand her as someone who was money-driven. If Mrs. Wang were truly that kind of person, she wouldn't have invited so many guests after learning that each table at the restaurant only costs a few $100s. She just doesn't want people to misunderstand her, using the pretext of celebrating her birthday to raise money with a few hundred yuan worth of banquet. Before leaving, the other person made a mocking remark about Wang Hui, and she wanted to retaliate right then and there. Her own son, why should someone else discipline him? Besides, the few $100s were something Wang's mother could afford. If it were about splurging on a lavish meal at a high-end hotel, she wouldn't agree. You know, prices are rising everywhere, but wages aren't keeping up. Our family isn't well off to begin with. If we have the money for a banquet, it's better to save it for our son's wedding in the future. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed that Wang Hui's expression had grown even more grim, giving her the feeling that he might strike at any moment. She knew that if she dared to retort, Wang Hui would definitely act first. Although she was annoyed and angry, she didn't want her son and Lu Guixiang to actually come to blows. Because once a fight breaks out, things will get complicated. Regardless of who is right or wrong, hitting someone is definitely wrong. So Wang's mother could only hold back and signal with her eyes for Wang Hui to go back to his room first. At the same time, she felt deeply regretful. If she hadn't mentioned the birthday at the mall, all the subsequent trouble could have been avoided. But the damage was already done. No amount of talking would change anything. All he could do was mentally label Lu Guixiang as someone he would never associate with again. Mom was right. If you don't like me, Ms. Lu, then please just leave. Before Lu Guixiang could respond, Wang Hui immediately chimed in, his eyes filled with shock. He hadn't expected his mother to suddenly become so assertive and directly confront Aunt Lu. He had always thought his mother's personality was too timid, always yielding and accommodating others when faced with problems. Chapter 193, the kind are taken advantage of, and the gentle are ridden like horses. Wang Hui understood deep down that being a good person like his mother was actually no easy feat. If she encountered someone reasonable, it would be better. After all, she had already taken the initiative to yield, so the other party naturally wouldn't say much more. In this way, big issues could be resolved without escalating, and small issues could be resolved without leaving a trace. However, if you encounter someone who is unreasonable, they won't care whether you're easy to talk to or whether you've been proactive in yielding. They'll simply see you as someone who's easy to bully. At that point, the more you back down, the more they will push their advantage. Therefore, in Wang Hui's view, one's personality should also adapt to different people. For example, if someone respects me by giving me an inch, I naturally give them a foot in return. If someone dares to lay a hand on me, I will naturally not let them off easily. That's how people are the kind are taken advantage of, and the strong are ridden. Sometimes, if you want others to respect you, you must learn to be assertive. However, Wang Hui also knew that while it was easy to say, it was not so simple to actually achieve. After all, personality is formed gradually from a young age and, after so many years of adaptation, it has become deeply ingrained in one's very being. Changing isn't something that can be done overnight. Back when Wang Hui wasn't successful yet, he could tolerate his mother's personality. Back then, he had no money and no connections, and the Wang family wasn't exactly a wealthy household. If he ever encountered someone looking for trouble, he might not have been able to stand up to them. But things are different now. You must know that Wang Hui is worth over 100 million, and he associates with influential people in Beichin. Of course, this is just the beginning. As he completes more system tasks and receives additional rewards, Wang Hui's future prospects will far exceed those of a third-tier city like Beichin. One day, Wang Hui will make his name known throughout all of China and become one of the most influential figures in the country. Therefore, someone like Wang Hui if provoked, he wouldn't dare to retaliate. If word got out, wouldn't he be the laughingstock of everyone? Therefore, it's not just Wang Hui, his family must also be equally strong and not be looked down upon by others. Because Wang Hui's strength doesn't just represent him as an individual, it represents the entire Wang family. It's just like what happened when Wang Hui's uncle was beaten up back then. At that time, Wang Limin had underestimated Wang Hui and failed to personally apologize, which ultimately led to his family being destroyed and both of them ending up in prison. However, it was precisely that incident that brought Wang Hui into the public eye, making more people aware of who he was. From then on, in the vicinity of Beichin, the Wang family's reputation soared from that of an obscure minor clan to become one of the top families in the region. Everyone understood that all of this was due to Wang Hui, who had left the path. It was his single-handed efforts that brought glory to the entire family. Therefore, if anyone dares to oppress the Wang family, they must first assess whether they can withstand Wang Hui's wrath. When Wang Hui's mother and father returned home, they were also astonished by his capabilities. They never imagined that Wang Hui not only helped the Wang family preserve their ancestral hall but also secured a substantial compensation payment for his uncle. He even helped the other party return to the factory and even secure a leadership position. In the end, even the mastermind behind it all, Wang Limin, was brought down by Wang Hui, suffering a complete downfall and ending up in prison. All of this left them utterly speechless. If this hadn't actually happened right before their eyes, they would have thought the other person was joking. Although Mr. Wang and Mrs. Wang didn't witness it firsthand, they learned a lot of the truth from others while at the hospital. According to them, the Wang family's troubles were resolved thanks to a group of wealthy second-generation individuals from Jinko. It was their intervention that helped Wang Hui bring down the Wang Limin family. According to these wealthy second-generation individuals, they had been childhood friends with Wang Hui, as close as brothers. Bullying their own brother is like bullying them, so that's why they stepped in to help. Others might not understand such words, simply thinking that Wang Hui is too powerful to have such a group of wealthy second-generation thugs from Jinko as his brothers. Once this news spread, everyone naturally began to view the Wang family differently, adding them to the list of families to avoid at all costs. Wang Dad and Wang Mom were also completely baffled by this response. Others may not know the truth, but as Wang Hui's parents, how could they possibly be unaware of it? They came to Beichin City to develop their careers when Wang Hui was still very young. From elementary school onward, Wang Hui attended school in Beichin, and since then, he has rarely returned to Jinko.
Except for major holidays, he basically lived in Beichen. So the classmates that those rich kids talk about are simply impossible. Because among Wang Hui's classmates, there are no such people, and given the age difference between the two parties, this clearly shows that they are not classmates at all. Chapter 194, Is there someone behind the scenes? Although they weren't classmates, the fact that the other party could come to Wang Hui's defense so fiercely clearly indicated their relationship and that Wang Hui wasn't an ordinary person. This only made the two elders even more puzzled. Because since Wang Hui graduated, he has been staying at home every day writing novels. Someone who never leaves the house, how could he possibly have time to mingle with such influential people? More importantly, Wang Hui is just an ordinary person. What qualifications does such an existence have to deserve the other party's attention? All of this lingered in the minds of the two elders like an unsolved mystery. Finally, under the old couple's persistent questioning, Wang Hui simply made up an excuse, saying that these people were all Hulong's friends and clients of the company. Out of consideration for the company, he had come out to help him. After hearing this, the two elders didn't press further and accepted the answer. At the same time, they couldn't help but marvel at how quickly Hulong had grown up. Just a few years ago, he was still a junior following behind Wang Hui, and now he has developed into such a powerful figure. At the same time, the two elders also advised Wang Hui to work hard at the company and not to disappoint Hulong's good intentions. Of course, this was because the two elders were not familiar with Hulong and were unaware of the true circumstances of his company. If they had known, they would certainly have continued to ask more questions. Although Hulong Company has developed fairly well, its total market value is only a few hundred million. With such a small amount of capital, how could it possibly be connected to Liang Xiaohua's Lianhua property? After all, their company is worth nearly 100 billion, and they wouldn't even glance at a small company like Hulong's. Even if they could collaborate, Liang Xiaohua and his lawless second-generation rich kids wouldn't bother bringing a group of wealthy second-generation heirs to help out for someone like Hulong. This is only because the two elders are unaware of the situation. Otherwise, upon closer inspection, the plan would be riddled with flaws. However, Wang Hui was quite content with this arrangement, as some secrets simply couldn't be revealed so soon. For now, he can only use Hulong's company as a cover for himself. However, although Wang Hui hadn't revealed his true intentions, this move alone was enough to make his parents aware of his capabilities. He had thought that after his parents returned home, their personalities would become more assertive than before, but in the end, there was no significant change. It wasn't until last night, when Aunt Lu mocked them like that the two of them didn't retaliate and even signaled for me not to get involved. Wang Hui was seething with anger. If it weren't for his mother's birthday the next day, he wouldn't have wanted to embarrass her, and he would have kicked her right there. In the end, after Aunt Lu left, his mother even took the initiative to comfort him. She said that if they had really taken action, the matter wouldn't have been resolved so easily. At that point, the other party's son and husband would come looking for trouble, and the two families would end up in a never-ending feud. Of course, that's not the most important thing. What truly worries Wang's mother is that Aunt Lu has someone backing her up. Because back when they were dancing in the square, Wang's mother had heard Aunt Lu mention that she had a relative who worked as a police chief at the county office in Beichen. So, upon thinking of this, Wang's mother became even more reluctant to let Wang Hui take any action. If they really came to blows, and the constable was called over, they wouldn't stand a chance. As everyone knows, in the eyes of ordinary people, the authority of the magistrate's office far outweighs that of wealthy individuals. After all, officials have the power to decide matters, and once you enter the government office, it's no longer up to you. If others say you're right. If they say you're guilty, you're guilty. If you dare to resist, you will be beaten, and in the end, you will still have to obey. Although Wang's mother knew that Wang Hui's brother Hulong was powerful, she also knew that businesspeople couldn't outsmart officials. Even the wealthy second-generation individuals who had appeared in Jinko before were no exception. After all, Jinko, no matter how powerful it was merely a small county town. How could it possibly be compared to Beichen City? Jinko is just one of the counties under Beichen City's jurisdiction, and there are many such counties. Moreover, the county magistrates of these counties are all appointed by the prefect of Beichen City, and they are all under the direct jurisdiction of the prefect. Moreover, if one were to classify them by rank, the head of the police station in Beichen is actually on the same level as the county magistrate, though their responsibilities are different. Would a wealthy second-generation heir dare to act recklessly toward a county magistrate? Not even his father would dare to act recklessly. Though it's true that the economic development of a county town can't do without the investment of these wealthy merchants. However, if a wealthy merchant were to offend the county magistrate, the magistrate would rather refuse the investment than allow the merchant to prosper. Because in China, what is most abundant is people. Wealthy individuals are as numerous as cattle. If this wealthy merchant is not suitable, then simply seek another investment opportunity. However, a county magistrate isn't someone you can just replace on a whim. Unless you report him to the provincial authorities and have evidence of his wrongdoing, there's no way to remove him from office. Moreover, officials protect one another, so ordinary people who file complaints are just wasting their time. It would only cause more trouble and bring unnecessary trouble upon themselves.
Chapter 195. A higher official can crush you.
Therefore, the wealthy fear officials the most, as no wealthy individual dares to claim their wealth is entirely legitimate. There is always some shoddiness involved.
If authorities decide to investigate, they can easily find something to pin on you.
If you're lucky, you might get off with a fine, but if you're unlucky, you could end up in prison. Therefore, such a powerful figure is an absolute colossus to Wang's mother, and the Wang family simply cannot afford to provoke him. Therefore, it was only natural to choose to let the matter drop and let Aunt Lu say whatever she wanted. After all, it wouldn't cost them anything. Compared to saving face, personal safety is obviously more important. It was precisely because of this relative's help that Ms. Lu could so brazenly sell those counterfeit health supplements. Some people who bought the products later discovered they were counterfeit and went to her, threatening to demand double the money back. However, she eventually called her relative, who sent over a few thugs, who scared the person half to death. Not only did she dare not demand any compensation, but she ended up spending a lot of money to buy some brain gold from Aunt Lu to get the other party to let her go.
After this incident spread, everyone naturally became even more wary of Aunt Lu.
Some people even went out of their way to buy health supplements from her in an attempt to establish connections with her relatives. Having tasted the benefits, Aunt Lu became even more brazen, knowing that her relatives would come to her aid if anything went wrong.
However, Aunt Lu was also quite clever.
Under normal circumstances, she would never go to her relatives for help, as she knew they were influential figures and couldn't possibly intervene on her behalf every time. So she only goes when someone comes to her door and she can't handle it herself.
After all, Aunt Lu is just after money. She doesn't want to offend everyone.
If she offends everyone, she won't be able to continue her business. She can only take advantage of others' requests for help to subtly suggest they purchase her products and complete the transaction.
She can't very well use her relatives' names to force people to buy from her, can she? That would be no different from robbery.
It will definitely stir up public anger, and you'll end up getting sued. If it's just one or two people, his relatives might be able to suppress them, but if hundreds or even thousands of people file a joint complaint, even if his relatives are police chiefs, they won't be able to suppress it. At that point, her relatives would also be forced to step down, and she herself would inevitably be arrested and sent to prison. So she wouldn't dare take such a risky move. She wanted a steady, long-term arrangement, not a one-time deal.
This is precisely where Aunt Lu's shrewdness lies.
She only needs to ride the coattails of others to achieve her goals. There is no need for her to cause trouble with everyone else. Wang Hui was speechless when he heard his mother's explanation. Wang's mother and father didn't know much about their uncle's affairs at the time, and they weren't very clear about the details of Wang Hui being taken away by the constables. They simply assumed that Wang Hui had been taken in for questioning and would be released later. If the two elders had known that, because of Wang Hui's case, not only were the two constables who took him away fired, but even the chief constable of Jinko was suspended and under investigation, they wouldn't have said such things.
Although Aunt Lu's relative is the captain of the North Star Magistrate's office, which is one rank higher than the Jinko Magistrate's office, he is still only at the same level as the county magistrate. When it comes to actual power, the county magistrate of Jinko definitely holds far more authority than the chief constable of the Bachin Magistrate's office.
After all, a county town has tens of thousands of people under his jurisdiction, and it's not just about maintaining public order. As for the captain of the police, aside from public safety, the rest is not under his jurisdiction. Therefore, if the two were to meet, the county magistrate of Jinko would certainly look down upon the constable of the Bachin Bureau. Therefore, the county magistrate of Jinko would certainly not think highly of the chief constable of the Bachin Bureau. Unless the chief of the Bachin Bureau was assigned to serve as deputy prefect, he would never be a match for the county magistrate of Jinko. However, according to Wang Hui's knowledge, the deputy prefects of Bachin each have their own responsibilities and none of them also serve as the head of the prefectural office. And even the county magistrate of Jinko County, who knew of Wang Hui's capabilities, was filled with fear and anxiety. How much more so for Lu Ai's so-called relative who was a constable? Of course, even if the other party were to hold the position of deputy prefect, Wang Hui would still not fear him. Because, through the introduction of the Jiang sisters and Lin Wu, he had not only befriended the prefect of Bachin but also a junior official from the provincial government. These two had even publicly acknowledged Wang Hui as their nephew and vouched for him in front of him. If Wang Hui ever encountered any issues he couldn't resolve in Bachin, he could simply call them, and they would definitely help him resolve them. These two individuals hold ranks higher than the deputy magistrate of Bachin by one grade, let alone the capture head of the Bachin magistrate's office.
The gap between them is as much as 2 grades.
As the saying goes, a rank higher than yours can crush you. With their status, removing a captain of the prefectural office would be no difficult task.
Chapter 196, The True Purpose of the Wealth Card.
This is just like the money of wealthy merchants, whose origins are unclear.
The same applies to these officials. How many people dare to say they have never taken bribes or abused their power for personal gain?
So it's just that everyone protects each other, and no one has conducted a thorough investigation. If they were to investigate thoroughly,
Wang Hui believes that the vast majority of people would end up paying the price.
Of course, Wang Hui knows deep down that the prefect and the deputy minister are only recognizing his nephew, they don't truly hold him in high regard. After all, his current strength was still insufficient to warrant such attention.
In their understanding, Wang Hui's connections were limited to Jinko County, which was just one of the small counties under their jurisdiction.
Such a presence might earn the respect of the county magistrate of Jinko County, but for someone of their rank, it was far from sufficient. Of course, this is understandable, as the connections Wang Hui had gained after using his wealthy card were limited to such a small place as Jinko County. Among them, the most powerful was manhwa Property, whose company's market value was only a few hundred billion, and the personal assets of its founder were merely a few billion.
For a county-level city, such a company is undoubtedly a colossal entity.
However, in a provincial capital like Beichin, such individuals are not uncommon. There are at least hundreds, if not thousands. Naturally, they hold little deterrent power. Moreover, the two of them, one a prefect and the other a junior minister, were high-ranking officials in the city and the province.
How could they possibly take notice of a wealthy merchant from a county town?
The only thing that truly caught their attention was the Jiang family's company, whose market value was nearing 1 trillion. However, the reason they are willing to set aside their pride and acknowledge Wang Hui as their nephew is not merely due to the scale of his company or their own wealth.
It is because of their family influence in Kyoto. If it weren't for the Jiang family's background,
even someone as powerful as Jiang Huan would have to treat the North Qin prefect with utmost respect. There's no way he'd let someone like Jiang Ziren make the other party dare not even breathe heavily. After all, the other party is the prefect of a city, a position that no merchant can simply manipulate at will, especially when the prefect's daughter is involved. Therefore, they were doing this in the hope that by helping Wang Hui, they could curry favor with the other party and have them speak well of them to their family. At that point, they could climb higher up the ranks, no longer just prefects, but directly become the top officials in the province, holding the position of prefectural magistrate. In truth, Wang Hui didn't place much value on such connections, as even without their assistance, he would have more than enough ability to handle a mere constable from the prefectural office. Not to mention that he still had his master, Duanmu Jinji, to assist him.
Although Duanmu Jinji has never explicitly explained it, from Lin Xian's previous conversation, Wang Hui could already guess the reason. The family to which Duanmu Jinji belonged was at least on the same level as the Jiang family in the capital, and possibly even slightly stronger.
Therefore, if Jiang Ziren could summon the prefect of Beichin to assist, then Duanmu Jinji must certainly be able to do the same. Moreover, the capital city where he is stationed is a directly administered municipality, and although they are both prefects, their ranks are not comparable. The prefect of Kyoto is on the same level as the provincial governor, and because he is in Kyoto, his rank is even slightly higher. Such an individual would not even give a second glance to a lowly constable from the North Star Prefecture, let alone someone of the rank of prefect or deputy minister.
Of course, Wang Hui didn't want to rely on Duanmu Jinji's help every time. That would definitely not be beneficial for his growth. Because people are inherently lazy. When you consistently rely on others, it eventually becomes a habit. At that point, you start to think, since there are already such influential people helping me, why should I bother to try? Because he will think that even if he tries hard, it may not be as effective as having the influence of a powerful figure. Once this thought takes root, it is inevitable that the rest of this person's life will be unremarkable. If the powerful figures had remained in place and continued to protect him, things might have been different. But once the powerful figure steps down or abandons him, his life is ruined. This is not the outcome Wang Hui wants to see. Therefore, since becoming a disciple of Duanmu Jin, Wang Hui had never once asked him for help. This includes when his uncle got into trouble earlier. It was the other party who offered to help, and Wang Hui did not ask for assistance. Because he initially only wanted to borrow the other party's connections and didn't want to get too involved. As the old saying goes, a master can only guide you to the door. Cultivation depends on the individual. Moreover, Wang Hui has systematic support, so his future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of Duanmu Jinji. It is precisely because of the system's existence that even if they don't intervene, Wang Hui will still have the means to deal with that woman's relatives. Because as long as Wang Hui is in Beichin City, he can use the wealthy card again to resolve the matter effortlessly. The magic of this wealth card lies in the fact that the connections you gain depend on where you use it. Chapter 197, A Higher Level Reward. For example, when used in Jinko County, the connections Wang Hui obtained were the top-tier connections within the Jinko area. If used in Beichin City, Wang Hui would gain access to the top-tier network within the city. Wang Hui can be 100% certain that as long as he uses the wealth card, even if he has never met Jiang Tingting in person and has no connection whatsoever with the Jiang family, in the end, it will inevitably turn out the same as what happened to Liang Xiaohua's family back then. The Jiang family will definitely be the first to receive news of Wang Hui's predicament under the system's control. They will inevitably feel compelled to assist Wang Hui in resolving the issue as a gesture of goodwill, much like Liang Xiaohua did in the past. And it won't just be the Jiang family, the other top families of the North Star clan will definitely get involved as well.
Because with the system's assistance, they have confirmed that Wang Hui's status is undoubtedly beyond their reach. It's like in Jinkou County, where the CEO of Lianghua Property would naturally assume that Wang Hui is a high-ranking official from Beichen, with a net worth naturally surpassing his own, reaching the level of hundreds of billions. However, if this were in Beichen, the bigwigs there would naturally assume that Wang Hui comes from an even higher-tier second-tier city. If their net worth is in the hundreds of billions, then in their memory, Wang Hui's net worth is at least in the tens of billions, or even trillions. If this were in Kyoto, it would be even more unimaginable. Even a top-tier family like the Duanmu family would still hold Wang Hui in high regard, viewing him as someone not to be trifled with. That's the power of the wealthy card, otherwise, it wouldn't have reached B-rank status. Consider this, a martial arts card that can transform its user into a martial arts master is merely D-rank, while a B-rank wealth card is 2 entire ranks higher. If it's just to give oneself a mere trillionaire status, that's far too insignificant for a wealthy card of that caliber. However, within the system, even such a powerful B-rank item is only considered average. Above it are even higher tier A rank and S rank items. Although the ultimate effects of these items are unknown, just looking at the B rank wealth card is already so powerful, how much more so the higher tier A rank and S rank items? There's no need to guess, their effects must be even more extraordinary. However, while A rank and S rank items have extreme effects, the points required to exchange them are equally extreme. Don't be fooled by Wang Hui's current 500,000 points in the actual store, they won't get him anything worthwhile. With 500,000 points, you can only get a C grade item. To redeem a B grade item, you need a staggering 1 million points. As for the A grade items above that, an even more astonishing 5 million points are required. And the final S rank item requires an even more staggering 20 million points. This astronomical figure of 20 million left Wang Hui feeling utterly out of his league. After all, he had completed 3 missions before and had only received 500,000 points as a reward, along with 3 items of corresponding levels. This clearly demonstrates how difficult it is to earn points. Without the help of his master, in Du Jinji, Wang Hui would never have met Lin Xin and Lin Wu, and his office building would likely still be vacant for some time. And the 40-story times office building only brought Wang Hui 500,000 points. If Wang Hui wanted to exchange for an A-grade item, he would need to complete 10 more such tasks to obtain 5 million points. As for the absurd S-grade items, you'd have to complete a full 40 of these tasks to redeem one. Just one task took Wang Hui nearly half a month to complete, so 40 tasks would likely take at least several years to finish. However, the system was considerate enough to make the tasks it assigned after the upgrade different from before. The new tasks directly grant 80 sets of Apocalypse villas and are no longer simply for rental purposes. According to the instructions, half of the Tianqi villas are to be rented out by Wang Hui, while the other half are to be sold by him. Additionally, upon completing the task, the host will no longer receive half ownership of the property as a reward, as was previously the case. Instead, the host will directly obtain 80% ownership. And since it was not leased, half of it could be sold, so in reality, the reward Wang Hui received far exceeded 100%. As a result, Wang Hui's earning potential will grow exponentially, with his capital expanding from 1 billion to over 100 billion, essentially completing a major task. However, now that Wang Hui knows the purpose of the points, he cares about more than just the real estate awarded upon completing a task. What he values even more is how many points he will receive as a reward after completing a task. Based on previous task rewards, the last 40 units earn 500,000 points, which means that 80 units of Tianqi villas should at least bring him a 1 million point reward. Chapter 198, It's all a misunderstanding. This is equivalent to the points needed to exchange for a B rank item. After completing this task, will the next one require 160 properties, and will the points increase from 1 million to 2 million at that point? If the rewards are structured this way, obtaining an A rank item shouldn't be too difficult, and even the seemingly unattainable S rank items might be achievable. By then, Wang Hui, relying on S-grade items, will certainly be able to achieve his grand ambitions more easily and quickly, becoming the most influential person standing at the pinnacle of the world. Of course, all of this is still in the future. The immediate priority now is to wrap up the birthday banquet as soon as possible and then proceed to hand over the 80 sets of Apocalypse villas assigned by the system. At the time, Wang Hui didn't say much in response to Mrs. Wang's words. He only mentioned that his connections were far more extensive than just Hulong. There were many others far more powerful than Hulong, so Lu Auntie's so-called relative who was a police captain was someone his mother shouldn't worry about. If they really come looking for trouble with the Wang family, he doesn't mind teaching them a lesson. As for Aunt Lu, even his relative, the constable Wang Hui, doesn't think much of her, so there's no need to mention her. She told her mother that when dealing with someone like Aunt Lu, one shouldn't be too lenient. When it's time to scold, one must scold. When it's time to act, one must act decisively. Otherwise, such a petty person will take advantage of you and eventually bully you. After Wang Hui finished speaking, Wang's mother nodded in agreement and couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. She was starting to find him increasingly hard to understand. She noticed that ever since Wang Hui put down his novel and stepped out of the house, he had changed, becoming more and more mysterious. She had thought that Hulong was already Wang Hui's greatest support, but she never expected that Wang Hui had other friends, and they were even more powerful. Even the chief constable of Beichen's prefecture didn't dare to look down on them. All of this left Wang's mother utterly thrilled. If someone else had said that, Wang Ma would have thought they were trying to fool her and wouldn't have taken it seriously. But these words came from her own son's mouth, and Wang Hui knew him better than anyone else. She knew her son wasn't the type to make empty promises, he always meant what he said. So when Wang Hui spoke, she chose to believe him. However, although Wang's mother knew her son's abilities, she still cautioned him not to act recklessly and to avoid using force if possible. After all, they were neighbors living in the same neighborhood. Although they had cheated us out of some money, it wasn't worth risking one's life over. Wang Hui nodded and went back to his room. As for his mother's mention of risking one's life, Wang Hui didn't see it that way. With Aunt Lu's background, she didn't have the qualifications to risk her life with him. To put it bluntly, if Wang Hui were to take action, he could make Aunt Lu disappear from this world with just a little bit of his connections. However, such a minor figure isn't even worth his time, and he wouldn't deign to get his hands dirty. That would only make him feel like he's lowering himself. Wang Hui intends to leave such insignificant individuals for his parents to use as practice, allowing them to become more assertive. But he never expected that just one night later, his mother would strike back something he hadn't anticipated. Because her last words last night clearly still carried a hint of hesitation. Wang Hui didn't know if his mother didn't trust his connections or was just worried about him. After choosing to believe him, he began to worry about Aunt Lu. However, none of that mattered. Wang Hui knew that his mother's counterattack this time was just the beginning of something good. That was exactly the effect he wanted. Though he wouldn't provoke them, he wanted others to know. The Wang family is not someone you can provoke lightly. Once you do, you must be prepared for the worst. It's all a misunderstanding. I was just joking. Look, the car is here. Let's get in first and not keep them waiting. After hearing what Wang's mother and Wang Hui said, Aunt Lu's face turned pale. Finally, she forced a smile, laughed it off, and pointed to the ride-hailing car parked in front of them. She had thought that even if Wang's mother wouldn't speak up for her, she would at least stop Wang Hui from speaking again. But she never expected the other party to directly confront her with questions. Such a scene left her speechless. Is this really the same kind-hearted person who could be bullied at will? Or is it still that timid, cowardly woman who always backs down when faced with trouble? At that moment, Aunt Lu felt that Wang's mother's aura had become incredibly strong, even surpassing her own usual fiery temper. Originally, Aunt Lu had intended to retort a few words, because when it came to arguing, she, Lu Guixiang, had never been afraid of anyone. However, the other person's mention of the arranged marriage left her feeling a bit uneasy, and she was at a loss for words. Just as Wang's mother had suspected, the person she had arranged for Wang Hui to meet was intentionally chosen to be Li Jie. Chapter 199, Bullying Others with One's Influence. Aunt Lu, of course, knew that with Li Jie's qualifications, she would never have looked at Wang Hui twice. Because their salaries are completely disproportionate, differing by more than 5 times. As for Wang Hui, aside from his good looks, he had little else to offer. If Li Jie were a woman who didn't value material things, there might be a slight possibility. But before even considering anyone, Aunt Lu had already made her selection in her mind. Not only did she need someone with good personal qualities, but she also needed someone who was materialistic. In the end, she chose Li Jie. You should know that Li Jie's qualifications are among the top of all the girls Aunt Lu knows. She's a PhD who returned from studying abroad and is the director of a listed company. Such high-quality resources are hard to come by. Despite her many strengths, Li Jie isn't perfect either. She has a flaw that all women share. She is too materialistic and too obsessed with money. Even though she earns a decent income, she is still determined to marry a man who earns over $1 million a year. As long as he's not too old, she's willing to accept anything else, even if he's not attractive. Because in her eyes, money is the most important thing. Appearance doesn't matter. After all, good looks can't put food on the table, only money can buy delicious food. Under such standards, even if Wang Hui is handsome, in Li Jie's eyes, he would still feel that she is worthless because of her income. Therefore, the moment Aunt Lu made her decision, Wang Hui was effectively sentenced to death. The subsequent meeting with Li Jie was merely a formality, as the outcome had already been decided. This was precisely why Aunt Lu chose Li Jie. Her goal was to ensure that this matchmaking attempt failed. Because she saw that Mrs. Wang was very cooperative, and to get her to introduce someone, she had bought quite a few health supplements from her. A customer like this, how could Aunt Lu just make a one-time sale? She definitely needed to make the most of the opportunity. So Aunt Lu had already made up her mind. Once Wang Hui's blind date fails, Wang's mother will definitely come back to her. At that time, she would hint to the other party to buy some more health supplements, and then introduce them to other girls for matchmaking. Of course, the ultimate outcome won't change. No matter how many times she sets them up, Aunt Lu doesn't have good intentions and won't let the other person succeed.
If the man's conditions are good, Aunt Lu will introduce an unattractive girl with the worst possible conditions.
Preferably someone with a younger brother or older brother waiting to get married. In such a situation, the man would definitely not be interested in the woman.
Let's not even mention that wealthy individuals tend to prefer attractive people. Even if they encounter someone unusual, they wouldn't care about physical appearance.
But when you think about it, she is also a brother-obsessed woman.
Who would dare to marry such a woman?
Who knows, maybe at the last minute, the future mother-in-law will demand a huge dowry, like $100,000 or $80,000.
What will you do then, give it or not? If you don't
give it, all the expenses and emotional investment made so far will be wasted. If I give it, even though we get married, there will definitely be an emotional barrier, and our marriage will inevitably face challenges in the future.
Of course, this is just the beginning. Because you are easygoing, the other party will take advantage of you for the rest of your life and find ways to extract money from you. By the time they've drained you dry, they might just walk away without a second thought. Of course, for someone like Wang Hui, who has a good image but low income, Aunt Lu would use the opposite approach and introduce someone like Li Jia, a materialistic, rich and beautiful woman. In any case, Aunt Lu would never arrange a match between people of equal social standing. If all the matchmaking were to succeed, how would Aunt Lu rely on her connections to promote her health supplements and earn more commissions? However, as Wang's mother had initially suspected, Aunt Lu's approach has angered many of the neighbors who had come to her for matchmaking services. Not everyone is as easygoing as Wang's mother.
Some people have a short temper and go straight to Lu's house after the fact to demand that she return the money.
At this point, Aunt Lu won't be so easygoing anymore. She'll just turn around and deny everything.
She will shift all the blame onto the other party, claiming that their child lacks the ability to impress others, while insisting that the people she introduced were all high-quality candidates. If the other party were to drop the matter at that point, Aunt Lu wouldn't say anything further, though she might simply reduce contact with that client in the future.
However, if the other party persists and even resorts to violence, then Aunt Lu will bring in her relative who works as a constable at the Beichen magistrate's office,
using this method to threaten them, making them back down in the face of difficulty.
Most of the people living in this old neighborhood are ordinary folks.
They've never even seen someone of the captain's rank before, and just hearing about him is enough to strike fear into their hearts. Even though they knew what the authorities were doing was illegal, they dared not say a word, choosing instead to swallow their anger and pretend nothing had happened.
Chapter 200, Shameless. As for going to the provincial authorities to lodge a complaint, exposing the other party's crimes, and ensuring they receive the punishment they deserve, well, they'd have to have the guts to go and file a complaint first. People like them, ordinary commoners, wouldn't dare provoke even a lowly constable, let alone a police chief. Because they know that anyone who has risen to such a position is not only ruthless but also has connections beyond their wildest imagination. If they fail to bring charges, they will never have peace for the rest of their lives and will undoubtedly face severe retaliation from the other side. Even if they manage to bring charges against the other party could use their connections to find a few people to easily deal with them. At that point, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing a few $1,000s. If things go badly, they might frame you for something and send you to jail.
Moreover, they know that once they end up in jail, it won't be as simple as just serving time. Moreover, they know that once you're in jail, it's definitely not as simple as just serving time. Because there have been reports in the news before about prisoners dying under mysterious circumstances after being sent to prison. For example, playing hide and seek in the cell and accidentally falling to one's death.
What happened in the prison cell where someone died from falling due to an improper sleeping position?
There are even more bizarre cases, such as prisoners who snored while sleeping and died from suffocation after failing to catch their breath. In short, if you offend a powerful figure, they can cause all sorts of accidents to happen to ordinary people with just a single word.
At that point, losing your life over a few $1,000s, do you think it's worth it? So these people aren't just innocent little angels.
Everyone thought about it for a moment. If they didn't report it, it would just be a financial loss. If they reported it, there was the risk of going to jail or even losing their lives. So when faced with such a situation, they could only choose to make a big issue out of nothing and let it go, accepting their misfortune.
Moreover, due to Aunt Lu's connections, those who were cheated dare not spread the news.
They're afraid that if they do, they'll end up getting into trouble for no reason.
As for Aunt Lu, she was more than happy to oblige.
She had been using this method successfully time and again, and her business was thriving as a result.
Since it was a misunderstanding, let's just forget about it. Shall we? Let's go. Seeing that Aunt Lu had backed down, Wang's mother didn't press the issue further. She gave the other woman a meaningful look before turning to Wang Hui and saying, after all, today was her big day, and she didn't want a minor issue to ruin her mood. Of course, the main reason was that Lu Guixian was someone she had provoked herself, and Wang's mother also felt a little guilty. Because of her own actions, Wang Hui was mocked so harshly by the other party. This is also why Wang's mother decided to retaliate. Part of it was because Wang Hui had told her last night not to be so timid and to fight back when necessary. However, as I mentioned earlier, changing one's personality isn't something that can be done overnight.
Even though she knows that Wang Hui has changed, it's still difficult for her to make an immediate change. Therefore, what truly prompted Wang's mother to change this time was the other person's actions, which finally pushed her to her limit. On her own birthday, the other person dared to scold her son in front of her. No matter how patient Wang's mother was, she couldn't endure the constant provocation.
Wang Hui nodded.
Since his mother had spoken, he naturally wouldn't say much either.
He then led everyone onto the car. However, deep down, he was completely speechless about Ms. Lu.
Wang Hui never expected the other party to be so shameless. They had been driven away, yet they still had the nerve to stay.
I wonder if they've lost their minds.
If it were Wang Hui, he would have already left as far away as possible. Why stay here to be a laughingstock for others?
However, Wang Hui quickly realized something was amiss.
The other party had been so aggressive earlier, it was unlikely that they would back down so easily just because of Wang's mother's words. Moreover, Wang Hui vaguely recalled that the other party's apparent anger at the end was clearly an indication of their intention to retaliate. But for some reason, he managed to hold back in the end. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was off about the other person. The more he thought about it, the more Wang Hui felt that there was something wrong with the other person. After being confronted by him and his mother, the other person still acted as if nothing had happened and went to the banquet.
There must be something up.
However, Wang Hui couldn't figure out what the other person intended to do either.
However, Wang Hui isn't someone to be messed with.
If the other party dares to cause trouble at the banquet, she will definitely make sure they regret it today. Soon, the car started up and headed toward Xianyungu. Due to what had happened earlier, no one spoke after getting into the car.
Lu Ai, who appeared to be sitting quietly, had a look of suspicion flashing in her eyes. Just as Wang Hui had suspected, Aunt Lu was not someone who would easily be taken advantage of.
Since the money-making plan had already fallen through, anything else she said was pointless, as it couldn't change Wang Hui's decision.
Chapter 201, Modesty is also a form of enlightenment.
Given that her plans had fallen through, there wasn't much point in her tagging along to the banquet either.
However, Aunt Lu didn't see it that way.
After all, the gift had already been given, and it was worth several $1,000s.
How could she just give it away like that?
That wasn't in line with her money-obsessed nature. So she had to go out for a meal, no matter how much it cost.
She couldn't let herself lose everything.
Secondly, since Wang Hui and Wang's mother had humiliated her so badly, she couldn't get her revenge here.
Could she really not get it back at the banquet?
Once they arrived at the restaurant, if she found the environment unsatisfactory, the food unpalatable, or the service lacking, Aunt Lu would inevitably speak up in retaliation. In short, whenever she gets the chance, Aunt Lu will seize it and use it to humiliate Wang Hui and his mother. Of course, Aunt Lu isn't foolish enough to say it directly, as that would give Wang Hui an opening to respond. She'll use indirect criticism to get her point across. That way, even if Wang Hui wants to turn on her, he won't be able to do anything about it.
Because this is a birthday banquet, and as the host, Wang Hui can't possibly lose his temper with the guests.
If Wang Hui were to lose his temper, it would naturally arouse the displeasure of relatives and friends, which would only help Aunt Lu achieve her goal of turning the banquet into a laughingstock. Even if Wang Hui's relatives and friends don't take offense, if Wang Hui really decides to take action against her, Aunt Lu won't be afraid. Because once she's really provoked, she'll call her relative who works as a constable at the county office and have him come to the restaurant to help her vent her anger.
Aunt Lu didn't believe that a small family like the Wang family would dare to go up against the head of the police station.
She wanted to make the other party know how foolish it was to provoke her. At that time, Aunt Lu would definitely force Wang Hui and Wang's mother to apologize to her at the birthday banquet in front of all their relatives and friends. Using this method to humiliate the Wang family is the consequence of offending her.
Of course, this was just Aunt Lu's inner thought, she didn't say it out loud. If Wang Hui were to find out, he would certainly laugh at her for being ignorant.
Wang Hui not only isn't afraid of the other person coming, but actually hopes they'll come over on their own. Otherwise, Aunt Lu, that bully who relies on others for power, wouldn't know her own worth and think her relatives are so great. When the time comes, Wang Hui will show Aunt Lu that this so-called powerful relative is nothing but a worthless dog in his presence. Soon, the vehicle came to a stop in front of a building with a traditional Chinese architectural style, which was precisely where Xianyungu was located. Wang Hui then opened the car door and led Wang's mother and the others inside. After Wang Hui left, the taxi driver looked at the other person in shock, then muttered to himself,
"Goodness, these people are so low-key. Coming to Xianyungu for dinner and actually taking a taxi. Xianyun Pavilion is indeed not well known.
In Beichin, only the upper class are aware of its existence. Most people have likely never even heard of Xianyungu, let alone know what it represents in Beichin.
However, there is one exception: taxi drivers. Don't look down on taxi drivers, they are just service industry workers who drive passengers around the city.
But despite this, there is one skill they possess that many people can't match. Some might say it's their driving skills. After all, everyone knows that anyone who can be a taxi driver must have exceptional driving skills. Whether it's overtaking or cutting in, these are all things they do with ease. When encountering passengers, they stop on a dime, regardless of whether there are vehicles behind them or if there's a suitable spot to pick up passengers.
Describing them as squeezing in wherever they can is no exaggeration.
Therefore, when people talk about taxi drivers while acknowledging their driving skills, it is often used in a derogatory manner to criticize their disregard for traffic rules. However, beyond that, the truly remarkable ability of taxi drivers lies in their ability to stay well informed. Basically, no matter how minor the incident, they know all the details, and the speed and accuracy with which they obtain information are truly remarkable.
It even surpasses that of professional journalists who specialize in this field.
First, there are thousands of taxis in every city, spread throughout every street and alley.
Second, they serve tens of thousands of passengers every day, each of whom gets into the car.
Although most passengers are playing on their phones or listening to music, some passengers will chat with the driver. It is through these conversations that taxi drivers learn about many unknown facts. For example, the Xianyungu, even with their taxi driver status, they would never be able to enter such a place.
However, that doesn't stop them from knowing about this place.
Based on the passengers' descriptions, they knew that it was a private club-style restaurant. However, it was not like other places where you could become a member by paying a fee.
Chapter 202, Your Arrival.
Because membership at Xianyungu cannot be purchased directly with money, it can only be obtained through the club's initiative. Additionally, the requirements for membership are quite stringent. It is not simply a matter of having the financial means, but also of possessing the appropriate social standing. Therefore, the guests who dine here are all either wealthy or influential individuals, each of whom is someone others look up to. He never expected that the guest he had randomly invited today was a member of Xianyungu, and such a young one at that. When the passenger got into the car earlier, although they mentioned the name Xianyungu, he didn't think much of it, assuming they were just heading to the area nearby. After all, someone who could afford to be a member at Xianyungu wouldn't be unable to buy a car. However, when he saw the other person get out of the car and walk into Xianyungu, he was completely taken aback. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Wang Hui in his heart.
Rich people are truly different. No matter where they go, they remain so low-key.
Unlike them, even if they earn a little money, they feel the need to flaunt it, as if afraid that others won't know they're wealthy.
He knew this might just be a difference in their level of sophistication.
Maybe one day he'd reach that level too, and then he could become wealthy and afford to spend money at Xianyungu. The taxi driver shook his head, gave a self-deprecating smile, and drove away.
Mom, this is the Xianyungu I told you about earlier. Wang Hui led his parents along, pointing at the ancient-style building as he spoke. The surroundings look quite charming. You've really thought of everything, shall we? Wang Mama followed his gaze, nodded, and smiled.
Earlier, when she heard that a banquet cost several hundred yuan per table, Wang's mother had thought it was a small place. But upon arriving, she discovered that the place was not small at all. It was even more impressive than some of the larger hotels. However, the decor style was different from the usual opulent, grand hotels.
Instead, it gave off a more secluded, idyllic vibe. Come on, what's so unique about it? It's just an old, run-down hotel. Look, there's not even a soul in sight.
As soon as Wang's mother finished speaking, Lu Auntie, who was standing beside her, glanced at the restaurant in front of her and couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Though her voice was soft, Wang Hui and the others present heard every word clearly. This time, it wasn't Aunt Lu trying to mock anyone, she was simply speaking her mind. In her view, whether it's a restaurant or a hotel, the more beautifully decorated and luxurious it is, the higher the standard. Even if it's not gilded and ornate, it definitely shouldn't have this outdated decor style. For her, this kind of restaurant is definitely not suitable for dining, it's more suited for summer retreats or elderly care. After hearing Aunt Lu's words, Wang Hui gave her a mocking glance and didn't bother to respond further. He knew she was just a country bumpkin, and explaining anything to her would be a waste of time. As for why there was no one around, this also came as a surprise to Wang Hui. Although Xianyungu is secluded from the outside world, it's not so isolated that no one would come by. Although Wang Hui has only been there twice, he still sees some members bringing friends along each time. Today, with the entire Xianyungu empty and not a soul in sight, it was the first time he had ever seen such a scene.
Mr. Wang, welcome to our humble abode. This must be your aunt.
Wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity as enduring as the southern mountains. Just then, Tu Lisha, who was waiting in the lobby, spotted Mr. Wang and his group approaching and hurried over to greet them warmly. Before Wang Hui could say a word, another dozen or so handsome men and beautiful women walked out and offered their blessings to the birthday celebrant, Wang's mother.
Thank you, Mr. Tu, you're so thoughtful.
Seeing how thoughtful Tu Lisha was, Wang Hui felt very honored and thanked her.
Wang's mother, standing nearby, couldn't stop smiling.
Over the years, she had spent almost all her birthdays at home. Except for a few times at a restaurant, it had always been just the three of them. This was the first time they had ever hosted a banquet. I never expected my son's friends to be so generous. Even though the banquet only cost a few $100s per table, they still went out of their way to offer their blessings. Although Wang's mother had never hosted a banquet before, she had attended others' banquets, and even those that cost thousands of dollars per table didn't have such a grand scale. It's absolutely impossible for a group of people to wait at the door and offer blessings. At most, they might do it in a private room, where someone would bring a cake or longevity noodles or something like that.
Something like this nowadays would make people think it's some official's family throwing a big banquet.
Wang Dad behind him was also thrilled. Seeing the old woman so happy, he couldn't help but feel happy too. He had once hoped to provide his wife and children with such a life and such treatment. Unfortunately, his own abilities were limited. After working for most of his life, he hadn't earned much money and could only provide for his family's basic needs, living an ordinary life.
Chapter 203, The entire venue is here to serve you alone.
However, seeing that Wang Hui had made something of himself now, he felt immense relief. The things he hadn't been able to achieve, his son had accomplished for him.
This was a belated form of happiness, he supposed.
The warmth shown by Tu Lisha and the others left Wang Hui and his family of three deeply satisfied. However, Lu Guixiang, who was trailing behind, couldn't bring herself to smile, and even carried a hint of disdain. I never would have guessed this guy was so good at putting on a show. He couldn't even spare the money to choose a decent hotel, yet he came to this rundown place and spent money on all these frills. Tu Lisha and the others' behavior did indeed startle Lu Guixiang, but when she thought about the environment here, she looked down on Wang Hui even more.
In her view, Wang Hui was just putting on airs.
Since he couldn't afford to go to a better place, he had to resort to this, pretending to be so impressive.
Mr. Wang is too polite. Let me show you in first.
After exchanging greetings, Tu Lisha led everyone upstairs to the private room. Since Mr. Wang Hui had reduced the number of tables from over a dozen to just 3, the venue had been moved from the main hall to a private room. Since Xianyungu is not a place specifically designed for gatherings and dining, their private rooms do not have the space to accommodate 3 tables at the same time. Instead, each private room has only one type of table. After all, business people don't come in large numbers, and they prefer a quiet and comfortable place.
Mr. Tu, why haven't we seen a single customer today?
Wang Hui followed Tu Lisha upstairs to the private room while asking. Not only was there no one outside, but after Wang Hui entered, he didn't see a single person either. Although they had arrived earlier than other guests due to their status as the owner's guests, it was already 11 o'clock, so it was impossible for there to be no guests at all.
Mr. Wang, didn't you know?
Today, the entire Xianyungu has been booked for a private event, so other members are not being accommodated. Tu Lisha explained.
What? Are you saying that because of my mother's birthday banquet, the entire Xianyungu is not accepting any other guests today? Tu Lisha's words startled Wang Hui. He never expected it to turn out this way. He never imagined that Lin Xian would break the rules not only for himself but also accept his birthday banquet. He even went so far as to announce publicly that the restaurant had been reserved exclusively for him and would only serve his family. You should know that he only set up 3 banquet tables in total. For those 3 tables, he gave up an entire day's business. According to Wang Hui's rough estimate, there would definitely be hundreds of thousands of dollars in spending in a single day. Of course, what truly astonished him wasn't the small amount of money, but the fact that he never once considered that the other party would be so generous. He had assumed that accepting the banquet was already an enormous gesture of goodwill, but now, refusing other guests and announcing that the venue was reserved exclusively for them was even more unexpected. I'm sure this news will shock Beichen. After all, such an incident has never occurred since the establishment of Xianyun Pavilion. Tu Lisha smiled and said, "That's right. Everything was instructed by Mr. Lin.
Today, the entire venue is dedicated to serving Mr. Wang." This information was also received on short notice 2 days ago. Earlier, Tu Lisha had only received a call from Lin Xian, instructing her to contact Wang Hui and inform him that Xianyungu had agreed to host the banquet. Then it was just a matter of coordinating the lottery and the number of guests. At the time, there was no mention of reserving the entire venue. You should know that although Xianyungu doesn't usually have many visitors, its premises are quite spacious. If they were to host a banquet, their main hall and private rooms combined could easily accommodate over 100 tables. Therefore, even if Wang Hui's family has many guests, they would never be unable to accommodate other guests. However, just 2 days ago, Tu Lisha received another call from Lin Xian, instructing her to send messages to other members informing them that Xianyungu was fully booked today and would not be open to the public. This news startled Tu Lisha. Over the years, such a thing had never happened before, and it was even more shocking than hosting a banquet. He had always thought that Wang Hui's status was already quite impressive, and he must have a good relationship with the boss. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have given such face and made an exception to accept the banquet. However, this phone call made her realize that their relationship was far more than just good. Wang Hui's background must be extremely deep and influential, otherwise, given Lin Xian's temperament, he wouldn't have agreed to such a request. It would be impossible for him to be so accommodating time and time again. After all, the other party is from Kyoto, and in Kyoto, they are part of a top-tier family. Aside from someone like Duanmu Jinji, there are very few people who could move him to act this way.
Lisha didn't have time to think much about it and immediately edited the message and sent it out.
But just moments after sending it, her phone started ringing non-stop. As expected, all the calls were from members of Xian Yungu. They weren't calling to question why Xian Yungu had suddenly closed its doors for the day.
Chapter 204, which big shot booked the entire place?
Although these members have significant status, they do not yet possess the qualifications to dare question the actions of Xian Yun Pavilion. They called just to inquire about the identity of the mysterious influential figure who could secure an exclusive booking at Xian Yungu. Since Xian Yungu was established, among its nearly 1,000 members, many had considered hosting a banquet there or requesting an exclusive booking.
However, the response has always been a firm refusal.
So when they heard this answer today, they were naturally shocked and surprised, and also wanted to know more about this influential figure. Since most of these members are business people, knowing one more person means having one more connection, which can help them prepare for entering higher circles in the future. When faced with such questions, Lisha could only smile and decline, setting aside the privacy of Xian Yungu members, which she felt must be protected.
Even if it were permissible to disclose such information, how could a mere manager like her dare to do so regarding someone as influential as Wang Hui?
If she angered the other party, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing her job. Being a manager at Xian Yungu naturally means she has exceptional abilities, and she naturally comes into contact with far more secrets than the average person. She knows that these true powerhouses possess abilities that are truly terrifying. They could easily control everything with a single word. Even the slightest offense could lead to your downfall, erasing you from this world in the blink of an eye.
That's all for now. We don't have many guests today, just around 20 people. 3 tables will suffice. After hearing the explanation, Wang Hui didn't say much more and instructed Lisha.
Wang Hui knew that all of this was probably thanks to his master, Duanmu Jinji, otherwise Lin Xian would never have placed such importance on him. Wang Hui was deeply grateful to Duanmu Jinji, but he also believed that the efforts he had made would not go unrewarded. When he truly matures, he will certainly be able to assist him. Although, judging by the Indu family's influence in Kyoto, there shouldn't be much to worry about for them at the moment.
However, who can guarantee that nothing will happen in the future?
In any case, he had been of great assistance to Wang Hui, and Wang Hui was not the type to forget a favor. If someone comes within a foot of him, he will repay them with a foot. However, Wang Hui never imagined that he had guessed wrong this time. Earlier, when he took on the responsibility of organizing the birthday banquet, it was indeed Indu Jinzi who had spoken on his behalf. However, he is a man with a peculiar temperament, and his actions are often unpredictable. Just like when he took Wang Hui as his disciple, he didn't really know Wang Hui at all, he just had a good feeling about him and felt that they were meant to be together. Later, he had someone investigate Wang Hui, and the results showed that Wang Hui was just an ordinary person. Given his status as a prominent figure, being considered a friend by him would already be an honor, let alone being taken as a disciple. If he were to take someone as a disciple, it would definitely be someone who could help him or be of some use to him. It would never be an ordinary person. However, Duanmu Jinji actually did take them in as long as he found them pleasing to the eye. He didn't care whether they could be of any use to him or not. Of course, as a top-tier wealthy young man, he naturally held himself in high regard and didn't think anyone could help him, nor did he deem their assistance worthy of his consideration. He was already surprised to be invited by Wang Hui to dine at Xian Yungu. He never imagined that the ordinary young man he was investigating could become a member here. However, he didn't think much of it, assuming the guy probably knew someone who recommended him, and that was likely the case. This was exactly what Duanmu Jinji had thought. Back then, Lisha had joined precisely because of Wei Ci's connection, even though she didn't know Wang Hui. However, anyone who could be with Wei Ci was definitely no ordinary person, so she handed him a membership card. But even that wasn't enough to make Duanmu Jinji speak up for Wang Hui. After all, although Lin Xian was powerful, his status was still inferior to his own. He couldn't bring himself to lose face by speaking up, especially since it wasn't his own business. Giving him some bracelets was already a gesture of goodwill from him as his master. Though the bracelets aren't valuable, such an honor isn't something everyone can receive. It was precisely because Wang Hui was his disciple that he gave these to him. However, at that time, Duanmu Jinji, although he was Wang Hui's disciple. However, it was in the field of antiques. In his view, the only overlap between the two was antiques. Regarding other matters, Duanmu Jinji would not assist the other party. After all, taking the other as a disciple was already the greatest concession he could make. He had come to Beichin precisely to distance himself from his family and live a quiet life. He didn't want to worry about other trivial matters. Therefore, he doesn't want to get involved in Wang Hui's affairs and won't bother to do so. However, the events that followed caused Duanmu Jinji to change his mind and decide to speak up and help Wang Hui. Chapter 205, Lin Xian's True Intentions. During his conversation with Duanmu Jinji, Lin Xian mentioned his younger sister Lin Wu's troubles, saying that she wanted to relocate the company from Kyoto to Beichin and rent an office building from the Times Group. However, she was struggling because there were no available units. Because Lin Wu's company isn't just any ordinary small company, it's a company with a market value of billions, so its scale is naturally incomparable to that of an ordinary company. Before Lin Wu came to Beichen, she had already inquired and found out that in the entire Times complex, aside from a few single rooms available for rent, there wasn't even a single floor available. And since her entire company was relocating here, they would need at least dozens of floors. That was the source of her frustration. However, she has a spoiled temperament and insists on keeping the company here, naturally passing this difficult task on to her older brother, Lin Xian. After all, her older brother Lin Xian had been developing his career in Beichen for several years, so this minor matter should be easily handled.
This task has also left Lin Xian feeling utterly exasperated.
Although Lin Xian came from a top-tier family in the capital, he wasn't all-powerful. There were some things he could ask others to do out of respect, but he couldn't force them to sell. The first floor, the second floor, perhaps Lin Xian could use some connections to handle it.
But dozens of floors? How could that possibly be handled? Moreover, those who can afford a multi-story office building are definitely not ordinary people.
The companies that can afford such a building must be at least on par with Lin Wu's in terms of scale. Such a person wouldn't just hand over their company with a few words. After all, this is business, not a game where you can do whatever you want. However, Lin Xian loved his younger sister dearly and didn't want her to look down on him. Therefore, Lin Xian approached Duanmu Jinji to see if he had any connections that could help out. After all, Duanmu Jinji was still more powerful than him. Although he had only been in Beichen for a short time, he might just surprise him with something unexpected. Lin Xian's words also caused Duanmu Jinji's brows to furrow slightly. The idea of having to go through dozens of layers in one go was also a bit of a challenge for him. Just as Duanmu Jinji was trying to figure out how to help the other party solve the problem, Wang Hui stepped forward voluntarily. He told him that he owned a skyscraper with dozens of floors. This not only helped him save face but also did Lin Xian a huge favor, and it even made Lin Xian look bad. Because the other party had previously mocked him, saying that his disciples were no good. It was precisely for this reason that Duanmu Jinji decided to help Wang Hui, as a way of returning the favor. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor, especially not his own disciple. He couldn't afford to lose face. Moreover, Duanmu Jinji felt that Wang Hui was becoming increasingly mysterious, and he found it harder and harder to read him. It was important to note that the people Duanmu Jinji had sent to investigate Wang Hui were no ordinary individuals.
Under their investigation, not only could they obtain Wang Hui's personal information, but they could also uncover every detail about his relatives back in his hometown.
Under such circumstances, the results of their investigation still showed that Wang Hui was an ordinary person.
How could this not leave him in awe? For an ordinary person to become a member here is already no small feat. And to possess assets worth billions is even more remarkable and admirable.
After all, Lin Xian's personal net worth is only a few hundred billion. Although he relies on his own abilities, everyone knows that the respect he receives is due to the prestige of the Lin family of Kyoto.
Take Lin Xian, for instance. Even someone like Duanmu Jinji is no exception, despite their exceptional abilities.
However, without the support of their families, they would never have been able to grow to their current positions. Although they are confident they can achieve it, the time required would definitely not be that short.
It will take at least several decades of effort to achieve this.
If it were someone as young as Wang Hui, he would admit he couldn't do it.
From that moment onward, Duanmu Jinji began to place even greater importance on Wang Hui. This was also why, upon hearing about the incident involving Wang Hui's uncle, he proactively sent a lawyer to assist.
It wasn't just him. Lin Xian did the same, immediately sending Lin Wu over to help. As for the banquet arrangements, even if Duanmu Jinji hadn't mentioned it, Lin Xian would have agreed to it anyway. After all, in the modern office building, the ultimate beneficiary is him. However, Duanmu Jinji spoke up, and Lin Xian was more than happy to comply.
Such an opportunity to owe someone a favor for free, how could he possibly pass it up?
Of course, it was merely an exception to the rule, and he had only gone to the trouble of hosting a banquet. What truly led Lin Xian to decide to book the entire venue was something that happened after Lin Wu returned. He hadn't expected that Wang Hui's connections weren't just limited to Duanmu Jinji. He had even managed to bring in the Jiang sisters. That was the real reason behind his decision. The Jiang family is a formidable clan. Aside from a few select families, everyone else regards them as one of the top clans in Beichen. Only those from the capital know that the Jiang family possesses even more terrifying power in the capital.
Chapter 206, Jiang Xiren's Suitors.
They were not native to Beichen but had come from the capital, making them true Kyoto natives. Despite the Jiang family's company in Beichen having assets nearing $1 trillion, it is undoubtedly among the top companies in Beichen. However, if these companies were located in Kyoto, they would only be considered average at best.
Of course, what makes the Jiang family so intimidating isn't how much they own.
It's the head of their family in Kyoto, the status of their old master. The old master holds the rank of left assistant minister of the Ministry of War, which is a legitimate second-rank official of the highest order. Everyone knows that a higher rank can crush you, let alone someone of the old man's stature in the Jiang family. He's a high-ranking official several levels above the prefect and deputy minister of Beichen.
That's why Jiang Ziran said that the two of them were nothing more than dogs of the Jiang family.
Because they originally followed the old patriarch of the Jiang family, and it was precisely through his recommendation that they were able to rise to their current positions. Of course, this was all part of the old patriarch's plan. Although Jiang Huan was determined to leave the capital and develop in the unfamiliar North Star region. However, as his father, Mr. Jiang could not simply stand by and do nothing. Although he didn't say anything openly, he was secretly making plans and had arranged for Bai Yifeng and Su Wei to come over. While allowing them to develop here, they are also secretly assisting Jiang Huan. Otherwise, even if Jiang Huan is a business prodigy, it would be impossible for him to grow the company to its current trillion-dollar scale in just a decade or so. Of course, Lin Xian made this decision not only to help Wang Hui but also out of his own self-interest. Of course, Lin Xian's decision was not solely motivated by a desire to help Wang Hui, he also had his own self-serving interests at play. Because his younger sister, Lin Wu, had told him that Wang Hui's true identity was actually Jiang Tingting's boyfriend. This was the real reason behind his decision. He wanted to use this opportunity to ask the other party to say some good words on his behalf. Because Lin Xian is still single, it's not that he doesn't like women, nor is it that he lacks women, but rather that he doesn't find ordinary women appealing. After all, he comes from a top-tier family in Kyoto, so when it comes to finding a partner, he naturally seeks someone who is worthy of his status. While the Beichen family has many top-tier families, when compared to the Lin family, they still fall short, so he doesn't find any of them suitable. However, upon learning of the Jiang family's background, he naturally began to take notice of the Jiang sisters. Although Jiang Tingting was more beautiful, her personality lacked that touch of dominance. For Lin Xian, she always feels like she's missing that certain something. He was always a man who thought highly of himself, with a natural air of dominance, and of course he wanted his woman to be the same. He certainly didn't want his partner to be a naturally weak and delicate woman, as that would make him feel uncomfortable. Therefore, he had always sought a woman who was equally dominant and straightforward. In other words, a strong-willed, assertive woman. Of course, this is just Lin Xian's perspective, others would certainly disagree. As everyone knows, everyone hopes their partner is a gentle, dependent type. A woman who is too assertive would only make a man feel pressured and ashamed of himself. After all, who would want to accept someone they can't control? However, this concern doesn't apply to Lin Xian. He has more than enough capital, so there's no pressure, it only fuels his desire to conquer. Because the woman that others cannot obtain is now within his grasp, it also serves as proof of his superiority from another perspective. So after Lin Xian and Jiang Ziran had interacted a few times, he realized he had fallen in love with Jiang Ziran. This woman not only had a high opinion of herself but was also highly skilled in business. The company she founded, Zimu Business, was thriving under her management. All of this aligns perfectly with Lin Xian's criteria for a partner, so in the days that followed, he began pursuing Jiang Ziran. Unfortunately, Jiang Ziran's personality was overly domineering, even more so than the average man. Although Lin Xian is nearly a perfect man, Jiang Ziran has no interest in him and has repeatedly rejected his advances without mercy. This situation left Lin Xian feeling frustrated. He never imagined that his proactive pursuit would fail to move her in the slightest. If it were any other woman, she would probably have thrown herself at a man like Lin Xian long ago. But Jiang Ziran isn't just anyone, otherwise, Lin Xian wouldn't have noticed her. However, after being repeatedly rejected by the other party, Lin Xian felt humiliated. He even grew impatient and considered taking matters into his own hands, hoping to force the issue. At that point, the other party would have no choice but to agree and submit. However, this thought only lingered for a few seconds before Lin Xian dismissed it. After all, the Jiang family's power was well established, and even the Lin family wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After all, no matter how powerful one might be in the business world, they couldn't outmaneuver the government. Chapter 207, A Toad Wants to Eat Swan Meat. So, after Lin Xian discovered Wang Hui's true identity, he naturally wanted to make good use of it, hoping that Wang Hui would say a few kind words on his behalf to Jiang Tingting.